You just awakened the appearance of the one and only great emperor, and became the exclusive furnace of the holy maiden of Hwan sect. Every day, you are either lying down or sitting, except for feeling a little weak afterwards and needing to rest slowly. You feel pretty good about everything else. This is how you, who originally possessed the appearance of a great emperor, started to slack off. On this day, you completed the process as usual, but you were criticized by the saintess Lu Chani for not being serious, saying that everything had to be done again with you. You quickly brought out the order of the sect leader in an attempt to escape. The sect leader ordered you only twice a month. You'd better restrain yourself a little. Upon hearing this, Lu Changyi's face blushed slightly. It's only twice this month. Just once every half month. Is there a problem? 1 hour later, you wanted to cry without tears, feeling wronged like a little daughter-in-law, holding the quilt and sitting on the bed. Lu Changyi simply tidied up the clothes, then threw you a bottle of elixir. Take it to replenish. Strive to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi this month. You took the elixir and shook it. After confirming that it was a full bottle of Qi replenishing elixir, your face, which was originally like a little grumbler, slowly squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you for the gift, Saintess. Return to your residence and quickly take the medicine to start refining it. Now the body is severely deficient. If it weren't for this Qi replenishing pill, I'm afraid I would have been sucked dry by that demoness long ago. If there is a chance, I must complain about her excessive mining, attempting to disrupt the balance of the body." The next morning, you woke up and decided that you couldn't continue living in such a decadent way. You vowed to escape from this enchantress when the opportunity arises. You hated yourself for being too weak in cultivation, not even having the right to choose your posture. It was truly a great humiliation. So you don't plan to sit and wait for death, but start thinking about an escape plan. The Hwan sect has 3 peaks, with oneself in the Qingyu peak. Together with the sect master and the saintess, the disciples in the Haoyue peak live in the inner courtyard, and the outer disciples are in the Xingchen peak. There is only one way down the mountain, and walking out from the mountain gate is no different from walking to death. So the only option left is the small path behind the Qingyu peak. When you think about it, you decide to explore it first to prepare for escape. The back mountain of Qingyu peak has never been developed by the Hwan sect, but more like a primitive forest. You forge ahead through thorns and brambles, making relatively smooth progress. However, the deeper you go, the more you feel something is amiss. The once lively chirping of insects and birds suddenly disappears, and besides your faint breathing, it seems as if this piece of land has been isolated. You forced yourself to calm down and comforted yourself, then walked a distance with a stiff face until you heard the sound of flowing water ahead. Your tense heart finally relaxed. You lay on the ground panting, occasionally alert to changes around you. In front of the open space is a clear and shallow river, and on the other side of the river is a pitch-black dense forest. Even at noon under the bright sun, not a trace of sunlight can be seen deep in the forest. Let's call it a day here. At least we have learned about the environment behind the mountain. You sounded the retreat in your heart, planning to take a hot bath in the stream before returning to the Hwan sect. When you are enjoying the breath of freedom, the voice transmission symbol in the storage ring lights up. Sure enough, it's Lu Changyi coming to find me. Wait for me to go back when I'm in a good mood. In your spare time, you plan to study the cultivation technique that Lu Changyi gave you. Since you came to the Hwan sect, you haven't had a day off, so you haven't had time to study the technique. The Secret of Yin and Yang Records is a good name, quite fitting. After flipping through a few pages excitedly, you angrily threw the exercises into the river. What a broken thing. Practicing this exercise can make the spiritual energy more pure, making it easier for others to replenish. This Lu Changyi is indeed not well-intentioned. You spat into the river and planned to leave. The river water at this moment is actually boiling with bubbles rising. And then, in your shocked gaze, a woman dressed in a black long skirt, exceptionally enchanting, floated out of the river. Young man who spits everywhere. Are you spitting out this mouthful of golden phlegm? Or this mouthful of silver phlegm? Or this mouthful of old phlegm? You are sweating profusely, almost peeing yourself. Are you a human or a ghost? Young people, don't be nervous, she said as she took out 3 martial arts manuals. Young man who was bathing, did you just drop this Tianjie martial art manual into the river? Or this DJ martial art manual? Or this ordinary martial art manual? Is she the legendary river god? You pinched your chin and looked up and down at the mysterious woman in front of you. You have heard the story of the river god since you were a child. Although you really want the Tianjie technique, lying to the river god will be punished. Moreover, the mysterious woman in front of you not only has an unknown origin but is also exceptionally enchanting. So you decide not to take anything and just want to escape. River god, the phlegm just now was indeed mine, but these 3 martial arts techniques have nothing to do with me. You just refused the river god and were about to escape. She spoke again with an unquestionable tone. Young man who was about to take a bath. You must choose one. If you don't choose, you have to stay and accompany me. Lin Yuan only felt his scalp go numb, but seeing the river god's leering eyes, he had to make a choice again. So Lin Yuan said stiffly, "I'll choose that ordinary gungfu." "Are you sure?" The river god looked at Lin Yuan with a playful smile. "Wait, let me think about it. Could be." After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan tentatively asked, "Can you let me take a look at these 3 techniques? I want to make sure which one I dropped. After all, you're my first guest in 1,000 years. I'll give you that." After saying that, the river god threw over the 3 feats in his hand. Chapter 3, Heavenly Grade Technique. Receiving the 3 feats with his hands and feet, Lin Yuan was the first to flip through the ordinary feats, and sure enough, it was different from what he saw, and he almost chose the wrong one. It was thought that Lu Cicada-Yi's identity would not be able to give himself a trash gungfu. Thinking in his heart, Lin Yuan had already casually flipped open that heaven stage technique. He was now roughly certain that what Lu Cicada-Yi had given himself was that heavenly rank technique, but he still wanted to see what the contents of that heavenly rank technique were. Casually flipping through the 2 pages, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. It was actually a true dual cultivation technique. Moreover, this gongfu made up for all the shortcomings of that local rank gongfu. However, Lin Yuan's current cultivation level was too low, and when he looked further back, he couldn't understand any of it. If you can't read it, then silently memorize it in your mind. Lin Yuan thought so and flipped back a few more pages. Just then, the river god suddenly spoke up. "Bubbling young man, you're a bit greedy. Yo!" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately stopped his hand movements and respectfully handed the heavenly rank technique as well as the ordinary technique to the river god with both hands. Opening his mouth, he said, "Lord River God, I've chosen this one." Unfortunately, it was just a dozen pages short of being finished, and Lin Yuan lamented in his heart. "Oh, you're my first guest in nearly 1,000 years, but your behavior just now was a bit excessive." Yo! Lin Yuan was creeped out and wanted to run away immediately. However, I heard the river god continue. "I can let you off the hook, but you have to promise me a request. Please speak, Lord River God." The river god's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Lin Yuan and said, "From now on, every month you have to come to the river." "What's the point of coming to the river?" Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. The river god's eyes were haunted as she sighed. "I've been alone here for 1,000 years, so I want to find someone to talk to me." Saying this, the river god raised the heavenly rank technique in his hand and said, "What if you're obedient? I'll give you this heavenly rank technique." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was thinking about how to get that heavenly rank technique, but he didn't think that this river god would send himself to his door. "Of course, if you don't listen to me." The river god's complexion was corrected, and a black stream of light drilled into Lin Yuan's body. "I'll make it so painful that you can't even think about dying." Seeing the black light enter his body, Lin Yuan hurriedly probed his body. The river god spoke. "Don't worry, this is just a small spell that serves as a small restriction on you. You just have to be good and obedient to keep you safe and sound." Lin Yuan sighed. People under the roof had to bow their heads. "Please don't worry, Lord River God. I promise to complete the task." "Okay, I'm tired. Go away." As soon as the words fell, the river god tilted her body back, her long skirt swaying in the wind as she slowly fell into the water, following the waves on the surface of the river, until late afternoon. Only then did Lin Yuan hurry back to the Holy Maiden Hall. After sneaking a peek and confirming that Lu Cicada-Yi wasn't in the main hall, Lin Yuan then ran back to his room. As soon as he entered the room, Lin Yuan hurriedly probed the condition of his body, but after the aura had circled around his body for a dozen times, he didn't find the stream of light that the river god had left in his body. "It's really a god. How can a small refining stage like me crack a god's technique?" Sighing, Lin Yuan began to cultivate that heaven stage technique. It wasn't until the 3rd day of the night that Lin Yuan stopped cultivating. After a few hours of cultivation, although the progress was not great, this heaven stage technique had already been mapped out pretty much. If you give yourself a few more days, you will be able to turn things around. Stretching his back, Lin Yuan prepared to undress and sleep. As air salt, the door of the room was kicked open with a clang. Immediately after that, Lu Cicada-Yi ran in with wind and fire. She looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes and said, "Where have you been today?" "Just hanging around the clan." "Nonsense." Lu Cicada-Yi clenched her silver teeth and said, "I've been around the sect all day today. Why didn't I see you?" Lin Yuan snorted. "I went to Star Peak. You usually don't go to where the outer disciples live, so you definitely won't be able to find me." "Impossible. I went to Star Peak today, and those outer disciples said they didn't see you at all." Lu Cicada-Yi became more and more agitated as she quickly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yuan's collar. "You want to escape?" Looking at the imposing Lu Cicada-Yi, Lin Yuan shook off Lu Cicada-Yi's hands and angrily said, "I just want to run. What's wrong with that? I've stayed in this place long enough. I don't want to be a broken cauldron anymore. I want to be free. Lu Cicada snorted coldly and said hatefully, "What's wrong with being my cauldron? Compromise you? You know how many people are lining up to be my cauldron. You still dislike me. How dare you dislike me even as a tripod stove?" Lin Yuan pooh-poohed and coldly said, "You're the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. There are plenty of tripods. Which normal man can stand this? It's only right that he dislikes you." As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, Lu Cicada's face became even more gloomy as she pinched Lin Yuan's neck and haphazardly kissed him on the face a few times. "Dislike me? You deserve it. Lin Yuan, I'm telling you, you'll be my cauldron for the rest of your life. You can't even run away if you want to. Demoness, what are you doing?" The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up early, and beside him, Lu Cicada was still sleeping soundly. Feeling the condition of his body, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The heavenly rank gong method was indeed worthy of its name. Last night's night labor, although the cultivation was sucked away some more by Lu Cicada, the body did not have half a bit of discomfort, and in good spirits. Looking at the sleeping Lu Cicada, Lin Yuan sighed, somewhat helpless. In fact, Lu Cicada was really charming when she was quiet, but when she was mad, she was also scary. Just as Lin Yuan was sighing, Lu Cicada's eyes suddenly opened. After the two of them exchanged glances, Lin Yuan twisted his head and pushed Lu Cicada out of the way, preparing to get up. Lu Cicada also climbed up right after him and smiled charmingly. "Was it my beauty that mesmerized you?" Lin Yuan said with cold eyes. "Do you think it's possible?" Lu Cicada said triumphantly, "Mouth is the heart." Chapter 4, Dominating Destiny. Duong, Duong, Duong. Early morning 2 days later, the sun was rising, and the tidal wave of sunlight slowly spread into the temple of the Holy Virgin. As the 3 bells rang through the sky, the sleeping Lin Yuan was abruptly awakened. Pushing Lu Cicada, who was still asleep beside him, Lin Yuan said, "Lu Cicada, wake up." Lu Cicada impatiently rolled over and muttered, "Don't make noise, let me sleep again. Don't fall asleep. Just now the bell of Qingyu Peak rang 3 times. Is there something going on? Bad." As if Lu Cicada suddenly remembered something, she rolled over and was about to run outside. "Ugh, you get dressed." A quarter of an hour later, only then did Lin Yuan pant and run to the main peak square. As for Lu Cicada, she naturally came here on the wind, and now she had long since obediently stood beside the patriarch. Regarding Lu Cicada, Lin Yuan knew very little, although the two were also friends who knew each other. But Lin Yuan still didn't know how Lu Cicada's cultivation was. However, the minimum was the Jindan stage, as one could not fly on the wind below the Jindan stage. At this time, the top of the White Jade Square was already overcrowded. The Acacia sect patriarch as well as a group of elders sat on top of the high platform with a straight face, quietly waiting for the examination to begin. Looking at Lu Cicada in front of him, the Hahuan sect patriarch, who was wearing a fiery red robe with a graceful and luxurious appearance, Lin Yuan cannot help but sigh. Young people do not know the young woman is good. The wrong girl is a treasure. The ancients sincerely do not deceive me. Noticing Lin Yuan's eyes, Lu Cicada secretly made a face and opened her mouth. Lin Yuan cursed, "Animal." On the square, there were all-star peak outer disciples, and from the looks of it, they should be here to participate in the examination. As long as they passed the Acacia sect's examination, they would be able to enter the inner courtyard to cultivate. This was the day that outer disciples looked forward to the most, because only by entering the inner courtyard could one get rid of the identity of a tripod. After entering the inner courtyard, the Acacia sect would provide more resources, not only higher rank techniques as well as pills, but also from being a tripod to being the one who picks the tripods. As long as one enters the inner courtyard, it wouldn't be too much to call it a fish leaping over the dragon gate. Look at the test enrollment office. Lin Yuan's eyes were a bit fiery. These outer gate tripods could participate in the examination. Was it possible for him to do the same? Moreover, I heard that after entering the inner courtyard, the sect would also reward a foundation establishment pill. If one obtained a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't one not have to wander in the chi refining stage in the future? "Hello senior, I want to enroll." Name, master's name, cultivation. Lin Yuan scratched his head, a little confused as to why he had to ask his master's name to enroll. Not understanding was not understanding, but Lin Yuan a tripod stove where to mess with the inner courtyard disciples. He honestly said, "Lin Yuan, cultivation at the 8th level of the chi refining stage." Master no. The inner court disciple heard this and looked at Lin Yuan with some strangeness. "There's no master. So who teaches you to cultivate during the weekdays?" Lin Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "No one teaches me. It's all my own cultivation." The inner courtyard disciple standing on the side said, "Senior brother Su, you've been in seclusion for a long time this time and don't understand the situation. This senior brother Lin of ours is now a celebrity in the Acacia sect. Why? Master Lin Yuan Lin, the Acacia sect's holy maiden's exclusive cauldron. Would you say that this identity counts as a celebrity? When the man known as senior brother Su heard this, his face instantly became gloomy and he stared at Lin Yuan dead in the face. So you're the cauldron? Seeing the man's unkind eyes, Lin Yuan sighed darkly. I don't want to, but your holy maiden won't let me go. Su Nan took a sign and handed it to Lin Yuan, gritting his teeth and popping out one word at a time. Senior brother Lin must work hard. After entering the inner courtyard, senior brother will take good care of you. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, took the sign and left, arguing with a tripod stove. With this amount of temperament, it is estimated that his achievements in this life will not be high. On top of the high platform, Lu Cicada had long since seen Lin Yuan, originally thinking that Lin Yuan was just running to watch the fun. Lu Cicada didn't take it seriously, but when she saw Lin Yuan was enrolling, her little face turned ironic. How dare you try to enter the inner courtyard? You think you can get out of my control by entering the inner courtyard? Humph. I'm the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. You'll still be my cauldron even if you enter the inner courtyard. Even though it was Lu Cicada's broken voice, the voice couldn't escape the patriarch's ears even if it was small. Acacia sect patriarch Xia Lingyun laughed lightly. Care so much about a cauldron? When Lu Cicada heard this, she instantly realized that she had lost her temper and hurriedly explained. No, master. Seeing that even a tiny tripod furnace wants to get out of my control, so I'm a bit angry. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and said with some displeasure. You, the future patriarch controlling a clan, have a long-term vision. The pattern has to be open. Don't care about the gains and losses of one person or one thing. You have to take into account the big picture. Do you understand? Lu Cicada returned sullenly. Disciple knows. Good to know. Xia Lingyun suddenly changed her words and continued. But you're right. A tripod stove dares to rebel against you. How will you convince the public in the future? Go, teach him a lesson about who is in control of his destiny. Got it, master. As soon as the words fell, Lu Cicada turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the square. Lin Yuan at this time just got the wooden card. Is happy to be ready to assess it. Suddenly felt a light body. Then was Lu Cicada grabbed the collar and flew out. Looking at the square that was getting farther and farther away, Lin Yuan wailed. Put me down. I want to take the test. Lu Cicada's face was as frosty as she continued to fly without a word. Soon, the two of them flew above the clouds, and Lu Cicada's right hand loosened as he watched as Lin Yuan pierced through the clouds and crashed to the ground. Lin Yuan was immediately scared out of his wits. He wanted to struggle, but now his cultivation was only at the chi practicing stage, and he couldn't fly on the wind, so it was useless to struggle anymore. He thought that Lu Cicada was just trying to scare himself, but as he watched the ground get closer and closer, but he still couldn't see Lu Cicada's figure. Lin Yuan died. He started cursing. Lu Cicada, you shall not die. When I die, I will not let you go even as a ghost. You wait for me. After cursing for a long time, perhaps because he was tired, Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze hit his nose, and then Lin Yuan's back welcomed a softness. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at Lu Cicada, who was close by, and sighed. Why did you save me? Lu Cicada still didn't say a word and rushed into the clouds again. However, this time Lu Cicada didn't throw Lin Yuan down. She casually waved her hand and aura gushed out, slowly wrapping around a large cloud. After doing this, Lu Cicada threw Lin Yuan onto a cloud. Lin Yuan lay on top of the colorful clouds, panting heavily. Lu Cicada slowly walked over and looked down at Lin Yuan, coldly saying, Do you really want to die? Lin Yuan nodded, looking lifelessly at the sky. Lu Cicada snorted coldly. You clearly know that I will save you, so why are you pretending? Lin Yuan, if others don't know, I still don't know you. You're a scoundrel at heart, a complete scoundrel. What's wrong with a scoundrel? It's just enough to stay alive. Chapter 5, A Day in 1,000 Miles. Since he was seen through by Lu Cicada, Lin Yuan simply didn't pretend anymore and climbed up with one bone and said, I'm not pretending, I just want to live. Lu Cicada gritted her teeth and said, It's not like I'm trying to kill you. Locking me up in the Acacia sect as a cauldron. What's the difference between that and killing me? You want to leave the Acacia sect that badly? Lin Yuan said with ghostly eyes. I have a father and a mother and relatives. Now that I have been captured by you for half a year, do you think my parents will be worried at home? Looking at the slightly disheveled Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada wanted to speak. After a long silence, Lu Cicada softly said, I can take you to see your parents. Really? Of course it's true. But it'll have to wait until after the sect examination. Why do we have to wait until the end of the sect examination? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Because I'm going too. Okay, Once Lin Yuan's words fell, the two of them fell into another moment of silence. After a long time, Lu Cicada suddenly opened her mouth and said, "I've promised to let you go see your parents, so you have to promise me something as well." "What is it?" Lin Yuan asked vigilantly. According to Lu Cicada's character, what was brought up at this time was definitely not a good thing. Lu Cicada's eyes twinkled and she said wryly, "You promise me first." "I promise it wasn't anything excessive." After thinking for a long time, Lin Yuan then nodded his head. He couldn't escape from Lu Cicada anyway, so it didn't seem to make any difference whether he agreed or not. Just like practicing. Seeing Lin Yuan nod his head, Lu Cicada smiled brightly and pounced on Lin Yuan. Her pink face pressed against Lin Yuan's chest and said, "I knew you would promise me. Demoness, what do you want again?" Lu Cicada raised his head and solemnly said, "Lin Yuan has just promised Lu Cicada that he will listen to Lu Cicada in the future in the Acacia sect." When Lin Yuan heard this, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. "You call this a thing?" "I think it's a thing," Lu Cicada said innocently. Lin Yuan was somewhat helpless, really wanting to hold Lu Cicada down and whack her on the ground, and hurriedly said, "Stop it, you're the one who stopped, but it's in the sky." Nothing. By the time the two returned to Green Jade Peak, the examination was already halfway through. Lu Cicada placed Lin Yuan at the entrance of the square and took out a small bottle from his arms and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Here you go." "What is it? Another chi replenishing pill?" Lu Cicada's pretty face slightly reddened, and she said in a bad mood, "You won't look at it yourself." After saying that, he directly flew towards the high platform with the wind. Lin Yuan opened the medicine bottle suspiciously, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly hit his face. Surprisingly, it's the foundation building pill. Could it be that Lu Cicada thought that her refining stage cultivation was too low and she wasn't enjoying sucking on it, so she asked herself to raise her strength a bit? No matter. Anyway, with the foundation building pill in hand, it was best to hurry up and raise his cultivation. For the next few days, Lin Yuan worked hard on his cultivation. There were still some chi replenishing pills left over from before, and with the aid of these pills, Lin Yuan's cultivation quickly returned to the 9th level of the chi practicing stage. In the past 6 months, Lin Yuan had been wandering around in the chi practicing stage, and although he had delayed his cultivation progress, Lin Yuan found that his chi practicing stage foundation seemed to be more solid than others. Take the chi replenishing pill for example. An unusual person at the 8th level of the chi practicing stage would have to stop and absorb the medicinal power after taking 3 of these pills, but Lin Yuan was different. He was fine eating 6 or 7 of them in one breath, and he didn't have to worry about being burst by the aura at all. Could this be the benefit of practicing? In fact, Lin Yuan didn't know that when Lu Cicada was cultivating with him, she wasn't just absorbing the cultivation in his body, she was also quietly expanding his meridians for him. This also made Lin Yuan's chi refining stage different from normal people. Not only was the foundation solid, but in the future, when fighting with others, the aura in his body would also be more abundant. After another day of meditating, Lin Yuan took the foundation establishment pill and began to impact the foundation establishment stage. Crossing his knees and settling down, Lin Yuan pushed his dantian with all his might and absorbed the medicinal power of the foundation establishment pill. After the foundation establishment pill was absorbed, the dantian within Lin Yuan's body rotated crazily. An aura surged into the dantian like a tidal wave. It's going to break through. Soon, the advantages of the heavenly spiritual root appeared. The aura around Lin Yuan became more and more dense, and even vaguely appeared to be a bit sticky. Inside the room, the sound of gurgling water also appeared, as if a stream was flowing. Surprisingly, it's an aura tide. Outside the Holy Maiden Hall, Xiaolingyun and Lu Cicada stood side by side, looking at the sky as the aura was instantly drained. Xiaolingyun couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a heavenly spiritual root, it really is different. Master, the aura doesn't seem to be enough. Xiaolingyun nodded, and with a casual grab, nearly half of the aura in the back of Qingyu Peak was directly grabbed by a large invisible hand. After doing this, Xiaolingyun sighed lightly. In the past, my teacher always thought that although there was a gap in spiritual roots, the impact was not great, and that the only way to do this was to cultivate hard. Now it seems as if the master was wrong. Xiaolingyun paused and continued. When I first captured this kid, it was just to have him as a cauldron. After all, this heavenly spiritual root is extremely scarce, so I thought that using a cauldron with a heavenly spiritual root for cultivation should be twice as effective with half the effort. But now it seems that Master's vision is still narrow. Thinking of this, Xiaolingyun's face blushed slightly. Having cleared her mind for hundreds of years, she almost broke her fast for a heavenly spirit roots cauldron. But at first, she really wanted to try out how this heavenly spirit roots cauldron was different from ordinary cauldrons. Lu Cicada, on the other hand, was silent when she heard this. After all, she was the one who enjoyed the heavenly spiritual roots cauldron first. And the effect was very good. The cultivation level increased very quickly. A genius with a heavenly spirit root is certainly amazing. But only if you hold it in your own hands can you rest assured. And if you can't, it's better to kill it before it's too late. Xia Lingyun looked at Lu Cicada E with a solemn expression. Cicada E, are you sure? I suppose. In fact, Lu Cicada E wasn't sure at all. After all, only she knew how Lin Yuan hated the Acacia sect. Seeing Lu Cicada E's difficulty, Xia Lingyun smiled and comforted. Don't worry, nowadays, this Lin Yuan hasn't grown up yet. You still have a lot of time. In the future, this Acacia sect will definitely be handed over to you. And if you have Lin Yuan beside you to assist you, I believe that the Acacia sect will definitely rise to the next level. Lu Cicada E was a bit embarrassed. Making Lin Yuan willingly stay in the Acacia sect and making this matter was very difficult. What to do? Do you let yourself be seduced? But the two of them are already in a relationship where they know each other. How else can they be seduced? Tell you what, after Lin Yuan comes out of the gate, I'll first promote him to an inner courtyard disciple and leave the rest to you. Ah, why do you want to enter the inner courtyard? Isn't this fine now? Lu Cicada E was a little reluctant. All along she had regarded Lin Yuan as her forbidden domain. Xia Lingyun sniffed and glared at her, saying with some hatred, do you want Lin Yuan to stay by your side as a tripod? Oh, Lu Cicada E suddenly realized that what Master said seemed to make sense. The identity of the tripod stove was indeed a bit less than honorable. Xia Lingyun turned around and said coldly, the day after tomorrow have Lin Yuan join the outer disciples in the sect trials. He's going to participate in the trial too? Of course my master wants to see Lin Yuan's ability. If he can come out alive, it proves that he has the ability to assist you. If not, Lu Cicada Yi's eyes were lowered and she nodded. The disciple knows. Chapter 6, Do you have a fever? Early the next morning, Lin Yuan woke up from his meditation. At this moment, he only felt refreshed, as if his body was full of strength. Arriving in the courtyard, Lin Yuan stared at the millstone-sized stone in front of him, and with a casual wave of his hand, a light green-colored aura smashed over. There was a click and the stone split in two. Lin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This is the power of the foundation establishment stage. It really isn't comparable to the chi refining stage. Just as Lin Yuan was sighing, Lu Cicada E came with the wind, as if a heavenly maiden had descended to earth, and landed playfully in front of Lin Yuan. Seeing Lu Cicada E, Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache. This chick wouldn't have seen her breakthrough and couldn't wait to find herself again. Sure enough, Lin Yuan guessed correctly. Lu Cicada E didn't say a word after landing, pulling Lin Yuan and running towards the house. What are you doing? I've only just entered the foundation establishment stage. Why don't you let me stabilize my realm? Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Cicada E also blushed and stomped her foot, saying in a bad mood, do I look like that kind of person? Lin Yuan nodded in a serious manner. You're not like that. You already are. You say it again. If you say it again I will. Lu Cicada E pouted with a disgruntled face. You see, the nature is exposed. You are at least the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. Can you be a bit more decent? Full of only thoughts. It will harm you. Get out. Lu Cicada E kicked Lin Yuan's leg, causing him to grimace in pain. This chick is violent. Returning to her room, Lu Cicada E closed the door behind her before she started pulling things out of her storage ring. The magic treasures, pills, and techniques were casually placed on the table by Lu Cicada E as if they didn't need any money. Dazzling Lin Yuan. What is this Lu Cicada E going to do? It can't be that he really wants to suck himself dry in one breath. Is this a settling in grant? Or funeral expenses? Stop. Seeing that the table couldn't be set up anymore, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped Lu Cicada E. Don't pull it out. What do you really want? Lu Cicada E pressed Lin Yuan onto the stool and said with a serious expression. Master has already agreed to let you enter the inner courtyard, but you still have to pass the sect trial before you can do so. Really? Lu Cicada E nodded and said arrogantly. I begged Master for a long time before she agreed. Although this was proposed by the Master, Lu Cicada E had no problem taking the credit for himself. Anyway, Lin Yuan did not know the inside story, so it would not be better to let him owe himself a favor. Moreover, Master had also said that he wanted to keep Lin Yuan by his side. The first thing to capture a man is, of course, to capture his heart. Lin Yuan's eyes immediately lit up. Finally he was going to be able to enter the inner courtyard. He looked toward Lu Cicada E, rubbing his hands together and said with some embarrassment, I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Cicada E's beautiful eyes rolled and she hummed. Thank you will be said later. You can pick these feats and pills and whatnot first. When you enter the secret realm, you'll definitely be able to use them. These are all for me? Lin Yuan was confused at this point. how Lusakeda seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, she had only given a bottle of elixir after cultivation, but now how did she become so generous? Yeah, Lusakeda said, picking up a soft armor and handing it to Lin Yuan. This is a heavenly silkworm Xian armor, woven from heavenly silkworm silk, able to withstand a single blow from a Jindan stage expert. Remember to put it on when you participate in the trial. This is the soul swinging bell. Using spiritual power to activate it, it can destabilize the souls of cultivators below the Jindan stage, so you'll be able to use the opportunity to kill or escape when the time comes. This is the 7 nebula steps. You can cultivate this secret book first, and when you meet an enemy that you can't defeat, you can still escape. A table full of treasures. Lusakeda introduced them for more than half an hour. Listening to Lusakeda words, Lin Yuan's heart was also a bit touched. Although Lusakeda was usually a bit of an animal, but after all, he was still good to himself. So many treasures, I don't even know how to thank you. I've already said that you're a scoundrel. Lusakeda pushed Lin Yuan away as she continued. There's no need to say more words of thanks. Just fight to come out alive. Be smart after entering the secret realm. Don't get killed just before you go in. Don't worry, brother, I'm at least the first genius of Fengzhou City, a man who is known to have the great emperor's qualities. How could I be that weak? Really, brother, Lusakeda said in a sweet voice, pulling out a long tone. Lin Yuan instantly had goosebumps all over his body. He reached out and touched Lusakeda forehead, then his own. That's strange. No fever? Is it a fever? Lin Yuan looked at Lusakeda with some suspicion. It's not quite like if she really had a fever, she should have pulled herself into bed at this time. Looking at Lin Yuan's strange eyes, Lusakeda cheeks burned and her heart was like a deer in headlights. What's wrong with me? Well, you've been given what you need to be given, so hurry up and get ready. With that, Lusakeda got up and was about to leave. Lin Yuan hurriedly pulled Lusakeda and said, Alas, don't leave first. You haven't told me what the content of this trial is. Lusakeda felt the warmth of Lin Yuan's hand and became even more disturbed. She forced herself to calm down and sat back on the stool. Yeah, forgot to tell you, Lusakeda said as she pulled her hand back from Lin Yuan. Looking at Lusakeda slightly reddened face, Lin Yuan muttered, How strange. We all know each other. Why are we still blushing when pulling a hand? What did you say? Nope. What did I say? Lusakeda took a few deep breaths and said in her heart, Lin Yuan is a shameless scoundrel. Don't care about these details. The trial lasts for half a month and takes place in the clan's secret realm of Tongyi. After entering the secret realm, you need to kill demonic beasts to gain points. The top 100 in points enter the inner courtyard. Remember to kill the demonic beasts to dig out the demon cores. That's used as a voucher for points. Don't be foolish when the time comes. Kill the demonic beast and leave. Demon cores as vouchers? Does that mean disciples can also grab points from each other? Lusakeda said gruffly. Every year, there are disciples who die at the hands of their fellow disciples just because of the points competition. So you must be careful. Lin Yuan nodded and continued to ask, How many ranks of demonic beasts are in the secret realm? There won't be monsters of the 7th or 8th rank. Right, most of them are 2nd to 3rd order demonic beasts, but there are also high order demonic beasts in the depths of the secret realm, so just hang around the periphery after you go in. Yeah, no problem. Lusakeda beautiful eyes rolled over and said, Good ass. Listen to me first. In the secret realm, there are not only outer disciples participating in the trial, but also inner courtyard disciples who have been cultivating for many years, and when the time comes, they will also snatch your points. And once caught by the inner courtyard disciples, not only will their points be zeroed out, they will also be kicked out of the trial directly. That sounds so hard. Lusakeda patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, Hurry up and work hard. Don't hang up as soon as you go in. You're this holy maiden's exclusive cauldron. I'll follow you and lose face if you perform too poorly. Chapter 7, The Secret Realm of Tongyi. Early the next morning, the white jade square of Qingyan Peak was overcrowded. Lin Yuan stood in the corner with his bladder clasped and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the trial to open. Soon, a dozen figures linked up and slowly landed on top of the high platform. Xia Lingyun and the other group of elders took their seats. Only the Acacia Sect's Grand Elder was left to fly out alone, and then set up the teleportation array around the square. Hundreds of people teleporting together? What a big deal. About half an hour later, the teleportation array was set up and the trial examiner said aloud, The trial is about to open, so please prepare all the outer disciples participating in the trial. Before the words fell, a group of inner courtyard disciples dressed in green long shirts walked into the teleportation array in large strides. The number of people was about 20, not too many, but the cultivation level of these people were all very high. Most of them were at the 6th level of foundation establishment. On the contrary, The highest of these outer disciples had only just built their foundations, and some were even still at the 9th level of the chi refining stage. If they really encountered these people in the secret realm, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to run away. In the crowd, Su Nan looked left and right, and soon saw Lin Yuan in the corner. With a cold smile, he came beside Lin Yuan and taunted, "Yo, I can't believe that senior brother Lin is also here to participate in the trial. Aren't you concentrating on the cauldron?" Su Nan's words immediately drew the eyes of the surrounding crowd. So he's the Holy Maiden's cauldron. It looks so ordinary. I'm also quite handsome. Why can't I get the Holy Maiden's pity? Could it be that this kid is special? Hearing Su Nan's mockery, Lin Yuan sneered in his heart, nothing more than a licking dog. Seeing that Lin Yuan was unmoved, Su Nan lowered his voice and continued, "Senior brother Lin, don't worry. I will definitely focus on taking care of you when we enter the secret realm." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. "It's you who provoked me, but you can blame me for not being polite." Thinking so, Lin Yuan also lowered his voice and returned, "It doesn't matter if you take care of me or not, but our Holy Maiden takes care of me quite well." He. Lin Yuan wouldn't tell anyone that it was Lu Cicada who was too strong and pressed him every time, but it was nice to take it out to piss people off, and they didn't know the inside story anyway. When Su Nan heard this, he was burning with jealousy. He really couldn't accept the ice-clear fairy in his heart to become someone else's woman. Su Nan was furious. "You dare to insult the Holy Maiden?" Lin Yuan spread his hands. "Where have I insulted the Holy Maiden? I'm telling the truth. After all, we're in a relationship where we know each other." When he said that he knew his roots, Lin Yuan even purposely increased his tone, fearing that Su Nan would not understand. "Say, what is your relationship with the Holy Maiden? You are nothing more than a licking dog of the Holy Maiden's hall, and you still dare to flaunt yourself in front of me. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you?" Su Nan's eyes were ice cold. "You seek death?" Lin Yuan clasped his hands on his chest and rolled his eyes in one breath, and pinched his throat and said, People are so scared. Don't be complacent. I'll get the Holy Maiden sooner or later. If you want to be in my gang with that kind of ass you look like, save it, man." "Good. Very good." Su Nan gritted his teeth and said, sharp-eyed and sharp-tongued, "Let's meet at the secret realm, and I'll see if you still have a hard mouth then." When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they had long been stunned. This Lin Yuan's fighting strength is so amazing. It's really a good mouth. No wonder the Saint girl likes it. Lin Yuan looked around and said with his hands spread out, "As you all can see, it was him who came looking for a scolding. I didn't provoke him." Suddenly, a fat man who had been watching the fun patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, "Brother, take care." Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. What did this fatty's words mean? Fatty pointed at Su Nan and said, "Do you know who he is? A lickspittle for the Holy Virgin. I knew that the other day." Fatty nodded and explained, "In addition to licking dogs, he also has another identity, the number one person under the Golden Dan. In the inner courtyard, other than the Jindan stage disciples, this Su Nan has the strongest combat power. He's now a Foundation Establishment Great Circle, and he's also the shut-in disciple of the Grand Elder." "What?" Lin Yuan was creeped out. "A Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, not to go into closed-door cultivation, but to come to participate in the Secret Realm trial. This is for the outer disciples to come to increase the difficulty, isn't it?" Fatty heatedly laughed. "The reason he came to the Secret Realm was because of you. That's nice. One less competitor before we even start." In Fatty's eyes, Lin Yuan was just a dead man who was still alive and kicking. As expected, after the fat man finished speaking, the surrounding crowd hurriedly retreated backward for fear of getting involved with Lin Yuan. Looking at Su Nan's departing back, Lin Yuan muttered, "When you go in, be careful and never run into him." Far above the high platform, Lu Cicada had long since noticed the situation over here. The conversation of several people naturally could not escape Lu Cicada's ears. Hearing Lin Yuan say that he was on top every time, Lu Cicada's pretty face slightly reddened and stomped her foot. That asshole, why does he say everything out loud? However, after hearing Su Nan's words, Lu Cicada was a little worried again, and she didn't know if the magic treasure she had given was enough. Soon the storm died down. Lin Yuan was surrounded by empty people. Looking at the empty surroundings, Lin Yuan was embarrassed that he was standing in the center, as if he was like a monkey. But it's good to know that the trials have also begun. As the teleportation array was activated, Lin Yuan only felt his body sway and his eyes were plunged into darkness. After a long time, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes as he felt a light appear around him. At this moment, he was in the middle of a forest, and not far from him, there was another outer disciple. It seems that this teleportation array is randomized. Lin Yuan moved his body and shouted to the outer disciple on the side, "Brother, do you want to join us? There's strength in numbers." The outer disciples saw Lin Yuan as if they had seen a ghost. ignoring him and turning their heads to run. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rude. Lin Yuan spat out a sentence, took out a long sword from his storage ring, and looked at the forest and said excitedly, "You guys burning points, Grandpa is here," and then it rushed out. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan looked at the demonic beasts in front of him, sharpened his sword and wandered around for a long time before finally coming across one. Blood Shadow Wolf. Second rank demonic beast. Very good strength. You are qualified to be my opponent. Why don't you say something? Look down on me. The Blood Shadow Wolf raised its head and looked at Lin Yuan. How dare you look down on me? Demon. Look at the sword. Lin Yuan shouted. A sword chi swept out. The Blood Shadow Wolf didn't even react before it was split in half by Lin Yuan's sword. Lin Yuan retrieved his long sword and shook his head, laughing lightly. Unbearable. On the White Jade Plaza, a dozen or so moon-reflecting mirrors were suspended in the air, and all of the mirrors contained images from the secret realm. Many inner courtyard disciples had also seen the image of Lin Yuan killing the Blood Shadow Wolf in seconds. A Blood Shadow Wolf is just a Blood Shadow Wolf. As to be so pretentious? He seems like an idiot. No, it's like a cutie. Hush, keep your voice down. He is the Holy Maiden's exclusive cauldron. If the Holy Maiden hears you, beware of giving you guys small shoes. The square was abuzz with talk while Lu Cicada covered her face in shame. It's a shame. It's a real shame. Chapter 8 Milk of the Bull. After resolving the Blood Shadow Wolf, Lin Yuan walked over and prepared to collect the demon core. Just then, a wolf howl appeared in the forest not far away, and then one wolf howl after another began to ring out from all directions in a continuous stream, shocking Lin Yuan's ears to the point of raw pain. The roar came from far away and soon arrived near Lin Yuan, and at this moment, around Lin Yuan, a dozen tall and powerful Blood Shadow Wolves had already appeared. They came from all directions and surrounded Lin Yuan in the center, ready to strike. Wolves. After the wolves surrounded Lin Yuan, they didn't rush into action, as if they were waiting for something. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, slowly backed up, leaning his back against a big tree, preventing a sneak attack by the Blood Shadow Wolf behind him. Bang bang! The two sides had been in a stalemate for just a few dozen seconds when a loud noise came from the forest in the distance, and looking at the large trees that had been knocked down, Lin Yuan knew that a big guy had come. Sure enough, a few breaths later, a giant Blood Shadow Wolf that was more than 2 people tall appeared in front of him. It first touched the corpse of the Blood Shadow Wolf lying on the ground with its head, then wailed to the sky. Holy, this can't be its daughter-in-law. Looking at the increasing number of Blood Shadow Wolves around him, Lin Yuan began to look for treasures in his storage ring that could save his life. After all, he had only just built his foundation, and it was fine to deal with a few adult Blood Shadow Wolves, but if he really had to be tough on the Blood Shadow Wolves, I'm afraid that by this time tomorrow, he would be a pile of poop. Just as Lin Yuan was rummaging through his storage ring, a vine suddenly slowly landed in front of Lin Yuan. You come up first. Lin Yuan looked for the sound and saw a young girl of 18 or 19 years old standing at the top of a tree, timidly looking at herself. The young girl's posture was absolutely beautiful. Her eyebrows were like a picture. Her eyes were soulful but with a bit of shyness. Her small mouth was bulging and she was shaking the rope hard. Although the sudden appearance of a little girl was weird, but at this time it was a critical moment. There was no time for Lin Yuan to think about anything else. He nimbly retrieved his long sword and began to climb up the vines. When the Wolf King on the side saw Lin Yuan trying to run, he let out a long whistle and pounced, opening his bloody mouth and biting at Lin Yuan's head. Feeling the gust of fishy wind behind him, Lin Yuan kicked his foot on the trunk of the tree and flew out diagonally with a swing of his body. Just when Lin Yuan thought that he had dodged this fatal blow, the Blood Shadow Wolf King's large claws directly smashed into Lin Yuan. Seeing this, the little girl in the tree's crown also let out a cry of shock and hurriedly pulled the vines desperately upwards. Stab! A sound. Lin Yuan was not injured, but the robe behind him was directly cut into a strip of fabric by the Wolf King's large claws, hanging on his body. A strong wind slashed against his buttocks, stinging them with pain. Lin Yuan let out a cry of surprise, thanks to the fact that it wasn't the front, and then played with his hands and feet to climb up. During the action, Lin Yuan's body swayed from left to right, and her snow-white ass was cool as it appeared and disappeared. On the White Jade Square, many people saw this hot scene and directly shouted at the examiner to switch the screen. The examiner also wanted to change it. After all, the patriarch as well as a group of elders were all present, and it was indeed not very decent for the moon-reflecting mirror to appear like this. However, the Holy Maiden had previously instructed that the moon-reflecting mirror near the corner must be locked onto Lin Yuan. Now that the Holy Maiden didn't give the word, how could he dare to change it without authorization? There are a lot of Acacia sect female disciples is to see the excitement. After all, they have long been battle-hardened. What big scenes have not seen? Egu, it's quite white. No wonder the holy maiden likes it. I think I saw him just now when he was swaying from vine to vine. Can't be. That's visible too. In case this Lin Yuan is gifted with a special talent, he can't just see it. No wonder it's the holy maiden's exclusive cauldron. It really does have two skills. Lu Cicada Yi's face was expressionless, but in her heart, she was already thinking of drilling into the moon reflecting mirror and strangling Lin Yuan. Soon, with the tacit cooperation of the two of them, Lin Yuan climbed up to the canopy of the tree. The little girl looked at Lin Yuan with concern and asked, "Senior brother, you're not hurt?" "It's fine. Just a scratch at most." Lin Yuan felt some pain in his butt at this time, but he couldn't look at it in front of the little girl. After resting for a moment, Lin Yuan spoke. "Thank you for saving my sister's life. I have yet to ask for advice." The little girl timidly said, "My name is Song Xingju, so it's senior sister Song. My name is Lin Yuan. Good day, senior brother Lin." Although Lin Yuan climbed up to the top of the tree, the wolves still stayed under the tree, with an air of not stopping until they were dead. The Blood Shadow Wolf King bared his fangs and let out a creepy hiss as he looked at the two men at the top of the tree. "Gotta figure out a way to get rid of the wolves or we'll have to starve to death alive in the trees." Lin Yuan muttered to himself and started rummaging through his storage ring, trying to see what magic treasures could deal with the Blood Shadow Wolf. Song Xingju softly said, "Don't be afraid, senior brother Lin. I've brought plenty of food and water. I won't starve." Lin Yuan sniffed and suddenly tapped his head and asked, "I forgot to ask, how did you end up in this big tree?" "I've been right here in this big tree the whole time." "All the time?" "Right. After teleporting in, I saw that this tree nearby was the tallest, so I climbed it." Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. What was the point of climbing a tree without going to kill a demonic beast? Song Xingju also seemed to have seen Lin Yuan's doubts and hurriedly explained, "My master said that my cultivation is still too low right now, so after coming in, it's best to find a place to hide." "How are you going to enter the inner courtyard if you don't kill demonic beasts to gain points?" Song Xingju blinked and said mysteriously, "It's fine. My master is the third elder. She said that it doesn't matter if you kill the demonic beasts or not, as long as you get out safely, and when the time comes, she'll find a way to bring me into the inner courtyard." Lin Yuan almost didn't drop his jaw when he heard this, so there was still a back door in the sect, and the girl is so innocent. How can she casually tell us something so secretive? Isn't she afraid she'll report her? On the White Jade Square, aside from Xialingyun, the group of elders then looked at the third elder in unison. The third elder, who was drinking tea to cover up his embarrassment, smiled sarcastically. "Little children don't know any better and are talking nonsense." Xialingyun coughed lightly. "This matter will be discussed after the trial is over." After rummaging around for a long time, Lin Yuan couldn't find a suitable weapon, but he took out a bunch of small medicine bottles from his storage ring. These vials contain healing remedies, poisons, and milk of the bulls. That's a powerful name. Lin Yuan picked up the small pill bottle and looked at the Blood Shadow Wolf King under the tree, letting out a Jia strange smile. "Ha ha, little man, I'll let you tug on my clothes." Seeing this, Song Xingju, who was on the side, clutched her shoulders and said weakly, "Senior brother, can you stop laughing like that? I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid, sister Song. You have meat. Give me some." "Yes," Song Xingju said as he pulled out a roasted whole lamb from his storage ring. You pulled out a roasted whole lamb from your storage ring? What's wrong? Senior brother Lin, not enough? I have more here." "Enough is enough. Spread the whole bottle of bull's milk evenly on the roasted lamb." Lin Yuan threw out his big hand and directly threw the roasted whole lamb far away. The Blood Shadow Wolf King looked at the fading roasted whole sheep and grinned, as if he was mocking Lin Yuan. "Little boy, you want to try to transfer the tiger away from the mountain? It's impossible." Roar! At the Wolf King's command, a Blood Shadow Wolf scurried out and brought back the roasted whole lamb, placing it in front of the Wolf King. The Blood Shadow Wolf King roared a few times, and a robust Blood Shadow Wolf ripped off a leg of lamb and swallowed it. "This beast is quite smart. Is this letting my little brother test the poison?" As Lin Yuan was talking on his side, the Wolf King had already started, and a roasted whole sheep was swallowed by the Wolf King in 3 mouthfuls. Ow! At this moment, the Blood Shadow Wolf that was the first to swallow the leg of lamb had already suffered from a drug attack. Its eyes were red, and the corners of its mouth were dripping with harumps as it looked at the female wolves in the pack. The Blood Shadow Wolf King growled, trying to scare off his little brother. After all, in a wolf pack, only the strongest have the power to mate, and he owns all the young females in the pack. But that Blood Shadow Wolf seemed as if it couldn't hear the Wolf King's roar, hissing and pouncing. The Blood Shadow Wolf King was furious at the sight of this. Ryu, dare to rob my little she-wolf, bared his fangs and rushed up. Mud, this little brother wants to rebel. But before he could take 2 steps, the Blood Shadow Wolf King also started to have a drug attack, and with a wave of its big paw, it directly pushed down a small she-wolf and rode on it. Soon, the wolves appeared to stir, and some of the Blood Shadow Wolves began to quietly back away, wanting to leave this place of wrongdoing, for several of the young she-wolves in the pack were lying down, but their king still didn't seem quite satisfied. He then set his sights on the male wolves that were alive and well around him. On the treetops, Lin Yuan watched the scene in front of him and smacked his lips for a while. Milk of the bull is really strong. Song Xingju sat squatting on the side, her pretty face as red as if it was dripping blood, her hands covering her eyes. Senior brother, aren't we being too cruel? Lin Yuan stroked his chin and said, it's indeed a bit cruel, but if we don't finish them off, they're going to eat us, so we're doing this to stay alive. Underneath the tree, there was a constant wailing, accompanied by the sound of whimpering from time to time. After a long time, the sky gradually darkened, and there was finally no sound from under the trees. Looking at the corpses of the Blood Shadow Wolves sprawled on the ground, Lin Yuan said, Senior Sister Song, wait here, I'll go take out the demon core. You be careful, Senior Brother Lin. Don't worry. Lin Yuan finished speaking and slid down the tree trunk. At this time, the Wolf King no longer had its previous ferocious appearance. It was lying on the ground on all fours, foaming at the corners of its mouth, dying. After seeing Lin Yuan, the Wolf King grunted a few times and tried to struggle to stand up. Lin Yuan sighed, unable to bear it. I'd better give you a ride. Saying that, he swung his sword down. The harvest was good this time. A total of 16 Blood Shadow Wolves died under the tree. Lin Yuan collected the demon cores neatly with his hands and feet, then climbed back to the treetops. Night was the world of the demonic beasts. If one was still wandering in the forest at this time, what was the difference between looking for death? Senior Sister Song, there are a total of 16 demon cores. Let's split them equally between the two of us, Lin Yuan said and handed over the demon core. Song Xingju's head shook like a rattledrum and said softly, no need, Senior Brother Lin. I don't need the demon cores to enter the inner courtyard. It's better for you to keep these demon cores. It's fine. I don't need a demon core to enter the inner courtyard. Ah, you are also a disciple of a certain elder? Sort of. On the white jade square, Lucicada pinched the corner of her coat and was groundless. How could that medicine appear? This dead old man from the Dan Hall. Xia Lingyun hummed lightly. Young man, pay attention to moderation. Chapter 9. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan woke up early from his sleep. Last night's sleep was too restless, and after nightfall, demonic beasts began to come out. Coupled with the strong bloody odor of the Blood Shadow Wolf's corpse under the tree, it directly attracted a large group of demonic beasts to fight, and it was not until the latter part of the night that Lin Yuan fell into a deep sleep. And then there's the fact that sleeping in a tree is so exhausting that you wake up sore, and it was a restless sleep. Lin Yuan woke up several times in the middle of the night, afraid of falling from the tree. At this time, Song Xingju was still asleep. The girl didn't know what kind of beautiful dream she was having, and there was a sweet smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. After moving his body, Lin Yuan shouted Song Xingju awake and prepared to continue to hunt demonic beasts. Senior Sister Song, wake up! Song Xingju opened her eyes in a daze and muttered, what for? To have breakfast? Lin Yuan cried and laughed. This little girl so loved to eat. No wonder the storage ring to bring a few roasted whole sheep. Not dinner. I'm going to hunt demonic beasts. Are you going? Song Xingju tilted his head and thought and shook his head. I won't go. My cultivation is too low. What is your cultivation level? 9th level of Qi refining. Lin Yuan nodded and said, that's okay. Song Xingju still insisted. It's better to forget about it. Going there might not help, and it will also hold back Senior Brother. Okay, then you stay safe in the tree, and if it's not too far away, I'll come back for you at night. Okay, Senior Brother Lin, be careful. Oh. After Lin Yuan climbed down the big tree, he first found a place to secretly change his clothes, before he spiritedly searched for demonic beasts. However, what he didn't know was that while he was changing, the reflecting mirror kept playing his image. If it hadn't been for the examiner's quick hands, he might not have had any secrets. Ka-ching! Lin Yuan stomped the demonic beast under his feet to death and skillfully collected the demon core into his storage ring. This was the 12th demonic beast he had killed today. During the day today, he had encountered a total of 16 demonic beasts. 2 of them ran too fast and didn't catch up, and there were 2 more that were 5th-ranked demonic beasts, and he ran so fast that the demonic beasts didn't catch up. The remaining 12 demonic beasts were all cut down by his sword. In addition to the demonic beasts, Lin Yuan also encountered 3 waves of outer disciples, and the other party was traveling in 2s and 3s. The second wave of outer disciples he encountered had bad intentions and tried to rob Lin Yuan of his demon cores. only to be counter-robbed by Lin Yuan and gain the loot of 10 demon cores. The remaining 2 waves of disciples were aware that Lin Yuan was the Holy Maiden's exclusive cauldron, and were afraid of being shot when they went out. So they turned around and left after seeing Lin Yuan. Because of Lu Cicada Yi's previous instructions, Lin Yuan had been wandering peripherally after entering the secret realm. Most of the demonic beasts here were some second and third order demonic beasts, and aside from the group-dwelling demonic beasts like the Blood Shadow Wolf, there was basically not much danger. Moreover, after a day of honing his skills, Lin Yuan's combat skills had significantly improved, and he was more comfortable dealing with demonic beasts. Some of the weaker second-ranked demonic beasts, Lin Yuan killed them all in one move. Looking at the sky, Lin Yuan began to walk back. It's safer to spend the night in the trees. Suddenly, Lin Yuan, who was speeding forward, heard a scuffle not far away. Lin Yuan presumed that it should be the outer disciples fighting over the demon cores. Thinking of the 10 demon cores that he had gotten for nothing in the morning, Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together with some excitement. It is said that the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is at the back, so today I will be the yellow bird myself. Thinking so, Lin Yuan quietly touched over. As a result, just after taking 2 steps, Lin Yuan saw a figure stumbling in the direction of his hiding place. Lin Yuan saw this and wanted to avoid it, but he saw that the person coming was actually Song Xingyu. Senior sister Song? What happened? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Song Xingyu hadn't been hiding in the trees. How had he been discovered? Song Xingyu stumbled all the way into Lin Yuan's arms and said weakly, "Senior brother Lin, save me. Someone is trying to rob my demon core." Before Song Xingyu's words fell, 3 figures chased after him. Yo, what's with the extra white boy? It looks like something familiar. Who cares if he looks familiar? We'll finish off that white boy in a while and then grab that pussy for a good time. As soon as Wang Lang's words fell, the 3 of them quickly moved forward and surrounded in a horn's position. Lin Yuan let out a cold snort and rushed towards Wang Lang with his feet on the 7 nebula steps. The one who had just spoken was this person, and it was thought that this person should be the leader of the 3. Tackle the thief. When Wang Lang saw Lin Yuan's figure flickering, his mouth shouted and the huge axe in his hand swept out directly, trying to force Lin Yuan back. Who knew that Lin Yuan would not retreat but advance? Slashing at Wang Lang with his sword. Bam! There was a crunch. The giant axe fell in response, and Wang Lang covered his chest and collapsed to the ground. When the remaining 2 saw their big brother killed in a single move, their figures stopped in place. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 and said coldly, "You guys want to try too?" The 2 men looked at each other and turned their heads. Waste! Lin Yuan cursed and put away Wang Lang's storage ring, then carried Song Xingyu and quickly left. Now that it was getting late, if we didn't find a safe place to spend the night, we were afraid that we would be in danger. After running a long way in one breath, Lin Yuan then took Song Xingyu and climbed up the big tree. Taking out 2 pills from his storage ring, he fed them to Song Xingyu. Lin Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "Senior sister Song, what's going on today? You were discovered even when you were hiding in a tree?" Song Xingyu sighed and said weakly, "I wasn't in the tree when they found me." "Then what are you running down there for?" When Song Xingyu heard this, a blush appeared on her pale little face. "That, and I'm going to the bathroom." Lin Yuan a sound, will no longer ask. After all, people have 3 urgent well. Looking at Song Xingyu's clothes that were soaked in blood, Lin Yuan spoke. "Senior sister Song, you're injured. Let me bandage you up. My injuries are not very serious." Song Xingyu was a little embarrassed because her wound was on her back, and if she were to bandage it, the upper half of her clothes would have to be stripped off. "You've been bleeding from your wound." Song Xingyu's voice was like a mosquito fly. "But, my wound is on my back." With that, Song Xingyu rushed his back towards Lin Yuan. Seeing the location of the wound, Lin Yuan was also embarrassed, but Song Xingyu's injuries were really serious. If he didn't bandage it up again, he might really bleed to death. Seeing that Song Xingyu had been silent, Lin Yuan couldn't decide what to do. After all, if he wanted to bandage his wounds, he would be seeing someone else's girl's body. At that moment, Song Xingyu seemed to be ready and suddenly spoke. "Then I'll be grateful to senior brother Lin." Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths and began to retrieve Song Xingyu's robe. Looking at the young girl's slightly trembling body, Lin Yuan comforted. "Don't worry senior sister Song, no third person will know about this matter." Song Xingyu whispered, "Thank you, senior brother Lin." White Jade Plaza. When Lu Cicada Yi saw the image in front of her, she hurriedly transmitted her voice to the examiner. "Hurry up and switch the image." The examiner froze before responding. On the high stage, the 3rd elder gritted his teeth as his simple little disciple was almost seen by the entire clan. Chapter 10, Escape. It was night. Looking at the stars in the sky through the forest gap, Lin Yuan was a little melancholy. "It's been half a year since I left home. and I don't know how the Lin family is doing. Song Xingju, who was on the side, was lying on a wider branch, looking down at the tree, not knowing what she was thinking. She had remained in this state since she had been bandaged. Until now. Senior sister Song, why did you come to the Acacia sect? Song Xingju seemed to be lost in thought before she let out an ah and asked, Senior brother Lin, are you asking me? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Don't you ask a ghost if not you? Is there a second person here? After staying for a moment, Song Xingju said in a chipper manner, I was actually sold to the Harmony sect as a cauldron. It's a good thing that after I came to the Acacia sect, I met my master and took me in as an apprentice. Or else I'd be a tripod stove by now. Lin Yuan sighed. They were all bitter people. Then have you ever thought of leaving the Acacia sect? Song Xingju shook her head and said, I don't want to. My master is very good to me. Oh, so, hearing Song Xingju's words, Lin Yuan thought of Lu Cicada E. When she first came to the Acacia sect, Lu Cicada E had always had a fierce look. Lin Yuan still remembered the first time he cultivated. He was dead set against it and struggled desperately. As a result, Lu Cicada E knocked herself out with a slap, and when she woke up she was already raw. At that time, Lin Yuan was still aggrieved for a long time. His pure first time was unexpectedly taken away by a holy maiden of the Acacia sect. He was unclean. Later, Lin Yuan also thought about escaping, but before he could run to the mountain gate, he was caught by Lu Cicada E. Running away results in not being able to get out of bed for 3 days. However, Lin Yuan didn't give up and had been planning his escape, and then had been planning it until now. But now the situation seemed to have become different, and I didn't know if it was due to Lu Cicada's change or my own change of heart. Lin Yuan didn't seem to be too resistant to the Acacia sect anymore, but there was a prerequisite before that, and that was for Lu Cicada E to stop sucking in her own cultivation. When he thought of this, Lin Yuan suddenly thought of the heavenly rank technique of the river god from before. Might as well sneak in some practice while you're free. The sudden lack of sound made Song Xingju a little strange, only to raise her head and see that Lin Yuan had already settled down, and she pounded the trunk of the tree with her small fists, muttering, bugger. After a night of bitter cultivation, Lin Yuan finally penetrated all the first half of the heaven stage technique secret Yin Yang Xiangong. Even though it was only half, it benefited Lin Yuan greatly. Feeling the more pure aura in his body, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This is the benefit of the heavenly rank technique. Looking at Song Xingju, who was still asleep, Lin Yuan took out a bottle of elixir and placed it beside her, preparing to go hunting demonic beasts. A few shouts suddenly came from the forest in the distance. There's blood here. This is it. Follow this direction. Lin Yuan was creeped out. Isn't this Su Nan's voice? They came to the door. Without much time to think, Lin Yuan picked up Song Xingju with one hand and grabbed the vine with the other and slid down. The sleeping Song Xingju felt a pain in her wound and woke up instantly. What's wrong? Senior brother Lin. My enemies are coming. Gotta run. Haters? Before Song Xingju's words fell, the outer disciple from yesterday suddenly came out from the bushes on the side. Senior brother Su. They're here. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold as his 7 nebula steps were launched, followed by a hard kick on that outer disciple's crotch. Ah! That outer disciple let out a miserable shriek and crashed into a tree and fainted. He was going to make up for it, but Sunan had already brought his men after him. Where are they? Go after them. Seeing this, Lin Yuan carried Song Xingju on his back and ran for his life. Song Xingju seemed to have heard Su Nan's voice as well, and immediately asked in a low voice, Your enemy is Senior Brother Su? Lin Yuan buried his head in a frenzy and nodded obediently. I know Senior Brother Su as well. He's very nice. Why don't you stop running and tell me if there are any conflicts? I'll help you guys out. Lin Yuan didn't want to take care of Song Xingju. This little girl was really simple. If the conflict between him and Su Nan could be resolved with just a few words, then why would he run? Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, Song Xingju continued, You trust me. There's really no problem. Before Song Xingju's words fell, several people behind him had already caught up. Su Nan bellowed, Go, catch them. Senior Brother Su. The woman on that kid's back seems to be the third elder's disciple. Song Xingju. That's even better. I've wanted to play with her for a long time now. Both are disciples of the Acacia sect, and they're still pretending to be pure to me. But there's the mirror of the moon. Fear nothing. I have a magic weapon that covers the moon reflecting mirror. If the third elder knew, don't be afraid of that old. After playing and feeding Song Xingju directly to the demonic beasts, there can be no one who knows. Song Xingju, who was lying on Lin Yuan's back, was silent for a long time before she weakly said, Trouble brother Lin to run faster. All was quiet in the white jade square. Although Su Nan had obscured the moon reflecting mirror, Lin Yuan had been locked by the moon reflecting mirror, so Su Nan's words just now were clearly heard by the crowd. I didn't expect Senior Brother Su to be such a person. Yeah, knowing people is not enough. Thanks to me idolizing him. Hey, I should have known not to double cultivate with him. Now I feel like I've been chewed by a pig. You're okay? I'm all 3 holes in the ground. I'm losing money. The third elder was originally a graceful and gorgeous beauty, but at this time, her face was blue as she gritted her teeth and looked at the grand elder with a sneer. You taught a good disciple. The grand elder was a middle-aged man who was as gentle as jade. Usually in front of the sect's disciples he was elegant to the extreme, and the sect's disciples had never seen the grand elder get angry, but today they saw it. This sinner, don't worry senior sister, when he comes out, I'll break his third leg. The third elder slammed the armrests of his seat and said angrily, if my disciple has a shortcoming, not to mention him, you won't be able to have your third leg either. Senior sister, this is really none of my business, the grand elder explained with a bitter face. I don't care. Xia Lingyun hummed, discuss things in private. Don't lose your status in front of the juniors. Standing on the side of the Lu Cicada E at this time tense and incomparable. Mouth cannot stop muttering, you are a little cute. Well, what's the point of carrying that cumbersome thing on your back? Hurry up and throw her away, and you're sure to escape. What do you keep carrying that little girl around for? To lust after beauty when you're dying? What a lecher. It's not enough to have the Acacia sex holy maiden, but he even wants to hook up outside. It's only been 2 days, and 2 days is all it takes for you to lay down your life? Humph. Men really are still philanderers. Forget it, you'd better be finished off by Sunan. When you're finished off, I'll become a Taoist couple with Sunan. No. You're my tripod. You can't be killed. You'd better run faster. Wait for you to come out and let me suck dry well. Chapter 11, Desperation. It was too late to distinguish the direction. Lin Yuan carried Song Xingju on his back and ran furiously. Although Lin Yuan had the 7 nebula steps, but with a person on his back, how could he outrun Su Nan and the others? Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Lin Yuan's right hand lit up as he held out the soul-swinging bell to Song Xingju. Senior sister Song, can you still activate your aura? Song Xingju nodded and softly said, it seems like it's possible, but I don't have much aura left in my body. Take the soul-swinging bell. In a moment when they're close, you'll activate your aura and shake it. Yes. As the distance between the two sides drew closer, Su Nan excitedly said, brothers, hurry up. We'll catch up soon. Song Xingju looked back at the distance and immediately urged the soul-swinging bell. Bam bam bam. The palm-sized soul-swinging bell was surprisingly as loud as a bell, and Lin Yuan, who had been playing hard to get away, had his ears shaken. Behind the two, the few people of Su Nan even felt their souls tremble, and their heads seemed like they were about to explode. Great job! Seeing several people covering their heads and stopping, Lin Yuan immediately complimented them. Who knew that before Lin Yuan's words fell? Song Xingju weakly said, Senior brother Lin, the soul-swinging bell consumes too much aura. There isn't enough aura in my body. What? Lin Yuan let out a cry of surprise, then immediately stopped in his tracks. Since he couldn't run away, he couldn't waste his aura for nothing. He might as well take a shot. Thinking so, Lin Yuan put Song Xingju aside and began to pull out treasures from his storage ring. This bottle of elixir is for you. Hurry up and replenish your aura. After saying that, Lin Yuan pulled out all of his magic treasures and laid them out in front of him one by one. As he watched the few people getting closer, Lin Yuan flung out his right hand and a few fire thunder talismans were thrown out. Boom boom! The direction of Sunan was suddenly ablaze with fire, but the explosion only stopped the three for a few breaths of time, and after the fire disappeared, the three rushed out again unharmed. Soul-swinging bells. Bam bam bam! A few people's figures lurched. Lin Yuan saw the opportunity and the immortal binding lock flew out from his hand, directly binding one of them. Sunan snorted coldly. A flash of spiritual light in his hand suddenly produced an extra dagger, only to see him grab the immortal binding lock rope knot. The dagger gently scratched, and the immortal binding lock immediately disconnected. Lin Yuan cursed at the sight. Donli Liang, is this the binding immortal lock? It's hard to bind a pig. It's his master's treasure, made of extra heavenly basalt, and it's incredibly sharp. Song Xingju sat down and explained. There was no time to say more. Lin Yuan extended his right hand and the demon spirit streamer appeared in his hand. The blood-colored demon spirit streamer was windless in hunting. Swinging his hands with force, the demon spirit streamer emitted ghostly cries and howls, taking in the hearts of the people. A dozen gray figures then flew out, rushing toward Sunan's several people. Sunan's long sword swung out, and his sword chi was like a rainbow, and those spirits were cut down with a single stroke of the sword before they could even get close. Lin Yuan waved the demon spirit streamer a few more times, and after seeing that no more souls came out of the demon spirit streamer, he directly threw the demon spirit streamer on the ground. Another flash of golden light in his hand and 6 stones appeared. injecting aura and tossing it casually. In mid-air, the stone glowed with a dazzling blood-colored light, forming a hexagon that surrounded the three. Lin Yuan threw a few chi replenishing pills into his mouth, shouted and rushed into the demon trapping formation. In the formation, blood aura filled the air, and the three of them, Su Nan, were wandering around inside like headless flies. Seeing the right time, Lin Yuan stepped on the 7 nebula steps and stabbed his longsword straight to the back of Su Nan. At this time, Su Nan did not notice the danger behind him, still alert around him. Just as Lin Yuan's long sword was about to stab Su Nan turned around violently and said smugly, "Kid, you really think that this broken formation of yours can block me?" As Su Nan spoke, his figure flashed, followed by a sword slashing across Lin Yuan's chest. Bang! The sword chi was so powerful that it directly knocked Lin Yuan out of the demon trapping formation. The clothes on Lin Yuan's chest were also shattered by the sword chi, revealing the heavenly silkworm Xian armor inside. "I can't believe I'm not dead." Su Nan let out a surprised cry. His figure followed him, and he swung out another sword, and the sword chi crashed into the same position again. Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and then fell to the ground in a sorry state. Until now, Lin Yuan didn't know the difference between just stepping into Foundation Establishment and Foundation Establishment Great Perfection. "Senior brother Lin, are you alright?" Song Xingju exclaimed in shock and rushed over. Su Nan drilled out of the demon trapping formation and looked at the two of them and said, "Why don't you run away?" Knowing that the two could no longer run away, Lin Yuan struggled to stand up and gathered Song Xingju behind him, crossed his sword across his chest, and said in a deep voice, "Senior sister Song, find a chance to run. I'll hold them off for you." Song Xingju sniffed, her eyes reddened as she looked at Su Nan and pleaded, "Senior brother Su, we are all of the same clan. Why should we rush to the end?" Su Nan let out a cold laugh and pointed his sword at Lin Yuan. "If I don't kill him, how will I get the holy maiden?" Lin Yuan spat out blood and cursed fiercely. "Dead-licking dog." Su Nan didn't think that the harsh words of a dead man on his deathbed didn't seem to have any lethality at all. "Senior brother Su, let us go." "Will you? Let you guys go?" Su Nan's eyes were playful. "You can, if you obediently let me play for a few days. I'll let you guys go." "Senior sister Song, don't listen to him, you've forgotten what he said before. Listen to me or not. Listen or die." Su Nan heatedly sneered. Song Xingju was silent for a long time and looked at Lin Yuan with tearful eyes. "Senior brother Lin, without you before, I would have died long ago." He said that he was going to walk towards Su Nan. "Senior sister Song, don't go over," Lin Yuan said as he pulled Song Xingju back. "It's okay." Song Xingju shook off Lin Yuan's hand, then whispered, "I'll go over and stall them, so you hurry and escape. Without me as a burden, you'll definitely be able to escape." Snap! Su Nan retrieved his longsword, clapped his hands and said, "It's really a tearful and touching picture. I can't help but feel like crying." Su Nan said as his face changed and he said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and decide. My patience is not good." Song Xingju nodded and choked. "We've decided," he said and walked towards Su Nan again. Lin Yuan pulled her back with one hand and said in a cold voice, "This matter started because of me. It has nothing to do with you. Hurry up and run, if you make it out alive. Remember to tell Lu Cicada E that when he prepares my magic treasures in his next life, he'll remember to give me a few more magic treasures for escaping." On the white jade square, Lu Cicada Yi's eyes were red and she cursed, "What time is it? You still have the heart to joke." Looking at Lin Yuan who was about to fight for his life in the moon reflecting mirror, Lu Cicada E had a heartache. She seemed to have fallen. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan charged up with his feet on the 7 nebula steps. Bang! Lin Yuan fell hard to the ground. "Move," Lin Yuan said, stuffing a few healing pills into his mouth and rushing towards Su Nan once more. Su Nan's eyes were overwhelmed with smugness as he casually kicked Lin Yuan away. A dying struggle? It doesn't seem to work. Blood flowed down the corners of Lin Yuan's mouth, all the way to his neck, and soon dyed the heavenly silkworm Xian armor on his chest red. "You know what my favorite thing is?" Su Nan asked himself. "My favorite thing is to torture my enemies. Watching them die miserably in my hands little by little, that feeling is incomparably pleasurable. Still, you're too much of a waste to be considered an enemy in front of me." Lin Yuan struggled to stand up and looked at Song Xingju, who was still standing in place, and said angrily, "If you don't leave, it'll be too late." Song Xingju cried like a tearful person and choked. "To die together." Sighing, Lin Yuan once again rushed towards Su Nan. On the white jade square, Lu Cicada E knelt in the center of the square with tearful eyes. Beside her, Xia Lingyun waved her hand, and a spiritual light directly enveloped the two of them, blocking others from view. She looked at Lu Cicada E and said in a cold voice, "Go back." Lu Cicada E looked as if she was crazy, hugging Xia Lingyun's thigh and choking. "Master, I beg you, let me enter the secret realm, okay? Please master. Master, I've never asked you for anything in my life. As long as you promise me this, I will listen to whatever you say in the future. Xia Lingyun's eyes became even colder. I said go back. Master, please, let me in. Will you? Bang! Xia Lingyun snorted coldly as Lu Cicada Yi fell hard to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Master, just for a man? Lu Cicada Yi's voice choked as she lay on the ground and begged bitterly. Master, please, let me go in. Xia Lingyun slowly walked over and looked condescendingly at Lu Cicada Yi. For the sake of a man, you don't even listen to your master's words? I don't know how many times he had been knocked down, but Lin Yuan was lying on the ground like a bloody man. Beside him, blood gathered together like a stream, flowing into the distance. Song Xingju had blood hanging from the corner of her mouth as she knelt beside Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's vision blurred. Was this dying? Su Nan slowly stepped forward and looked condescendingly at Lin Yuan, who was lying in a pool of blood, and said, just by virtue of you being a piece of trash, you still want to protect Song Xingju? Ha ha, don't die too soon. I'm going to make you watch how I play her. As Su Nan said that, he pulled Song Xingju's hair, sniffed the body fragrance of the young girl, and laughed lewdly. Senior sister Song, are you ready? As soon as Su Nan's words fell, the air instantly froze, and a powerful pressure directly pressed Su Nan to kneel on the ground. In midair, a huge figure slowly appeared. Augur dragon. It's actually an augur dragon. Su Nan's cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body as he shivered and said, how could there be a scaly dragon in the secret realm? Get out! The roar went straight to the soul, taking in the spirit. Su Nan gave a ghostly cry and ran away with two of his minions on their asses. Lin Yuan was dying at this point, and his vision was becoming increasingly blurry. In a trance, he seemed to see the Lin family of Fengzhou City, saw mom and dad, between the buckets and the stars. It was like he saw Lu Cicada Yi again. I think she's tugging on my shirt again. Senior brother Lin. On the white jade square, Lu Cicada Yi lay on the ground in a sorry state. She looked at the moon reflecting mirror with tearful eyes, already desperate. 7th rank demonic beast. It's actually a 7th rank demonic beast. Why would a 7th rank demonic beast appear in the secret realm? Lin Yuan's line of sight finally settled on the moon reflecting mirror. For a moment, Lu Cicada Yi was in a bit of a trance, and it seemed as if the two of them were staring at each other from a distance. But this glance seemed like an eternity. The black figure looked towards the moon reflecting mirror and let out a cold snort. And then the moon reflecting mirror on the white jade square exploded in response, and the image completely disappeared. Chapter 12, The River God appears again. In the darkness, Lin Yuan felt that his body was floating lightly, as if he was riding on clouds, but it was only for a moment, because soon, Lin Yuan lost consciousness. I don't know how long it had been, but the sound of gurgling water seemed to appear in Lin Yuan's ears. Is it another hallucination? Am I not dead? Snapping his eyes open, he was greeted by a gray sky, and the sound of gurgling water was clear in his ears. Lin Yuan sat up in a flash, looking down and inspecting himself. His body was still in the same tattered and torn clothes stained red with blood, and there was a large hole in his chest, through which the heavenly silkworm Xian armor could still be seen. The clothes hadn't been changed, but the wounds on his body had surprisingly all disappeared. Directly in front of the line of sight was a small river, but the water was as black as ink and looked eerie. Looking at the pitch-black river in front of him, Lin Yuan said to himself, could it be that this place is hell and this river in front of us is the Oblivion River? But in the legend, the water of the Oblivion River is not blood red. Slowly rising from the ground, Lin Yuan curiously surveyed his surroundings. Now he seemed to be in a chaotic space, surrounded by gray mist, with nothing but the black land under his feet and the black river in front of him. Senior sister Song, are you there? Lin Yuan tried to shout a few times, resulting in no response. There was silence all around except for the sound of the water in front of them. Suddenly, the dark river began to boil. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen it somewhere. Then, under Lin Yuan's puzzled and shocked gaze, the river god floated up with a yawn. Seeing Lin Yuan, the river god crossed her arms and reprimanded. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? The ghosts are crying out in the middle of the night. Do you still let people sleep? Looking at the river god, Lin Yuan smacked himself. It hurts. It's not a dream. But isn't this hell? How could the river god be here? Meeting an acquaintance. Lin Yuan's nervousness relaxed a bit and he compensated with a smile. Lord River God. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you in hell. Is this Oblivion River also your territory? When the river god heard this, he hurriedly bowed a few times and said angrily, who are you saying is in hell? You're the one who's in hell. Your whole family is in hell. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely. Could it be that he had recognized the wrong person? This river god in front of him looked exactly like the one he knew though. But the river goddess that I met last time. Her voice was soft and charming. Her demeanor was elegant. And she hooked people's hearts between her knitted brows and her smile. Then look at this river god in front of him, with his arms crossed like a shrew cursing the street. But whether or not he had misidentified someone, the river god himself still couldn't be messed with. He hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Lord River God. I'm sorry for my mouth. Please forgive me, Lord River God. The river god grunted and patted her pink face. Kid, do you know what time it is now? Lin Yuan shook his head. He didn't even know how long he had fainted. How could he still know what hour it was now? Now, it's time for my beauty sleep. Do you know the importance of beauty sleep? When a woman gets older, she has to take care of herself, or else she'll have poor skin with lots of wrinkles and turn into an old woman. So, Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded his head to indicate that he knew. If you yell and scream again and keep me from sleeping, I'm going to rip your tongue out and sew it to your ass. Do you hear me? Lin Yuan hurriedly covered his butt and said weakly, Lord River God, I just want to ask where we are now. The deepest part of the secret realm of Tongi. Lin Yuan sniffed his heart. I don't seem to be dead. That. Seeing the river god's almond eyes narrow slightly, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, one last question. Where's the girl I was with? It's out there. Outside? She went out? The river god said impatiently. You've already delayed me for a long time. If you have any questions, ask them tomorrow, okay? Learning that he really hadn't died, Lin Yuan was overjoyed and respectfully said, as you wish, as you wish. With a bang, Lin Yuan crashed into the gray mist, and when he looked back, the river god had already disappeared. In mid-air, only the river god's cursing voice remained. Little, who are you calling old? Returning to the bottom of the river, the river god immediately lost the look of bravado just now and looked at the slightly empty Dan bottle in front of him and said heartbreakingly, in order to save this kid, I used nearly half of my essence. Beside the river god's bed, a small water snake about a foot long shook its head and said, eat him, won't you get your money back? He's a heavenly spirit root, a great tonic. The river god angrily scolded. Are you stupid? Why would I go through all the trouble of saving him if I wanted to eat him? The little water snake froze. Seems about right. The river god sniffed and kicked the little water snake away. Get out of here. Who let you sleep in my house? After the river god left, Lin Yuan immediately plopped down on his knees and prepared to cultivate that dangerous situation in front of him. Lin Yuan didn't want it to happen a second time, but after sitting down on his knees, Lin Yuan realized the oddity of this place. This space unexpectedly had no aura, and the body was equally empty, as if the cultivation was gone. What a strange place. Lin Yuan sighed. If the cultivation is gone, it's gone. The big deal is to retrain again. It's content to live. Since he couldn't cultivate and his storage ring wouldn't open, Lin Yuan could only sit dryly in place and wait for the river god. I don't know how long it took, but the river god's voice once again came to my ears. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw that familiar face. Still so charming and attractive. Soaking young Manyo, we meet again. The river god he knew was back. Lin Yuan hurriedly got up and respectfully saluted. Thank you for saving the life of Lord River God. Lord River God's kindness, I will always remember it in my heart, and in the future. Stop, the river god said impatiently. With your current cultivation level, what can you do to help me? And what can you do? It's better not to say those polite words. It's not useful. Lin Yuan is a bit embarrassed. The river god does not know to speak a bit more politely. That, sister with me. What do you mean when you say outside? River god's beautiful eyes rolled. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Then why are you in the secret realm of the tongue? Well, that's not a question either. Then you tell me what happened after I fainted. This will do. It turned out that after Lin Yuan's aura was exhausted that day, the aura that the river god had left in Lin Yuan's body was also mobilized. After the river god sensed that Lin Yuan was also in the secret realm of Tongi, he sent his little brother to rescue the two. As for how it was saved, the river god didn't say. But looking at the situation, it should have consumed a lot of elixirs. Because when Lin Yuan asked this question, the river god clearly had a meaty expression on his face. I have one last question. Ask, what did you go through all this trouble to get me back? Is it because you need someone to talk to? The river god said quietly. You don't need to care about this. If you want to repay me for saving your life, you should hurry up and raise your cultivation. As for what I'm asking you to do, I'll naturally tell you once you're able to reach that kind of level. What ground? It has to be at the Mahayana stage at the very least. Mahayana period. Lin Yuan breaks his hand and counts to. Practice Qi. Foundation building. Jin Dan. Yuan Yin. Whole virtual. Transforming into God. Dividing into gods. Merging into one body. Multiplying. That's an ambitious goal. Giving it a couple hundred years doesn't seem quite enough. Know how hard it is. So practice hard. Lin Yuan respectfully said. Please rest assured, Lord River God, I will definitely reach the Mahayana stage as soon as possible. The river god nodded and said, alright, stop bragging. That little beauty you were traveling with seems to have woken up. You'd better hurry out and take a look. Remember, when you get out, don't tell anyone about this. Remember, Lord River God, don't worry. After saying that, the river god waved her jade hand, and Lin Yuan disappeared into thin air. The river god sighed and said with some melancholy, the Mahayana stage. Ah, I don't know if I can wait. Chapter 13, the 8th foundation level. In a trance, Lin Yuan slowly appeared in the secret realm of Tongyu. The sun was rising and the warm sunlight shone on his body, making Lin Yuan feel incredibly comfortable. Is this what it feels like to be born again? Returning to the Tongyi secret realm, Lin Yuan immediately sensed the aura between heaven and earth. Slowly urging his dantian, the aura immediately came like a tidal wave and wrapped around Lin Yuan's body. A long drought was met with sweet dew, and Lin Yuan greedily absorbed the heaven and earth aura. Reiki flowed slowly through his body, filling every dry meridian of Lin Yuan's. This feeling was just too comfortable, crispy and warm, making Lin Yuan hum uncontrollably. Senior brother Lin, you're not dead. That's great. The sudden appearance of a startled cry directly interrupted Lin Yuan. Immediately afterward, a fragrant breeze hit his face, and a soft and delicate body jumped into his arms. Looking at the young girl in his arms, Lin Yuan patted her back and softly said, don't be afraid. Senior sister Song, your senior brother Lin has been reborn in the fire. Song Xingju sniffled and choked. Senior brother Lin, I thought I would never see you again. Only after a long time did Song Xingju leave Lin Yuan's embrace. However, she still clung to Lin Yuan's arm with one hand, fearing that she was dreaming, and that as soon as she let go, senior brother Lin would suddenly disappear. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed. He rubbed Song Xingju's head and comforted. Senior sister Song, I'm fine. Can you let go of my arm? Song Xingju's head shook like a rattledrum. No. What if I let go and you disappear? But, Lin Yuan gently shook his arm. Feeling the slight friction on her chest, Song Xingju realized that her behavior was not very decent and immediately released Lin Yuan's arm with a pretty red face. Where are we now? Lin Yuan hurriedly changed the topic to ease the embarrassment between the two. Song Xingju shook her head with a bewildered look on her face because after seeing that 7th-ranked demonic beast, she fainted as well. When she woke up, she saw a living, breathing Lin Yuan. By the way, senior brother Lin, what exactly happened after I fainted? And why did that 7th-ranked demonic beast save us? Could it be that the clan elders sent them? I'm not sure. Lin Yuan shook his head. Even though the two of them were already friends in life and death, he didn't want to tell others the secrets of the river god. Are you healed? Song Xingju twisted and nodded. Alright, let's hurry up and restore the aura in our bodies. An hour later, Song Xingju's body was filled with aura, but Lin Yuan was still sitting steadily on his knees, with no intention of waking up. The surrounding aura was also mobilized by Lin Yuan, and a strand of aura wrapped around Lin Yuan's body as if it was a mist. 2 hours? 3 hours. It wasn't until the evening that Lin Yuan opened his eyes from the 8th level of foundation establishment. Lin Yuan was astonished in his heart. What heavenly material did the river god use? Not only did he heal all the injuries on his body, even his cultivation was hardened by 7 layers. Moreover, his physique had become even more powerful, and Lin Yuan felt that his current self, even if he didn't use the heavenly silkworm Xian armor, would be able to take Su Nan's sword Qi hard. Standing up and moving his body, Lin Yuan coldly grunted. Su Nan, I hope you don't die too quickly. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan brought Song Xingju to wander through the dense forest. Soon the two encountered 2 outer disciples. You wait here. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he rushed out with the 7 nebula steps activated. These 2 outer disciples were currently entangled with a demonic beast, and when they saw the sudden appearance of Lin Yuan, they immediately let out a cry of surprise. What a guy! Lin Yuan's speed didn't decrease as he rushed straight towards the 2. Bang bang! 2 sounds. Based on his physical strength alone, Lin Yuan slammed these 2 outer disciples into each other, spitting blood from their mouths and flying out backwards. Another casual sword strike killed the demonic beast, and only then did Lin Yuan slowly walk towards the 2 people lying on the ground. Thinking that Lin Yuan was an inner courtyard disciple, trembled and said, Senior brother, don't kill us, we'll give you all the demon cores. Lin Yuan laughed. Now he didn't want any demon cores, any points anymore. He now only wanted to find Su Nan and then cut him into 1,000 pieces. Any idea where Su Nan is? Senior brother Su? Hurry up! An outer disciple hurriedly said. It might be in the east of the secret realm. Yesterday I secretly overheard 2 inner courtyard disciples say that someone had discovered a cave in the eastern part of the secret realm, as if it was left behind by a god transformation stage powerhouse. There seems to be a gongfu with pills inside the cave, and quite a few inner courtyard disciples have rushed over. Lin Yuan's eyes flinched. You're trying to bluff me? The cave of a god transformation stage powerhouse can be discovered by these small cultivators of the foundation establishment stage? Seeing this, the outer disciple stammered. No. I heard them say that it should be because it's been too long and the formation outside the cave is about to disappear. That's why the cave suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan sniffed and rubbed his chin as he mumbled to himself. Secret realm treasure grabbing? That sounds like a lot of fun. Just then, Song Xingju also rushed over, and when she heard Lin Yuan's words, she discouraged. Senior brother Lin, we'd better not go. There are too many disciples in the inner courtyard. It's too dangerous. Lin Yuan smiled, heatedly and coldly. Dangerous? I don't think so. With his current strength, even if he couldn't kill a few people, he would definitely have no problem escaping. Moreover, Sunan had almost killed himself, so there was no reason not to take revenge. Soon, the two arrived at the eastern side of the secret realm. At this time, the demonic beasts here are already extinct. It is thought that those disciples of the inner courtyard are afraid of vain accidents while searching for treasures, so they killed or drove away all those demonic beasts. Along the way, Lin Yuan also encountered a few waves of outer sect disciples heading this way. Their cultivation levels were all around the first level of foundation establishment strength, presumably because they wanted to wait for these inner courtyard disciples to fight to see if they could take advantage of the opportunity to get something. It was said that riches were a gift, but if the strength was too low, it was a gift of death. It's true that all hearts are greedy. Sighing, Lin Yuan found a large tree in the sky and settled Song Xingju down. Then he arranged the demon trapping formation under the tree again, and only then did he leave with peace of mind. Now that Song Xingju's cultivation was too low, going together would inevitably become a burden to him. Not so with one of your own. Fight if you can, run if you can't. Lin Yuan believed that with his own strength, even if he couldn't beat him, he would still have no problem trying to run away. Temple of the Holy Virgin. Lu Cicada-Yi's face was pale as she lay on the bed, her eyes looking at the roof listlessly, not knowing what she was thinking. I could tell by her red, swollen eyes that she should have been crying for a long time. After the mirror of the reflecting moon was shattered, Lu Cicada-Yi was confined to her cultivation by Xie Lingyun and thrown back to the Holy Maiden Hall. And after returning to the Holy Maiden Hall, Lu Cicada-Yi just lay on the bed for 3 days. Not eating, not drinking, not saying a word. Chapter 14, Revenge. Leaving Song Xingju's hiding place, Lin Yuan continued to rush in the direction of the cave. Soon, he encountered a few inner court disciples. These few inner courtyard disciples were sneakily hiding in the corner at this moment, saying something, thinking that they should be discussing their strategies. Seeing this, Lin Yuan directly hid himself in a large tree not far away and waited for a few people to make their move. Boom boom! Just as Lin Yuan was waiting, the sound of several explosions suddenly came from the forest in the distance. Fight! An inner courtyard disciple let out a cry of alarm, then rushed out with his companions. Lin Yuan also hurriedly followed. Not long after, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened up. It turned out that he had already passed through the dense forest, and what appeared in front of him was a strange and rocky cliff wall, and at the bottom of the cliff wall, 2 huge stone gates were tightly closed. In front of the stone gate, a dozen or so inner courtyard disciples were entangled together. These disciples were both male and female, fighting feverishly. At their feet, there were several corpses lying on the ground. Looking at the costumes, they should be outer disciples. How come Sunan and the others aren't here? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Something so important had happened. Sunan shouldn't not know about it. Could it be that he was hiding in the shadows just like himself? After another quarter of an hour, the formation in front of the cave rapidly flickered, followed by a shattering sound. The formation is broken. I don't know who in the crowd shouted, and the fight stopped. A few inner courtyard disciples closest to the cave were the first to rush towards the stone door. Bang! As a result, just at the moment when the stone door that several people had just touched, a sudden change occurred. An inexplicable force surged out, directly blowing several people into a bloody mist. The inner courtyard disciples who had just rushed towards the stone door instantly stopped in their tracks, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Just then, several figures suddenly rushed out from the dense forest. Sunan took the lead, and a flowing sword she chopped at several people, directly sending them flying and crashing into the stone door. Bang bang! A few more sprays of blood. A female disciple of the inner courtyard hit the cliff wall aside by a fluke. She spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Sunan and said in a chirographic manner, "Senior brother Su, why did you sneak up on me? Have you forgotten what you told me back when you were in dual cultivation?" Su Nan sneered. You believe in what men say in bed? The woman's face was pale, and when she heard Su Nan's words, she immediately spat out another mouthful of blood in a rush of fire. Looking at the remaining 7 inner academy disciples around him, Su Nan cruelly smiled. Grab all the disciples around them and let them consume the aura of the formation on the stone door first. As soon as Su Nan's words fell, a few junior brothers dispersed and began to attack the surrounding disciples. Su Nan, several people had been secretly building up their strength. These disciples who had been fighting for a long time were no match for them, and after only a few moments of struggling, they were all captured. Su Nan, aren't you afraid that the elders will blame you for doing this? Afraid? I even killed the 3rd elder's disciple. Would I still be afraid of you losers? As Su Nan spoke, he directly kicked an inner courtyard disciple toward the stone door. Bang! Su Nan, you shall not die a good death. I will not let you go even as a ghost. Ha ha, wait until you become a ghost first. Bang bang! 2 more inner court disciples died tragically. Why or why not? Su Nan muttered to himself as he walked towards the female inner courtyard disciple. The female disciple looked at Su Nan and cried and begged. Su Nan, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I will comply with whatever you say in the future. Su Nan snorted coldly and grabbed the female disciple's hair. It's just playing with you. Do you really think I'll care about you? It's just a woman. When I get the virgin. As Su Nan spoke, a lecherous smile flashed across his face. It's now. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, who was hiding in the shadows, immediately rushed out with his feet on the 7 nebula steps. The long sword was swung out, and a sword chi streaked out like a meteor, carrying a blinding light as it swept toward Su Nan's back. What a guy! Su Nan shouted, directly grabbing the woman and flinging her toward the sword chi. Ah! The woman let out a scream and was instantly torn apart. The other 4 inner court disciples rushed over after Su Nan shouted. Lin Yuan's speed did not decrease as he rushed towards the 4. The sword light was like lightning. Put! Points down for 2. With a few more swords, the other 2 instantly fell to the ground. In an instant, Lin Yuan seemed to be transformed into a sword fairy. 1 sword at a time. And the 4 people who rushed over only felt a flash in front of their eyes before they were injured and fell to the ground. Stopping his stance, Lin Yuan coldly grunted. A few losers at the 8th level of foundation establishment. Also want to fight with me? One person lying on the ground cursed angrily. Aren't you also at the 8th level of foundation establishment? Lin Yuan kicked the person who spoke unconscious. Then you are also a waste. Su Nan looked at the suddenly appearing Lin Yuan and scared. I didn't expect you punk to be able to bring the dead back to life. How on earth did you manage to escape under the mouth of a 7th order demonic beast? You want to know? Su Nan nodded. He was indeed a bit curious. Call Dad and I'll tell you. Ha! Looking for death. Since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. After Su Nan said that, his feet were powered up, like a cannonball rushing towards Lin Yuan, instantly spanning a distance of 6 or 7 meters, and in mid-air, the long sword in his hand swung out a piercing sword chi. Lin Yuan gazed at his concentration and raised his hand, directly dispersing the oncoming sword chi. Su Nan in the air snorted coldly. I'll see how many times you can resist. 3 more sword chi, coming head on. Lin Yuan bellowed, good coming. His right hand flipped, and the long sword in his hand was as dense as a curtain of rain. Ding ding ding. After dispersing the 3 sword chi, Lin Yuan stepped on the 7 nebula steps and quickly rushed towards Su Nan. In the air, Lin Yuan's long sword was like a white snake spitting. Put! 2 sounds. 2 wounds appeared on Su Nan's shoulders. He stood still with unbelief in his eyes. How could it be so fast? At this time, Lin Yuan's heart was also shocked. His strength had unexpectedly increased so much that he was able to present a crushing state against Su Nan. Su Nan roared and charged again. Su Nan's movements were fast, but in Lin Yuan's eyes, they were no different from a turtle. Ding ding ding. The 2 rubbed shoulders. Lin Yuan's green coat was windless, dashing and dusty, as if he had descended from the exiled immortals. On the contrary, 2 new wounds appeared on Su Nan's shoulder and chest. Blood quickly stained the robes. I don't believe it. Su Nan was furious, and his feet powered up as he rushed towards Lin Yuan once again. The sound of long swords clashing and crashing was endless, but this time, Su Nan never injured Lin Yuan again. A quarter of an hour later, Su Nan was lying on the ground panting, and on his body, a dozen wounds were dripping with blood, coloring his clothes blood red. Lin Yuan looked condescendingly at Su Nan and mocked. I didn't expect it. Just a few days and you're lying on the ground like a dead dog. Looking at Lin Yuan's gloomy eyes, Su Nan felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Yuan seemed like a devil who climbed up from hell. He was scared now, but he still kept his mouth shut. Lin Yuan, if you dare to kill me, my master won't let you go. Lin Yuan laughed. If I kill you, who will know? There's a moon reflecting mirror in here. and you can see the picture of the secret realm from outside. My master has been watching me. He must know. Oh, yeah, Lin Yuan said, chopping off Su Nan's arm with a sword. You say I would be afraid of your master? Su Nan's head was filled with cold sweat from the pain, but he still said in a stern manner, do you really dare to kill me? Swish! With another sword, Su Nan's other arm was also chopped off. I dare not kill you? Ah! Su Nan wailed in pain and immediately begged for mercy. Lin Yuan, please let me go. What do you want? I'll give you everything. Oh, is that so? Really? If you ask. No, I'll go to my master for it. Lin Yuan's eyes went cold. I want your life. As soon as the words fell, a sword sealed his throat. Su Nan's eyes went wide at once, and blood puffed out. Chapter 15, Leaving the Secret World. Temple of the Holy Virgin. With a rumble, the door of the Holy Maiden Hall was blown to pieces. Xia Lingyun walked in expressionlessly, looking at Lu Cicada Yi lying on the bed and said softly, you're just going to keep going on like this? Lu Cicada Yi's eyes remained lifeless, turning a deaf ear to Xia Lingyun's words. Get thee up. After Xia Lingyun finished speaking, a large invisible hand directly grabbed Lu Cicada Yi. Lu Cicada Yi, just for the sake of a cauldron, you're giving yourself up like this? Look at your ghostly appearance. Where is there any trace of the Acacia Sect's holy maiden? When Lu Cicada Yi heard the word cauldron, her nerves that had long been numb seemed to be suddenly touched, and tears slowly slid down from the corners of her eyes. Lin Yuan is just a cauldron. Lu Cicada Yi seemed to recall the scene when she first met Lin Yuan. At that time, Lin Yuan was tied up like a dead pig and thrown on the ground. Xia Lingyun and a few elders who practiced the art of dual cultivation looked at Lin Yuan as if they were sizing up an object. But Lin Yuan, who was lying on the ground, didn't seem to know it. His mouth chattered on and on, boasting about how powerful his heavenly spirit root was and how good his talent was. As long as these old hags released themselves, they would stay in the Acacia sect as disciples at ease and promised to make the Acacia sect the #1 sect in the Liuzhou continent within 100 years. Lu Cicada Yi thought Lin Yuan was just a cutie. Later, Xia Lingyun and the others felt that Lin Yuan's cultivation level was too low, so they rewarded this cauldron to Lu Cicada Yi. After all, he was the next patriarch of the sect, and good steel had to be used on the edge of the sword. The first time, Lu Cicada Yi was also a bit reluctant, but after seeing the dead struggling Lin Yuan, she became even more unhappy. I'm as beautiful as a heavenly goddess, and you, a tripod stove, still dare to dislike me. So, knocked him out. Master. Lu Cicada Yi looked at Xia Lingyun and cried her heart out. Xia Lingyun's delicate face was shrouded in fury. Her delicate body trembled with anger. She casually threw out a dagger and said in a cold voice, Lin Yuan is dead and can't come back. Since you're so sad, just go down to accompany him. Lu Cicada Yi wiped the tears from her face and stumbled to put the dagger away. What? Scared? Xia Lingyun taunted. No, when I kill Sunan, I'll go down to accompany him. Xia Lingyun finally couldn't help herself and twisted Lu Cicada Yi's ear, saying angrily, how did I raise such a little white-eyed wolf like you? For the sake of a man, Master doesn't even want it. Don't forget that you've been using him as a cauldron in the first place. Do you think Lin Yuan will not hate you in his heart? Lu Cicada Yi was stunned and said dully, I don't know. Xia Lingyun squatted down and rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head compassionately. When you were not allowed to double cultivate, it was because I was afraid that you would be soft-hearted. It was so hard to find a good cauldron with a heavenly spirit root. Master just wanted you to quickly raise your cultivation, but you're so good that you directly hitched yourself to it. Lu Cicada Yi flung herself into Xia Lingyun's arms and let out a loud cry. Alright, silly girl, stop crying. Do you want to go to White Jade Square to see that Lin Yuan isn't dead? Lu Cicada Yi looked at Xia Lingyun incredulously. What did you say? I said, Lin Yuan isn't dead, and you don't need to avenge him. He's already avenged himself. You didn't lie to me? To cheat or not to cheat? You won't know if you go and see for yourself. Lu Cicada Yi looked agitated and wiped the tears on her face carelessly. I'll check it out. After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the White Jade Square. That damned girl. All she knows how to do is look at her little lover and rub my chest full of snot. Xia Lingyun said, taking out a handkerchief and wiping her trembling breasts. The secret realm of the Tongyi. Lin Yuan's eyes were on fire as he looked towards the cave that had yet to be opened. This is the cave of a god transformation stage powerhouse. There's no telling what's inside. Thinking so, Lin Yuan directly threw the several corpses on the ground towards the stone door. Bang bang! Several corpses were instantly blown into a bloody mist. It was worthy of being a formation set up by a god transformation stage powerhouse, and after such a long time, its power still remained undiminished. But is the stone door really open? You need a human life to fill it? Looking at the stone door, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Su Nan's method should be incorrect, but he knew nothing about formations. Just then, The river god's coquettish voice suddenly came to his ears. Little guy, don't go in if you don't want to die. Hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately gave up the idea of entering the cave. Since the river god had said so, the treasures there were not destined to be within one's reach. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan slapped his head and cursed himself for being a cutie. When he threw the body towards the stone door just now, he had unexpectedly forgotten to take the storage ring down. Not only could he not get the treasure, but the loot was also thrown away by his own hand. Returning to Song Xingju's hiding place, Lin Yuan retrieved the demon trapping formation and shouted at the tree. Senior sister Song, you can come down now. Song Xingju probed and looked, then slowly slid down the vine. As soon as he came to the ground, Song Xingju quickly came in front of Lin Yuan and looked him up and down. Lin Yuan was grossed out by Song Xingju's look and hugged his chest. Senior sister Song, what do you want? Seeing Lin Yuan's actions, Song Xingju spat with a reddened face, then her pink fist gently pounded on Lin Yuan's chest. People just want to see if you're hurt. What are you full of? Lin Yuan smiled and turned around, patting his chest. Don't worry. Senior brother Lin won't be beaten up this time and won't be able to get up. Song Xingju's eyes turned red again as she sniffed. Rubbing Song Xingju's small head, Lin Yuan laughed. Well, it's not alright. I'll tell you good news. Not only did senior brother not get hurt this time, but he also got his revenge. Oh, really? Song Xingju was a bit incredulous. Su Nan and the others could all be inner courtyard disciples, with cultivation levels as low as the 7th level of foundation establishment. How could senior brother Lin do it alone? Of course it's true. Alright, the great revenge has been avenged. It's time for us to go hunting demonic beasts. Now there are still a few days left. Let's hurry up and kill some demonic beasts and try to mix up a good ranking. I heard that the top few disciples will still be rewarded by the sect. 5 days later, Lin Yuan and Song Xingju were still hunting demonic beasts. A voice suddenly appeared in the sky. Time is up. The trial is over. Before the words fell, a spiritual light fell from the sky, directly enveloping the duo. After returning to the White Jade Plaza, a few inner disciples began to tally the points. Lin Yuan and Song Xingju didn't hunt many demonic beasts, and after the two of them divided them evenly, there were only about 60 each. However, Lin Yuan didn't care about this, as long as he could enter the inner sect. As for rewards like magic treasures and elixirs, Lin Yuan cared even less. Anyway, with Lu Cicada E around, if you really need to be short of something, the big thing is to shamelessly ask her for it. The 8th level of foundation building? You're high? Lin Yuan was just thinking, when Lu Cicada Yi's voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, Lu Cicada Yi was looking at herself with a smile on her face. Chapter 16, Mandarin Bathing. Seeing Lu Cicada Yi, Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, almost lost sight of the demoness. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan pretended to be vicious and said, Lu Cicada Yi, the next time you prepare a magic treasure for me, can you prepare something for escape? I almost died in the secret realm. Yes. Lu Cicada Yi's willow brows slightly knitted, slowly stepped forward. Around Lin Yuan surveyed for a long time, before shaking his head. This is not alive and kicking. Did not see that there is the appearance of injury. Right at this moment, Song Xingju's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. Senior brother Lin was really badly injured at that time. Lu Cicada Yi sniffed, her eyes looking at Song Xingju with interest, teasingly saying, Yo, where's the little girl from? Defending Lin Yuan so much. You like him? Song Xingju's pretty face slightly reddened as she hurriedly shook her head. Not at all. I'm just being honest. Oh, so, Lu Cicada Yi's small hands secretly reached out to Lin Yuan's soft underbelly, biting her silver teeth and whispering, Good eye. Look at this body and this ass. You can definitely have a son in the future. Lin Yuan bared his teeth in pain. Lu Cicada Yi, this demoness, hit really hard. Although she was lowering her voice, it had long been heard by Song Xingju, and she blushed as if she was about to drip blood. Her voice was like a mosquito fly as she said, Senior brother Lin, I'll leave first. Looking at Song Xingju's back as she left, Lin Yuan begged for mercy. She's gone. Can you let go now? Humph. This palace lets you off the hook this time. After bidding farewell to Song Xingju, Lu Cicada Yi and Lin Yuan walked side by side towards the Holy Maiden Hall. There's nothing you want to ask? Lin Yuan was a little apprehensive in his heart. The people from the Acacia sect had definitely seen the 7th-ranked demonic beast. Moreover, before encountering the 7th-ranked demonic beast, he himself had been beaten to death by Su Nan and almost died. However, after 4 days, he himself suddenly appeared alive and well again, and decapitated several Su Nan people with a thunderous method. It all makes too much sense. It would be strange to say that Lu Cicada Yi, as well as the Acacia sect elders, did not have doubts in their hearts. Lu Cicada Yi lowered her head and kicked the small stones under her feet, her hands behind her back and said, Ask what? What a situation in the secret world. What situation? Lu Cicada was at a loss. Lin Yuan was a bit incredulous. Could it be that the Acacia Sect's moon reflecting mirror had failed? Suddenly, Lin Yuan remembered what Su Nan had said during the escape, that he had a magic treasure in his hand that obscured the moon reflecting mirror. And it was also possible that Su Nan had obscured the moon reflecting mirror at that time, so that the Acacia Sect didn't know what had happened at that time. It was good that he didn't know, and Lin Yuan was instantly relieved. If these things were known to the Acacia Sect, it was expected that they would have to use the soul regeneration method on themselves. Lu Cicada was still expressionless as she kicked the small stones, as if she was still having fun. Lin Yuan asked tentatively again, "Don't you want to know what I encountered in the secret realm?" Lu Cicada tilted her head to think. Then her eyes teased. "I know what happened. You bandaged that little girl's wound. You don't even know. At that time, the moon reflecting mirror happened to have an image of you, and now the whole clan knows that you looked at Song Xingju's body." "What? Also, your butt was showing when you got scratched by the blood shadow wolf and climbed up the tree." Lin Yuan's eyes went black and he almost fainted. The whole clan saw it? Lu Cicada nodded. "That's right, even my master saw it, let alone anyone else. God, let me die." Lin Yuan covered his face and cried out in pain. "Hey, what's wrong with this guy? Crazy? This seems to be the Holy Maiden's exclusive cauldron. Oh, I remember. That's the one with the scratched pants and the tree climbing, right? Yeah, that's him. I've heard he's got a bit of a specialty, and I don't know how it is. You little wavy hoof. This is the Holy Maiden's exclusive cauldron. You won't be able to eat your mouth. I don't have to eat it in my mouth. I'll eat it in my stomach. Temple of the Holy Virgin." Lin Yuan hit a whole big bucket of hot water, preparing to take a comfortable bath and then rest for 2 days. It feels good to be alive. Just then, Lu Cicada pushed the door open. Walking around the screen, Lu Cicada looked down at Lin Yuan with a smile and said, "Comfortable." Lin Yuan hurriedly took a towel to cover his body and said, "What are you doing here? Can't you see that I'm taking a bath?" "I'm not afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Lu Cicada's pretty face was red, but she said it with a straight face. She took a deep breath, then slowly walked towards Lin Yuan. Although the two of them were already married, it was the first time Lin Yuan had seen such a Lu Cicada. "Demonis, calm down. Let me tell you, I'm seriously injured right now." A few moments later, Lu Cicada softly said, "Move forward a bit. I'll rub your back." Lin Yuan gave a silly "oh," his body lying on the edge of the tub, not daring to move. Looking at the tense muscles on Lin Yuan's body, Lu Cicada patted him. "Relax. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you." Feeling Lu Cicada's slender jade hands, as well as the soft touch on her body, Lin Yuan's face blushed slightly, and he was a bit distracted. But he controlled it. How could Lu Cicada be so kind as to serve himself a bath? It's not a good idea to be unprofessional. After a long time, Lin Yuan came out of the tub, but Lu Cicada didn't pull him to cultivate, which made Lin Yuan even more flustered. What the hell does Lu Cicada want? However, after drying off, "Demonis, show some restraint." Lu Cicada's cheeks flushed red as she said, "I know all about what happened to you in the secret realm." "What?" Lin Yuan was creeped out and was about to push Lu Cicada away. "That's why I came over to inspect the goods, to see if some 1,000-year-old demon has taken over your body." 1 hour later. "Say, why is it different? Say, what old demon took you over? If you don't tell the truth, I'll rip your heart out." Lin Yuan was sweating profusely. "Are you stupid? If I was taken over, would I tell you? Seems right too, but why has it become different? What exactly did you encounter after that 7th-ranked demonic beast appeared later?" Lin Yuan's eyes flinched as he said in a deep voice, "Your master told you to ask?" Seeing Lin Yuan's gradually icy complexion, Lu Cicada gently punched Lin Yuan's chest. "Stinky man, pluck ruthless. Don't worry, it wasn't my master who asked. I'm just a little curious." Lin Yuan shook his head and was silent. "Don't say," Lu Cicada said as she slowly got up, straightened her shoulder-length hair, and prepared to leave. Lin Yuan seemed like he had seen a ghost. What was wrong with Lu Cicada? Why did she feel like a different person after coming out of the secret realm? Normally she wouldn't walk out that door without a day, but today she was going to leave of her own accord. Chapter 17, Getting What You Want. Thinking so, Lin Yuan looked toward Lu Cicada, who was already fully dressed, and uttered, "Fairy, please stay." "Fairy?" A flash of surprise appeared on Lu Cicada's radiant pretty face. "This is shouting at me?" Lin Yuan nodded with great certainty. "Nothing is for nothing. Nothing is for nothing." Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly, but in order to verify the gongfu, he could only commit himself. "I've already cultivated that set of my feats you gave me. Why don't we give it a try?" Which set? The secret yin and yang xian gong. Lu Cicada was shocked beyond words as she stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. What was wrong with Lin Yuan? Taking the initiative to cultivate that cauldron technique. Could it be that he had done something to wrong himself? Associated with what happened in the secret realm, could it have something to do with Song Xingju? Say, did you do something to wrong me? Lu Cicada asked viciously as she grabbed Lin Yuan by the neck. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "No, I simply wanted to try out the effects of the gongfu." Really? 1,000 times over. Lu Cicada's fingers picked up Lin Yuan's chin and smiled indulgently. With such a hard mouth, you still fall under my stone skirt. Lu Cicada urged. You activate the gong method. Lin Yuan let out a hum and revolved the secret yin-yang xian gong. Instantly, Lin Yuan felt the aura in Lu Cicada's body surging into his body as if it was a tidal wave, and after flowing around the circumference, it returned to Lu Cicada's body. However, one's cultivation had increased significantly. Lu Cicada also felt this strange phenomenon and was equally puzzled in her heart. After practicing this technique, the cauldron would only be harvested, and it would be impossible to raise one's cultivation level at all. But now both of them were steadily increasing their cultivation level, which made Lu Cicada astonished. Could it be because of the heavenly spiritual root? 1 hour later, Lin Yuan was excited as he felt the even more surging aura in his body. Worthy of being a heavenly ranked technique, the effects were just extraordinary. According to this progress, in a few days, one would be able to build the foundation establishment grand circle. Lu Cicada's pretty face flushed red as she gasped slightly. Why is it like this? Lin Yuan didn't want Lu Cicada to know his secret, and explained vaguely, maybe it's because I'm gifted. Lu Cicada nodded. The Hawan sect's tripod stoves had been practicing this technique for hundreds of years, but this had never happened before. It seemed that it really was related to the heavenly spiritual root. Thinking of this, Lu Cicada punched Lin Yuan's chest and fainted. Then I asked you to cultivate earlier and you still didn't listen. All tripods end badly. Get out. Star Peak. Song Xingju sat beside the third elder in a well-behaved manner and narrated what had happened in the secret realm. After hearing this, third elder Chu Qingyue took Song Xingju into his arms and softly said, "It's been hard on you, good disciple. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have allowed you to take part in that broken trial. And that Sunan, that little bastard had to die in the secret realm. If he came out alive, I'll castrate him." Song Xingju's face rubbed against Chu Qingyue's trembling chest and said with a smile, "It's alright, master. This is also a kind of training for me. Otherwise, if you always protect me like this, when will I grow up? And without participating in the trial, how could one possibly know senior brother Lin?" But this was Song Xingju's inner thoughts. Chu Qingyue doted on him. No matter what, you are still a child in master's eyes. It's a good thing that you've also entered the inner courtyard now. In a few days, master will officially accept you as a disciple, and at that time, you'll move to Green Jade Peak and live with master. Song Xingju was a bit reluctant. After entering the inner courtyard disciples would all live at Haoyue Peak, and by then, senior brother Lin would definitely be at Haoyue Peak as well. If we move to Green Jade Peak, can we still see each other every day? Seeing Song Xingju's expression, Chu Qingyue, as a person who had been there before, naturally knew Song Xingju's inner thoughts. Her almond eyes slightly glared, and she asked in a deep voice, "Xingju, are you in love with that kid surnamed Lin?" Song Xingju hurriedly shook his head. No, master, you're overthinking it." Chu Qingyue grunted and angrily rebuked. "I'm angry at the mention of that brat, almost making my good disciple's innocent body." Only when he said this did Chu Qingyue realize that he had slipped up and hurriedly shut up. "Master, what did you just say?" Song Xingju's eyes widened as she looked at Chu Qingyue with some surprise. "Nothing." Chu Qingyue was full of remorse. How could he not control this mouth? Under Song Xingju's repeated questioning, Chu Qingyue still told Song Xingju about that day. After all, paper can't wrap fire. Not to mention that at least most of the sect disciples in the White Jade Plaza at the beginning had seen it. Even if he didn't say anything now, the gossip would be heard by Song Xingju sooner or later. Song Xingju's pretty face was red, tears dripping in her eyes. Chu Qingyue was heartbroken. "Good disciple, don't worry." The image switched when that brat said he would bandage your wounds. "But, the whole clan knows that I was seen by senior brother Lin's body. How am I supposed to meet people in the future?" Chu Qingyue also had some headaches. If Lin Yuan was an ordinary inner courtyard disciple, it would be just that. The big deal was that the two of them had become Dao couples, and Chu Qingyue's perception of Lin Yuan was also very good. At least it's a man who dares and stands up for himself. But Lin Yuan's identity was too special. Plus there was Lu Cicada, the holy maiden. Chu Qingyue didn't know what to do. After a long time, Song Xingju's face turned red and her voice was like a mosquito fly as she said, "Master, What do you think about me being a Taoist couple with senior brother Lin? Chu Qingyu sighed. It's over. This simple stupid disciple of his has really fallen. After a moment of silence, Chu Qingyu tried. Xingzhu, do you really not know Lin Yuan's identity? I know. Song Xingzhu nodded. Song Xingzhu remembered that Lin Yuan had once said that he didn't need points to enter the inner courtyard, and Song Xingzhu had thought that he was a disciple of one of the elders like himself. But after she saw Lu Cicada in the square, she guessed Lin Yuan's identity. No wonder when he was in the secret realm, senior brother Lin had to ask himself if he wanted to leave the Acacia sect, so it turned out that he was the heavenly spirit root cauldron that had been captured. Chu Qingyu burst into a fit of pique. This disciple looked a bit foolish. You don't care what he is? Song Xingzhu shook his head. Elder brother Lin was also forced to do it. He couldn't help it in the first place. Couldn't he? But he's the Holy Maiden's exclusive cauldron. It doesn't matter. It's not like the two of them are Dao couples. Chu Qing Viet. Chapter 18, Jockeys Destroy Ancestors? Early the next morning, after a night of hard work, Lin Yuan still felt in high spirits, and his cultivation level had increased quite a bit, so he estimated that in 2 more days, he should be able to reach the 9th level of foundation establishment. Getting up and bathing and dressing, Lin Yuan sat on a stool and fumed. Just last night, Lu Cicada promised to take herself home. At this moment, Lin Yuan didn't have the heart to cultivate. His thoughts had long since flown to Fengzhou City. After a long time, Lu Cicada woke up leisurely. She touched the empty big bed in a daze before she rolled over and climbed up. After she saw Lin Yuan, she queried, "Why did you wake up so early? Hurry up and get up. I'm all packed. We're leaving immediately." "Where to? Didn't you promise me last night that you would take me back to Fengzhou City?" Lu Cicada was a bit teary-eyed. Saying leave, this was too eager. "Hurry up," Lin Yuan urged. "Then you'll have to wait for me to report to the master as well." Before the words fell, Xialing Yun's voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Bring Lin Yuan to my chambers. Just now master sent a message to me, asking me to take you to her chambers." Lin Yuan's face sank, and there was some resistance in his heart. If Xialing Yun asked about the secret realm at that time, how should he answer? Would Xialing Yun use the soul regeneration technique on himself? Looking at Lin Yuan's worried expression, Lu Cicada comforted. "Don't worry, with me here, I'll make sure you're fine." No words on the way. The two quickly arrived at Xialing Yun's chambers. Xialing Yun was clad in a large red robe lazily reclining on the bed couch, her exquisite curves exposed. The scenery in front of him was extremely tantalizing, but Lin Yuan didn't want to die yet, and after entering the bedchamber, he only slightly swept a glance before hurriedly lowering his head. "Coming." After the two entered, Xialing Yun's lazy voice slowly sounded. After Lu Cicada saluted, she obediently sat beside Xialing Yun and kneaded her shoulders. "Master, what's the matter?" Xialing Yun pinched Lu Cicada's face and said in disgust, "You dead girl, got your soul back?" "Master." Lu Cicada's voice was sweet and greasy as she jumped into Xialing Yun's arms and said, "Master, you're not allowed to mention that incident in the future." "Okay." Lin Yuan, who had been honestly standing by the side, was incomparably surprised that this demon girl would still be pampered. Xialing Yun hummed and suddenly gazed at Lu Cicada wondering, how did your cultivation suddenly rise so much? Lu Cicada had already stayed at the 2nd level of Yuaning for a long time, and there had been no sign of a breakthrough. But now it seemed that Lu Cicada had already vaguely reached the point where she was going to break through. "I'm afraid that if I give her a few more days, she'll be able to break through." Lu Cicada's pretty face reddened as she came over to Xialing Yun's ear and spoke quietly. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was slightly flustered inwardly. If Xialing Yun knew the reason, would she pull herself into dual cultivation as well? Although Xialing Yun had lived for hundreds of years, her appearance looked just like a beautiful woman of about 30. If Lu Cicada was like a bud waiting to bloom, then Xialing Yun was a brilliantly blooming flower. Luscious curves exaggerated, delicate, mature and seductive. Surveying quietly for a moment, Lin Yuan reassured himself that it didn't seem impossible. If the sovereign had to use force, he himself would simply submit. But Lu Cicada and her are master and disciple. If it's true, then it seems more exciting. No. Lin Yuan was creeped out and instantly came to his senses. Why did his mind change so much? Although he hadn't reached the realm of Lu Shaohui before, but he had never used his lower body to think about the problem. But now he even wanted to be a master and disciple. Could it be the feats? Yes, it must be the feats. A few moments later, Xialing Yun stared at Lin Yuan for a long time before she said, "Lin Yuan, now that you've entered my Acacia sect's inner courtyard, and you can take off your identity as a tripod stove, do you choose to go to the inner courtyard, or just stay in the sacred maiden hall?" As soon as Xialing Yun's words fell, Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Yuan, wanting to see how he chose. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan returned. I'd better continue to stay in the Holy Maiden Hall. Lin Yuan was indifferent to this. Going to the inner courtyard and staying in the Holy Maiden Hall didn't really make much of a difference. Anyway, as long as he was in the Acacia sect, he couldn't think of escaping Lu Cicada Yi's clutches. However, now that he has the heavenly rank technique Secret Yin Yang Xian Gong, it would be better to stay in the Holy Maiden Hall. After all, those rouge and vulgar powder in the inner courtyard were compared to the Acacia sect Holy Maiden is pleasing to the eye. Hearing Lin Yuan's reply, Lu Cicada Yi was immediately overjoyed. This bastard hadn't let himself down after all, and still knew who was good to him. Fine, then you will remain in the Holy Maiden Hall. After Xia Lingyun finished, she waved her hand. Cicada Yi, you go out first. I have something to say to Lin Yuan alone. Lu Cicada Yi nodded her head obediently, and when she passed by Lin Yuan, she gave him a look, signaling him not to be afraid. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, gulped. What was this about? Dual cultivation? Or is it about the secret realm? After Lu Cicada Yi left, Xia Lingyun casually flicked her hand and a stream of light drilled into Lin Yuan's body. That stream of light flowed slowly within Lin Yuan's body along with the circumferential meridians. Lin Yuan stood nervously, not daring to move a muscle. A few moments later, the stream of light drilled out of the body. Xia Lingyun murmured and whispered. The same, could it really be because of the heavenly spirit root? Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was secretly relieved, as long as it wasn't about the secret realm. Yes, that should be the case. After all, in hundreds of years, Lin Yuan was the first heavenly spirit root to cultivate the tripod furnace technique, so having unexpected effects shouldn't be too surprising. Looking at Lin Yuan, Xia Lingyun licked her lips. The temptation to raise her cultivation level is really great, and she has been stuck in a bottleneck for many years. Isn't it also effective for herself? No way, no way. Lin Yuan is just a tripod, but now Cicada Yi loves him to death. If he goes to double cultivation with Lin Yuan, this is not with the disciple to steal the man. When she thought of this, Xia Lingyun immediately threw the idea out of her mind. How could she have such a ridiculous idea? After a long time, Xia Lingyun's agitated mood completely calmed down. She looked at Lin Yuan and said, "You're extremely talented, and now that you have this dual cultivation method, in the future, help Cicada Yi more in her cultivation." Lin Yuan nodded and respectfully said, "Please rest assured, Patriarch, I will do my best to help the Holy Maiden." Helping Lu Cicada Yi cultivate. Surely it's not a problem, right? After all, I just helped out last night, and now I still have some back pain. I heard Cicada Yi say that he's going to make a trip to Fengzhou City with you in the next few days? Lin Yuan sniffed, fearing that Xia Lingyun would stop him, and hurriedly said, "Please don't worry, Patriarch. We'll go and return quickly." Xia Lingyun hummed, "I'm too lazy to care about your affairs. This sword manual is for you. I hope you will help Cicada Yi more in the future." After Xia Lingyun finished speaking, a sword manual suddenly appeared from the void and hovered in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's heart was horrified. It was actually the power of space. This beautiful woman who looked like a vase was actually a harmonization stage powerhouse. After Lin Yuan left, Xia Lingyun laid back down on the bed again, recalling how the aura had invaded Lin Yuan just now, and muttered to herself, "It seems like it's not just the heavenly spiritual root, but his physique seems to be very strange as well." Chapter 19, Tai in Chalcedony. After returning to the Temple of the Holy Virgin, Lin Yuan sat on a stone bench in the courtyard to study the sword manual. This book, Shining Snowsword Technique, was what Xia Lingyun had just rewarded Lin Yuan with. Now that Lin Yuan was already at the 8th level of foundation establishment, he happened to need a set of extremely powerful killing techniques, and had wanted to shamelessly ask Lu Cicada Yi for them, but now he didn't need them. The Patriarch had truly sent him charcoal in the snow, directly sending him a local ranked technique. Lu Cicada Yi, on the other hand, was bored and crouching on the stone table, the large soft flesh in front of her chest resting directly on the tabletop, without any image to speak of. "I thought you said you were leaving today. Why the sudden change of plans? I'm so bored." "If you're bored, you go and practice." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Naturally, he couldn't tell Lu Cicada Yi. He suddenly remembered that there was a river god waiting for him in the back of the mountain, and now that he was going back to Fengzhou City, he didn't know if he would be able to come back within a month. It was better to know about this in advance, so as not to let the deadline pass and the river god get upset and kill him off. Then it would not be worth it. Moreover, the river god still had the second half of the secret Yin and Yang Xiangong in his hands, so it was better to get his hands on it as early as possible. Over the past few days, Lin Yuan had already felt some subtle changes in his mindset, and he suspected that it had something to do with the remaining half of the Gongfu. "I'm more bored if I don't go to practice." After saying that, Lu Cicada Yi's eyes turned, quickly snatched the sword manual and stuffed it into her lapel, sticking out her chest with a face full of smugness. That's like saying, come and get it, come and get it. Keeps you from talking to me. Lin Yuan was amused by Lu Cicada Yi's childish actions. He rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head and said, naughty. Lu Cicada Yi opened Lin Yuan's hand with a slap and said through clenched silver teeth, you're my father? Rub my head. Lin Yuan stroked his chin. I can be too if you want. Do you want to die? Seeing Lu Cicada Yi about to blow up again, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, just kidding. Don't be angry. Don't you dare tease me. Lu Cicada Yi tugged on Lin Yuan's collar. Go, accompany me to cultivate. Lin Yuan's scalp tingled, Demoness. The sky is clear and the sky is bright. How dare you want to proclaim obscenity in broad daylight? Where's all this nonsense? It's night. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicanji who was paralyzed on the bed and said, go take a bath. Lu Cicada Yi said vaguely, you're an animal. Don't you know to let me take a break? Lin Yuan said with an innocent face, who told you to keep your mouth shut? I don't have the strength. You carry me over. The water's all pumped up for you. Help yourself. Lu Cicada Yi was like a kitten. Her body curled up, and she hummed, I just don't. Hurry up and hug it. Ah, row row. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan rubbed his aching old back and left the Holy Maiden Hall, heading to the back of the mountain alone. Following the path from last time, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at the river. Lord River God? Is he here? Lin Yuan shouted several times in a row, and the river remained calm. Did it open the wrong way? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan took the demon spirit streamer out of his storage ring and casually threw it into the river. As expected in Lin Yuan's mind, after the demon spirit streamer fell into the river water immediately boiled. The river god also slowly floated out from the bottom of the river. Lin Yuan was just about to open his mouth to greet him when he saw a flash of golden light in the river god's right hand, and 3 demon spirit streamers appeared in his hand. Young passerby, yo, what you dropped in the river is this lower grade magic spirit streamer, or this middle grade magic spirit streamer, or this upper grade magic spirit streamer? Lin Yuan was a bit speechless. What was this for? He wasn't going to let himself pick another one, was he? The river god casually threw the 3 demonic spirit streamers onto the ground and slowly sat down on a rock to the side and helplessly said, you think it's easy to be the river god, but it's also limited by the rules of heaven and earth. So, every time I want to see Lord River God, I have to throw an object into the river? Don't be a grown-up. You sound so old. You look like a fairy who descends to the earth. Where is the old? Call you adults is just to express respect. If you do not want to hear, I will call you the river god, sister? When the river god heard this, his eyes twinkled and he nodded with satisfaction. Good name calling, good vision. I also think I look like a fairy descending to earth. Hey, that's natural. After a pause, Lin Yuan continued, Sister River God, I'm going out for a trip, so if the agreed period of 1 month passes, you must be merciful. Out? Yeah, what's up? The river god pointed at the demon spirit streamers and said, these 3 demon spirit streamers are for you, and when you go out, help me inquire about one thing. What is it? Tie-in Chalcedony. If you come across it, you can buy it for me first, and when the time comes, not only will I exchange it with you with a treasure of the same value, I'll also give you the second half of that heavenly ranked technique along with it. Lin Yuan certainly also wanted to get that heavenly ranked technique, but he was too shy to do so, especially since the river god was talking about this treasure. He had never even heard of it, let alone buying it, probably couldn't afford to sell him. He was a bit worried. It's fine to help you ask for information, but I'm afraid it won't work if I buy it. I don't have that many spirit stones. The river god thought for a moment, and with a flash in his hand, a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Take this jade pendant, and if you come across Tie-in Chalcedony, you can notify me in the nearby river, and I will go buy it then. But you must make sure that it's not the Tie-in Chalcedony, because this jade pendant can only be used once, and there's a limit to how long I can appear, so you must be careful. Don't worry, Sister River God, as long as there's news of the Tie-in Chalcedony, I'll notify you the first time. The river god only let Lin Yuan go after a day of talking about things until the sun set. As he was leaving, the river god instructed, remember, don't reveal my existence. Not to anyone. Lin Yuan nodded. He wasn't a little cutie. How could such a thing be told to just anyone? Lin Yuan had just returned to the Holy Maiden Hall. Then he saw the furious Lu Cicada Yi. Where have you been? I'm going to the book depository. Lin Yuan said as he took out a copy of the Liuzhou geomancy map from his storage ring. We're going to Fengzhou City soon. Of course I have to prepare. Or what if we get lost? Lu Cicada Yi came over to Lin Yuan's side and sniffled. Not smelling anything. You really didn't go looking for Song Xingzhu? Lin Yuan cried and laughed. What am I going to find her for? Count on it. Chapter 20, The Auction. 1000 Star City. The streets were bustling with people. and there was a constant stream of vendors hawking their wares. From the street, slowly walked a man and a woman. The man's sword eyebrow starry-eyed god handsome, the woman's posture beautiful charming, like a pair of fairy couple. It drew sideways glances from passers-by. These two people were naturally Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada, who had left the Acacia sect. Leaving the Acacia sect once again, Lin Yuan felt his mind and soul incomparably relaxed. It's true that the Earth's fireworks are the most soothing to mortal hearts. Lu Cicada spoke out from the side. Fengzhou City is a long way away, so in order to avoid any accidents, it's better for us to take the transcontinental ferry and disembark at the Great Yan Dynasty's imperial capital when the time comes. Alright, at your disposal. Lin Yuan nodded. I don't have any spirit stones anyway. Whatever you say. Dog man. The two walked a little further down the street and soon stopped in front of a magnificent building. Hidden treasure. Looking at the 3 words on the plaque, Lin Yuan wondered. If you're not buying tickets for the transcontinental ferry, what are you doing here? You want to buy something? Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled back in disgust as she explained. Not only is the Hidden Treasure Pavilion the #1 auction house in the Liuzhou continent, he's also the proprietor of the transcontinental ferry. All transcontinental ferries in the Liuzhou are under the Hidden Treasure Pavilion. So you get the picture. Okay. This was the first time Lin Yuan had seen a treasure pavilion. In a small place like Fengzhou City, there was no treasure pavilion at all, and it wasn't worthwhile for the treasure pavilion to set up a chapter. Is it the #1 auction house in the Liuzhou continent? I wonder if there's any tie in Chalcedony. Lin Yuan muttered a low voice and hurriedly followed. After entering the treasure pavilion, a marvelous young maiden in a green robe immediately stepped forward quickly and respectfully said, Are the 2 honored guests attending the auction or purchasing tickets for the transcontinental ferry? If you want to participate in the auction, you need to wait a little bit. The auction will not start until the evening. To purchase a transcontinental ferry ticket, please come to the counter. Lu Cicada took out a jade token from his storage ring and handed it to the young girl. 2 boat tickets. Heavenly room. The young girl took the jade tag and glanced at it. Her eyes became more respectful. So it's a VIP of the Acacia sect. You wait a moment. Soon, 2 jade slips were delivered to Lu Cicada. Lin Yuan asked at the right time. Does your auction have tie in Chalcedony? Tie in Chalcedony? The marvelous young girl repeated, shaking her head. I'm sorry, honored guest. None of my slaves have ever heard of tie in Chalcedony. Why don't I help you call the chapter president here and you ask? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Anyway, he had promised the river god to help her inquire about the tie in Chalcedony in the first place. And since he had the status of a VIP of the Acacia sect, why not make use of it? After the young girl left, Lu Cicada whispered beside Lin Yuan's ear. What did you buy the tie in Chalcedony for? Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. You know about the tie in Chalcedony? Lu Cicada nodded. I've heard of it. The tie in Chalcedony is a treasure that only appears in the land of the extreme cold ground. And I heard that without tens of thousands of years, it would be impossible to mold it. It's simply impossible for a treasure pavilion chapter like Thousand Star City to have such valuable treasures. So, Lin Yuan had expected the tie in Chalcedony to be precious, but he hadn't thought that it would be so expensive. It seemed that it really wasn't something he could afford. You still haven't told me what you're inquiring about the tie in Chalcedony for, and what you're going to use it for. Aha! A friend is going to use it. Lin Yuan replied vaguely. Friend? Lu Cicada looked at Lin Yuan with some suspicion. What kind of friend used such an expensive treasure? Could it be that 7th-ranked demonic beast in the secret realm? If it was really that 7th-ranked demonic beast, it was still reasonable. After all, demonic beasts need to consume a lot of elixirs to advance. Not to mention that 7th-ranked Zhelong. After a few moments, led by the wonderful girl, a fat man came panting over. After seeing Lu Cicada she hurriedly said respectfully, So it's Lord Holy Maiden's visit. I have missed the welcome. Please don't apologize, Lord Holy Maiden. Lu Cicada shook her head and said, President Jean is polite. Jean Sanjean wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, I heard that the Holy Maiden Lord wants to purchase the tie in Chalcedony? Right. Treasures like the tie in Chalcedony that can be encountered but not sought. I have only heard of it twice. Jean Sanjean paused and said, How about this? You leave me a sound transmission talisman. I'll keep an eye out for you. And once there's news of the tie in Chalcedony, I'll immediately inform you. Could be. After leaving the hidden treasure, Lu Cicada stretched her waist, her delicate curves exposed, instantly attracting countless lines of sight. Looking at those lustful eyes, she gritted her silver teeth and said, I really want to gouge these people's eyes out. Lin Yuan hurriedly took out a drapery hat from the storage ring and buckled it on Lu Cicada's head. Persuading. You're not pretty. It's normal for others to take a look. You control it. Don't go on a killing spree. Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled. Not wanting to take care of this little cutie Lin Yuan, Even if Lin Yuan didn't say anything, she wouldn't go on a killing spree. It wasn't like she was a female devil. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada arrived early at the southern entrance of the city, waiting for the transcontinental ferry. After about a tea time, a huge thing slowly fell from the sky, as if a lofty mountain had descended from the sky, covering the sky in an incomparably spectacular manner. As the ferry continued to land, Lin Yuan felt more and more insignificant. So big, Lin Yuan exclaimed. Lu Cicada pulled Lin Yuan and said disgustedly, "Hurry up and board the ship. Look at how you haven't seen the world. It's so embarrassing." Lin Yuan said indifferently, "I came out from a small place like Fengzhou City. It's not normal that I haven't seen a transcontinental ferry before. Where can I compare myself to your Acacia sex holy maiden?" At the entrance, a cultivator was checking the jade slip, and only after confirming that it was correct did the two of them board the ship. Boarding the transcontinental ferry, Lin Yuan realized that this transcontinental ferry was even bigger than he had imagined. On the ferry, the 5-story building stands tall, with pavilions, rockeries and waterfalls, as if it were a small island floating in the air. On the deck, there were still quite a few cultivators wandering around. Soon, a wonderful young girl came forward and led the two to the room. After entering the room, Lin Yuan was again in awe. Worthy of being a heavenly room, the decoration was extremely extravagant. Not only were the beams carved and painted, on the table there were also 2 plates of spirit fruits. Although they were not too precious, they were also worth a lot. After staying in the room for a while, Lin Yuan was bored and said, "Let's go around the deck?" Lu Cicada pushed open the window and sat herself on a stool by the window and said, "If you want to see the scenery, why do you still need to go to the deck? Doesn't it look more convenient here?" Right at this moment, the door of the room was knocked on, and the maid's voice rang out, "Two honored guests. In a moment the ferry boat auction is about to begin. Would you two like to go and participate? There's also an auction on the ferry?" Lin Yuan said curiously. Passengers on the ferry usually come from immortal clans or casual cultivators. It's hard to bring these people together. So how could the treasure pavilion possibly give up this opportunity to make money? Lu Cicada explained at the right time. And the auctions on the ferry will all have higher specifications. So there might be the tie-in chalcedony you mentioned. Great. Let's go check it out then. Lin Yuan opened the door of the room and rushed at the wonderful girl. "Please take the trouble to lead the way." Soon Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada were led by the maid to the second floor of the auction venue. Once he entered it, bursts of clamor and noise came from all over the place, causing Lin Yuan to frown. It was the first time he had come to a place like an auction. The auction hall is very large, at least can accommodate hundreds of people. In the second floor of the hall, it is a circle of heavenly rooms. The people who can live in the heavenly rooms are either rich or noble, and the main target of the treasure pavilion is these people. When he came to room number 6 of the heavenly character, the maid opened the door and window of the room, and served another pot of good tea before slowly leaving. Lin Yuan scanned the whole place. There were 16 rooms on the second floor. At this moment, only the windows of 2 rooms were open, but through the windows he could see that there were people in the rooms. They should be waiting for the auction to start. It's also possible that they have a special status and don't want to show their faces. Lu Cicada poured 2 cups of tea and softly said, "Drink the tea first. This is an extremely high-grade ice spirit tea. 1 or 2 of them will cost 10 spirit stones." Lin Yuan couldn't help but be staggered at the words. No wonder this treasure pavilion was able to become the #1 auction house in the Liuzhou continent. It was truly impeccable in its treatment of VIPs. One must know that within the Acacia sect, the resources that an outer disciple could obtain were only 50 spirit stones. On the table, there were 2 lists with detailed records of the lots to be auctioned in this auction. However, after looking at it for a moment, Lin Yuan lost interest because these lots didn't have tie-in chalcedony. Lu Cicada saw this and said softly, "Don't look. None of the finale treasures will appear on this list." "So that's it," Lin Yuan murmured. "Then there's still hope." After a few moments, a woman wearing a red robe slowly walked towards the center of the auction hall and cleared her throat. "Good noon everyone. The auction has officially begun. The following is the start of the auction of lot number 1. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, several windows on the second floor slowly opened. Lot 1, top grade immortal binding lock. Starting price, 50 spirit stones. Each increase shall not be less than 5 spirit stones. 55 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. 65 spirit stones. VIP no. 30 is bidding 65 spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding higher? After hearing the name of the lot, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered his own immortal binding lock that had been cut off, and opened his mouth to ask, "What was the quality of the immortal binding lock you gave me back then?" "Inferior." No wonder it was casually scratched by Sunan. "I can't do anything about it." The Acacia Sex Refiner is too weak and isn't too skilled at refining the immortal binding lock. Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled over as she continued. Then again, it's not that binding immortal lock that's weak, but also that dagger of Su Nan's is too strong. Hey right, you killed him, did you get your hands on that dagger? Lin Yuan depressedly said. No, at that time, I only focused on opening the formation and forgot to take back their storage rings. Loser. Chapter 21, Sky High Auction. Under the auspices of the flirtatious and enchanting auctioneer, the shouting of bids rose above the waves, and each lot was sold at a price higher than the original value of the lot. Soon, after an hour, all the lots on the list were sold. The auctioneer clapped his hands and said aloud, "Next, is the finale lot of this auction." The auctioneer's voice fell, and several more open windows suddenly appeared on the second floor. An old man with white hair, a gorgeously dressed young man, a masked woman with a cool aura, and a mysterious man shrouded in black robes. There were a total of 6 rooms with open windows in the skybox. Lu Cicada probed and looked, then whispered, "The 6th elder of the Tao sect, the holy son of the Xiantian sect. That masked woman seems to be Princess Taiping of the Dian dynasty. As for that mysterious person, can't see the path. What about that one?" Lin Yuan lifted his chin and pointed to the window that had been open since the two of them went upstairs just now, room 8 of the heavenly character. The young man by that window was as if he was a rich male, and behind him, there stood an old man who was thought to be this male escort. Lu Cicada shook her head and said, "I don't recognize it, but that old man behind him is not weak. He should be around the 5th level of Yuaning cultivation." The auction's finale lot, the Tai-In Chalcedony, starts at 10,000 spirit stones, and each increase shall not be less than 1,000. The auctioneer's words were met with an uproar. "I guess I've never seen such an expensive lot." After Lin Yuan heard about the Tai-In Chalcedony, his heart was delighted and then a little confused. The Tai-In Chalcedony is there, but where to inform the river god? There's no river water on this ferry. Want to try the pond outside? But Lin Yuan quickly dismissed that thought. He didn't want to be treated like a cutie. Lu Cicada came over to Lin Yuan at this moment and said, "Ah, Tai-In Chalcedony, you're so lucky that you've met it on the ferry." Hearing Lu Cicada's voice, Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada with a face full of expectation, rubbing his hands and said, Hey, Fairy Lu, look at this." Lu Cicada pushed Lin Yuan away with one hand and hugged her chest. "Just by looking at that unscrupulous look of yours, I know you don't have any spirit stones." He. Fairy Lu is really predictable. "Why don't you lend me some spirit stones and I'll return them to you when I return to the Lin family." Lin Yuan also thought about it. Anyway, after the Tai-In Chalcedony arrived, it was also the river god who exchanged it with a magic treasure. So the big deal was that he would just use the magic treasure to offset the debt at that time. Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled as she helplessly said, "I also only have more than 50,000 spirit stones, so it might not be quite enough. And it also depends on whether or not these several heavens name guests need the Tai-In Chalcedony. If they need it as well, I advise you not to think too much about it." Before the words fell, Princess Taiping's cool voice came out. 12,000. 15,000. After the saint son of the Xiantian sect finished shouting the price, he got up and walked to the window and apologized to Princess Taiping. "Your Highness, this Tai-In Chalcedony is also needed by me." Princess Taiping nodded and said softly, "No harm done. The highest bidder wins." 20,000. The 6th elder of the Tao sect also spoke. 22,000. Princess Taiping did not wait for the auctioneer to call out the price immediately. Obviously, for this Tai-In Chalcedony will be determined to win. 25,000. That black-robed mysterious person's voice was hoarse and incomparable, as if it was like the sound made by rubbing gravel. Seeing several people bidding, Lin Yuan sighed and said somewhat helplessly, "Now it seems like 50,000 spirit stones really aren't enough." Lu Cicada shook her head and said aloud, "I'll offer 35,000. Then he turned his head to Lin Yuan and said, "Try it. If it doesn't work, forget it." Obviously the value of this Tai-In Chalcedony didn't stop there. And after Lu Cicada finished shouting the price, several people didn't stop. Soon, the price of the Tai-In Chalcedony climbed upwards, soaring all the way to $62,000. Finally, the rich male who had been watching the show spoke up, "I'll offer 100,000 spirit stones." As soon as the words fell, there was a clamor in the hall, and even the auctioneer looked at the eunuch in surprise. Right at this moment, someone under the stage whispered, "This person looks like the second son of the Li family of the Great Yu dynasty." The Li family of the Great Yu dynasty? Yeah, the immortal cultivation family. I heard that it has been passed down for thousands of years and is extremely strong. Upon hearing the crowd's murmur, the eyes of several heavenly ranked rooms were cast over. That rich male son said aloud, "You guys are right. I am indeed the second son of the Li family. I didn't expect that someone would have heard of my name on my first trip to the Jianghu. What an honor. Lin Yuan sniffed and said curiously, the Li family of the Dayu dynasty, do you know about it? Lu Cicada nodded and said, I've only heard of the Li family's Grand Duke, and it is rumored by all of the Great Yu dynasty that the Li family's Grand Duke is the son of luck, and it is said that at the time of his birth the heavens descended in auspiciousness, and that the white deer was at his door to recognize his master. He was later taken in as a close disciple by the Green Cloud sect patriarch, and is now the holy son of the Green Cloud sect, son of Qi Fortune. Lin Yuan was surprised. There's such a saying? I don't know exactly. It's all rumors. Princess Taiping snorted coldly and continued to bid. I'll bid 110,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this price, the saint son of the Xin Tian sect as well as the 6 elders of the Dao sect withdrew from bidding and silently sat back in their chairs. Li Mufeng laughed. Princess Taiping seems to have a deep grudge against my Li family. Others don't know why. But your second prince of the Li family is still unclear? Princess Taiping's crisp voice rang out. Back then, when my Dayan dynasty went to war with the Dayu dynasty, initially, the Dayan dynasty was in a strong position, but as a result, in the later stages of the war, a multitude of unknown experts suddenly appeared in the army of the Dayu dynasty, beating the Dayan dynasty into retreat. Do you dare to say that there was no hand from your Li family in this? Li Mufeng smiled and said, Your Highness, don't talk nonsense. Immortal cultivation families and clans are not allowed to participate in secular wars. This is a rule that the 4 major clans have set together. Our Li family has always abided by the rules, and none of us have participated in the war. The 4 great sects? Lin Yuan sniffed and asked, which 4? Xin Tian sect, Qingyun sect, Dao sect, Wei Yang Palace. That Princess Taiping is a disciple of Wei Yang Palace. In that case, what about the Acacia sect? How's the strength? Lu Cicada laughed bitterly. Back then, he fought with the group of vixens in the Wei Yang Palace, and didn't fight. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Someone from the Acacia sect dared to call someone else a vixen, and Lu Cicada had the nerve to open her mouth. At this moment, the auctioneer in the hall suddenly said in a soft voice, 110,000 spirit stones at a time. Li Mufeng slapped his head. Almost forgot the main thing. I'll offer 150,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the chatter under the stage became louder, and now it seemed to have turned into a fight between the Great Yan dynasty and the Great Yu dynasty. Princess Taiping gritted her silver teeth and said, 160,000 spirit stones. I'll offer 200,000 spirit stones. Lin Yuan was staggered at the side. 200,000 spirit stones. If the Lin family took out 200,000 spirit stones, it was estimated that the family was not far from bankruptcy. However, this Li family's second son seems to be full of concern, worthy of being an immortal cultivation family with 10,000 years of inheritance. The spirit stones seem to be so abundant that they can be eaten as food. Chapter 22 Outbreak of Conflict. 211,000 spirit stones. Even though there was a veil covering her face, one could still see Princess Taiping's reddened cheeks, and the 211,000 spirit stones had long since exceeded the value of the Taiyin chalcedony itself. But now that she was competing with the Li family of the Great Yu dynasty, she didn't want to lose face, so she had to endure the pain and increase the price. 250,000 spirit stones. Li Mufeng laughed and mocked. Princess Taiping, you're not out of spirit stones, are you? 260,000 spirit stones. Princess Taiping clenched her silver teeth. This was already her limit. 300,000 spirit stones. The people in the hall were completely shocked. The auctioneer's pretty face was red. The slender hand holding the hammer was trembling a little. It was about to create a record for the auction. Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada were equally shocked. These two people were really crazy. After a moment's reprieve, Princess Taiping spread her hands and said helplessly, You win. Ha ha, that's all the princess of the Great Yan dynasty has. I thought she was so powerful. Hearing Li Mufeng's mockery, Princess Taiping's face turned blue as she said in a cold voice, Are you looking for death? Li Mufeng clasped his hands on his chest and teased, Oops, I'm so scared. The black-robed mysterious man in the heavenly character room on the side stared at Li Mufeng's back and hissed, It's a bit interesting. Princess Taiping stared at Li Mufeng for a long time with a deadpan stare, and finally whisked her sleeves away. Seeing the crowd leave, Lin Yuan pulled Lu Cicada up to leave. The good show is over. We should go. At this time, there were still casual cultivators in the corridor who had just come out from the auction, still excitedly discussing what had just happened within the auction. Such an intense scene was the first time they had encountered it. I didn't expect a piece of Taiyin chalcedony to be so expensive. I wouldn't be able to afford it even if I sold the Lin family. Lu Cicada laughed. You hurry up and raise your cultivation, and when you reach the god transformation stage, I'll take you to the far north to try your luck. God transformation stage. Lin Yuan sighed. Now he was only at the 9th level of foundation establishment, and he didn't know how long it would take to reach the God transformation stage. It's okay, I'm here. I'll help you. It's better to hurry up and step into the gene dance stage so that you can fly with the wind. Lu Cicada's pretty face blushed slightly and said, then hurry up and cultivate. Suddenly, a voice sounded out of place from behind the two of them. Two fellow Taoists, please stay. Lin Yuan frowned and turned around to see Li Mufeng standing not far away, and the old man who was escorting Li Mufeng was closely behind Li Mufeng. I wonder what Mr. Li has to say? Li Mufeng laughed and said humbly, just now on the 2nd floor of the auction, I saw 2 Taoist friends with outstanding style, and came here to make friends, and I hope that Taoist friends will not be offended. Having said that, Li Mufeng's eyes kept staring at Lu Cicada during his speech, obviously coveting Lu Cicada's beauty. When Lin Yuan saw Li Mufeng's demeanor in action, a hint of disgust appeared in his eyes as he spoke. Do you want to befriend a fellow Taoist, or this fairy beside me? Being poked by Lin Yuan, Li Mufeng simply stopped pretending and looked at Lu Cicada and said, my fair lady, the gentleman is good at martyring. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Lin Yuan laughed and took Lu Cicada's small waist and said, then I'm sorry, Mr. Li, the name flower has a master. Lu Cicada also obediently snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms. Li Mufeng's face changed. Then he said with a light laugh, how many spirit stones? Name your price. Spirit stones? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Spirit stones won't do. Taiyin Chalcedony will do. I just saw this fairy bidding. I think it's this fairy who needs Taiyin Chalcedony. Li Mufeng said looking towards Lu Cicada and said softly, what does the fairy think? Lu Cicada sniffed and secretly transmitted her voice to Lin Yuan. Why don't you get the Taiyin Chalcedony first? No. Lin Yuan's hand wrapped around Lu Cicada slightly aggravated. It was already soft and hard to eat, and now he had to let Lu Cicada sell her sex for a piece of Taiyin Chalcedony. He couldn't do it and didn't want to do it. Li Mufeng snorted coldly. Did I ask you? Is it your turn to talk? Lin Yuan finally reached the edge of his outburst when he heard this. His face was gloomy as he said, even if I say so, you hurry up and get out of here. Li Mufeng sniffed and was trembling with anger. The old man came to Li Mufeng with a flash of his body. Gongzi, want to die or live? Elder Feng, kill this brat for me. As soon as Li Mufeng's words fell, the surrounding casual cultivators who were watching instantly dispersed. Wind Elder let out a cold snort. His hands formed claws, and his figure lunged forward with an overwhelming aura. However, just at the moment when Wind Elder struck out, an old man with white hair suddenly appeared and blocked Wind Elder's face. Bang! The sound. The Wind Old Man was caught off guard and hit the old man's chest, and then Thump retreated several steps. That old man looked at Li Mufeng and said in a deep voice, breaking the rules of my transcontinental ferry, you are looking for death. Seeing the appearance of the great power guarding the ferry, Li Mufeng's face changed and he respectfully said, Senior, it's not that the kid didn't follow the rules of the ferry, it's that this person scolded me first. That's why I asked Elder Feng to take action. The old man snorted coldly. I don't care about the grudges between you guys, but to make a move on the ferry is a no-no. Li Mufeng knew that he couldn't afford to mess with the behemoth that was the treasure pavilion, and hurriedly apologized. It's the brat who was reckless. I hope that senior won't be blamed. Immediately after that, his eyes crossed to stare at Lin Yuan and said sinisterly, Kid, count yourself lucky. We'll settle the score when we get off the ferry. After saying that, Li Mufeng was about to leave with a wave of his big sleeve. Slow down. At that moment, Lu Cicada, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. When Li Mufeng heard this, he thought it was Lu Cicada who had agreed to his request and said in surprise, Has the fairy figured it out? Lu Cicada smiled charmingly and walked slowly to Li Mufeng's body, then suddenly cursed, I figured it out? I figured out your mother. Li Mufeng, you really think you can bully men and women just because of the Li family's identity? What's wrong with the Li family? It's fine to be a bully in the Great Yu dynasty, but you're bullying my Acacia sect? Believe it or not, I'll have the Acacia sect disciples seduce your father so that you can have a few more stepmothers. Did you leave your brain at home before you left the house? A piece of Taiyin Chalcedony and you want to exchange it for a Harmony sect holy maiden? Did I give you face? Lin Yuan smiled and sweated profusely. Had known that this chick was tough. Did not expect to curse even more so. Simply like a shrew cursing the street. Calm down. You're the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. Pay attention to your image. Lin Yuan hurriedly pulled Lu Cicada. The casual cultivators standing on the sidelines watching the show exclaimed at once. Surprisingly, it's the holy daughter of the Acacia sect. No wonder it's so beautiful. This is the holy daughter of the Acacia sect. She looks soft and weak. How come her mouth is so powerful? Is second princely considered to have kicked the bucket this time? I heard that the Acacia sect women will specialize in the art of the room. Wouldn't it be cool for that kid to have the Acacia sect's holy maiden? At this time, people were coming and going on the ferry. In such an occasion, being pointed at and scolded by a demonic girl of the Acacia sect, Li Mufeng was already furious to the extreme in his heart, but in the way of the hidden treasure pavilion, he could only hold his tongue. Moreover, it seemed like he really couldn't do anything to the Acacia sect's holy maiden. After all, the Acacia sect was still very strong, especially that patriarch. Good, very good. You two wait for me. After holding his face red, Li Mufeng put down a harsh word and slipped away. Chapter 23, Princess Taiping. Looking at Li Mufeng's departing back, Lu Cicada transmitted, "Why don't we just kill him? And he still has the tie-in chalcedony on him. Isn't that exactly what you need?" Although it was only a voice transmission, the fairy old man obviously heard it as well. He looked at Lu Cicada with some surprise, not realizing that such a dainty little girl had such a heavy killing heart. Lin Yuan's face was gloomy. Li Mufeng was obviously the style of a rich son of a rich family, calculating and also vindictive. Messing with this kind of person if you don't cut off the roots and roots. I'm afraid that in the future there will be no peace. It's crowded here. Go back. The two were just about to leave when Princess Taiping, who was wearing a long white dress, slowly walked over. "Please stay, two fellow Taoists." Lin Yuan frowned. Getting into this big trouble with the Li family was a headache. And now what was this Princess Taiping doing here? Princess Taiping transmitted her voice. "Two fellow Taoists, I've seen the situation you encountered just now, so I want to make a deal with you too. Trade?" The two Taoists might as well move to my room and talk in detail. "About Li Mufeng?" Pacific Pearl nodded. "Yes, please lead the way, Princess." Since both sides had the same purpose, then this sale could be talked about. After all, Princess Taiping had lost face at the auction, and thought that she wouldn't let Li Mufeng off easily. After coming to Princess Taiping's room, Lin Yuan was the first to speak. "I wonder what kind of deal the princess would like to talk to the two of us about." Princess Taiping's cool voice rang out. "Let's cooperate to finish off Li Mufeng." A hint of killing intent flashed across her eyes. "My spies have already found out that this time, Li Mufeng is trying to go to the snowy ridge on the border of the Great Yu dynasty to practice. It's deserted for thousands of miles and there's definitely no backup from the Li family, so it's a good place for us to start." Lin Yuan frowned. "What about the benefits? Although the purpose of the two sides is indeed the same, but also cannot just because of this direct mouth to agree. In case this Taiping princess has other purposes." "Benefits?" Princess Taiping laughed. "You guys messed with Li Mufeng. With his nature he will definitely not let you off easily. Kill Li Mufeng and you guys will have no worries, while I get the tie-in chalcedony. And, after killing Li Mufeng, I will take all the responsibility onto my own head. And even if the Li family traces it down, it will have nothing to do with you too. Wouldn't that be a win-win?" Lin Yuan laughed lightly at his words. "We contributed people and effort, risking offending the Li family just to kill Li Mufeng. This is called a win-win situation? Your Highness's sincerity is not lacking." Even though Lin Yuan and the two of them had provoked Li Mufeng, it was not so bad to really say that they were afraid of Li Mufeng. After all, the two of them had their backs to the Acacia sect. So what if the Li family was an immortal cultivation family with an inheritance of 1,000 years? Lin Yuan really didn't believe that Li Mufeng would dare to run to the Acacia sect to find trouble with the two of them. Princess Taiping frowned and said with some displeasure, "What do you want? Your Highness would not know? You guys also want the tie-in chalcedony?" Princess Taiping was surprised. Lin Yuan nodded and spoke. "How about this? We cooperate to finish off Li Mufeng. Except for the tie-in chalcedony, all the treasures set within Li Mufeng's storage ring will be yours. What does the princess think?" After thinking for a long time, Princess Taiping then nodded her head. After all, with her own strength, it was impossible to kill Li Mufeng and his servants. "Alright, since the princess has agreed, let's talk about how to act." Lu Cicada looked indifferent as she spoke. "I'll go stall that old man. You two go finish off Li Mufeng and then come back to help me." "No way," Princess Taiping said softly. "With your strength at the third level of the Yuaning stage, it's hard to stall and drag that wind elder. It's too risky." "Then what do you say?" Lu Cicada said in dissatisfaction. "How about this? The two of you work together to finish off Elder Feng first. I'll stall Li Mufeng, won't that be enough?" Lin Yuan opened his mouth and said. When Lu Cicada heard this, she immediately voiced her rebuttal. "That won't work either. Li Mufeng is at the second level of the Jindan stage. You're just looking for death if you go. Moreover, Li Mufeng comes from a family of immortal cultivators. There must be a lot of life-preserving magic treasures on his body. If you're on your own, not to mention dragging Li Mufeng down, it's possible that you'll be counter-killed." Lin Yuan sighed. What Lu Cicada said was not unreasonable. His cultivation level was still too low. Princess Taiping spoke up at the right time. There are also 3 hidden spies by my side. Although their cultivation level is only at the 7th or 8th level of foundation establishment, they are proficient in the art of concealment. Fellow Taoists can cooperate with them at that time and stall Li Mufeng. And I will immediately come over to support you after I kill Elder Feng with the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect. Lin Yuan nodded and exchanged another glance with Lu Cicada before saying, yes, if there were a few people working together, Lin Yuan's certainty would be greater. Even if he couldn't seriously injure Li Mufeng, it still wouldn't be difficult to keep him. Princess Taiping looked at Lu Cicada and solemnly said, it's up to you and me when the time comes. Lu Cicada waved her hand and said impatiently, don't worry, my man is acting as bait. I'll definitely put my best foot forward. Alright, I'll have my spies keep an eye on them and notify you as soon as I have any news. As she was about to leave, Lu Cicada smiled charmingly. I didn't expect that the fairy of the Weiyang Palace would want to cooperate with me. The demoness of the Hahuan sect, it's really the way of the world. After returning to his room, Lin Yuan was still frowning. Lu Cicada lightly moved to sit in Lin Yuan's arms and rubbed his eyebrows. Are you afraid that Princess Taiping will use us as bait? Lin Yuan nodded. Was the cooperation just now agreed to too hastily? Lu Cicada laughed softly. Don't worry, those fairies of Weiyang Palace, are all dead-eyed. No problem. I don't know much about the unseen palace, nor do I understand that Princess Taiping. Lin Yuan was a little worried. You don't understand, I still don't understand it. Lu Cicada laughed, although the year the Acacia sect and they fight with the 4 big sects last place lost. But listen to my master said they Weiyang Palace acting style bright and open. Not what sneaky generation. And this Princess Taiping lost face at the auction. If she really wants to let Li Mufeng continue to roam around alive and well, where will she put her face? Okay, with your words, I'm relieved. Lin Yuan said as he pulled out the top-grade demon spirit streamer from his storage ring and handed it over to Lu Cicada. You take this demon spirit streamer. A top-grade demon spirit streamer? Lu Cicada was surprised. I remember that the one I gave you seemed to be a lower-grade demon spirit streamer. Where did you get this? You don't care where it came from. Just take it. Lu Cicada giggled. My man is just good to me. And the only top-grade magic treasure was given to me. Lin Yuan frowned and slapped Lu Cicada's arse. Who's your man now? Lu Cicada twisted her body restlessly. Her pretty face flushed red, and she said with a slight hint of shyness, whoever holds me, is. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. I'm not a cauldron now. I'm your man. It's a tripod stove as well as a man. Lu Cicada looked at Lin Yuan with winks and said, I want to taste the flavor of a tripod stove right now. Chapter 24, 2 Assholes. 1 hour later, Lin Yuan felt the aura in his body and softly said, it seems like I'm about to break through. It seems like there are still 3 days' journey from the snowy ridge. Let's hurry up. For the next 2 days, Lin Yuan had been cultivating hard. Finally, as Lin Yuan's old waste was about to be scrapped, he broke through. The spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth continued to pour into the body, and the chi cyclone within the dantian first turned into a vortex in general, frantically pouring in spiritual chi. Then after reaching a critical point, wow, a bang, the cyclone shattered, and then a golden light penetrated through his body. A golden bead appeared within Lin Yuan's dantian. The golden elixir is formed. After moving his body, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This is the Jindan stage. It really isn't comparable to the foundation establishment. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, the long robe on his body was windless and then slowly floated up. It feels so good to fly on the wind. Another day passed. Princess Taiping hurriedly rushed over. After entering the room, she drank a mouthful of water before she panted. Are you guys ready yet? It seems like Li Mufeng is going to disembark from the ferry early. So get ready. Lu Cicada covered her small mouth in shock and couldn't speak. Just now she seemed to gargle with that teacup. Lin Yuan coughed lightly, pulling Lu Cicada's strange thoughts back. We're ready. And since I've stepped into the first layer of the Jindan stage now, it shouldn't be much of a problem to stall Li Mufeng. Princess Taiping nodded. That's fine. Get ready. We may have to disembark early in a while. After Princess Taiping left, Lin Yuan got up and received both of Lu Cicada's luggage into his storage ring. Lu Cicada licked her red lips and teased. I've used the cup that Princess Taiping used just now. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. What time is it? This demon girl is still thinking about these messy things. If you use it, you use it. Can't a fairy and a demon girl use the same cup? That's not true, but I was just gargling in that cup. Lin Yuan. Lu Cicada laughed daintily and hugged Lin Yuan from behind, saying softly, what do you think this Princess Taiping will do when she finds out? I'm telling you, don't be ridiculous. Lin Yuan was really afraid that after Lu Cicada told Princess Taiping about this matter, this Princess Taiping would castrate herself in a fit of rage. Soon, and in about a tea time, the transcontinental ferry slowly landed at the Jingzhou City ferry port. Lin Yuan several people came together, and after confirming that Li Mufeng had gotten off the boat, then they hurriedly followed him, and behind a few people, in the corner where no one noticed, the black-robed mysterious man had been secretly watching a few people. Jie, that's a bit interesting. After Li Mufeng got off the boat, he did not stay too long in Jingzhou City, and after a trip to the treasure pavilion in Jingzhou City, the two of them headed straight towards the snowy ridge. However, the two didn't seem to be in a hurry to rush. Li Mufeng bought a carriage before leaving the city, driven by Feng Lao. Li Mufeng was hiding in the carriage, not knowing what he was doing. On the carriage, Li Mufeng slowly opened the treasure box in his hand, and in the box was a brand new storage ring. Just then, Wind Mouth, who had been driving the car, voiced a reminder. My lord, it seems like someone is following us. Should the old slave make a move and kill them all? Can you confirm the identity? Li Mufeng inquired. This one can't, but I think it should be a secret agent by Princess Taiping's side, with a cultivation level of only around the 8th level of foundation establishment. Then there's no hurry. The main man hasn't shown up yet. Thinking of Princess Taiping's cool eyes, Li Mufeng's mouth showed a hint of a lecherous smile. The princess of the Dian dynasty took the initiative to send to the door. How could there be a reason to reject the door? He barked out a command. Elder Feng, I want that Princess Taiping alive. Princess Taiping, when you fall into my hands. Li Mufeng heated and lasciviously laughed several times, then put that brand new storage ring on his hand. Besides, Lin Yuan sighed. After the three of them left the city, they had been following the carriage not far from each other. When are we going to do it? Lu Cicada asked with some impatience. They had been following the wagon for almost a day now, and she really didn't want to wait any longer. Lin Yuan said softly, don't be in a hurry. It's still too close to Jingzhou City. What if they run back to Jingzhou City after making a rash move? Okay. Finally, in the evening, the carriage stopped. A dense forest surrounds it, and it's deserted all around. It is now. As soon as Lu Cicada's words fell, she flashed away with Princess Taiping and rushed straight towards Wind Elder. Although Elder Feng had prepared for this, after he saw Lu Cicada and Taiping Mingzhu come together, he knew that the situation was not good. Immediately welcoming the two of them, he simultaneously warned out loud, be careful, Your Excellency. I'm afraid there are others around. Don't worry, Elder Feng. It's not just that foundation stage kid that's left. I can handle it. Looking at Lu Cicada who suddenly appeared, Li Mufeng sneered. Originally I thought that Princess Taiping was the only one, but now there's another beauty. God really treats me well. Just then, Lin Yuan came with the wind and slashed his sword directly at his head. Surprisingly, he broke through to the Jindan stage. Li Mufeng snorted coldly, but that's futile. Suffer death. After saying that, a top-grade magic sword suddenly appeared in Li Mufeng's hand. With a casual sword swing, the sword chi was as dazzling as a rainbow striking the sun. Ding ding ding. Lin Yuan tore apart the sword chi with his backhand and then tangled with Li Mufeng. The sword chi was rampant. Lin Yuan's first strike was a killing move. The second style of the shining snow sword technique, dialing the clouds and presenting the moon. The sword chi was like a meteor cutting through, a stream of light directly smashing into Li Mufeng. At this moment, the secret agents around Princess Taiping also rushed over. Although their cultivation level was very low, their stance was exceptionally bizarre, and their movements were not only erratic, but sometimes they could even blend in with their surroundings. While Lin Yuan was entangled with Li Mufeng, they were hidden around, ready to sneak attack Li Mufeng. Chapter 25, Divine Transformation Stage Split. The hidden spies around him were waiting for the opportunity to move, and there was also a Jindan stage Lin Yuan on the front side to tangle with himself. Li Mufeng no longer had the heart of a gullible enemy. He bellowed angrily, open the mountain. The long sword swept horizontally. A round of curved moon-like sword chi went across. Immediately after that, Li Mufeng's feet exerted force. The whole person was like an arrow off the string and rushed straight at a secret agent. Stab. The secret agent was unable to dodge, and was directly pierced by Li Mufeng. The secret agent was like a piece of rags, suddenly split into two, and fell softly to the ground. Lin Yuan tore apart the sword chi and chased after him with his feet on the 7 nebula steps, and on each side of him, there was a secret agent following closely behind. The sword light flowed, and the violent power kept smashing into Li Mufeng. The two secret agents saw the right moment and stabbed the daggers in their hands at Li Mufeng's vital parts. The sound of gold and stone rang out at once, and fire splashed around Li Mufeng's waist. The secret agent scored a hit and immediately hit his body, but Li Mufeng wore traces of injury. Underneath his scratched clothes, Lin Yuan saw a treasure armor similar to the heavenly silkworm Xian armor. Lin Yuan took advantage of the situation and attacked. The third stance of the shining snow sword technique, snow passes without trace. an extremely tiny sword she chopped towards Li Mufeng. The sound of gold and stone resounded again. However, a streak of blood appeared on Li Mufeng's waist. Li Mufeng smiled coldly and looked at Lin Yuan and said sinisterly, very well, you actually injured me. Before the words fell, Li Mufeng's hand flashed with streams of light, and a golden talisman shot towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan hurriedly swung out a sword chi. Bang! The sound. The talisman smashed the sword chi and exploded 10 paces away from Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Li Mufeng took advantage of the situation and flung out another talisman, followed by his figure. Die for me! Lin Yuan stepped on the 7 nebula steps and swept his body horizontally to dodge the talisman. Ding ding ding! Several streams of light suddenly appeared and slammed into Li Mufeng's chest. It was the dark scout from earlier who had made a sneak attack. Several snowy flying daggers fell in response, but at the same time, they also stopped Li Mufeng from advancing. The clouds are now the moon. Lin Yuan smoothly rushed up, and the two of them brushed shoulders. Li Mufeng took a few steps forward and fell to the ground in a smooth manner, while a wound appeared on Lin Yuan's chest, and blood instantly stained the lapel of his coat. Come on! Seeing Li Mufeng flop to the ground, Lin Yuan shouted angrily and endured the pain on his chest to charge up again. At this moment, the other battle ring had also entered a white-hot state. Lu Cicada E and Princess Taiping danced with their swords, their sword chi flying, and the air seemed to be frozen because of their sword chi. Feng Lao was forced to retreat by the two men joining hands. His head full of white hair was spread out. His body was all covered with small cuts from the sword chi, and he had long since lost the demeanor of an expert in the beginning. Although the wind-old man appeared to be in a sorry state, his aura remained unabated, and even had the intention of climbing up. Seeing this, Lu Cicada E said in a cold voice, this old thing is holding back a killing move. Be careful. Princess Taiping's eyes blazed as she droned. Shattered star. As soon as the words fell, Princess Taiping's aura instantly skyrocketed, and it was as if the air around her was about to freeze. A long sword she rushed toward Wind Elder with an incomparably stern aura. Wind Elder let out a cold snort and hardened himself against Lu Cicada E's sword, blood hanging from the corner of his mouth as he drank. Great wind tearing cloud claw. In an instant, a terrifying pressure appeared between heaven and earth, followed by a large white bone hand slapping at the two. Boom! The shattered star and the large white bone hand clashed together. An invisible shockwave directly knocked the three back. All three of them were spitting blood from their mouths. Lu Cicada E had blood at the corners of her mouth. Appearing demonic and incomparable, she let out a light laugh. Then the demon spirit streamer appeared in her hand. With a forceful wave of his hands, the air was filled with a gust of gloomy wind and 100 ghosts wailed. The spirits in the devil spirit streamer pounced on Feng Lao with gusts of gloomy wind. Princess Taiping, who was on the side, wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and made a seal with her hands. Tai Ching Xian Gong. As Princess Taiping's voice fell, a light green colored figure suddenly appeared behind her. The figure did the same movements as Princess Taiping, and as Princess Taiping swung her sword, the figure went with the momentum. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In front of Elder Feng, the sound of explosions continued. When no more souls flew out of the demon spirit streamer, Lu Cicada E stopped her hand movements, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and looked in the direction of Feng Lao. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Elder Feng could no longer withstand the two men's attacks and flew out backwards, falling hard onto the ground. He spat out blood from his mouth, his eyes red, and shouted frantically, Run, Duke! I'll hold back the two. Wind Elder bellowed, then charged at the two again. In mid-air, Feng Lao's body bulged like a round ball, ready to explode at any moment. Not good. This old thing is going to blow itself up. Lu Cicada E let out a loud cry, and then the two of them flew backward with Princess Taiping. However, just as the two had turned around, the sound of an explosion came from behind them. Bang bang! Lu Cicada E and the two of them smashed into the dense forest like a kite with broken strings, and several large trees were cut off. In the distance, several people from Lin Yuan were also affected by the aftershocks of the explosion and were blown out, falling to the ground. Li Mufeng had long noticed Feng Lao's movements, and after being injured by the blast, he angrily cursed, Stupid! And in that battle circle just now, with Wind Old Man's self-detonation as the center, a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 feet directly appeared. Soon, Lu Cicada E and Princess Taiping helped each other out of the dense forest. The two of them were in a sorry state of clothing, and they were obviously not badly injured as well. Lin Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed lightly. I can finally wait for you guys. The rest is up to you. Princess Taiping's pretty face was slightly chilled as she looked at Li Mufeng, and then carried her long sword and walked over aggressively. Now that Elder Feng was dead, this Li Mufeng was still not a threat to her. Seeing this, Li Mufeng spat out the blood foam in his mouth and said viciously, Princess Taiping, You think that you can kill me if Elder Feng is dead? You have not thought too simply. As soon as the words fell, the brand new storage ring in Li Mufeng's hand flashed with golden light. Immediately after that, a man who was 3 feet tall suddenly appeared in front of Li Mufeng. The man was handsome. His eyes were tightly closed, and an invisible pressure instantly appeared, pressing Lin Yuan a little breathless. Lu Cicada exclaimed. Could it be Dharma heaven and earth? Princess Taiping looked at it for a moment and shook her head. It's just an unconscious split. It seems to be Li Mubai. Could it be that he has already reached the god transformation stage? It should be. Princess Taiping said with a somber face. Li Mubai's doppelganger took a step forward and said softly, Fellow Daoist, I don't care who you are, but if you kill my second brother today, when I come out of the gate in the future, I will definitely tell you to beg for your life and beg for your death. Lu Cicada snorted coldly. Is this a threat? Princess Taiping said softly. An unconscious detachment is just a detachment. Just break it. Before the words fell, Princess Taiping rushed out with her sword, and Lu Cicada followed closely behind, killing Li Mubai's doppelganger. Chapter 26 Old Black Devil. Li Mubai's gigantic doppelganger let out a cold snort, and an invisible pressure instantly locked onto Lu Cicada and the two of them. Shattered Star. With Princess Taiping's dainty cry, the sword light flashed like a lightning bolt and impacted on Li Mubai's golden robe. Boom! Li Mubai's torso shook. The golden light on his body dimmed a bit. His huge head turned in the direction of Princess Taiping. Then he stepped on Princess Taiping with an imposing aura. Die for me! Princess Taiping was shocked and hurriedly swept aside. But Li Mubai's speed was too fast. Despite dodging in time, she was still shaken by the aftermath and then fell hard on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Cicada on the side. Her red lips lightly opened. Snow passes without a trace. A sword chi as thin as a hair chopped at Li Mubai. Ding ding ding. Fire shot out in all directions. And then the sword chi penetrated through his body. With a successful strike, Lu Cicada's sword momentum did not stop in the slightest. The light of the sword in his hand suddenly lit up and continued to chop at Li Mubai. After a moment's reprieve, Princess Taiping took an elixir and joined the battle. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, worked together with unparalleled understanding, and Li Mubai's doppelganger was beaten back. Seeing this, Li Mufeng, who was on the side, hurriedly urged his aura, and a bloody red light came out through his body. It's the blood recluse. Lin Yuan, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, had long since noticed this scene. He spat out the blood foam in his mouth and said to the two secret agents beside him, Let's go and finish off Li Mufeng. Don't let him get away. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan endured the injuries on his body and rushed up with his feet on the 7 nebula steps. And at this time, the two secret agents had long rushed to Li Mufeng ahead of them. Li Mufeng's eyes were crimson as he angrily shouted, Get the hell out of here! The blood-colored sword chi directly crashed out of the two dark scouts with a thunderous momentum. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pushed his feet hard and his body rushed out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Mufeng, dialing up the clouds to reveal the moon. Li Mufeng was creeped out and raised his long sword with great difficulty to try to block it, but it was too late, and the sword blade instantly pierced through Li Mufeng's body. A trace of panic finally appeared on Li Mufeng's face, and his previous arrogance and cockiness instantly vanished. His voice trembled, Please, let me go. I can give you whatever you want, and I promise I won't look for trouble from you guys in the future. Lin Yuan coldly grunted. Do you know why you were killed? Li Mufeng said incoherently. I know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have messed with you guys. Please let me go. Lin Yuan's eyes were harsh. All you know is that you're going to die. As soon as the words fell, the sword chi poured into Li Mufeng's body, directly destroying his Jindan. Put. Li Mufeng stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes and a reluctant heart, but he no longer had the strength to speak. Another battlefield. Li Mubai's closed eyes looked at Li Mufeng, who was pierced by a long sword, and angrily roared, Second brother. The roar was deafening, directly shocking Lin Yuan to the point that his 7 orifices bled and his organs seemed to be shattered. Li Mubai swept his big hand across the room, knocking back the two Lu Cicada then stumbled and rushed towards Li Mufeng. Lin Yuan drew his long sword and ran. With his current cultivation, he would have to die violently on the spot if he was touched by Li Mubai. Fortunately, Li Mubai didn't chase after Lin Yuan. He came to Li Mufeng's side, lowered his head to look at Li Mufeng, and said sadly, Second brother. Li Mufeng, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, said intermittently, Big brother, give me revenge. As soon as the words fell, Li Mufeng's head tilted and he died in peace. At this time, Lu Cicada and the two of them had already arrived beside Lin Yuan, and looking at Li Mufeng's corpse, Princess Taiping complimented. Nice job. Lin Yuan sat down on the ground in exhaustion and said weakly, Hurry up and go finish off Li Mubai. I can't hold on much longer. Lu Cicada Yi patted her chest and softly said, "A detachment is just a detachment. Settle him right away. I want you to die." Li Mubai cried out in pain to the sky, and then rushed towards the three people in a frenzy. Lu Cicada Yi and Princess Taiping exchanged glances and greeted them together. Li Mubai's doppelganger was certainly strong, but it was only at the fourth level of the Yuaning stage, and it was soon shattered under the siege of the two Lu Cicada Yi. "You guys wait." Bang! As soon as Li Mubai's words fell, the split completely collapsed, and bits of golden light scattered between heaven and earth. Green cloud sect. Within the cave of heavenly bliss, Li Mubai, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes, and a majestic aura instantly blasted all the items in the cave to smithereens. Good. Very good. Although the one beside Li Mufeng was only a doppelganger of Li Mubai, this doppelganger had a marvelous sensation with Li Mubai, and just a moment ago, his doppelganger completely disappeared. Li Mubai gritted his teeth and said, "You guys wait for me to come out." Now that the retreat had reached a critical juncture, he could not afford to come out early. Far away from the Li family in the imperial capital of the Great Yu dynasty, the handyman in charge of guarding the clan's soul jade slips was horrified after seeing Li Mufeng's soul jade slips shatter. "It's bad. Something has happened to the second prince," then rolled up and ran to report. In the main hall of the Li family head looked at the handyman kneeling on the ground with stunned eyes and said, "Say that again?" The handyman shivered and said, "Family master, just now, the second duke's soul jade simplex shattered." Bang! With a wave of his big sleeve, the handyman was instantly in pieces. The head of the Li family roared, "Find out for me, which one of these lifeless people dared to kill my son. It's finally over." Lu Cicada Yi let out a breath, then collapsed to the ground. Princess Taiping staggered to Li Mufeng's side and took the storage ring off his hand. Now that Li Mufeng's storage ring had long since become ownerless, Princess Taiping's aura injection opened the storage ring. "Here." Princess Taiping sighed, and although she was reluctant, she still threw the Taiyin chalcedony to Lin Yuan. The Taiyin chalcedony was shaped like a sapphire, but it was cold to the touch, and Lin Yuan felt like he was holding a block of ice in his hand. "Alright, hurry up and tune up. Now that the Li family's people have probably learned of Li Mufeng's death, I believe that they will soon be able to find out about me. It's better for us to hurry up and leave the Great Yu dynasty. As long as I'm out of the Great Yu dynasty, even if his Li family has one hand in the sky, he can't do anything about me." "Yes." Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada Yi and the two of them nodded in unison. Suddenly, a strange change occurred. Just as the three of them were preparing to temper themselves, a figure suddenly rushed out and slapped Lu Cicada Yi's back. Among the three, Lin Yuan was the first to spot the enemy, and in a moment of desperation, he hugged Lu Cicada Yi, exposing his back to the enemy, wanting to block the palm for Lu Cicada Yi. Bang! The two were sent flying by a palm strike. In mid-air, before Lu Cicada Yi could react, her eyes turned blood red, and then she felt a wet heat on her face. After the two men fell hard to the ground, looking at Lin Yuan who was crouching on his chest, Lu Cicada Yi instantly rolled over and said with tearful eyes, "Lin Yuan, how are you doing? Lin Yuan, are you alright? Don't scare me." Lin Yuan said morosely, "Don't shake it. If you do, you'll really die." When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, she immediately broke into laughter. "You're going to scare me to death." Chapter 27, Escape from Life and Death. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man who suddenly appeared, Princess Taiping hurriedly blocked in front of both Lu Cicada Yi. "Old black demon?" she asked with some uncertainty. The mysterious black-robed man wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He laughed cruelly and his voice hissed, "Jia Jia." It's worthy of being Princess Taiping. She even recognized the identity of the old man at a glance. Princess Taiping's face was a bit ugly. Now that there was very little aura left in several people's bodies, this old black devil ghost was obviously here to take advantage of the fire. I didn't realize that the mantis was catching the cicada and the yellow bird was behind it. Moreover, this black demon old ghost was also an extremely difficult character to deal with. This person was not only strong, but his means of preserving his life was also first class. Back then, this black demon old devil had annoyed an Unseen Palace's God Transformation Stage Elder, and under the Unseen Palace's joint siege, he was still allowed to escape. Seeing Princess Taiping's silence, the black demon old ghost snorted coldly. "The Taiyin chalcedony seems to be on that little brat." Before the words fell, the black demon old ghost's figure flickered and flew close to Lu Cicada Yi. "Tai Ching Xian Gong," Princess Taiping murmured, and a green-colored shadow suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow held a long sword, and was generally the same as Princess Taiping. Shattered Star. The silhouette and Princess Taiping rushed towards the black demon old ghost together, and then a huge sword chi descended from the sky, smashing into the black demon old ghost like a meteor. The black demon old ghost hastily stopped his stance, and then his hands went upwards, dead against the sword chi that was falling from the sky. 5 elements demon locking formation. Princess Taiping's red lips flicked out, and an array disc flew out from her storage ring, enveloping the old black devil ghost in it. After doing so, Princess Taiping spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Hurry up! This array disc can only last for about a quarter of an hour at most. There is a military town of my great Yin dynasty in front of us. As long as we run there, we will be safe. As soon as the words fell, Princess Taiping forcefully raised her breath and rode her flying sword to lead the way ahead. Seeing this, Lucicada directly carried Lin Yuan on his back and then rode the wind. The three of them took the road all the way towards the direction of the great Yin dynasty. However, after only a few moments, Lin Yuan heard a shout from behind him, and then the figure of the old black demon ghost suddenly appeared dozens of feet behind him. He looked at the trio and laughed strangely. Still want to run? Before the words fell, a huge palm ruthlessly slapped at Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lucicada returned his hand and chopped with his sword, the sword chi tearing the palm to shreds. Then he gritted his silver teeth and said to Princess Taiping, "You take Lin Yuan and go. I'll hold off the old black devil." Now that there is not much aura left in the body, if the three people together may not be able to run away, it is better to leave one person to hold back the black devil old ghost. Princess Taiping sniffed back and said anxiously, "If you want to leave together, you simply can't drag the old black demon ghost by yourself." Lin Yuan weakly said, "Lucicada, find a river. I have a way to deal with the old black devil." Now that it was a critical moment of life and death, he could only place his hopes on the river god. "Are you kidding me? Where am I going to find a river for you in the middle of nowhere? Looking for a river?" Princess Taiping frowned, then said, "I remember there's a river 10 kilometers ahead, but it's the dry season now, so I don't know if there's any water left." However, Princess Taiping somewhat didn't quite believe Lin Yuan. After all, he was only at the first level of the Jindan stage, so what if he had a backhand? Then run towards the river. It's fine to have a glimmer of hope. It's better than being dragged to death by the old black demon ghost. Lin Yuan said as he took out a handful of qi replenishing pills from his storage ring and snapped them directly into his mouth, then forcefully urged his dantian to refine the pills. As the few people were talking, the black demon old ghost had already rushed over. Princess Taiping immediately stopped her stance and droned, "You can't run away. Fight for your life." With that, a handful of talismans flew out of his hand and shot towards the black demon old ghost. Knowing that she might not be able to escape today, Lucicada's eyes turned red as she placed Lin Yuan on the ground and said in a low voice, "We'll hold off the old black demon ghost. You go ahead and look for that river yourself. If there's a way you'll come back. If not." Looking at Lucicada, it seemed as if she wanted to jump into Lin Yuan's arms to bid a fond farewell. "You guys hang in there, I'll be back soon." But at such a critical moment, Lin Yuan were to care about these children's feelings. After leaving a sentence, directly royal wind flew in the direction that Princess Taiping pointed out, without the slightest stay in the figure. Looking at Lin Yuan's departing back, Lucicada was a little sad. She knew deep down that this time it was hard to escape. It might be the last time the two of them would see each other, and she still wanted to say a few more words to Lin Yuan. But this dog of a man just walked away, not even bothering to say goodbye to himself. Princess Taiping looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise, and then looked at Lucicada who stayed in place. "What is this? Husbands and wives are birds of a feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble? He's gone so cleanly. Is he running away? Or going to get help?" Looking at Lucicada who looked a bit lost, Princess Taiping comforted, "Men really can't be relied on. But don't worry, I definitely won't run away. The big deal is to die together." Lucicada's beautiful eyes rolled. "Sister, don't comfort people if you can't comfort them. What's the difference between this and rubbing salt in the wound?" However, Lucicada still kept her mouth shut and said, "I believe in him." The old black demon ghost paused and looked at Lucicada and sneered, "Little beauty, your little lover seems to have left you behind and escaped. A little white boy just can't be relied on. Why don't you obey the old man?" Jia. Lucicada's eyes were red as she stared at the old black demon ghost, her body's aura climbing up. This was burning essence blood to forcefully raise his cultivation level. Seeing this, Princess Taiping hurriedly said, "You're crazy." Lucicada's face turned pale and laughed miserably. "It's all about fighting for your life. What's the point of burning a little essence blood? It's still a toss-up whether you can live through today." As soon as the words fell, Lucicada rushed straight towards the black demon old ghost. "Old thing, die for me." The sword she smashed into the black demon old ghost in an overwhelming manner. "Fight to the death." Princess Taiping sighed softly and forcefully operated her Tai Chin Xian Gong. The light green colored shadow behind her reappeared and rushed up after Lucicada. Boom boom! Lucicada forced his cultivation to the 5th level of the Yuaning stage. Although he had the power to fight with the old black demon ghost, but his body's aura had long been depleted, and he was completely burning his essence and blood in the battle. Looking at the sky-covering sword chi, the black devil old ghost Jie laughed strangely. Burning essence blood for your little white boy to fight for escape time? At this moment, Lin Yuan had long been at the end of his strength, and he fell to the ground after flying through the air for a short while. Not caring about the pain on his body, Lin Yuan rolled over and climbed up to run, followed by another handful of chi replenishing elixir snapped in his mouth, absorbing the elixir as he ran. Why isn't it here yet? Why isn't it here yet? Lin Yuan's eyes were red. His body was drenched in blood. He had long been exhausted. His eyes were blurred, and he was desperately running forward supported by his will alone. Chapter 28, 9th level of Yuanying. I don't know how long he had been running, but a small puddle finally appeared in Lin Yuan's blurred vision. Looking at the small puddle in front of him, Lin Yuan called out the pitfalls. Although there are dry rivers around, but the size of the small puddle in front of him is not even comparable to a small pond. And I don't know if it is possible to summon the river god out. Blessed is the river goddess sister. Lin Yuan was powerless and paralyzed, using the last bit of strength in his body to throw the jade pendant into the small puddle. Now all of Lin Yuan's hopes were pinned on the river god. If this small puddle couldn't summon the river god, then next year's day would be the anniversary of his death. 1 second and 2 seconds. Lin Yuan's eyes stared at the small puddle of water with a feeling that it was like years, but the small puddle of water had no reaction. Sister river god! Sister river god! Help! People are dying! Lin Yuan's eyes were red as he looked at the small puddle and hissed at the top of his voice, but what he waited for was still silence. The puddle was ripple-free and calm. Sister river goddess! Help! Help! Lin Yuan's consciousness had already begun to blur, but his mouth was still tossing and turning, repeating these two sentences. Lu Cicada E is about to die. Sister river goddess, come out quickly. No way. After waiting for a moment, Lin Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed bitterly. Suddenly, as Lin Yuan was about to despair, the small puddle began to boil, and the river god's demonic figure slowly floated out of the small puddle. He braced his body with all his might and said weakly, Sister river god, help! Someone's going to die. The river god looked at Lin Yuan, who was like a bloody man in front of him, and scared. How tragic. What did you do? Where did Lin Yuan care to explain this? He hurriedly said, Sister river god, the Taiyin Chalcedony got it for you. Please help me save 2 people. They are dying. Saving people is no problem. The river god frowned and hesitated. But there's too little water here. It affects my range of motion. What? Lin Yuan was completely desperate. Without the river god's help, he couldn't beat the old black demon ghost even if he gave up his life. Looking at Lin Yuan's despairing expression, the river god comforted. Don't be anxious for now. I have another way. What method? Lin Yuan asked hurriedly. With a wave of the river god's hand, a black spiritual light drilled into Lin Yuan's body, slowly repairing his injured body. At the same time, Lin Yuan's aura climbed upward. His cultivation hardened and pulled up to the 9th level of the Yuanying Grand Circle. I can lend you a little bit of cultivation, but you have to remember, do not get attached to the battle. This transition to your cultivation can only last for half an hour. Thank you, Sister River God, Lin Yuan said incoherently. Sister River God, wait for me. I'll go and come back quickly. Feeling the surging power in his body, Lin Yuan was full of confidence and ran away after dropping a sentence. Lu Cicada E, hold on. I'm coming. Hey, you asshole, you ran away without giving me the Taiyin Chalcedony. On the other side, Lu Cicada E's green dress was already dyed red with blood. She was panting heavily with her hands on her sword, and the essence blood in her body was about to burn out. Bang! In mid-air, Princess Taiping also finally ran out of aura and was knocked out of the air by the old black devil's palm. Princess Taiping spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and then lay on the ground, no longer having the strength to resist. Looking at Lu Cicada E, who was still holding on, Princess Taiping sighed softly and said, I didn't expect to have to die with you, the demoness of the Acacia sect. Why didn't you just run? Just as Lu Cicada E burned her essence blood to tangle with the old black demon ghost, Princess Taiping clearly had a chance to escape, but she rushed up without a second thought. Run? Taiping Mingzhu said arrogantly. If I ran, wouldn't I even be inferior to you, the demoness of the Acacia sect? Lu Cicada E sighed. It was silly to lose her life for the sake of that pride in her heart, but think about yourself. Staying here and desperately trying to fend off the black demon old man. What exactly is it for? Old black demon ghost looked at the two men lying on the ground and snorted coldly. Wasting old man's time. Before the words fell, two black jade bottles appeared in the hands of the black demon old ghost. Know what this is? This is the legendary soul regeneration bottle. When the old man draws out the souls of you too, he will make you suffer from the pain of fire burning day and night. Looking at the old black devil ghost who was pressing up step by step, Lusakeda swung his last sword as hard as he could, and without any more strength to resist, he fell down on his back. Can't wait for you to get back. Suddenly, Lusakeda felt that she landed in a warm embrace, and a warm mellow voice sounded beside her ear. How come you can't wait for me? Lusakeda opened her eyes incredulously, only to see Lin Yuan's familiar face. Lusakeda coughed out a mouthful of blood and said weakly, "Moved in for help?" Lin Yuan gently wiped away the blood from the corner of Lusakeda's mouth and shook his head. Lusakeda's face changed, and she anxiously said, "What are you doing running back here without help? Sending yourself to death? Don't worry, you're not sure I can come back?" Princess Taiping was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect you to come back." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said breathlessly, "I'm the kind of person who is greedy and afraid of death." The old black demon ghost looked at Lin Yuan, who had suddenly appeared, and said in a cold voice, "Kid, even running back to die, it saves me a lot of trouble. For being so forthcoming, I'm sure I'll give you a good time later." Lin Yuan snorted coldly. Noisy. Saying that, he casually waved a sword chi to repel the old black demon ghost. Lin Yuan carried Lusakeda to the side and softly said, "Wait here first, I'll be right there." Looking at the black demon old ghost, Lin Yuan said morosely, "Old thing, have a good fight." The black demon old ghost was shocked. 9th level of Yuan-ing? Just now, in the moment of contact with the sword chi, the old black demon ghost sensed Lin Yuan's cultivation, and immediately a wave of retreat sprang up in his heart. Although he had a great deal of means to save his life, if he faced a Yuan-ing 9th level expert head-on, he could only be beaten and run away. But on second thought, there was something wrong. Lin Yuan was only at the first level of the Jindan stage when he had just left. How could he have raised his cultivation so much in a short period of time? Thinking of this, the black demon old ghost smiled morosely. "Kid, you should have used some secret method to raise your cultivation." "Don't care what secret method it is, it'll just kill you, old thing. Secret method enhancement is not your own cultivation after all. Do you really think you can defeat Lao Fu?" Before the words fell, Lin Yuan swung out the long sword in his hand. The moon is in the clouds. In an instant, dozens of thick sword chi carrying rolling waves slammed into the old black demon ghost, and dust and smoke rose up in the field. Boom boom. Due to the gap in cultivation between the two was too great, the black demon old ghost was unable to react in time and was knocked back by the sword chi. With one strike, Lin Yuan went after him in a smooth manner. The black demon old ghost snorted coldly as his figure flickered, dodging Lin Yuan's immediately following strike. As expected, as he had thought in his mind, although Lin Yuan's cultivation level had increased, his combat experience was obviously lacking, and he only needed to stall Lin Yuan and wait for that mysterious power in his body to disappear. Chapter 29, The River God's Might. Two people you chase me to hide in the air chase. Although Lin Yuan cultivation suppression of the Black Devil Old Ghost, but the Black Devil Old Ghost of the body is really good, making Lin Yuan has not been able to get close, and even the sword chi cannot touch the Black Devil Old Ghost the slightest. Lusakeda's eyes narrowed slightly, a little worried. This old black demon ghost was obviously stalling for time, wanting to wait until that mysterious force inside Lin Yuan disappeared before striking again. Lin Yuan snorted coldly. Stalling for time? The Black Devil Old Ghost stopped his body. Jejia strange laugh, can't hold out soon. Right, try it then. As Lin Yuan said, his long sword pulled flowers like a rain screen. A sword chi as thin as a hair seemed to weave a fishing net in the air, rapidly approaching the old black demon ghost. Feeling the majestic pressure of the sword chi, the black demon old ghost's figure hurriedly retreated backwards. Nothing more than that. Lin Yuan sneered. The old black devil ghost said as he retreated. Kid, I'll see how long you're arrogant. Arrogant until you die. Lin Yuan said, swinging out the long sword in his hand. Just as the black demon old ghost thought that Lin Yuan was going to attack again, he saw Lin Yuan quickly rushing towards the two Lusakeda clothes, and then one in each hand, picking them up and running away. Old thing, come after me if you can. The black demon old ghost was a bit dumbfounded, but seeing that the Taiyin Chalcedony in his hands was going to run away, he was also a bit anxious, and directly received the sword chi hard with both palms. Boom boom. The black demon old ghost instantly spat blood from his mouth, and his black robe was torn to shreds. Looking at the distant silhouettes of the three, the old black demon ghost roared, Kid, die for me. Before the words fell, the black demon old ghost's figure flickered and chased after him. Lusakeda looked at Lin Yuan and blinked her eyes. So you haven't been thinking of tangling with the old black demon ghost all this time? Lin Yuan nodded and explained. This mysterious power can only last for half an hour, and I wasted a bit of time on my way here just now, so it's better to run if you can. Being held in Lin Yuan's arms, Princess Taiping was a little embarrassed. It was the first time she had grown up and gotten so close to a man, and her hands were a little nowhere to rest. Lusakadae seemed to have seen Princess Taiping's embarrassment and snuggled into Lin Yuan's arms and teased. Princess Taiping seems to be a little uncomfortable. Princess Taiping snorted coldly. You think I'm the same as your Acacia sect demoness? I don't know shame. Lusakadae sniffed and giggled. You're being held in my man's arms and saying that I don't know shame? You. Lin Yuan was a bit headstrong and hurriedly said. Alright, stop arguing. We're running for our lives. Do you think it's a picnic trekking? The two women hummed softly, then fell silent. The next moment, Lusakadae leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder and fell asleep. Princess Taiping sighed softly. The essence blood in this demon girl's body almost burned out. If you had come one step later, I guess you would have had to collect her corpse. Lin Yuan was silent and continued to bury his head in flight. After a few moments, seeing the somewhat wretched black demon old ghost behind him, Lin Yuan said sinisterly, catching up. Princess Taiping worriedly said, how long can you hold out? Don't worry, I still have a backhand. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan then slowed down his speed, allowing the black demon old ghost to get a bit closer. What do you want? Lin Yuan laughed. Fishing. Kid, don't run. Old black demon bellowed. Lin Yuan pretended to sway and nearly fell out of the air, but he quickly adjusted and continued to ride the wind. Seeing this, the black demon old ghost became even more complacent and laughed coldly. That mysterious power in your body is about to disappear, isn't it? I'll see how you struggle. The two of them chased after each other, and Lin Yuan's figure kept faltering, as if he was going to run out of aura in the next second and fall from the air, but he just didn't fall. Just like that, Lin Yuan had been hanging on to the old black demon ghost without slowing down. Soon, he saw the figure of the river god. The river god who was far away from the river had long sensed a few people, and after seeing Lin Yuan embracing the right and left, the river god said, Kid, so it's to go heroically save the beauty. This looks I can't help but feel sorry for. No wonder he's so desperate. Lin Yuan carefully placed the two on the ground. Lusakadae was still unconscious, while Princess Taiping was staring at the river god with some curiosity. This dainty beauty was Lin Yuan's backhand? Seeing this, the river god casually pointed and Princess Taiping fainted. Kid, how many times have I told you not to reveal my presence? Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. Didn't you just say that once? Seeing that the river god was about to change her face again, Lin Yuan hurriedly explained. Sister river god, the situation was urgent. Where did I care about this? Forget it this time, there can't be a next time. As the river god said that, her delicate jade finger pointed towards Princess Taiping, and a spiritual light flew out from Princess Taiping's body. I took this memory of her. Won't it do any damage to her? Lin Yuan asked hurriedly. I remember that forcibly extracting memories will cause damage to the divine soul, and in severe cases, it will even turn into an idiot, and Princess Taiping won't turn into a little cutie. Right. The river god's beautiful eyes rolled over and said arrogantly, I am the river god, and this kind of small spell is not a handful. What river god? The river god spoke somewhat vaguely, and Lin Yuan seemed to feel that he had missed the most important part. The river god said impatiently, what do you care about me? Where is the Taiyin Chalcedony? Hurry up and give it to me. Lin Yuan pulled out the Taiyin Chalcedony from his storage ring and held it in his hand. Sister river god, the Taiyin Chalcedony is here, but this trouble behind me. Kid, dare to make conditions with me now. The river god's beautiful eyes revealed a fierce light. With this cultivation level of yours, it's not like I can rob you handily. Lin Yuan protected the Taiyin Chalcedony in his arms and said hurriedly, this Taiyin Chalcedony is something I fought tooth and nail to snatch. If you dare to snatch it I'll punch the river in pee. Speaking of which, it suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan that there should have been people peeing into the river in the past. Right, and how did the river god cope with that? When the river god heard this, her pretty face slightly reddened, and she held her tongue for a long time before saying, count yourself cruel. As soon as the words fell, the river god grabbed in the air, and the black demon old ghost instantly appeared in front of several people. Lin Yuan was dumbstruck, not expecting the river god to be so strong. Is this the old bastard who tried to kill you? Yeah, that's the old bastard. At this time the black devil old ghost has long been scared silly. Even the power of space. Is this kid behind the back of the backing surprisingly merged period of great powers? Elders, spare your life. No sooner had the words of the black demon old ghost left his mouth than the river god sealed it. You old bastard. You're almost in the ground and you still dare to call me senior. You old bastard. The river god seemed to be sensitive to age, and the black demon old ghost had annoyed the river god with just one sentence, only to see the river god's pretty face slightly angry. Then a large hand appeared in the void and began to shoot left and right at the old black demon ghost. Due to the fact that he was confined to his aura by the river god and couldn't speak, the black demon old ghost was quickly beaten up by the river god. For a full quarter of an hour, the river god then let go of the old black devil and said angrily, Look carefully. That kid is called Lin Yuan. I cover. If you dare to look for trouble with him in the future, I'll cut that thing off your crotch and sew it on your ass. Do you understand? The black demon old ghost hurriedly nodded, his head shivering. Had he known that a harmonization stage powerhouse had been following behind Lin Yuan's few people, even if he had been given 100 guts, he wouldn't have dared to move a few people. Alright, get lost. Without waiting for the black demon old ghost to react, the river god casually threw his hand. The old black devil ghost was like a meteor that zipped into the depths of the white clouds and disappeared. Sister River Goddess, why don't you kill him? The river god pointed to the sky and said in a deep voice, does heavenly Tao suppression understand? Not really. Anyway, it means I can't kill anyone. Get it? Then give him to me. I'll just kill him. River god rolled his eyes. I forgot. Chapter 30, Are you an animal? After resolving the trouble of the old black demon ghost, Lin Yuan casually threw the tie-in chalcedony to the river god and then came to Lucicada Yi's side. Just now, Taiping Mingzhu said that the essence blood in Lucicada Yi's body was about to burn out, and I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that easy to recover. Suddenly, Lin Yuan had a flash of light and said to the river god, Sister River God, if you help me heal Lucicada Yi, I don't want the reward for this tie-in chalcedony, okay? Lin Yuan looked at the river god with expectant eyes. When he was in the Tongyi mysterious realm, his injuries were even worse, but after the river god's treatment, he was alive and well the next day, and his cultivation level was hardened and pulled up a lot. Lin Yuan believed that as long as the river god was willing to make a move, Lucicada Yi would definitely be able to recover. When the river god heard this, he first looked at Lucicada Yi, and then said with some surprise, there seems to be a seal in her body. Seal? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. What seal? The river god waved his hand and said, it's nothing. Did you just say that you don't want the payment, so I can help you heal this little beauty? Lin Yuan nodded. Don't you want to know what I'm going to give you? Do you want me to tell you and you can decide? Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, my mind is made up. There's no point in talking more. It's a bit interesting. The river god laughed delicately. Even if the reward given by the river god was precious, Lin Yuan did not intend to change his decision. After all, without Lucicada Yi, he would have died a long time ago. After a moment of silence, the river god slowly said, actually, you can save her without me. Lin Yuan asked with some uncertainty. Me? The river god nodded and threw the heavenly rank technique, Secret Yin Yang Xian Gong, to Lin Yuan, her pretty face slightly blushing as she said, when that little beauty of yours wakes up, have her learn this, and then your yin and yang intercourse will be able to replenish her essence and blood. That simple? Lin Yuan cannot help but sigh. So this is it. This is not simple. Anyway, before it is 3 times a day. The big thing is that in the future to give up their old waste. New efforts on the line. Simple. The river god sighed and said in a good-natured manner. This is all due to the heavenly ranking technique. How could an ordinary person have such good luck in obtaining the heavenly ranking technique? The essence and blood in the body is gone. And there's no other way at all other than to use elixirs to slowly heal it. Lin Yuan carefully recalled his past experiences. In the back of the Acacia Sex Mountain, he inexplicably befriended the river god and wanted to search for the tie-in chalcedony, but as a result, he encountered it when he boarded a transcontinental ferry, and now he had obtained a copy of such a heaven-defying technique. Thinking about it that way, he did have quite a bit of luck. The river god stretched her back, her exquisite curves exposed, causing Lin Yuan to be dazzled for a while. The river god's eyes narrowed slightly. It looks good, doesn't it? Lin Yuan nodded and then shook his head. The river god's eyes were so unkind. If he admitted it, he wouldn't be slapped by the river god. And shaking your head, you're afraid you're blind. The river god snorted coldly and slowly sat down on the surface of the water, beginning to refine the tie-in chalcedony. Lin Yuan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly and carefully came to Lucicada Yi's side, wanting to take a look at Lucicada Yi's condition. As a result, just after picking up Lucicada Yi, he realized that her body was cold and her breath was like swimming, as if she was about to run out of gas. Sister River God, help! Lin Yuan said anxiously. The river god opened his eyes and said impatiently, what's wrong again? Lucicada Yi seems to be dying. Come and take a look. The river god's divine sense swept over Lucicada Yi and said with a slight frown, just now, I only noticed the seal. I didn't realize that her body had really reached the point of running out of gas. It's not easy to survive until now when the aura is depleted and the essence blood is burned out. Lin Yuan said somewhat anxiously. Sister River Goddess, is there any other way? Hold your horses. Let me think. After thinking for a long time, the river god coughed lightly and said, you wait for me to refine this tie-in chalcedony first, and I'll have a solution. Okay. Then you hurry up. The river god nodded, then continued to refine the tie-in chalcedony. At first everything was normal, but as time passed, the temperature around them plummeted, and frost actually hung on the river god's eyelashes. Lin Yuan was also frozen shivering, hurriedly took out some clothes from the storage ring, for Lucicada E and Princess Taiping draped, and then built a bunch of bonfires on the side, which only improved. After a long time, the river god finally refined all of the Tai-in chalcedony. She slowly opened her eyes, and two ghostly blue rays of light that were like substance shot out, directly freezing a large tree on the side into an ice sculpture. Lin Yuan couldn't help but tsk his tongue at the sight, but now that the situation was urgent, where was he free to sigh? He hurriedly said, "Sister River God, can you start treating Lucicada E?" The river god nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the three of them appeared in a mysterious space surrounded by darkness. After a moment of silence, the river god said softly, "I will help her catalyze the gong. You talk to her. Now." "Got it." Lin Yuan stayed for a moment and said awkwardly, "You were watching from the side?" Although there is nothing with Lucicada E, he has not had the fetish of letting people watch from the sidelines. The river god rolled his eyes and his figure instantly disappeared. Then he transmitted his voice to Lin Yuan. "You may begin." Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths, looked at the dark space around him, and spoke, "Sister River God, get ready, I'm going to start." The river god's voice was a bit unnatural as he urged, "Hurry up, any more dilly-dallying and your little lover will really die." Lin Yuan took a few deep breaths and muttered, "It's all for the sake of saving people, so let's just be looked at. It's a big beautiful girl anyway, I'm not at a disadvantage." Before the words fell, Lin Yuan slowly came together beside Lucicada E, carefully. After a few moments, Lin Yuan could feel the gong method within Lucicada Yi's body begin to operate. Gradually, Lucicada Yi's skin seemed to be smeared with a touch of red, her pale face became rosy, and her breathing gradually stabilized. Lin Yuan saw the situation, happy eyebrows, finally saw the effect of it. As a result, Lucicada E let out a delicate hum, and her eyes unexpectedly opened suddenly. Lin Yuan was startled and almost impotent. "You're awake." "Ha?" Lucicada E opened her eyes to look at Lin Yuan, then slowly closed them again. "It shouldn't be enough," Lin Yuan muttered and continued to run his gong methods. Half an hour later, Lucicada Yi's mouth let out a sound if anything, and dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Lin Yuan hurriedly spoke, "Lucicada E, are you awake? How does your body feel?" Lucicada E slowly opened her eyes and glared at Lin Yuan. "You're an animal." Chapter 31, The Mighty River God. After a few moments, Lin Yuan slowed down and pushed Lucicada E. The result was that Lucicada E was generally the same as before, except for the recovery of some of the aura essence and blood in his body. He was still unconscious. What's going on? At this time, the river god's figure slowly appeared. Said in a bad mood, essence blood is the source of the human body. The body's essence blood is almost burned out. How can it be so easy to wake up? You think you're a 10,000-year-old elixir in human form. Lin Yuan was a bit speechless. But Lucicada E woke up just now. The river god's pretty face reddened at that, and she said fiercely, "How would I know what's going on?" "Well, now that your little lover is okay, hurry up and get dressed. It's time to go out." A few moments later, the three of them reappeared next to the puddle. But at this time, the puddle had already turned into a river that was about 1 foot wide. The river flowed slowly, and Lin Yuan even saw a few fish swimming happily in the river. "What's going on?" Lin Yuan was surprised. The river god's pretty face was slightly red, and she arrogantly said, "Lord River God himself, what's wrong with this river's multi-point water?" "All right, I'll go back if there's nothing else." Lin Yuan's face carried a smile as he curtly said, "Take your time, Sister River God." "Right." The river god slapped his head and threw a gongfu over, saying, "This sword manual is for you, as payment for the Tai-in chalcedony." No. You saved Lucicada E even as a reward. How inappropriate to give the sword manual again." Having said that, Lin Yuan received the sword manual handily and received it directly into his storage ring. River God's beautiful eyes rolled as she clenched her silver teeth and whispered, "This asshole." As soon as the words left her mouth, the River God floated straight into the river. She really didn't want to care about this asshole. Looking at the back of the River God, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke, "Sister River God, that jade pendant can still give me another piece, in case." The River God turned her head, her pretty face slightly angry. "What? You want me to be a free hitter?" Lin Yuan immediately cried out in injustice and righteously said, "Of course not. I, Lin Yuan, am a man of the heavens and the earth. How can I keep relying on others? This time it was just an accident. I'm asking for another jade pendant. I just thought of contacting you more. After all, I'll have to go out for training in the future. It's impossible for me to stay in the Acacia sect all the time." In case you want to chat with someone in the future. With the jade pendant in my possession, I won't have to go back to the Harmony sect. I'm doing this all for your sake. But of course, if you don't have that kind of jade pendant anymore, forget it. Looking at Lin Yuan's serious demeanor, the river god was a bit puzzled. Really? Lin Yuan nodded, his expression sincere. In fact, what he wanted to say just now was that in case he encountered danger in the future, he could also summon the river god out. But after seeing the expression on the river god's face, he immediately shut up. The river god cocked his head and thought, then said, count on you having a conscience. With that, the river god casually pointed, and a stream of light attached itself to Lin Yuan's storage ring. In the future, if there's anything, just throw the storage ring directly into the river, and I'll come over myself if I'm fine. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised and said, it's fine without the jade pendant? Of course, or else what do you think I want Taiyin Chalcedony for? In the future, no matter where it is, as long as it's a big river, I can appear at any time, no longer confined to that area in the back of the Acacia Sex Mountains. Lin Yuan was stunned. This was a god. This ability was too, perverted. Surprised to be surprised. At the same time Lin Yuan's heart was overjoyed. A great power of the harmonization stage that could be summoned at any time. This later on when he was traveling outside, he would sleep by the river. Okay, I'm outta here. The river god waved his hand and slowly sank into the water. After the river god disappeared, Lin Yuan took off the bloodstained clothes from his body and ran to the river to try. Sister river god, are you there? After continuously shouting a few times to confirm that the river god was gone, Lin Yuan dove headfirst into the water and began to clean his wounds. The battle just now had long ago caused Lin Yuan's body to be covered in blood, and now his body was sticky and uncomfortable. At this moment, at the bottom of the river god was floating silently in the water, looking at the figure on the surface of the water, biting her silver teeth and cursing, this bastard. After a long time, Princess Taiping woke up leisurely and looked at Lin Yuan strangely. Where's the old black devil? Ran away, Lin Yuan said without changing his face. Anyway, Princess Taiping's memory had been siphoned off for a while by the river god, and she definitely didn't remember what had happened. Princess Taiping looked at Lin Yuan with some incredulity and said, you fought off the old black demon ghost? Lin Yuan turned his hands behind his back and put on an appearance of a worldly superior as he said in a deep voice, the old black demon ghost is very strong. Princess Taiping didn't bother to pursue the process, and survived anyway. Feeling the situation inside her body, Princess Taiping said with a sad face, it's over. This time there's no recovery for a year. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, just be content. Lu Cicada E almost died. Princess Taiping sniffed in silence. If there is no Lu Cicada E burning essence blood to death, I'm afraid that the two of them can't drag Lin Yuan to arrive. Hurry up and restore your aura. In a moment we'll hurry to the Great Yan Dynasty. In case the Li family's people come after us, we'll really be dead. Yes. 2 days later, a carriage slowly drove into a small border city of the Great Yan Dynasty Iron Gate Pass. Let's recuperate here for a few days, Lin Yuan proposed as he looked at the city gates. Just yesterday, Lu Cicada E woke up leisurely, but her body was too weak to even walk. It was good that Lin Yuan had found the carriage left behind by Li Mufeng. Otherwise Lin Yuan would have had to hold Lu Cicada E for the past 2 days to catch up. Princess Taiping nodded and said softly, I have a token here personally given by Father Emperor. Why don't we go directly to the city lord's mansion? There are heavy guards there. It's still safer. Lin Yuan sniffed and shook his head. Forget it, the inn is just fine. We'll just recuperate for a few days. And when Lu Cicada Yi's body recovers a bit, we'll leave. Where are you going? Princess Taiping asked. Fengzhou City. Princess Taiping frowned. Fengzhou City, surnamed Lin, and from the Acacia sect. You wouldn't be the Lin family's son who was captured by the Acacia sect. Lin Yuan sniffed and marveled. My fame is so great now? Even Princess Taiping has heard about this? Heavenly spiritual root is not a cabbage on the side of the road. Of course I've heard of it. After a pause, Princess Taiping asked, why didn't you go to the clan to cultivate in the first place? With your qualifications the 4 major clans can be picked at random in addition to our Weiyang Palace. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. I was not young and foolish at the time. I politely refused. Princess Taiping nodded, thinking that this was the case. No wonder the Acacia sect dared to run to the door and take the person captive. But along the way, Princess Taiping realized that Lin Yuan seemed to be on good terms with Lu Cicada E. Why wouldn't he hate the Acacia sect since he was taken captive? Could it be that he is greedy for beauty? Thinking of this, Princess Taiping spat. Master was right. Men are all the same. Chapter 32, There's an inn. The carriage slowly drove into the Iron Gate Pass and walked along the main street for a while before Lin Yuan saw an inn. There's an inn. Looking at the inn signboard, Lin Yuan said to himself. This inn's name is quite interesting. It was noon, but the inn was closed, and the shopkeeper was the only one napping on the table. After hearing a commotion, the store assistant hurriedly got up and said in a confused manner, "Guest, are you stopping over or staying at the store?" Suddenly, the shopkeeper saw Princess Taiping standing on the side, and immediately froze on the spot. He had never seen such a beautiful woman at the Iron Gate Pass since he grew up. It was as if a fairy had descended to earth. Princess Taiping snorted coldly. It is true that all men in this world are of the same nature. Lin Yuan reached out and waved his hand in front of the shopkeeper's eyes, teasingly saying, "Kid, you have to be careful. This fairy is the one who will pull out her sword and kill at the drop of a hat." The store assistant came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, customer, but I really haven't seen a woman as beautiful as this fairy. Now don't you see it?" Lin Yuan laughed and took out a grain of broken silver from his pocket and threw it over. "Give me 2 top-quality guest rooms." The store assistant took the silver and bit it, and immediately said with a joyful smile, "Customer, you follow me." "Wait," Lin Yuan said, carrying Lu Cicada-e out of the carriage, and said to the shopkeeper, "This horse remember to look after it for me." Seeing Lu Cicada-e's appearance, the store assistant was stunned again. Just now that fairy seemed like a snow lotus on a high mountain, lonely and high and cold, giving people a feeling of rejecting others. And in front of the eyes of this fairy, although the face is a little pale, but between the eyebrows and eyes charming, flavorful, between the knitted brows and smile seducing, let a person cannot help but feel adored. Lin Yuan looked at the store assistant's somewhat dumbfounded appearance and couldn't help but laugh. "Kid, you've never seen a woman before." The store assistant shook his head and said enviously, "I've seen it before. I just haven't seen such a beautiful one." When Lu Cicada-e heard this, she smiled charmingly and said softly, "Then, do you think it's me who's pretty, or that ice cube just now?" Ice cubes? Thinking of that fairy's high and cold appearance, the store assistant felt that Lu Cicada-e was quite right. That fairy did look like ice. However, after so many years of being a store assistant, he has long been smooth to the extreme, and naturally knows that this kind of godlike character is not something that he, a store assistant, can provoke. The store assistant's eyes rolled. He smiled. "Both fairies are very beautiful." Our shopkeeper said at first, "It's called each what comes, each has its own flavor." Lin Yuan said, "Yes, that's the word. The guest is very learned. No wonder he can marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law." Lin Yuan laughed. This shopkeeper was quite interesting. After coming to the room, Lin Yuan first put Lu Cicada-e on the bedside, and said to the store assistant, "Xiao Air, hit some hot water up. I want to bathe and change. By the way, send up some more food later. Let's." "Customer, you wait a moment." After giving his orders, Lin Yuan came to Lu Cicada-e's side and asked, "How's the body feeling?" Lu Cicada-e tilted into Lin Yuan's arms and said softly, "I'm tired. I feel weak. I just want to sleep." This is a normal phenomenon. When the essence blood in your body recovers, you'll be fine. After a pause, Lin Yuan said, "Don't be so desperate in the future." Lu Cicada-e buried her head into Lin Yuan's arms and whispered, "Got it. I had the store boy fetch some hot water. I'll help you scrub your body in a while. You stink after not bathing for several days." Lu Cicada-e twisted her body uneasily a few times and grunted, "You're the one who stinks." After a few moments, Lin Yuan held Lu Cicada-e and placed her in the tub, carefully scrubbing her body. Lu Cicada-e's face was red and she was somewhat at a loss for words. Seeing this, Lin Yuan teased, "What? Cultivation is fine, and you're still blushing from helping you take a bath." Lu Cicada-e skimmed her mouth and said with a stiff upper lip, "No, I'm hot." Lin Yuan let out a light laugh and said, "I got a gongfu. Wait until tomorrow when you cultivate it after you get enough energy. In the future when you cultivate you will run the gongfu. It will help you recover the essence and blood in your body." Lu Cicada-e was a bit surprised when she heard this. What kind of gongfu was so amazing that it could restore the essence blood in her body? Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Don't ask me where I found it. You just need to know that it's good for you." "Got it." Lu Cicada-e obediently nodded. She didn't care where the gongfu came from. She only knew that Lin Yuan wouldn't harm her and that was enough. It's night. Lu Cicada-e lay down on the bed to rest while Lin Yuan took out the sword manual given by the river god from his storage ring. He had been busy rushing for the past few days and had no time to look at this sword manual at all. A sword breaks the vault. What a dominating name. After flipping through a few pages, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the river god. Casually throwing out a sword manual was a heavenly ranked technique. After Lin Yuan finished reading the sword manual, he immediately made up his mind that he must have a good relationship with the river god. Once he had such a backer behind him, it wouldn't be a matter of days before he could dominate the Liuzhou continent in the future. just as Lin Yuan was immersed in his fantasies. Lu Cicada softly said, "Lin Yuan, aren't you resting?" Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "You sleep first. I'll rest later." Lu Cicada's voice was sweet and greasy. "Come over here. I want you to hold me to sleep." Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada with some surprise, not expecting that this demon girl would actually pamper herself. However, Lin Yuan still righteously refused Lu Cicada's request. "I can't. You're hurt and I'm afraid I can't help it," Lu Cicada said in dissatisfaction. "Are you an animal that only thinks about that kind of thing?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said in a good-natured manner, "I don't know who was like an animal in the first place, but now it's talking about me instead." Lu Cicada's pretty face turned red when she sniffed. It did seem like she was a bit more of an animal back in the Acacia sect, but now the situation seemed to have shifted, just like the relationship between the two of them. "You're really not coming?" "No. You hurry up and be a good boy and go to bed." He had pampered himself. This bastard even did not give in. Lu Cicada was a little dissatisfied and put the quilt over her head. Exasperated. "If you don't come and pull back, I'll sleep on my own." Lin Yuan smiled helplessly, then retrieved the sword manual in his hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. Looking at Lu Cicada under the quilt, Lin Yuan softly said, "Lean in a bit or I'll fall." Lu Cicada sniffed, still covering her head and moving her body, and rolled inside. After waiting for Lin Yuan to get into bed, Lu Cicada lifted the quilt as soon as she did so and burrowed into Lin Yuan's arms. "You asshole, don't you know that when a woman is hurt she's also at her most vulnerable, and you don't even want to be there for me?" Lin Yuan cried and laughed a little. He never thought that this could come out of Lu Cicada's mouth. Chapter 33, Fengzhou City. The Li family of the Daiyu dynasty. The head of the Li family sat on the main seat, his face gloomy. A dark guard in iron armor said in a deep voice, reporting back to the family head, "According to the investigation, the second prince once clashed with Princess Taiping of the Great Yin dynasty as well as the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect on the ferry." "What conflict?" The head of the Li family frowned. How did this trash mess with Princess Taiping? The Daiyu dynasty and the Daiyan dynasty had always been mortal enemies. So if Princess Taiping had secretly committed an assassination, even if the Li family found out the results, what would happen? Would they have to go to war with the Daiyan dynasty again? Although the Li family has a hand in the Daiyu dynasty is not the Li family's one voice, and there are too many people to be concerned about. The second prince robbed Princess Taiping's Taiyin Chalcedony at the auction and mocked her, killing people to seize treasures? After a pause, the Li family head's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to ask, "Then what does this have to do with the Acacia sect's holy maiden?" The dark guard swallowed his saliva and said, "I heard the people on the ferry say that the second male was in conflict because he coveted beauty and wanted to forcibly take the Acacia sect's holy maiden." The Li family head gritted his teeth and said, "This incompetent waste." Later, after the second prince got off the ferry at Jingzhou City, Princess Taiping and the holy maiden of the Acacia sect followed, and that night the second prince's soul jade simplex shattered. "Good. Very good." The Li family head's forehead veins rippled as he said in a cold voice, "Daring to kill my Li family's people. Very good." Sulking for a moment, the Li family head sternly commanded, "You immediately go to the Green Cloud sect and inform Mubai of what happened. This matter is not appropriate for the Li family to intervene, but it can be resolved through other avenues." "Yes, master of the house." When the secret guards left, the Li family head secretly said, "So what if Princess Taiping were the Acacia sect's holy daughter? Do you really think that my Li family's people were killed for nothing? Don't forget that my Li family still has a holy son of the Qingyan sect." After Lu Cicada recovered some of her strength, she began to cultivate that heavenly rank technique, the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong. Lin Yuan supervised from the side, "Hurry up and work hard, and try to make up for all the lost essence blood in your body before you return to the Harmony sect. Luckily, your master doesn't know about this, or else she wouldn't have peeled my skin off." Lu Cicada grunted and said in a bad mood, "My master is not that unreasonable." This made Princess Taiping, who had been watching, a little curious. In just a few days, the essence blood in Lu Cicada's body had recovered most of it. Could it be that Lin Yuan was really a humanoid elixir? After recuperating for 5 days in a row, the three of them left the Iron Gate Pass. Now that Lu Cicada and the two of them had recovered some of their cultivation, so the three of them flew directly on the wind after leaving the Iron Gate Pass. 3 days later, Lin Yuan looked at the familiar words Fengzhou City and shouted, "Fengzhou City, I'm back." It was said that being near the countryside made one feel more timid, and Lin Yuan was likewise no exception. So after taking the two women into the city, Lin Yuan didn't rush home, but instead walked straight to a small tavern next to the city entrance, ready to drink some wine to strengthen his courage. At this time, there were only 2 tables of guests in the tavern. Lin Yuan casually found an empty table and shouted with a big grin, "Boss, Give me a caddy of osmanthus flower brew, and 2 more caddy of beef and sauce. Sniffling, Lin Yuan sighed. Yes, it's this wine scent that I've been thinking about for a long time. You guys try it later. Don't look at the dilapidated state of this tavern. But this osmanthus brew and beef and sauce is a masterpiece. Right at this moment, the guests who were drinking on the side were astonished after seeing the 2 Lusakata women. My goodness, this is a fairy coming down to earth. I'm going to marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law that I'll live 2 years less for all I care. This brat is blessed with a lot of lust, bringing 2 such beautiful fairies with him all by himself. The guests in the tavern were talking. Suddenly one of the drinkers tapped his head and whispered, "Hey, that kid looks familiar. Do you think he looks like the Lin family's son? It can't be. He wasn't captured by the Acacia sect. It's estimated that he'll have been squeezed into dryness by those demonesses by this time. He definitely can't come back." That said, since this bogeyman was taken away, our Fengzhou city has become much more peaceful. No, even the streets have more pretty women. In terms of the stature of these 2 girls, if Lin Yuan knew about it, he would have sniffed the wind and rushed over. When Lusakata heard this, her face looked at Lin Yuan in a particularly strange manner, with the feeling that she had met a wrong person. Princess Taiping, on the other hand, wondered if all men were like that. Lin Yuan coughed lightly, immediately said righteously, "This is all slander. When in the city of Fengzhou, who does not know that Lin Yuan is chivalrous and righteous? To see righteousness encouraged to weed out the strong and help the weak is my." Before Lin Yuan's words fell, the tavern fell silent and all the drinkers looked over in unison. There was a hint of awkwardness in the air. Ha ha, ha ha, Lin Yuan laughed dryly twice. Long time no see, everyone. Splat, the soy sauce beef in the shopkeeper's hand fell with a sound. The Lin family's son has returned. After staying for a moment, the few drinkers gave a ghostly cry and rolled and crawled out, directly bringing over the wine table in front of them. The rest of the drinkers looked at Lin Yuan with trepidation, wanting to run but not daring to do so, bending their backs and holding on to the wine table. Their appearance was very comical. Lusakata asked with some curiosity, "What unspeakable things have you done in the past? It's amazing that these people are so afraid of you." Lin Yuan touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't want to answer this question. Lusakata's jade finger pointed to one of the drinkers and said, "You speak." The drinker warily pointed to his chest. "Me? Yeah, just you." Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at the drunkard with fierce eyes, signaling him to keep his mouth shut. The drinker's head immediately shook like a rattle. "I don't dare." Lusakata slapped on the table and comforted. "Don't worry and speak boldly. If Lin Yuan dares to touch you, I'll break his 3 legs. Immediately afterward, Lusakata turned the tables again and said in a deep voice, "Of course, if you don't say anything, I'll break all 3 of your legs." As soon as the words left his mouth, a side table exploded. The drinker was suddenly creeped out and hurriedly said stiffly, "In the past, Lin Shitzi liked to beat people, and he would beat anyone who said something bad about him that he heard." "Go on," Lusakata urged, perhaps seeing that Lin Yuan was still sitting in place and did not make a move. The drinker's guts grew a bit bigger and continued, "Lin Shitzi also likes to molest little girls on the street. I remember that one year at the Lantern Festival, Lin Shitzi even carried a little girl home." Lusakata's eyes narrowed slightly as she stood up and came behind Lin Yuan, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "I didn't expect it, but it turns out that you actually forcefully robbed the people's daughter." Princess Taiping slammed the table and said angrily, "It should be reported to the officials to pull him to beat the board." Lin Yuan shrunk his neck and laughed dryly. "No, don't listen to him, that's all friends, fooling around. Any more?" Lin Shirzi also peeped at the little widow's bath, and was later chased down a street by the little widow with a kitchen knife. Princess Taiping sniffed and grabbed Lin Yuan angrily. "You scum!" Lin Yuan hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "That was in the past. Ever since I went to the Acacia sect, I've cleansed my heart and become a new man." Lusakata snorted coldly and said unhappily, "So we, the Acacia sect, are doing the people a favor." Chapter 34, The Jie Tiger. When the 3 of them walked out of the tavern, the street that was bustling with activity when they arrived had become empty, and there was not a single passerby except for a few old men and women selling vegetables. Lusakata sat on Lin Yuan's arm and said through clenched silver teeth, "I've only heard of the pure street tiger before, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes." "Ah." The word Lusakata bit down especially hard. "Lin Yuan, you're hiding deep enough." At this moment, Lin Yuan no longer had his previous vigor, and wilted as he led the 2 women in the direction of the Lin mansion. Princess Taiping sked, "Knowing people's faces doesn't mean you don't know their hearts. I suddenly have some regrets about coming to Fengzhou City." Lin Yuan said bitterly, I've arrived at my doorstep, how can I not go and sit down?" Lin Yuan was actually particularly afraid that Princess Taiping would leave now. With Princess Taiping around, Lu Cicada was still able to restrain herself a bit, and he was really afraid that after Princess Taiping left, Lu Cicada would do something excessive to him. After walking a bit more, a man suddenly shrilled, "Lin Shizhi is here. Everyone hurry up and welcome." Lin Yuan sniffed and immediately held his head high, looking proudly at the two Lu Cicada, the meaning of which was as if to say, "See, I am also welcomed by someone." But a warbling came immediately afterward. "Seiji come to play. Seiji has finally returned. I really missed my slave." Lin Yuan's expression immediately collapsed. Even in that moment, Lin Yuan wanted to try to see if his head could be stuck in his pants. Lu Cicada's slender jade hand reached Lin Yuan's waist and pinched his soft flesh and grunted coldly, "You are indeed welcome." After a torturous journey, Lin Yuan finally walked to the entrance of the Lin mansion. Looking at the door of the mansion that he hadn't seen for a long time, Lin Yuan felt quite a lot, and even had the urge to cry. In fact, it was not touched, but Lu Cicada twisted him all the way, and he felt that his waist was swollen by Lu Cicada's twisting. After the handyman guarding the entrance of the mansion saw Lin Yuan, he slapped himself hard, and after confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he shouted and ran towards the mansion. "Young master is back. Master and madam. Young master is back." Lin Yuan coughed lightly and spoke. "See, I still have people welcoming me." After saying that, he stepped forward. Suddenly, Lin Yuan felt a tug on his sleeve, and as a result, he turned around to see Lu Cicada standing in the same spot. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuan was a bit curious. Lu Cicada was a bit nervous. "Do I really have to go in? If your parents know that I'm the demoness of the Acacia sect, will they blame me?" In the beginning, it was the Acacia sect that forcibly took Lin Yuan away, even though Lu Cicada didn't know about it at that time, but she was holding the name of the Acacia sect's holy maiden, so I'm afraid that Lin Yuan's parents would definitely blame her. Lin Yuan laughed. "You just did not say to get rid of harm for the people. How come this will be afraid?" Lu Cicada's little mouth pouted. "A little unhappy. That was for the people of Fengzhou City, but your parents are different." When Princess Taiping saw Lu Cicada's hesitation, she gave a cut and sneered, "Don't be afraid. The ugly daughter-in-law always has to meet her parents." According to the past, Lu Cicada would certainly counterattack back. Who knows that this time, Lu Cicada seemed like he didn't hear it, still burying his head and staying in the same place. Lin Yuan took Lu Cicada's shoulder and walked inside the Lin mansion, saying as he walked, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's fine." The three had just walked into the door of the mansion when they saw a graceful woman with teardrops running over, and behind him was a middle-aged man with gorgeous clothes and slightly fat. "Is my son back?" When the woman saw Lin Yuan, she immediately pounced over in tears, cupping Lin Yuan's face with both hands and sobbing, "Thin my son has suffered. It's your father's fault for not being able to protect you properly." Lin Yuan grabbed Lu Zhuxin's hand and softly said, "Mother, don't worry, I didn't suffer. Look at me. I'm not doing well." Lin Wenjiang also flung his big sleeves over at this time and looked at Lin Yuan and said, "The Acacia sect released you back? Or did you wreak havoc on the Acacia sect and they don't want you anymore?" Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said with a cheeky face, "Knowing the son is like fathering. Of course it's a scourge to the Acacia sect, which didn't abduct their sect's holy maiden." Saying that, Lin Yuan pushed Lu Cicada forward and said, "Father and mother, introduce Acacia sect's holy maiden Lu Cicada, your son's unmarried daughter-in-law." Lu Cicada stammered for half a day, but did not say a word, only to stand in place with a red face, not knowing what to do. Lu Zhuxin sniffed and twisted her head to survey Lu Cicada, and only after a moment did she turn snotty into a smile. Well, this girl is beautiful. This body is a material that can give birth to a son." Saying that, Lu Zhuxin looked at Princess Taiping again. "This girl is also handsome. She won't be a future daughter-in-law as well." Seeing Lu Zhuxin's strange eyes, Lin Yuan was afraid that his mother would misunderstand and hurriedly said, "Mother, let me introduce you to Auntie. I'm Lin Yuan's friend. You can just call me Qinger." Lu Zhuxin complimented. "Miss Qinger is pretty too." Auntie is flattered. Lin Yuan looked at Princess Taiping with some surprise. The two had known each other for such a long time, and he still didn't know the name of Princess Taiping's house. Lin Wenjiang stood aside with a slight frown. He had heard that the women of the Acacia sect were all demonic women. This foolish son of his own family wouldn't be mesmerized. At this time, Lu Zhuxin had long forgotten the joy of reunion and pulled Lu Cicada towards the mansion. "How old are you, girl?" Lu Cicada's voice was like a fly. 18. Gu. Well, as big as Lin Yuan. "Do you have any siblings at home?" "I'm an orphan." Lu Cicada shook her head. She had been living in the Acacia sect since she was a child, and had heard her master say that she had been picked up Lu Zhuxin hugged Lu Cicada's shoulder and said softly, "It's okay, daughter, from now on, you'll treat me as your own mother, and we'll be a family from now on anyway." After seeing the two walk away, Princess Taiping whispered, "That's not very nice of you." Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed, "Who let her twist me?" And twisted me all the way. At this time, Lin Wenjiang, who was standing at the side, spoke out, "Are you still going this time back?" Lin Yuan nodded and said with a straight face, "Stay for half a month and then leave." "Still going to the Acacia sect?" Lin Yuan said with some embarrassment. "The Acacia sect can do it too. I'm already an inner courtyard disciple now." "Okay, just as long as there's no danger. I thought you'd been drained by the demoness of the Acacia sect, and was all set to set up a closed grave for you." Lin Yuan smiled and cried, "This is his own father." When he returned to the main hall, Lu Zhuxin was pulling Lu Cicada to talk, and when he saw Lu Cicada's petulant appearance, Lin Yuan knew that Lu Zhuxin was almost done asking questions. If Lu Zhuxin is allowed to ask further, it is estimated that Lu Cicada's blasphemous clothes what color is asked out. He hurriedly pulled the two apart and said to Lu Zhuxin, "Mother, we are tired from traveling all the way, so don't pull her around to ask questions." Lu Zhuxin glared at Lin Yuan in a dissatisfied way before saying, "Fine, don't ask." Chapter 35, A Paper Marriage Contract. The Golden Crow falls, the Jade Rabbit rises. In the evening, Lin Yuan's family is happy and enjoying their reunion. Lu Cicada originally wanted to leave with Princess Taiping, but Lu Zhuxin just wouldn't let go of her hand, pulling Lu Cicada around and chattering about her family. Finally, after Lu Cicada glared at Lin Yuan for a dozen or so times, Lin Yuan said stiffly, "Father, mind your woman. Your woman seems to be interrogating my woman." Lin Wenjiang also felt that Lu Zhuxin's words were a bit too much, so he lightly coughed and said, "Ha ha, ma'am, the children have been traveling for a day. It's time for them to go and rest." Lu Zhuxin sniffed, and only then did she reluctantly release Lu Cicada's hand, softly saying, "Daughter, then tomorrow mother will be looking for you to chat." Lu Cicada nodded with a flushed face. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Lu Cicada this is not even over the door yet, and she's calling herself a mother? After the two left, Lu Zhuxin pondered, "Since our son has brought his daughter-in-law home, are we going to make their marriage a piece of cake?" Lin Wenjing's eyes glared as he said unhappily, "Didn't you hear your son say that that girl is the demoness of the Acacia sect?" Although the Acacia sect was very strong, its reputation in the Liuzhou continent was not good. Plus the Lin family was also a big family with a reputation in Fengzhou city. A demonic daughter of the Acacia sect marrying into the Lin family. Lin Wenjiang always felt that it would not be very good to spread the word. When Lu Zhuxin heard this, she raised her eyebrows and angrily scolded, "What's wrong with a demoness? It's fine if it looks good to me. You think your son is something good. Stay out of this. It's up to my mother, and if you dare to disagree, don't come to my bed at night." Lu Zhuxin said with a huff and headed out. Lin Wenjiang sighed and hurriedly asked, "Ma'am, why are you going?" Lu Zhuxin didn't have the good sense to say, "I'll go find someone to prepare for their marriage, and I'll let them get it done in a few days." Ma'am. Lin Yuan said they'd stay for half a month and then leave. All the more reason to hurry. Lin Wenjiang had a bit of a headache and said, "Ma'am, you've forgotten that Lin Yuan still has a marriage contract." Lu Zhuxin's figure came to an abrupt halt when she heard this, slapping her head and saying, "Bad. How could I forget about that little girl from the Mu family? So what do you say?" Lin Wenjiang sighed and said, "Let's do it this way. Tomorrow I'll go to Yingyu Lu to book a banquet. Our two families will sit down for a while. I heard that that little girl from the Mu family is also at home in the past few days, so it's just the right time to discuss this matter." Sycamore Court. Lin Yuan and the two of them finally had some alone time. Lu Cicada's pretty face was red. She grabbed Lin Yuan's arm in a death grip and said in a slight rage, "You bastard! Who let you say that I'm your unmarried daughter-in-law? Now what?" Lin Yuan said smugly, "Who told you to twist me? It's swollen me. Besides, aren't you afraid that my parents will blame you? Look how much my mother likes you now." Lu Cicada pouted and muttered, "What she likes is her future daughter-in-law, not the demoness of the Acacia sect." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. "Aren't you her daughter-in-law now?" But what? But people are still young and don't want to marry." Lu Cicada whispered. "So what do you say?" "My mother has decided on you as her daughter-in-law." Lin Yuan spread his hands in a rogue manner. "Asshole. It's all your fault." Lu Cicada instantly looked like a fried rooster and punched Lin Yuan in the stomach, then twisted her head and walked towards her room. Lin Yuan rubbed his stomach and laughed lightly as he followed. "Asshole, who let you in? This is my house. I can go wherever I want." Lu Cicada coldly pushed Lin Yuan outward. Lin Yuan embraced Lu Cicada in his arms and softly said, "Stop it. I still have to heal you." Lu Cicada felt the warmth of Lin Yuan's body, Her body instantly softened and she cursed. Bastard! After a moment, Lusakeda softly said, you really don't mind that I'm the demoness of the Acacia sect? Lin Yuan thought about it and teased. Mind. So from now on you can only be small. Bastard. Beat you to death. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan walked out of his room and saw Princess Taiping with dark circles under her eyes sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard. Yo, up so early. Princess Taiping tiredly plopped down on the stone table in the courtyard and weakly said, is it possible that I didn't sleep all night? Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. He didn't do it on purpose. After all, love is naturally deep. You couldn't have set up a soundproofing array. Princess Taiping's beautiful eyes rolled. You thought I wouldn't be able to think of it, but I'm injured. So the formation isn't too effective. Lin Yuan spread his hands. Then it's not my fault. Just then, Lu Zhuxin walked over and looked at Lin Yuan and said, son, hurry up and freshen up. Go see your Uncle Mu in a while. Uncle Mu? Why do you want to see them? Lu Zhuxin nodded Lin Yuan's head and grunted in anger. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten that you have a marriage contract with that little girl from the Mu family? It's just as well you're back now to talk about your marriage. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. That little Mu Chuyen has been looking down on herself since she was a child. What's there to talk to her about? At this time, Lu Sakeda also walked out, her face a little gloomy when she heard that Lin Yuan still had a marriage contract. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pulled Lu Sakeda and said, you accompany me. Although there was some pain in her heart, Lu Sakeda also knew that it was not good for her to appear on this kind of occasion, and hurriedly said, it's fine for you to go. I won't go. It's fine. You're the Lin family's unmarried daughter-in-law. I'll return that marriage in a moment. Chapter 36, Brute Reasoning. It was almost noon before the Lin family and their party arrived at the reflecting moon tower. Lu Sakeda dressed in a light green dress, fresh and unassuming. This is the posture of the beauty of her slightly powdered, looking more beautiful, and Princess Taiping walked together, vaguely but also over the Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping did not want to come, but she was pulled hard by Lu Sakeda beautifully saying that she was her companion. In fact, she was just panicking. After all, she grew up living in the Acacia sect. Where had she seen this kind of scene? So she pulled Princess Taiping to press the issue. Before entering the door, Lin Wenjiang pulled Lin Yuan and instructed, it's fine if you want to break off this marriage, but your attitude must be good, and you can't make both families embarrassed in the end. Do you understand? Father, don't worry, I have my own measure. As long as Mu Chuyen doesn't speak excessively, I promise to peacefully break off the engagement. Lin Wenjiang sniffed and glared at Lin Yuan, saying angrily, with all that you did in the past, whose girl would give you a good face? Lin Yuan helplessly spread his hands. Who hadn't had a time when they were young and foolish? Soon, the group was led by the boy to the top floor of the moon reflecting building, but at this time, the Mu family had not yet arrived. Lin Wenjiang again uneasy to urge, a moment to remember. To words euphemistic. After all, I and your uncle Mu how many years of love? Lin Yuan said helplessly. You can rest assured. The crowd waited a little bit longer before Mr. and Mrs. Mu Yancheng arrived with Mu Chuyen. Among the crowd, Lu Sakeda saw Mu Chuyen at a glance. Mu Chuyen's posture was not bad. Her skin was as white as snow, like crystal clear jade, and her pair of autumn water-like eyes seemed to be able to seduce people's souls. However, Mu Chuyen seemed to have a strong opinion of Lin Yuan, and after seeing him, it was as if he saw a pile, immediately showing a disgusted look that was not hidden. Mu Yanqing was beaming when he saw Lin Yuan, and hurriedly went forward to pull Lin Yuan's hand, saying enthusiastically, when did Lin Yuan come back? I just came back yesterday. How's Uncle Mu's health lately? Pretty good, pretty good. Lin Wenjiang greeted. Let's hurry up and take our seats. It's not too late to sit down and catch up. Soon, under Lu Zhuxin's deliberate arrangement, Mu Yanqing and his wife Luo Xinru sat together, next to Mu Chuyen, while Lin Yuan sat next to Mu Chuyen. Then Lu Sakeda, Princess Taiping, Lu Zhuxin, and Lin Wenjiang in that order. After taking his seat, Lin Yuan twisted his body restlessly and turned his head to Mu Chuyen. Sister Chuyen, have you been well lately? Mu Chuyen glared at Lin Yuan in disgust and said in a cold voice, don't need you to care. Gu, I haven't seen you in half a year, and you're still so grumpy. Who am I to give you a good face when you're a bullying denizen? When Mu Yanqing heard this, he immediately spoke out in reprimand. Chuyen, how can you talk? Mu Chuyen snorted coldly and turned her head to the side. Mu Yanqing looked at Lin Wenjiang with an apology and said, Brother Lin, I'm sorry, this daughter of my family has been spoiled by me. No harm done. Lin Wenjiang laughed. Lu Zhuxin hurriedly instructed the boy behind her. You may serve the food. After the boy left, Lin Wenjiang said, let's eat first and talk about business afterward. As for this business, Those present naturally knew what it was. At the table, Princess Taiping is a look of indifference. Anyway, today this has nothing to do with her. After taking her seat she has been holding her shoulders, waiting for a good show to start. Lu Cicada E, on the other hand, felt that he had come a little redundant, and had been burying his head in dry rice, stuffing his mouth with a bulge, as if he were a hungry ghost. Soon, the wine was over and the food was over. Seeing that everyone had put down the chopsticks in their hands, Lin Wenjiang was the first to speak. Brother Mu, I asked you to come here today for the sake of these two children's marriage contract. Now that the boys are grown up, look at the marriage of these two. When Mu Yanqing heard this, he hurriedly picked up the conversation and said, when this child Lin Yuan was captured by the Acacia sect, I didn't even think of breaking off the marriage contract. Now that this Lin Yuan has returned, it's natural to hurry up the marriage of these two children. Mu Chuyan and Lin Yuan said in unison. I disagree. Mu Chuyan said with cold eyes. Father, this denizen ran back from the Acacia sect. Think about what place the Acacia sect is. There are good people in that Acacia sect. Besides, I'm now the shut-in disciple of the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect. He, a tripod that ran out of the Heping sect, can't say that he's already been drained by those demonic women of the Heping sect, so how is it possible for me to marry such a loser? Hearing the word cauldron, Lu Cicada Yi's head was buried even lower, constantly stuffing food into her mouth. Watching Lu Zhixin's heart ache, this daughter-in-law really suffered in the past. Shut up, parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can you be allowed to talk nonsense here? Mu Chuyan's words directly infuriated Mu Yanqing's veins. If it wasn't for Luo Xinru stopping her, it was estimated that Mu Yanqing's slap would have landed on Mu Chuyan's face. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, looked at Mu Chuyan with some curiosity, not realizing that only half a year had passed. She had gone to the Qingyan sect, and had even been accepted by the Qingyun sect's Grand Elder as a close disciple. It's a pheasant turning into a phoenix. Noticing Lin Yuan's eyes, Mu Chuyan sneered. What are you looking at? Where is a denizen like you worthy of me? For Mu Chuyan's words, Lin Yuan didn't care. Anyway, in the future, the two of them will be on different sides of the road. He laughed and said, so tell me, what kind of person would be good enough for you? Mu Chuyan seemed to recall which lover. Softly said, of course it's the kind of young talent like our clan's saint son, Senior Brotherly. Not only is his cultivation high and gifted, but he's also handsome and dashing. You can't even match him with a hair on his head. The holy son of the Green Cloud sect? You can't be talking about Li Mu Bai. Lin Yuan asked. Mu Chuyan snorted coldly. So you've also heard of Senior Brother Li's great name? Lin Yuan laughed and said in his heart, not only have I heard about it, I even took out his own brother. What is the cultivation level of that Senior Brother Li of yours? Why are you asking this? Mu Chuyan smiled contemptuously. You want to compare yourself to Senior Brother Li? I advise you to die of this heart. With a loser like you, you won't be able to compare to Senior Brother Li for the rest of your life. I'm not comparing myself to him. I'm just asking. You like your Senior Brother Li so much, you wouldn't be unaware of his cultivation, would you? Mu Chuyan said arrogantly. My Senior Brother Li is now at the third level of the cave void stage. Be afraid. Lin Yuan sniffed and Princess Taiping exchanged a glance. It turned out that Li Mubai hadn't reached the god transformation stage. It seemed that the doppelganger on that day might have been his gong method. Scared. Lin Yuan said perfunctorily. It's good that you're afraid. Mu Chuyan snorted coldly and said, the reason I'm here today is to withdraw from the marriage. Mu Yanqing slapped the table and said angrily, Mu Chuyan, shut up. Mu Chuyan similarly slammed the table and huffed, no matter what you say, I won't agree to this marriage. You. Mu Yanqing suddenly covered his chest, his face unsightly. Luo Xian Ro hurriedly said, Chu Yen, you say less. Look at how angry your father is. I talk less? My father wants to marry me off to this loser. So who am I to say anything less? Mu Chuyan became more and more agitated as she spoke, her face reddening as she pulled out her voice. This is my life's future. Why should I listen to father? Chapter 37 Acacia Sect Demoness. At this point, the commotion upstairs had long since reached downstairs, and many of the people who were eating downstairs had already run to the stairway. Yingyu Lu's boy saw the situation, hurried to drive away these people watching, but those people where will listen to the words of the boy, directly pushed the boy to the side. This seems to be the Lin family's son. I heard yesterday that he had returned. I didn't think it was true. I've long heard that the Mu family is engaged to the Lin family. I didn't expect it to be true. From the looks of it, it seems like Miss Mu wants to withdraw from the marriage. Hey, would you be willing to let you marry someone like the Lin family's son? I heard that this Lin family's son ran back from the Harmony sect. Is he really wasted? Listening to the crowd murmur, Lin Wenjing's face was incomparably gloomy. I had thought that since the two children did not agree to the marriage, it would be fine to peacefully dissolve the marriage contract, but I did not expect that Mu Chuyen would not show any mercy at all, and even wanted to withdraw from the marriage. Even if you withdraw from the marriage, you still shout so loudly, now that this has already spread out. If this marriage contract is withdrawn again in public, does the Lin family still want to lose face? Mu Yanqing slammed the table and said angrily, Mu Chuyen, do you have to make two families come down? Mu Chuyen snorted coldly, is it my fault? It was you who had to make me marry this loser. That's why I made a scene. Lin Wenqing's face was unsightly, but he still discouraged. Niece Chuyen, this matter is a big matter. Should we reconsider? After all, the face of the Lin family and his son's future were at stake. If he was really returned in public, how could Lin Yuan raise his head in Fengzhou City in the future? No need. Uncle Lin, my mind is made up, Mu Chuyen said with a cold face. Lin Yuan's face was incomparably ugly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Mu Chuyen in a deep voice, if you don't agree to this marriage, I don't agree either. So I think it's better for us to peacefully break off the marriage contract. What do you think? Mu Chuyen let out a ba and said angrily, no, I still don't know you. You pervert. You just want to hold me back. I'm telling you, it's impossible. Advise you to be sensible and hurry up to promise me to withdraw from the marriage. If you wait for my master to come, you will be beaten to death directly. In Mu Chuyen's opinion, Lin Yuan is a lecher. He just covets his beauty. And the peaceful dissolution of the marriage will have to be witnessed by the elders of both parties. So who knows what changes will occur in the middle of the process. Right at this moment, Lu Cicada E, who had been burying her head in dry rice, suddenly raised her head, with leaves still hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she coldly looked at Mu Chuyen and said, what did you just say? Mu Chuyen snorted coldly and said, who are you? Is it your turn to be in charge of this? Lu Cicada E coldly said word for word, I said what did you just say? Repeat it again. I didn't hear you. If you don't promise to withdraw from my marriage, my master will come and beat him to death. What's wrong? Lu Cicada E nodded and took out a handkerchief from her sleeve to slowly and methodically wipe the corners of her mouth clean. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly pulled Lu Cicada E and said, don't be impulsive. I can solve this. Looking at Lu Cicada E's appearance, it was obvious that he wanted to blow up. He was afraid that Lu Cicada E would be upset and slap Mu Chuyen to death. Nowadays, Mu Chuyen is only at the second level of Jindan, so if Lu Cicada E goes all out, it's probably just a slap in the face. Lu Cicada E's eyes were icy cold as she said in a deep voice, don't pull me. Don't do it. Don't worry. I've got it covered. Lu Cicada E shook off Lin Yuan's hand and looked at Mu Chuyen. The Qingyan sect's grand elder is your master, right? You call him out. I'll watch from here today. I'll see how he beats Lin Yuan to death. Originally, Lu Cicada E didn't want to make a sound. She just wanted to be a fairy who was quietly drying her food, but after seeing Mu Chuyen being so aggressive, she couldn't help it a bit, and after hearing Mu Chuyen threaten Lin Yuan, she couldn't hold back completely. What a thing to threaten her man. Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache. It would have been nice to settle this peacefully, so why did it get bigger and bigger? Mu Chuyen's aura obviously weakened ahead when she heard this, but she still said forcefully, this is between me and Lin Yuan. What does it have to do with you? Lu Cicada Yi's willow eyebrows went up as she looked at Mu Chuyen and said in a cold voice, Lin Yuan is my man. Do you think this has anything to do with me? Princess Taiping sighed. This time to say so as not to add to the chaos. She pulled Lu Cicada E. Voice transmission. You calm down a little. I can't calm down a bit. This woman is so shameless. I want to slap her to death. Oh, you're that demoness from the Acacia sect. Mu Chuyen turned her head to Mu Yanqing and said, Father, did you see? He's gotten into it with the demoness of the Acacia sect, and you're still asking me to marry him. You're not pushing me into the fire pit. The crowd was in an uproar at the words. Such a beautiful woman was actually the demoness of the Acacia sect. I've long heard that the Lin family's son has been captured in the Acacia sect. I didn't expect it to be true. Hey, no wonder the Lin family's son can't look at the Mu family's young lady. This Acacia sect's demon girl is much better looking than the Mu family's young lady. I've heard that the Acacia sect's demonesses all practice the art of seduction. Could it be that the Lin family's son has been bewitched by a demoness? Mu Chuyen listened to the crowd's remarks and said smugly, a pair of adulterers and wives, still wanting to drag me into the fire pit. What a thought! With a rumble, the dining table beside Lin Yuan instantly exploded. His reputation in Fengzhou City was already bad. It didn't matter how others talked about him, but to talk about Lu Cicada E in front of him, then the matter would be a different story. Lin Yuan coldly said in a deep voice, Uncle Mu, I came here because I want to peacefully break off the marriage contract with Mu Chuyen, but things have gotten to such an untenable point, so don't blame me for being uncaring. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan said in a cold voice. Mu Chuyen, I just started to give you face. You didn't want it, so don't blame me. Withdrawing from the marriage, right? Fine. I'll fulfill you. But it's my Lin family withdrawing from your Mu family's marriage, Lin Yuan said and pulled up Lu Cicada-e and said aloud to the crowd. Today, I solemnly announce that Lu Cicada-e is my Lin Yuan's unmarried daughter-in-law. This woman, Lin Yuan pointed a finger at Mu Chuyen. From now on, she will have nothing to do with me. Lu Cicada-e snorted coldly and looked at Mu Chuyen. Did you hear that? You've been withdrawn from the marriage. Do you really think that just because you have a few good looks, you think that all the men in the world are circling around you? Mu Chuyen looked at Lin Yuan incredulously. On what grounds are you the one who withdrew from the marriage? Lin Yuan took Lu Cicada-e's small hand and sneered. I already have a lover in mind. I can't see you anymore. So this son of the world is going to withdraw from the marriage. Do you hear me? You dare to withdraw from your marriage? You dare to withdraw from my marriage. Mu Chuyen's face was ugly to the extreme as she kept repeating these two sentences. Right at this moment, the roof of the moon reflecting building exploded with a loud bang, followed by a middle-aged man dressed in white immortal style floating down. Who dares to bully my disciple? Chapter 38, The Oath of Heaven. After the middle-aged man landed on the ground, Mu Chuyen felt that her backer had come, and immediately ran behind her master, pointing at Lin Yuan and saying stiffly, Master, not only did he not agree to withdraw from my marriage, but he also dragged a demonic girl from the Acacia sect to bully me. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. This Mu Chuyen is really a scheming whore. Obviously she was the one who was unreasonable in the first place, and now she's even hitting a rake in the opposite direction. Is this the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect? His aura is truly amazing. Lin Wenjiang let out a dark sigh, then dashed to Lin Yuan's body and respectfully said, Senior, this matter is a family matter between my Lin family and the Mu family. It's not too good for you to intervene. Although Lin Wenjiang was only at the 5th level of Yuaning cultivation now, but losing is not losing. If he backed down now, the Lin family would not have to mix in Fengzhou City in the future. Li Chengfeng snorted coldly. My disciple's matter is my matter. Since your Lin family doesn't agree to withdraw from the marriage, then don't blame me for not being polite. Mu Chuyen stood behind Li Chengfeng and said, Master, kill Lin Yuan. Mu Chuyen was already disgusted with Lin Yuan to the extreme. The marriage contract with Lin Yuan was seen as a great shame by her, but if Lin Yuan died, no one would ever mention this matter again. Mu Yanqing's face was unsightly at this time, and he angrily rebuked, Mu Chuyen, what are you talking about? Lin Yuan pulled Lin Wenjiang aside and looked at Li Chengfeng. Senior is trying to use his power to suppress others? Li Chengfeng smiled contemptuously as an invisible pressure instantly enveloped Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan instantly felt like there were tons of boulders pressing down on him, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. Pressing people with your power? Are you worthy of that? You are nothing more than a mole in my eyes. Li Chengfeng mocked. Lu Cicada-e walked slowly to Lin Yuan's side, and a barrier rose steeply to ease the pressure on Lin Yuan. Seeing Lu Cicada-e, Li Chengfeng said in a cold voice, You're that demoness from the Acacia sect? Lu Cicada-e nodded with a cold face and spoke. What? Want to kill the two of us to take revenge for your disciple? Little girl, do you really think that just because you're from the Acacia sect, old man wouldn't dare to kill you? Princess Taiping also came to Lin Yuan's side at this time with a light lotus step and said softly, Although Senior is the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect, this hand has not been stretched out too long. Li Chengfeng laughed, turned his head to look at Princess Taiping, playing with the flavor. I'm inclined to be in charge. What can you do about it? Princess Taiping snorted coldly and took out her transmitting note and was about to call out for someone. Although she couldn't beat Li Chengfeng, but this was in the Dian dynasty, it wasn't difficult to find a few people to finish off Li Chengfeng. Lu Cicada-e shook her head at the situation, signaling Princess Taiping not to intervene. This matter had already involved the Acacia sect and the Qingyan sect, and if the Dian dynasty were to be brought into the picture, the matter would be even more troublesome instead. The situation in the arena is tense, as if a word is about to be struck. Lin Yuan's mind thought rapidly. This Qingyan sect's great elder has a high level of cultivation. If he strikes at this time, the three of them will surely suffer a disadvantage. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said, Since both sides refuse to back down, why don't I have a match with Mu Chuyen and whoever wins will back out of the marriage? When Li Chengfeng heard this, he smiled contemptuously. You're also worthy of making conditions with me? As if he was oblivious to Li Chengfeng's mockery, Lin Yuan said to Mu Chuyen behind him, Mu Chuyen, are you afraid? Or is it that you can't even beat a loser? Li Chengfeng frowned slightly and said unhappily, Choyen, this is this kid's provocation. Don't agree to him. Mu Choyen said softly, Master, please don't worry. If I can't even win against a punk who's been milked dry by the Acacia sect, then what kind of Tao will I cultivate in the future? When Li Chengfeng heard this, A flash of approval appeared in his eyes. This is how my generation of cultivators should be. Open mountains when they meet mountains and break water when they meet water. In the past, Li Chengfeng was worried that Mu Chuyan's heart was not strong enough, but now that he happened to come across this matter, the two men's cultivation levels are not much different, so it is not bad to let this kid hone his heart for Mu Chuyan. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said sternly, Mu Chuyan, do you dare to swear by the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao oath is a binding rule. As long as a person who cultivates the Tao of heaven after the oath, no matter how high the cultivation level is, he cannot break the oath. If he breaks it, he will be punished by heaven. Right now, Lin Yuan's few people were clearly at a disadvantage, and if he didn't swear by the heavenly Tao, Lin Yuan was really afraid that after he defeated Mu Chuyan, Li Chengfeng would force himself to submit with a strong stance. When Lu Cicada heard this, she pulled Lin Yuan somewhat anxiously, trying to stop him. Lin Yuan would be in danger if he agreed to compete with Mu Chuyan. Plus Li Chengfeng's cultivation level was so high that if he sneaked in some devious means on the way to the competition, several people would not be able to cope with it at all. Lin Yuan said confidently, don't worry, I have my own measure. Mu Chuyan obviously didn't put Lin Yuan in her eyes, and after hearing Lin Yuan's words, she immediately said, I, Mu Chuyan, swear by the heavenly Tao, this time I will duel with Lin Yuan. Whoever wins will withdraw from the marriage, and if I go against it, heaven and earth will forsake me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan sensed an inexplicable power surging into his body. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. It's really mysterious. Sighing, Lin Yuan coldly said, good, then how about we go to the outside of the city to compete? This place is too small. No problem. Mu Chuyan didn't care. After all, in her eyes, Lin Yuan was a waste. No matter where she competed, she wouldn't lose. Mu Yancheng, who had been silent on the sidelines, spoke up, Choyan, do we have to make it to such a point? After Mu Yancheng said that, his face looked at Lin Wenjiang with an ugly expression, and he felt 1,000 pangs of guilt inside, not realizing that things would have developed to such a state now. Lin Wenjiang said helplessly, Brother Mu, this matter has nothing to do with you, since it's the two children's decision, let them work it out on their own. AI. Mu Yancheng sighed and looked at the two of them. It's fine to compete, but it has to be to the point. Lin Yuan shook his head. Life and death each have their own destiny. Since Mu Chuyan was so determined in her actions, he didn't have to care about any feelings. Soon, the guests of Yingyu Lu ran clean, shouting and yelling on the streets, and the news of the two men's upcoming match swept through the entire Fengzhou city like a gale. By the time Lin Yuan's group arrived at the South City Gate, the moat side of the city wall was already full of people watching the crowd. Even the vendors who set up stalls in the city of Fengzhou pushed their carts to join in the fun. Many of the people held melons in their hands and climbed directly to the large willow tree next to the moat, just to find a favorable position to watch this competition. For the two men's match, the onlookers of the people were talking a lot, and there were casinos that pulled the gambling tables over and directly placed bets on the spot. I heard that the Lin family's son isn't a heavenly spirit root? This Miss Mu family shouldn't be able to beat the Lin family's son. Hi, haven't you heard? The Lin family's son has been drained by the Acacia sect's demoness, so I'm sure that heavenly spiritual root has long been wasted. Yes, I've heard that too. I guess it's hard for the Lin family's son to win. The Lin family has been disgraced this time. Hearing the crowd's chatter, many gamblers ran straight to the tables to place their bets. I'll bet on Miss Mu. Me too. Chapter 39. Listening to the remarks of the people around her, Mu Choyan smiled smugly. She gripped her long sword tightly in her hand and said loudly to Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, today I'm going to let the entire Fengzhou city know that even though you possess a heavenly spirit root, you're still no match for me. Mu Chuyan. Li Chengfeng had his hands behind his back and was quietly suspended in the air. When he heard Mu Chuyan's words, he frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, Chuyan, don't take the enemy lightly. However, Mu Chuyan just nodded her head obediently and did not really take these words to heart. In Mu Chuyan's opinion, Lin Yuan's heavenly spirit root was already wasted, and she believed that she could easily defeat Lin Yuan by simply striking out at will. You can start now, Mu Chuyan urged. Wait. Lin Yuan squeezed through the crowd and walked in the direction of the moat. Mu Chuyan frowned, a hint of disdain appearing on her face as she mocked. Are you afraid? Trying to stall for time? Lin Yuan let out a cold snort and took it upon himself to hold up the river water and wash his face. Seeing that Lin Yuan was silent, Mu Chuyan thought that he was really afraid and continued to sneer. It's not too late to know that you're afraid now. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 3 times in front of me now, I'll let you go. Shaking off the water droplets on his face, Lin Yuan lazily said, I drank some wine just now, can't I wash my face to sober up? Sober then? If you're sober, hurry over and get killed. Lin Yuan returned to the entrance of the city. His eyes were cold as he looked at Mu Chuyen and said sternly, "Come on, let's begin. Remember, life and death are each in their own way." Mu Chuyen had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and as soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, her long sword swung out. The sword chi was like a rainbow, carrying an incomparably mighty aura as it chopped towards Lin Yuan. The moment the sword chi went out, Mu Chuyen tapped her toes and her figure flashed away, rushing towards Lin Yuan right after that sword chi. Lin Yuan let out a cold snort and tore the sword chi in front of him with a sword. Then the long sword in his hand pulled a flower and swept straight towards Mu Chuyen. Ding, ding, ding. The long swords collided. Sword chi raged. Fire splashed everywhere, and the sound of gold and stone was deafening. The two men's figures, a touch apart. Mu Chuyen sneered, "If that's all you've got, then prepare to die." As soon as the words fell, Mu Chuyen's sword changed in her hand and slowly swung out, seemingly slow but actually urgent. The sword's light and cold ons were like a curtain of rain, stabbing towards Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Li Chengfeng, who was on the side, praised, "A lion fighting a rabbit also uses its full strength. There is progress." Lin Yuan let out a light laugh as his long sword instantly returned to its sheath. Lu Cicada's heart tightened and she covered her small mouth and exclaimed, "What is he going to do?" Princess Taiping was also a bit puzzled. Mu Chuyen's sword chi was right in front of her, but Lin Yuan put his sword back into its sheath at this moment. Is this to give up? But it shouldn't be possible. Even though Mu Chuyen's cultivation level is higher than Lin Yuan's, according to the battle strength, Lin Yuan should be able to steadily suppress Mu Chuyen. It was just that she really couldn't understand Lin Yuan's movements. When the onlookers saw this scene, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Is this a case of giving up when you know you're not going to be defeated? Retracting the sword now is not the same as looking for death. The Lin family's son is going to be withdrawn from the marriage if he can't beat them. It's not like he's sitting on the reputation of being a waste of space. It's better to live than to die. Makes sense. Seeing this, Mu Chuyen sneered. Giving up at this point? What a bore. Looking at Mu Chuyen who was getting closer and closer, Lin Yuan suddenly grinned and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura climbed upwards. A pale and ancient meaning enveloped Lin Yuan, and the long sword in his hand trembled. "Give me the chop!" Lin Yuan shouted angrily. The long sword instantly came out of its sheath, and as the blade pointed, an incomparably bright sword aura stabbed towards Mu Chuyen. Wow! There was The incredibly powerful rain curtain was shattered by the sword awnings in the blink of an eye. After the sword on shattered the sword chi rain curtain, the remaining momentum did not decrease and still stabbed at Mu Chuyen. What? Mu Chuyen let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly crossed her sword across her chest, wanting to block the sword, but it was too late. The sword's aura cut through the long sword, then slowly disappeared into Mu Chuyen's body. For a moment, all was quiet. Looking at Mu Chuyen, who was still standing in place, Lu Cicada and the others were puzzled. A sword with such an amazing aura. Why was the power so small? And among the people present, only Li Chengfeng could see the name of this sword. A sword wielded by a small Jindan stage cultivator was able to invoke the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly ranked feats. Li Chengfeng was very certain that Lin Yuan's move was definitely from a heavenly ranked technique. Otherwise it would be impossible to invoke the power of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Li Chengfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of greed as he looked at Lin Yuan. You lost. Lin Yuan retrieved his long sword and bent over, panting heavily. The sword manual given by the river god was indeed very strong, but it also consumed a lot of spiritual chi. Just one sword consumed 2/3 of the spiritual chi in Lin Yuan's body. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the clothes on Mu Chuyen's chest were slowly drenched in blood, and a trace of blood similarly spilled from the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lin Yuan somewhat incredulously and muttered, "How could I possibly lose? How could I possibly lose?" Mu Chuyen said, swinging her long sword in her hand, still wanting to rush towards Lin Yuan, who knew that just as he took a step, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The crowd was in an uproar at the sight. Miss Mu isn't very strong. How could she be killed in one move? Could it be that the Lin family's son is hiding his clumsiness? Hiding my ass. I'm already a celestial spirit root. Do I need to hide my clumsiness? Then in that case, the Lin family's son wasn't drained by the Acacia sect's demoness at all, and the previous rumors were all false. It's most likely a fake. Or else why would the Lin family's son marry a Harmony sect demoness? Li Chengfeng's figure flickered and instantly came to Mu Chuyen's side, and after gently tapping twice to stop Mu Chuyen's bleeding, he came out and asked, "Chuyen, how are you doing?" Mu Chuyen seemed to have gone crazy. Her eyes were empty and lifeless, and her mouth kept repeating those words. Mu Yanqing and Luo Xinru also rushed over at this time and picked up Mu Chuyen who was lying on the ground. "How are you doing, daughter?" Looking at her crazy daughter, Luo Xian rose tearful eyes, rushed at Lin Yuan and said angrily, Lin Yuan, your family and mine have been friends for decades. Why are you so vicious? Lin Yuan weakly said. Auntie, if I had done it ruthlessly, Mu Chuyen would be a corpse right now. Mu Yanqing sighed and said in a low voice. Don't blame Lin Yuan. All of this is not what Chou Yen brought on herself. If it wasn't for her bratty willfulness, how could things have developed to such a state? Luo Xin Ro sniffed and cried, pushing Mu Yanqing aside. Mu Yanqing, are you still a human being? Your daughter is like this, and you still want to blame your daughter? Asshole, how dare you jeopardize my disciple's state of mind? Li Changfeng snorted coldly as an aura slapped at Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly shattered that aura and angrily cursed. Shameless old thief, how dare you sneak attack? Lin Wenjiang also flashed out, instantly coming in front of Lin Yuan, eyeing Li Changfeng intently. Li Changfeng slowly got up and with a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier instantly appeared, directly enveloping the crowd and at the same time blocking the view of the crowd outside the barrier. Dare to ruin my disciple's state of mind. I want you to be buried with her. Chapter 40, Help from the Master. Lin Yuan coughed lightly and sneered. Making me bury your disciple? Senior, don't forget, this competition is a heavenly Dao oath. Both sides live and die in peace. Senior is trying to make Mu Chuyen break the heavenly Dao oath? Li Changfeng laughed coldly. The heavenly Dao vow is between you and Chouyen. What does it have to do with me? When the crowd heard this, their faces were unusually ugly. This Li Changfeng clearly didn't want to be reasonable. While Li Changfeng was looking at Lin Yuan with fiery eyes, just now he had already made up his mind that he must get his hands on this heavenly ranking technique. As for these people in front of him, the big deal was to kill them all. As for Mu Chuyen, oh, it's just an apprentice. You can still take in another disciple if you lose it, but this heavenly ranked technique is different. Lu Cicada looked at Li Changfeng and angrily cursed. The Grand Elder of the Qingyin sect, acting in such a despicable style, it's really an eye-opener. Li Changfeng's eyes were shadowy, a demonic daughter of the Acacia sect. How dare she speak against Lao Fu? As soon as the words fell, Li Changfeng slowly stood up and looked at Lu Cicada. Sharp-tongued demoness, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Lu Cicada sniffed and let out a light laugh, sneering, that's fine coming from the mouth of the Green Cloud sect's patriarch. With you it seems like you're not qualified. Li Changfeng's heart sank. It seemed that the only strong person in the Acacia sect who could be compared to the patriarch was Xia Lingyun, and it seemed that Xia Lingyun's disciple was only one person, and that was the Acacia sect's holy maiden. Things seemed to be getting a little tricky. Just then, Princess Taiping also stood out, and with a flash of golden light in her hand, a token suddenly appeared in her hand. So what if you're even as noble as the Grand Elder of the Qingyin sect? Do you really think that my great Yin dynasty is afraid of your Qingyin sect? After Li Changfeng saw the token, his pupils shrunk. It was Princess Taiping of the Dian dynasty, another tricky character. If he had acted according to his previous plan, I'm afraid that the heavenly ranking technique would have just arrived in his hands and he would have been killed by the Acacia sect and the Great Yin dynasty. These two people's backing is too hard for Li Changfeng to dare to move. But Lin Yuan doesn't seem to have much of a background, right? It would be better to directly capture this brat, and when the time comes to use the soul regeneration technique to get the heavenly ranking technique into his hands. Even if the Acacia sect and the Great Yin dynasty come to the door. So what? With the heavenly ranked feats in front of him, Li Changfeng believed that the patriarch would definitely know how to choose between them. Making up his mind, Li Changfeng laughed and held himself up. For the sake of the Heping sect patriarch, I'll let you guys off the hook. But, Li Changfeng turned his words around and pointed at Lin Yuan. This brat has ruined my disciple's state of mind. He must pay the price. Lu Cicada sniffed and said with murderous anger. Before the match, both sides had said that life and death are each at the mercy of heaven. Lin Yuan didn't kill Mu Chuyen. It's already considered to be merciful. Are you seriously going to disregard your face and lay hands on a junior? What's wrong with me standing up for my disciple? Seeing how unreasonable Li Changfeng was, Princess Taiping snorted coldly and said, it's true that what kind of disciple there is, there's what kind of master there is. Both master and disciple are shameless people. For the cynicism of the two men, Li Changfeng ignored it. Anyway, he had already made up his mind that this heavenly ranking technique was bound to get his hands on it today. Even if there were a few people in Lu Cicada's way, what could they do? As long as he wanted to, the few people present who came together would only be killed in a single move. Suddenly, Lin Yuan, who had been silent all this time, laughed softly. I can sort of see that you, the Grand Elder of the Qingyin sect, are nothing more than a coward who is afraid of softness. Dare to scold me. Li Changfeng let out a cold snort and casually grabbed Lin Yuan's body. And Lin Yuan's body flew towards Li Changfeng uncontrollably. Lifting Lin Yuan's collar, Li Changfeng said angrily, kid, courageous, but just too stupid. If I don't dare to kill them, do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lu Cicada Yi's pupils shrunk as she coldly said, Li Chengfeng, release Lin Yuan. What if I don't let go? Li Chengfeng smiled playfully. Seeing this, Lin Wenjing's aura instantly skyrocketed and he angrily said, asterisk asterisk, release my son. What? Want to fight for your life? Li Chengfeng sneered, with just a few of you. You also want to save someone from me. Aren't you also looking down on me too much? When Li Chengfeng said that, he casually waved his hand and the aura suddenly surfaced, directly confining the auras of several people, making them unable to move. Lu Cicada Yi immediately cursed, Li Chengfeng, release Lin Yuan, old bastard. If you dare to touch Lin Yuan, I'll bring the Acacia sect to destroy your Qingyan sect. Li Chengfeng pulled out his ears and said gently, save your strength. Looking at Lin Yuan in his hand, Li Chengfeng laughed, kid, let's give you a chance to explain your last words. Lin Yuan, who was grasped in Li Chengfeng's hands, suddenly grinned and said coldly, you think I don't have a backer? Master, save me. As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, an invisible pressure suddenly appeared, directly enveloping Li Chengfeng. Back at the time of the competition, Lin Yuan had thought of a good countermeasure. After the contest with Mu Chuyan ended, the two broke off their engagement and everything ended smoothly. But if Li Chengfeng disregarded his face and insisted on standing up for Mu Chuyan, then he would have to summon his own free fighters. This was also the reason why Lin Yuan had picked the city gate for the competition, because in Fengzhou City, there was only a moat at the city gate. Feeling the invisible pressure, Li Chengfeng was creeped out that it was a harmonization stage powerhouse. Now this evil people also do. If this heavenly order of the law cannot get hands, that shall not be a loss of death. And how the fitness period of the power, they are half-step fitness period, even if the fight is not, but also cannot run well. With a quick turn of thoughts, Li Chengfeng grabbed Lin Yuan and was about to leave with the wind. Want to go? A cold voice came from midair. Immediately afterward, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in front of Li Chengfeng. The moment the spatial crack appeared, the surrounding air began to distort, and even Li Chengfeng's body became illusory, as if he was going to be swallowed by the crack at any moment. When the crowd saw this, they were shocked for a moment. This was the strength of a merging stage powerhouse. It was truly terrifying as hell. Lu Cicada Yi covered her small mouth in astonishment. So Lin Yuan actually had such a strong master. No wonder he had a heavenly ranked technique. The last time he was hunted by the old black demon ghost, it was probably also his master's hand. Li Chengfeng let out a cold snort and turned his body sharply, trying to change direction. However, the spatial rift seemed to lock onto Li Chengfeng. No matter how Li Chengfeng's figure flickered, the spatial rift appeared in front of Li Chengfeng like a shadow. After struggling for a moment, Li Chengfeng stopped his body. The half-step harmonization stage really had a huge gap with the harmonization stage. Put down Lin Yuan. I'll spare you from death. When he saw Li Chengfeng stop, the voice suddenly sounded again. Li Chengfeng's heart is unwilling, but there is nothing he can do. Tomorrow's level technique will soon be in his hands. But halfway, he kills a harmonization stage powerhouse. Chapter 41, The Power of Origin. It's just a matter of saving the Green Hills and not being afraid of not having any wood to burn. Anyway, it was already known that Lin Yuan was carrying a heavenly rank technique, so if he couldn't get it today, the big deal was to think about it in the long run. With this thought, Li Chengfeng's hand loosened and Lin Yuan fell down. Senior, I've already released Lin Yuan. Can you let me go? Lin Yuan's heart was in a hurry. He wanted to transmit his voice to let the river god leave Li Chengfeng behind. What was the difference between releasing Li Chengfeng now and letting the tiger return to the mountain? But on second thought, no. If Li Chengfeng really died in Fengzhou City, the Qingyun sect would definitely settle the score with the Lin family. With the strength of the Lin family, I'm afraid that if the Qingyun sect casually moved their little finger, the Lin family would have to be destroyed. Even if there is a river god shelter, but can prevent a moment cannot prevent a lifetime. If you really kill Li Chengfeng today, then the Lin family is not far from extinction. Just as Lin Yuan's thoughts raced, the river god's voice came out again. You can leave after you swear by the heavenly Tao that you won't retaliate against the Lin family in the future. Li Chengfeng coldly snorted in his heart. A small Lin family where to get into his eyes. He is interested in Lin Yuan body heaven rank Gongfu. So what if the heavenly Tao swears an oath? It won't be enough to let the disciples of the Qingyun sect deal with Lin Yuan in the future. Li Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he slowly exhaled a breath and said in a deep voice, I, Li Chengfeng, swear by the heavenly Tao that if I retaliate against the Lin family in the future, I will be condemned by heaven and the heavens and the earth will abandon me. Fine. This seat will let you off the hook today. You can go. Li Chengfeng sniffed and waved his hand. An aura wrapped around Mu Chuyan's body. Then the two of them disappeared into the sky. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, Lin Yuan was somewhat helpless. But who made himself too weak? Lu Cicada naturally knew what was on Lin Yuan's mind and proposed. Why don't we let the Lin family move to the Acacia sect? With the shelter of the Acacia sect, I believe that the Qingyan sect wouldn't dare to make a move against the Lin family. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan refused the request. After moving to the Acacia sect, the Lin family was indeed very safe. But the Acacia sect had too many demonesses. In case Lin Wenjun couldn't hold on after going there and was seduced by those demonesses, how could Lin Yuan stand up to Lu Zhixin? Princess Taiping spoke up. Why don't we move to the Great Yan dynasty's imperial capital? Lin Yuan shook his head and looked at Lin Wenjun. Father, what do you say? Lin Wen was looking down in deep thought, not knowing what to do. It wasn't that he was afraid of dying, but he was afraid that the Lin family would become a liability to Lin Yuan. Just then, Lu Zhixin, who had been silent, suddenly said, Master, why don't we go back to my mother's house? Lin Yuan looked at Lu Zhixin with some surprise, as if it was the first time since he could remember that his mother had taken the initiative to mention his mother's family. In the past, Lin Yuan had even asked when he was a child, but Lu Zhixin had never kept his mouth shut or changed the subject. Lin Wenjing pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, This is the only way. Right at this moment, the river god's voice rang beside Lin Yuan's ears. Boy, come to the moat. Lin Yuan sniffed and said to the crowd, You guys go back first, my master is calling me to come over. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan crossed the crowd and left with the wind. After circling around the moat for a long time, and after confirming that no one was around, Lin Yuan then came up next to the moat. Sister River Goddess, I'm coming. Lin Yuan only felt a trance before his eyes, and then he appeared in a mysterious space. Looking around at the darkness and the absence of the river god's figure, Lin Yuan softly shouted, Sister River God, where are you? Suddenly, a hot and delicate body pounced into Lin Yuan's arms, followed by a gust of fragrant wind drilling into his nostrils. Feeling the softness in his arms, Lin Yuan's body stiffened and his hands were raised above his head, not daring to move lightly. This style is obviously not right. What's wrong with the river god's sister? Is she so lonely that she wants to have a big fight after the big fight? At this time, the river god's weak voice suddenly came. Hold me up a bit. I don't have the strength. Lin Yuan sniffed, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, his hands gently embracing the river god's soft waist and letting her slowly sit on the ground. Sister River God, what's wrong with you? Lin Yuan asked hurriedly. The river god leaned against Lin Yuan without regard for his image and gasped. It's not because of you. In order to bluff that Li Changfeng, I used my origin power and couldn't scare him away much. Luckily, this Li Changfeng spares his life. If he were to fight back, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Yuan sniffed, and a wave of fear ran through his heart. At that time, he even wanted to leave Li Changfeng behind. He was really out of his depth. Looking at the pale and weak river god, Lin Yuan said with concern, Sister River God, how are you now? Do you want 2 pills to recover? The river god's beautiful eyes rolled, and she said in a bad mood, Don't take out those trash pills in your hand to disgrace yourself. Lin Yuan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, but he didn't seem to have any other elixirs in his hands besides those pills. After a moment's reprieve, the river god slowly left Lin Yuan's embrace and said with a light cough, Kid, you now owe me another life. Lin Yuan nodded. It seemed like after knowing the river goddess, in just a short period of time, she had saved herself 3 times. Sister River God, I've always remembered your kindness, as long as you need it, on the mountain of swords and in the sea of fire. I, Lin Yuan, am not a human being if I frown a little. The river god sniffed and nodded with satisfaction. Although Lin Yuan's cultivation was a bit lower, but this attitude was good, and the river god also felt the sincerity in Lin Yuan's heart. She said softly, The loss is too great this time, and I really need your help to recover. What elixir you need, just ask. I'll snatch it even if I can't buy it. The river god gently slapped Lin Yuan and said in a good-natured manner, If you're looking for death, go and grab it. I won't have the ability to make a move in a short period of time anyway. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. You first say what you need. I'll go figure it out. In another month, the Flow continent will host a 100-clan battle, and at that time, all the clan dynasties will participate. The venue for the 100 clans battle is in a secret realm, and there's something I need there. When the time comes, just take me in and then help me find that treasure. Bring it in? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Can't I find a river after entering the secret realm and summon you out? The river god rolled his eyes and said helplessly, The river water in that secret realm dried up a long time ago, or else I would need your help? Lin Yuan gave a dry laugh and continued, Then how do I bring you in? The river god tilted his head and thought for a long time. Then suddenly his eyes lit up and said, If you bring me into the Acacia sect and make me an inner disciple, won't I be able to enter the secret realm in name only? Ah, Lin Yuan felt that his brain was a bit spinning at the words. How could a river god be called a river god after leaving the river? Will this work? Lin Yuan was a bit skeptical. The river god smiled faintly. Don't worry, my current cultivation looks like it's only at the 9th level of the Jindan stage, so it's absolutely fine. Alright, then, as you say. Chapter 42, Parting Time. When Lin Yuan returned to the Lin mansion, the subordinates were already busy. Lin Wenjiang, on the other hand, personally went to the city lord's mansion. Since they were all leaving, it was natural to find someone to take over these industries in the family. It was absolutely impossible to get a family or a rich merchant to take out so many spirit stones at once in Fengzhou City. But the city lord's mansion was different. Backed by the tree of the Dian dynasty, coupled with Princess Taiping's personal matchmaking, in just over an hour, all of the Lin family's properties changed their names. All that was left was for Lin Wenjiang to bring the people from the city lord's mansion to hand over. Ante-room. Lu Zhuxin took Lu Sakeidayi's hand and said with a slight apology, Daughter, Mother was still thinking that you guys would come back this time and get your marriage to Lin Yuan done, but now it seems that it will have to be postponed a bit. Lu Sakeidayi was sweating profusely. Luckily this happened. Otherwise she would have really married someone. Lin Yuan was equally shocked at what he heard. He didn't expect Lu Zhuxin to move so fast. It seems she really wants to hold a grandchild. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan looked at Lu Sakeidayi's stomach with some doubts. From the first cultivation, it seems like half a year, but why is Lu Sakeidayi not pregnant? Noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, Lu Sakeidayi's willow eyebrows rose and she glared at him fiercely. Lin Yuan touched his chin in some embarrassment. Lu Sakeidayi seemed to know what he was thinking. Cough. Lin Yuan coughed lightly and said softly, Mother, you still haven't told me where your mother's home is? When I miss you guys, where will I go to see you? Lu Zhuxin sniffed, sighed and softly said, It's not that Mother is unwilling to tell you, but there are too many implications. After I settle down with your father, then I'll tell you, okay? Too involved? Did she come from some great big family? Looking at Lin Yuan's curious eyes, Lu Zhuxin lightly hummed, no questions allowed. Okay, you're idle, aren't you? Ha? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled as to why Mother suddenly asked this. Lu Zhuxin rolled her eyes and said, If you're not busy, you should thank that Princess Taiping for the Lin family on behalf of my mother. Without her matchmaking, the Lin family's industries would have to be tossed around for a few months. Okay. When she arrived at Wutong Court, Princess Taiping was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard drinking tea. After seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, Princess Taiping softly said, If you've come to say thank you, then forget it. Uncle has already said so. Lin Yuan sat on a stone bench and poured himself a cup of tea before saying, I owe you a favor. Princess Taiping let out a light laugh. I love hearing that. Favors are a good thing. The reason why Princess Taiping helped Lin Yuan was not because of how good their relationship was. Rather, it was that harmonization stage powerhouse behind Lin Yuan, coupled with the fact that Lin Yuan himself was a genius with a heavenly spirit root. She felt that this bet was worth it, and that there was no risk involved. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan said, Since I've troubled you once, I'll trouble you once more. My parents are going to leave from Kyoto's teleportation array, so I'm going to trouble you to take care of them along the way. You're not going? Princess Taiping said in surprise. Lin Yuan shook his head. I'm going to return to the Harmony sect. One more month isn't until the 100 Clans battle begins. I need to prepare in advance. Princess Taiping nodded and said softly, When we meet in the secret realm, we can still cooperate, but you have to hurry up and raise your strength. I won't work with you if you're too weak. Saying that, Princess Taiping stretched out her waist. Her exquisite curves were exposed, looking at Lin Yuan for a while dazzling. Denizens, noticing Lin Yuan's gaze, Princess Taiping cursed with a slight blush on her pretty face. Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed. It wasn't like he was going to lose a piece of meat by looking at it. It's night. Only then did Lin Wenjiang return to the Lin mansion after a busy day. Seeing that Lin Yuan was still in the front hall, Lin Wenjiang said softly, Still awake? Looking at the exhausted Lin Wenjiang, Lin Yuan felt a little guilty. If it wasn't for him, the Lin family wouldn't have moved away from this place where they had lived for hundreds of years. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my son's fault for being useless. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Wenjiang patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, What are you talking about? If you want to say you're sorry, it should be Father saying it to you. Father is useless. There's no way to protect you. Last time he was captured by the Acacia sect. This time he met Li Chengfeng. It's because Father didn't protect you well. Lin Yuan's eyes were red and he choked a little. Lin Wenjiang rubbed Lin Yuan's head inside. Now that you've grown up, the road ahead is up to you. Also, Cicada E is a good girl. Don't let her down. Don't worry, Dad. Lin Wenjiang sighed. In the future, if you're tired of staying outside, bring Cicada E back. Back where? I don't even know where you guys moved to. Lin Wenjiang was immediately infuriated and laughed. The good atmosphere was ruined by Lin Yuan. He slapped Lin Yuan on the head. Brat, when I settle down with your mother, I'll tell you. Sycamore Court. Lu Cicada half leaned on the edge of the bed and stared at Lin Yuan dead in the face. Say, why did you have such a powerful master who didn't tell me? Lin Yuan awkwardly said. My master doesn't allow it. Lu Cicada pouted. Really? I swear on a candle. It's true. Lu Cicada's eyes twinkled as she softly said. Then is there anything else you're hiding from me? Lin Yuan thought seriously, then shook his head. No more. Lu Cicada nodded with satisfaction, casually patted the roundness and said flirtatiously. Seeing that you're still honest, then this palace will flip you tonight. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan wrapped Lu Cicada in his arms and softly said, Do I count as unlocking your heart now? Lu Cicada nodded with misty eyes. Demoness! Lin Yuan shouted angrily. Early the next morning, Fengzhou City Gate. Lu Zhuxin cried and hugged Lin Yuan and softly said, Son, when father and mother settle down, I'll tell you. You remember to visit father and mother. Lin Yuan patted his mother's back and comforted. Don't worry, mother, when you tell me the address, I'll definitely go see you. Letting go of Lin Yuan, Lu Zhuxin took Lu Cicada's small hand again, then pulled out a bracelet from her bosom and put it into Lu Cicada's hand. Cicada, this is a bracelet that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Lin family, and now mother will pass it on to you. Lu Cicada's pretty face turned red and she held her tongue before saying, Thank you, mother. Lu Zhuxin instantly smiled with joy. Good daughter. Lin Wenjiang sighed and urged. Madam, hurry up. It will be dark in a while. Got it, Lu Zhuxin said impatiently. At this time, Lu Cicada suddenly called out to Princess Taiping and whispered into her ear. Do you still remember what happened at the inn? Princess Taiping was a bit curious. What's wrong? That mug. Princess Taiping's pretty face was suddenly white and murderous. Lu Cicada didn't care about her image and laughed out loud. Chapter 43, Lin Xinyu? Sending a few people away. Lin Yuan stretched his back and said lazily, Let's go. We're going back too. There's still a month before the 100 clans battle starts. I have to hurry up and raise my cultivation. Lu Cicada smiled flirtatiously and said with Lin Yuan's arm. Princess Taiping's reaction just now was really interesting. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly, Why did you have to tell her about that? I suspect you want to murder your own husband. Thinking of the way Princess Taiping looked at him when he left, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. He felt that Princess Taiping wanted to castrate him. It's a man's intuition. Interesting Lu Cicada giggled. It is said that a tiger's venom will not eat its son. A fairy of the unknown palace who prides herself on being ice clear and clean has actually eaten it. It is interesting to think about it. Hey, have you got it wrong? That seems to be your son. Lin Yuan said helplessly. When Lu Cicada heard this, she was full of shyness and said, Not at all. People are still young and don't want children. Speaking here, Lu Cicada suddenly said in a malicious manner, You go to take down Princess Taiping. As long as you take her down, I will let you unlock many poses. Lu Cicada said many in one breath. Lin Yuan had some headaches. Was Lu Cicada out of her mind? Surprisingly, she pushed her own man out. Seeing Lin Yuan's slightly resistant expression, Lu Cicada was satisfied. Before she withdrew her smile and said softly, Good performance. Tonight this palace will also flip you. You tested me, Lu Cicada said in a serious manner. These are all the experiences that my mother-in-law has imparted to me, and I find them very useful. Lin Yuan. Suddenly, just as the two of them were talking and laughing, a soft voice suddenly rang out from behind them. Cousin Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw a long black dress with a stunningly beautiful posture as the river god twisted her waist and came. Then in Lin Yuan's shocked gaze, the river god very familiarly took Lu Cicada's small hand and softly said, I guess this is the younger sibling. How beautiful. Lin Yuan hurriedly transmitted his voice. Sister river god, what are you up to? The river god secretly blinked at Lin Yuan and innocently said, Enter the Harmony sect. Lin Yuan was anxious and almost cried. You can at least let me have a psychological preparation. Now suddenly run out. I am a little overwhelmed. The river god transmitted. Don't worry, I've already planned it out. The timing of coming out now is just right. Lu Cicada will definitely not be able to see the cracks. Moreover, I need to get on good terms with Lu Cicada in advance so that I can smoothly enter the inner courtyard. Well, I thought of everything, didn't I? But this is too sudden. Lin Yuan said helplessly. Why is it sudden? The Lin family moved their clan, leaving me a lonely and weak woman, coming to join my cousin. Isn't that reasonable? The river god's pretty face is smug. A small Lu Cicada is just, it is not easy to take. Reasonable my ass. My dad is an only child, okay? Where did I get a cousin? Lin Yuan cursed in his heart and said with a dry smile, Lu Cicada let me introduce you. This is my cousin Lin. Lin Xianyu. River god blinked. Lin Yuan. Lin envy fish? Lin Yuan envies fish? Lu Cicada Yi's pretty face was slightly angry. This name sounded as if she had become an outsider. Looking at Lin Xianyu, whose appearance was not below her own, Lu Cicada Yi shook off the river god's hands, looked at Lin Yuan with sharp eyes, and said with slight anger, Cousin? My mother-in-law has told me that your father is an only child. So where did you get a cousin? Say, is this your little mistress in the city of Fengzhou? Lin Yuan felt a wave of cool air straight to the top of the head. Finished. Lu Cicada even know this matter. Mother is also strange. Lu Cicada has not yet passed the door. How to say everything to the outside. A trace of embarrassment flashed across the river god's face. I thought that the Lin family relocated their family, so it was very reasonable for a cousin to suddenly appear. And there was no one left in the Lin family anyway, so even if Lu Cicada suspected her identity, she couldn't find anyone if she wanted to find someone to verify it. Wouldn't that be an easy way to muddle through? But the river god never thought that Lin Wenjiang would be an only child. But now there was still a chance to remedy the situation. And the river god hurriedly said, Oh, I'm his distant cousin, not a relative. Ah, yes. Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded his head. Really? Lu Cicada looked at Lin Yuan with some suspicion. Lin Yuan patted his chest and said, I swear to God, Lin Xianyu is definitely my cousin. It's just not blood related. Lu Cicada still didn't quite believe it and looked at the river god and said cautiously, Then tell me, what are you doing here? When the river god heard this, he burst into tears and sorrowfully recounted his misery. Parents died at an early age. In the family suffered a lot of bullying and humiliation. Unbearable humiliation of the river god determined to come to the city of Fengzhou. Lin Wenjiang, who knew that the Lin family suddenly relocated the family. After learning that a few people had just left, the river god chased after them and decided to defect to this cousin. The river god is so vocal that you can't help but be moved. Lin Yuan almost believed it. This story made up by the river god was really full of loopholes. But fortunately Lu Cicada Yi's attention wasn't focused on it. As long as the river god wasn't Lin Yuan's young lover kept in Fengzhou City, the river god cried out miserably, Sister brother, is your acacia sect willing to take in a weak woman like me who has no one to depend on? Lu Cicada nodded and said, Since cousin doesn't have a place to settle down, then come to the acacia sect. However, Lu Cicada still had a grudge in her heart. A weak woman at the 9th level of Jindan? Seeing Lu Cicada nod her head, the river god immediately wiped her tears and broke into a smile. Then I'll thank my younger sibling first. Lu Cicada twisted her body and said unnaturally, You can still just call me Cicada I'm not used to hearing it when I call my younger sibling. Seeing the river god muddle through, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately the matter was rounded off. Otherwise, according to Lu Cicada temperament, it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed for another 3 days. Cousin, what are your plans after entering the acacia sect? The river god blinked and laughed softly. I want to stay in the acacia sect and cultivate. With my strength, I should be able to enter the inner courtyard. Lu Cicada thought for a moment and nodded. Okay cousin, when we return to the harmony sect, I'll arrange for you to cultivate in the inner courtyard. The river god laughed and hurriedly said, You don't need to call me cousin. I'm actually not much older than Lin Yuan. Just call me by my name. Calling them cousins makes them old. The river god said and looked at Lin Yuan. The same goes for you. No calling me cousin. Lin Yuan nodded sullenly. He didn't want to talk right now and didn't dare to say more. In case Lu Cicada heard the breakage it would be over. There were no words along the way, and after taking the river god with them, the three of them traveled all the way on the wind to the city of Qingzhou to take the transcontinental ferry. The ferry to the acacia sect should be the closest to the ferry in Qingzhou City. However, Lin Yuan's few people had finished off Li Mufeng, so he thought that the Li family must know the news by now. So in order to be on the safe side, the few people went far around to Qingzhou City. Chapter 44, The Holy Son of the Tao Sect. After arriving at Qingzhou City, the cross-continental ferry would not arrive until the second day. So after buying the boat ticket, Lin Yuan proposed to go to the streets. After all, the river god had been away from the world for quite a while, so she took this opportunity to let her feel the earthly atmosphere again. But after coming to the street, Lin Yuan regretted it, probably because of living in the river for a long time, coupled with the usual only fish for companionship. The river god has long been lonely, and now once again feel the fire of the world. The river god seems to be crazy. On the street was to buy whatever she saw, and if Lin Yuan hadn't stopped her, she would have even wanted to go to a greenhouse to take a stroll. His mouth was also chattering along the way, and Lin Yuan realized that the river god was actually able to talk while getting high. Lin Yuan, what's wrong again, auntie? Lin Yuan felt like going crazy. River god pointed with her small hand. I want to eat a candy cane. Go buy it for me. Alright. Lin Yuan helplessly came to the river god's ear and whispered. Sister river god, just eat another bunch of sugar gourds. Look at you. You've only been running out for a day, and it seems to me that you've gained a circle of weight in your stomach. The river god sniffed and punched Lin Yuan on the head. You're farting. I've only eaten so little. How did I gain weight? Alright. I'll go get it for you. Seeing this, Lu Cicada also hurriedly followed. Lin Yuan, I feel like this cousin of yours isn't quite normal. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately felt his chrysanthemums tighten and laughed dryly. How is it not normal? I think it's quite normal. Normal? Lu Cicada said doubtfully. Look at the way she eats. Where does she look like a lady of the house? As if she's a starving ghost. Then again, it's as if she's never seen anything before. She's curious about everything she sees. And I really doubt that this cousin of yours came out of any ravine. Lin Yuan rolled her eyes. She didn't run out of a ravine. She ran out of a river ravine. However, he didn't dare to say this to Lu Cicada. Sighing, Lin Yuan sighed. I forgot to tell you, this cousin of mine was abused too much in the past. Her brain might be a bit problematic. You know. Lu Cicada came to a realization and looked at the river god with a little more sympathy in her eyes. So it was a brain disease. At the same time, a young man with sword brows and starry eyes, red lips and white teeth also walked over, looking like he was also here to buy sugar gourds. When he saw Lu Cicada he first froze for a moment, then excitedly said, Lu Cicada it's really you. Lu Cicada looked at the young man who also froze for a moment before hesitantly saying, Shang Su? Lin Yuan is full of doubts. Acacia sect is not in the Dayu dynasty. Lu Cicada how to have acquaintances in Qingzhou city. Seeing Lu Cicada recognizing himself, Shang Xian got even more excited and rubbed his hands together. I didn't expect to run into you even in this great Yin dynasty. It's really true that we don't meet each other anywhere in life. Lu Cicada laughed dryly and nodded perfunctorily. Shang Su remained excited as if he didn't see it. You want a candy cane? I'll buy it for you. Lu Cicada hurriedly pulled Lin Yuan over and shook her head. No need. It's my husband who wants to buy it. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. What was this? When did Lu Cicada change her name to Xiang Gong? When Shang Su sniffed, the face that had just been excited was instantly sad. Sagittarius? He asked with some uncertainty as he pulled out his ears. Lu Cicada nodded. Let me introduce you. This is my husband Lin Yuan, also a disciple of our Acacia sect. Shang Su's face was filled with grief. You got married? Yes, I'm married. When? And why didn't anyone let me know? Lu Cicada rolled her eyes and said, what's the point of telling you? Heaven and earth. Why did you do this to me? Shang Su also ignored the strange gazes cast by the pedestrians on the street, and looked up to the sky and wailed. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, suddenly realized that it was another licking dog of Lu Cicada. At this time, Lu Cicada's voice also sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. Shang Su is the Dao sect saint's son. I've seen him a few times before when I followed my master to the Dao sect. The man's just a little weird, but he doesn't have a bad heart. Lin Yuan's face was filled with shock when he heard this. The Dao sect saint's son is this kind of demeanor. This is too humiliating. After Lin Yuan finished buying the sugar gourds, Shang Xian also stopped howling and followed with his ass. Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around Lu Cicada's soft waist and said leeringly, Kid, what are you following us for? Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled and she said unhappily, I've told you that I'm married, so don't follow us. Shang Su hemmed and hawed and looked at Lu Cicada. I figured it out. As long as you're not dead, I still have a chance. After Shang Su finished, he came over to Lin Yuan and asked, Brothers, when are you going to make peace? I can wait. Hey, you're looking for a ing beating aren't you? Lin Yuan sniffed and rolled up his sleeves to strike. Shang Xian quickly dodged to the side and waved his hand to explain. Brother, I'm just kidding. I still understand the principle that a gentleman should not take away a person's favor. And since Cicada already has someone she loves, I've given her my blessing since. Lin Yuan nodded his head. This person had an open mind and really didn't seem bad. Shang Su said as he pulled out a pair of jade pendants from his storage ring and handed them to Lin Yuan and the two of them, exclaiming, this pair of jade pendants was obtained by me from a cavernous paradise, and they happen to be a dragon and a phoenix. I was thinking of giving this jade pendant to Cicada and keeping a piece for myself, but since I can't use it now, I'll give it to the two of you and consider it as my wedding gift to the two of you. Suddenly, the river god's voice suddenly came from beside Lin Yuan's ears. Collect these two jade pendants. This jade pendant is a treasure? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Then you don't care. Just collect it. Since the river god had said so, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't hesitate and took the jade pendant and said to Shang Shixian, "Thank you, brother Shang. Then I'm welcome." Coming beside the river god, Lin Yuan handed over the sugar gourds and instructed, "Don't eat any more after you finish this bunch of sugar gourds. Look at how you've gained weight. You fart." River god muttered, then licked the icing on the candy cane beautifully. Just then, Shang Shi saw the river god and was stunned, not realizing that there was a woman in this world who was even more beautiful than Lu Cicada. His eyes lit up and he rubbed his hands together. "Hey, hello girl, my name is Shang Shi. Dare I ask how old the girl is, and if she has ever been married?" Lin Yuan cursed at the sight and casually grabbed Shang Shi back. "Kid, what are you doing?" Shang Shi said in a serious manner. "A fair lady is a good man. Since Cicada is married, of course I have to change my target. By the way, give me back that pair of jade pendants. I want to give it to this girl." Lin Yuan was speechless. He had never seen such a brazen and shameless person. Chapter 45, How the Heavens Have Been Kind to Me. The river god looked at Shang Shi with some curiosity and queried, "Are you asking me?" Shang Shi straightened his clothes that were torn by Lin Yuan and courteously said, "Yes, girl." Looking at the river goddess in front of him, who had a stunningly beautiful and flavorful appearance, Shang Shi called out to God for treating him well, not expecting that he had just lost to Lu Cicada, and then he was sent such a perfect woman. Lin Yuan looked in his eyes and couldn't stop praising in his heart, "This kid Shang Shi really has guts. What can't he think of? Daring to pursue the river god." Sure enough, after hearing Shang Shi's reply, the river god immediately raised her willow eyebrows and said angrily, "Kid, your hair hasn't even grown all the way up, and you dare to pick up your old lady." Lin Yuan, hold him down for me. I'm going to cut out his tongue and sew it to his ass. Seeing that the river god was about to make a move with her teeth and claws open, Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped her and said in a low voice, "Sister river god, calm down. This is on the street. We have to pay attention to our cultivation." Lu Cicada sniffed, full of incredulity. Envious fish sister turned out to be so tough. Seeing such an irascible river god, Shang Shixian only felt his eyes darken and froze on the spot. In his mind, a woman as flavorful as the river god should have a personality as passionate as fire and speak as soft as water. However, the scene in front of him, which was like a shrew cursing the street, as well as the filthy words that popped out of the river god's mouth, gave him too much of an impact. The character is really hot. Unfortunately, it's a hot fire. In one day, two beloved goddesses left him, and he was a little unable to accept this cruel fact. The heavens are so long, why are they so thin on me? For a long time, after pacifying the river god, Lin Yuan still wanted to have a chat with Shang Shi. As a result, he was seen saying bitterly, "Brother Lin, Cicada I'll leave first. We'll see you again when the 100 Clans battle comes around." Looking at Shang Shi covering his buttocks and somewhat sad back, Lin Yuan somewhat did not quite understand what was going on. He just left? I guess it's a shock. Lu Cicada laughed and explained, "I heard from the disciples of the Dao sect that Shang Shixian especially likes to dance and write, and with his kind of character, he would probably like the kind of girl that is as gentle as water. But just now, he saw his sister Envy in this state, so why is he still staying here?" Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada with some surprise. He likes girls who are gentle as water. But what does this have to do with Lu Cicada? Why would he like Lu Cicada? Noticing Lin Yuan's eyes, Lu Cicada kicked on Lin Yuan's calf and softly said, "Am I not gentle?" Lin Yuan grimaced in pain. "Aha! Gentle, gentle, count your blessings." Looking at Shang Shi's back, Lin Yuan suddenly said, "Although the person is a bit stupid and shameless, this person is still quite good." Lu Cicada nodded deeply. "Not only is it good, it's also very strong. Among the holy sons of the four great sects, other than that Li Mubai, he is the strongest." Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. The Unseen Palace also has a holy son? No, the entire clan of Weiyan Palace is female, and the masters of these clan disciples like Princess Taiping are all old sea women with eccentric personalities. So the disciples they teach are also young sea women with eccentric personalities. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely at his words. Lu Cicada's speech was really pugnacious. After a pause, Lu Cicada continued, "When the 100 Clans battle comes around, we can cooperate with them a bit. The Dao clan is still very strong." Lin Yuan nodded. "Let's talk about it then." At this time, the river god took the sugar gourd and said sullenly, "Go back. I'm not in the mood for shopping after being messed up by that kid." Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded his head. This ant finally gave up and went back. His legs hurt a little from all the shopping. After returning to the inn, Lin Yuan was lying on all fours on the bed, looking at the jade pendant in his hand with some doubts. Just now the river god said that this jade pendant had some oddities. but after looking at it over and over for a long time, he didn't see any oddities. Aside from being a bit older, there was nothing more special about it, and even the pattern carved on the jade pendant was a mess, and could only barely be seen as a dragon. Seeing Lin Yuan lying on the bed in a daze, Lu Cicada slowly crouched down on Lin Yuan's chest and softly said, "Don't look at it. What's so pretty about an ordinary jade pendant?" Feeling the small hands roaming his body, Lin Yuan helplessly said, "Sister, it's daytime now." Lu Cicada casually waved her hand and a soundproof barrier appeared out of thin air, charmingly saying, "This won't do." A gust of fragrant wind drilled into his nostrils, making Lin Yuan's mouth a little dry. He slapped Lu Cicada's rounded buttocks and teased, "But I'm a little tired. I'll do it myself." Lu Cicada charming eyes like silk, exhaled like orchids in Lin Yuan's chest softly said, "Let you see what is called real tenderness like water. Then work hard. I feel like I'm about to reach the second level of the Jindan stage. Don't worry, guaranteed to satisfy you." After a moment, Lu Cicada delicately said, "Got it?" Lin Yuan nodded. "They say that women are made of water. The ancients honestly do not deceive me." An hour later, Lu Cicada dripping with fragrant sweat, drew circles on Lin Yuan's chest. "Next time, do you still dare to say I'm mean?" "I didn't. I." Clunk. A bang. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open with force, and the river god dashed and ran into the room, nimbly shutting the door behind him, and said furtively, "Lin Yuan, that piece of jade." The river god then saw the two embracing the bed. Lin Yuan's heart was afraid. Thanks to the river god coming late, if she came a little earlier, it is estimated that he would have to leave a little indelible psychological shadow, and possibly some diseases that could not be treated. Lu Cicada on the other hand, was dumbfounded. The door of the room had obviously been locked by her. Lin Xianyu was only at the 9th level of Jindan. How did he push the door of the room open? "Ha ha, ha ha." The river god laughed dryly twice and said with some embarrassment, "Busy. Cicada is here too." Lu Cicada instantly blushed with shame and hurriedly covered her head with the quilt. The river god saw this, but also laughed. "Cover the quilt for what? And it is not unseen." Lin Yuan hurriedly interrupted the river god and gritted his teeth. "Lin Xianyu, what are you doing running in all of a sudden?" River god innocently said, "Who knew Cicada didn't go back to her room? I thought she went back to rest. Also, who knew you guys were in the middle of the day? Where is she going to rest? We just have 2 rooms. You let her go to the street." The river god spread his hands and justified himself. "It's not like I know." After a few moments, the fully dressed Lin Yuan sat down at the table and looked at the river god without any good humor and said, "Lin Xianyu, what the hell are you up to?" Because Lu Cicada was present, the river god didn't dare to say that he came to see the jade pendant, and stammered, "I was bored staying in my room, so I wanted to come and chat with you." Lu Cicada suddenly looked at the two suspiciously, needing to be sneaky to find Lin Yuan to chat. Just now, Lin Xianyu's movements didn't look like he wanted to chat in any way. Did. Chapter 46, You Pair of Dogs. Combined with her past experiences, the more Lu Cicada thought about it, the more wrong it was. This Lin Xianyu's identity was suspicious. Moreover, looking at Lin Xianyu's actions just now, it was obvious that he wanted to do something unseemly. Otherwise, why would he be sneaky? Lin Yuan might also be letting his guard down by saying that she was sick in the head, and that with Lin Xianyu sick in the head, it seemed like it would make sense for her to do even more strange things. The more Lu Cicada thought about it, the more she felt that this was the case, and her eyes became unusually sharp as she looked at the two. "Could you, Lin Yuan? How dare you bring your little lover to me? Even if you guys pretend to be good, what can you do? It still hasn't escaped the fiery eyes of my old lady. Forgive you, Lin Yuan, for being as refined as a ghost, but you still have to drink my mother's foot washing water." Lu Cicada was burning with anger, but still endured. As the saying goes, catching a thief, catching an adulterer, catching an adulterer. When I catch you both in bed, let's see how you can still argue. At this moment, Lin Yuan didn't notice Lu Cicada's expression and was still harping on reprimanding the river god. "You have to knock when you enter someone's room. How can you just barge in?" The river god pouted and transmitted, "Kid, are you drifting?" Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly and transmitted, "Sister river god, forgive me, this isn't Lu Cicada's presence, so how can I do something about it?" "Doing?" Old lady went to her room. "Remember to send me the jade pendant at night. Haven't you mastered the power of space? I'll put the jade pendant on the table in a while and you can take it yourself." The river god angrily said, "Is it stupid? I'm at the 9th level of Jindan now. How can I use the power of space? But it. Remember to send it to me." When the river god left, Lu Cicada also hurriedly withdrew her little emotion. "We mustn't let Lin Yuan see a break. The night is like water. and the wild cats outside the window are beginning to purr. After a fling, Lu Cicada grunted. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep. Lin Yuan was a little surprised that Lu Cicada was going to sleep. This was rare, but it was good to sleep. He was thinking of finding an excuse to go out, but now it seems that he doesn't need it. Embracing Lu Cicada in his arms, Lin Yuan patted Lu Cicada's smooth jade back and softly said, You're tired from the rush today. Go to sleep early. Aha! After a moment, Lin Yuan listened to Lu Cicada's steady breathing and whispered, Cicada Lu Cicada Lu Cicada rolled over and directly left Lin Yuan's embrace, her mouth murmuring but not waking up. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Lin Yuan quietly dressed and carefully went to the river god's room. The river god was sitting at the table at the moment, and after seeing Lin Yuan, he couldn't wait to say, Give it to me quickly. Lin Yuan threw the jade pendant to the river god and panted, Hurry up. I'm sneaking out behind Lu Cicada's back. The river god said impatiently, Don't worry, it's fast. On the other hand, after Lin Yuan quietly went out, Lu Cicada who had just been sleeping, immediately sat up, casually wrapped a robe around her and ran out. Lu Cicada had just arrived outside the door of the river god's room when she heard this conversation between the two. What an adulterous couple, to be so impatient. Wait a little longer. I'll rush in after I get into bed in a little while and see how the two of you still try to weasel your way out of this. Inside the room, the river god set up a barrier, and only after confirming that no one was disturbing him did he carefully scrutinize the jade pendant in his hand. Lin Yuan complained, If you have the power of space and don't use it, you have to make me run over in the middle of the night, just like cheating. Steal your ass. River god pounded his fist on Lin Yuan's head. I left the river is the 9th level of Jindan's cultivation. How am I going to use the power of space? When the river god said that, she waved her jade hand in front of her nose and said helplessly, Can't you take a shower before coming over? Your body smells weird. Lin Yuan sniffed and said in confusion, There's nothing. Why can't I smell it? Heather scent. Lin Yuan was filled with embarrassment and scratched his head. Ha ha, I'll pay attention next time. After the river god finished speaking, she lowered her head again and immersed her mind in the jade pendant in her hand, her slender jade fingers carefully groping along with the carvings as if she was searching for something. Lin Yuan sat sullenly on the side, not good enough to disturb the river god. After a long time, the river god's eyes were fiery as he said, Kid, you've got good luck with your dog. This pair of jade pendants is really something good. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up with curiosity. Is this some kind of magic treasure? As if he was looking at a turd, the river god said in a bad mood, The jade pendant is just an ordinary jade pendant, but its value is much more than that. Even if I were given a top-grade spiritual treasure, I wouldn't exchange it for it. Not even a top-grade spiritual treasure will be exchanged. Lin Yuan felt his breath catch a little. One must know that magic treasures were very precious in the Liuzhou continent. Just like Lu Cicada even though she was noble as the holy maiden of the Acacia sect, she only had a top-grade magic weapon in her hand. And now the river god was actually saying that he wouldn't exchange a single top-grade spirit treasure. I didn't expect such an ordinary jade pendant to be worth so much. Put away your harangue. The river god knocked on the table and said unhappily, Now, all you have to do is to take that jade pendant in Lu Cicada's hand as well. Only if the two jade pendants are together. You still haven't told me what this jade pendant's for? Lin Yuan said in disbelief. Don't worry about that. Just bring it over when you get here. Should I tell Lu Cicada and just ask for it? The river god looked serious and said, No, if you don't want Lu Cicada to die, you'd better not tell her. But, the river god's beautiful eyes rolled over as she impatiently said, Don't worry, you can't lose your little lovers, including the kid who gave you the jade pendant. Lin Yuan nodded reassuringly at his words. The next time we meet, we can thank Shang Shisu properly. That kid likes fairies. When the time comes, we can introduce the Acacia Sect's fairies to him. As far as the Acacia Sect's fairies are concerned, they will definitely satisfy him. Outside the room door, Lu Cicada waited patiently for a quarter of an hour. Could you, Lin Yuan? You still know to set up a soundproof array, but it's already useless. Old lady has already discovered your secret. Lu Cicada finished talking to herself, then slapped her palm at the door of the room. Clang! With a bang, the door to the room swung wide open. Lu Cicada chirped. You pair of. Before the dog man and woman could shout out, Lu Cicada stayed on the spot. The room didn't have the image she had pictured in her head. Lin Yuan and Lin Xianyu sat at the table fully dressed and were studying the jade pendant that Shang Shisu had given them during the day. It's over. It's over. It's a big embarrassment. Lu Cicada was on the verge of crying. Both of them were startled when Lu Cicada suddenly broke through the door. And the river god looked at Lu Cicada with strange eyes and said, What's wrong, younger sis? Seeing Lu Cicada's sluggish appearance, Lin Yuan knew what Lu Cicada-e had come for. Lu Cicada-e, what are you doing out here if you're not sleeping properly? Sleepwalking, Lin Yuan said in a bad mood. When Lu Cicada-e heard this, she hastily raised her hands and said to herself, "Ah, yes, I'm sleepwalking, said Lu Cicada-e turned around and tried to run. Lin Yuan walked over, grabbed Lu Cicada-e by the back of his neck collar, and said to the river god, "Rest early." Carrying Lu Cicada-e, he left the room. Chapter 47, Returning to the Acacia Sect. After returning to the room, Lin Yuan put Lu Cicada-e on the bed and said with a serious face, "Lu Cicada-e, do you know what you're doing?" Lu Cicada-e pouted her little mouth, aggrieved and said, "I see that Lin Xianyu was sneaky this afternoon, and people thought that he was sneaky. Why? Thinking she's my little mistress in Toyosu. I ran out in the middle of the night to cheat on her. Who let you sneak out in the middle of the night?" Lu Cicada-e grabbed Lin Yuan's collar and said, "You still have the face to talk about me. What did you do in the middle of the night when you ran to Lin Xianyu's room, and setting up soundproof barriers? You guys have secrets?" Lu Cicada-e said, taking out the jade pendant that Shang Shixian had sent to herself. She said doubtfully, "This jade pendant seems to be very ordinary. Nothing special about it." Just now, after Lu Cicada-e went in, she saw Lin Xianyu holding the jade pendant of Lin Yuan's. If the two of them had any secrets, it should have something to do with this jade pendant. Lin Yuan laughed dryly. "You saw it all." Lu Cicada-e sneered and said smugly, "It has to be. Say it. What's so special about this jade pendant?" Thinking of what the river god had instructed him, Lin Yuan explained, "This is an ordinary jade pendant. Cousin originally thought it was a magic treasure, but sensed it wrong. Then why did you hide it from me?" Lu Cicada-e said fiercely. "Ha ha." Lin Yuan scratched his head and said shyly, "I didn't want to give you a surprise." "Really?" Lu Cicada-e stared at Lin Yuan with wide eyes, staring at him dead on, trying to see any breaks on Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan swallowed and weakly said, "Of course it's true. Of course I'll give it to you if I have a good magic treasure. Fine. Count on your conscience. Sleep." Lu Cicada-e heart has long been happy flowers, cannot stop praising their own quick thinking, made a mistake not only not be taught a lesson, but also back to Lin Yuan a military. Looking at Lu Cicada-e's back, Lin Yuan was similarly relieved and almost said something. Early the next morning, seeing the river god again, Lu Cicada-e remembered last night's experience and her face couldn't help but burn slightly. She squirmed and walked to the river god and whispered, "Sister Envy, last night." River god was full of doubts. Last night? What happened last night? Seeing the river god's behavior, Lu Cicada-e was relieved. It seemed that she had overthought things. Seeing this, Lin Yuan came to Lu Cicada-e's ear and comforted, "Don't worry, Sister Xianyu isn't that petty." "That's good. Alright, the transcontinental ferry is coming. Let's get ready to board." Time passes in a flash. 5 days later, the group of 3 arrived at the Thousand Star City under the Acacia Sex Mountain. Coming to Thousand Star City again, Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. Even though the time he left the Harmony Sect this time wasn't very long, he had experienced too much in this. In the past, he had always wanted to escape from the Harmony Sect, and it wasn't until after he left the Harmony Sect that Lin Yuan realized how dangerous the outside world was. If it wasn't for the river god, a great god, I guess the grass would have grown on my own grave. Finally back again. Lin Yuan sighed as he stretched his back. Lu Cicada-e sniffed and teased, "How does it feel to be in the Acacia Sect again?" Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." Then Lin Yuan added, "How much I hated the Acacia Sect before, how much I like it now." The river god sniffed, puzzled. "Nasty?" Thinking of Lin Yuan's past unwillingness, Lu Cicada-e immediately smiled sweetly and hurriedly explained, "When Lin Yuan first came to the Acacia Sect, he was captured and brought back as a cauldron. So at that time Lin Yuan tried to run away every day. Thanks to me watching closely, otherwise I let him run away. The river god came to a realization. So he's falling under your stone skirt now." Lu Cicada-e sniffed and nodded proudly. She had always been confident in her looks. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "I'm not much different from a cauldron now, am I?" Lu Cicada-e elbowed Lin Yuan's chest and said indignantly, "Dog man, getting a bargain and still selling out. Alright, hurry back and cultivate. There's less than a month before the 100 Clans battle begins. I have to hurry up and raise my cultivation." Lu Cicada-e nodded. Lin Yuan's current cultivation level was indeed a bit weak. One must know that the lowest cultivation level of the sect disciples who participated in the 100 Sects battle in the past was the first layer of the Jindan stage. As for Lin Yuan's current level, it only just met the criteria. A month after playing around with cultivation, at most you'll be at the 3rd level of the Jindan stage. Lin Yuan sighed, a little worried. Returning to the Acacia Sect, Lu Cicada was ready to take Hishin to the inner courtyard to register their information, but who knew that the three of them had just arrived at the Haiyu Peak when they received Xie Lingyun's voice transmission. Cicada, you three come over here, Lin Yuan cautiously said. What does your master want again? It was no wonder Lin Yuan was cautious. After all, the river god's identity was too special, and Xie Lingyun was a merged stage powerhouse. Once Xie Lingyun found out the end of the story, who knew what Xie Lingyun would do? Lu Cicada, on the other hand, glared at Lin Yuan and said in a bad mood, we've been running out for almost a month, so of course we have to greet master when we come back. Okay. Lin Yuan looked at the river god with some concern. Who knew that the river god blinked and transmitted? Don't worry, she can't detect anything. There were no words along the way, and when the three of them arrived at Xie Lingyun's chambers, Xie Lingyun happened to walk out from the entrance of the chambers. Today's Xie Lingyun is still wearing a fire-red robe, but compared to the last time's lethargy and diffidence, the current Xie Lingyun clearly has more than a hint of majesty. Worthy of being the head of a clan, Lin Yuan secretly sighed. Seeing Xie Lingyun, Lu Cicada hurriedly ran to Xie Lingyun's side with small steps, hugging her arm and pampering her. Master, I miss you so much. Xie Lingyun nodded Lu Cicada's head in feigned anger. You dead girl. I thought you were following Lin Yuan to the ends of the earth and wouldn't return to the Harmony sect. How can it be? People are thinking of master in their hearts. It's not like we'll be right back after settling things. Xie Lingyun hummed lightly, then turned her head to survey Lin Xianyu. Just a moment ago, the three of them had just entered the Acacia sect, and Xie Lingyun had detected the aura of the three of them, and the black-clothed woman in front of her gave her a strange feeling. It's like a sense of déjà vu. Noticing Xie Lingyun's expression, Lin Yuan hurriedly bowed and saluted. Patriarch, this is my sister, Lin Xianyu, who was unable to withstand the family's bullying, so she has come to join the disciples. Lu Cicada also interjected at this time. Master, Lin Yuan's cousin wants to come to the Acacia sect to cultivate. Her current cultivation level is at the 9th level of Jindan, so my disciple wants to arrange for her to cultivate in the inner courtyard. Xie Lingyun nodded at his words and said softly, since they're Lin Yuan's relatives, just watch over the arrangements. Thank you, Master. Chapter 4800 Sect Battle. After settling the matter of Lin Xianyu, Xie Lingyun pondered for a moment and said with an undeniable tone, there's still a month until the 100 clans battle, so don't return to the Holy Maiden Hall this month. I have a spirit medicine here. After you take it, I'll personally instruct you in your cultivation, aiming to let you step into the 4th level of Yuaning within a month. Lu Cicada frowned, a little displeased. She was still thinking of taking advantage of this month to help Lin Yuan improve his cultivation. Noticing Lu Cicada's eyes, Xie Lingyun let out a cold snort and said with a slight anger, Lu Cicada, don't forget your identity. You are the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect, not Lin Yuan's Holy Maiden alone. What you have to do is not only bring the Acacia sect disciples into the secret realm, you are also responsible for bringing them out safely. The battles of the previous 100 sect wars have all been very tragic, and since you are the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect, you have to take up the burden. Seeing that Xie Lingyun was about to get angry, Lin Yuan hurriedly gave Lu Cicada a wink, signaling her to be obedient. After a moment of silence, Lu Cicada then nodded sullenly. Xie Lingyun hummed softly as an elixir appeared in front of Lin Yuan. The secret realm is dangerous. If you want to live, cultivate hard. Lin Yuan received the elixir and respectfully said, Disciple thanks Patriarch. Okay, go back. Leaving Xie Lingyun's chambers, Lin Yuan played with the elixir that Xie Lingyun had rewarded him with in his hand and whispered to the river god beside him. Sister River God, tell me about this 100 sect battle. The river god looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise. You don't understand. Lin Yuan spread his hands helplessly. The first time he heard about the 100 clans war was still from the river god's mouth. Alright, then I'll tell you about this 100 clan war in detail. The 100 clans battle is held once every 5 years in an ancient ruin called the Secret Realm of the Ruins. Each clan and dynasty could select 20 disciples to participate in this 100 clans battle, but due to the limitations of the Secret Realm of the Remnants, the cultivation of the disciples entering the Secret Realm must not exceed the Yuaning stage. Once one did not abide by the rules of the Secret Realm, they would be directly obliterated by the heavenly rules of the Secret Realm. The Stumpy Secret Realm was vast and boundless, and no one had ever discovered the boundaries of the Stumpy Secret Realm since it suddenly appeared 3,000 years ago. In this remnant mysterious realm, it was filled with large and small opportunities. There were caves left behind by ancient great powers, relics passed down from ancient times, and legacies left behind by ancient sects. The disciples of the great sects entered the secret realm in order to compete for these opportunities. Once entering the secret realm, it means entering a world of the weak and the strong, in which there are no rules and no order, and whoever has a hard fist and strong strength has the right to speak. it also means being able to access more opportunities. The river god paused and continued. The battles of the previous 100 sect wars were all very tragic. I remember that one year during the 100 Clans War, a cave of a Mahayana stage powerhouse suddenly appeared in the secret realm, and that Mahayana stage powerhouse sat down in that cave as well. In the cave, not only is there that Mahayana stage powerhouse's lifelong collection of treasures, but there are also the inherited techniques he left behind. After the cave appeared, it directly attracted 90% of the people in the secret realm, who all wanted to go and get a piece of the pie. The river god's voice lurched and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were deep and fixedly looked towards the azure sky, as if she had remembered that tragic scene back then. After hearing about the cave of a Mahayana stage powerhouse, Lin Yuan was a little heart-stricken, and after hearing the river god stop, he couldn't wait to ask, what happened after that? What happened after that? The river god took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, later on, the inheritance of that Mahayana stage powerhouse was obtained by the Tao sect saint's son at that time. That's gone? Lin Yuan could not help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. This was the cave residence of a Mahayana stage powerhouse. I thought the competition must have been fierce. How could it be taken over with a light sentence? That holy son of the Tao sect directly killed everyone after he obtained the inheritance of the Mahayana stage. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. That Tao sect saint's son is so strong. Surprisingly, he took out all his enemies. The river god calmly said, not all the enemies, but all the people within the remnant mysteries. Lin Yuan was creeped out and gulped as he asked, everyone, including his fellow disciples? Right. Lin Yuan immediately felt the hairs on his body stand up and sweat. Killing everyone? This is getting into the devil. Is that saint son of the Tao sect still alive now? The river god shook his head and said, right now, you should be thinking about how to raise your cultivation rather than understanding these irrelevant matters. Okay. After a moment of silence, the river god said softly, the reason I'm telling you this story is to remind you that so many things in this secret realm are very evil, and that you must be careful and cautious when searching for opportunities. Lin Yuan said with a straight face, don't worry, sister river god, I'm very careful with my life. Although the words were said, Lin Yuan's heart was still shaken. No wonder Xia Lingyun described the 100 sect war as tragic. Noticing Lin Yuan's change in state of mind, the river god guffawed. Scared? That's not true. Lin Yuan shook his head. Although it's dangerous in the secret realm of the ruins, chances and risks go hand in hand. How can one become a party of powerhouses without experiencing the trials and tribulations of blood? Moreover, back in the Tongi mysterious realm, I promised Sister River God that I would become a Mahayana stage powerhouse to repay Sister River God for saving my life. So how can I go back on my word? The River God sniffed, his eyes full of praise. Although this man is usually a bit of a dog, but when it comes to serious matters, he is never ambiguous. And now Lin Yuan's state of mind is also changing little by little. Cultivating the Tao was originally to go against the heavens, and in order to become a strong person, one must first have a fearless mind. If one is fearful on the path of cultivation, then sooner or later one will die on this path against the heavens. After a moment of contemplation, the river god spoke. Don't worry, since I'm letting you into the remnant wall mysteries, I have a way to raise your cultivation. Otherwise you'll hang up as soon as you get in, and how else are you going to help me find the treasure? As the river god spoke, streams of light flashed in his hands, and the tie-in chalcedony appeared in his hands. Go back and refine this tie-in chalcedony in a moment. Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled and looked at the river god. When he was at the side of the small river in the Dayu dynasty, the river god had clearly refined this tie-in chalcedony. Now that this tie-in chalcedony was already owned, how could he still refine it? Seeing this, the river god explained, you don't need to care about this, just listen to me. And when I refined this piece of tie-in chalcedony in the first place, I infused it with a trace of the power of heaven and earth. Although the power of heaven and earth is small, it is wonderfully useful for your humble Jindan cultivation. If you can successfully turn it to your own use, your cultivation will surely be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up and he immediately took the tie-in chalcedony from the river god. Chapter 49 Side Effects. When the tie-in chalcedony entered his hand, Lin Yuan was instantly shocked. When I first got the tie-in chalcedony, it was so cold in my hand that my fingers were almost frozen. Unexpectedly, after this tie-in chalcedony was refined by the river god, a feeling of warmth appeared, and there was even a faint fragrance. Lin Yuan took the tie-in chalcedony into his hands and then immersed his mind into it, wanting to feel the power of heaven and earth in the tie-in chalcedony. But this tie-in chalcedony was as good as dead, and all that could be felt was a void. What are you doing? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and said back, feel the power of heaven and earth. The river god slapped Lin Yuan on the back and said helplessly, are you stupid? You're only at the Jindan stage and you want to feel the power of heaven and earth? Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. then gently stroked the Taiyin Chalcedony. What if? The river god suddenly trembled delicately when she saw this. Her pretty face instantly flew up with a touch of red. She slapped Lin Yuan on the back again and said with a slight anger, "Hurry up and go back to refine the Taiyin Chalcedony." Alright. Lin Yuan's neck shrank. The river god was really cranky. He would strike at the drop of a hat. After a moment, Lin Yuan took the Taiyin Chalcedony back into his storage ring and asked out loud, "I've been staying at the Sacred Maiden Hall. Are you going to Hau Peak? Or to the Sacred Maiden Hall?" The river god tilted her head in thought for a moment, then said, "I'll go back to the Holy Maiden Hall with you. That way, when you refine the Taiyin Chalcedony, I can still give you guidance from the sidelines." Okay. On the other hand, after Lin Yuan and the two of them left, Lu Cicada Yi was brought to a secret room by Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun felt Lu Cicada Yi's physical condition and frowned. "You've suffered injuries in the time you've been out?" Lu Cicada Yi nodded and told Xia Lingyun in detail about what happened on the ferry. However, with regards to Lin Yuan's special technique, Lu Cicada Yi chose to conceal it. After all, Lin Yuan didn't want to expose it, so naturally, she couldn't possibly say anything about it outwardly. And as for why she was able to replenish her essence blood, Lu Cicada Yi shifted all the blame to Lin Yuan's heavenly spirit root. Xia Lingyun asked with some incredulity at his words, "You're saying that if you cultivate with Lin Yuan, it will help you recover the essence blood in your body?" "Right. I didn't realize that the heavenly spirit root had such a wonderful use." Xia Lingyun pondered for a moment and instructed, "You must watch over Lin Yuan in the future. Don't let him escape." Thinking of all the things that happened in the Lin family some time ago, Lu Cicada Yi suddenly blushed slightly. If it wasn't for that incident with Mu Chuyen, it was estimated that both of them would be married by now. She buried her head and whispered, "Master, just don't worry, Lin Yuan won't run away this time." "That'll do," Xia Lingyun said, taking out a spirit medicine from her storage ring and handing it to Lu Cicada Yi. "This is a 1,000-year-old Xin Yang immortal grass. You now take the immortal grass and start refining the medicinal power. With me assisting from the side, you should be able to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanying stage." "Xian Yang immortal herb? What about the old wounds in your body?" Lu Cicada Yi heard some resistance. When she had heard the master said, "This Xian Yang immortal grass," but the master used to cure the old disease in the body. Now to their own use. That master's old disease how to do? Xia Lingyun let out a light laugh and rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head and said, "Don't worry, master. This 100-sect war is extremely dangerous. It's better to help you raise your cultivation first, otherwise master is afraid that you won't be able to cope with it." More than 10 years ago, Xia Lingyun fought with an evil cultivator and was accidentally hit by a sword chi in his abdomen, which carried an evil aura that directly invaded Xia Lingyun's body. After that, Xia Lingyun had thought of many ways, but had been unable to get rid of that gloomy coldness. So much so that every full moon night, Xia Lingyun would have to endure the bone-chilling pain of this eerie coldness. It wasn't until last year that Xia Lingyun saw the Xian Yang immortal herb in an ancient book. The Xian Yang immortal grass, the most young and rigid thing, was just the right thing to restrain this most mean and cold evil chi. Now it was so hard to find a Xian Yang immortal grass, but it was used to raise his cultivation. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun comforted, "Alright, hurry up and refine the elixir. As for the old disease in your body, master will think of another way." Lu Cicada Yi's eyes reddened as she sniffed, and she whispered, "I will definitely find another way to help you expel the evil chi in your body." "Alright, time is running out. Hurry up and refine the elixir." Lu Cicada Yi nodded, then stuffed Xian Yang immortal grass into her mouth in one bite. At the moment of entrance, a unique fragrance slowly flowed into the abdomen along with a warm current, and Lu Cicada Yi only felt a sudden fire in her belly. A fire could even be faintly seen through the clothes. Lu Cicada Yi hurriedly crossed her knees and settled down, urging her body's aura to refine the elixir. The medicinal power of the Xian Yang immortal grass was drawn out in a single strand as the aura ran, and then slowly integrated into the flowing aura. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun gently pressed one hand on Lu Cicada Yi, and a majestic aura merged into Lu Cicada Yi's body. In an instant, the aura within Lu Cicada Yi's dantian rotated crazily, and the firelight between his belly unexpectedly began to waver, as if it was a candle in the wind. Time flew by. 3 days later, the fire in Lu Cicada Yi's small abdomen finally disappeared into thin air. Buzz! The sound, an invisible shockwave suddenly appeared. "It's going to break through." Seeing this, Xia Lingyun hurriedly withdrew her aura and retreated to the side. Lu Cicada Yi's aura began to climb in pitch, and the barrier at the 3rd level of the Yuanying stage was instantly shattered. It was only until the peak of the 4th level of the Yuanying stage that Lu Cicada Yi's aura slowly weakened, one step short of the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. Xia Lingyun secretly sighed, worthy of being a 1,000-year-old elixir. The effect was truly amazing. After a few more moments, the aura within Lu Cicada Yi's body completely returned to calmness. Just as Xia Lingyun wanted to probe Lu Cicada Yi's situation, a force of supreme yang that belonged solely to the Xian Yang immortal herb suddenly erupted from Lu Cicada Yi's body. Xia Lingyun then saw Lu Cicada Yi's pretty face turn red, and dense beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun hurried forward and asked, "Cicada Yi, how are you?" Lu Cicada Yi slowly opened her eyes, endured the torment in her body and spoke, "Master, this Xian Yang immortal grass has side effects." "What side effects?" Before Xia Lingyun's words fell, Lu Cicada Yi began to become misty-eyed and her hands unconsciously climbed onto Xia Lingyun's waist. Feeling the hot breath exhaled by Lu Cicada Yi, Xia Lingyun's delicate body trembled. Could it be that this Xian Yang immortal herb side effect would stimulate one's lust? But Xia Lingyun couldn't think about that much at this point, because Lu Cicada Yi was already completely lost, wrapped around herself like an octopus. "Master, I'm so hot." As Lu Cicada Yi spoke out of her mouth, she began to tear the clothes from the two of them. Xia Lingyun shook Lu Cicada Yi and said in a deep voice, "Cicada Yi, calm down." Lu Cicada Yi had long been overwhelmed by desire. Her mouth grunted incessantly, and the movements in her hands did not stop. Xia Lingyun sighed helplessly and picked up Lu Cicada Yi and dashed away. Chapter 50, A Night's Work. After Lin Yuan returned to the Holy Maiden Hall, he first refined the pills that Xia Lingyun had rewarded him with, and after successfully breaking through to the second level of the Jindan stage, he began to refine the Taiyin Chalcedony under the guidance of the River God. When I first watched the River God refine the Taiyin Chalcedony, it was particularly simple, and it was completely refined in just an hour or so. But when it was his turn, Lin Yuan realized how torturous it was to refine this Taiyin Chalcedony. In 2 whole days, not even a tenth of the Taiyin Chalcedony had been refined. Even if the refining speed was slow, he still had to endure the bone-chilling cold of the Taiyin Chalcedony. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged with his hands together. In his hands was none other than the Taiyin Chalcedony that emitted a cold aura. At this moment his face was pale and trembling. Even his eyelashes had a layer of frost hanging on them. As the aura slowly flowed through the Taiyin Chalcedony, an ethereal blue aura re-entered the body, slowly integrating into the Dantian. Looking at the shivering Lin Yuan, the River God scornfully said from the side, "Luckily you're still a man. You can't even stand such a little bit of cold. You can't really have been drained by Lu Cicada Yi, so you're so afraid of the cold. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Kidney deficiency is a big disease. Don't give up on treatment." Listening to the broken thoughts of the River God in his ears, Lin Yuan snapped his eyes open and said helplessly, "Sister River God, if you're bored of idleness, just go out and take a look around. It's hard for me to be still when I hear you rambling in my ear." When the River God heard this, she immediately raised her willow eyebrows and fainted. "No, I'm afraid that you'll freeze to death just as soon as I leave." Lin Yuan endured the cold and gritted his teeth. "It seems like I'm able to withstand this extreme cold power of the Taiyin Chalcedony. You can take it, my ass. If it wasn't for my mother suppressing the Taiyin Chalcedony, you would have turned into ice." "Well," Lin Yuan sighed and prepared to continue. Just then, Lin Yuan felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and immediately afterward, he saw Lu Cicada Yi, whose clothes were in disarray. At this moment, Lu Cicada Yi's pretty face was flushed red, panting heavily, as if she was an octopus, hugging Xia Lingyun to death. Xia Lingyun's pretty face was similarly slightly red, her face somewhat embarrassed. Lin Yuan was dumbstruck. Didn't Xia Lingyun say that she would instruct Lu Cicada Yi in cultivation? Could it be that this was the instruction? Xia Lingyun also noticed Lin Yuan's expression, but it was too late to explain now. She slowly exerted her force and removed Lu Cicada clothes from herself, then threw it into Lin Yuan's arms and softly said, "The spirit medicine Cicada clothes used has side effects, so help her." After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared. The River God on the side had long been looking dumbfounded, and when Xia Lingyun left, he looked at Lu Cicada Yi, who had long lost his mind, and teased, "Kid, your daughter-in-law seems to be talking to the patriarch." "Ah, you've been green." Lin Yuan didn't have the heart to say, "You go out for a spin first, you'll come back in an hour." The River God laughed and turned around, muttering under his breath, "1 hour is enough. I'm sure my kidneys are weak." After Lu Cicada Yi entered Lin Yuan's arms, she was instantly awakened by the icy cold force on Lin Yuan's body, and although her body was still boiling hot, she regained some of her consciousness. Seeing Lin Yuan who was embracing her, Lu Cicada Yi immediately hooked her hands up and murmured, "My husband, I'm so uncomfortable, help me." Lin Yuan pressed his cold face against Lu Cicada Yi's hot face and softly said, "Good." 1 hour later, Lu Cicada Yi was drenched in fragrant sweat. Her consciousness had recovered a bit, but that fire poison from the Xian Yang immortal grass was still running through her body. Lin Yuan came up to Lu Cicada Yi's ear and whispered, "Remember to run your gongfu. Lu Cicada bit her lip and hummed. I'll try my best. Subsequently, two streams of aura, one cold and one hot, melded together and slowly flowed within the two of them. A moment later, that fire poison in Lu Cicada's body began to weaken, and was actually absorbed by the two's aura. Early the next morning, Lu Cicada woke up leisurely. Looking at the still sleeping Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada moved her sore body, thinking back to last night's madness, and cursed in a low voice. You dog man, you don't know how to be compassionate at all. Lin Yuan violently opened his eyes and slapped Lu Cicada round. The dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Lu Cicada let out a cry and said shyly. You're awake. Lin Yuan sniffed and said in a bad mood. I simply didn't sleep all night. Okay. Lu Cicada hammed and hawed and hugged Lin Yuan and kissed him several times before saying, tough luck, my dear husband. That's more like it. Lin Yuan felt the situation inside his body and said, alright, hurry up and get up. I still have to continue refining the Taiyin chalcedony. Lu Cicada suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Lin Yuan was like ice yesterday. So he was refining the Taiyin chalcedony. Just then, Xia Lingyun's voice transmission rang in Lu Cicada's ears. Hurry over when you wake up. Lu Cicada was just about to get up, but was pleasantly surprised. I seem to have made another breakthrough. Lin Yuan pinched Lu Cicada's nose favorably and laughed lightly. Isn't this a good thing? A quarter of an hour later, the fully dressed Lu Cicada pounced into Lin Yuan's arms and kissed him fiercely twice before softly saying, my husband, I'm leaving. Oh. Lin Yuan gently patted Lu Cicada's back and softly said, hurry up. Lin Yuan lightly hummed, arrogantly said, this is only where, when, the river god waved his hand, interrupting Lin Yuan's words and said impatiently, alright, stop bragging and hurry up to refine the Taiyin chalcedony. Time is running out. Lin Yuan held his waist with one hand and grimaced as he walked towards the bed. The river god cackled at the sight. You're afraid this waist is ruined. Lin Yuan was silent, pretending not to hear, gritting his teeth and sitting on his knees, continuing to refine the Taiyin chalcedony. After Lu Cicada re-entered the secret room, Xia Lingyun had been waiting for a long time. Noticing Lu Cicada's cultivation level, Xia Lingyun was surprised. You've broken through again? Lu Cicada's pretty face slightly reddened as she explained. Last night when I was cultivating, that fire poison from the Xian Yang immortal grass was suddenly absorbed, so I mistakenly made another breakthrough. Xia Lingyun couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Could it be that this heavenly spirit root was so compatible with the harmony sex gong method, making Lin Yuan now not like a cauldron, but more like an omnipotent humanoid elixir? Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun's face flashed a touch of redness. In the middle of the night, she had gone to the Holy Maiden Hall, wanting to see how Lu Cicada's situation was, but when they arrived, they found the two still. Right at this moment, Lu Cicada suddenly hugged Xia Lingyun's arm and came to her ear and whispered, Master, do you think Lin Yuan's efficacy is so strong that it's not good for your injuries? When Xia Lingyun heard this, she immediately raised her willow eyebrows and twisted Lu Cicada's ear. Fainting, dead girl, dare to joke about your master. Chapter 51, Cicada's exhortation to cultivation. Lu Cicada directly buried her head into Xia Lingyun's arms and spoke. Master, I know I'm wrong. Xia Lingyun hummed lightly. It's good that you know you're wrong, daring to make fun of master. I think you really have itchy skin. Lu Cicada pouted and looked up at Xia Lingyun. Master, people are also for your own good. Now that the Xian Yang immortal grass has been eaten by me, you can try something else. Maybe it really has an effect. Try my ass. Xia Lingyun exploded into foul language extremely rarely. I know that you feel ashamed of master because of the Xian Yang immortal herb, but it was master's own choice, so you don't really need to think about it that much. Seeing that master immediately became angry, Lu Cicada spat out her tongue and muttered in a small voice, but the effect is really good. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly, but her heart was full of thoughts. Since Lin Yuan could help Cicada to restore the essence blood in her body, then it was impossible to say that she could really dispel the evil qi in her body. Thinking this way, Xia Lingyun's mind suddenly floated back to last night's image, and she instantly blushed slightly. Fortunately the lighting in the secret room was dim, and Lu Cicada did not notice the clues. Seeing Xia Lingyun's silence, Lu Cicada knew that his master's heart had begun to waver, and rode on his success. Don't worry, master, as long as the three of us keep our mouths shut, no one will know about this. When the time comes, you'll treat him as a humanoid elixir. Elixirs are eaten with their mouths anyway. Which mouth is different? Xia Lingyun sniffed. Her pretty face flushed red as she spat. You dead girl, did you learn from Lin Yuan? Lu Cicada hugged Xia Lingyun and begged for mercy. Master, I'm really doing this for your own good. The Xian Yang immortal grass has already been taken by me, and I don't know how long it will take to find another Xian Yang immortal grass. Consider it a try. Besides, Lin Yuan is my man. I don't even mind. What do you mind? Xia Lingyun's willow eyebrows went up and she hummed lightly. Listening to you. If I cultivate with Lin Yuan, I'm still taking advantage. No. Lu Cicada hurriedly shook his head. It's Lin Yuan's honor to be able to heal your wounds. You can think about it. In the beginning, if it wasn't because of your old illness, how could our Acacia sect have lost to that group of old nuns from the Weiyang Palace? If Lin Yuan is really able to expel the evil qi from your body, then it's not just a matter of time before our Acacia sect returns to the four great sects. Xia Lingyun sniffed and fell into deep thought. Lu Cicada said is not unreasonable, when it is because of the reason of the old disease, and the Weiyang Palace 4 or 5 of the fight, the Acacia sect because of their own master of the chess poor move, resulting in the loss of the whole plate. For this Xia Lingyun guilt for a long time. If it was really as Lu Cicada had said, and Lin Yuan was able to exorcise the evil qi in his body, then the next time the sects were re-ranked, he would be able to utilize 10% of his strength, and the name of the four great sects would still be at hand. Bah! Suddenly, Xia Lingyun instantly woke up to what she was thinking. Lin Yuan is Lu Cicada's man. If he cultivates with him, wouldn't it be like sharing a husband with his disciple? If this spreads out, he won't have the face to be the patriarch. As soon as she pressed Lu Cicada onto her lap, she slapped at Lu Cicada's rounded and perky buttocks. You dead girl. Master was almost led astray by you. Lu Cicada covered her buttocks and still said, you have the right to try. No effect, we will think of other ways. No. Having said that, Xia Lingyun also acted extremely resistant, but in her heart a ripple had long since risen. Unable to calm down for a long time. Temple of the Holy Virgin. After Lu Cicada left, Lin Yuan began to continue refining the Taiyin Chalcedony. Now that there was still more than half a month before the opening of the 100 Clans battle, his time was very tight. According to the river god's projection, as long as Lin Yuan refined all of this Taiyin Chalcedony, his cultivation would be able to rise to at least the 7th level of Jindan, and his true fighting strength would not be lower than the 9th level of Jindan. Time passes in a flash. 6 more days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 days, Lin Yuan's cultivation had skyrocketed, directly advancing to the 5th level of the Jindan stage, and the Holy Maiden Hall also because of the Taiyin Chalcedony, completely turned into an ice grotto. Inside and outside the house seems like 2 seasons. Outside the blazing sun, inside the house dripping water into ice. Even the Holy Maiden Hall's glazed tiles are hanging on the snowfrost. On this day, when Lin Yuan had only 1/5 of the Taiyin Chalcedony left to refine, the river god called him to a halt. The river god put away his smiling face and said in a serious manner, the remaining small portion of the Taiyin Chalcedony contains the power of heaven and earth, so refining it is bound to be extremely difficult. And since you're only at the Jindan stage of cultivation now, the power of the heavens and earth will also be extremely repulsive to your body, so when the time comes, it's expected to be extremely painful, so you have to be psychologically prepared. Lin Yuan said with a tense face, how much does it hurt? The river god's beautiful eyes flowed as she teased, it's much more painful than your back pain anyway. Lin Yuan was filled with embarrassment. Lin Xianyu, can you be more serious? The river god grunted softly and explained, the pain of drilling the heart and plucking out the bones. As long as you endure, I'll guarantee that your cultivation will break through to the 9th level of the Jindan stage. Hearing that after absorbing the power of heaven and earth, his cultivation could reach the 9th level of the Jindan stage, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately became fiery, and he patted his chest and said, I'm a man who is known as having the qualifications of a great emperor. If I can't even endure this small amount of pain, how can I become a strong man? Come on. I'm ready. The river god's eyes showed a hint of approval. Then his hands slowly pressed on top of Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan was confused. Wasn't it suppressing the power of heaven and earth? What is this doing? Taking advantage of me? That dog woman. The river god's pretty face slightly reddened, and she said without a trace of anger, what's going on in your head? Hurry up and start. Lin Yuan was shocked. You know what I'm thinking. The river god sniffed and stammered. I guessed. Alright, hurry up and start. Don't waste time. A quarter of an hour later, a golden light emanated from the Taiyin Chalcedony, and then a mysterious and ancient aura appeared in the Holy Maiden Hall. Seeing this, the river god commanded, hold back. After saying that, she stretched out her hands and gently waved them, and under the guidance of the river god, the power of heaven and earth slowly drilled into Lin Yuan's body. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt an ancient aura converge into the meridians in his body. Is this the power of heaven and earth? Lin Yuan sighed darkly and urged his aura to prepare to refine it. Who knew that this power of heaven and earth would only settle in the body for a moment before it began to run rampant? Lin Yuan stifled a grunt as cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. It really hurts too much. Lin Yuan's body trembled violently, his body involuntarily trying to curl up together as he did his best to stabilize his body. his hands gripping the Tai-in chalcedony tightly, his veins rippling from the excessive force. It hurts. Lin Yuan felt like his consciousness was going to blur, and the pain was like a huge wave, coming in wave after wave, hurting him so much that he was going to collapse. Chapter 52, Departure. Seeing Lin Yuan's state, the river god hurriedly spoke out. Hold your breath and grasp the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan endured the pain and said in a muffled voice, I'll try my best. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan forced all of his attention to focus on the power of heaven and earth within his body, forcibly urging the dantian. A channel of spiritual qi was like a small snake, quickly wrapping that heaven and earth power in the body and carrying it around the meridians. In an instant, the power of the heavens and earth wrapped in aura became even more frantic, and in just a few moments, Lin Yuan felt that half of his body was painfully unconscious. Seeing this, the river god was a bit worried. Can you do it or not? Stop first if you can't. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, one word popping out of his mouth. Men, don't say no. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he endured the severe pain and forcefully mobilized the aura in his body, wrapping that heaven and earth power in his body and continuing to revolve around the circumference. Time passes in a flash. 10 days later, the sun is shining and the breeze is blowing. Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada stood quietly above the white jade square. Behind the two of them, 18 Acacia sect disciples stood neatly. These 18 disciples were elites who had been carefully selected by the Acacia sect. None of them were the best of the best, possessing impressive strength and talent. Among them, the disciple with the lowest cultivation level was also at the 8th level of the Jindan stage. On top of the high platform in the White Jade Plaza, Xia Lingyun looked down at the crowd of disciples below and said aloud, All of you are the heavenly pride of my Acacia sect, and you will be representing our Acacia sect in the 100 sect battle. The 100 clans battle is difficult. I hope that by the time you reach the secret realm of the stumps, you will be able to work together and overcome the difficulties. The 18 disciples responded in unison. I'll follow the patriarch's teachings, and the disciples will definitely go all out. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun said in a loud voice, Depart. As Xia Lingyun's words fell, the moon-catching boat driven by Chu Qingyue landed on top of the White Jade Square. After everyone boarded the moon-catching boat, Chu Qingyue nodded slightly towards Xia Lingyun before slowly flying away from the White Jade Square. Boarding the moon-catching boat, Lin Yuan lay on the railing of the deck and looked at the white clouds within reach, and could not help but feel a burst of emotion that the world was so beautiful. During these 10 days, Lin Yuan had been refining that heaven and earth power. Although he had the river god to help suppress the power of heaven and earth, Lin Yuan still found it difficult to bear the pain caused by the power of heaven and earth, and if it wasn't for the river god's assistance from the side, Lin Yuan even suspected that he would have been killed alive by the pain. Lu Cicada gently walked to Lin Yuan's side, looking at Lin Yuan's still pale face. She said heartbrokenly, My cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the Yuaning stage. You actually don't need to fight so hard. In less than a month's time, Lin Yuan's cultivation was hardened to the 9th level of the Jindan stage. Even if Lin Yuan did not open his mouth, Lu Cicada could guess what pain Lin Yuan had gone through during this period of time. Lin Yuan rubbed Lu Cicada's head and softly said, I just don't want to be a burden to you. Listening to the conversation between the two, the river god on the side held his bladder and teased, Trouble you two to pay attention to the influence. Will you? There are still people beside you. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and directly ignored the river god's words, embracing Lu Cicangi in his arms and sniffing her hair fiercely. The three of them were silent for a moment before Lu Cicada suddenly spoke. I've just gotten word that Jiang Qingli has officially become the holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace. After the 100 Clans War is over, the Weiyang Palace will hold a grand ceremony to enthrone the holy maiden. So we'll go together to congratulate her at that time. Who is Jiang Qingli? Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. Lu Cicada teased. Just that woman who ate your son. TSK, the feelings are so deep, and you don't even know the person's name. Lin Yuan was filled with embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. Too many of these jokes and I think Princess Taiping will really pull out her sword and chop me to death. I've eaten it all. I'm still afraid of people saying it. Lu Cicada rolled her beautiful eyes and said indifferently. Lin Yuan slapped Lu Cicada's rounded buttocks and barked. Then don't talk nonsense. Okay. Lu Cicada nodded helplessly. One less reason to tease Princess Taiping. I'd better give you news that will interest you. What news? Lin Yuan was curious. Lu Cicada shook the transmitting note in her hand and said, Latest news. Qingyan sect's leading elder for the 100 Clans battle is Li Chengfeng, and the leading disciple Mu Chuyen. Cultivation level Yuaning stage 5th layer. What? Lin Yuan was shocked in his heart when he heard this. How was this possible? One must know that a month ago, Mu Chuyen's cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the Jindan stage, and her battle power was not as good as her own. But now only a month has passed, Mu Chuyan's cultivation has already reached the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. This kind of cultivation speed is simply unimaginable and unheard of. Lu Cicada sighed and said softly, although I don't want to believe it, it's true. It's also possible that Mu Chuyan has cultivated the secret method of the Green Cloud sect and sacrificed something to forcefully raise her cultivation. Lin Yuan sniffed and then fell into deep thought. Back then, in order to deal with the black demon old man, the river god did not also temporarily transition his cultivation to himself. Perhaps the Green Cloud sect also has some kind of secret method, able to turn other people's cultivation to their own use. And Mu Chuyan's reason for doing so was simple, to avenge the sword in Fengzhou City. Lu Cicada continued. These are nothing. The most terrifying thing is that the disciples of the Qingyan sect participating in the 100 sect battle this time have a minimum cultivation level of the 1st level of the Yuanying stage. Lin Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. If the Qingyan sect only had a Mu Chuyan at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage, then the Heping sect would still be able to handle it. However, if all of the disciples were at the Yuanying stage, it was estimated that the Harmonious sect would have to run away when they saw the figure of the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Right at this moment, the river god standing on the side suddenly interjected. There's no need to worry too much. The secret realm of the remnant walls is so big that maybe when the 100 clans battle is over, neither of your 2 clans will be able to encounter it. Lin Yuan nodded and said, although what Sister Envy Fish said is not unreasonable, we still need to make preparations in advance, and once we encounter the disciples of the Qingyan sect, we should still avoid them if we can. Lu Cicada frowned and said with some displeasure, cowardice before battle? Lin Yuan rubbed Lu Cicada's head and explained, this is not cowardice before battle. Originally, this matter didn't have anything to do with the Acacia sect's disciples, and the strength of the disciples of the Qingyan sect far exceeds that of our Acacia sect's disciples, so why should we be foolish enough to go hard? As for my feud with Mu Chuyan, pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan softly said, we'll find a chance to settle this alone later. Don't think things are so simple. Lu Cicada said softly, with Mu Chuyan's nature, after entering the secret realm, she will definitely frantically search for us. Soldiers come to arms and water come to earth. Chapter 53, Kindly Understanding People's Clothes. The entrance to the secret realm of the remnant walls was located directly north of the junction between the Dian dynasty and the Dayu dynasty, and a few days' flight north from here was the extreme north land, one of the 4 ferocious lands of the Liujia continent of great prestige. At the entrance of the remnant secret realm, there was a dilapidated lapis lazuli square. It had been said that this lapis lazuli square had fallen out of the secret realm of the ruins, and on the dilapidated lapis lazuli square, the broken walls as well as sword scars that could be seen everywhere also proved that this lapis lazuli square had once gone through vicissitudes. It was already 3 days later when the group from the Acacia sect arrived at the entrance of the remnant secret realm. At this moment, the verdant stone square was already overcrowded with people, and the forces of all the great clans had gathered together, waiting for the start of the secret world of the remnants. After the group of Acacia sect disciples landed on the ground, they drew gasps from the crowd. After all, in the Acacia sect's queue this time, apart from Lin Yuan, who was a man, all of them were flamboyant female disciples, coupled with the fact that these female disciples of the Acacia sect were dressed boldly, and all of them were flirtatious and charming, instantly sucking the crowd's gazes over. There were even quite a few bold and thick-skinned cultivators who directly ran over to accost them. Since Lin Yuan was the only male disciple in the Acacia sect's queue this time, this journey also caused Lin Yuan to be in the limelight. Those male disciples of the sect looked at Lin Yuan with envy and jealousy in their eyes, and each one of them could not wait to pull Lin Yuan over and replace him with themselves. Chu Qingyue had long since seen this and directly led a group of disciples over the crowd to the closest part of the entrance. Although this lapis lazuli square was unowned, the division of the positions of the great sects in the lapis lazuli square was extremely elaborate. At the closest part of the entrance were the top 10 ranked clans in the Liuzhou continent, and the rest of the clan forces were divided according to strength from strongest to weakest, spreading outwards in an arc. At the very edge of the square, those disciples of the sects were even weaker, with cultivation levels of only a pitiful 9th level of foundation establishment. When the group of people arrived at the location belonging to the Acacia sect, Lin Yuan saw Mu Chuyan from the Qingyan sect. At this moment, Mu Chuyan was sitting cross-legged next to Li Changfeng, and the two of them were talking about something. At the sight of Lin Yuan, Mu Chuyan's eyes immediately revealed a ferocious light as she licked her lips and gestured a neck-wiping gesture at Lin Yuan. Seeing this, the river god on the side narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "There's something odd about this little girl's cultivation." Lin Yuan whispered, "How odd? I'm not really sure, but she gives me a dangerous feeling, and a feeling that makes me sick." Disgusting? Could it have something to do with the secret method she's practicing? Maybe, the river god said in a deep voice. After we enter the secret realm, it's better to avoid the Green Cloud sect as much as possible. Lin Yuan frowned and nodded. This was originally what he had planned to do. Moreover, with the strength of the Acacia sect, to fight hard with the Qingyan sect would be no different from looking for death. Just as Lin Yuan fell into deep thought, a figure suddenly walked over and wrapped his arms around Lin Yuan's neck and spoke. Brother Lin, how have you been lately? Seeing that the visitor was Shang Su, Lin Yuan hurriedly said. So it's Brother Shang. I haven't seen you for more than a month. But Brother Shang still looks the same. Shang Su was just about to say a few polite words when he saw the river god on the side, and in an instant, he was reminded of the encounter he had that day in Qingzhou City, and slowly leaned his hands towards his buttocks. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was busy comforting. Brother Shang, don't be afraid. Sister Envy Fish is also saying that she's a bit more pugnacious, but she's actually still very gentle. Shang Su laughed dryly and tried to run away. He thought Lin Yuan was joking. A woman who was going to sew his tongue to his ass was actually gentle at heart, something that beat him to death. Lin Yuan pulled Shang Xian and whispered, Brother Shang, last time you gifted me the jade pendant. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. Why don't I introduce you to some of the Acacia Sect's fairies to get to know them? Each of these fairies is gentle and considerate, definitely suitable for Brother Shang. Really? Shang Su's eyes lit up at the words. The haze brought to him by Lin Xianyu was instantly swept away, and his eyes immediately looked furtively at the group of disciples of the Heping sect. Of course it's true. After Lin Yuan said that, he pulled Shang Xian and arrived in front of the group of disciples of the Acacia sect. Sisters of the fairies, let me introduce to you all. This is Mr. Shang Su Shang. Before Lin Yuan could finish his introduction, a female disciple of the Acacia sect recognized Shang Xian's identity and said with a face full of surprise, Shang Xian, is it the holy son of the Dao sect? Shang Xian? Shang Xian said somewhat insinuatingly, it is precisely under me. When the Acacia sect disciple heard this, she said with eyes full of little stars, Brother Shang, I've heard of your great name in the Acacia sect, and it's true that fame is not as good as sight. Brother Shang is so handsome. The crowd of female disciples also became enthusiastic after learning that Shang Xian was the holy son of the Dao sect, directly pulling Shang Xian into the circle of the crowd of demonesses. Although Shang Su also boasts of flirtation, but where he has seen this battle, looking at the surrounding warblers and swallows, a piece of Snow White, suddenly feel dizzy. Some lost themselves. Just as Shang Su was indulging in beauty, a little girl suddenly ran over panting. She came to Shang Su's side and pouted as she opened all the hands on Shang Su one by one. Then pulling Shang Su, he tried to walk out. Shang Su's figure, on the other hand, was not moving at all, and while pushing the little girl's hand, he said, Senior sister, what are you doing? Can't you see that I'm talking about life with the fairies? The little girl said fiercely, come back with me. I'm not going back. Now that I'm having a good time chatting with the fairies, wouldn't it be a surprise to the beautiful people if I left now? Senior brother, are you nuts? These women are all demonic girls from the Acacia sect. What are you talking nonsense at a young age? Shang Su said with a straight face. These are all understanding fairy sisters. Where are they demonesses? The little girl sniffed and gasped. What kind of understanding? I think it is good understanding of people's clothes. When those demonesses of the Acacia sect heard this, their eyes became even more flirtatious, and they hurriedly chimed in. That's right. We're not only understanding, we're also gentle and considerate, a female disciple said, and with one hand, she climbed onto Shang Su's chest. Brother Shang, you like me? Shang Su hemmed and hawed. Of course I like it. When the little girl saw this, she immediately became anxious and uttered a rebuke. Demonis, let go of my senior brother. The female disciple straightened her trembling breasts and teased. Little sister, I didn't pull your senior brother. It's just that we are like-minded, and Brother Shan wants to stay a little longer. Small. Where am I small? The little girl said looking to her flat chest and her little face fell. She did seem quite small. Shang Xian spoke out at this time. Senior sister, you go back first. I'll go back after I'm done. The little girl stomped her foot and said, you stay here. I'll go to the master and tell on you. Seeing this, Lu Cicada E on the side whispered to Lin Yuan. Aren't you afraid that the Dao sect elders will find you in trouble if you do this? Lin Yuan spread his hands and laughed lightly. What's wrong with that? It's human nature for men to love women. Shang Su is the holy son of the Dao sect. Lin Yuan snorted lightly. What's wrong with a holy son? Do you have to be a bachelor? Chapter 54 Cooperation. When the little girl left, Lu Cicada E whispered. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them do anything out of the ordinary. I'm going to find Zheng Qingli to catch up. Lin Yuan patted his chest and assured. Don't worry and leave it to me. I will absolutely protect these fairy sisters of our Acacia sect. Lu Cicada E was dumbfounded. Lin Yuan's comprehension seems to be problematic. The one who needs to be protected seems to be that idiot Shang Su. But it didn't matter. Anyway, there was still third elder Chu Qingyue, and Shang Xian was the Dao sect saint's son. So I thought that those tie hooves of the sect shouldn't dare to mess around. After Lu Cicada left, Lin Yuan quietly transmitted his voice to the river god and said, Sister River God, after we enter the secret realm, are you going to lead the way directly to find the treasures? Or what should we do? Let's plan ahead. The river god cocked his head for a moment and said, Can you think of a way to get the two of us off the team? When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately refused. Don't be ridiculous, there's no way Lu Cicada would agree to this. The river god snorted coldly and said unhappily, What a nuisance, what do you say then? I think it's better like this. I'll quietly guide the team's direction of travel, and when we're almost at the location, we'll break away from the team and get our hands on the treasure. Okay. After the discussion, Lin Yuan turned his head and started to stare at Shang Su again. After all, he had just promised Lu Cicada these female disciples of the Acacia sect could not be hobbled by Shang Su. As a result, Lin Yuan had just turned his head when he saw the little girl who had just left running back again. But this time there was one more person, and behind the little girl, there was an old white-bearded man with a long, drunken nose. After seeing the old man, Shang Su hurriedly got up, and just when Lin Yuan thought that Shang Su was going to leave with the old man, it turned out that Shang Su's sentence almost didn't make Lin Yuan's jaw drop. Master, you're here too. Hurry over and sit. These fairy sisters of the Acacia sect are especially gentle and considerate. The white-bearded old man heard the words, and immediately his eyes shone brightly. But when he saw the ferocious little girl beside him, he immediately coughed a few times in self-possession, and uttered a reprimand. Timing order Now that the 100 sect battle is imminent, how can we delay business for the sake of our children's love? Shang Su sniffed and was filled with dismay. When did the master become so serious? The white-bearded old man grunted. What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry back and cultivate? Shang Xian reluctantly said, Master, there's still one more day before the secret realm opens, and it seems like we can't do anything for one day. But it's different if we talk to these fairy sisters. We can all be in a good mood for the rest of the day. The white-bearded old man coughed lightly. The chronology. You're still young. You can't grasp these. How about this? You go back to cultivate first, and leave these fairies to me. After all, Master is older and more experienced, and his palm has strength, temperature, and accuracy, so he will definitely be able to grasp it easily. Lin Yuan heard straight rolled his eyes. No wonder Shang Xian is like an old colorful embryo. It turns out that the upper beam is not correct and the lower beam is crooked. After Lu Cicada finished explaining with Lin Yuan, she crossed the crowd to the location of the Weiyang Palace. Due to the matter of Lin Yuan's withdrawal from the marriage in the first place, the relationship between the Qingyun sect and the Acacia sect was on fire. So Lu Cicada wanted to find a strong and very reliable helper, and it was obvious that Jiang Qingli was a very suitable candidate. After Jiang Qingli saw Lu Cicada she turned her head aside with a cold face. Ever since the last time she knew about that incident, Jiang Qingli didn't want to take care of the two Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lu Cicada squeezed the female disciples of the Weiyang Palace aside and stayed close to Jiang Qingli, teasing, What? Now that her highness has become the holy maiden of this Weiyang Palace, she is unwilling to take care of us little people. Jiang Qingli snorted coldly. Not familiar with you. Lu Cicada helplessly spread his hands and came to Jiang Qingli's ear and whispered, We're all talking in the same language. And you're saying you're not familiar with it? Said Lu Cicada covering her chest and feeling sorry for herself. This statement of the holy maiden really breaks my slave's heart. When Jiang Qingli heard this, her cheeks flew a bright red and she forced herself to resist the urge to finish off Lu Cicada whispering, What the hell are you doing? Work with you. How to cooperate? Of course it's to deal with the Green Cloud sect together. Against the Qingyun sect? Jiang Qingli frowned slightly and said unhappily, Lin Yuan is your man, not mine. If your Acacia sect has a conflict with the Qingyun sect, that's your own business. What does it have to do with me? Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes flowed as she whispered, But you killed Li Mufeng. Back then, I remember Mu Chuyen once said that the man she adored in her heart was Li Mubai. Do you think that after entering the secret realm, Mu Chuyen will find trouble with you? Jiang Qingli grunted coldly. With Li Mubai's pride, he would let someone else do this for him? Lu Cicada spread her hands, quietly scanning a circle of Weiyang Palace disciples, and softly said, I'm not sure how Li Mubai is doing. All I know is that if there are 20 Yuaning stage cultivators besieging our harmonious sect together, we definitely won't be able to fight them off. Jiang Qingli's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked in the direction of the Qingyun sect and fell into deep thought. Regardless of whether Li Mubai had acted or not, these disciples of the Qingyun sect were a huge hidden danger as far as they were concerned. According to the strength of each sect, These 20 disciples of the Qingyun sect were definitely an unrivaled existence in the secret realm. If they really met, what could the unseen palace take to fight with the Qingyun sect? Seeing Jiang Qingli's silence, Lu Cicada Yi pursued the attack. If you're lucky and don't meet the Qingyun sect, you'll be fine. But once you meet the Qingyun sect, do you think those people from the Qingyun sect will easily let you leave? Looking at each of the beautiful Weiyang Palace disciples, Lu Cicada Yi licked her bright red lips and said, "These fairies of the Weiyang Palace are truly pitiful to me. I don't know what will happen if they fall into someone else's hands." Thinking of this, Jiang Qingli sighed softly. "Stop it, I promise you." Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and intimately wrapped her arms around Jiang Qingli's shoulders, teasingly saying, "Sister, I knew you would agree." The crowd of disciples from the unseen palace were shocked to see the two acting so close. What was wrong with her own holy maiden? Why did she lower herself to befriend the demoness of the Acacia sect? With this in mind, the eyes of the crowd of Weiyang Palace disciples looked towards the leading elder, expecting the leading elder to speak out to reprimand Lu Cicada Yi. The demoness. The leading elder of Weiyang Palace had long seen this scene and was quite dissatisfied in his heart. After all, the disciples of Weiyang Palace were all ice-clear fairies. How could they be mixed up with the demonic girl of the Acacia sect? But naturally, Jiang Qingli's identity was too special, so she couldn't say anything. It's better to wait until we return to the clan and report this matter to the patriarch. Making up his mind, the lead elder continued to meditate, pretending that he didn't see it. Chapter 55, The Ancient Battlefield. Early the next morning, the sun was rising and the sunlight was spreading slowly like a tide. A buzzing sound resounded through the sky and earth. Then a gray mist suddenly appeared at the entrance of the remnant secret realm, and as the mist turned, a huge vortex slowly appeared. The gray vortex was like an abyssal beast with its mouth wide open, emitting a palpitating sense of oppression. Along with the rotation of the vortex, gusts of oozing strange sounds came out from within the mystery. In an instant, the incomparably noisy Lapis Plaza suddenly quieted down, and all eyes were focused on the entrance to the secret realm. The disciples who came to participate in the 100 Clans battle this time were basically all seeing the remnant wall mystic realm for the first time, and even though they had all heard about it before, they only realized how terrifying this mystic realm was after they actually saw it. Li Chengfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. The secret realm is about to open. The white-bearded old man of the Dao sect sighed languidly. I wonder which area the entrance will be in this time. Chu Qingyue instructed the crowd in a deep voice. After entering the secret realm, do not act alone. As if a fresh breeze had struck, the fog vortex in front of the secret realm slowly dispersed. A world filled with the color of blood appeared before the crowd. Into the eyes is a desolate Gobi beach. Unlike the real world, the ground of the Gobi beach are showing a weird blood color. A huge skeleton of a demonic beast was scattered on the Gobi beach, still standing despite being baptized by the wind and sand. At the closest location to the entrance, a demon core of a 7th-ranked demonic beast was lying quietly on the Gobi beach just like that. Li Qingfeng's breathing intensified as he said in a deep voice to Mu Chuyen, make sure to seize the opportunity. This time it's an unknown area. Even though it's full of dangers inside, it also means more chances. See that demon core? That's the proof. Opportunity comes with the territory. Mu Chuyen answered. Please rest assured, Master. Disciple will definitely not fail Master's expectations. Okay, get in there. Mu Chuyen nodded, and then led the disciples of the Qingyun sect headlong into the secret realm before disappearing. At this moment, the white-bearded old man looked at Shang Shixian and commanded, Shixian, remember one thing, rather than give up the chance, you mustn't touch those evil things. Do you hear me clearly? Shang Shixian naturally knew what his master meant. When that senior of the Dao sect had obtained some kind of evil thing, he directly lost his mind and slaughtered all the disciples within the secret realm. After the Dao sect and Xiantian sect's disciples had all gone in, Jiang Qingliu held out 3 fingers to Lu Cicada Yi and Lin Yuan, gestured, and then dove in headfirst. Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled. What does she mean by that? Lu Cicada Yi cackled. This is still not clear. Letting you go to the appointment at 3 o'clock. When the time comes, you take me with you, and I'll have a 2 girls for 1 husband with Jiang Qingli, so you can enjoy yourself too. Okay? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. With Jiang Qingli's nature, how could he do such a thing? If he believed Lu Cicada Yi's words, he was a little cutie. When the Weiyang Palace's leading elder heard Lu Cicada Yi's words, he immediately spoke out to reprimand her. Demoness, how dare you speak out against my holy maiden? When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, she immediately raised her willow eyebrows and crossed her arms. What? You holy maidens are unclean if I say something? Seeing this, Chu Qingyue, who was on the side, hurriedly said, Cicada Yi, stop fooling around. Business is important. Lu Cicada Yi spat out her tongue at the Weiyang Palace elder before returning to the queue. After the people from the 4 great sects all disappeared into the entrance, Shu Qingyue said softly. Although there are more opportunities in the secret realm this time around, one must remember that opportunities and dangers exist side by side, so be careful of people's hearts not being enough for snakes to swallow elephants. The crowd nodded in unison and entered the secret realm with Lusakeda. Lin Yuan only felt a trance before his eyes, and then he appeared in the secret realm. In the sky, a blood-red sun hung high in the sky, and a heat wave swept the heavy scent of blood into his nostrils instantly. Lin Yuan was full of vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings, fearing that he would encounter people from other sects, and then the surroundings were desolate, and apart from the dilapidated buildings, there was only an uncountable number of skeletons of giant beasts left. Just then, the river god softly transmitted, "This is the ancient battlefield." Ancient battlefield? The river god explained. It's similar to a demonic beast attacking a city, but this time, the beast tide is so big that you can't imagine it. Lin Yuan suddenly came to a realization. No wonder such a huge Gobi beach could be dyed blood red with blood. The river god continued transmitting, "Hurry up and get out of here. There's not much chance here, and other than some demon cores, there shouldn't be anything good left. If it was in the past, the skeletons of these demonic beasts would be considered good, but it's a pity that it's been too long, and they've long since lost their spirituality, and now they're just a pile of withered bones. Guide Lusakeda to the northwest. There's a divine temple over there and a cavernous blessed land. If you can get your hands on the chances inside, you'll be able to reap the rewards as well." Lin Yuan was just about to open his mouth to speak when Lusakeda frowned at this moment. "This place doesn't seem right," Lusakeda said as she walked towards a demonic beast skeleton. Swinging her long sword in her hand, the skeleton instantly split into pieces. Lin Yuan came to Lusakeda's ear and whispered, "This seems to be an ancient battlefield." Lusakeda nodded and said softly, "What do you think?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan said, "Take a step and see what happens." After a pause, Lin Yuan continued, "Why don't we take a look around first? Since it's an ancient battlefield, I don't think there should be any blessed places like caves and heavens, so the chance might only be the demon cores left behind by these demonic beasts." "I have the same idea." Lusakeda retrieved her long sword and spoke, "Then let's take a look around first." Lin Yuan casually pointed his hand as if he was careless and said, "I think that direction is quite good. It looks like there are more demonic beast skeletons as well. When searching for the heavenly blessing land as well as the ancient ruins, you can also look for demon cores along the way." "Yes." Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from behind the two men. Lin Yuan turned his head to look, and saw a giant scorpion that was more than a person tall instantly burrowing out of the ground, its poisonous stinger glowing with a cold light violently lifting up before stabbing at the crowd. The river god, who was closest to the crowd, snorted coldly, and with a flash of golden light from the long sword in his hand, he directly cut off the poisonous stinger of the giant scorpion. Immediately afterward, a sword chi electrified and chopped over the crowd. With a poof, the giant scorpion's body split into pieces, and dark green blood spilled all over the ground. Lusakeda retrieved her long sword and reminded in a voice, "Be cautious. This is not the secret realm of Tongi." The other side. After Mu Chuyen entered the ruin's secret realm, she began to lead the team through the giant beast skeletons, wanting to search for some demonic beast demon cores. Among them, there were also two Green Cloud sect disciples at the third level of the Yuaning stage that she had sent out. The purpose of these two was to search for traces of the Acacia sect. Chapter 56, The Labyrinth. The blazing sun scorched the earth, the blood-colored Gobi beach was endless, and the crowd flew quickly in the direction Lin Yuan pointed out. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yuan looked at the sun that was still hanging above his head and was a bit depressed. Could it be that the sun in the secret realm wouldn't set? After a slight estimation, the crowd had been flying for at least 4 hours, but the sun in the sky didn't move at all, as if it was fixed there. At this moment, Lusakeda's mood was also slightly anxious. This journey, in addition to the endless Gobi beach, is the skeleton of demonic beasts? Into the secret realm has been almost a day. Most of the time is used to rush along the way, not to mention the cave Heavenly Bliss. Not even a single building was seen. It was also unknown where Elder Chu and the others got their bases from. What unexplored area has more chances? Where are the chances here except for the sand and decaying demonic beast skeletons? After flying for some more time, Lusakeda, who was in the lead, suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Yuan with some hesitation. Is this direction right or not? Could it be that we've been flying towards the center of the desert? I don't think so. After Lin Yuan replied, he immediately sent a voice to the river god. Sister River God, you wouldn't have gotten lost. Or maybe it's been too long and you remembered the wrong direction? The river god frowned and pondered for a moment before slowly returning. There's something odd about this area. Waiki? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. This Gobi beach was already odd enough. Could it be that the river god only realized it now? The river god nodded and pointed to one of the demonic beast skeletons. That's the skeleton of a 6th-ranked demonic beast, the Thunder Gold Badger. And from what I've observed, it seems like we've passed by this place 3 times already. What? The crowd gasped at the words. Could it be that the crowd had been circling in place for the past few hours? Lin Yuan hurriedly inquired. Illusion? Or a formation? It seems like a formation, the river god said back. Lu Cicada Yi's brows knit tightly when she heard this. She also had doubts in her heart. After all, from the time she entered the secret realm, it had been nearly a day, but except for the giant scorpion that she encountered earlier, the crowd had not seen a single living creature again. Then there was the fact that after entering the secret realm, Lu Cicada Yi's spirit had remained highly concentrated. If the crowd mistakenly breaks into the formation, more or less a little aura fluctuation will occur, and this aura fluctuation will certainly not escape Lu Cicada Yi's eyes. But until now, Lu Cicada Yi had not sensed the fluctuation of the formation. If Lin Xinyu's words were true, then this formation would be too appalling. If you want to leave the formation, you have to find the eye of the formation. But this formation has not even been detected by the river god. With the strength of the crowd, can really find the eye of the formation. Lin Yuan laughed bitterly in his heart. This direction was still what he had pointed out to the crowd. If the crowd was really trapped and died here, it was estimated that he would have to die with a guilty conscience. After a moment of silence, Lu Cicada Yi softly said, "Don't panic, even though we are all trapped in the formation. Have you noticed that we haven't encountered a single living creature? Perhaps this formation is just a maze. I think it's better to do it this way. Everyone move separately. 4 people in a group to look for the formation eye. As long as we can find the formation eye, we will be able to leave without any problems." Right at this moment, a disciple of the Acacia sect suddenly pointed at a rack of demonic beast skeletons not far away and cheered. "Senior Sister Lu, I seem to have seen a bright light appearing there just now. Do you think that could be the array eye there?" Lu Cicada Yi followed the direction of Su Xiaozhao's finger and looked over. And sure enough, something was shining. Was it really an array eye? Lin Yuan had some doubts in his heart. After pondering for a moment, Lu Cicada Yi softly said, "Let's go over and take a look together." This formation was just too appalling. It was better to be cautious. "Wait." Lin Yuan sniffed and immediately spoke out to stop it. "We just realized that we were trapped in a formation. And then something like a formation eye suddenly appeared. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? I think it's better if the 2 of us go over and take a look. If we really encounter danger, it'll be easier to run." The river god spoke out at this time. "I'll accompany you." Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and gently nodded. What Lin Yuan said was not unreasonable. "Alright then, you guys wait here, we'll be right back." After saying that, Lin Yuan and the 3 of them carried their long swords and left in the wind. A few moments later, the 3 of them came to the side of the demonic beast skeleton. The skeleton was about 10 feet long, and the large skull was covered with deep sword marks, the most deadly of which was a penetrating wound. It directly stabbed a huge hole in the demonic beast's skull. Directly below the spine of the skeleton, an unidentified object was flickering and letting off a bright light. Surprisingly, it's a 7th-ranked demonic beast, Poison Dragon Jiao. The river god looked at the skeleton of the demonic beast in front of him and suddenly let out an exclamation. Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Poison Dragon Jiao? How come I haven't heard of it? The poison dragon Jiao has been extinct for nearly 1,000 years, and it's naturally impossible for a poison dragon Jiao to appear in the current demon beast atlas. Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and looked at the river god with strange eyes. "Since it's been extinct for 1,000 years, how did you recognize this demonic beast by virtue of its skeleton?" The river god said vaguely. "In the past, I coincidentally saw the poison dragon Jiao in an ancient book, and I didn't expect to see it in the middle of this secret realm of debris. Alright, let's just see what that glowing thing is first." Lin Yuan finished speaking and took the lead to walk towards the interior of the skeleton. Now at the moment of crisis, Lu Cicada Yi didn't think too much and hurriedly raised her long sword to follow her. The 3 of them had just drilled into the interior of the skeleton when they suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure, as if a ferocious beast was staring at the 3 of them all the time. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, running his aura to resist the pressure, and whispered softly with his mouth, "Worthy of being a 7th-ranked demonic beast, it's already been dead for 1,000 years, and there's still a residual power left." When the 3 of them approached cautiously, the glowing mass seemed to have a sense. Suddenly the red light flourished, and a deafening hiss came out immediately after. "Surprisingly, it's the demon core of the poison dragon Jiao," the river god exclaimed. Before the river god's words left his mouth, a huge silhouette violently emerged. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shouted angrily and chopped up with his sword. Bang! The sound. The sword chi directly passed through the shadow and smashed on top of the skeleton of the poison dragon Jiao. "What's going on?" The river god didn't have the good sense to say, "Don't make a fuss. This is just a residual chi within the poison dragon Jiao's demonic core. It has no attacking power. Chakra? Right. The river god nodded and explained. When refining the demon core, this residual chi will attack the refiner's divine soul. The usual appearances can only be bluffed. Watching the river god talk eloquently, Lu Cicada Yi's heart could not help but raise a trace of doubt. This Lin Xianyu had not never left Fengzhou City. Why did he know so much? Chapter 57, The Walking Eye of the Formation. Although there are doubts in his heart, but now it is the critical moment. Lu Cicada Yi also do not want to say anything more. Anyway, there is Lin Yuan in. Think Lin Xianyu should not be out of the way. Since there's no danger, let's collect the demon cores and exchange them for some magic treasures and pills to distribute to the crowd when we get out. Lin Yuan retrieved his longsword and proposed. Lu Cicada Yi nodded and slowly approached the demon core while strongly enduring the pressure of the poison dragon Jiao. The jade hand had just touched the demon core when the shadow of the poison dragon Jiao slammed into Lu Cicada Yi. Lu Cicada Yi lightly hummed. A spiritual chi surged out from her body, slowly wrapping around her body. Then the storage ring in her hand flashed with golden light, and the demon core and the silhouette of the poison dragon Jiao instantly disappeared. Taking back the demon core, Lu Cicada Yi sighed and said, "Let's just hurry up and look for a way out. Otherwise what's the use of finding more treasures and not being able to bring them out?" Lin Yuan gently nodded. "Alright, hurry back. I also don't know where the eye of this formation is." Lu Cicada Yi said despondently. "This formation is so powerful. Do you think we will really be trapped to death here?" Lin Yuan rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head and comforted. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to get out." Lu Cicada Yi laughed, then sat on Lin Yuan's arm and softly said, "It's not bad to die with you." Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly bawled several times. "Don't be ridiculous, I haven't lived enough." Lu Cicada Yi delicately grunted. "It's not just talk." The river god on the side was silent as she followed the pace of the two. Ever since she had discovered the formation, she had been searching in her memory, but after thinking for a long time, she still had not recalled a similar formation. Lin Yuan transmitted. "Sister River God, have you thought of a way? Hold on, let me think again." Just then, a slight vibration suddenly came from the ground. The three of them hurriedly turned around, only to see smoke rolling from the skeleton of the poison dragon scale. Lin Yuan said softly, "It can't be that I was about to split the skeleton with my sword just now." "It's possible." The river god frowned slightly as he looked at the skeleton of the poison dragon Jiao and said in a deep voice, "Did the skeleton move?" Lin Yuan nodded and spoke. "It's about to collapse. Of course there will be changes." Before the words fell, another earth-shattering roar came out. Subsequently, in the three people's shocked gazes, the poison dragon Jiao's gigantic skull slowly lifted up with its mouth wide open, and the disappearing pressure from a moment ago reappeared. Lin Yuan gulped, somewhat incredulous that a skeleton had moved. Lu Cicada Yi's voice was slightly trembling as she said, "Lin Yuan, you seem to have split it alive. Is it possible that it came to life by taking its demon core?" The river god's pupils shrank as she looked at the skeleton of the poison dragon Jiao, and in an instant, she remembered a formation that had disappeared for a long time. A long time ago, she had seen an odd formation in such an ancient book, and due to the fact that too much time had passed, she had forgotten the name of the formation, but the special features of the formation were still fresh in her mind. "A moving array eye," the river god murmured and whispered. When Lin Yuan heard this, he instantly understood what the river god meant, and he pointed at the poison dragon Jiao's huge skeleton and said in a trembling voice, "Are you saying that this poison dragon Jiao skeleton is the eye of the formation?" The river god nodded and said softly, "That should be right." Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi immediately sheathed her long sword in her hand and said with a murderous spirit, "So, as long as we finish off this poison dragon Jiao, we can get out of the trap?" Between a few people talking, the poison dragon Jiao had already climbed up from the ground, its huge body instantly rising into the air, as if he hadn't moved his body. After taking off into the air, the poison dragon Jiao didn't launch an attack on the three of them, but instead stretched its huge body in the air. The sound of gravel rubbing in the bone cracks was so loud that it made one's scalp numb to hear it. River God looked at poison dragon Jiao vigilantly and said in a deep voice, "Don't underestimate the eye of this formation. Due to the oddity of the formation, I estimate that this skeleton is at least at the 9th level of the Yuaning stage." The pretty face of Lu Cicada Yi, who had been imposing just a moment ago, instantly collapsed when she heard this. At least the strength of the 9th level of the Yuaning stage. With the current cultivation of the people of the Acacia sect, even if the people are tied together, it is estimated that they will only be able to give the poisonous dragon auger to stuff their teeth. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva and said softly, "We're all going to die anyway, so why don't we fight it?" The river god's eyes narrowed slightly and he said in a cold voice, "I think so too." As soon as the words left their mouths, the two turned their heads to look at Lu Cicada Yi. Lu Cicada spread his hands and said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that, making me look like I'm greedy and afraid of death." Just then, a group of disciples from the Acacia sect also rushed over. They had long seen this scene from a short distance away, so they immediately rushed over after the trio stopped. Su Xiaoxiao looked at the skeleton that suddenly came to life in front of her and weakly asked, "Senior Sister Lu, what's going on?" Lu Cicada said in a cold voice, "This is the eye of this formation. We can only get out of the maze if we find a way to kill it. Is there any confidence?" Su Xiaoxiao's mouth opened slightly, obviously shocked by Lu Cicada's idea. If this formation I was a man, she had 100 ways to finish him off, but with this huge demonic beast skeleton in front of her, she really had no way to start. Moreover, the strength of this skeleton was still so strong. The enormous pressure directly pressed her to the point where she couldn't breathe. Wanting to finish off this skeleton was no different from a fool's dream. Lu Cicada sighed and said feebly, "This is the only way. Prepare to fight for your life." Lin Yuan softly consoled, "Don't be afraid. Even though the poison dragon Jiao is very strong, we are not weak, and there are still so many of us. I don't believe that so many of us still can't handle a skeleton." Before the words fell, the poison dragon Jiao roared angrily, then quickly rushed towards the crowd. Lu Cicada quickly said, "I'll take the lead. Those whose cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Jindan stage will be responsible for holding back the poison dragon Jiao on the 2 flanks, and the rest of us will wait for the opportunity to sneak attack if we can." After arranging the tactics into place, Lu Cicada lightly bellowed and charged up. Lin Yuan and a few disciples of Su Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, while the others flew outward in a fan formation, and the crowd soon surrounded the poison dragon scale. In an instant, sword chi was flying, and a sword chi was like a meteor smashing into the poison dragon Jiao's gigantic body. Boom boom! The sword chi smashed on top of the poison dragon Jiao's body, erupting into a loud roar. However, the strength of the poison dragon Jiao was too powerful, and the dozens of sword chi only caused the poison dragon Jiao's body to slightly stumble. Seeing this, Lu Cicada's eyes were dead set on the poison dragon Jiao, and holding the sword with both hands she said softly, "The bucket turns to the stars." In an instant, a bit of cold aura shot out, as fast as lightning. Immediately after, when the cold aura was about to touch the head of the poisonous dragon Jiao, the light flourished and instantly turned into a sword aura piercing straight into the head of the poisonous dragon Jiao. The sword was incomparably sharp and directly pierced through the skull of the poison dragon Jiao. Roar! The poison dragon Jiao let out a roar to the sky, and then its body began to roll violently, as if the sword had caused it heavy damage. Chapter 58 Run. Looking at the tumbling poison dragon Jiao, Lu Cicada panted, "Take its life while it's sick." As soon as the words fell, the crowd swung their longswords in succession, and their sword chi was like a curtain of rain, chopping at the poison dragon Jiao from all directions. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and held his sword in both hands like Lu Cicada just now. The aura in his body surged out crazily and injected into the long sword in his hand. The moment the rain of sword chi disappeared, an ancient aura emanated from Lin Yuan. "A sword breaks the sky," Lin Yuan shouted angrily, and then a thick sword chi carrying the power of heaven and earth chopped towards the poison dragon Jiao. At this moment, the skeleton of the poison dragon Jiao was already bruised and battered, but its aura remained unabated, its empty eye sockets turning towards Lin Yuan. And then it unexpectedly charged directly over. As the sword chi approached, the poison dragon Jiao directly opened its bloody mouth and bit over. Wow! One of the fangs of the poison dragon Jiao instantly shattered, and the sword chi disappeared into the mouth of the poison dragon Jiao. Roar! With another roar, the poison dragon Jiao's figure accelerated steeply. In the blink of an eye, the poison dragon Jiao's huge head instantly appeared in front of Lin Yuan's body. Bang! The sound. Lin Yuan couldn't dodge and was directly knocked out by the poison dragon Jiao's body. Instantly, a mouthful of blood spurted out. In midair, Lin Yuan quickly smashed onto the ground like a kite with a broken string. "Bastard! Die for me!" Lu Cicada droned out, and another dozen or so thick sword chi slammed into the poison dragon Jiao. Seeing Lin Yuan injured, Lu Cicada's heart was burning with anxiety, but the situation in front of her was too dangerous. If she couldn't finish off the poison dragon Jiao, I was afraid that everyone would die here. This is no time for sentimentality. The poison dragon Jiao's huge head slowly turned, and then it charged against Lu Cicada's sword chi. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples hurriedly swung out their long swords in their hands, trying to block the poison dragon Jiao's attack. However, the strength of the crowd was too weak, and they watched as the poison dragon Jiao's huge body slammed into Lu Cicada. Lu Cicada lightly grunted and met him with his sword. At once, fire and light rose up in all directions, and the sound of gold and stone was unceasing. A few moments later, one person and one beast passed by on the wrong side of the road. After losing his target, The poison dragon Jiao instantly set its sights on the surrounding Acacia sect disciples. Bang bang! The sound of impacts rang out one after another. And in just a moment, four Acacia sect disciples fell out of the air and onto the ground. Su Xiaoxiao's face was pale, covering her trembling breasts, and angrily said, "You bastard! How dare you bump into people's breasts? Don't you know that people have been raising them for a long time before they get big?" On the ground, Lin Yuan spat out the bloody foam in his mouth and climbed up while enduring the severe pain in his body. Looking at the battle in front of him, Lin Yuan hurriedly transmitted his voice to the river god. "Sister River God, have you thought of a solution?" After pondering for a moment, the river god said in a deep voice, "You guys go first, I have a way to deal with it." This matter was all because of her. If she hadn't wanted to go looking for treasures, the crowd wouldn't have been trapped in this maze. Now that it had come to this point, it would be better for her to resolve the matter rather than letting the Acacia sect's disciples be sacrificed. "Ah!" Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock and hurriedly discouraged. "Sister River God, now is not the time to play the hero." The river god waved his hand and arrogantly said, "I can casually beat a half-step harmonization stage like Li Chengfeng. I can still casually take this kind of Yuaning stage 9th layer ant. Alright, cut the crap and hurry up and find a way to withdraw from the battlefield." "But you seem to be hurt." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, feeling more and more that the river god was trying to be brave. Back then, in order to deal with Li Chengfeng, the river god had directly used some kind of origin power. Now that the battlefield was on this Gobi beach, the strength that the river god was able to exert was only at the 9th level of the Jindan stage. And with this cultivation level to deal with the poisonous dragon Jiao at the 9th level of the Yuaning alone, what was the difference between that and sending someone to their death? As the two of them were talking, Lu Cicada E rushed up again, and while she dealt with the poison dragon Jiao, she shouted, "Lin Yuan, take them away. I'll hold off the poison dragon Jiao." Lin Yuan sniffed and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Every woman he knew was so heroic. The river god then urged, "Hurry up and leave the rest to me. You're really okay with this?" Lin Yuan still didn't quite believe the river god's words. The river god didn't have the heart to say, "Don't worry, I know a lot of things. It's still very easy to cross over and deal with a poison dragon Jiao." "Good, I believe you," Lin Yuan said. His figure flashed, his feet stepped on the 7 nebula steps and rushed straight toward Lu Cicada E. Then he grabbed Lu Cicada E's waist in the air and shouted, "Run!" Before the words fell, the river god retrieved her long sword. Her jade hand quickly formed a seal, and a golden palm imprint smashed into the poison dragon Jiao. Hearing Lin Yuan shout, the group of Acacia sect disciples were still a bit hesitant. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say in a hurry, "Hurry up and run. We'll think of other ways to deal with the poison dragon Jiao." Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly followed Lin Yuan's pace. Lu Cicada E leaned in Lin Yuan's arms and looked behind her anxiously. "Sister Envy Fish hasn't run out yet. I'll go save her." However, before Lu Cicada E could make a move, a black curtain of light suddenly appeared, and the figures of one person and one beast instantly disappeared. "It's over," Lu Cicada E sighed, being trapped by the poison dragon Jiao. Unless Master himself arrived, the only thing waiting for Lin Xinyu was death. Seeing this, Lin Yuan tried to squeeze out a few tears and said sadly, "It seems that Sister Envy Fish is trying to sacrifice herself to hold back the poison dragon Jiao. Let's hurry up and run. Don't let Sister Envy down." Lu Cicada E sniffed and immediately struggled. "She's not dead yet. You put me down. I can save her." "Calm down. If you go over there now, not only will you not be able to save her, you'll also have to get yourself involved." Lin Yuan snorted coldly, his two arms firmly binding Lu Cicada E like iron pincers. Tears slipped from the corners of Lu Cicada E's eyes as she angrily scolded, "Lin Yuan, you're still not a human being. She's your cousin." Lin Yuan coldly said, "I know she's my cousin, but what's the use of you going now? You're the strongest in the team. If you get hitched now, what about the rest of them? Wait here to die. Sacrifice one person, or all die in this maze. Your choice." Looking at the surrounding woeful Acacia sect disciples, Lu Cicada E was suddenly silent. What Lin Yuan said was not unreasonable. She was the holy maiden of the Acacia sect. Now the lives of these Acacia sect disciples now rested on her. If she died in the mouth of the poisonous dragon Jiao in order to save Lin Xianyu, then they would surely die in the formation. But if she was to abandon her teammates and live on her own, she couldn't do it, and she couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. "I know it's hard in your heart, and it's equally hard in mine," Lin Yuan said softly, "but things have already happened, and since there's nothing we can do to undo it, then we might as well think of a way how to avenge Sister Envy Fish." "Yes," Lu Cicada E answered and took another look at the curtain of light that was about to disappear into the horizon, then buried her head in Lin Yuan's face and cried bitterly. Chapter 59, Taiyin Chalcedony. Shattered. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan stopped in front of a skeleton that was large enough to accommodate the crowd. After all of them had burrowed into the skeleton, Lin Yuan said to Lu Cicada, "You guys hurry up and restore the aura in your bodies. I'll go back and poke around first." At this moment, Lin Yuan's heart was incomparably anxious. The river god said that she had the ability to finish off the poison dragon Jiao, but now that half an hour had passed and the crowd was still in the middle of this formation, then it meant that the river god hadn't succeeded yet. This made Lin Yuan worried. She wouldn't have decided to sacrifice herself because she felt guilty about guiding the way earlier. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more he thought about it, and casually ate a handful of chi replenishing pills before trying to run back. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly pulled Lin Yuan and said anxiously, "It won't help if you go back now. Why don't you recover your aura together and kill back later?" Lin Yuan shook his head and softly said, "Don't worry, I'll just take a look from afar, and if I find that the situation is not right, I'll immediately run away." "Really? Of course it's true. I'm not a father yet. I don't want to die." Lin Yuan swore with conviction. When Lu Cicada heard this, her pretty face turned red and she gently hammered Lin Yuan. "It's already time, and you're still so immodest." Lin Yuan laughed, then said with a straight face, "You guys hurry up and recover your aura. I'll go first. Pay attention to safety. I'll give you when we get out." Lu Cicada said vaguely. "What?" Lin Yuan asked back. "It's nothing. You be careful." "Yes." After the crowd had separated from the battlefield, the river god casually waved his hand, and a curtain of light instantly enveloped the man and beast. "I don't know how far they've gotten, so it's better to make it quick." The river god then looked at the poison dragon Jiao with cold eyes and said angrily, ***, letting my mother use her origin power again. As soon as the words fell, the Taiyin Chalcedony slowly flew into midair, and a ghostly blue spiritual light spread out from the Taiyin Chalcedony, directly enveloping the light curtain in its entirety. Immediately afterward, the hot Gobi beach was instantly freezing, and goosefeather snow suddenly fell from the sky. "I guess I'll have to fall into slumber again after using up my origin power this time." The river god let out a sigh of lamentation. Then her jade hand slightly raised, and a huge column of water sweeping the power of heaven and earth rose steeply, instantly wrapping the poison dragon Jiao. The poison dragon Jiao roared. Its aura erupted violently, and with a shake of its body, half of its body burrowed out of the water column. The river god grunted coldly and slashed the poison dragon Jiao back into the water column with his sword. "It's too late to run." After the body of the poisonous dragon Scow re-entered the water column, but where would the river god give it a chance? Her red lips lightly opened and she softly shouted out a word, "Congeal." As soon as the words fell, the water column instantly began to condense. In the middle of the water column, the poison dragon Jiao struggled desperately, but the speed of icing was just too fast. In the blink of an eye, poison dragon Jiao's huge body was frozen in the ice column. After doing this, the river god's spirit immediately wilted, and he took up residence with his sword, panting heavily. Looking at the poisonous dragon Jiao in the ice in front of her, the river god cursed, "Don't let my mother know which bastard set up this formation. If I let my mother know about it, even if you die, my mother will still raise your ashes." As soon as the words fell, the river god swung out his sword. The sword energy was incomparably sharp, and it directly chipped off a corner of the ice, and even the tailbone of the poison dragon Jiao fell off. Boom! The ice fell to the ground with a loud roar. "Let you count on my mother," shoving a handful of chi replenishing pills into his mouth, followed by another sword strike. The poison dragon Jiao was shortened by another cut. "I'll cut you, unloading you in a big way." With every curse, the long sword in the river god's hand slashed, as if he wanted to vent the anger in his heart on the poison dragon Jiao. After a tea, the river god looked at the poison dragon Jiao in front of him, which only had a huge head left, and panted, "Last sword." As soon as the words fell, a black aura as thin as a hair slashed through the poison dragon Jiao's enormous head. The river god's delicate body went limp and slowly fell to the ground. Wow! As if a mirror had shattered, the Gobi desert in front of him instantly disappeared. Between heaven and earth, it was as if a line had opened up, and the desolate Gobi desert slowly faded away. In front of the eye is a turquoise grass. In front of the grass, there is a dry riverbed, and in the middle of the riverbed, there is actually an imposing palace situated in it. Although it has been washed away by wind and rain, the palace is still as new as ever, and the glazed tiles on the palace are glowing under the sunlight. Looking at the scene in front of him, the river god cursed angrily with the last of his strength, "Which is laying a maze in front of my temple." Gan Li Liang. The Taiyin Chalcedony that had been floating in midair shattered with it. The other side. Lin Yuan buried his head all the way forward. The 7 nebula steps seemed as if they didn't need to consume Reiki, and he never stopped. This time, without the drag of a bunch of injured people. After only a tea time, Lin Yuan saw the curtain of light in the distance. Even though it was far away, Lin Yuan could still hear a deafening roar from within the curtain of light. Sister River Goddess, hold on. Be sure to wait for me. Hearing the earth-shattering sound, Lin Yuan was instantly anxious and his feet moved faster. However, just as Lin Yuan approached the curtain of light, an opening seemed to be torn out between heaven and earth, and the image before him instantly began to change. And just a short distance away, the river god's figure fell limply to the ground in his sight. Sister River Goddess, Lin Yuan shouted and then quickly flew over. Coming close to the river god, Lin Yuan hugged the river god's delicate body in his arms and anxiously said, Sister River God, how are you? The river god didn't react in the slightest to Lin Yuan's shouts, his eyes tightly closed. Sister River God, wake up! Lin Yuan hurriedly took out 2 healing pills from his storage ring, forcibly parted the river god's lips, and prepared to stuff them into her mouth. But the river god still clenched her silver teeth after fainting, the elixir always hovering on her lips. Sister River God, open your mouth, Lin Yuan said, letting River God lean on his lap. He was ready to forcefully break open River God's small mouth. Right at this moment, the river god suddenly coughed lightly and slowly opened her eyes, and with her line of sight, what she instantly saw was the root of Lin Yuan's thigh. Her beautiful eyes rolled as she weakly said, You asshole, why did you make me open my mouth? Trying to take advantage of me while I'm passed out? Lin Yuan instantly cried and laughed. What a time! The river god still had the heart to joke. Sister River God, stop fooling around and hurry up and eat these 2 pills. The river god shook her head and slowly leaned her head into Lin Yuan's arms, sniffed Lin Yuan's body fiercely, and softly said, I'm so tired, so much I want to sleep. Sister River God, be obedient, don't go to sleep yet, eat the elixir. Lin Yuan was incomparably anxious inside, but the river god's eyes had slowly closed, and his breathing had begun to become faint. Lin Xianyu, wake up! Lin Yuan's eyes turned red when he saw this, and he put his arms around the river god and gently shook her body. Lin Xianyu, wake up, I beg you, don't sleep. Chapter 60, The Temple of the River God. Looking at the unconscious river god in his arms, Lin Yuan's heart was in turmoil as an inexplicable emotion surged through his mind. If it wasn't for the river god's help in the beginning, it was estimated that he would have died in the secret realm of Tony. Later on, when he encountered the black demon old ghost and Li Chengfeng, it was again the river god who came to his aid regardless of the cost. Without himself, the river god would not have faced Li Chengfeng. If it wasn't for Li Chengfeng, the river god wouldn't have consumed his origin power and wouldn't have risked coming to this secret realm of ruins. But in life, there are not so many ifs. Thinking so, the tears in the corner of Lin Yuan's eyes quietly slipped down. Snap! Coincidentally, the tears dripped down onto the river god's pale lips. Sister River God, Lin Yuan murmured as he hugged river god's petite body. Suddenly, the river god in his arms licked his lips, then slowly opened his eyes. She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes teasing. You're crying. Looking at the river god's big flickering eyes, Lin Yuan froze for a moment, then handily wiped the tears from his face. No, it's just a little windy and sandy. The river god licked his lips and whispered, It tastes salty. You're just crying. Lin Yuan shook his head and said softly, Stop it. Can you eat the pills first? You just cried. River god continued relentlessly. I caught a cold. That's my snot falling out of your mouth. When the river god heard this, her willow eyebrows rose and she said in a cold voice, Quickly say that you're crying, or else when I see Lucicada I'll tell her that just now you tried to take advantage of my unconsciousness to try to heckle me. Lin Yuan sniffed and said with a face full of disgust, I kind of miss you being unconscious just now. Are you going to say it or not? River god said fiercely. No. The river god let out a cold snort as she tugged the clothes around her chest. Lucicada will be arriving soon. I'll see how you'll explain in a while. Looking at the snow-white abyss in front of him, Lin Yuan burst into tears, but seeing that the river god still had the strength to fight with himself, it was probably nothing serious for the time being. He laughed softly, then his eyes teased. So white. When the river god heard this, her pretty face immediately surged with an abnormal shade of red, and she hurriedly covered her chest and cursed, Dog man, when I recover, I'll beat you to death. Good. Lin Yuan smiled favorably and said softly, Then you take the medicine first, and when your body recovers, I'll do whatever you want. At this moment, the river god suddenly let out a wow sound and sprayed a mouthful of blood directly onto Lin Yuan's chest, which instantly soaked Lin Yuan's lapel. The river god suddenly shriveled up, blood hanging from the corners of his mouth. Looking miserable, Lin Yuan anxiously said, Sister River God, how are you? The river god coughed lightly a few times and said weakly, It's fine. It's just that the exertion is too much. Seeing this, Lin Yuan complained, obviously injured so badly, but still trying to be brave and fight with me. You don't want to die. The river god arrogantly said. You fart. I am the river god. How can I die? Lin Yuan was just about to open his mouth to speak when the river god hurriedly said. Alright, now to business. See that temple up ahead? When Lin Yuan saw this, he looked up and ended up seeing the magnificent palace, and was surprised. You said that it was a temple? The river god's beautiful eyes rolled and she said in a bad mood. Are you blind? You didn't see 3 words as big as the river god temple. This seems to be a palace. What's wrong with fixing it bigger? You got a problem with that? No. Lin Yuan nodded helplessly. The river god grunted softly and said, there is a brocade box underneath the clay sculpture in the main hall of the river god's temple. Go and take it out for me. There's something I need in there. Also, there is a bookshelf beside the clay sculpture with some pills and techniques on it. You take them all out and distribute them to those sisters of the Acacia sect as my compensation to them. Remember, don't go to the back hall. There's danger on the other side there. Dangerous? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled by what he heard. The river god's temple wasn't the river god's own territory, so how could it be dangerous? Right at this moment, Lu Cicada E and his group also hurriedly rushed over, and after seeing Lin Envy Fish in Lin Yuan's arms, Lu Cicada E hurriedly pounced over, her voice choking. Sister Envy Fish, how are you doing? Seeing Lu Cicada E, the river god grinned and said weakly, it's fine, can't die. Standing aside, Lin Yuan placed the river god into Lu Cicada E's arms and instructed, Cicada E, take care of Sister Envious Fish. I'm going to go to the river god's temple to see if there's any elixir that can cure Sister Envious Fish's injuries. Lu Cicada E was a bit worried. I'll accompany you. Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly looked at the river god. Back then, the river god had said that she couldn't reveal her identity to anyone. It was also unknown if Lu Cicada E would reveal her identity because of certain items after she entered the river god temple. The river god noticed Lin Yuan's eyes and hurriedly blinked quietly, signaling that Lin Yuan was at ease. Okay. Seeing that the river god agreed, Lin Yuan nodded and said to Su Xiao, you guys remember to take care of Sister Envious Fish. I'll go with Cicada E and return. Because of the previous river god's saving grace, Su Xiao was especially attentive and hastily agreed with her mouth full. She trotted over to the river god's side, leaned the river god's head against her chest, and softly said, Sister Envy Fish, I'll let you lean against a soft pillow so that you can lie comfortably. The river god tilted his head and found a comfortable position, then teased, how did you grow this girl? It really makes me jealous. Su Xiao's eyes lit up and she came to the river god's ear and whispered, Sister Envy, you want to know? I'll teach it to you. There's still a way to do this, the river god said with some surprise. Of course, I'm telling you As Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada E both left, they placed 3 array discs around the crowd before leaving in peace. Soon, the 2 of them rode the wind to the front of the river god temple. Looking at the hot gold characters on the plaque on the main door, Lu Cicada E couldn't help but speak. After so many years of being exposed to the wind and sun, this river god temple is still as new as ever. It's really unbelievable. Lin Yuan lightly laughed. This doesn't exactly show that this river god temple is sheltered by a deity. Saying that, Lin Yuan slowly pushed open the door of the river god temple. Squeak! The door that has been dusty for years slowly opens. What met his eyes was a main path paved with green stone, which was straight and incomparable, leading straight to the jade steps in front of the river god's great hall. On both sides of the main path, there was a statue of a demonic beast every 10 feet or so, from the koi carpet first to the Jiao dragon later on, and the closer one got to the river god's great hall, the higher the grade of the demonic beasts became. When he reached the end of the main path, Lin Yuan was surprised to see the statue of a giant dragon. What a great deal! Lu Cicada E sighed softly, caressing the demonic beast stone carvings inside. It's amazing that all of these demonic beasts are crafted from gold essence stones. Gold elixir? Lu Cicada E nodded and explained. Gold essence stone is a good material used to build magic treasures. As long as a little bit of gold essence stone is added to a forged magic treasure, then that treasure will definitely be able to be upgraded by 1 grade. I didn't expect there to be so many gold essence stones here. Lin Yuan sniffed and sighed in his heart. The river god was really a little rich, actually using such a precious gold essence stone for carving, and also placing it in the courtyard. This is not a naked display of wealth. Chapter 61, Obvious Contrasts. Lu Cicada E stroked the golden essence stone in front of her with some regret. If only she could bring one of the golden essence stone carvings out. It was estimated that all the magic treasures of all the people of the Acacia sect could be upgraded by 1 grade by that time. Unfortunately, her storage ring was too small and didn't seem to be able to hold such a large item. If only we could split the statue in half. Lu Cicada E frowned as she pondered the feasibility of this method. Seeing this, Lin Yuan naturally knew what Lu Cicada E was thinking and softly said, Alright, don't look. Sister Envy Fish is still waiting for the elixir to save her life. We'd better hurry and go to the temple to take a look. Lucicada sniffed and nodded somewhat helplessly. She was destined to have no connection with this gold essence stone. However, although these gold essence stones were extremely precious, they were not as important as Lin Xianyu's life, and it was still important to get down to business. Stepping onto the jade steps, the two of them, Lin Yuan, slowly walked towards the main hall. Looking at the glorious hall in front of her, Lucicada suddenly sighed. Lin Yuan, this river god temple has been built too exaggeratedly. Is this really the river god? The question Lucicada asked was also what Lin Yuan was thinking. According to the ancient records, the river god was just an ordinary minor god, but with the size of this temple, the river god's sister seemed to be very powerful. After all, the palace could be comparable to an imperial palace. Do you think that river god will still be in the temple now? Lin Yuan shook his head and said softly, it shouldn't be there. It's been thousands of years. The incense has long been broken. The river god in Su Xiao's arms suddenly snorted coldly, and cursed in her heart, dog man, you are the one who broke the incense. Slowly, he pushed open the doors to the great hall. The two were instantly stunned by the scene inside the temple. The hall was dusty. The offering table was thrown crookedly in front of the statue of the river god, and even the statue of the river god inside the hall was worn out, its head hanging from its body and shaking. On the river god's offering table, a few wine jugs were lying casually on it, and next to the wine jugs, there was a plate of ungorged pig's feet, but after thousands of years, the pig's bones seemed to have turned into fossils. Next to the right-hand side of the statue was a bed and couch. The bed and couch was equally cluttered. Quilts and long skirts wrapped into a ball and thrown randomly at the end of the bed. Lin Yuan even saw a light green-colored belly band in the position of the pillow. The bibs were hanging like that in a wide berth at the foot of the bed. When Lin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Did the river god still have to smell the scent of milk in order to fall asleep? No one would have thought that the river god's temple, with its glorious and ornate appearance, would be so dirty in the main hall. Lin Yuan waved the dust in front of him and spoke. See, I told you that the incense of this river god temple has been broken. Lucicada nodded, deeply impressed. When she initially saw the river god temple, she thought that the river god's deity still sheltered this temple, but now it seemed that the river god temple was afraid that it had long been deserted. It's just that for some reason, the exterior is still as new as ever. Immediately afterward, Lucicada looked at the statue of the river god and exclaimed, the river god is actually a woman. Lin Yuan sniffed and also curiously surveyed the statue of the river god. Even though the face of the statue was blurred, Lin Yuan still recognized it at a glance that it was the river god, for the statue was of the same stature as the river god, the exaggerated curves exposed. As the old saying goes, an ass bigger than a shoulder is better than a living god. No wonder the river god can be a god. The ancients really don't deceive me. But now was not the time to appreciate the beauty. Lin Yuan sighed and then looked around. Soon, he saw the bookshelf that river god had mentioned. On the bookshelves, stacks of yellowed ancient books lay together, and the rest of the loft was cluttered with medicine bottles. Lin Yuan slowly stepped forward and wiped away the dust on the ancient book, and to his eyes was a sword manual, the cloud-splitting sword technique. This would be the bookshelf that river god was talking about. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan beckoned to Lucicada and spoke. Lucicada, come over here and collect all of these techniques and pills, and turn around and share them with the senior sisters who came in together. Lucicada sniffed and looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise. This gongfu and elixir placement was too casual. However, thinking of the randomly placed in the courtyard of the gold essence stone, Lucicada suddenly heart release. Unusually precious gold essence stone can be made into stone sculpture. A few books of the technique as well as pills and can be worth a few pieces of spirit stone. After Lucicada came to the bookshelf, Lin Yuan turned around and went to the clay figure. Looking at the worn-out clay mold, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, then directly leaped onto the god platform, holding his hands on the waist of the clay mold, and forcefully pushed the clay mold to one side. Go you! A moment later, Lin Yuan's face was suffocating red, but the clay figurine remained motionless, as if it was taking root on the divine platform. Again! I don't believe I can't push you away. Hearing a sudden ringing behind her, Lucicada turned her head to see that Lin Yuan was actually pushing the clay model of the river god. Are you crazy? Lucicada exclaimed in shock and hurried over. Lin Yuan, get down here. Lin Yuan poked his head out from behind the clay figure and wondered, what's the point of going down there? Are you crazy? Every deity can have a sense of their own statue. If you move this statue now, it's the same as disrespecting the river god. You will be retributed. Lucicada anxiously said. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said with a big grin, the river god left a long time ago. Otherwise how could the temple be dirty like this? Lucicada was dumbfounded. The river god may indeed leave, but put the treasure not to find. Run to move the river god's clay figurines. This is not sick in the head. Could it be that Lin Yuan was trying to collect the clay figurines because he saw that they were so well built? Lucicada thought so, then looked down to her chest, and she couldn't see her toes either. Seeing Lucicada's movements, Lin Yuan's face darkened as he walked over and nudged Lucicada's head, helplessly saying, "What kind of stuff are you thinking about?" When Lucicada heard this, her pretty face instantly blushed and shook her head vaguely. Didn't think of anything. Immediately afterward, Lucicada turned her words around and reprimanded. "What do you care what I think? What are you doing moving the statue of the river god?" Lin Yuan erred and stumbled. "I've seen records in one of my ancient books before, and they all say that after a temple is built, people will hide some elixirs under the feet of the statue of the god, so I want to see if there are any." Lucicada frowned. "Why haven't I heard of this?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and grunted coldly. "You used to just focus on double cultivation. Where would you be able to read books? You fart." Lucicada cursed angrily, then asked, "Is everything you said true?" "Of course it's true." Lin Yuan swore. "I still saw that ancient book in the Acacia sect. Just in case something goes wrong." Lucicada drew out her long sword and said, "Then try it. I'll protect you from the side." "Good." Chapter 62, Too Much Force? Looking at the clay figure in front of him, Lin Yuan spat twice into his palms, then held the roundness behind the clay figure with one hand, pressed one hand on his waist, and hummed lightly. "Ah!" As a result, the clay figurine remained motionless. Lucicada couldn't help but hold her forehead and said somewhat helplessly, "Can you do it?" "Should I do it?" Lin Yuan twisted his head around and panted. "You don't know if I'm good or not." "Scram!" Lucicada said angrily. Outside the temple, the river god's pale and pretty face was suddenly tinted with a blush. "Dog man, take advantage of me." After a moment's reprieve, Lin Yuan bellowed, "It will work this time." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan urged his aura. A majestic aura erupted violently, and his palms pushed towards the mud sculpture's buttocks with unrivaled power. Bang! Bam! Then, in Lucicada's shocked gaze, the clay figure's body tilted, and it directly planted itself headfirst from above the divine platform. The moment it landed, the clay figurine fell in pieces, and the wobbly head was finally free, and rolled merrily on the ground twice. Using his hand to drive away the dust and smoke in front of him, Lin Yuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "The force seems to have been used a little too much." Lucicada's jaw is almost shocked off. "This is with a little bit bigger?" Just then, Lucicada's eyes lit up and looked at the divine platform and said excitedly, "Lin Yuan, there's really a treasure. Hey, there's a brocade box on the divine platform. Read it." "I told you there's no harm in reading more," Lin Yuan said, bending down to pick up the brocade box and ran to Lucicada to show it off. "Auntie, don't always think about it, it will only harm you." Lucicada's pretty face slightly reddened as she sniffed, lifting her small foot to fiercely kick at Lin Yuan's leg, angrily cursing, "You dog man, in the future, if you have the ability, don't get into my mother's bed." Lin Yuan grimaced in pain and covered his calf with a smile. "Just kidding, don't be so petty." Seeing Lucicada still holding her arms impassively, Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed, "Don't be angry. Big deal. I'll listen to you from now on. Get out." "Alright, stop it." Lin Yuan rubbed Lucicada's head and suggested, "Why don't you open and look at the brocade box?" As soon as the words fell, Lucicada also probed her head and looked at the brocade box with curiosity. She also wanted to know what kind of treasure was in this brocade box. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and was about to open the brocade box. At this time, Lucicada suddenly stopped Lin Yuan and inquired, "Do you think there will be a hidden organ in this brocade box? So that as long as someone wants to open the brocade box, they will trigger the organ within the brocade box, and the brocade box will destroy the treasures inside." Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and thought carefully. The river god shouldn't be that bored, but it's not impossible. Look at the wine pot on the offering table to know. It is estimated that in the past when the river god and the temple will have nothing to do all day, people are actually a very wonderful thing. Once bored, will want to do something inexplicable. And the river god's brain circuits don't seem to be quite the same as normal people, so maybe he could really do this. If he really destroyed the contents of the box, the river god might actually finish himself off. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly took the brocade box back into his storage ring and said with a straight face, "You have a point. Let's not look at it yet. Okay, let's go. Now that we have what we need, it's time to leave." Just then, Lucicada pointed at the back hall and said, "Aren't we going to take a look at the back?" Lin Yuan was stunned. "It's better to forget about it, in case there's danger." Lin Yuan still remembered the river god's advice, but he was also a bit curious. The river god's temple was her own territory, So what kind of danger could be worth the river god's fear? Lu Cicada Yi's beautiful eyes rolled. There's no danger even if the mud sculpture is broken. What danger can there be in the back hall? Besides, we haven't found the elixir to save Sister Envy Fish yet, so let's take another look. Saying that, Lu Cicada Yi pushed open the door of the back hall on her own. The moment the door to the back hall opened, a fresh breeze inexplicably struck her, and then Lu Cicada Yi's body went limp and she fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to gather Lu Cicada Yi in his arms, and then his figure retreated rapidly. With a breath, he retreated to the entrance of the river god's hall, and only then did Lin Yuan check on Lu Cicada Yi's condition. Pulse is normal, breathing steady. Could it be the ecstasy? Sniffling. There didn't seem to be any strange smells around except for the body fragrance of Lu Cicada Yi's body. Oddly enough, what's going on? Lin Yuan said, probing his head to look at the back hall of the river god temple. It was silent, as if there was no danger whatsoever. But why did Lu Cicada Yi faint? Could it have something to do with the back room? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan gently put Lu Cicada Yi aside, letting her body lean against the door of the hall, and then slowly walked towards the back hall with his long sword. Before he even entered the back hall, Lin Yuan saw a bed and couch that was still cluttered and messy, so it seemed that this should be the river god's boudoir. But here is the river god's boudoir. Then what is the use of that bed in the main hall? Looking at the style should be the river god lives alone. But why two beds? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head and shook out the cluttered thoughts in his mind. The most important thing today was to find out what caused Lu Cicada Yi to fall unconscious. If it was really due to the river god's temple, then hurry out and ask the river god for a way to crack it. After entering the back hall, Lin Yuan cautiously looked around, but the surroundings were silent. Apart from his own gasping, there wasn't even a bit of other movement. The rear hall was large, not much smaller than the front hall, but it was empty, except for the bed and couch. There was only an easel, and beside the easel there were brushes, ink, paper and inkstones. I didn't realize that the river god also likes to be attached. Lin Yuan sighed and continued to survey the back hall. On the walls of the back hall, there are 6 windows, and between them, a painting hangs. 4 paintings in all. Other than that, there is nothing else in the back room. Could it be that there is something odd about these paintings? Thinking so, Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the painting on the wall. Unfortunately, the paintings on the wall had long been covered with dust and it was no longer possible to see what was in them. Was this painted by the river god? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan walked towards the nearest painting with some curiosity. With a snap of his fingers, dust flew up in the room. Lin Yuan hurriedly dodged and ran to the entrance of the hall, waiting for the dust and smoke in the back hall to completely dissipate before re-entering the back hall. Looking at the painting on the wall again, Lin Yuan was suddenly dumbstruck. The first painting is simple, with only one woman in it. The woman in the painting is wearing a layer of veil half lying on the couch. Her eyes are lost in the distance. Posture is extremely provocative. If it was just a picture of a spring palace, Lin Yuan wouldn't be so bad. The reason for this is that the woman on this painting turns out to be the river goddess. Chapter 63, The Pretty Widow? No wonder the river god said that the back hall was dangerous and wouldn't let himself in. This back hall was indeed dangerous. Lin Yuan felt his nose bleed. Resisting the urge to get a nosebleed, Lin Yuan quickly walked towards the second painting, took a deep breath and flicked off the dust on the painting. The second painting finally saw the light of day. The woman in the painting is still the river goddess. Still the same light gauze skirt. The river god's upper body was upright and half kneeling on the bed, facing the wall, her rounded buttock flaps resting on her calves, outlining wonderful curves. Her body slightly turned sideways, and she looked back to the front, her eyes flirtatious and moving. Lin Yuan was instantly nonplussed, feeling like the blood in his nose was literally going to spurt out. Third painting. River god was still on her back, but this time she was naked. She held her hands on the window, her exquisite curves exposed. Lin Yuan's nose was so hot that he finally spewed out 2 arrows of blood. Fourth painting. River god was half sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes looking forward in a mesmerizing and seductive manner. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly saw that in this fourth painting, behind the river god, there was a blurred back of a man. The man's form was faint, outlined only by a faint silhouette. The river god is married? This is the river god's husband? But why haven't I heard the river god mention it? Did he die a long time ago? Countless questions suddenly flooded Lin Yuan's mind, but he then thought of something strange. It is said that, Kafu, are the rumors true? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly ran out. Ah, sin sin sin. After running out of the river god temple with Lu Cicada Yi in his arms, the images in Lin Yuan's mind still flickered on and on. Why don't we put the painting away? In case someone else sees it, the river god won't get a good look at it. Yes, that's it. I'm a decent man. I'm not lusting after beauty. I'm doing it for the good of the river god. Struggling for a moment, Lin Yuan just turned around and turned back. No! After taking away the painting, will the river god know? It's okay, I'm doing it for the good of the river god. How can such a painting so personal be hung on the wall? It should be put away. I'll enjoy it myself. Ugh, what am I talking about? Just then, Lu Cicada suddenly woke up leisurely. Looking at Lin Yuan who was talking to himself, she opened her mouth and asked, "What are you muttering to yourself? How strange. Why did I suddenly fall asleep?" Looking at the scene in front of her, Lu Cicada opened her mouth again and asked, "Why did you come out? What's in the back hall of the river god temple?" Lu Cicada's sudden mention of the back hall again reminded Lin Yuan of the images he once had. "Ha! What's holding me up?" As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Cicada instantly woke up and said fiercely, "What's going on? Could it be that there are ladies bathing in the back hall?" Lin Yuan secretly said in his heart, more excessive than bathing. However, he didn't dare to say so and hastily changed the topic. "I didn't know. I ran out with you when I saw you fainting, but seeing as you've been unconscious, I thought I'd go back and find out why." "Really?" Lu Cicada looked at Lin Yuan suspiciously. Lin Yuan immediately felt a moment of weakness and hurriedly nodded his head. "Of course it's true. Then what's with this reaction of yours?" Lu Cicada's eyes looked somewhere. Then she coldly snorted. "Am I still a man if I don't react when I have a big, beautiful woman in my arms?" Lu Cicada smiled at his words and immediately smiled. "That's more or less the same. Okay, it's good that you're okay, let's hurry back." Lu Cicada nodded. Her eyes glanced up, and she said in a cold voice, "Why don't we wait?" "Okay." After a long time, Lin Yuan and the two of them returned to where the crowd was hiding. "Senior sister, you guys are back." Su Xiaoxiao was a bit excited as she looked at the two and asked, "How was it? Are there any elixirs in the river god temple?" "Found some. You guys come to see if there are any good healing remedies?" Lu Cicada said as she took out the pills obtained from the river god temple from her storage ring, allowing the disciples who were proficient in pharmacology to screen them one by one. Seeing that Su Xiaoxiao was still holding the river god, Lin Yuan softly said, Xiao, you go help too. I'll take care of Sister Envy Fish." "Okay, senior brother Lin." Seeing the river god again, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered a bit. Since seeing those paintings, he felt that he could no longer look squarely at the river god, or else he would be prone to making mistakes. Taking a few deep breaths and suppressing the fire in his heart, Lin Yuan took the box out of his storage ring and transmitted, "Sister River God, this brocade box is taken out." The river god sniffed and quietly blinked, signaling Lin Yuan to open the brocade box. Seeing that no one around him was paying attention to him, Lin Yuan hurriedly opened the box, only to see an alabaster porcelain vase, in which there was also half a bottle of unknown liquid that shook with Lin Yuan's movements. "Feed me," river god whispered. Lin Yuan nodded and opened the bottle, carefully feeding the liquid inside to the river god. Seeing this, the river god hurriedly opened her small cherry mouth and drank all of the elixir in the bottle, and at the end of the day, she even licked her lips and drank the remaining elixir at the corner of her mouth without dropping a single drop. Lin Yuan looked at the river god's contented appearance and couldn't help but start thinking wildly. Looking at Lin Yuan's demented appearance, the river god suddenly froze, secretly muttering in his heart, although his own posture is outstanding, but it seems that Lin Yuan has never shown this kind of expression to himself. But what's wrong today? Lin Yuan just came back. Seems to look at their eyes also some dodge. Is it? She hastily lowered her voice and asked, "You went to the back hall?" Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head at his words and said with a straight face, "You've said that the back hall is dangerous, so naturally I won't go if I'm so afraid of death." "Really?" River God said suspiciously. Lin Yuan immediately patted his chest and swore, "Of course it's true. You still don't believe me, honest and reliable little Langjun. Are those paintings nice? Good looking?" As soon as the words fell out of his mouth, Lin Yuan immediately realized that he had misspoken and hurriedly jumped aside to explain. "I mean, you look good." The river god instantly flew a bright red color on her pretty face, her eyes staring at Lin Yuan in death, her silver teeth clenched. Lin Yuan had a moment of weakness and lowered his head. "I didn't actually see much." After a long time, the river god suddenly closed his eyes and sighed. "That's just it. I'm starting to cultivate. I've consumed a lot this time. I guess I need to sleep for a few days. You guys can just go around the neighborhood these days. There's also a cavernous blessed land directly west of the river god's temple. You guys can go there to take a look." "What about you?" Lin Yuan asked hurriedly. "Why don't you put me in the river god's temple? I'll be safe in there." "Ah, that'll work too." Chapter 64, Re-entering the back hall. After the conversation between the two ended, the river god suddenly had his head tilted and his body softly collapsed into Lin Yuan's arms, directly falling into a coma. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan sensed a stream of majestic spiritual qi that surged into the river god's body at a rapid pace, nourishing the river god's weakened body. Sent to the river temple? Just as Lin Yuan was still wondering how to explain to Lu Cicada, a refreshing aroma suddenly emanated from the river god. What is this flavor? It smells so good. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. Lu Cicada huffed, then looked at Lin Yuan and asked softly, "What's with this aroma? Why did Sister Envy Fish suddenly pass out?" Lin Yuan laughed dryly and said with some embarrassment as he held the brocade box, "Just now I opened the brocade box, only to find a small bottle of medicine inside. Sister Envy said it was the essence refined from a spiritual medicine and asked me to feed it to her, but she fainted after drinking it." Lu Cicada frowned at his words and quickly stepped forward to check the situation inside the river god. At this moment, the river god's dantian was spinning crazily as a strand of heaven and earth aura rapidly traveled through her body. Sister Envy's body is indeed recovering. Lin Yuan hugged the river god and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Looking at the situation, it's estimated that Sister Envy Fish may still need to recuperate for a few more days before her body recovers. We can't just carry her around like this. Lu Cicada nodded. The opening time of the Remnant Wall secret realm was already limited. Plus the people had already been trapped by the maze for a day. If they were delayed for a few more days, then it was expected that this Remnant Wall secret realm would be a wasted visit. After thinking for a moment, Lu Cicada pointed at the river god temple and said, "Why don't we put Sister Envy Fish in the river god temple and arrange for a few more people to guard Sister Envy Fish?" "Yes." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up at his words, and he hurriedly answered with his mouth full. Lu Cicada nodded and then said, "It's decided. Let's rest and recuperate at the river god temple tonight, and wait until tomorrow to go out and look for the opportunity." It's night. After everyone had fallen into a deep sleep, Lin Yuan sat alone and bored at the entrance of the temple to keep watch. Just as Lin Yuan was drifting off to sleep, there was a sudden ringing behind him. Turning his head to look, Lin Yuan saw Lu Cicada tiptoeing over. "Why aren't you resting yet?" Lin Yuan asked softly. Lu Cicada licked her rosy lips, then slowly drilled into Lin Yuan's arms, twisted her body, and lowered her voice. "It's not because I'm afraid you'll be bored alone." Lin Yuan laughed and slapped Lu Cicada's rounded buttocks, teasingly saying, "It's because you're a bit empty." Lu Cicada's petite body trembled, hooked her hands around Lin Yuan's neck and exhaled. "It's not that I'm afraid you'll suffocate. Seeing as how you can react to hugging me during the day with that dead look on your face, I was kind enough to come and fix it for you." Lin Yuan sniffed and looked around with some embarrassment. "But there are people in this great hall, and we can't go to the back hall. You come with me. I have an idea." Lu Cicada slowly got up from Lin Yuan's arms and carefully closed the door of the hall, then arranged a soundproof barrier before pulling Lin Yuan to the courtyard. Under the moonlight, Lu Cicada's pretty face was red as she stood next to a gold essence stone sculpture, her two small hands cupped together, looking very nervous. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. "You can't be talking about this place." Lu Cicada nodded slightly, her expression somewhat shy. "That's not good. What if someone finds out?" Lu Cicada shook her head and softly said, "Don't worry. This is the secret realm of the Remnant Walls. It's not the Harmony sect, so how could there be anyone?" 1 hour later, Lin Yuan continued to crouch at the entrance of the temple to keep watch. Right at this moment, the river god's voice suddenly sounded beside Lin Yuan's ears. ****. Running off to the river god's temple to have a fling. I see you don't want that thing in your pants anymore. Lin Yuan immediately tiger shook. The river god actually woke up. That is not to say that just now. He laughed dryly and hastily changed the topic. "Sister River God, why are you suddenly awake?" The river god was disgruntled. "It's not because you two are too noisy." Well, it's quiet now, so get some rest." "Can't sleep." The river god grunted. "Come with me to the back hall." Lin Yuan sniffed with some hesitation. The back hall is something he can go to well. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. You've been there during the day. What are you afraid of now?" The river god said unhappily. "But I'm still on watch." Lin Yuan hurriedly returned. "Don't worry. I can detect any breeze in the river god's temple. They're safe." "Okay." Lin Yuan sniffed, and only then did he walk towards the great hall, when the river god had already sat up. After seeing Lin Yuan, the river god raised her arm and said, "Little Lindsay, come over here and help this palace. This palace is now weak and somewhat unable to stand up." Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly gestured, signaling the river god to be quieter. The river god said impatiently, "Don't worry, you won't be able to wake them up now even if you yell." When he assisted the river god, he was instantly soft and fragrant, and a refreshing scent drilled into Lin Yuan's nostrils. It was a good thing that after the fierce battle just now, Lin Yuan had already entered into sage mode, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. Looking at the obsolete back hall door, the river god's eyes were deep, as if he was remembering all the things he had done in the past. Lin Yuan stood by in silence, not disturbing the river god. After all, people's phallus is gone. What's wrong with reminiscing? The two of them stood at the entrance to the back hall for a long time before the river god gently pushed open the door to the back hall. After entering the back hall, Lin Yuan immediately looked straight ahead, his eyes not daring to deviate in the slightest. Looking at the cluttered back hall, as well as the slightly hasty footprints, the river god grunted and said to Lin Yuan, "You've seen it all. Now you're pretending to be a decent person?" Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. "I really didn't mean to look. You didn't do it on purpose. What about the dust on the painting? Dropped it yourself?" Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. Chapter 65. How much of the past is known? The river god's body moved, then led Lin Yuan towards the first painting. Lin Yuan's eyes, on the other hand, were a bit evasive, not daring to look directly at the painting. After all, he was secretly looking at it in the afternoon, but now it was in front of the river god, and then staring at it colorfully. It would seem a bit presumptuous. When the river god saw this, he snorted lightly. "Anyway, I've seen it all. I'm not afraid of what you're afraid of. Look at it," with a big smile. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two men fell into silence. River god's eyes stared at the painting obsessively for a long time before he whispered, "When this painting was drawn, the two of us had just established a relationship not long ago. In honor of that day, he helped me paint this picture. I was begging him for a long time before he agreed to me." Lin Yuan sniffed, dumbfounded. This is actually the river god himself asked to be so painted. Then the rest of the painting. Did not expect the river god to be so wild. After a pause, the river god continued. "Even though I already had skin-to-skin contact, I was still a bit put out at the time, so my appearance was slightly stiff." Lin Yuan nodded in silence. "Can't let go? I don't see it. Stiff expression? It seems quite put. Open ah." As soon as the words fell, the river god led Lin Yuan slowly towards the second painting. River god's expression was a little wistful, and her eyes were filled with autumn waves as she said, "When we painted this picture, we had just finished intercourse, and I was resting on the bed at the time. He said that the curves of my body were beautiful, and that's why the painting was made." Lin Yuan felt his brain was down. Why did the river god give him these words? Could it be that he had been widowed for too long and was empty and lonely? Sure enough, just like what Lin Yuan had in mind. By the time the two of them came to the third image, the river god's eyes were on the verge of straining. "We were together for 3 whole years when he painted this. He said I had a beautiful back, and he said he'd marry me." Lin Yuan listened and felt that the river god was a love brain, and this man was a bit of a scum. Being together for 3 years and not even getting married? He and Lu Cicada together half a year almost did the marriage. Otherwise halfway out of a Mu Chu Yen. It is estimated that this will be Lu Cicada is the Lin family's daughter-in-law, followed by a fourth painting. Even though he had already turned on sage mode, seeing this painting once again, Lin Yuan was still a little short of breath and his heartbeat quickened. The river goddess didn't care about that though. Her attention was always on the painting. This time, the river god stopped in front of the painting for the longest time, and Lin Yuan noticed that the river god's eyes kept looking at the man's silhouette. Her eyes were no longer infatuated, but instead became a little more complicated. There is nostalgia, love, and endless anger. After a long time, the river god said quietly, "After 7 years together, I asked him to make this painting for me. I have no reservations this time around. It's all about putting my best foot forward for the people I love the most. Do you think I'm a very Thai woman?" Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly shook his head in denial. No. Between husband and wife, a little special small hobby is not very normal. He and Lu Cicada are, just like that." The river god laughed and suddenly changed his words. "Does my body look good?" Lin Yuan didn't know how to answer for a moment, and after pondering for a moment, he then softly said, "It's perfect." The river god smiled charmingly, her slender jade finger pointing at Lin Yuan's chest. "It's just a painting. The real person is right next to you. Do you want to take a look? Other poses are fine too." Just thinking about that image made Lin Yuan feel his blood rise. However, he was not an animal dominated by his lower body. Without any hesitation, Lin Yuan immediately and righteously refused. And the seemingly gentle and watery river god is no slouch. "Don't dare, or don't want to?" the river god teased. "Don't dare and don't want to." Seeing this, the river god hummed softly, "Moralistic hypocrite." As soon as the words fell, the river god gently leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder and whispered, "Let me lean for a moment." Just a moment. Lin Yuan's body was tense, one hand stiffly wrapped around the river god, not daring to move in the slightest. After a long time, the river god said quietly, "Do you want to know what happened between me and this man afterward?" I can listen if you want to talk." And then that man actually left. Lin Yuan sniffed and said in his heart, it's really the same as what he presumed. This man is a scum. The river god's grip on Lin Yuan's arm was slightly aggravated, and he said with slight anger, we've been together for 8 years, and he just left when he said he would, without even a word of farewell. 8 whole years. River god repeated again, even if you have a dog, you have feelings, but he just left. Lin Yuan immediately felt a little heartbroken for the river god, foolishly giving everything to that man, only to throw it away casually after being eaten up. He wanted to comfort and console the river god, but he didn't know how to speak. There can only be silence. As if he had guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts, the river god snorted coldly. No need to pity me. Later, I tried everything I could to find out about the man, and when I rushed over to get revenge, he was dead. As soon as the river god's words left his mouth, he suddenly laughed, laughing so incomparably crazily that tears fell out of his eyes. He thinks he can hide from me by dying? No way. The river god's delicate body trembled and said viciously. Later, I dug up his grave and raised even his ashes for him. Lin Yuan's chrysanthemums tightened when he heard this. This is too ruthless. But think about what happened to the river god. As if the river god did nothing too much. 8 years together. Did not give a name on it, but also secretly run away. It's something that even on anyone would want to do something outrageous to that man, right? After a long period of silence, the river god wiped the tears from her face and said softly, I'm tired. Help me back to rest. Aha! Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. The river god called herself to the back hall in the middle of the night just to talk about her previous misery? As if he had guessed Lin Yuan's thoughts, the river god spoke. Don't think too much. It's just that I've suddenly returned here and want to reminisce about the past. I'm afraid I've lived so long I've forgotten who I am. Lin Yuan sniffed and hesitantly said, at the risk of asking, how long have you been alive? The river god's beautiful eyes rolled and said unhappily, I can be your ancestor. Fine. Pretend I didn't ask. After saying that, Lin Yuan assisted the river god and carefully walked towards the grand hall. Just as the two of them reached the door, the river god suddenly stopped and spoke. Put those paintings away. Lin Yuan looked at the river god somewhat incredulously and asked, me, put it away? The river god nodded and said, put it away. Consider it a gift from me. And with the river god's temple reappearing in the world, sooner or later, someone will enter the back hall. So instead of being seen by someone else, I'd rather give it to you, since you've seen it anyway. That's not good. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. It's fine for you to put it away yourself. The river god let out a light hum and said, I don't want to touch that man's things at all, but it's a strange pity to burn it. After all, I have such a good body, so I'll give it to you to enjoy, but I'll warn you in advance. It's fine to admire it. It's fine to collect it, but you can't do strange things to the painting. Lin Yuan smiled heatedly at his words. Don't worry, Sister River God. I said goodbye to my hands when I was 16. Chapter 66. Early the next morning. Today's weather is extraordinarily gloomy. Lin Yuan looked at the big hall outside the drizzle. Some wondered how the secret realm will also have weather changes. Lu Cicada walked slowly to Lin Yuan's side and said softly, it's already been arranged. Leave 5 people to take care of Sister NB Fish, and the rest of them will all go out. Would 5 people be too much? Lin Yuan hesitated. It's fine. A few of them were injured yesterday anyway, so it's fine to take this time to recuperate. Lu Cicada said softly. Lin Yuan nodded. Then he saw Su Xiaoxiao who was walking towards him. He was a bit puzzled. Weren't you injured yesterday? You still want to go out today? Su Xiaoxiao sniffed, patted her trembling breasts and laughed chirpily. There's nothing wrong with me. There's cushioning. Lin Yuan was speechless. This was okay? The river god had already given the general direction yesterday, so after leaving the river god's temple, the crowd flew straight to the west under Lin Yuan's deliberate guidance. Directly to the west of the river god temple was a vast and sprawling dense forest, which was shrouded in a faint green light and looked full of life. The crowd flew all the way above the dense forest, and from time to time, they could still see unknown small beasts weaving in and out of the forest. Should we go down and take a look? Looking at the dense forest at her feet, Lu Cicada proposed. This dense forest is so quiet. I think there should be no high-level demonic beasts, so why don't we go down and try our luck? Lin Yuan sniffed and said with some hesitation. What can there be in this dense forest? Nothing more than spirit medicine or something like that. You need spirit medicine? In fact, what Lin Yuan had in mind was still the blessed land that the river god had said, and the blessed land that the river god had said was definitely extraordinary, not something that could be compared to a few elixirs. Lu Cicada nodded. I need a Xian Yang immortal grass. In the beginning, Xia Lingyun had gone to great lengths to find a Xian Yang immortal grass, but unfortunately, it was eaten by Lu Cicada. So after entering the secret realm, Lu Cicada wanted to help his master find another Xian Yang immortal grass, and in the secret realm, There were countless dense forests like the one at their feet, which might not be set foot in for thousands of years, and the chances of finding a spiritual medicine were high. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment and mused, why don't we first turn around in this neighborhood? After all, this dense forest is too big. Going in and searching for the Xin Yang immortal grass isn't much different from looking for a needle in a haystack. If we find a cavernous place, that's different. There's a good chance there's something you need in there. That'll work too. Lu Cicada smiled faintly and continued. Actually, this trip to the secret realm was not bad at all. Finding a 7th order demon core, as well as many techniques as well as pills. Now these sisters from the Acacia sect are all getting something out of it. There are roughly 10 days left, so we might as well use the river god temple as the center and look around. Yes, Lin Yuan nodded. Nowadays he was planning to do just that. After all, there were too many unknown dangers in the secret realm. It was safer to guard around the river god's temple. After a few more moments, a mountain peak suddenly appeared in the crowd's line of sight, and due to the distance, only the outline of the peak could be seen vaguely. Could it be that the cavernous paradise that the river god spoke of is on this mountain? But this mountain peak in front of him was too big, towering into the sky. The river god hadn't told Lin Yuan the exact location of the blessed land in the first place, so if they only relied on these dozen or so people to search for it, it was estimated that by the time the entrance to the blessed land was found, the crowd should have left the remnant wall mysterious realm. What a big mountain! Su Xiaoxiao marveled. It seems like you can't even see the top of the mountain. Lu Cicada nodded. Let's go over and take a look. Just then, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a group of small black dots rapidly approaching behind the right side of the crowd. Someone's coming. Lu Cicada's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the group of silhouettes and said in a deep voice, whether it's a foe or a friend is still indistinguishable. So let's be cautious. As soon as Lu Cicada's words fell, all of them sheathed their long swords and stood by. After only a few moments, the figures of the group had become clear. The strength of the visitor is not bad. Projecting the flying speed of the outsider, Lin Yuan slowly said, looking at the group's uniform yellow robes. Lu Cicada frowned and spoke. Surprisingly, they're from the Yellow Spring Sword sect. Yellow Spring Sword sect? Lin Yuan frowned and mused. The Yellow Spring Sword sect could be considered famous in the Great Yan dynasty. This was not only because the Yellow Spring Sword sect was the third largest sect in the Great Yan dynasty, but also because of the Yellow Spring Sword sect's cultivation method. It is said that cultivation begins with cultivation of the heart. But the Yellow Spring Sword sect went in the opposite direction, doing what they wanted. Never afraid of being tainted by karma. Never afraid of heart demons. I heard that the patriarch of the Yellow Spring Sword sect is even killing to prove the way. A great power in the stage of merging. There is not a bit of the demeanor of a worldly superior, but on the contrary, it is full of fury. A moment later, the Yellow Spring Sword sect's people stopped far away. The leader of the group crossed the crowd and said with a cold face, someone from the Acacia sect? At this time, a thin Yellow Spring Sword sect disciple on the side scanned the Acacia sect's group of female disciples with thieving eyes, then scratched his crotch and opened his mouth to say, Senior brother, there are only 14 of them right now. Why don't we? As soon as the thin man's words fell, there were also a few people around with lewd smiles on their faces who chimed in. Where in the Yellow Spring Sword sect there were these beautiful ladies like flowers and jade, and now when he saw the Acacia sect's group of disciples, a nameless evil fire surged up. Lu Cicada sniffed and said in a cold voice, What? Thinking that just because there are fewer of us, we feel that the Yellow Spring Sword sect can take us, the Harmony sect, at will. The man at the head snorted coldly, his tone unkind. Sect rankings, it's always been you. Acacia sect, that has pushed me. Yellow Spring Sword sect, head and shoulders above you. In fact, in my opinion, your Acacia sect is just not in the Great Yan dynasty. If the Acacia sect was in the territory of the Great Yan dynasty, we, the Yellow Spring Sword sect, would have long since exterminated you, being pressed by a group of women. I don't know what those elders of the sect think, that they can tolerate it, and that Wei Yang Palace, when I become the patriarch, I will definitely destroy them. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and uttered a sneer. If your strength is as powerful as your tone, then the Yellow Spring Sword sect might be the head of the four great sects right now. Showing off is never the style of my Yellow Spring Sword sect, the man in the lead said, crossing his sword across his chest and said in a cold voice, We have always relied on strength to speak. Remember my name, Yellow Spring Sword Sect's Sacred Son Yen Wenha. Today it will be me. Lu Cicada was already hot-tempered, and listening to Yen Wenha's ramblings, she had long been impatient. She directly swept her long sword across the room and then rushed up, cursing under her breath. If you want to make a move, grind it out. You're not even as good as a pussy. Seeing this, Lin Yuan followed Lu Cicada's footsteps and swung out the long sword in his hand. A stream of sword chi chopping at the crowd of the Yellow Spring Sword sect. Chapter 67, Seeing the Milk of the Bull Again. After Lin Yuan and the two of them rushed up, the two parties quickly entangled together. And although the Acacia sect had a few less people than the Yellow Springs Sword sect, the battle was still not a disadvantage. Lucicada even relied on her high cultivation level and directly rushed into the crowd of the Yellow Springs Sword sect. Her moves were wide open. Quite the momentum of 1 for 10. Yanwonha looked at the unstoppable Lucicada and hummed lightly, saying in a fervent manner, "Your opponent is me." After saying that, Yanwonha was full of vigor and met Lucicada directly. In an instant, sword chi shot out in all directions, and the sound of gold and stone was unceasing. Soon, the two staggered past each other. Yanwonha pointed his sword at Lucicada and said in a cold voice, "You're very strong, qualified to be my opponent." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes at the sight. This holy son of the Yellow Spring Sword sect seemed like a chatterbox. Fighting is fighting. What are you wasting your words for? Lucicada let out a cold snort, then charged up again. The two exchanged blows again, but after only a moment, Yanwonha was struck by one of Lucicada's sword chi, spitting blood from his mouth and flying backwards. So weak? Lucicada looked at her own delicate hands. Some cannot believe the scene in front of them. Yellow Spring's sword sect saint's strength was so unbearable. If this is said out, others cannot believe. Yanwonha covered his chest and flew backward out a large distance before slowly stopping his body. Just as Lucicada thought that Yanwonha would immediately launch a counterattack, but he suddenly shouted, "Brothers, some of the dots are solid. The wind is tight to pull the call." Immediately afterward, Yanwonha wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Still bluffing, "I'm not in good shape today. Let's fight another day." Before the words fell, Yanwonha turned his head and ran, his figure flickering away, not paying the slightest attention to the group of disciples behind him who were still fighting the Yellow Springs Sword sect. As Yanwonha's words were shouted out, a group of people from the Yellow Springs Sword sect immediately hooted and hollered as they withdrew from the battle and began to flee in all directions. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw this. How did this Yellow Springs Sword sect's people look more like a group of rabble? And this saint's son, how did he paint such a strange picture? Speaking with great vigor, but the style of doing things is no different from that of a gangster. Looking at the figures of the Yellow Springs Sword sect's crowd, Lucicada also froze on the spot and said with some surprise, "They just ran away?" Maybe," Lin Yuan said with some hesitation. Lucicada said dumbfounded, "What are we going to do now?" "That, we seem to be going to that big mountain. Should we continue on our way?" Lin Yuan's brain was also a bit short-circuited. Lucicada slapped her head and said softly, "Oh, right. Hurry up and don't waste time." Right at this moment, Su Xiaoxiao held out her trembling breasts and escorted the thin man from the Yellow Spring Sword sect over. Before the two sides went to war, it was this small man who wanted to do something indescribable to a group of disciples from the Acacia sect. "Senior sister, captured a prisoner." Seeing this, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said softly, "Kill. What's the point of keeping this kind of scum?" When the thin man heard Lin Yuan's words, he immediately fell to his knees and begged for forgiveness. "Fairies, I was just momentarily obsessed. Please be lenient and spare my dog's life." "Ghostly?" Lin Yuan's eyes twinkled as he pulled the thin man aside and whispered, "Do you like these fairies a lot?" When the thin man heard this, he was still somewhat unable to understand Lin Yuan's meaning, and he immediately froze on the spot. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said slightly sinisterly, "Just tell me if it's true. Whisper it. In fact, these female disciples of the Acacia sect are also very empty inside. If you tell the truth, I'll find a female disciple to be your Dao couple." "Ha?" The thin man was still a bit puzzled as to what exactly Lin Yuan meant by what he said. Could it be that the Acacia sect was just like the rumors, and that each and every one of these female disciples were Tai and uninhibited? Or maybe this little white boy is too weak to satisfy these demonesses of the Harmony sect? So he wanted to find a helper. Thinking of this, the thin man looked at Lin Yuan with some envy. If the rumors were true, then wouldn't this little white boy in front of him be changing brides night after night and being the groom night after night? Lin Yuan waited for a moment, kicked the skinny man with some impatience, and said in a low voice, "I'm asking you, there's but one chance." The thin man stifled a grunt, his thoughts instantly pulling back. He glanced at the group of warblers of the Acacia sect with his thieving eyebrows, and said with a slight shyness, "There is that little bit." "Great," Lin Yuan said, pulling Su Xiaoxiao to his side and said with a bad smile, "How about this? Does it suit your taste?" The thin man looked at Su Xiaoxiao's trembling breasts and shyly said, "It's not bad." In fact, the thin man's heart was very satisfied with Su Xiaoxiao. After all, he grew up in the Yellow Spring Sword sect and was especially lacking in motherly love. Su Xiaoxiao sniffed and said with some displeasure, "Senior brother, what do you take people for? People are not some random women." Lin Yuan hummed lightly and said in his heart, "Yes, you're not some random woman. You're not even human when you're random. However, Now that he was flirting with this skinny man, Lin Yuan didn't pay attention to Su Xiaoxiao. Then he took out a bottle of unknown liquid from his storage ring and handed it to the skinny man, saying softly, "I appreciate your honesty. Here, drink this." The thin man spat and said with some hesitation, "What is this?" Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and lowered his voice. "Don't be afraid. This is the power pill. After eating it, nightly defense of several women is a small problem. I live on this in the Acacia sect, but this doesn't quite look like a power pill." Although Lin Yuan's words are very tempting, but the thin man is not yet to the point of complete ghosting. This bottle is not a powerful pill. It is clearly an unknown liquid. Hell, I don't know if this stuff could be poison. Looking at the pill bottle filled with liquid in his hand, Lin Yuan slapped his head and said, "I forgot. This thing has advanced. It's now a power potion." "Really? Of course. How about if you drink it? I'll let senior sister Su become a Taoist couple with you?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and continued. The thin man swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Xiaoxiao again. Then he took the medicine bottle, and with a close of his eyes, he drank it. After only a few moments, the thin man felt a strange sensation go straight to the sky. This little white man actually did not lie to himself. Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately revealed a treacherous look and laughed. "Kid, you fell for it." Lu Cicada couldn't help but hold her forehead. Lin Yuan's temperament was becoming more and more similar to that loser in Fengzhou City, and she herself had some regrets. It's such a bad time to meet someone. The thin man's eyes were already red at this point, and with his remaining consciousness, he angrily cursed, "Little white boy. I'll reloan." Chapter 68, Meeting Jiang Qingli again. After a few moments, the thin man completely lost his mind. His eyes were red and bloodshot, his mouth was dripping with harangues, and his clothes were pretty much torn from his body, the listless earthworm exposed. At this moment, he was like a headless fly rushing towards a group of harmony sex warblers. Looking at the disheveled thin man, Lu Cicada said in disgust, "Lin Yuan, hurry up and get rid of him. It's disgusting." The crowd of Acacia sect demonesses were likewise incomparably disgusted, covering their noses and saying, "Hurry up and get rid of him. We're allergic to earthworms." Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. Looking at the small earthworm, he couldn't help but tsk. Just this size and still want to be a couple with the demoness of the harmony sect? What a fool's dream. What's the difference between that and chopsticks stirring a water tank? Noticing Lin Yuan's line of sight, Lu Cicada suddenly remembered Lin Yuan's livestock-like scene and couldn't help but blush as she urged, "Hurry up." "Gotcha." Lin Yuan responded and grabbed the thin man and dug into the dense forest. It didn't take him long to see a large mountain pig, estimated to be 500 or 600 pounds, just below a large tree. "It seems like it's a female." Lin Yuan stroked his chin and thought for a moment, looked at the hysterical thin man in his hands, and spoke, "That's just it. I'm really still too kind-hearted, or else I'll find you a male mountain pig." What a bargain. After saying that, Lin Yuan took out another bottle of bull's milk and forced it into the mountain pig's mouth. After the drug took effect, Lin Yuan threw the thin man over with a hand. Lin Yuan couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded as he watched the skinny man's skillful movements. Could it be that everyone in the Yellow Spring Sword sect had a special fetish? Just take your time and enjoy. Not long after Lin Yuan walked out, he heard a pig-killing squeal from behind him. Whimper, 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 ow. On the other side, Lin Yuan had just left a short while ago, when a group of people came rushing over again in great numbers. When Lu Cicada saw this, she couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. It wasn't that the remnant wall mystic realm was so big that it was almost difficult to encounter people from other sects. But what is the situation today? Their own line of people even encountered 2 sets of people in one day. Is it because they went out without reading the yellow calendar? What about senior sister Lu? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Lu Cicada said helplessly, "What can we do? Soldiers come to block water to cover earth." After waiting for a few more moments, the figure of the first person gradually became clear, and Lu Cicada exclaimed, "It's even Jiang Qingli." At this moment, Jiang Qingli's face was pale, her shoulder-length hair was in disarray, a plain white dress had been dyed red with blood, and there were wounds in her abdomen and the position of her arms that were slowly bleeding. Behind her, a group of disciples from the unseen palace were similarly in a sorry state, more or less hanging on to their colors. Lu Cicada roughly counted, and there were surprisingly only a dozen or so disciples left in the Weiyang Palace. After Jiang Qingli came close, she finally ran out of energy and jumped into Lu Cicada's arms at once. Lu Cicada assisted Jiang Qingli and hurriedly asked, "What's going on with you guys?" Jiang Qingli clenched her silver teeth and weakly said, "We encountered people from the Qingyan sect." "The people from the Qingyan sect are so strong?" Lu Cicada exclaimed. Jiang Qingli's eyes were red as she nodded. That Mu Chuyen seemed to have gone crazy, and when she saw us she directly made a move. If it wasn't for several of our senior sisters laying down their lives to stop them, I'm afraid that we would have been completely wiped out. After a pause, Jiang Qingli continued. Now is not the time to talk about this. I reckon that the people from the Qingyan sect will soon catch up, so we'd better hurry and run for our lives. When Lu Cicada heard this, she couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes and complained a little. I asked you to find me, not to bring the enemy here. What can I do? Jiang Qingli said helplessly. After I received your voice transmission, I immediately rushed over, but as a result, I hadn't traveled far before I encountered the people from the Qingyun sect. Just then, Lin Yuan, who had finished dealing with the thin man, also returned. Looking at the wretched Weiyang Palace crowd, Lin Yuan was surprised. You guys ran into the people from the Qingyun sect? Right. Almost a total loss. How miserable. Lin Yuan sighed and looked at Jiang Qingli and asked, by the way, how did you guys find this place? Lu Cicada was still about to continue saying something when Jiang Qingli suddenly interrupted their conversation and anxiously said, the people from the Qingyan sect are still at the back. Can we find a safe place first before we catch up? Lu Cicada sniffed and said to Lin Yuan, why don't we go back to the river god temple? Lin Yuan shook his head and mused. Nowadays, even though we are outnumbered, most of us have injuries on our bodies, so if the river god temple is discovered by the people of the Qingyan sect, it will be a total loss as usual, and die even more completely. I guess it's hard to run away. Jiang Qingli wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and urged, hurry up and think of a countermeasure. Lin Yuan looked at the distant mountain peaks and ruthlessly said, go to the mountain. This mountain is so huge. It's not that hard to find a hiding place. Good. Just listen to you. Give me some clothes with blood on them and I'll create some illusions to confuse them. Lu Cicada nodded and casually ripped off Jiang Qingli's sleeve. Jiang Qingli let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly covered her chest. Don't cover up. Your boobs aren't showing. As soon as the words fell, Lu Cicada put Jiang Qingli on his back and then instructed the Acacia sect's disciples to bring along the Weiyang Palace's injured and start rushing towards the mountain peak. After the group of people left, Lin Yuan held his long sword and chopped randomly in the dense forest. Then he tore his bloodied sleeves into strips of cloth and hung them haphazardly in the dense forest. Let's hope we can confuse them. Even if it doesn't, it'll at least delay them a bit. After doing so, Lin Yuan also chased after him. Jiang Qingli was already weak to the extreme at this time. She was lying on Lu Cicada's back, about to drift off to sleep in general. Lu Cicada had also noticed Jiang Qingli's condition long ago, and hurriedly shouted, Jiang Qingli, don't sleep first. When we find a safe place, I'll let you sleep. Now that the wounds on Jiang Qingli's body were still bleeding, Lu Cicada felt that the clothes on her back were soaked with blood. If she didn't stop the bleeding in time, it was estimated that Jiang Qingli would die. Jiang Qingli, Lu Cicada shouted several times in a row. But Jiang Qingli was unresponsive, so she hurriedly said, Xiao Xiao, feed her one of the healing medicines we found from the river god temple. When Su Xiao Xiao sniffed, she was a bit reluctant. After all, Weiyang Palace had always scolded the disciples of the Acacia sect as demonesses, but now that it was commanded by senior sister Lu, even though she was a bit reluctant, she immediately took out an elixir from her storage ring and stuffed it into Jiang Qingli's mouth. Su Xiao Xiao felt as if her head had turned to mush. She was a little puzzled that the sacred maiden of the Weiyang Palace would be good friends with the sacred maiden of the Acacia sect. Chapter 69 Mount Jinyu. An hour later, the crowd finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there were strange rocks, and in the midst of them, there was a stone tablet. The stone monument was as black as ink, as if it was poured from ink, with 3 big words written on it, Jinyu Shan. These 3 look strong and powerful. One stroke seems to be carved by the blade of a sword, and if you gaze at them for a little longer, you will feel your eyes stinging a little. Further up, there were peaks as treacherous as if they had been sharpened by a sharp blade. As far as the eye could see, apart from those strange rocks standing out, there was really nothing. Not even a single blade of grass has ever grown. It was as if this land of mountains had a mysterious power that shut out all signs of life. Looking at the towering peaks, the crowd could not help but rise in awe. Lu Cicada frowned. The feeling this mountain peak gave off was too terrifying. She looked at Lin Yuan with some hesitation and asked, do you really want to go to this mountain peak? Lin Yuan sighed and looked at Jiang Qingli who had fainted and said helplessly, we don't seem to have any other choice. Lu Cicada clenched her silver teeth and said in a deep voice, then go. Lin Yuan nodded and drew his longsword to take the lead and flew out. However, just as Lin Yuan stepped within the range of Mount Jinyao, an invisible wave of air directly rushed out with a buzz. Immediately afterward, a roar came from the clouds. Ow! The roar was so shocking that even though the crowd was only at the foot of the mountain, they were still shaken to the point that their ears went directly deaf. With a roar, Lin Yuan looked up and saw a huge black tail appearing and disappearing as it traveled through the clouds. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes in some disbelief, then looked at the sky again. It wasn't an illusion. That tail was still there. After a few moments, when everyone's ears had recovered, Lin Yuan gulped and said with some hesitation, "That tail just now seems to be a dragon's tail." Lu Cicada had long been dumbfounded, not expecting that there was a true dragon on this Xinyu mountain. To know that in the Flow continent records, the true dragon has long been extinct for tens of thousands of years. I did not expect that in this secret realm, it actually reappeared. Could it be that this ruined secret realm existed in the ancient times? True dragon is a demonic beast of several ranks to come. Lin Yuan stumbled and asked, "That seems to be of the 9th rank." Then Lu Cicada shook her head again and said, "No, no, no, true dragons seem to be divine beasts." Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. Didn't the river god say that there was a cave of heavenly bliss directly to the west of the river god temple? Could it be that he hadn't realized it? Or was the cave of heavenly bliss in the middle of this Xinyu mountain? Then are we still going to this Mount Xinyu? While Lu Cicada was pondering, Su Xiao, who was at the very back of the group, suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Senior sister, hurry up and make a decision. It seems like someone is coming from that direction behind us." Lu Cicada's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked to the rear and said softly, "It's someone from the Qingyan sect." Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, "If we face the Qingyan sect, what are the chances of winning?" Lu Cicada sighed and said helplessly, "At most, I can at most take one person to escape. As for whether or not we can get rid of the Qingyan sect's pursuit, that will depend on heaven's fate. Then let's fight." Lin Yuan took a long breath and said in a cold voice, "We're all going to die anyway, so we might as well put up a fight. In the eyes of that true dragon, we are no different from ants. Maybe it doesn't even bother to take a shot at us." After Lin Yuan said that, he turned his head to look at Jiang Qingli's senior sister and inquired, "What about you guys? How do you choose?" After Jiang Qingli fainted, it had been her senior sister, Fong Painting Ping, who had led the way. Now it was a time of life and death. Where was there time to hesitate? When Fong Painting Ping heard this, she directly nodded without thinking, and softly said, "Instead of falling into the hands of the Qingyan sect, it would be better to put up a fight. Even if I die, I will die in the hands of the ancient divine beast." "Good vigor," Lin Yuan praised, then took the lead and flew towards Mount Xinyu. Behind him, a group of people also followed closely. Quite a forward momentum. After the crowd had flown for some distance, an earth-shattering dragon roar once again came from the clouds, but this time it was much less powerful, and the crowd was only affected by a lurch in their figures. And at the foot of the mountain, a group of Qingyan sect disciples led by Mu Chuyan also rushed over. At that moment, the giant tail of the true dragon appeared in the sky again, carrying rolling waves of clouds. Seeing Lin Yuan again, Mu Chuyan remembered the scene in Fengzhou City back then, and the anger in her heart grew even more. Now that Lin Yuan's three were all together, it was the perfect time to catch them all. Looking at the backs of Lin Yuan's crowd, and then at the dragon's tail overhead, Mu Chuyan gritted her silver teeth and said in a deep voice, "Charge up there. As long as we finish them off, we'll hurry up and withdraw." Right at this moment, a Qingyan sect disciple coyly said, "Senior sister Mu, there seems to be a true dragon on this mountain. We're not looking for death by rushing up there." Mu Chuyan looked at the disciple with unkind eyes and said in a cold voice, "What did you say?" "That." Before the words left her mouth, Mu Chuyan suddenly kicked the Qingyan sect disciple in the abdomen. Bang! That disciple flew out with his back bent like a shrimp. Mu Chuyan stood in place, her eyes coldly scanning the crowd as she spoke. "Who else doesn't want to go?" The crowd was silenced and shook their heads. "Very good." Mu Chuyan nodded and said, "Don't worry, as long as you guys help me take out those 3 people, I won't treat you poorly. The remaining female disciples of the Acacia sect in the Weiyang Palace can all be left for you to play with as you please." After a pause, Mu Chuyan licked her rosy lips and spread a smile. "Including me." For the sake of revenge, Mu Chuyan had gone completely crazy. When the crowd heard this, their eyes were on fire. Mu Chuyan had always been a goddess-like existence in the hearts of the Qingyan sect's group of male disciples. There were even some disciples who dreamed of getting a kiss, not realizing that in this secret realm, it was a dream come true, and the treasures on their bodies, I don't want any of them. I'll share them all with you. Mu Chuyan continued to seduce. It is said that people die for money and birds die for food. As soon as Mu Chuyan's words fell, the crowd seemed to have forgotten about the danger they were in just a moment ago, and immediately looked at Lin Yuan and the others' backs with crazy eyes, eager to try. At this moment, Lin Yuan and the others were only a small black dot in the eyes of the group of disciples from the Qingyan sect. A Qingyan sect disciple hurriedly spoke up. "Senior sister Mu, that Acacia sect's holy maiden looks like she's very energetic. Can we keep her breath later and let us?" Mu Chuyan's eyes were incredibly sinister as she gently nodded her head and said, Yes. Looking at the back of Lin Yuan and the others, Mu Chuyan coldly grunted in her heart, Lin Yuan. In a moment, I'll let you see with your own eyes how your beloved woman is being toyed with by others. Chapter 70, The Mysterious Cave. Lin Yuan flew at the very front, his eyes searching around all the time, wanting to find a safe place for everyone to stay. But the entire cliff face was as if it had been carved by knives and axes, and there wasn't even a place to land. Soon, a group of people arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, halfway up the mountainside at the mountain wind whistling, scraping the face of the raw pain, the sky, and began to drift up the drizzle. The rain is also mixed with a little fishy flavor. Looking at the clouds that were getting closer and closer to his head, Lin Yuan naturally knew what he had to face next. He took a deep breath and asked Lu Cicada-e beside him, "Are you ready?" Lu Cicada-e nodded. Since she had decided to enter Mount Jinyao in the first place, she was already prepared to die. Then go. After saying that, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and charged into the clouds with his sword. He was already prepared to be killed by the true dragon if he charged in, but after rushing into the clouds, the true dragon's figure did not appear in front of the crowd, and the tumbling clouds began to quiet down. Could it be a hallucination? Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada-e with some surprise. Lu Cicada-e's mind was equally puzzled, but now was still the time to stop. Right at this moment, a strong fishy odor suddenly came from within the clouds, directly smoking the crowd who kept dry heaving. Lin Yuan was immediately creeped out. It seemed that the dragon's tail just now wasn't an illusion, and this fishy smell should have come from the real dragon. Remembering that there is still Mu Chuyan's group below, Lin Yuan braced himself and spoke. Do you think if we spit it out now, it will fall on Mu Chuyan's head and theirs? Lu Cicada-e's small face turned white, and she said somewhat helplessly, "What time is it? You still have the heart to joke. If you can't them up, you can still discuss them. Fall on their heads?" Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took out 2 bottles of bull's milk from his storage ring and poured it down at the bottom. God forbid. Let Mu Chuyan and the others get some. When Lu Cicada-e saw this, she was a bit surprised. Why do you still have this damn thing? Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said with some embarrassment, "Last time, I found out that this thing was powerful, so when I left the Harmony sect, I took a few more bottles." Just then, Jiang Qingli, who had been unconscious, was also awakened by the fishy smell. She sniffled and then let out a dry retch, but after only moving a little, the wound in her abdomen was tugged, and cold sweat dripped from Jiang Qingli's forehead, and her pretty face became even paler. "Where is this?" Jiang Qingli said somewhat weakly. Lu Cicada-e's eyes were incomparably grave as she whispered back, "Jinyu Mountain." After a moment of silence, he continued, "We just saw a true dragon, and this fishy odor between the clouds is emanating from the true dragon." Jiang Qingli looked at Lin Yuan with some doubts. She felt as if she had heard wrong and needed to find Lin Yuan to reconfirm. Noticing Jiang Qingli's eyes, Lin Yuan nodded. Jiang Qingli was immediately stunned, not expecting that there would be this kind of existence in this party's secret realm. On the side, when Fang Painting Ping saw Jiang Qingli waking up, she hurriedly came forward and said with concern, "Senior sister, how are you doing?" Jiang Qingli weakly shook her head and softly said, "I'm already fine. It's just that I still need to recuperate for a few days." "How are the other sisters doing?" Fang Painting Ping's eyes lowered and said, "Other than those senior sisters who blocked the Green Cloud sect, the rest of them are all there." "That's good. That's good." Just then, above the cliff wall, a huge cave suddenly appeared. The cave looked incredibly deep, as if it was an abyssal beast, opening its bloody mouth and waiting for people to come to it. Gusts of gloomy wind whistled out from the cave, blowing one's scalp numb. Looking at the cave in front of her, Lu Cicada-e softly said, "Could this be the true dragon's lair?" Lin Yuan shook his head and analyzed. "It shouldn't be. If it's a true dragon's lair, there should be a fishy odor coming out. Why don't we go in and take a look?" Lu Cicada-e suggested. "Everyone has flown all the way. It's time to take a rest." Lin Yuan hesitated. "But if this cave is too small, then aren't we just throwing ourselves into a trap?" Lu Cicada-e frowned and said helplessly, "It's death anyway, so why don't we adjust our state? Or at worst, fight with the Qing Yun sex people." "Good." Lin Yuan nodded, his eyes firm. "Then you guys go in first. I'll set up a few formations at the cave entrance." Lu Cicada-e answered, then took the lead and rushed into the cave. Within a few moments, Lin Yuan saw that within the cave, starry torches were lit up. Those flames swayed in the darkness, as if they were candles in the wind. Gradually, the torches also disappeared from sight. Thinking that Lu Cicada-e and the others had already burrowed into the depths, and I don't know if this is the right or wrong decision, Lin Yuan let out a dark sigh, then took out the array disc from his storage ring and began to set it up. Mu Chuyan's group should be traveling right behind him, and after they came halfway up the mountain, they would definitely be able to see this cave. Although these ordinary formations were not able to finish off the people of the Qingyan sect, it was still possible to delay them for a while. Lin Yuan set up 5 formations at the entrance of the cave in one breath, directly blocking the entrance tightly. Lin Yuan then hit a dozen or so talismans in the formation. Once the formation was activated, these talismans would also be able to create a bit of trouble for Mu Qian's group. I hope I can stall them for a while. Only after doing all this and carefully checking once more did Lin Yuan turn back and burrow into the cave. The other side, Mu Qian's group flew at a fast speed, heading straight into the clouds. The Qingyun sect's group of disciples, on the other hand, followed behind Mu Chuxian with fiery eyes, and there were a few disciples sneaking upwards from time to time, taking this opportunity to catch a glimpse of Mu Chuxian's underskirt elegance. Mu Chouyan had actually discovered this a long time ago, but she didn't say anything, since he wanted to utilize this group of elitist losers. Of course he had to give them a little advantage in advance. After a few moments, the crowd also came before the clouds. Looking at the dense clouds, Mu Chuyan huffed and said suspiciously, "Why does this cloud have a strange fragrance?" Just then, within the clouds, the hissing sound of a true dragon was once again heard, but this time, the true dragon did not appear. Mu Chuyan let out a cold snort and spoke. "It can't be that they're taking on a true dragon. Senior sister, what now?" The person who asked was a bit hesitant. Now that this true dragon was in this cloud layer, it was impossible to say that the people from the Acacia sect in the Weiyang Palace had already encountered the true dragon. If his own party went after them again, it would be no different than sending them to their deaths. Mu Chuyan hummed and said obstinately, "Even if Lin Yuan and the others are killed by the true dragon, I still want to see it with my own eyes." Saying that, Mu Chouyan took the lead in drilling into the clouds. The crowd of Green Cloud sect disciples looked at me and I looked at you, hesitating for a moment before they followed Mu Chouyan's footsteps. Chapter 71 The Field House. After rushing into the clouds, Mu Chuyan smelled the fishy odor that belonged to a true dragon, and the smell was pungent to the extreme. Although there is fear in her heart, the fury of hatred has long since burned Mu Chuyan's sanity to the ground. At this time, her enemy is right in front of her eyes. She only wants to kill everyone in Lin Yuan by 1,000 cuts and break his body into pieces. The crowd of Qingyan sect disciples, after smelling that fishy odor, developed a desire to retreat. But the conditions given by Mu Chuyan were too tempting. Plus, due to Mu Chuyan's lustful authority, even if the crowd is psychologically resistant, they can only helplessly follow Mu Chuyan's pace. Only after the crowd had flown for some more distance with fear and trepidation did they put their hearts down a little. Although it wasn't clear where the fishy odor in the clouds came from, it was good that the crowd didn't encounter a real dragon. Moreover, after the crowd stepped into the clouds, even the dragon's roar disappeared, as if what the crowd had just seen was an illusion. It didn't take long for Mu Chuyan and his group to discover the cave where Lin Yuan and the others were hiding. Mu Chuyan stood in front of the dark cave entrance and immediately felt the aura fluctuation of the cave entrance. She snorted coldly and sneered in her heart. "Formation? Lin Yuan, this is all you've got." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Chuyan's eyes condensed, and the long sword in her hand swung out violently, and a thick sword she roared out like a dragon coming out of the sea, carrying an unrivaled momentum and slamming straight into the hole. That sword she rushed towards the cave entrance at an astonishing speed. Unstoppable. In the blink of an eye, the sword chi collided with the talisman Lin Yuan had arranged at the entrance of the cave. Boom boom. Only a few loud bangs could be heard as the rock at the entrance of the cave crumbled and splintered. The entrance to the cave was instantly flooded with fire, and the blazing flames were like ferocious beasts, blocking the path of the crowd. However, this bit of flame was nothing to Mu Chuyan, and with a cold snort, she couldn't wait to rush into the cave. Mu Chuyan had just stepped into the entrance of the cave when she felt a wave of formation fluctuations coming over her. In an instant, a powerful and incomparable sword chi came roaring in from all directions like a raging wind and rain, carrying endless killing intent and ruthlessly chopping at Mu Chuyan. Mu Chuyan stomped her foot and exuded a powerful aura. A rich blood-colored aura then slowly rose up and quickly wrapped her tightly. The sword chi in the formation came like a blizzard, yet when they hit on top of the blood-colored barrier, it was as if they had encountered an insurmountable high wall. The sword chi collided violently with the blood-colored barrier, emitting a deafening roar as sparks flew in all directions and instantly exploded. And at this moment, Mu Chuyan just stood still like that, letting the sword chi crash into her, her pupils completely turning blood red, and her face was filled with the color of madness. The other side, under Lu Cicada's leadership, the crowd flew through the cave, but the cave was like a bottomless pit that had no end in sight. After running for a long time, just as Lu Cicada was about to instruct the crowd to meditate and rest in place, a fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of him. This fork in the road, as if the choice between life and death, Lu Cicada hesitated for a long time, did not make up his mind which way to go. If only Lin Yuan was around at this time. Lu Cicada sighed in her heart. Without realizing it, she had already developed the habit that even though her cultivation level was higher than Lin Yuan's, she wanted to listen to Lin Yuan's opinion on some choices. Thinking of this, Lu Cicada looked at the darkness behind her and said with some concern, "How come Lin Yuan hasn't caught up yet? Could it be that the people from the Qingyun sect have caught up?" Just then, Jiang Qingli suddenly pointed to the stone wall in the middle of the fork in the road and weakly said, "There is still a path here. Is there a road?" Jiang Qingli nodded with certainty and said softly, "There is. It's only obscured by a formation. This seems to be a teleportation formation." Lu Cicada walked towards the stone wall with some doubts, wanting to find out what was going on. But just as Lu Cicada's slender jade hand was gently raised, a layer of strange light suddenly rose above the stone wall. The light spread out rapidly like ripples, forming a deep vortex. In the blink of an eye, Lu Cicada and Jiang Qingli's figures disappeared before the stone wall and were caught in the vortex. Seeing this, Fang Painting Ping let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly chased after him. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly commanded to the group of disciples of the Acacia sect, "You guys go too. I'll wait here for senior brother Lin." Yes. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, a crowd of people hooped and hollered and dug in. When Lin Yuan arrived at the fork in the road, only Su Xiaoxiao was left here. Seeing Lin Yuan arrive, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly exclaimed, "Senior brother Lin, you finally arrived. What happened? Where are Lu Cicada and the others?" Su Xiaoxiao pointed to the stone wall and explained, "The holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace said that there was another path here, and senior sister Lu wanted to go and take a look, but as a result, just as she got close to the stone wall, she was sucked in by the formation. The others have gone in after them, and now it's just the two of us." Lin Yuan was instantly surprised. "Are you saying that this stone wall is also a path?" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and hesitantly said, "It's the holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace who said that. I'm not too sure." Although it was unclear what was behind the stone wall, Lu Cicada and the girls had already gone in, and now their life and death were unknown. So no matter what dangers there were behind the stone wall, he had to go and find her. "Let's go check it out too." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and slammed his head into the stone wall. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan felt a trance before his eyes, and then he realized that he had appeared in a room. The layout of the room is extremely simple. The room is placed in the center of a desk. The desk is also placed on the ink, paper and ink stone, but has been covered with dust. It seems that this room has been many years no one lives. "Where is this?" Lin Yuan exclaimed, then looked behind him. Su Xiaoxiao clearly followed herself into the formation, but why did she not appear in this room? Could it be that the stone wall just now was a teleportation formation? Just that the landing point was unclear. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly rushed towards the door of the room, but after opening the door to the room, Lin Yuan was instantly stunned by the sight before him. Outside the door of the room, as if it was a quiet idyllic courtyard, the fence wall was crookedly surrounding the house that Lin Yuan was in. In the small yard is a green vegetable patch. However, what was planted in that vegetable field was not ordinary vegetables, but all kinds of spiritual medicines, and those spiritual medicines grew amazingly, the least of which seemed to be a few thousand years old. From a long distance away, Lin Yuan could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. Where the hell is this? Lin Yuan's heart was filled with doubts. Where exactly had this teleportation array transmitted himself to? Just then, on the outskirts of the fence wall, a cool voice suddenly rang out. "Who's there?" Lin Yuan followed the sound and ended up seeing Jiang Qingli lying in a sorry state by the fence wall. When he saw this, he hurried over. Chapter 72. An enemy is coming. At this moment, Jiang Qingli's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Her pretty face was pale as she lay on the ground, and the wound on her abdomen was slowly starting to ooze blood again after the strenuous exercise just now. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly helped Jiang Qingli up, his voice anxious. "Jiang Qingli, how are you?" Jiang Qingli gritted her silver teeth and endured the pain. "After the two of us entered the teleportation array just now, Lu Cicada suddenly disappeared, and I actually appeared directly in mid-air. And if I hadn't recovered some aura in my body, I'm afraid I would have been dropped dead." Lin Yuan frowned, his heart filled with doubts. What exactly did the person who set up this teleportation array intend to do? And what was the deal with this random teleportation point? Could it be the bad taste of the owner of this place? Noticing Lin Yuan's expression, Jiang Qingli shook her head and said softly, "Don't think so much. This teleportation array is just in disrepair for years, so there are just problems." After a pause, Jiang Qingli continued, "But this is good. As long as the people of the Qingyun sect enter this teleportation array, they will also be dispersed, so as long as we break them down one by one that's fine too." Lin Yuan nodded. What Jiang Qingli said made sense, so he slowly bent down and prepared to carry Jiang Qingli on his back. Jiang Qingli instantly blushed and hastily refused. "I can walk by myself." You only need to hold me up a little. Lin Yuan frowned and said somewhat helplessly, if you walk by yourself you'll be pulling your wounds again. If you go on like this and wait for the time when the remnant wall mystic realm closes, your injuries probably still won't be healed. When Jiang Qingli heard this, her beautiful eyes rolled somewhat helplessly. Are you blind? There aren't so many spirit medicines in that courtyard. These several thousand-year-old portions of spirit medicines, if I just refine one of them, it will be enough for me to break through. Not to mention these injuries on my body. When Lin Yuan heard this, he scratched his head in some embarrassment. He had been thinking about searching for Lu Cicada E and the others. How could he have forgotten about this? A few moments later, Lin Yuan assisted Jiang Qingli to carefully arrive in the courtyard. Jiang Qingli slowly scanned the medicinal field, trying to find a suitable spirit medicine. But at this glance, Jiang Qingli couldn't move her eyes away. Her slender jade hand pointed at the elixir and marveled. 3,000-year-old ice spirit jade leaf. There's more here. Surprisingly, there are a full 6 plants. Wow! There's even a 1,000-year-old purple lingji here. Rumor has it that a 1,000-year-old portion of purple lingji can give birth to the dead in flesh to white bones. I don't know if it's true or not. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Qingli finally finished looking at all the spirit medicines in the medicinal field, and Lin Yuan stood by the side and said with some helplessness, I'm letting you pick the spirit medicines. What are you doing? Naming the pills? Now that Lu Cicada E and the others are still alive or dead, you should hurry up and pick a suitable spirit medicine for you. After you recover, we still have to go and look for Lu Cicada E and the others. What are you doing here being indecisive? When Jiang Qingli heard this, her pretty face turned red and she said with some embarrassment, this isn't the first time I've seen so many spirit medicines. After saying that, Jiang Qingli reached out and pointed at the ice spirit jade grass and said, go and pick that medicine for me. Our Weiyang Palace's gong method is attuned to the ice attribute, and this ice spirit jade grass is perfect for me. You said so. Lin Yuan grunted, then quickly stepped over and uprooted the ice spirit jade grass from the medicinal field as soon as he did so. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli's heart ached and dripped blood. This Lin Yuan was also too much of a loser. To collect the ice spirit jade grass, one only needed to cut the leaves, but he even pulled out the entire ice spirit jade grass. It was important to know that spiritual medicines did not die and could continue to grow. But now it was good to directly lose a 1,000-year-old ice spirit jade grass. Who told you to uproot it? Lin Yuan sniffed with some confusion and said, aren't all spirit medicines plucked like this? Jiang Qingli's beautiful eyes rolled over, and she also lost the strength to be angry. It seemed that Lin Yuan knew nothing about pharmacology. I should have known that I should have warned him. Lin Yuan returned to Jiang Qingli's side and shoved the elixir into her hands, saying in a deep voice, absorb it quickly. Any more dilly-dallying? After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan continued, I'll spank your ass if you keep grumbling. When Jiang Qingli heard this, her willow eyebrows rose and she said in slight anger, get out of here. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qingli took the elixir and walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Yuan asked helplessly, sister, what are you doing again? Jiang Qingli snorted coldly and said, are you stupid? There's a teleportation array exit in that room. What if suddenly the people from the Qingyun sect come after me when I'm absorbing the spirit medicine later? It's not that backward. Just in case, Jiang Qingli said obstinately. All right. Looking at Jiang Qingli who was pacing carefully, Lin Yuan clenched his teeth and directly walked up and copied Jiang Qingli, then walked quickly towards the side of the big tree. Jiang Qingli suddenly felt a lightness in her body, and the next thing she knew, she was lying in Lin Yuan's arms. An inexplicable scent came over her face, and Jiang Qingli's face immediately showed a touch of redness as she struggled and twisted her body, saying angrily, what are you doing? Put me down. Lin Yuan sighed, impatient. Of course I'm carrying you over. By the time you walk over by yourself, it will be dark. Jiang Qingli sniffed, which silenced her. Coming to the tree, Lin Yuan carefully placed Jiang Qingli on the grass, then instructed, you hurry up and refine the spirit medicine. I'll go to the courtyard to protect you. Jiang Qingli nodded silently and glanced at Lin Yuan's back, then began to refine the ice spirit jade grass. When Jiang Qingli started absorbing the spirit medicine, Lin Yuan came to the courtyard to guard the entrance of the room to prevent anyone from suddenly breaking out. As a result, Lin Yuan stood still, and not even a moment later, a wave of aura came out from within the room. Someone is coming. He hurriedly spoke out to alert Jiang Qingli. However, before Lin Yuan's words fell, a figure scurried out of the room. The visitor was wearing a green-colored long shirt with a cold face, and he was a disciple of the Qingyun sect. The visitor looked at Jiang Qingli and laughed lewdly several times, then said excitedly, I didn't expect to run into the two of you, a Jindan stage 9th floor waste, and a half-crippled Weiyang Palace holy maiden. God really treats me well. The male will be killed in a while, and as for this holy woman of the unseen palace, he. In a matter of 3 words, the fate of the 2 Lin Yuan people was casually arranged by the visitor. Lin Yuan frowned and shouted at Jiang Qingli with some displeasure. "You're such a crow." Jiang Qingli hurriedly transmitted. "Help me stop him. Just a quarter of an hour is enough." A quarter of an hour? Lin Yuan turned his head to look at this Yuaning stage 1 layer Qin sect disciple in front of him. "And I don't know if I can top it." Chapter 73 Hong Huiran? Lin Yuan pulled a sword flower with his long sword in his hand, and then pointed his sword at the Qin sect disciple in front of him, and shouted with a euphonious theater accent, "Whoa whoa whoa! Who's coming? You report your name. I never die nameless under my sword." The visitor muttered. Quite a speech. Immediately afterward, he immediately took his stance and spoke. "I am Hong Huiran of the Qing sect, and I have come today to take the lives of the 2 of you." Lin Yuan put one hand behind his back and said in a cold voice, "Do you know who I am?" Hong Huiran sniffed and looked at Lin Yuan with gloomy eyes. Could it be that this kid in front of him had been hiding his strength all along? Seeing Hong Huiran's silence, Lin Yuan withdrew his long sword, lifted his robe with one hand, paced back and forth for 2 steps, and then said, "I am the new sacred son of the Acacia sect. My strength is comparable to that of the sacred maiden, and I am known by the Jianghu people as having no rivals among my peers. The thief dares to speak out of turn and also wants to take my life." What a laugh, wahaha! As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, an ancient aura rose up. Feeling that majestic aura, Hong Huiran didn't move and took 2 steps back, then looked at Lin Yuan vigilantly. There seemed to be something odd about this kid. Lin Yuan's heart is secretly happy, just diffused as the river god previously let himself refine a trace of the power of heaven and earth. Although I do not know for what purpose, but now it seems, bluffing is still quite good at it. Seeing Hong Huiran's movements, he immediately spoke out and sneered. "Wah ah! The thief knows he's afraid." Hong Huiran snorted lightly, stroked his chin. Did not exist on the beard. Rampant laughter. "Although I am not talented, but cultivation for many years, has been to the first layer of the Yuanying period. You are only a district Jindan period of the 9th floor. Take even with me to fight." Wah ah! Lin Yuan raised his foot and laughed in anger. "I, heavenly spirit root. I am a 1 in a million supreme genius. The thief is only at the first layer of the Yuaning stage, and he dares to fight with me. So what if it's a heavenly spiritual root?" Hong Huiran snorted. "Today, I'll tell you the truth. A big fist and strong strength is the hard truth." Lin Yuan's eyes flinched as he angrily said, "Thief, you already have a way to take your death. What nonsense! You take a life." As soon as the words left his mouth, Hong Huiran spat and rushed straight towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Hong Huiran, who had suddenly struck out, and angrily cursed. "Kid, you don't speak of martial virtues." Originally, he wanted to rely on the power of heaven and earth to stall for time, but it turned out that Hong Huiran didn't even fall for it. A mere waste at the 9th level of the Jindan stage. "What martial virtues are there to speak with you?" Hong Huiran said and swung out his sword. A thick sword chi was like lightning, chopping at Lin Yuan with a harsh cold light. The clouds are now the moon. Lin Yuan quickly swung his long sword in his hand to meet Hong Huiran. Bang bang! 2 sounds. Violent crashes exploded in front of Lin Yuan. In an instant, Hong Huiran's overwhelming sword chi was torn apart by Lin Yuan's 2 swords. So strong, Lin Yuan let out a dark sigh. Then his figure retreated sharply. But Hong Huiran followed Lin Yuan's footsteps like a shadow. Bam! In a flash, the 2 exchanged dozens of moves. When the 2 of them regained their stance, Lin Yuan felt that his right hand holding the sword was already numb. Just now, although Hong Huiran did not injure himself, the gusts of pain coming out of his tiger's mouth reminded him that nowadays, he had a huge gap with the Yuaning stage. The moment the 2 exchanged hands, Hong Huiran realized that Lin Yuan was merely bluffing, and immediately said contemptuously, "Kid, I've found that you're very good at bragging." After saying that, Hong Huiran slashed his sword again, his sword chi rushing like a meteor, directly smashing into Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan endured the sharp pain in his hand and crossed his sword across his chest. Bang! The sound. In the next second, Lin Yuan's figure fell out fiercely, directly hitting the large tree beside Jiang Qingli. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she slowly opened her eyes and opened her mouth to ask, "How are you doing?" Lin Yuan wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth and said, "Don't worry." After saying that, Lin Yuan once again looked at Hong Huiran and said in a cold voice, "Kid, you forced me to do this." As soon as the words fell, that ancient aura rose steeply. In an instant, Lin Yuan's aura climbed. At the moment, in Hong Huiran's eyes, Lin Yuan was like an overwhelmingly good sword, his aura unrelenting, as if this sword, when swung out, was able to open up the heavens. Hong Huiran took a deep breath, and then his figure flashed, directly rushing towards Lin Yuan. This sword resolutely could not be swung by Lin Yuan, otherwise he felt like he would die. Lin Yuan felt the aura in his body being rapidly drained away, while the aura above the long sword in front of him was becoming more and more astonishing. Looking at Hong Huairen, who was charging forward, Lin Yuan sneered, "Want to stop me now? It's too late." A sword breaks the sky. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan swung out his sword. A sword chi as thin as a hair slowly floated towards Hong Huairen. The speed of this sword chi was slow, so slow that Hong Huairen felt that he was able to casually dodge the sword, but after a few moments, he panicked a bit, because he realized that no matter how his figure changed, the sword chi was right in front of him. Hong Huairen swallowed his saliva, then lightly shouted, "Fight!" As soon as the words fell, Hong Huairen chopped at the sword chi in front of him with his longsword in hand. Wow! The long sword in Hong Huairen's hand instantly broke into pieces and floated in the air, and that sword chi was crashed by Hong Huairen. Put! Hong Huairen spat out a mouthful of blood, but his figure remained stopped in place, not retreating a step. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh and secretly whispered in his heart, "It's true that he still can't cross the ranks to kill the enemy." Hong Huairen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sinisterly, "Kid, what other killing moves do you have? Feel free to make them." The reason why he had spoken out of turn was because Hong Huairen had already seen that the aura in Lin Yuan's body had already been depleted, and that he could no longer execute a shocking killing move like the one that was so powerful just now. Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Jiang Qingli. "Hurry up. I feel like I can't hold on much longer." Jiang Qingli's eyes were tightly closed, but from the slightly wrinkled willow eyebrows it was also evident that she was actually anxious in her heart. Seeing that Jiang Qingli was silent, Lin Yuan knew that he still needed to drag himself out for a while. He spat out the blood foam in his mouth, and said in a cold voice, "Hong Huairen, since you still want to try, then I will do as you wish." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a handful of qi replenishing pills from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth, then frantically urged his dantian to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth reappeared, and Lin Yuan snorted coldly as he swung out another sword. Hong Huairen instantly panicked a little. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to be able to wield such a sword. Looking at the sword chi in front of him, Hong Huairen hurriedly took out a long sword from his storage ring and once again chopped with all his might. Then this sword chi was nothing more than a bluff. The moment it came into contact with Hong Huairen's long sword, the sword chi was transformed into fragments and scattered between heaven and earth. Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. Then his body went limp and he sat down on the ground. He had done his best. Seeing this, Hong Huairen burst into another rampant laughter and slowly stepped forward, closing in on the two Lin Yuan. "Ha ha, kid, isn't it too much to hold up? Just a Jindan stage waste? How dare you pretend with me? What qualifications do you have to pretend with me?" Chapter 74, Blood Melting Pill. Lin Yuan sat paralyzed on the ground, his face incomparably pale. At this moment, the aura in his body was already 1 out of 10. If Jiang Qingli hadn't succeeded in refining the ice spirit jade grass, then the two of them would really be the fish and meat on Hong Huairen's plate. "How's it going?" Looking at Hong Huairen, who was pressing forward step by step, Lin Yuan transmitted his voice. Jiang Qingli's willow brows knitted slightly. "It's still a bit short." Lin Yuan sighed and said helplessly, "Fine, then we can only fight." After saying that, Lin Yuan took out a dozen bottles and jars from his storage ring and placed them one by one in front of him. "Ha!" Hong Huairen let out a light laugh. "Want to fight for your life?" In Hong Huairen's impression, there was no elixir that could instantly restore the aura in his body, so after Lin Yuan took out the elixir from his storage ring, he didn't take any further action. Because in Hong Huairen's opinion, at this moment, Lin Yuan's actions were nothing more than a struggle before dying. "I'll give you that chance." Hong Huairen sneered. Lin Yuan took out a blood-red elixir from the Dan bottle and placed it in his palm. Then he looked at Hong Huairen and grinned. "Thank you for giving me this opportunity." As soon as the words fell, the elixir was snapped into Lin Yuan's mouth. Blood melting pill. The pill obtained at the River God Temple back then. Taking the blood melting pill could stimulate the power of qi and blood in the body. And even if one was seriously injured, one could recover the strongest state in a short period of time. But the side effects of taking this elixir are also great. Once the blood melting pill was taken, it would burn the essence blood in the body, and in severe cases, it would even injure the fundamentals. When he was in Jingzhou City, Lu Cicada was using the method of burning his essence blood to fend off the black demon old ghost. But at this time, the situation was different. Facing Hong Huairen, Lin Yuan didn't need to fight for his life yet. Having this blood melting pill was enough to stall Hong Huairen. After taking the blood melting pill, Lin Yuan felt as if a blazing fire was slowly entering his abdomen. In an instant, a majestic blood chi surged through Lin Yuan's body, and the depleted dantian rotated crazily as blood-colored aura surged into the dantian like a tidal wave. After a moment, Lin Yuan then slowly stood up. At this moment, His eyes were covered in blood, and his mouth was huffing and puffing. Clenching his fist, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. It seems to have gotten stronger. Feeling the changes in Lin Yuan's body, Han Huiran remained calm and composed as he looked at Lin Yuan and sneered. Burning the essence blood in your body to forcefully restore your strength? You want to defeat me with such unimpressive means? You've looked down on me too much. You won't know if you try. Lin Yuan looked at Han Huiran and smiled morosely, revealing his white teeth. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan forcefully urged the trace of heaven and earth power within his body, causing it to infuse into the longsword in his hand. Feeling that ancient aura again, Han Huiran snorted coldly. Trying to use this trick again? You think I will still give you a chance? After saying that, Han Huiran rushed straight towards Lin Yuan, wanting to interrupt him. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of teasing as he softly said, "It's already too late." Just at the moment when the long sword in Han Huiran's hand was about to stab Lin Yuan's figure flickered, directly dodging to Han Huiran's right side. Do you think that after I burn my essence blood, I'm still at the 9th level of the Jindan stage? Lin Yuan sneered. Then, he violently urged the aura in his body. Soon, the blood-colored aura along with the power of heaven and earth madly surged into the longsword, and the sword body immediately trembled, and an invisible and palpitatingly terrifying power overflowed with it. Han Huiran's pupils shrunk and his body turned sharply, about to escape. This sword's power was much greater than the initial sword. If one really had to take this sword hard, one would definitely die without a body. But where would Lin Yuan give him another chance? Just as Han Huiran turned around, this sword chopped out. Feeling the terrifying force behind him, Han Huiran's figure didn't stop, and he shouted under his breath, "Lin Yuan, spare my life. All of this is because Mu Chuyen ordered me to do so." Lin Yuan said contemptuously, "Begging for mercy?" Han Huiran's voice trembled. "Please let me go. I was forced to do this. If I don't do this, Mu Chuyen will kill me." Lin Yuan grinned and said morosely, "Begging for forgiveness also counts as time oh." As soon as the words fell, the blood-colored sword chi directly drilled into Han Huiran's back. With a pfft sound, Han Huiran instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist, dyeing the grass on the ground red. After doing this, Lin Yuan directly lay on the ground without any image, panting heavily. Looking at the azure sky, Lin Yuan muttered and whispered, "Crossing the ranks to counterkill. It's just that the cost is a bit big." Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the way he had replenished Lu Cicada's essence blood in his body, and he didn't know if this method could still be used. Just then, a cool face suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's line of sight. Alive? Zhang Changli bent down to look at Lin Yuan, who was lying on the ground with a big grin, her long shawl hair hanging directly to the tip of Lin Yuan's nose. Lin Yuan laughed bitterly. "Not far from death." Zhang Qingli smoothed the ends of her hair and said softly, "It's fine if you're not dead. Back then, Lu Cicada burned her essence blood to save my life, and now you're doing the same. I really don't know how to repay you two for saving my life." Lin Yuan forced himself to sit up and spoke. "Repayment is unnecessary. You should still help me find Lu Cicada first." Now that most of the essence blood in his body had been burned, Lin Yuan desperately needed to replenish it. Jiang Qingli frowned and said softly, "Although I don't have any spirit medicine that can replenish the essence and blood in your body, there is one in this courtyard. Borrowing flowers is not bad. I just don't know who owns this yard. There's no way to thank them in person." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Worthy of being the sacred maiden of the Weiyang Palace, putting shamelessness in such a refreshing way. Same to each other." Jiang Qingli snorted coldly, then dug into the medicinal field to select spirit medicines for Lin Yuan. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, and it was definitely Lu Cicada who had disappeared for a long time. Seeing Lin Yuan sitting on the ground, Lu Cicada hurriedly pounced over and hugged Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, how are you?" Watching, Lin Yuan also took a long breath and leaned on Lu Cicada's shoulder and said softly, "I'm fine. It's just that there's too much consumption of essence and blood in my body." Lu Cicada nodded at her words, then looked at Jiang Qingli again and asked, "Jiang Qingli, what happened? Why did you suddenly recover while my man was injured like this?" Jiang Qingli was busy gathering spiritual medicines and said without looking back, "Lin Yuan saved me. I owe Lin Yuan my life." "All right," Lu Cicada sniffed, then nodded in satisfaction. A few moments later, Jiang Qingli handed it over with the 1,000-year-old purple lingji in her hand and said softly, "Replenish your man's essence and blood." Lu Cicada looked at the purple lingji and marveled. Using this to replenish the essence and blood in the body, isn't this a waste? She also knew the effects of the purple lingji. It was only replenishing the essence blood. Using the purple lingji was simply a waste to the extreme. Jiang Qingli's beautiful eyes rolled over. Some surprised to look at Lu Cicada just now also said that his own man, how a turn of the eye a spiritual medicine are not willing to use. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was eyeing the purple Lingji. He still wanted to taste the flavor of this 1,000-year-old purple Lingji, but at this moment, Lu Cicada Yi waved her hand and explained, I have a way to help Lin Yuan restore the essence blood in his body, so there's no need to waste this elixir. Ah! Lin Yuan let out a cry of surprise, followed by Lu Cicada Yi dragging him into the house. When Jiang Qingli saw this, she suddenly remembered the scene at the Iron Gateway, and a bright red color flew on her face, and she spat at the door of the room before leaving the small courtyard. Chapter 75, Yuanying Stage. Returning to the tree at the entrance, Jiang Qingli continued to refine the residual elixir in her body, and since she was in a hurry to settle Hong Huiren just now, Jiang Qingli ended her meditation after her body had recovered just a little bit. Nowadays, there were still 7 or 8/10 of the spirit medicine remaining in her body, and if she could refine all of them, it was estimated that her cultivation could reach the 6th level of the Yuanying stage. The other side. After Lu Cicada Yi dragged Lin Yuan into the room, there was a loud noise. Lu Cicada Yi, put me down. The ground is dirty. Lu Cicada Yi frowned. Of course I know the ground is dirty. It's not cleaned up yet. You're using me as a broom? Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada Yi with some incredulity. Is this a fated feeling? Or do you not love her anymore? Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi hurriedly comforted. Don't worry. I have your clothes in my storage ring. I'll give you a new one in a while. Lin Yuan. After a moment, Lin Yuan spoke. Lu Cicada Yi, I want to try the efficacy of the 1,000-year purple Lingji. You're trying my ass. It's a waste to use it for you. Lu Cicada Yi, be a man. Lin Yuan said with dissatisfaction. Lu Cicada Yi smiled charmingly and said word for word. Good boy. Be obedient. This injury of yours is not enough to eat purple Lingji. Lin Yuan lay down on the already clean floor and said softly, just a dime. You can at least let me taste the flavor. Lu Cicada Yi licked her rosy lips and softly said, don't shout. My mind is made up. Seeing Lu Cicada Yi's indifference, Lin Yuan said hysterically, Demoness, I'll fight you. Outside the door of the room, Jiang Qingli's willow brows knitted slightly. If it wasn't for the fact that these two bastards had saved her life, she would have torn the house down right now and dragged the two of them over to beat them up. What an outrage! To say some filthy words to disturb her purification. Early the next morning, the sun was rising, the sky was clearing, and the sunlight was spreading out like a tidal wave. The door to the room that had been closed tightly all night was finally pushed slowly open. So this is the Yuanying stage? It feels so good. Lin Yuan muttered to himself as he moved his body. Just last night, after the essence blood in Lin Yuan's body was restored, his cultivation had even skyrocketed, directly breaking through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage and stepping into the Yuanying stage. However, now that he was in the secret realm, he couldn't waste any time. Otherwise Lin Yuan would have chosen today to condense his Yuanying. Behind him, Lu Cicada Yi's face was flushed and equally radiant, and not the slightest hint of fatigue could be seen on her face. It was as if a night of drudgery had become a habit. Last night, on the occasion of Lin Yuan's breakthrough, Lu Cicada Yi was equally benefited. When the power of heaven and earth shuttled back and forth between their bodies, it also gave her a lot of insights. And now that the bottleneck at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage had a crack in it, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for her to be able to make a smooth breakthrough as well. Overnight, Lin Yuan was alive and kicking again. Appearing in front of her eyes, Jiang Qingli was immediately stunned. When he was at the Iron Gate Pass, Lin Yuan restored the essence and blood for Lu Cicada Yi. Now it was Lu Cicada Yi's turn to treat Lin Yuan, and the effect was surprisingly better. Just also overnight, not only did all the essence and blood in Lin Yuan's body recover, even his cultivation broke through to the Yuanying stage. Could it be that the acacia sex technique was really this amazing? Thinking of this, a seed of curiosity was planted in Jiang Qingli's heart, quietly taking root and sprouting. Seeing Jiang Qingli, who was full of surprise, Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and laughed. Isn't it envious? Why don't you think about it and come to our acacia sect? I'll have Lu Cicada Yi tell the patriarch that it wouldn't be impossible for the acacia sect to add another holy maiden, and then the two of you will be on equal footing. Jiang Qingli immediately raised her willow eyebrows and said in a cold voice, get lost. Lin Yuan skimmed his mouth and lightly hummed. It's really out of character for a holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace to speak vulgar words. Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and said, that's it, it's out of character. Jiang Qingli didn't have a good mood. Hurry up and go look for the others. Because you too. We have already wasted a night. It's fine for you to find it yourself. You have to wait for the two of us? Lin Yuan muttered in a small voice. Jiang Qingli sniffed. A burst of anger not. If it is not afraid of someone to disturb the two themselves, how would they guard the door all night? If I had known that Lin Yuan this said so, I should have left earlier. When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, she pounded her fist on Lin Yuan's head and huffed. How can you talk to Sister Changli? Lin Yuan immediately grimaced in pain. Lu Cicada was really too violent at times. He suspected that Lu Cicada had used her aura when she whacked him. Lu Cicada gave a light humph, looked at Jiang Qingli, and said with a delicate smile, "Lax tutelage," making Sister Qingli laugh. Jiang Qingli laughed and said conspiratorially, "Sister Cicada, you must keep a good eye on your family's Lin Yuan. As the old saying goes, all men are 3 days old. Don't wait for Cicada sister to want to take charge. It's already too late." Lu Cicada waved her hand and laughed lightly. "Don't worry, even if he has that heart, I'll make him not have that strength." Lin Yuan sniffed a tiger's torso shook. Eyes unkindly looked at Lu Cicada. "What do you mean by lax tutelage? I, the son of the Lin family of Fengzhou City, have had strict tutelage since I was a child, and I need you, a woman's family, to discipline me?" Thinking of here, Lin Yuan looked commiserating, as if the city of Fengzhou has no Lin family industry, then his own Lin family son is not also exist in name. After a moment of silence, Lu Cicada softly said, "All right, we've wasted enough time. Hurry up and find the others." Jiang Qingli nodded, then took out 2 jade boxes from her storage ring and handed them to Lu Cicada explaining, "I've already collected all the spiritual herbs in the courtyard and divided them into 3, one for each of the 3 of us." When Lu Cicada heard this, she hurriedly waved her hand and said, "You and Lin Yuan both discovered this. You two can just share it equally. Don't worry about mine." At first, after all, it was Jiang Qingli and his duo who came here first. She was just the later, and it was a bit inappropriate for her to get a share of the elixir again. Jiang Qingli sighed and said softly, "Take it. From the old black demon ghost to now, both of you have saved my life. I don't even know how to repay this saving grace. Even if this elixir is too precious, can it be as valuable as my life? Just take it, okay?" Seeing that Jiang Qingli repeatedly insisted, Lu Cicada no longer pushed back and obediently took the jade box. Chapter 76, Clouds from the 8 Directions. After Lu Cicada received the jade box, Jiang Qingli spoke. "The purple spirit condensation in the box is especially suitable for cultivators who are new to the yuaning stage. Now that this purple spirit condensation dew has just been collected, it's the time when the medicinal effect is at its best. And isn't Lin Yuan at the beginning of his yuaning stage? Why don't we just let him condense his yuaning here? As for the others, the 2 of us will just go and look for them." When Lu Cicada heard this, she quickly opened one of the jade boxes and threw a piece of purple spirit grass to Lin Yuan, saying in a conspiratorial manner, "Hurry up and refine the spirit medicine. You must not let down Sister Qingli's heart for you." Jiang Qingli frowned and hurriedly explained, "Lin Yuan has saved my life well. It's only right for me to help him." Lu Cicada laughed and said softly, "Sister Qingli doesn't need to explain anything. I will naturally look after my man." Jiang Qingli's willow brows furrowed when she heard this. Lu Cicada seemed to have misunderstood something. However, looking at Lu Cicada's appearance, she knew that it was no longer useful for her to explain anything else. She then sighed and slowly walked out. Seems like a bit of a picture to myself. Caught between the 2 women, Lin Yuan was also in a difficult position. To be honest, Jiang Qingli was also well-intentioned, and Lin Yuan wasn't sure what kind of flying jealousy Lu Cicada was eating, but if he spoke for Jiang Qingli now, he would inevitably suffer a beating. At this moment, the headache faintly coming from his head told Lin Yuan that Lu Cicada was horrible when she was unhappy. So for the sake of his own safety, Lin Yuan could only silently accept the purple spirit condensed dew, and then look down with his eyes and nose, counting ants with his head down and doing nothing. After Jiang Qingli walked out of the small courtyard, Lu Cicada slowly turned around and gently straightened Lin Yuan's not-so-messy clothes. "In a moment, I'll go out with Jiang Qingli to look for the other disciples of the sect, so you obediently stay here and condense your yuaning, okay?" Lin Yuan just wanted to nod. Lu Cicada suddenly tugged on his collar and pulled Lin Yuan into her arms, gritting her silver teeth and lowering her voice. "You stay here obediently, do you hear me? If you dare to womanize again, I'll suck you dry." "I didn't," Lin Yuan said helplessly. Lu Cicada said viciously, "You have to believe in a woman's horrible sixth sense. Jiang Qingli definitely means that much to you." As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Cicada left in large strides, hastily catching up with Jiang Qingli's footsteps. Looking at the silhouettes of the 2, Lin Yuan was speechless for a while. He wasn't sure if a woman's sixth sense was accurate or not, but a woman who had overturned her jealousy was indeed terrifying. And as far as Jiang Qingli's kind of ice cube is concerned, she doesn't even want it when she's pouring it to herself, let alone taking the initiative to mess with her. However, just a moment after the 2 of them stepped out of the courtyard door, the originally tranquil sky suddenly let out a deafening roar. The ground underneath the 3 people's feet trembled. Immediately afterward, a dazzling, milky white shockwave whistled from the distant sky in a lightning-fast manner. Wherever it passed, Even the white clouds in the sky were torn to pieces. What happened? Jiang Qingli paused and exclaimed. Lu Cicada Yi's willow brows frowned slightly as she looked at the flickering shockwave in the sky and said in a deep voice, "It should be an ancient relic that has appeared." Lin Yuan also rushed over it this time and suggested to the two women, "Why don't we go over there first?" Lu Cicada Yi shook her head and said, "No, you continue to condense your yuaning. Jiang Qingli and I will just go over and take a look. But, don't worry," Lu Cicada Yi softly consoled. "The two of us are now infinitely close to the 6th level of the yuaning stage. So even if we encountered someone from the Qingyan sect, we would be able to retreat in one piece. The most important thing you should do now is to condense your yuaning and raise your strength. Otherwise you'll be at a disadvantage in battle once you meet a yuaning stage cultivator." Lin Yuan sniffed and nodded somewhat helplessly. His cultivation was still too weak. The other side. After the roar that resounded through the sky spread throughout Mount Xinyu, Mu Chuyen, who had been chasing after Lin Yuan and the others, also stopped moving. Seeing this, one of Mu Chuyen's lickspittles from the Green Cloud sect hurriedly came to Mu Chuyen's side and said attentively, "Senior Sister Mu, it should be the ancient relics appearing. Why don't we go and take a look at it first? There are surely treasures inside." A few other disciples heard this and hurriedly agreed. "Senior Sister Mu, let's go and take a look first. It's impossible to say that this commotion is caused by someone from the Acacia sect. When we get there, it'll be just in time to get them all." Another person hurriedly said, "I think Senior Brotherly is right. And we've already gotten separated from all those brothers and sisters of the clan. So maybe they'll all rush over after seeing this scene." When a group of brothers and sisters gather, taking down those people from the Acacia sect won't be a breeze. When the time comes, not only will we be able to avenge Senior Sister Mu, but we'll also be able to take the treasures and the relics for ourselves. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Mu Chuyen felt that the crowd had a point, and after a moment of contemplation, she slowly nodded her head. Far beyond Mount Xinyu, the group of disciples from the Dao sect led by Shang Su and the people from the Xin Tian sect were also entangled together for the sake of a few elixirs, and the two sides fought as if they were in full swing, with the battle about to enter white heat. And this loud bang from Mount Xinyu directly caused these two groups of people to instantly separate. Shang Su looked at Mount Xinyu and shouted to the saint son of the Xin Tian sect, "Chen Xian, now that the relics have appeared, how much longer do we have to continue fighting over a few elixirs? You should think it over. Don't lose a lot of money for a small cause." Chen Xian's face was grave as he pondered for a while. Then he coldly grunted, "I'll let you guys off the hook today. We'll continue the fight after we enter the secret realm." Shang Xian spread his hands and laughed softly. "Do you really think that your Xin Tian sect is certain of my Dao sect?" When Chen Xian heard this, he ignored Shang Xian and turned to the Xian Heavenly Sect's group of disciples and commanded, "Let's go." After the Xian Tian sect's people left, Shang Xian collected a few spirit medicines in the dense forest before slowly saying, "Rest in place for a few moments. We'll go over later." The youngest senior sister beside Shang Su heard this and said with some anxiety, "Senior brother, the relics have appeared. Do we still have to wait? Don't go there late and not see any benefits." "Don't worry." Shang Su leaned against a big crooked tree and lazily said, "Wouldn't it be better to let them fight to the death first, and then we'll go and pick up the advantage?" The little girl cocked her head in thought and slowly nodded. "It seems to make sense." Shang Su rolled his eyes and said confidently, "That's a must. Everything is under my control." Chapter 77, Seeing Mu Chuyen. When the wisp of shockwave slowly crossed the sky above the river god's temple, the river god, who had been caught in a deep slumber, snapped his eyes open. Her eyes looked deep into the glazed tiles of the river god temple's main hall and muttered and whispered, "You, who told you to go to Mount Xinyu? Didn't know there was a on the side there." The river god's words grew lower and lower, then disappeared. After a moment of contemplation, the river god sat up with strong support and said anxiously to the Harmony sect disciple beside him, "Wenju, quickly help me up." Xiao Wenju sniffed and said with some surprise, "Sister Envy Fish, your body hasn't recovered yet. You should be recuperating now." The river god directly rolled over and got out of bed, his mouth bursting into foul language. "I'm recuperating my ass. If I recuperate anymore, Lin Yuan and the others will be dead. Senior Sister Lu and the others are in danger?" Xiao Wenju was stunned. The river god's face was gloomy. "It's dangerous. That's why we should go help them." But Xiao Wenju was a bit hesitant. After all, Senior Sister Lu's crowd was strong and powerful. If even they couldn't solve the dangers, what could their own group plus a sickly man do if they went? Going to help? No buts. The river god said anxiously, "Hurry up and take me there. Any later and you'll be ready to go over and collect their corpses." "Okay," Xiao Wenju answered, then greeted the crowd and hurriedly led Lin Xianyu to Mount Xinyu. When Lu Cicada Yi and Jiang Qingli arrived at the place where the loud noise from Mount Xinyu was heard, Many people had already gathered around them. At the summit of Mount Jinyu, a crack of hundreds of feet split open, and the gloomy wind roared and whistled out as if it was going to tear people apart and devour them. In the middle of the crack, a jade cave that looked like a fairyland was slowly rising. A milky white shroud of light enveloped the cave, and under the sun's illumination, it glowed with a crystal clear light, as if it was the most brilliant gemstone in the heavens and earth. After hearing the loud noise, Su Xiaoxiao and Fong Painting Ping, who were scattered with the crowd, also rushed here. After seeing Lu Cicada E and the two of them, they immediately ran over excitedly. Senior Sister Lu, are you guys alright? Su Xiaoxiao asked hurriedly. Lu Cicada E rubbed Su Xiaoxiao's head and doted on her. Just as long as you guys are fine. When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately spun around in place, and then pointed at the group of Acacia sect disciples, and laughed daintily. Don't worry, Senior Sister, we're all fine. That's good. On the side, Fong Painting Ping was looking at Zhang Qingli with surprise, not expecting that in one night, the seriously injured Senior Sister had been completely healed, and her cultivation seemed to be about to break through. Noticing Fong Painting Ping's eyes, Zhang Qingli softly explained, I got some spiritual medicines in a blessed land. Not only are all my injuries healed, even my cultivation is about to break through to the 6th level of the Yuanying stage. That's wonderful. A trace of surprise flashed across Fong Painting Ping's face. Of course. Zhang Qingli nodded and continued. I still have a few more ice spirit jade herbs in my hand, so when we return to the sect, you will all take some as well, and your cultivation will definitely be able to go to the next level by then. Thank you, Senior Sister. Right at this moment, Lu Cicada E suddenly interrupted the conversation between the two and said softly, there are more and more people. We should think of a countermeasure as well. Zhang Qingli nodded, then swept around with a grave expression on her face. Initially, it should have been the disciples of the Acacia sect, the Weiyang Palace and the Qingyun sect who were the first to arrive at Mount Jinyu. But now the commotion of this ancient cave coming out was so great that it directly attracted all the sects that were in the vicinity of Mount Jinyu. He had thought that he only needed to deal with the Qingyun sect, but now the scene at Jinyu Mountain was just too complicated, and Zhang Qingli should not have been able to do anything right for a while. Noticing Zhang Qingli's expression, Lu Cicada E quietly transmitted her voice. What we need to do now is to wait and see what happens. You should hurry up and gather the disciples within the sect. As long as we have enough numbers, we'll have an advantage. No problem. Zhang Qingli sniffed and nodded. Just as the two of them were transmitting their voices, several wind-breaking sounds came whistling. Immediately after that, Mu Chuyan slowly landed in front of the two of them with a few Green Cloud sect disciples. Lu Cicada Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust, then she transmitted her voice to Zhang Qingli. Now that our two cultivation levels are higher than Mu Chuyan's, why don't we take advantage of the fact that the disciples of the Qingyun sect haven't yet all assembled, and let's make our move ahead of time, and finish off Mu Chuyan. Zhang Qingli let out a cold snort. Her eyes looked at Mu Chuyan with icy coldness, and spoke, that's exactly what I want to do. I want to avenge the sisters of my Weiyang Palace. While the two were discussing, Mu Chuyan's line of sight also looked at the two. Looking at Zhang Qingli who had recovered from her serious injuries, Mu Chuyan sneered. Yo, isn't this the holy maiden of Weiyang Palace? Looks like she's in good spirits. Oops, I remembered. The holy maiden lord has recovered from all her injuries and is not the same holy maiden who left her senior sisters to escape alone. When Zhang Qingli heard this, her face instantly turned iron blue, and her fingers holding the long sword turned white due to the excessive force. Seeing this, Lu Cicada E sarcastically said, the Qingyun sect is really getting more and more lost, to the extent that they chose a loser who was defeated by a single move to lead the team. I really don't know if there's no one left in the Green Cloud sect, or if certain people are doing some unseemly skin-deep business so that they can lead the team. When Mu Chuyan heard this, her face changed and she looked at Lu Cicada E and said sinisterly, Lu Cicada E, are you looking for death? Lu Cicada E laughed, holding his shoulders and teasingly said, I don't know if I'm looking for death or not, but I'm certainly not going to be killed in a second with a single move. Lu Cicada E. Mu Chuyan's silver teeth clenched as the long sword in her hand buzzed. What's the point of shouting at your mother? As soon as the words fell out of her mouth, Lu Cicada E patted her red lips, and then spat twice, somewhat regretting. Blah blah blah. My words were wrong. I'm sick of being your mother. Mu Chuyan finally couldn't bear it anymore. She didn't expect Lu Cicada E's mouth to be even more exasperating than Lin Yuan's. She let out a furious cry and directly sheathed her long sword, rushing towards Lu Cicada E with a stern and incomparable aura. Lu Cicada E, since you want to die, I'll send you on your way first. In an instant, a thick, blood-colored sword chi flew out amidst Mu Chuyan's waving, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Lu Cicada E. Lu Cicada E laughed at the situation and then met Mu Chuyan with his sword. When the Qingyun sect was outnumbered and strong, Lu Cicada was afraid that the Acacia sect's disciples would not be able to fight back, so she had been choosing to run away. But now without the drag of the Acacia sect's crowd, and only needing to deal with a Mu Chuyen at the 5th level of Yuaning, Lu Cicada was really fearless. Right after Lu Cicada rushed out, Jiang Qingli let out a cold snort and her figure followed closely. There was no reason to let an outsider take revenge on the unseen palace. This person, in particular, had once been the demoness of the Acacia sect that was often shouted from the mouth of the Weiyang Palace. In an instant, above the cracks of Mount Jinyu, sword light and sword shadows flashed continuously. As for the disciples of the Acacia sect and the Weiyang Palace, after seeing that the holy maidens of both sides had begun to make their moves, they immediately rushed up as well, and a group of people hooted and hollered as they killed the disciples of the Qingyun sect. Chapter 78, Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Both sides of the people and horses at once. The battle circle quickly expanded, directly enveloped the crack dozens of feet in a circle. Just now still waiting for the cave to come out of the crowd instantly ran a clean. They retreated to a safe place, somewhat gloating as they looked at the group from the Acacia sect, the Weiyang Palace, and the Qingyun sect. These three clans were all one of the top behemoths in the Liuzhou continent, and they were also very strong. But now these three clans were killing each other, directly leaving them with three less powerful opponents. When Lu Cicada and Mu Chuyen were entangled in the battle, it was still an indistinguishable battle. But when Jiang Qingli joined the battle, Mu Chuyen was a bit overwhelmed. Soon, she was being beaten back by the two men joining forces. Mu Chuyen's eyes were gloomy. Now that she didn't have the clan's group of disciples to hold her back, she wasn't a match for Lu Cicada's two men at all. If this continues, she'll have to offer a killing move early. But this killing move was prepared for the subsequent fight for the chance. As for the three Lin Yuan, Mu Chuyen had wanted to use the hands of the sex crowd to kill them. Unfortunately, letting a teleportation array ruin her plans. However, if she offered a killing move too early, Mu Chuyen was a bit reluctant. This is not the way to go. Mu Chuyen's thoughts turned sharply. Then she let out a cold snort and shouted at Lu Cicada and the two of them. This is not fair. What kind of ability is it for more people to bully fewer people? If you have the ability, let's go one-on-one. Jiang Qingli's eyes narrowed slightly. She had exactly that intention. To avenge the sisters of the Weiyang Palace, she alone was enough. Lu Cicada, you withdraw from the battle. I'll come alone. Lu Cicada couldn't help but hold her forehead. Jiang Qingli was afraid that she was sick in the head. In the beginning, the Qingyun sect was not relying on its strength, so it would not hesitate to take action against the Weiyang Palace. Now that Mu Chuyen and the Qingyun sect are weak, it is the right time to finish them off. What is there to say about fairness at this time? Only the weak will ask for fairness. And the current situation was obvious. Mu Chuyen was the weakling who was about to lose the battle. You're crazy. Hurry up and finish her off. The cave is going to be revealed in a while. Let's not use up too much aura. Lu Cicada hurriedly discouraged. Jiang Qingli shook her head and said obstinately, don't you care? This is a grudge between me and Mu Chuyen. Lu Cicada was speechless to the extreme. The reason why Jiang Qingli had a grudge against Mu Chuyen wasn't because of that matter of Lin Yuan withdrawing from the marriage. After entering the secret realm, Mu Chuyen had fought against the people of the Weiyang Palace just for this matter. And now that it was time for revenge, Jiang Qingli even wanted to stand by and watch by herself. If this can be tolerated, what can't be tolerated? Seeing that Lu Cicada remained unmoved, Jiang Qingli urged, Lu Cicada hurry and go away. I'm not leaving. Lu Cicada said obstinately. Suddenly, after Mu Chuyen's licking dog saw the scene, it hurriedly got rid of the crowd and rushed over. Senior sister Mu, let me help you. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli lightly grunted. I'll leave that man to you. You help me block him. Yes. Lu Cicada nodded slightly and then rushed towards the incoming person. After waiting for Lu Cicada to break away from the battle, Jiang Qingli looked at Mu Chuyen with cold eyes, crossed her sword in front of her chest, and said softly, although I don't know why your cultivation has risen to such a fast level, I'm going to tell you today that without the Qingyun sect, you're nothing more than a piece of trash in my eyes. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Qingli chanted, Tai Qing Xian Gong. Immediately afterward, a pale green aura swept out with a bone-piercing coldness that surged out crazily. Behind Jiang Qingli, a godlike shadow slowly emerged. The shadow was 3 feet tall, with a 7 to 8% resemblance to Jiang Qingli, and the one person and one shadow moved in unison, their long swords stabbing straight up and rushing towards Mu Chuyen. Mu Chuyen let out a light snort as her figure flickered away, heading straight for Jiang Qingli. You're alone. You think I'm afraid of you? Before Mu Chuyen's words fell, the two of them ruthlessly collided together. After a long time, a man suddenly shouted, the cave is out. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the crowd that had been spectating looked towards the cave with fiery eyes. their bodies tensed and poised. There was a sudden haze of light above the crack, and the jade cave was suspended in mid-air, finally stopping its ascent. Boom! The Xinyu mountain under the feet of the crowd began to vibrate, followed by the crack that slowly began to close. In just a moment's time, the crack disappeared into thin air, and the jade cave even slowly fell back to the ground. Xinyu Immortal Mansion. Looking at the plaque above the cave, the crowd swallowed hard and their eyes flashed with a hint of greed. The owner of this cave mansion has such a big mouth that he even named it the Immortal Mansion. Could this be an immortal's cave? It shouldn't. Are there fairies in this world? Mu Chuyan also heard the surrounding voices of discussion and hurriedly dodged to avoid Jiang Qingli's sword, her figure retreating sharply away from Jiang Qingli. Now there is the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect joining hands. Although the Qingyun sect is strong but also some power is not enough. She clenched her silver teeth, looked at Lu Cicada two people, then rushed to the Qingyun sect. A group of disciples shouted, "Don't fight! Go to the Immortal Mansion first." Seeing this, Lu Cicada immediately spoke out and sneered, "Mu Chuyan, run my ass, if you have the ability to fight with me for 300 rounds. But Mu Chuyan simply ignored Lu Cicada's mockery. Her figure flickered away and rushed straight towards the Qingyu Immortal Mansion that had just appeared. As the milky white light shield shifted vainly, the figures of the Qingyun sect's people quickly disappeared from sight. And after Mu Chuyan and his group went in, the clans that were watching from the surrounding area couldn't hold back their temper and followed closely behind them. Jiang Qingli's willow brows knitted slightly, and with a cold snort she was about to chase after them. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly pulled Jiang Qingli back and dissuaded her. "Sister, don't be impulsive." Jiang Qingli shook off Lu Cicada's hand and said in a cold voice, "Let go of me." Lu Cicada sighed and said helplessly, "It's obviously unwise for you to rush in now. Aren't you afraid that Mu Chuyan will hide at the door and shade you? Afraid?" Jiang Qingli raised her eyebrows and said disdainfully, "Without the disciples of the Qingyun sect to help her, she's just a piece of trash in my eyes." "Good." Lu Cicada stretched out her thumbs and praised. "You're good all right." Jiang Qingli impatiently said, "You hurry up and let go of me." Just then, a sound of breaking wind came, followed by Lin Yuan's figure appearing in front of the two. "What's going on?" Looking at the two people who were pulling and tugging, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked. Lu Cicada sighed helplessly and explained. "Mu Chuyan and the disciples of the Qingyun sect have already rushed into this Qingyu Immortal Mansion, and Jiang Qingli wanted to chase after them to finish off Mu Chuyan. I'm worried that Mu Chuyan will pull a dirty trick at the entrance of the Immortal Mansion, so I don't want to let her in." Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and mused for a moment. "That makes sense. It really isn't wise to rush in like this." Jiang Qingli grunted coldly. "Worthy of being two people, they all talk in the same tone. This is for your own good. What if Mu Chuyan really shaded you?" Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan's words changed, and he said in a deep voice, "However, it's not fine for the three of us to go in together. Even if Mu Chuyan's cultivation is high, I don't believe she can take out all three of us at once." Lu Cicada pondered for a moment, then said to Su Xiao Xiao, "Xiao Xiao, you stand guard at the entrance, and the few of us will go in first." "Okay, sister." After Lu Cicada said that, she let go of Jiang Qingli's arm and said, "Let's go. I won't stop you this time." Lin Yuan lightly drank and rushed in ahead of the others. Chapter 79, Qingyu Immortal Mansion 2. After Lin Yuan drilled into the milky white light shield, the light shield rippled for a moment before returning to calm. Entering the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, Lin Yuan immediately looked around vigilantly. Fortunately, Mu Chuyan didn't have a sneak attack in mind, and the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion was quiet at the moment. After a few moments, Lu Cicada and the two of them also appeared beside Lin Yuan one after another, and after seeing that Lin Yuan was the only one, Jiang Qingli hurriedly inquired, "Where is everyone?" Lin Yuan spread his hands and said softly, "I didn't see it. It came in and disappeared." "What? To let Mu Chuyan run away?" Jiang Qingli is slightly huffy. If it wasn't for Lu Cicada and the two of them stopping themselves just now, how could they have let Mu Chuyan run away? Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly consoled. "Don't worry, everyone is in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. We'll be able to meet her sooner or later." Lu Cicada also nodded in agreement and said softly, "Since the entrance is safe, why don't we let Xiao Xiao and the girls come in as well?" But when Lu Cicada turned back, immediately stayed on the spot, just entered the Immortal Mansion of the doorway unexpectedly disappeared, replaced by a light green stone wall. "Where's the door?" Lu Cicada exclaimed. Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly walked towards the stone wall. His hand was cold and there was not a bit of a ray fluctuation. It seemed to be really a stone wall. Lu Cicada lamented. "This seems to be another teleportation array. Are the people in this secret realm sick? So fond of setting up teleportation arrays?" Jiang Qingli grunted softly. "If you're here, you're here. Since we're all in, why don't we take a look around the Immortal Mansion first?" And if we can run into Mu Chuyen as well. Lin Yuan nodded and then began to survey the Qingyu immortal mansion. The first thing that caught his eye was a huge green stone square, in the center of which towered 12 lofty white jade pillars. Each of these stone pillars is as high as tens of zhang, with a diameter of about several people embracing, and its texture is as warm as jade, emitting a bright luster. Above the stone pillars, the whole body was carved with dragons and phoenixes, appearing to be incomparably magnificent. Behind the stone pillars, there was a glorious palace. This Qingyu immortal mansion is actually a blessed land. Looking at the scene in front of her, Jiang Qingli exclaimed. Lu Cicada Yi's beautiful eyes rolled over as she helplessly said, "Isn't this normal? What's there to shout about? If it dares to call itself an immortal mansion, it must be a bit special. If its interior is pretty much the same as it looks on the outside, and it's only as big as a fart, what else would it be called an immortal mansion? You're looking for a fight, aren't you?" Jiang Qingli clenched her silver teeth. What I said was wrong. Lu Cicada Yi lifted her pretty face and said arrogantly. Lin Yuan had a headache and hurriedly said, "Alright, stop arguing. Why are you still harboring a fight?" The two women snorted coldly at the same time and skimmed to the side. This is the blessed land? Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. This was the first time he had entered such a place. Lu Cicada Yi came to Lin Yuan's ear and explained in a low voice. It probably means that this Qingyu immortal mansion has its own heaven and earth within it, and is able to be free from outside influences. That good? Of course. Why else would it be called a blessed place? Lin Yuan nodded and said softly, "Then we must take a good turn. There must be quite a lot of treasures here." Outside the Qingyu immortal mansion, after a few people from the large clans of the Acacia sect and the Qingyan sect took the lead to enter, the other small clans also began to jump in and pour into the Qingyu immortal mansion. Only after very few people were left at the entrance of the Qingyu immortal mansion did the Xian Tian sect, led by Qin Xian, arrive late. Seeing Fong Painting Ping guarding the doorway, Chen Xian quickly stepped forward and inquired, "Fellow Daoist Fong, what is the situation in this Qingyu immortal mansion right now?" After seeing that the visitors were the Xian Tian sect's group, Fong Painting Ping was relieved. After all, the Xian Tian sect had been friends with the Weiyan Palace for generations, and Fong Painting Ping's relationship with Chen Xian was quite alright. Fong Painting Ping nodded and spoke. Right now, those who have entered into the Qingyu immortal mansion, aside from the Qingyun sect, are all small, unheard of sects. When Chen Xian heard this, he said with some doubt, "Then what are you guys guarding here for? Could it be that you're waiting for the Jiang Holy Maiden?" Fong Painting Ping shook her head and explained, "Our senior sister Jiang went in long ago in order to hunt down Mu Chuyen of the Qingyan sect, and along with her, there was also Lu Cicada Yi, the Holy Maiden of the Acacia sect. She told us to stand guard at the entrance to the immortal mansion and wait to receive them." Chen Xian responded, and then his mind raced. Now in this Qingyu immortal mansion, there didn't seem to be many experts. So if all the people in his party went in, wouldn't that mean that all the treasures belonged to him? Thinking of this, Chen Xian hurriedly rushed at the Xian Heavenly Sect disciples with a big wave of his hand and said, "Let's go, we'll go in as well." After the Xian Tian Sect's group of people left, Fong Painting Ping turned her head to look at Su Xiao Xiao and said with some concern, "Although the Xian Tian Sect is on good terms with my Weiyang Palace, I'm afraid that he will have bad intentions in front of the treasures, so why don't I take a group of people in to support senior sister Jiang and the others? The rest of you Acacia sect people just guard the entrance." Su Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and softly said, "How about this? Both clans will draw out a portion of their people to go in, while the rest guard the entrance of the Qingyu immortal mansion. Contact with a sound transmission if anything happens, as well." Fong Painting Ping nodded and then rushed in with the disciples selected by the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect. After another long time, a group of people from the Dao sect arrived slowly under the leadership of Shangshi Su. Shangshi Su didn't seem to be interested in the treasures in the Qingyu immortal mansion, and after arriving at the entrance of the Qingyu immortal mansion, he shouted with a big grin, "Everyone rest in place for an hour, and when we've recuperated, we'll go in again." After arranging the group of disciples, Shangshi Su's eyes glowed as he walked towards the remaining disciples of the Harmony sect guarding the entrance with a kind smile. If it isn't all the fairy sisters of the Acacia sect, it's really better to meet each other by chance. I didn't expect to meet them here. We're really destined to meet each other. When Su Xiaoxiao saw Shangshi Su, she giggled and said, "Brother Shang, you're here again?" "Right," Shangshi Su said, and then automatically sat beside Su Xiaoxiao, and laughed softly. "Fairy Su, isn't it a bit boring after waiting for a long time? Why don't we have a drink and have some fun?" Just then, Shangshi Su's little sister ran over again, the little girl's cheeks puffing out. "Senior brother, we should go in," Shangshi Xian said with a big grin. "Can't you see that elder brother is busy? Something will be said later." "But, alright, there's nothing but, I'm in charge of the Dao sect now. Hurry up and go meditate to recover your aura. After the little girl sulked away, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes looked adoringly at Shang Su, and delicately said, Brother Shang is so manly, that's a must. Chapter 80, Strange Prohibition. After about half an hour, the little girl from the Dao sect ran over again. She had already been staring at Shang Xian for half an hour, and during that time, Shang Xian had been chatting with those demonesses of the Harmony sect, and almost started to cuddle. In defense of her sovereignty, she hurriedly ran over and squeezed into the middle of a group of Acacia sect demonesses, hugging Shang Xian's arm and asking, Senior brother, are we still not going in? Everyone is waiting anxiously. Shang Su gently shrugged off the little girl's arm, took the wine cup in his hand and touched it with Su Xiaoxiao, and after drinking it all, he drunkenly said, What's the hurry? Let them fight first. Wait for them to fight for a bloodbath. We then reap the benefits of fishing. Not better. Before coming, Shang Su's mind had already calculated that he would take the Dao sect's disciples and just block the entrance, and come out one to rob one. Anyway, in the middle of the blessed land, these people would surely have a big fight, while those of them who were waiting for their turn would surely reap a lot of rewards. Thinking of this, Shang Su cannot help but a burst of dark sigh. Their brains are just smart. What is good about fighting and killing? Not as good as robbing to relax and enjoy. Now that there were these Acacia sect's fairy sisters accompanying him, there was even less desire to go to that laborious Qingyu immortal mansion. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were flabbergasted, but she quickly hid it as she squeezed the little girl aside with a face full of shyness, then hugged Shang Xian's arm and pouted. Brother Shang, you can't deal with our Acacia sect's disciples. Shang Su felt the soft touch on his arm, a burst of mind swaying, slowed down for a long time before he laughed. Don't worry, Sister Su, we are all friends. How could I possibly make things difficult for the Acacia sect's fairy sister? When Su Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately laughed chirpily and said, I knew that Brother Shang is the best. Then the body pressed tighter. Looking at Su Xiaoxiao, who was eyeballing with her senior brother, the little girl was furious and angrily rebuked Su Xiaoxiao. Demoness, let go of my senior brother. Su Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes, still holding Shang Su's arm in her arms, and said with an innocent face, Little girl, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? You, the little girl is not deep in the world. Where is Su Xiaoxiao's rival? Directly be angry 7 orifices of smoke. She huffed and pulled Shang Xian and said, Hurry back with me, even if you don't enter the Qingyu immortal mansion, you can't stay here. She was afraid that if Shang Su stayed here any longer, her soul would be hooked away by this demoness of the Acacia sect. Shang Su's figure, on the other hand, was motionless, enjoying the softness above his arm, and said somewhat helplessly, Elder sister, I've arranged all the plans. Can you stop annoying us? Plan? The little girl pouted. Waiting for the enemy and fishing for the enemy is your plan? Right. Shang Xian nodded and said with confidence, Senior sister, don't worry. As long as we guard the entrance of the Qingyu immortal mansion, there's absolutely no problem. But what if people get the treasures inside the cave and come out again after refining them? Aren't we waiting for nothing? With a serious face, the little girl continued to analyze. Let's just say that Xin Tian sect, all the disciples of the other sect went in. If Chen Xian obtains treasures inside and his cultivation soars, by then you won't be able to defeat him. Senior brother. So what's the point of us waiting here? Wait for someone to come out and beat us up, and then you run away with us in the dust? When Shang Su heard this, he immediately felt that what his senior sister said was so reasonable. How could he have forgotten about this? Now Chen Xian of the Xin Tian sect had the same cultivation level as him, also at the 6th level of the Yuanying stage. So if Chen Xian had broken through in the Qingyu immortal mansion, what was he still waiting here for? Waiting to be beaten? Thinking of this, Shang Xian hurriedly ran his aura to force all the alcohol out of his body, and then hurriedly shouted, Gather, gather quickly, we're going to the Qingyu immortal mansion as well. Su Xiaoxiao sniffed and delicately said, Brother Shang, you're leaving already? People haven't played. Haven't talked to you enough. Shang Su smiled sarcastically and apologized. Sister Su, wait for next time. I'll go to the Acacia sect to look for you. After saying that, Shang Xian hurriedly drilled into the Qingyu immortal mansion with a group of people. Looking at the back of Shang Su's group, Su Xiaoxiao's eyes were obscure and uncertain as she murmured and whispered, This man is quite interesting. A female disciple of the Acacia sect next to her laughed softly. Senior sister Su, you won't fall, will you? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and said softly, No way. I just find him interesting. Although this person seems to have a big grin and his head seems to be missing a tendon, but he is rough and careful, and he has a sense of propriety in what he does, so he will never be as simple as he seems to be on the surface. There is? Why can't I tell? Yi Qingqing said with a face full of naivety. Speaking here, Su Xiaoxiao's slender jade finger tapped the brain of Yi Qingqing next to her, and snapped, "You really grow your head all the way up to your breasts. He is the holy son of the hallowed Tao sect. How could it be so simple?" Yi Qingqing looked down, and then looked at Su Xiaoxiao's breasts, and could not help but feel a pang of envy in her heart. Senior sister Su is really great, and long brain and breasts. She really can't compare with any of them. Inside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, after Lin Yuan confirmed that no one was around, the three of them headed straight for the main hall. Although there are usually no valuable treasures in this great hall, it also depends on what kind of person lives there. Now looking at this Qingyu Immortal Mansion, it was at least the cave residence of a Mahayana stage powerhouse. Even if the things within the main hall were ordinary, to the three of them, a tiny Yuaning stage, they could be unobtainable treasures. Just like in the River God's Temple, the gold essence stone, which seemed incomparably precious to outsiders, was only worthy of being a stone sculpture in the River God's Temple and was placed in the courtyard. Crossing the jade steps, the three of them slowly arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Lin Yuan was just about to go over and push open the gate when Lu Cicada hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "Wait, try to see if there's a prohibition. It shouldn't be." Lin Yuan was puzzled. This great hall is where the master himself resides, and a prohibition is to be placed here as well? Jiang Qingli said in a deep voice. "Just in case, and since strong people in general have odd fetishes, this sort of thing isn't impossible." "Okay." As Lin Yuan's words fell, he carefully stabbed the long sword in his hand in the direction of the great hall. In an instant, a ripple suddenly swooned in front of the great hall as if it were water, and slowly began to spread. In the three people's line of sight, the great hall all began to become illusory, swaying along with the ripples. "This is a prohibition?" Lin Yuan said with some surprise. Lu Cicada is also full of doubts. The prohibition should not be offensive, but now this circle of ripples is what is the meaning? Pull it out and take a look. At that moment, Jiang Qingli, who was standing at the side, spoke out. Lin Yuan nodded and tried to draw out his long sword, but it seemed as if it was firmly held by a large invisible hand, and Lin Yuan couldn't pull it out even after using all his strength. "It's sucked in and can't be pulled out," Lin Yuan exclaimed. Lu Cicada, who was standing by the side, had a pretty red face. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Jiang Qingli nodded and mused. There really is a prohibition, but it looks like there's something odd about this prohibition. Chapter 81 Immortal Mansion Hall. What now? Lin Yuan was as if he was in a tug of war. His face was suffocated and red. He exerted himself to pull his sword outward, but the long sword seemed to be sucked in by the great hall and did not move at all. Just as Lu Cicada and the two of them were pondering, a suction force suddenly erupted from the forbidden system outside the great hall, and the longsword violently penetrated into the forbidden system by more than an inch again, and even Lin Yuan's body was rushed forward by 2 steps. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly hugged Lin Yuan with both hands and anxiously said, "Lin Yuan, hurry up and let go." Lin Yuan's face turned red as he gritted his teeth and strained. "I also want to let go, but this long sword seems to have a suction force as well. I can't let go." Jiang Qingli's eyes flinched when she heard this, and then she swung her sword out, chopping above Lin Yuan's longsword, wanting to cut it off. Bang! The moment the 2 long swords came into contact, an inexplicable force suddenly erupted, directly knocking Jiang Qingli back. "What now?" Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly spoke. "Jiang Qingli, you hurry up and think of something. I can't let go either." Jiang Qingli returned to the 2, pondered for a moment, and spoke. "There's no way out. Why don't we go in and take a look?" "What? You're crazy?" Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock. There was obviously something odd about this hall's forbidden system. If this forbidden system was a killing formation within it, what was the difference between that and sending someone to their death? "It's the only way." Without waiting for the 2 to think, Jiang Qingli slapped Lu Cicada on the back, and then Lin Yuan's 2 bodies lurched, diving headfirst into the forbidden system. After seeing the silhouettes of the 2 men disappear from sight, Jiang Qingli gritted her silver teeth and rushed towards the barrier at the entrance of the hall, and then her figure slowly disappeared into the invisible barrier. After a moment of trance, Lin Yuan looked at the empty hall in front of him and twisted Lu Cicada's arm with a face full of doubt. "I'm alive." Lu Cicada let out a cry of pain as she kicked Lin Yuan's ass and said with slight anger, "You dog man, you won't twist yourself." Lin Yuan smiled back and scratched his head awkwardly. "Twisted it wrong." Before the words fell, Jiang Qingli's figure also appeared beside the 2 men. Looking at the intact Lin Yuan and the 2 men, Jiang Qingli softly said, "As I thought." Lu Cicada's pretty face was fierce as she said, "Jiang Qingli, even if you didn't save the 2 of us just now, you even pushed the 2 of us in. It's fortunate that this prohibition isn't a killing formation, otherwise Lin Yuan and I would be dead." Jiang Qingli let out a light hum and said unhappily, "You're not dead." Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled as she pulled Jiang Qingli's arm and said viciously, "Then you can't push the 2 of us in." Can't you think of another way? Jiang Qingli shook off Lu Cicada's hand and said helplessly. In that situation just now, you guys won't last long, so how do I have time to think so much? Then you can't. Lin Yuan interrupted Lu Cicada at this time and inquired. What did you mean when you said just now that it was as you thought? Jiang Qingli mused. I've seen this kind of formation in an ancient book. Before some powerful people sit down to be immortalized, in order to prevent someone from coveting the treasures within the cave, they will set up some prohibitions in advance, and once someone intrudes into the cave, they will be forcibly pulled in by the prohibitions, and then the intruder will be trapped alive in the restraints. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was instantly relieved and said with a big grin, Hey, I thought there was something, so it's just another formation. Speaking of formations, the formation that Lin Yuan's group had encountered when they first entered the secret realm of the wreckage was the one that was considered terrifying, and the eye of the formation was still the skeleton of a living and breathing poison dragon sculptor. Nowadays, this kind of prohibition that could only envelop a large hall was really nothing in Lin Yuan's eyes. When Lu Cicada heard this, her face was a bit gloomy. Prohibitions are different from formations. What's the difference? Lin Yuan was puzzled. There is no such thing as a formation eye for a forbidden system. What? Lin Yuan exclaimed. There's no formation eye. So how should this prohibition be broken? Jiang Qingli took over the conversation and explained. The way to break the prohibition is actually very simple. As long as your cultivation level is higher than the person who set up the prohibition, you can break the prohibition with a casual strike. Lin Yuan heard this and fell into deep thought. His cultivation level was higher than the person who set up the forbidden system? When they first entered the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, everyone outside the gate believed that the master of this immortal mansion's strength was at least at the Mahayana stage. Then that meant that in order to break the prohibitions outside the Great Hall, one's cultivation level had to be at least at the Mahayana stage. If the owner of this immortal mansion was a strong person at the peak of the Mahayana stage, then there was still a need to find a strong person at the Mahayana stage or above in order to break the restrictions on the outside. That said, what was this realm above the Mahayana stage? Lin Yuan seemed to have never heard of it. It hadn't even been recorded in the ancient books that he had read. Lin Yuan thought for a while before realizing that he didn't know any strong people at the Mahayana stage, and Lu Cicada's master, Xia Lingyun, was only at the harmonization stage. The river god's strength was very strong, but it seemed that it was only at the harmonization stage. Moreover, the current river god was still sleeping in the river god temple because of his injuries. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan said bitterly, does that mean that if there isn't a Mahayana stage expert coming, we're doomed to be trapped and die here? Lu Cicada nodded with a grave expression. Jiang Qingli looked around and said in a deep voice, maybe there's another way. When Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada heard this, they immediately looked at Jiang Qingli with anticipation, wanting to hear her opinion. Seeing the two men's hopeful gazes, Jiang Qingli shook her head. I didn't think of any other way. Why don't we take a look in the main hall first? Maybe there are other exits. Let's take a look first. Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly. The great hall of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion was empty. Except for a few pillars that supported the hall, there was nothing else, as if no one had ever lived there. The three of them circled around the great hall and did not find any useful clues. The three of them then used every method they could think of, but they still couldn't break through the windows or side doors of the great hall. After a long time, Lu Cicada hung her head and said, what now? Wait here to die? Seeing this, Lin Yuan softly consoled, don't be anxious, there will definitely be a way. Jiang Qingli, on the other hand, was silent. Her willow brows slightly furrowed as she scanned the hall, pondering in her mind the way to crack it. Outside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, after Shang Shixian and the others entered, the surroundings finally quieted down, leaving only a few disciples from the Acacia sect and the Weiyang Palace. After confirming that no one would come here again, Su Xiaoxiao said to Yi Qingqing with cold eyes, Qingqing, go to the entrance of the Immortal Mansion and set up a few formations. When someone comes out, as long as it's not a disciple of the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect, you can just activate the formation. Yi Qingqing was a bit surprised. Senior sister, will this cause public anger? Su Xiaoxiao lightly hummed. What are you afraid of? As long as you take them all out. What else is there in terms of public anger? Yi Qingqing sniffed and gulped, looking at Su Xiaoxiao with some incredulity, not expecting that the dainty senior sister Su would be so ruthless. Chapter 82, Gathering at the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Soon, Yi Qingqing followed Su Xiaoxiao's instructions and set up several formations at the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. The formation directly enveloped the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, and as long as someone came out of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, they would be caught in the formation at the first opportunity. These formations are not very strong, but it is still easy to deal with those cultivators whose cultivation is only at the Jindan stage. Plus Su Xiaoxiao's people are crouching on the side, always ready to sneak attack. I believe that even some Yuaning stage cultivators will not be able to resist. As for experts like those from Shangshi Su, they were not in Su Xiaoxiao's consideration. After all, these people were too strong. After arranging everyone in place, Su Xiaoxiao instructed again. Remember, other than the Xian Tian sect and the Dao sect, once everyone else walks out of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, they will directly strike and kill them. Yi Qingqing smacked her lips at the words and whispered, Senior sister, is this really good? Su Xiaoxiao's willow brows slightly knitted. Reprimanded. There were no rules to speak of in the secret realm. The weak and the strong are the unchanging truth here. What's wrong with what we're doing? When Yi Qingqing heard this, her little head nodded. Then she quickly ran to the place of the formation eye, her eyes staring at the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, ready to activate the formation at any time. However, before the entrance to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion had calmed down for long, the long-vanished Yellow Springs sword sex crowd, led by Yan Wenha, suddenly appeared at the entrance to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Although Lu Cicada was not here at this time, when Yan Wenha saw the group of disciples from the Acacia sect, his performance was still incomparably humble, as if the battle with Lu Cicada had left an indelible psychological shadow on him. Seeing Yan Wenha again, Su Xiaoxiao's face was filled with caution. She held her long sword and blocked in front of the crowd coldly saying, Yan Wenha, what are you doing here again? Yan Wenha smiled fawningly and spoke. This fairy sister of the Acacia sect, the cave of heavenly bliss is now available, so of course we've come here to try our luck. Su Xiaoxiao looked at Yan Wenha's attitude, and immediately had doubts. When the two sides of the horse and man face was a disagreement, and Su Xiaoxiao at that time also captured a person of the Yellow Springs sword sect. This Yan Wenha did not avenge the disciples within the sect even if it was not. His attitude was still so low. Could it be that he had been beaten silly by senior sister Lu? Thinking so, Su Xiaoxiao asked with some incredulity, Are you telling the truth? Yan Wenha nodded with a serious face. I swear, of course it's true. He then asked, Could it be that this Qingyu Immortal Mansion has already been appropriated by your sect, not allowing other sects to enter? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head as she sniffed and said in a cold voice, Our Acacia sect can't eat such a large Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Since you're here to look for a chance, hurry up and go in. Okay, thanks to this fairy sister. Yan Wenha gave a thank you and then led a group of disciples within the sect to burrow into the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Looking at the back of the Yellow Springs sword sex group, Yi Qingqing was a bit puzzled. Senior sister, this Yan Wenha has become so strange. Su Xiaoxiao exhaled lightly and said in a deep voice, I always feel that this Yan Wenha doesn't look as weak as he appears. Forget it, it doesn't really matter. We'll finish them off after they exit the Qingyu Immortal Mansion again anyway. The other side. After the Yellow Springs sword sex group entered the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, one of the sect's disciples spoke. Senior brother Yan, why didn't you make a move just now? Their clan's holy maiden has already come in. Making a move at this time will surely kill them without leaving a single piece of armor. Yan Wenha's eyes flashed with a hint of fire as he licked his lips and whispered, Don't be in a hurry. After we find the treasures in the Immortal Mansion, it's still too late to go out and clean up those stinking ES of the Acacia sect. After a pause, Yan Wenha straightened his expression and commanded, Let's go. Chen Xian has already sent us the location. Let's go over and gather first. After a long time, the river god and his group also finally arrived at Mount Jinyu. Looking at the towering Jinyu mountain in front of her, Xiao Wenju was surprised. Senior sister Lin, are you saying that senior sister Lu and the others are in danger here? Lin Xianyu nodded, her eyes staring deeply at Jinyu mountain. And only after a long time did she say quietly, Let's go. However, just as a few people had set foot on the boundaries of Mount Jinyu, a dragon roar suddenly emanated from the clouds, the roar deafening and resounding through the sky. This time, the true dragon actually directly stuck its huge head out of the clouds and stared at the river god and his group dead in the face. In an instant, a pressure as if it was substantial enveloped the several people. With just a look, Xiaowenju's few people directly fainted. After all, the true dragon was too strong for them. They were just some small cultivators at the Jindan stage. Where could they withstand this level of pressure? The river god looked at the true dragon from a distance against the pressure, her eyes icy cold, as she contemptuously said, What? You want to swallow me and replenish the great Tao's water fortune for you? After a long time, the true dragon hummed from its nose, then slowly retreated and reappeared hidden in the clouds. The river god let out a cold snort and found a hidden corner to place a few people before walking alone towards the cave. When the river god arrived at the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, Su Xiaoxiao immediately greeted him. Looking at the river god with a shriveled expression, Su Xiaoxiao worriedly said, Sister Envy Fish, you're still not well. What are you running here for? The river god waved his hand and said softly, I'm fine. Where are Lin Yuan and the others? Su Xiaoxiao pointed at the Qingyu Immortal Mansion and said softly, It's already inside. How long has it been in there? 1 hour? Or 2 hours? Su Xiaoxiao said with some uncertainty. The river god nodded and said, "It's not too late. You guys stand guard at the entrance. Don't ever go back in. I'll go in and take a look. Sister Envy, your injuries haven't healed yet." Su Xiaoxiao just wanted to pull the river god, but the river god drilled headfirst into the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, and his figure instantly disappeared. Inside the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, as if she didn't know how to get tired, Jiang Qingli circled around the hall again and again, the aura in her hands drifting out from time to time, attaching itself to the prohibitions, trying to find other ways out. Lu Cicada sat at the doorway, fiddling with a sound transmission jade talisman in her hand, wanting to send a message to Su Xiaoxiao, so that she could report to her master. But after pondering for a moment, she gave up because cultivators beyond the Yuaning stage simply couldn't enter the secret realm of the ruins. On the side, Lin Yuan was banging on the 9 supporting pillars in the Great Hall. Just now, Jiang Qingli had also looked at these 9 pillars, and apart from the special material, there was nothing special about them. So Lin Yuan was thinking about a question. If he chopped off all 9 pillars, would this Great Hall collapse? If the Great Hall collapsed, wouldn't this prohibition automatically disappear? However, there was another very important question, which was that the materials used to build this hall were rather special. So if this hall collapsed, would the 3 people be smashed to death? Chapter 83, Fighting Mu Chuyan again. Lin Yuan pondered for a long time and couldn't come up with anything, so he called Jiang Qingli over. Among the 3 of them, only Jiang Qingli had a slight research on the subject of formations, so Lin Yuan wanted to discuss with her to see if this idea was feasible. However, after Lin Yuan spoke his thoughts out, Jiang Qingli glared at Lin Yuan for a few moments as if she was looking at an idiot, then slowly left. You do not go Can you get through? Say something. Looking at Jiang Qingli's back, Lin Yuan hurriedly shouted. Jiang Qingli coldly said, "The prohibition is enveloping the Great Hall, not attaching to it. Even if you dismantle this hall into flying dust, the prohibition is still a prohibition. It will never be automatically lifted due to the disappearance of the hall. Do you understand? I have a headache right now. If you have nothing to do, go and rest with Lu Cicada. Don't mess up for me, okay?" Lin Yuan scratched his head somewhat awkwardly, then wilted and came to sit on the ground beside Lu Cicada. Lu Cicada leaned her whole body on Lin Yuan and comforted. "Good boy. Your brain is good at fighting and killing. This kind of delicate work is better left to Jiang Qingli. We won't bother with that brain." Lin Yuan was instantly speechless and said somewhat sullenly, "Are you comforting? Or are you cursing?" Lu Cicada let out a light laugh and teased. "As long as one has a little bit of brains, one wouldn't come up with this kind of self-defeating solution." "Okay." Seeing the lost expression of Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada softly said, "Don't be so mopey. Big deal. I'll make it up to you after I go out." "Still going out? Ha?" Lu Cicada's eyes were mesmerized by what she heard, and she took a step across Lin Yuan's lap, spitting out, "It's not like it's not possible right now." After saying that, Lu Cicada began to tear Lin Yuan's clothes, ready to compensate Lin Yuan a bit on the spot. Lin Yuan's head was suddenly as big as a bucket, and he held Lu Cicanji's willow waist with both hands and pressed her aside to dissuade her. "Baby, calm down. Jiang Qingli is still there. It's okay, just treat her like a woodchuck." No. Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped Jiang Qingli, although his heart and mind were also a little bit swirling. He didn't want to stage a living spring palace in front of Jiang Qingli yet, even though Lu Cicada didn't care. When Lu Cicada heard this, then her eyes lit up and she softly said, "What did you just call out to me?" "Baby Lin Yuan was a bit confused. What was wrong with Lu Cicada? Lu Cicada buried her head into Lin Yuan's arms and whispered, "This is the first time you've called me baby." Lin Yuan rubbed Lu Cicada's head and spoiled her. "If you like to hear it, I'll shout it more often in the future." Lu Cicada suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan seriously, her pretty face slightly red as she said, "My dear husband, I love you." Seeing this, Lin Yuan embraced Lu Cicada into his arms and softly said, "Don't be afraid, baby, we'll definitely be able to get out." Lu Cicada wrapped her hands tightly around Lin Yuan's neck and greedily sniffled, her voice muffled. "I'm not afraid." After a pause, he repeated, "As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid of anything." While the 2 of them were being mushy, there was a sudden fluctuation at the entrance of the main hall, followed by Mu Chuyan's figure suddenly appearing in front of the 2 of them. Subsequently, 6 or 7 more Green Cloud sect disciples came in one after another. Seeing Lin Yuan and the 2 of them, Mu Chuyan laughed up to the sky and then said in a cold voice, "It's really like stepping through iron shoes and finding no place, but getting it without making any effort. I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Lin Yuan, today is the day you die. Take your life." Mu Chuyan said, her long sword instantly sheathed, about to strike. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly stood up and said, Mu Chuyen, are you being reasonable? When you withdrew from the marriage, you were the one who was wrong first, and I was forced to fight you. We don't seem to have that much bitterness between us. Why do we have to fight and kill each other the moment we meet? Mu Chuyen snorted coldly and didn't reply. She naturally couldn't tell Lin Yuan that there was still Li Qingfeng's order in this. Before entering the Remnant Wall mysterious realm, Li Qingfeng had told Mu Chuyen that he must kill Lin Yuan and subsequently bring back his head. Although she did not know what Li Qingfeng's intention was, but since it was her master's command, she must fulfill it. After all, her master had given her a new life. Suddenly being disturbed, Lu Cicada Yi's little violent temper instantly erupted. She came to the front of the crowd with a flash of her figure and looked at Mu Chuyen and coldly said, Mu Chuyen, you really deserve to die. Mu Chuyen sneered with her hands spread out. Right now in this great hall, it's just the three of you. Do you really think that you can block the rest of us? I beg you to die slower. Lu Cicada Yi clenched her silver teeth. Then her aura instantly erupted around her body and rushed straight towards Mu Chuyen. Bam! The long swords of the two instantly collided together viciously, and the field was suddenly filled with sword chi. When the others saw this, they rushed straight towards Lin Yuan. Since Lu Cicada Yi had Mu Chuyen to entangle him, the kid in front of him who had just stepped into the Yuaning stage would be handed over to them. Seeing 6 or 7 Green Cloud sect disciples at the second or third level of the Yuaning stage rushing towards him, Lin Yuan let out a strange cry and turned around to run. Although he was a heavenly spirit root and was able to cross the ranks and kill alone, he was still a bit overwhelmed when he was left to face a group of Yuaning stage cultivators on his own. In order not to disturb Lu Cicada Yi, Lin Yuan could only bring a group of people to run towards Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli, help! But Jiang Qingli's attention was always on Mu Chuyen. After Mu Chuyen and the others came in, Jiang Qingli noticed this scene, so when Lin Yuan rushed over, Jiang Qingli ignored it and rushed straight to Mu Chuyen. She still had revenge yet to be avenged, and Mu Chuyen absolutely could not die at the hands of Lu Cicada Yi. She chirped, Lu Cicada Yi, you go help Lin Yuan. Leave Mu Chuyen to me. Looking at the figure that flashed away and rushed towards Mu Chuyen, Lin Yuan shouted with a sad face, Jiang Qingli, you can at least help me. Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi repelled Mu Chuyen with a sword, then immediately rushed towards Lin Yuan, cursing under his breath, Jiang Qingli, are you out of your mind? Just focus on revenge. You should at least help my man. Your man. You protect. Jiang Qingli skimmed her mouth and rushed straight towards Mu Chuyen. Tai Ching Xian Gong. Jiang Qingli's killing heart for Mu Chuyen had long since coalesced to its peak, and after seeing Mu Chuyen again, she didn't talk nonsense and directly released her strongest killing move, the other side. After Lu Cicada Yi came over, she directly blocked the 4 people's attacks for Lin Yuan, which caused Lin Yuan's pressure to decrease immediately. The clouds are now the moon. Lin Yuan let out a light snort and directly knocked back the 2 people in front of him. Lu Cicada Yi, help me block it. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's aura climbed upwards, and a sense of ancient simplicity instantly erupted. A sword breaks the sky. Chapter 84, A Stirring Battle. As Lin Yuan's words fell, a sword chi as thin as a hair rushed straight towards the crowd of the Qingyan sect. Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi hurriedly swung her long sword in her hand in succession. In a flash of lightning, a thick sword chi wrapped around Lin Yuan's sword chi that carried the power of heaven and earth and smashed into the crowd of the Qingyan sect. Bang bang! Several crashes rang out in quick succession. 2 of the Green Cloud sect disciples at the front were directly hit by the sword chi emitted by Lin Yuan because they couldn't dodge in time. And then their figures were like kites with broken strings, and they fell onto the ground viciously. He was spitting blood and fainted. Lin Yuan panted heavily and transmitted, I can still perform it one more time. Why don't we just finish them off at once? Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and looked at the pale Lin Yuan with some heartache and said, it's better for me to deal with them myself. You take a rest. It's fine. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and shook his head. Let's make this quick. Once you're done with these people, you'll rush to help Jiang Qingli. In case anyone else breaks in, it's going to be a problem. Although this one sword breaks the vault of heaven was a waste of aura, Lin Yuan knew that among the 3 of them, Lu Cicada Yi and Jiang Qingli were the main combatants. Nowadays, in this Qingyu immortal mansion, there weren't only people from the Acacia sect and the Weiyang Palace, and if Lu Cicada Yi and the 2 of them consumed too much aura, after that, if another enemy broke into this great hall, then the 3 of them would be in a very dangerous situation. When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, she nodded and said in a deep voice, then you continue. I'll assist you from the side. Yes. Before Lin Yuan's words fell, the aura in his body madly surged into the long sword in his hand. The remaining 4 felt the familiar ancient aura and retreated sharply. One of them shouted angrily, Ma Wei, you and I will pester Lu Cicada Yi, and the remaining 2 will hurry to finish off that little white boy. Yes. Ma Wei responded. and then his figure lurched, wanting to turn around and kill Lu Cicada from the side. Want to leave? Lin Yuan snorted lightly. Can you leave? In an instant, Lin Yuan stepped on the 7 nebula steps. His body quickly rushed towards Ma Wei. This sword was already poised to strike, so there was no reason to waste his body's spiritual chi for nothing. The big deal was to exchange 1-for-1 with them, and if there were only 3 of them left, I believe Lu Cicada would be able to have a little less pressure. Seeing Lin Yuan's movements, Lu Cicada's pupils shrunk as she anxiously shouted, Lin Yuan, come back! But Lin Yuan was already like an arrow off the string at this point. Where was there a way back? At this moment, Ma Wei was still thinking of detouring from the side and pulling Lu Cicada, and by the time he saw Lin Yuan rushing in front of him, it was already too late to dodge. Put! A sword chi drilled into Ma Wei's body, and Ma Wei's body was instantly chopped and torn apart by the sword chi. Seeing that Ma Wei was dead, the Qingyan sect disciple on the side obviously froze for a moment. He didn't expect Lin Yuan's sword to be so powerful. Looking at Lin Yuan who was near his eyes, the man hurriedly chopped at Lin Yuan with his sword. At this moment, Lin Yuan had very little aura left in his body and wanted to watch the long sword slice across his chest. Luckily, this sword was swung out in haste, only leaving a deep and visible wound on Lin Yuan's chest. Ma Wei is dead. Lin Yuan's seriously injured. Lu Cicada naturally knew Lin Yuan's mind, so after Lin Yuan fell to the ground, Lu Cicada didn't bother to observe Lin Yuan's situation, but instead rushed towards the remaining 3 with his sword. The most important thing now was to solve the enemy in front of him. Hurt my man. Die. Lu Cicada's pretty face was as cold as frost, and her figure instantly appeared in front of the 3 men. The thick sword chi smashed into the 3 as if it didn't consume aura, paving the way to the sky. The 3 of them were nowhere near as strong as Lu Cicada and could only move backward while parrying. Looking at the 3 people who had been avoiding the battle, Lu Cicada let out a cold snort. Sword chi surging around her body, her killing intent austere. Snow passes without a trace. The sword chi was like a meteor, smashing into the 3 people. At the same time, Lu Cicada's entire body was like an arrow off the string, following closely behind. The other side, both Jiang Qingli and Mu Chuyan's strengths were at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage, so even if Jiang Qingli had offered a killing move from the start, it would have been difficult to take down Mu Chuyan in a short period of time. A majestic sword chi erupted between the 2 of them, before being torn apart. The scattered sword chi instantly enveloped nearly a large portion of the hall, and even Lin Yuan and the others were affected by the 2. Mu Chuyan looked at Jiang Qingli, whose face was as cold as ice, and sneered, Jiang Qingli, without Lu Cicada you turned out to be nothing more than that. Jiang Qingli let out a cold snort. Her figure flashed and rushed towards Mu Chuyan, her mouth droning, try it and you won't know. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, Jiang Qingli's speed was mentioned to the extreme, leaving a trail of stumps behind her. The sword chi was like a hurricane that swept towards Mu Chuyan. Mu Chuyan's eyes flinched, where she would let Jiang Qingli get close to her, constantly weaving between the pillars supporting the Great Hall. Countless sword chi slashed out, chopping as much as they could on the pillars of the Great Hall. Wooden shavings were suddenly flying within the hall, also blocking Jiang Qingli's line of sight. A few moments later, Mu Chuyan stood intact not far away, looking at Jiang Qingli, once again uttering a sneer. I've tried. The Holy Maiden of the Weiyang Palace is nothing more than that. Jiang Qingli instantly became even more murderous. She stared at Mu Chuyan dead on, pouring out a breath from her mouth, then said in a deep voice, Tai Qing Xian Gong, rise again. As soon as the words fell, a majestic aura erupted once again. The light green-colored shadow behind Jiang Qingli was violently raised by more than 2 feet, and its figure was more solid, and its face was clearer, almost identical to the Jiang Qingli in front of her. Mu Chuyan exclaimed, Dharma heaven and earth? How is that possible? You're only at the Yuanying stage. How can you possibly execute the Dharma phase heaven and earth? Jiang Qingli's eyes narrowed slightly as she said in a cold voice, what a lot of nonsense. However, just as Jiang Qingli was about to make her move, the 9 supporting pillars within the hall suddenly emitted a crackling sound, followed by a piece of wood falling off automatically as if it were rotting bark. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the pillars collapsed with a bang, and the others were equally shaky and might fall at any moment. Mu Chuyan frowned and turned around, wanting to flee the place, but Jiang Qingli would not give her a chance and hurriedly chased after her. Lu Cicada who had been fighting on the side, also noticed this scene and ruthlessly repelled the 3 with a sword, then quickly rushed towards Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan's face turned pale as he leaned in Lu Cicada's arms and spoke. The Great Hall might be collapsing. Lu Cicada nodded and said worriedly, we won't be smashed alive. If that's the case, it would be too humiliating. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said comfortingly, we're both Yuanying stage cultivators now, so it shouldn't be. Looking at the two Jiang Qingli who were still entangled together, Lu Cicada just wanted to open his mouth to call Jiang Qingli back. As a result, a dazzling light suddenly erupted right in the middle of the hall, and when the light disappeared, a hole flooded with blood aura appeared in its place. Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Dao Sect. Feeling the steady stream of blood qi gushing out from within the cave entrance, Lu Cicada's willow brows knitted slightly and her eyes were grave as she said, "I have a bad premonition." Lin Yuan coughed lightly, spat out the blood foam in his mouth, huffed, and spoke. "This thick blood aura reminds me of the old black demon ghost. Could it be that the owner of this Qingyu immortal mansion is actually a devil cultivator?" Lu Cicada was surprised. "It's not that there's no such possibility," Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. Just then, the battle between Jiang Qingli and the two of them was nearing its end. As Jiang Qingli bellowed, a sword qi with a heaven-destroying aura smashed onto Mu Chuyan's long sword. Bam! The long sword in Mu Chuyan's hand snapped in two in response. After that sword qi chopped off the long sword, the remaining momentum didn't diminish, and cut a bone-deep wound on Mu Chuyan's shoulder before it completely disappeared. Mu Chuyan immediately spat out blood from her mouth and her delicate body crashed into the wall of the great hall. Jiang Qingli looked at the pale Mu Chuyan and said in a cold voice, "Isn't your mouth hard? Keep talking." Mu Chuyan's pretty face was pale, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, making her look miserable. Hearing Jiang Qingli's words, Mu Chuyan let out a delicate laugh, then licked her scarlet lips and softly said, "Jiang Qingli, do you really think that I don't have a backhand?" Before the words fell, Mu Chuyan suddenly threw the longsword in her hand towards Jiang Qingli, followed by a flash of her figure, rushing straight towards the hole in the middle of the hall. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli exclaimed, "Stop her." However, Mu Chuyan's speed suddenly skyrocketed. Before Lu Cicada had time to react, Mu Chuyan had already arrived by the cave entrance. Standing next to the dark hole, Mu Chuyan greedily breathed in the gushing blood qi and looked at Lin Yuan and the others with a sinister and strange smile. "You guys wait for death." Then with a leap, his figure instantly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Qingli also came to Lu Cicada's side at this time. Her eyes were grave as she said, "No wonder Mu Chuyan's cultivation has risen so fast. It seems like she's become a demon." Lu Cicada frowned. "I don't know what's inside this cave. If she absorbed a large amount of demonic cultivator's blood qi, her cultivation would probably skyrocket a lot. What can we do then?" "Fight for your life." As soon as Jiang Qingli's words fell, her eyes looked icily at the remaining Qingyun sect trio. "Let's take care of these three first." All of this happened in a mere flash of lightning, and by the time the remaining three disciples of the Qingyun sect reacted, Mu Chuyan's figure had already disappeared into the mysterious cave entrance. Looking at the mouth of the cave, the three of them suddenly looked at each other. Now that there were 6 people left in the Great Hall, if Lu Cicada and Jiang Qingli wanted to pack up the three of them, it would not be a piece of cake, but to say that they would follow Mu Chuyan, the three of them didn't dare to do so. The blood aura emanating from this cave was not only disgusting, but there was also a palpitation-inducing feeling. Looking at Jiang Qingli's icy cold eyes, the three of them immediately said with trepidation, "If you dare to kill us, senior sister Mo up here won't let you go." Jiang Qingli snorted coldly, saying that as if I don't kill you guys, Mu Chuyan will spare us. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly sprang out of the side door of the Great Hall. The visitor turned out to be Shang Su. What a strong smell of blood. How many people have died in this Great Hall? Shang Su waved one hand in front of his nose and looked at the only 3 people left from the Qingyun sect and said in surprise, "The Qingyun sects are also here. How come there are only a few people left?" Subsequently, a group of disciples from the Dao sect ventured out following in Shang Su's footsteps. At this time, Shang Su also saw Lu Cicada and the severely injured Lin Yuan in her arms, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he inquired, "Brother Lin, you guys wouldn't have finished off everyone from the Qingyun sect, would you?" Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm not that capable." Shang Xian rubbed his hands together and said with some excitement, "Brother Lin, what about the treasure just now? Did you get it? Take it out and let me admire it." Seeing Shang Su, Lu Cicada was immediately happy. Originally still worried about not being able to deal with Mu Chuyan, now Shang Su and the Taoist sect's people have come. Just a big helper. The odds are suddenly much greater. Seeing that the 3 people did not move, Shang Su thought that the 3 people did not want to let themselves see the treasures, and hurriedly said, "Don't be so petty, just take a look." Right at this moment, the Dao sect's youngest senior sister came over to Shang Su's side and stuttered, "That, senior brother, it seems that the blood aura in this great hall is emanating from that hole." When Shang Su heard this, he was still a bit puzzled. Could it be that Lin Yuan's trio had pitted the Qingyun sect's group of people? Lu Cicada raised her willow eyebrow and pointed at the cave entrance and teased, "Don't you want to see the treasure? It's right over there." Shang Su swallowed his saliva and said with some hesitation, "Is this bloody odor not caused by your killing too many people?" Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, "We also only killed one person from the Qingyan sect. And this mysterious hole?" Jiang Qingli took over the conversation and explained, "This hole appeared out of nowhere, and it seems like Mu Chuyen was possessed. After the hole appeared, she jumped in. Mysterious cave? Blood gas? Demonization?" Hearing these words, Shang Su seemed to recall his master's wise teachings again. Chronology must remember, even if you don't get the chance, you mustn't dabble in those evil things. Wah. Shang Su let out a strange cry, his figure quickly rushing towards the main entrance of the Great Hall. "Sisters and brothers, the point is solid. The wind is tight and pulling." Before Shang Su's words left his mouth, he ruthlessly crashed into the main door of the hall, and then with a bang, his body was bounced back by the ban and landed right next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan grinned and said softly, "Welcome back." Little senior sister Daozong hurried forward and said with concern, "Senior brother, how are you?" Shang Su rubbed his sore nose and cried out, "Seeing the strange light just now, I thought it was a treasure appearing, so I couldn't wait to run over. I didn't expect it to be the blood chi of a demonic cultivator. In the beginning, the master instructed us not to touch the evil things, but I didn't expect that I would rush up to join in the fun." Lu Cicada-yi laughed and spoke, "Don't think about running away. There are prohibitions within this hall. Unless a Mahayana stage powerhouse personally makes a move, don't think about leaving the hall." Shang Su sniffed and his face became even more ugly. Jiang Qingli sighed softly and spoke, "Hurry up and meditate to regulate. In a moment, after Mu Chuyen absorbs enough blood chi, she will definitely come back to kill again. And I don't know how strong she'll be by then." The Dao sect's youngest sister spoke out at this time and comforted, "Senior brother, it's fine. We haven't been tainted with those blood chi. We just came across an enchanted Mu Chuyen. It's good to kill her. It's as if we're doing justice for heaven." Shang Su sighed and said helplessly, "Form up and prepare for battle." "Senior brother, what about those three from the Green Cloud sect?" Shang Su waved his hand and said impatiently, "Solve it yourself. Don't bother me with such trivial matters." Okay. Chapter 86 Arrival of the River God. After the group of Dao sect disciples crippled the remaining three people from the Qingyan sect, a silence fell within the hall. Now that the crowd couldn't leave the main hall, then they could only wait quietly for Mu Chuyen to come out of the Devil's Cave. But no one knew how strong the demonized Mu Chuyen would be after she came out of that mysterious demonic cave. However, before this, Mu Chuyen was already at the 5th level of the Yuanying stage. According to the people's speculation, when she comes out from the demon cave, she might be at the 9th level of the Yuanying stage, or she might be at the peak of the Yuanying stage. Moreover, the cultivation level of a demonic cultivator could not be judged by common sense. If Mu Chuyen's cultivation level was at the 9th level of the Yuanying stage, then her battle power could be comparable to an expert at the 1st level of the Cave Void stage, or even stronger. During this period, Lu Cicada-yi had proposed to enter the mysterious demon cave, wanting to take advantage of Mu Chuyen's weakness to kill her in advance. But the proposal was quickly rejected. After all, no one was clear about the situation within the Devil's Cave right now, and coupled with the Devil's cultivator's bizarre methods, it was possible that after the crowd entered the Devil's Cave, they would really all be wiped out. In the end, Shang Su and Jiang Qingli teamed up to set up a killing formation at the entrance of the Demon Cave. Even though they couldn't kill Mu Chuyen, it would be fine to create some for her. At least there's a chance of a sneak attack. And now, all of them were settling down and adjusting their breath, wanting to adjust themselves to their best state and prepare for the next bloody battle. However, only half an hour had passed. Within the Devil's Cave, a strong and incomparable aura suddenly erupted, and along with it, there was also a gust of biting wind. Wind whistled out, wrapped in an even denser blood aura that kept drifting out of the Devil's Cave, and soon the entire hall was shrouded in blood aura. In a trance, the ears of the crowd seemed to be filled with the wails of countless people as a blood-colored shadow suddenly appeared, and they struggled and hissed as they pounced on the crowd. Suddenly, a few disciples whose cultivation level was only at the Jindan stage were affected by the blood chi, and instantly their eyes turned red with madness, drawing out their long swords and slashing at anyone they saw. Seeing this, Shang Xian hurriedly knocked a few people out, and then used the immortal binding lock to tie a few people up solidly, before instructing in a deep voice, "These blood chi can affect people's minds, so hurry up to gaze at your mind and calm your spirit." Lin Yuan, who was on the side, heard this and his expression became even more grave. "Just blood chi has such power. I really don't know what kind of level Mu Chuyen will reach after she comes out. It's a bad feeling to be a sitting duck." Seeing this, Lu Cicada-yi gently held Lin Yuan's big hand in her small hand and softly said, "I'm here." Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada-yi and smiled dotingly. backhandedly holding Lusakade's small hand tightly. Everything was in the air. Outside the Great Hall, the river god stood quietly at the bottom of the jade steps, looking at the Great Hall shrouded in blood aura, his eyes incomparably grave. I didn't realize I was still a step too late. As soon as the words fell, the river god's figure flickered away, instantly arriving at the entrance of the Great Hall. In an instant, the blood chi around the Great Hall receded like a tidal wave, as if it was very afraid of the river god. The river god let out a cold snort, then lifted her slender hand and slowly reached for the forbidden system. The prohibition was once again like ripples, slowly haloing away with the river god's jade hand as the center. But this time the prohibition did not suck the river gods towards the Great Hall. It was as if even the prohibitions were fearing the river god's strength. The river god smiled contemptuously at this. It's nothing more than that. Just then, behind the river god, a cacophony of noises suddenly rang out. Immediately after that, the Yellow Spring Sword Sect and Xiantian Sect disciples joined forces. After landing, Yan Wenha crossed the crowd and smiled flatteringly at Qin Xian, saying, "Lord Saint's son, leave this chick to me to settle." Even though they were all equally saint sons of the sect, Yan Wenha's attitude was as humble as it could get, and the people of the Yellow Spring Sword Sect didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yan Wenha's attitude. After all, the Xiantian Sect's strength was indeed very strong. Chen Xian's face was cold as he stared at the river god's back and said in a cold voice, "I reckon that Shang Xian has already gone in, so you fight quickly. Don't worry, leave it to me." Yan Wenha patted his chest and hurriedly shouted at the river god's back, "Little girl, I don't care which clan you belong to, hurry up and make way for our Xiantian Sect's holy son, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite to you." At the sound of the river god's voice, he turned to look at the group of people who had suddenly arrived. The demonic cultivator reappeared in the world and most of all needed a large amount of blood to restore his long depleted body. There were already enough people in the Qingyu Palace now, and now a group of death-dealing ones had come. This group was afraid that the demonic cultivator inside wasn't strong enough. However, right after Qin Xian saw the river god's appearance, he was instantly shocked. He didn't think that there was such a beautiful woman in this world. After carefully recalling it in his mind, it seemed that this woman was not a disciple of one of the four great sects. Thinking of this, Qin Xian let out a cold snort and reprimanded Yan Wenha. "Wenha, how can you speak so rudely? You're really donating to a beautiful woman." Yan Wenha looked at Qin Xian with some confusion. Hadn't he just said that he wanted a quick battle? What's going on now? Qin Xian slowly stepped forward, revealing a hint of what he thought was a warm smile as he softly said, "This girl, I am Qin Xian of the Xian Heavenly Sect. I wonder what sect the girl is from. Why did you appear here alone?" Yan Wenha suddenly realized when he saw the situation. It turned out to be Qin Xian that this guy got horny. The river god frowned and said with some displeasure, "Who do you care who I am? If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of here." Qin Xian smiled at his words and said confidently, "The girl probably doesn't know who I am? Let me introduce myself again. My name is Qin Xian, the saint son of the Xian Heavenly Sect, now at the 6th level of the Yuaning stage. In this secret realm, no one is my opponent yet except for Shangshi Su." Speaking of this, Qin Xian turned his words around and reminded, "Girl, I advise you to stay away from the Grand Hall. That Shangshi Su is in the middle of this Grand Hall. This man is murderous and kills without blinking an eye. I'm afraid the girl will be in danger if she stays here any longer. Why don't we do this? If you don't mind, you can enter the hall with us, and with me here. I will definitely not let that Shangshi Xian hurt a hair on your head." Listening to Qin Xian's ramblings, the river god somewhat impatiently pulled out her ears and said in a cold voice, "Alright, talk so much nonsense. Isn't it just that you want to pick up Lao Ma? Saying so much bending and twisting. At a glance you're a scum." Qin Xian instantly held his face red. This girl looked gentle like water. How could she speak so directly? Right at this moment, the blood chi within the great hall suddenly erupted, and thick blood light shot up into the sky as if it was about to poke through the heavens. The river god's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured and whispered, "Coming out? Girl, quickly dodge out of the way. I guess it's Shangshi Su's beastly nature that's about to go on a killing spree." Seeing the bloody light, Qin Xian hurriedly uttered a warning. The river god sighed and said helplessly, "Kid, you don't know that I know Shangshi Su." Qin Xian's expression was embarrassed for a moment as he sniffed, surprisingly unsuccessful in discrediting Shangshi Su. Chapter 87 Blood War opens. Outside the Qingyu Hall, the river god swept a glance at the crowd, then turned around and grunted coldly, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. Otherwise it will be too late in a while." After saying that, the river god's delicate jade hand touched the prohibition once again, and then a black aura emanated from the river god, slowly covering the Qingyu Hall. Looking at the invisible ripples rippling out of Qingyu Hall, Yan Wenha was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, "What is she doing?" Seeing this, Chen Xian's eyes were a bit grave as he said, "It seems like she's trying to crack the hall's prohibitions." Yan Wenha sniffed and asked tentatively, "I wonder if your sect master can break the restrictions here." Chen Xian rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Are you stupid? Cracking a forbidden system does not only depend on one's strength, it also depends on the cultivation of the person who set up the system. However, if it's a prohibition set up by a Mahayana stage powerhouse, my master shouldn't be able to crack it." Yan Wenha glanced at the river god's long hair flying back and stumbled. "It seems like the owner of this Qingyu immortal mansion is a Mahayana stage powerhouse. If the woman in front of us is able to break the prohibition of the Great Hall, does that mean?" When Chen Xian heard this, his pupils immediately shrank. Could it be that this woman in front of him was actually a Mahayana stage powerhouse? However, under careful thought, well, have an unlikely. After all, the remnants of the secret realm of the world also has the rules of heaven and earth. More than the Yuaning stage of the outsiders to enter, will be the secret realm exclusion. Moreover, there hadn't been a Mahayana stage powerhouse in the Liuzhou continent for several thousand years, and the few remaining harmonization stage powerhouses Chen Xian had seen again. Thinking of this, Chen Xian's eyes looked incredulously at the river god. Could it be that the river god was an aboriginal of the stumpy secret realm? Right at this moment, Qingyu Hall had been completely enveloped in black aura, like a large bowl clasped above Qingyu Hall. Then, in the sight of everyone, the black aura at the top of Qingyu Hall began to turn into dots and dashes that slowly flowed down the curved roof to the ground. Chen Xian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Being able to crack a prohibition set up by a Mahayana stage powerhouse, wouldn't that mean that the woman in front of him was likewise a Mahayana stage powerhouse? Recalling his behavior just now, Chen Xian really wanted to give himself two mouths. To think that he was still trying to flirt with a Mahayana stage powerhouse. He was really impatient with life. Suddenly, Yan Wenha seemed to have thought of something, and slapped his head and spoke. "Your Holiness, don't be fooled by the illusion in front of you. Think carefully. Didn't that woman say that she knew Shang Shixian just now? That means she came in from the outside just like us, so her cultivation level can't be at the Mahayana stage." "Ah, yes. Chen Xian hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, almost being fooled by this woman. But it didn't seem right. If it was really as Yan Wenha had said, then with this woman's cultivation, how could she possibly break the forbidden system of this great hall? For a while, Chen Xian was also a bit hesitant, not knowing what to choose. At this moment, where was the river god in the mood to take care of them? His eyes were dead set on the forbidden system and he whispered, "Hurry up! Faster!" Inside the Qingyu Hall, with a burst of blood light rushing up to the sky, the blood aura inside the hall became even thicker, and the crowd's vision was somewhat obstructed. When Shang Shisu saw this, a golden light flashed in his hand and a bright copper mirror suddenly appeared in his hand. "Heavenly illumination mirror, collect!" Shang Shisu coldly shouted. The hands of the heavenly mirror burst out a dazzling light. Those blood gas in the light actually issued a crackling sound. A burnt smell immediately appeared in the temple. After the light disappeared, the calm surface of the mirror suddenly turned into a vortex, and a steady stream of blood chi was pulled into the heavenly illumination mirror. In just a few breaths, the blood chi around the crowd disappeared without a trace. Lu Cicada loosened her small hand that was covering her nose and complained somewhat. "Shang Shisu, why didn't you take out this treasure earlier if you had it?" Shang Shixian prodded the heavenly illuminating mirror and strained. "This thing was given to me by my master to absorb my asthma. Who knew that it could absorb blood chi? I was just trying it out. I didn't think it would really work." Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke out and reminded, "Brother Shang, the mirror in your hand is deformed." When Shang Shixian heard this, he hurriedly looked at the heavenly illumination mirror, and it was just as Lin Yuan said. The originally oval heavenly illumination mirror had now become rounded, as if it was a ball. Lin Yuan looked at the heavenly illumination mirror and spoke. "Your mirror seems to be full." Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted from the heavenly illuminating mirror. Shang Shisu let out a strange cry. His figure flashed and instantly rushed towards the entrance of the devil's cave, and then hurriedly threw down the heavenly illuminating mirror in his hand. Boom! The temple was suddenly strewn with debris, and Shang Shixian was also blown up. "Ba ba ba!" Shang Shixian spat out the sand that had splashed into his mouth and said with palpitations, "The power of a magic treasure explosion is terrifying." Right at this moment, an angry shout suddenly came out from the middle of the devil's cave, followed by a figure that suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes with a flash. At this moment, Mu Chuyan's aura surged around her. A blood chi floated on Mu Chuyan's side if nothing else, as if it was a weird blood-colored snake, ready to attack at any time. After Mu Chuyan appeared, the blood chi in the hall quickly surged to her side, and when Mu Chuyan's red lips slightly opened, the blood chi automatically drilled into her mouth. In just a few moments, the blood chi in the hall disappeared without a trace, and Mu Chuyan was as if she was full. and actually burped. Afterward, Mu Chuyen looked at the crowd, licked her scarlet lips, and spoke, "There are quite a few more people, so I can have a good meal this time." After saying that, Mu Chuyen's blood-red eyes locked onto Lin Yuan and said morosely, "Lin Yuan, I'll leave you for last. I want you to see with your own eyes how the woman you love died tragically in front of you, how she turned into a red-powdered skeleton." Lin Yuan's eyes were heavy as he said in a deep voice, "After you enter the devil, are you sure you're still Mu Chuyen?" Mu Chuyen suddenly laughed up in the air at his words. A moment later, Mu Chuyen slowly raised her right hand and a blood-colored aura appeared in her hand. Her eyes looked at the aura obsessively and coldly said, "What do you know?" The words fell. Mu Chuyen pinched the aura in her hand and then her figure flickered, unexpectedly appearing directly in front of Jiang Qingli. "Let's start with you, the holy daughter of the unseen palace." Seeing this, Jiang Qingli hurriedly activated the Tai Qing Xian Gong. Mu Chuyen seemed to have the intention to waiting for the light green colored shadow behind Jiang Qingli to appear before she slapped her palm out. In an instant, Jiang Qingli was struck by a palm, her body staggered back, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. When Jiang Qingli stabilized her stance, she wiped the corners of her mouth and said in a cold voice, "Ninth level of Yuaning stage." Lu Cicada sniffed and glanced at Lin Yuan, then said, "Prepare to fight for your life." Chapter 88, Killing Formation breaks in an instant. Hearing Lu Cicada's words, Mu Chuyen looked as if she had heard a heavenly joke and suddenly laughed up in the air. "Fight for your life?" Mu Chuyen sneered. "You deserve it too." Lu Cicada clenched her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, "Match or no match, try it and you won't know." As soon as the words fell, Lu Cicada took the lead and rushed out. In an instant, a thick sword chi carried a majestic momentum and chopped towards Mu Chuyen. Mu Chuyen coldly watched the sword chi sweeping towards her and did not make a move until she was close, only to see a gentle wave of her sleeve. A blood-colored palm print instantly meets it. However, it was Mu Chuyen's light strike that directly dispersed all the sword chi in front of Lu Cicada. Seeing this, Shang Shisu's figure flickered to Lu Cicada's side and said to him in a deep voice, "Retreat first." When Lu Cicada heard this, she was a bit puzzled, not understanding what Shang Shisu's words meant. However, since Shang Shisu had said it, he naturally had his intentions, so after he made his exit, Lu Cicada turned around and left without any delay. Seeing Lu Cicada retreating, Shang Shisu took a deep breath and instantly fired his feet. Bang bang after two sound explosions, Shang Shixian's figure unexpectedly crossed a distance of 6 or 7 feet in an instant and appeared directly in front of Mu Chuyen's body. When Mu Chuyen saw this, she was also a bit surprised. The Dao Sect Saint's son was really strong, but so what if she was even stronger? After coming out of the Devil's Cave, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and now all these people in the hall combined were no match for her. Shang Shisu flew up and kicked Mu Chuyen viciously. Mu Chuyen let out a cold snort and hurriedly raised her right hand to swing out. Bang! The sound. A fist and a foot collided, and an invisible shockwave instantly exploded with a deafening ring. Both of their figures fell back at the same time. Mu Chuyen stabilized herself after 3 steps. On the contrary, Shang Shisu staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. "So strong." Shang Shisu sighed as he moved his ankle. Mu Chuyen sneered, "You're nowhere near senior brotherly." Shang Shisu sniffed and helplessly spread his hands and said, "Compared to Li Mu Bai, I am indeed far behind." Then he grinned and continued, "But compared to you, I don't feel the gap is very big. Is that so?" Mu Chuyen smiled contemptuously. Right at this moment, Jiang Qingli, who had been standing on the sidelines, suddenly opened her red lips lightly and gently spat out 2 words, "Array up." Immediately after that, dust suddenly flew up inside the hall, and a circle of transparent walls engraved with talismans rose up from the ground, instantly enveloping Mu Chuyen in a formation. Looking at Mu Chuyen within the formation, Jiang Qingli sneered, "Powerful is quite powerful, just not very good in the head." As soon as the words fell, a cloud of mist suddenly rose within the formation, followed by the continuous sound of gold and stone as a sword chi flew and smashed at Mu Chuyen. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly said, "Mu Chuyen is too strong. We have to think of a solution in a hurry." Lin Yuan took a deep breath and endured the pain in his chest as he stood up and said in a deep voice, "I'll do it. You come my ass." Lu Cicada immediately spoke out to stop it. "You don't want to die." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, shook his head and said softly, "If we can't beat Mu Chuyen, it's still a death anyway. We have no choice. This matter was all because of him. Instead of dragging so many people to die with him, it would be better for him to solve this matter by himself." Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lu Cicada naturally knew what Lin Yuan was thinking. Her face immediately turned cold, and as she tugged on Lin Yuan's collar, she said in a cold voice, "Do you think that if you die, you can eliminate the hatred in Mu Chuyen's heart?" Lin Yuan's eyes somewhat dodged as he looked behind Lu Cicada E and smiled bitterly. Let me try. Mu Chuyen has become a demon. She has no humanity left. Let me try. Lin Yuan remained obstinate. No. Lu Cicada E was suddenly hysterical. Her voice shrill. I still have a way. You trust me, okay? Jiang Qingli, who was standing by the side, spoke. Lin Yuan, don't be stupid. You think that if you die, Mu Chuyen will let us go? When Shang Shixian heard this, he was filled with surprise. Brother Lin, there is still an entanglement with Mu Chuyen? Can't it be that you've started a fight against someone else? That's why Mu Chuyen entered the devil to get back at you? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and said helplessly. You're half right. Shang Shixiu pondered for a moment and said with certainty, you've started a fight against someone. Roll. What time is it? You still have the heart to joke. What an unmitigated disaster. Shang Shixian slapped his head and said with a face full of regret. Together, this matter has nothing to do with my Dao sect. We have purely suffered from an unmitigated disaster. Lu Cicada E laughed. It's too late for that now. When Shang Shixiu heard this, he immediately rubbed his chin and tried. You say that in a moment? If I kneel down with Mu Chuyen and beg for forgiveness and promise to work with her against you guys, will she us a horse? Hey! However, before Shang Shixiu's words fell, several shocking sounds suddenly erupted from the formation in the Great Hall, and immediately afterward, a blood-red figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Qingli exclaimed. I can't believe the formation was broken so quickly. Mu Chuyen restood in front of everyone's eyes. She was still in that long green dress. Immaculate. And the killing array that Shang Shixian and Jiang Qingli had painstakingly set up seemed to have no effect on her. Mu Chuyen straightened her sleeves and looked at Shang Shixian. I heard what you just said. As long as you swear by the heavenly Tao, I'll cooperate with you. Shang Shixian spread his hands and said helplessly. Is it okay not to swear by the heavenly Tao? No. Then it's non-negotiable. Shang Shixiu sniffed and slowly took out a talisman from his storage ring. Seeing this, Mu Chuyen coldly hummed. What? Ready to fight for your life? Shang Shixiu looked at Mu Chuyen and smiled coldly, casually lighting the talisman. Then, he spoke rapidly and said to the burning talisman, Master, our Dao sect has stumbled upon something evil again this time. I guess it's going to be a total loss again. I'm sorry for your old man's cultivation. You must avenge us. The one who killed us was Mu Chuyen of the Qingyan sect. This little has entered the devil. Also, when I die, remember to help me burn a few more beauties when you burn paper money for me on New Year's festivals. Just follow the mold of Acacia sect's Lin Xianyu. Even if they don't look like each other, their body should be the same. The crowd was speechless. Mu Chuyen burst out laughing and spoke. I thought you had some killing move. So it turns out you're giving your last words. Jiang Qingli snorted coldly and said in a murderous manner. Cut the crap. I don't believe that with so many people. I can't kill a single Mu Chuyen. Spell it out. Even if I die, I'll gnaw off a piece of your flesh. Lu Cicada E let out a chirpy cry, then rushed up with Jiang Qingli on the left and right. After Shang Shixiu also joined the fray, Lin Yuan let out a light sigh. The essence blood in his body began to burn crazily. Even the yuan ing that had just been condensed at his dantian was somewhat illusory, as if it was about to disappear at any moment. Then, a terrifying force violently erupted. Chapter 89, Broken Injunction. The three of them joined forces with a powerful aura, and the sword light flew in the sky as if it was capable of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, Mu Chuyen was like walking idly, slowly wandering between the three. Except for some fatal attacks, Mu Chuyen wouldn't even make a move to block, letting the sword chi chop on her body. And those sword chi were as if they had touched a piece of iron plate, and after coming into contact with Mu Chuyen's body, they were instantly turned into ashes. If that's all you've got, then prepare to die. After a moment, Mu Chuyen smiled contemptuously. Now that she had completely mastered that strong power within her body, there was no need to play along with them anymore. Outside of the battle group, the Dao sect's youngest sister saw the blood-colored light that was becoming more and more prevalent on Lin Yuan's body and opened her mouth to say, Have you gone crazy? The essence blood in your body is almost burned out. Lin Yuan turned a deaf ear, staring dead at the long sword in his hand, feeling the majestic power, gritting his teeth. Not even close. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan once again urged his dantian, and all of his spiritual qi and essence blood was injected into the long sword in his hand. At this moment, Lin Yuan's face was pale without a trace of blood, and his body was starting to become cold, almost indistinguishable from a dead person. As for Lin Yuan, he was only relying on a sliver of his remaining will to support himself from collapsing. Finally, an ancient aura rose up. This time, it was no longer the force of heaven and earth that the river god had left all for himself, but the force of heaven and earth that this sword had attracted. Right at this moment, Mu Chuyen also stopped holding back, casually interrupting all three of their attacks with a palm strike. The body then rose slowly, tapping his toes. Bang bang. 3 sounds. Lucicada and the three of them immediately sprayed a mouthful of blood arrows out of their mouths, and like kites with broken strings, they fell to the ground fiercely. Perfect timing. Lin Yuan sighed darkly and swung out his sword. A sword breaks the sky. The sword chi emitted a brilliant light, wrapped in the majestic and ancient power of heaven and earth, whistling away and chopping towards Mu Chuyen. Wherever the sword chi passed, debris flew, leaving a deep gully in the Qingyu Hall. Seeing this, Mu Chuyen smiled contemptuously and said, "It's that trick again. Do you really think I would fall twice in one place?" Before the words fell, the blood light on Mu Chuyen's body flourished. A thick blood chi wrapped around Mu Chuyen's body like a giant python, and the bloody snake head opened its bloody mouth to Lin Yuan, ready to launch a fatal strike at any time. Looking at the sword chi that was getting closer and closer, Mu Chuyen raised her hands and a thick mass of blood chi appeared in her hands. The blood chi seems to be made up of countless silhouettes, and they struggle and hiss in the blood chi. "Shatter me!" Mu Chuyen snorted coldly and met the sword chi with both palms. Before the sword chi touched Mu Chuyen's palms, the blood ball in her hands began to crackle and emit gusts of white smoke. Lin Yuan sat on the ground, gasping for air and grunting coldly. "Mu Chuyen, you have been disliked by heaven and earth." Mu Chuyen's eyes were icy cold. Her aura surged once again. Then her palms formed claws and violently grabbed the sword chi in front of her. The sword chi ruthlessly slammed into Mu Chuyen's palm and instantly emitted a dazzling light. Bang bang! The roar was unceasing. The crowd then saw Mu Chuyen's body slamming hard into the wall of Qingyu Hall. Seeing this, Lucicada Yi's 3 figures leapt up, ready to ride the momentum. However, just as the 3 of them were about to make their move, they saw Mu Chuyen's body unexpectedly crash through the wall of the Qingyu Hall and then disappeared. Looking at the wall that appeared in the Qingyu Hall, Shang Su was stunned. My goodness, so Brother Lin is so fierce. Lucicada Yi crowd is equally surprised. Lin Yuan, this sword's power is so great, well, actually able to cut through the ban of the Mahayana stage powerhouse. Lin Yuan's heart was shaken beyond belief. Could it be that heavenly ranked techniques were really so heaven-defying? Right at this moment, at the main gate of the Great Hall, the river god said to Chen Xian and the others once again after hearing the sound of roaring, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out. It's not too late." As soon as the words left his mouth, the river god kicked open the door of the Qingyu Hall and opened his mouth to shout, "Lin Yuan, are you dead yet?" After seeing the river god, Lin Yuan suddenly realized in his heart, no wonder the prohibition had disappeared. It was probably the river god's sister who had made the move. I thought it was the power of that sword, but I was really overestimating myself. When Lucicada Yi saw the river god, she hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, "Sister Envy Fish, why are you here?" After looking at the crowd in a sorry state, and then at Lin Yuan, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, the river god was relieved. "It's not too late, at least the people are alive. Sensed that you guys were in danger, so I came in to take a look." The river god spoke up and asked, "What's the situation now?" Lucicada Yi didn't notice anything wrong and said anxiously, "Mu Chuyen has become a demon, and in the main hall, there is a demon cave." Mu Chuyen went in and came out with a huge increase in strength. The river god nodded. His divine sense then swept towards Mu Chuyen outside of the Qingyu Hall. Surprisingly, he had gone into the devil. No wonder he felt nauseated by the scent of Mu Chuyen's body before. Shang Su's voice was anxious at this time. "Cut the crap. Now that the ban has been lifted, hurry up and run. The Jianghu is a long way off. Fellow Taoists, we'll see you again." As soon as the words fell, Shang Xian turned his head to a group of Tao sect disciples and said, "Senior brothers and sisters, the wind is tight, let's pull the call." As soon as the words fell, Shang Su crashed through a wall, leading a group of people whooping and hollering for their lives. Looking at the backs of the Tao sect's crowd, Lucicada Yi was a bit speechless. Shang Su's mobility was too strong. Jiang Qingli frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "Where is he going to run off to with his people? The entrance to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion has disappeared, and it's not like he can run out, so why don't I call out for him to come back?" Lucicada Yi said softly, "Shang Xian is the saint son of the Tao sect. I don't believe that he doesn't have the means to forcefully break open the Qingyu Immortal Mansion." The river god waved his hand and spoke, "All right, let's hurry. I have a way to open the gate of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion." At this time, Lin Yuan, who had been listening from the sidelines, spoke up, "There's still me. I seem to be able to salvage a bit." The river god sniffed and glared at Lin Yuan, then his body flickered away. Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. Where did he provoke this woman again? Why was he glaring at himself? Lucicada Yi quickly stepped forward to carry Lin Yuan on her back, somewhat complaining and somewhat heartbroken. "You bastard, who told you to burn essence blood again?" Lin Yuan gave a weak smile. That's not fighting for your life. This time it burned to the ground. I'll see what happens when you hurt your origin and can't cultivate. There's still you. I can eat soft food. Lin Yuan justified. Lu Cicada Yi's figure flashed, catching up with the river god's several people, and said in a bad mood, "You haven't always eaten soft food. The last time I fled for my life it was also me who carried you on my back and ran, and you're good for it too." Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. Next time I'll carry you on my back and run." Lu Cicada Yi lightly grunted and wanted to say something, but realized that Lin Yuan had already fainted. At the feet of the crowd, Chen Shan looked at the figures of several people and said with some confusion, "What are they running for? Could it be that there is danger in the Great Hall?" Chapter 90, Monsters. Suddenly, Yan Wenha looked at Lin Yuan's several figures and exclaimed, "Isn't that the holy maiden of the Acacia sect?" Immediately afterward, Yan Wenha slapped his head and said, "I remember. No wonder I see that woman in black looks a bit familiar. That woman is also from the Acacia sect. Lord Saint's son. Should we go after them? The holy maiden of the Acacia sect and the others must have gained a lot after staying in the Great Hall for so long, and I just saw that they were in a sorry state. If we go after them at this time, dealing with a few of them won't be a piece of cake?" Yan Wenha's eyes flashed a hint of viciousness. The Yellow Spring Sword sect still had a disciple broken in the hands of the Acacia sect, and now that he was hugging the holy son of the Xian Tian sect, he could just take the opportunity to take revenge. For Yan Wenha's words, Chen Xian was turning a deaf ear. He was now more curious about what exactly was in the Great Hall that could make Lu Cicada Yi and Jiang Qingli join hands and still be in such a sorry state. But it was quiet in the Great Hall now, and it didn't look like there was any danger. Just as Chen Xian was contemplating, an angry cry suddenly rang out. Mu Choyan's figure then instantly appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Mu Choyan's clothes were tattered at this time. Her shoulder-length hair was in disarray, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. Chen Xian sized up Mu Chuyan and said with some surprise, "Surprisingly, it's someone from the Qingyan sect." Seeing Mu Chuyan, Chen Xian suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Lu Cicada Yi and the others fled the hall in a sorry state. So it was because they had run into someone from the Qingyan sect. However, the Acacia sect and the Weiyang Palace were afraid of the Qingyan sect, but he, Xian Tian sect, was not afraid, not to mention that there were also people from the Yellow Spring Sword sect here to join forces with them. Moreover, looking at Mu Chuxian's appearance, it was thought that she was not lightly injured. If this took advantage of the opportunity to take down Mu Chuxian, then wouldn't all of the harvest from the Green Cloud sect's trip to the secret realm be their own? Thinking of this, Chen Xian said in a loud voice, "Mu Chuyan, obediently hand over the treasures in the Great Hall and I will let you go. If not, don't blame me for not being polite." Mu Chuyan, who was standing at the entrance of the Qingyu Hall, had her eyes on the direction that Lin Yuan and the others had left, and it was only after hearing Chen Xian's words that her eyes shifted over. "Are you talking to me?" Mu Chuyan said coldly. Chen Xian nodded, holding his sword in one hand, poised and ready to attack at any time. Yan Wenha said condescendingly, "I advise you to be sensible and hurry up to hand over the treasures in the Great Hall. Otherwise don't blame us for destroying the flowers with our hot hands. Also, have your Green Cloud sect disciples ambushed in the vicinity? Hurry up and roll out." Under the joint efforts of the Xian Tian sect and our Yellow Spring Sword sect, what kind of plotting and scheming? What a racket! Mu Chuyan let out a cold snort and her figure flickered away. Then, the crowd saw a red shadow instantly rush into the crowd, followed by two miserable screams resounding from within the crowd. Even Chen Xian, who had the most profound cultivation amongst the crowd, didn't get a clear view of Mu Chuyan's movements. When Chen Xian heard the miserable screams, his pupils instantly shrunk and his figure retreated sharply. He never expected that Mu Chuyan's strength would be so strong. However, when Chen Xian turned back to look at the crowd once more, he saw a scene that made his scalp go numb. At this moment, Mu Chuyan was drenched in blood, with bits and pieces of flesh still hanging from both arms, and in her arms, two corpses with light penetrating through their chests were leaning on Mu Chuyan's shoulders like that, her head buried deep in the neck of the corpses, and she was actually sucking the blood of the corpses in a big gulp. Seeing Mu Chuyan's behavior, Chen Xian only felt his hands and feet go cold, and a wave of cool air went straight to the sky. Mu Chuyan seemed to have turned into a monster in his eyes. Run! This was the only thought that came to Chen Xian's mind, but after he finished shouting, Mu Chuyan seemed to have finished her feeding. Licking her scarlet lips, Mu Chuyan sneered, "If you want to run, it's already too late." As soon as the words fell, Mu Chuyan's figure once again transformed into a blood-red residual shadow and wandered through the crowd. In just a few moments, 6 or 7 more people fell to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Xian's body transformed into a stream of light as he sprinted into the distance. Seeing Chen Xian, who had suddenly run away, Yan Wenha also knew that if he didn't run, he was afraid that he would be buried here. With a twinkle in his eye, He pushed the two Xian Tian sect disciples in front of him towards Mu Chuyen. Then his body flickered as he chased after Chen Xian. Trying to run? Mu Chuyen smiled coldly and suddenly appeared in front of Yan Wenhe with a sway of his body. Looking at Mu Chuyen, who was drenched in blood as if she had crawled out of hell in front of him, Yan Wenhe only felt his liver and guts cracking as he hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Immortal Mu, please spare me. All of this was done at Chen Xian's behest. As long as you spare me, make me a cow or a horse. Do whatever you want. Mu Chuyen raised her eyebrows and coldly hummed. Do whatever. Yan Wenhe kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic and hurriedly responded. That's right. Do whatever you want. Mu Chuyen looked towards the Xian Tian sect as well as the group of people from the Yellow Springs Sword sect, as if by eating a dozen or so people, she would be full, and it wouldn't be bad to take in all the remaining people as slaves. When you have time, you can also refine them into blood slaves. After pondering for a moment, Mu Chuyen softly said, That's fine. Then wait here for me for a moment. As soon as the words fell, Mu Chuyen rushed into the crowd once again. Half an hour later, Mu Chuyen haphazardly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and burped with a satisfied face. In front of her, there are still a dozen people remaining. These people are both male and female. At this time, they all looked dumbfounded. All of them were scared silly by Mu Chuyen. Mu Chuyen looked at Yan Wenhe and ordered, Go find me a river. I'll bathe first. Yan Wenhe trembled and said stiffly, Yes, Immortal Mu. Mu Chuyen's eyes went cold. What did you call me? Master. Master. Yan Wenhe carefully tried. Mu Chuyen instantly smiled with her eyebrows. Not bad, call me that from now on. But in Yan Wenhe's eyes, Mu Chuyen, even if she was more pleasant, was still a monster. A monster that crawled out of hell. The other side. After Lin Yuan's few people escaped the Qingyu Hall, they quickly withdrew towards the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Arriving at the entrance, the river gods signaled for the crowd to stop, and then came to the wall alone. A slender jade finger pointed in the air, and a black aura flew out at great speed, hitting on top of the stone blocks of the wall. Lu Cicada Yi's eyes looked behind her with vigilance, always on guard against Mu Chuyen catching up. The river god said softly, Don't worry, there are people from the Yellow Springs Sword sect and the Xian Tian sect at the entrance of the temple, so I guess I can stall for a while. After a few moments, the river god finally stopped moving, while the stone blocks above the wall seemed to move as if they were alive. This is a cracking formation? Zhang Qingli asked in surprise at the sight. The river god shook his head and weakly explained, It's just a mechanism that's been infused with aura, but the strength of the person who set up the mechanism is too strong, so you can't see it. In order to conceal his identity, the river god could only explain it this way. However, the small amount of aura that had just been restored within her body disappeared once again, causing her face to become even paler, and even her figure shook a little. Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi said with concern, Sister Envy Fish, how are you? The river god waved his hand and said softly, I'm fine. It's just that my body hasn't recovered yet and I'm a bit overconsumed. Before the river god could say anything, the walls suddenly stopped moving, and the door to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hurry! The river god urged. It will be safe when we reach the river god temple. Yes! Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out behind the several people. A few fairies stay back. Wait for my little brother. Immediately afterward, Lu Cicada Yi saw Shang Shixian running over with a group of people from the Dao sect hooting and hollering. Lu Cicada Yi frowned and opened her mouth to ask, Didn't you run away? When Shang Shixian heard this, he said with some embarrassment, Just now, I was so nervous that I forgot that I was in the middle of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. When we ran most of the way around the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, that's when we remembered. Okay, cut the crap and get going. Chapter 91, Healing. When the crowd had just stepped out of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, Su Xiao, who had been waiting in tight formation, suddenly greeted them, and after seeing Lin Yuan, who was being carried on Lu Cicada Yi's back, she hurriedly asked, Senior sister, how are you guys doing? Have you encountered any danger? Lu Cicada Yi nodded and anxiously said, This is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and get the crowd together. Let's go back to the River God Temple. But Fang Paintingping still brought a group of people in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Su Xiao opened her mouth. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she exclaimed, What? You said that Painted Screen brought someone in? Right. Su Xiao nodded her head, because she wasn't worried about the three of you. She brought a dozen people in to support you. What? You guys didn't run into each other? Bad. Jiang Qingli let out a dark sigh and turned around, about to enter the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Seeing this, Lu Cicada Yi hurriedly stopped in front of Jiang Qingli and spoke. I'll accompany you. After saying that, Lu Cicada Yi turned around and handed Lin Yuan over to the river god, instructing, Sister Envy Fish, Lin Yuan and the rest of the Acacia sect's disciples are in your hands. Right at this moment, a group of people from the Dao sect also drilled out, and when Shangshi Su heard the conversation between the two of them, he was a bit puzzled and said, do you guys want to try the sound transmission note? When Jiang Qingli heard this, she hastily slapped her face, and in her haste she even forgot about the transmission note. At this time, the river god standing at the side voiced out a reminder. The Qingyu Immortal Mansion has a forbidden system, and the message from the sound transmission can't be transmitted inside. Then I'll go in and find them. Jiang Qingli turned around and was about to re-enter the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Lu Cicada nodded and also wanted to follow. After all, there were still disciples of the Acacia sect in Fong Painting Ping's group of people, so it was impossible for her to leave them alone. The river god hurriedly stopped Lu Cicada and said, Cicada, you still need to help with the injuries on Lin Yuan. But, just as Lu Cicada hesitated, Shangshi Xian spoke. I'll accompany Saintess Jiang. Senior brother. The Dao sect's youngest senior sister pouted, a little displeased. After all, this was a matter between the Acacia sect and the Weiyang Palace, so why should we risk our senior brother's life? Shangshi Su shook his head, signaling his senior sister not to speak, and turned to Lu Cicada. I'll leave these senior brothers and sisters of mine to you. Don't worry, no one can hurt a hair on their head before I die. Lu Cicada assured. Yes, no words on the way. The river god and his party took Xiaowenju and a few others with them midway, and then returned to the river god's temple once again. After the crowd had entered the great hall, the river god turned all the golden essence stone halls in the courtyard towards the gate of the river god temple. At once, a golden light shot out from the stone sculpture, transforming into an invisible shroud of light that enveloped the sky above the river god temple. Looking at the golden essence stone sculpture, the river god sighed somewhat helplessly. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since this formation in the river god's temple had been activated. Thinking about this, the river god stomped his foot a little angry, as if he had started having bad luck after meeting Lin Yuan. But now was not the time to count on that. Now hurry up and let that loser Lin Yuan restore the essence blood in his body, otherwise his previous efforts would be in vain. After returning to the main hall, Lu Cicada was holding a spirit medicine and carefully feeding it to Lin Yuan. Seeing this, the river god hurriedly stopped Lu Cicada. Don't feed him. Now his body is too weak. You don't know that you can't take a tonic for your deficiency. Be careful to make up for Lin Yuan's death. Lu Cicada's red lips slightly opened, somewhat at a loss for words. What then? In fact, Lu Cicada had another method in her mind, but now that Lin Yuan had fainted, that method was somewhat unworkable. Follow me, the river god said, signaling Lu Cicada to bring Lin Yuan to come with him to the back hall. When the three of them arrived at the back hall, Lu Cicada carefully placed Lin Yuan on the bed and anxiously said, Sister Envy Fish, what do you have in mind? Looking at the pale Lin Yuan, the river god said in his heart, do we have to use that method again? Thinking of this, the river god was a little hesitant again. After all, it was Lu Cicada who was injured in the first place, and we are all women, so it's okay to help. But now it was Lin Yuan who was injured. At the thought of entering Lin Yuan's body, the river god couldn't help but shiver. She didn't want to turn into an animal. No, absolutely not. Lu Cicada looked at the river god, who nodded her head for a while and shook her head for a while, and said in a somewhat puzzled manner, Sister Envy Fish, what are you talking about? Oh, it's fine. The river god took a deep breath and said softly, can't you help Lin Yuan restore the essence blood in his body? You hurry up and come now. If you're a little late, Lin Yuan will have injured his fundamentals and won't be able to recover completely. Lu Cicada sniffed and looked at the river god with some surprise. It seemed like she had never told Envy Fish sister about this. The river god knew he had slipped up and hurriedly said, Lin Yuan told me. Because her heart was focused on Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada didn't doubt him, but she was just a little worried. But Lin Yuan has already fainted. He can't recover his essence blood without running his gongfu. The river god nodded and proposed, in this case, I'll help him run his gong methods on the side, and you come. Ah, like this? When Lu Cicada heard this, a bright red color flew on her face. Although Lu Cicada usually acts in a hot and bold style, but really to this kind of thing, but also let others on the sidelines to watch, she really can't do. Noticing Lu Cicada's expression, the river god naturally knew what was on Lu Cicada's mind and spoke. Why don't you try it on your own first, and if it doesn't work, I'll come back to help. When Lu Cicada heard this, she hastily nodded her head and said, good. After the river god left, Lu Cicada slowly removed Lin Yuan's clothes. Looking at the somewhat limp Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. What to do now? Suddenly, Lu Cicada's mind flashed. Lin Yuan's storage ring seems to still have bull's milk. I don't know if it has any effect on Lin Yuan. But Lu Cicada-e then gave up this idea. Lin Yuan had fainted. His storage ring couldn't be opened by himself. Chapter 92, Embarrassing Healing. After a long period of silence, Lu Cicada-e looked at the pale Lin Yuan and finally bent down. Gently patting the unconscious Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada-e somewhat complained that she really owed Lin Yuan in her last life. Concentrate and run the gong method. Lu Cicada-e murmured and whispered. After a long time, Lu Cicada-e shouted, Sister Envy, come in and help me. The river god, who had been waiting at the door, sniffed and hurriedly pushed open the door to the room and walked in. After she closed the door to the room, she looked at the flushed Lu Cicada-e and asked, What's wrong? It's not working. Lu Cicada-e she lowered her head and said in a voice like a mosquito, Not really. I don't have the means to do two things at once. I still have to trouble you to help Lin Yuan run his gong fu. The river god was calm and collected when she saw this kind of scene. She gently nodded her head and then slowly came to Lin Yuan's side. Holding Lin Yuan's wrist with one hand and injecting her aura into Lin Yuan's body, she softly said to Lu Cicada-e, You may begin. But looking at the river god's straight eyes, Lu Cicada-e was a bit at a loss for words. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. It was really too embarrassing. Seeing this, the river god hastily twisted his head to the side and said, It's okay, just think of me as a log. Lu Cicada-e sighed somewhat helplessly. A living, breathing person was sitting in front of her. Even if she was heartless, it was impossible to completely ignore her. Hurry up. After a while, Lin Yuan is really hopeless. The river god urged. Okay. Lu Cicada-e took a deep breath and said in her heart, All of this is to save my man. Not to mention that Sister Envy Fish is still a woman. What are you afraid of? Thinking of this, Lu Cicada-e crossed her heart, then closed her eyes tightly and began to operate her gong methods. 1 hour later, a hint of blood began to appear on Lin Yuan's face, and his breathing began to become steady. Although the results weren't great this time, at least it seemed that Lin Yuan's body had recovered some of his essence and blood. After a moment's reprieve, Lu Cicada-e hurriedly asked, Sister Envy Fish, how is Lin Yuan? The river god sniffed and said in a deep voice, Not bad, but if you want Lin Yuan not to injure his fundamentals, you'll have to work a little harder. This time, the two were silent for a long time before Lu Cicada-e nodded somewhat helplessly. This 1 hour down, Lu Cicada-e feel that this life can lose the face or lost. Good in the envious fish sister is a woman. This kind of thing she should not pass out. Otherwise Lu Cicada-e are ready to find a crooked neck tree, directly hang to death. And the river god on the side of the face has always been as calm as water. For this kind of scene, she actually has some internal dissension, but she knew exactly what she had in mind and what she was going after. Mature women who are able to resist temptation. After another moment of silence, the river god spoke. That, Lin Yuan's body hasn't recovered yet. You should at least help him awaken. When Lu Cicada-e heard this, she immediately covered her rosy little mouth and exclaimed, Come back, eh? River god nodded and said stiffly, I know it's a bit forced, but, for Lin Yuan's sake, she had to do this. This time, Lu Cicada-e didn't think much about it. Anyway, she had been seen by the river god, so what could she do if she saw it again? She waved her hand and clenched her silver teeth. For Lin Yuan, I'll do anything. Anyway, the face is already lost. Big deal. When the river god saw this, he also somewhat admired Lu Cicada-e. Young people these days are just physically fit. Finally, as night fell, Lin Yuan also weakly opened his eyes. Looking at Lin Yuan who woke up again, Lu Cicada-e only felt hot tears in her eyes. This period of time was really too hard. She felt that she almost didn't make it through. She was busy jumping into Lin Yuan's arms with her mouth muttering, You dog man, you're finally awake. You're finally awake. The river god, on the other hand, had flashed back into the great hall the moment before he noticed Lin Yuan waking up. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada-e in his arms. Some uncertainty. He is not dead. Lu Cicada-e how to look like crying morning. It is really unlucky. Lu Cicada-e muttered for a long time before she slowly came back to her senses and looked at Lin Yuan pouting and complaining. You dog man, you still know to wake up. Lin Yuan laughed and pressed Lu Cicada-e's into his arms with an apology. I'm sorry, baby, for making you worry. Lu Cicada-e leaned her head on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said vaguely, It's good that you know. In fact, this was not what Lu Cicada-e minded. Anyway, in the future, she would no longer have any secrets in front of Lin Xianyu. Lin Yuan looked at the familiar scene in front of him and suddenly said in surprise, We've returned to the river god temple? When Lu Cicada-e heard this, she looked out the window at the already dark sky and let out a cry, about to run out. When Lin Yuan saw the windy Lu Cicada-e, he hurriedly pulled her and said, What are you doing? Lu Cicada-e quickly said, Jiang Qingli and Shang Shixian haven't returned yet. I'll go out and take a look. You have to put your clothes on even if you're in a hurry. Lu Cicada sniffed and spat out her tongue. I almost forgot. Lin Yuan was somewhat speechless. When will you change your fussy nature? Lu Cicada rubbed her somewhat sore little waist and pouted. You dislike me. I didn't. You just have. Lu Cicada said unforgivingly. Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache and hastily changed the topic. Aren't you going to see Jiang Qingli and Shang Su? Hurry up and go. Lu Cicada grunted. When I come back, I'll settle the score with you. Chapter 93. Early the next morning, the essence blood in Lin Yuan's body had also finally recovered most of it, but he was never in a good mood, while Lu Cicada who was sitting on the side, was likewise the same. This was because Jiang Qingli and Shang Shixian never returned after returning to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Dao Zong's youngest sister cried with pearly blossoms and looked at the gate of the river god's temple looking at her eyes. If it wasn't for the disciples of the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect, their eldest senior brother would be with them right now, instead of living or dying unknown. If it wasn't for the group of disciples from the Dao sect stopping them, it was estimated that their little sister would have run out long ago. No way. I can't wait any longer. I'll get them. Looking at the sunrise slowly rising in the sky, Lu Cicada couldn't wait any longer. I'll accompany you. Lin Yuan slapped his thigh and hurriedly got up. Little senior sister Dao Zong wiped the tears from her face and sobbed. I'll go too. The group of Dao sect disciples immediately responded. We'll go too. Su Xiao and a group of Weiyang Palace have long been fully loaded and ready to go, just waiting for Lu Cicada's words. Just then, the river god said with some hesitation, should we wait no longer? She actually didn't quite agree with the Lin Yuan crowd. After all, Jiang Qingli and the others hadn't been contacted yet. So who knew what the situation was like on their side? Perhaps they had encountered some situation halfway through the journey, so they hadn't been able to return. If they rashly go out now, as long as the crowd encounters Mu Chuxian, then it is estimated that the group will all be accounted for in this secret realm of debris. Moreover, according to the river god's projection, Mu Chuyan's current cultivation had already reached the cave void stage. Even if she put her best foot forward, she probably wouldn't be Mu Chuyan's opponent. However, if the crowd stayed in the river god temple, the situation would be different, and all they needed to do was wait patiently for the secret realm of the ruins to close, and they would be able to return to the real world safely. Even if Mu Chuyan came to the door, she was helpless in the face of the river god temple's defense formation. At that time, as long as we return to the real world, everyone will unite with the clan elders, and revenge will not be simple. But if they really did, it was expected that Lin Yuan and the others wouldn't agree. After all, Jiang Qingli and Shang Shixian both disappeared until now for the sake of the disciples of the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect. After pondering for a moment, the river god spoke. What if after we go out, we don't find Jiang Qingli and the others, and then we meet Mu Chuyan again? Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. In the end, this matter is still because of me. Do you want me to stand by and watch? But, just as the river god was about to say something to dissuade the crowd, there was a sudden shocking bang from outside the river god temple. In midair, the river god temple's defense formation erupted with a stream of light, and it looked like someone was attacking the formation. The person who came was very strong, because the people who were in the river god's hall felt a tremor coming from under their feet. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada and the people from the Dao sect and the Weiyang Palace. Get out here. After the loud noise ended, Mu Chuyan's voice was heard. Her shouts were equally deafening, as if thunder rolled from the sky. The river god frowned, his eyes heavy as he said, Mu Chuyan's cultivation seems to have reached the cave void stage. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised when he heard this. How is that possible? Wouldn't cultivators above the Yuaning stage be excluded from the secret realm? That's indeed the truth, the river god explained, but Mu Chuyan was promoted to the cavernous void stage in the middle of a secret realm. Plus she was only able to be promoted to the cavernous void stage because of the Devil's Cave and the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Maybe the heavenly Dao rules in the secret realm have already recognized Mu Chuyan as a person in the secret realm, so they didn't reject Mu Chuyan. Just then, Mu Chuyan's voice came again. What? Want to be shrunken turtles? Can you bear to see these friends of yours die tragically in front of you? Lu Cicada exclaimed. It should be Jiang Qingli and the others. Before the words fell, Lu Cicada's figure turned into a stream of light and rushed out. When the crowd arrived at the door, they saw Mu Chuyan sitting not far from the river god temple. Underneath her, Yan Wenhao was prostrate on the ground like a dog, acting as a stool for Mu Chuyan. And behind Mu Chuyan, Lin Yuan also saw Jiang Qingli and the others. At this moment, Jiang Qingli's face was pale with messy hair, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, and she was being firmly grasped by two people by the arm. The rest of the Acacia sect and Weiyang Palace's disciples were treated similarly to Jiang Qingli, each with a pale pretty face. presumably not lightly injured. And beside Jiang Qingli was Shang Su. However, Shang Su was a bit special, as he was at this moment tied up and thrown on the ground. Even though he couldn't move his body, he still didn't give in. From afar, Lin Yuan saw Shang Xian laboriously lifting his head and was shouting something profusely at Mu Chuyan's back. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Brother Shang is really a man. He's on the verge of death and still hasn't succumbed to Mu Chuyan's lustful authority. But when the crowd approached, after hearing Shang Su's words, they were immediately speechless for a while. Even the youngest sister who had always been attached to Shang Su couldn't help but hold her forehead. It was so humiliating. Chou Yan, you believe in love at first sight. That's right. In the middle of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion, the first time I saw you, I couldn't help falling in love with you. You are like a beam of light in the darkness that suddenly illuminated all my world, like a gift from heaven that gave me hope again. What did I return to the Qingyu Immortal Mansion for? You think I did it for those female disciples of the Weiyang Palace and the Acacia sect? No, I'm doing it to get back to you. Without you, I realized my world was a dark place. Mu Chuyan's beautiful eyes rolled as she coldly said, so you sneak attacked me at the entrance of the Qingyu Immortal Mansion last night? Shang Su sniffed and explained without blushing. Chu Yan, you misunderstood me. It was too dark at the time and I mistook you for Qin Xian of the Xin Tian sect. You know, you and I have a grudge. Shang Su said and cooed forward a bit, trying to get next to Mu Chuyan, but his mouth was still rambling, with no intention of stopping. Chou Yan, believe me, I'm sincere. If I could, I'd love to rip my heart out and let you see it. Yes? Mu Chuyan raised her eyebrows and looked at Shang Xian licking her scarlet lips and smiling cruelly. I can help you. When Shang Su saw this, he gulped and smiled. He. It's okay to look at it later, but if I don't die if I pull it out now, how else can I be with you for a long time? Mu Chuyan let out a cold snort and slapped his palm in front of Shang Xian, saying in a cold voice, if you dare to make any more noise, I'll castrate you. Shang Su was blown away and his aura instantly weakened by a few points. He shrunk his neck and muttered with dissatisfaction in his mouth, don't be so mean. I'm sincere. I'm really your mother. Mu Chuyan casually waved her hand, sealing Shang Xian's mouth, and then transmitted, when I kill Lin Yuan, the first one will send you on your way. Chapter 94 Blood Melting Technique. As soon as Mu Chuyan's words fell, she turned to look at Lin Yuan and his group. Ha! You shed out? Seeing Lin Yuan again, Mu Chuyan's eyes lit up with a blazing fire of rage as she gritted her silver teeth and said in a cold voice, Lin Yuan, get out and suffer death. Release Jiang Qingli and the others. I'll be at your disposal. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Chuyan and said in a deep voice. When Mu Chuyan heard this, it was as if she had heard a great joke, and she burst out laughing, and only after a long time did she stop laughing, and then her eyes turned cold, and she said contemptuously, what qualifications do you have to make conditions with me? Before the words fell, Mu Chuyan casually waved her hand, and a blood-red palm print directly grabbed Jiang Qingli in front of her. Mu Chuyan slowly got up and kicked Yanwenha's ass before reaching out to grab Jiang Qingli's neck. Yanwenha couldn't care less about the pain on his buttocks. His eyes looked at Mu Chuyan's feet with some grudges. What did this matter have to do with him? Jiang Qingli, Lu Cicada let out a cry of alarm and wanted to rush over. Seeing this, the river god hastily pulled Lu Cicada, signaling her not to act rashly. Jiang Qingli was already injured, and now that she was grasped by Mu Chuyan, her pretty face instantly suffocated in red, her body struggling desperately. Mu Chuyan smiled cruelly and slowly lifted Jiang Qingli up. Looking at Lin Yuan, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't come out. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and suddenly spread his hands and said softly, what? You think I'll give in just because you have a hostage in your hand? Mu Chuyan, don't forget that I used to be a scoundrel. I'd do anything to stay alive. You think I'd go to my death for these irrelevant people? Oh, yeah? Mu Chuyan let out a cold smile. Then her palm slightly exerted force. In an instant, Jiang Qingli's eyes rolled white, and she directly fainted with a crooked neck. After doing this, Mu Chuyan looked at Lin Yuan with interest, as if waiting for Lin Yuan to make a choice. Seeing this, Lin Yuan, fearing that Mu Chuyan would do something overly aggressive again, hurriedly raised his hands in surrender and said, alright, you win. Originally, he had wanted to use Mu Chuyan's hatred for him to talk about conditions, but he didn't expect that the current Mu Chuyan was much more ruthless than he had imagined. Lin Yuan sighed, then slowly walked towards Mu Chuyan. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada beside him suddenly pulled at him, trying to stop him from going over. Lin Yuan gently shook off Lu Cicada's hand and shook his head somewhat helplessly. He didn't have any other choice right now. Lu Cicada's eyes narrowed slightly and she said in a deep voice, I'll accompany you. The river god sighed and admonished those behind him. Don't step out of this river god temple if you don't want to die. Then tried to follow suit. However, Lin Yuan also sensed the movements of the two and hurriedly spoke out angrily. Hurry back. No way. Lu Cicada-e shook her head, then quickly walked to Lin Yuan's side. Lin Yuan's voice was low and slightly angry. I said, go back. Lu Cicada-e still stubbornly stood beside Lin Yuan, following his footsteps. To die together. Mu Chuyen laughed at the sight and sneered. Lu Cicada-e, have you also come to accompany Lin Yuan to his death? It's so touching. Lin Yuan gently turned back and handed River God a look. The River God immediately understood and went forward to pull Lu Cicada-e and said softly, Cicada-e, come back first. Sister Envy. Before Lu Cicada-e could say anything, the River God directly knocked Lu Cicada-e out with a hand slash. It's all yours, Lin Yuan instructed, then took a big step out of the formation and walked towards Mu Chuyen. Arriving in front of Mu Chuyen, Lin Yuan spread out his hands and said, Mu Chuyen, I've come out. You can let these people go. Mu Chuyen smiled wryly and casually threw Jiang Qingli to the ground. Looking at Lin Yuan teasingly, when did I promise you to spare them? Before the words fell, Mu Chuyen suddenly struck out and directly kicked Lin Yuan in the chest. Put. The sound. Lin Yuan immediately spat out blood from his mouth. However, before Lin Yuan's body could fly backwards, a blood-red palm appeared behind Lin Yuan and grabbed him back again. Mu Chuyen moved lightly with her lotus steps and came up to Lin Yuan's ear. Sneering, Lin Yuan, I didn't think you would have this day too. Lin Yuan's eyes stared dead at Mu Chuyen as he weakly said, I really regret not killing you with a sword in the first place. Late. Mu Chuyen sneered, followed by another kick to Lin Yuan. Bang. Lin Yuan instantly fell to the ground, and Lin Yuan, who had not yet recovered from his injuries, completely lost all his strength and lay on the ground like a dead dog. Mu Chuyen's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Lin Yuan, stepping on Lin Yuan's head, sneering, You're just a waste. A waste, do you understand? And at that moment, the River God, who had been coldly watching, saw the scene in front of him with a stagnant expression. She seemed to recall a certain familiar scene from 10,000 years ago. Although time had passed and 10,000 years had passed, she would never forget that scene until she died. Mu Chuyen looked at Lin Yuan, who was like a dead dog, twisted her ankle and continued to sneer. Aren't you very strong? Get up and kill me. Ah, is it that you can't be killed? Mu Chuyen smiled coldly. If you can't kill me, I'll kill you all. Don't worry. I'll let you watch how these people die horribly in front of you later. Bang bang. Before Mu Chuyen's words fell, several black speeds like lightning suddenly smashed on Mu Chuyen's shoulders. Even though Mu Chuyen is already a cave void stage expert, she didn't react. Thump! Mu Chuyen retreated a dozen steps in a sorry state before she was able to stop herself. Rubbing her somewhat sore shoulder, Mu Chuyen looked at the River God, who had suddenly struck out, and said with some surprise, How did you get so strong? The River God's face was icy cold as he said, There's so much nonsense. Immediately afterward, the River God casually waved his hand, and the black aura suddenly condensed into a curtain of light, instantly obscuring everyone's sight. She coldly looked at Mu Chuyen and softly said, It seems like it can only last for a quarter of an hour, but it's enough to solve you. As soon as the words fell, the River God instantly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Mu Chuyen. Mu Chuyen let out a cold snort, and her feet instantly powered up, directly slamming into the River God. Boom! A bang! A black and a red stream of light ruthlessly collided together. In an instant, countless auras splashed out as if they were a sword chi shooting towards the ground. The two men's feet were suddenly riddled with holes. Mu Chuyen looked at the River God and said in a cold voice, It's nothing more than that. Yes. The River God sneered and charged once again. Mu Chuyen stood still and opened her arms as if she had given up resistance. However, the moment the River God was about to touch Mu Chuyen's body, a thread of blood suddenly gushed out from Mu Chuyen's body. The blood chi was like a small snake, spitting out letters and wrapping around the River God's arms. In just an instant, it wrapped around half of the River God's body. Mu Chuyen smiled coldly, her red lips slightly opened and spat out 3 words. Blood melting technique. Chapter 95, Rivers of Blood. As soon as Mu Chuyen's words fell, the blood threads wrapped around the River God's body immediately transformed into a sharp sword blade, stabbing at the River God's bright jade-like skin. The River God instantly raised her willow eyebrows, and an incomparably strong force instantly erupted within her body, directly shattering the blood threads on her body. His body then forcibly charged forward and slapped his palm on Mu Chuyen's chest. Mu Chuyen stifled a grunt and forced herself to endure the pain coming from her chest, similarly swinging out a palm and striking the River God's shoulder. The two figures separated instantly. Mu Chuyen stood still and looked at the River God with a cold smile. Want to trade lives with me? The River God's eyes were heavy. Mu Chuyen seemed to be much stronger than she had imagined. Although the cultivation level skyrocketed in a short period of time by forcibly activating the power of the origin, he had been injured earlier. and now it was obvious that it was a bit of a struggle to take on the devil's Mu Chuyen again. Seeing that the river god was silent, Mu Chuyen let out a cold snort and took the lead in charging up. I'll see how long you can last. In an instant, the two of them exchanged dozens of moves again, and each move was incredibly thrilling. The river god, on the other hand, was more and more shocked the more she fought. After activating her origin power, her cultivation could definitely reach the level of the second level of the cavernous void stage. But when facing Mu Chuyen, who was at the first level of the cavernous void stage, she even became more and more overwhelmed the more she fought. In fact, Mu Chuyen was equally surprised deep inside. She never thought that beside Lin Yuan, there was still such an expert hidden. Just now when the two of them exchanged blows, it looked like Mu Chuyen had the upper hand, but she knew clearly in her heart that this was due to the fact that the devil cultivator's body was strong. So when they exchanged blows, Mu Chuyen could have no fear. If she was just an ordinary cultivator of the first layer of the cave void stage, I'm afraid that she would have already been defeated by the river god in just a dozen moves. The river god looked at Mu Chuyen coldly, then her red lips lightly opened. 100 Chuan Hui Zone. In an instant, the river god's aura instantly skyrocketed, and immediately afterward, dozens of auras suddenly appeared out of thin air from behind the river god as if it were a torrential river. The river rolled away, rushing towards Mu Chuyen with the momentum of 10,000 horses. Watching the river rushing, the river god sighed somewhat helplessly. Now the body's origin power is still too little. The power of this move 100 rivers converge on the clan is still too small. Feeling the oppressive feeling of the river in front of her, Mu Chuyen's heart shook. Then her hands quickly waved, and a giant python made of blood chi appeared behind her. The giant python came to life as if it was like a living creature, opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards the river god. Behind the giant python, Mu Chuyen's figure followed closely. Bang bang! In mid-air, the giant python began to explode one by one after hitting the rushing black river. The power of the river god's move 100 rivers convergence also began to diminish, and in the end, only a small stream of water remained. Seeing this, Mu Chuyen hastily swung out a palm and dispersed it. After standing still again, Mu Chuyen looked at the pale river god and sneered. Can't hold out. The river god stood playfully in place, looking at Mu Chuyen in mid-air and sneering. You're too happy too soon. Before the words fell, the black river water that was previously dispersed suddenly appeared on Mu Chuyen's side. River god's red lips flicked out. Explode! Bang bang! The sound of roaring resounded through the sky. Mu Chuyen let out a cry of pain, and then her body fell hard to the ground as if she were a rag doll. Seeing this, the river god let out a light breath and stumbled backward a few steps. It almost didn't last. However, just when the river god thought that Mu Chuyen was no longer able to resist, Mu Chuyen suddenly slowly climbed up from the ground. At this moment, Mu Chuyen was in a sorry state. Several wounds on her body were deep enough to be seen on the bone. She licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were maniacal as she looked at the river god. Her voice hoarse. You think you can kill me just like that? As soon as the words fell, Mu Chuyen forcefully urged her body's blood chi, then desperately slammed into the black barrier. Bang bang! The river god's heart trembled when she saw this. Mu Chuyen presumably wanted to go out and suck blood chi to restore her own cultivation, but when she wanted to step in to stop Mu Chuyen, it was already too late. In just a few breaths, the barrier set up by the river god was forced to smash a large hole by Mu Chuyen, who rushed out with a flash of her body. When the river god rushed out, he saw Mu Chuyen grabbing a harmonious sect disciple and directly emptied his hands of the harmonious sect disciple. Looking at the still beating heart in her hand, Mu Chuyen coldly said, You forced me to do this. Mu Chuyen said as her figure flashed again and rushed straight into the crowd behind her. In just a few moments, more than a dozen people died tragically at the hands of Mu Chuyen. There were disciples from the Acacia sect, Weiyang Palace and Yellow Springs Sword sect among them, and even Yan Wenhe, who had always been groveling to Mu Chuyen, didn't manage to escape Mu Chuyen's poisonous hand. He spat blood foam from the corner of his mouth, his eyes staring at Mu Chuyen with death, and finally crooked his head unwillingly. Seeing this, the river god hurriedly urged the last bit of origin power in his body to stop Mu Chuyen, but it was too late. The blood of a dozen or so corpses was forcefully drawn away from her body by Mu Chuyen, and then gathered together, turning into a river of blood around her. Mu Chuyen laughed maniacally, and then her aura climbed up. Let's you try me. As soon as the words fell, the blood chi and aura within Mu Chuyen's body began to surge out crazily, and then merged into the blood river beside her. In just a few moments, that blood-colored river turned into a river that was about 1 foot wide. In the middle of the river, countless humanoid blood chi madly struggled and hissed. The blood flows. Mu Chuyen smiled morosely. Then the river of blood slowly pounced on the river god with a heavy bloody aura. At first, after feeling that majestic aura, the river god wanted to retreat back to the river god temple. After all, Within a short period of time, Mu Chuyan's cultivation level had increased too much. Even if the river god tried his best, it was still useless. But after she saw the river of blood, the river god's tense body relaxed. It's so sleepy. Someone comes to give you a pillow. The river of blood was a bit disgusting, but it was a fight to stay alive. Seeing the river god who stood still and did nothing, Mu Chuyan said frantically, "What? Scared silly?" The river god was filled with disgust. "I dislike you for being disgusting. Understand? Go to hell." As soon as Mu Chuyan's words fell, she rushed over along with the blood river. The river god let out a cold snort and pinched his nose as he fell straight back toward the blood river. Giving up resistance? Mu Chuyan sneered. A moment later, the river of blood quickly covered the river god's body. The river god's body also began to be swallowed up by the river of blood bit by bit, and soon disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Mu Chuyan exhaled softly. Finally dead. It's still pretty tough. After saying that, Mu Chuyan turned to look at Lin Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Lin Yuan, it's time to settle the score between us." Right at this moment, a cool voice suddenly rang out behind Mu Chuyan. "You're too happy too soon." Chapter 96, Mu Chuyan, Death. Mu Chuyan's pupils instantly shrunk, and she hurriedly turned around to look. As a result, he saw the river of blood that belonged to him, but it slowly left him. And in the tumbling river of blood, a woman rose slowly from the river of blood. The woman stood barefoot on top of the blood river, a blood-red robe blending into the blood river, her head full of long blood-colored hair dancing with the wind, and a pair of eyes as if they were rubies were looking at herself with a slightly playful look. The completely transformed river god slowly raised one hand, and the blood threads that once belonged to Mu Chuyan unexpectedly appeared in her hand. Those threads of blood happily wandered and danced between the river god's 5 fingers. Mu Chuyan exclaimed in shock at the sight. "How could this happen? I really have to thank you." The river god teased a bit. "If it wasn't for this blood river of yours, I'm afraid I would have lost by now." As soon as the words fell, Mu Chuyan felt that the blood chi in her body was frantically draining away, and the river of blood in front of her eyes was completely out of control. "So this is your power." Feeling the changes within her body, the river god smiled charmingly and opened her mouth. "Still too weak, after absorbing your blood river. Surprisingly, it's only the 5th level of the cavernous void stage, but to deal with you well, it'll be enough." Mu Chuyan covered her chest and retreated sharply, but she still couldn't stop the loss of blood chi in her body. She looked at the river god in panic and yelled hysterically, "What the hell have you done to me?" "Guess." River god teased a bit. Saying that, like a small hand, a blood filament suddenly rushed towards Mu Chuyan and then firmly pressed Mu Chuyan to the ground. The river god casually threw the blood chi in his hand back to the ground and said contemptuously, "Having lost your blood chi, you really are unbeatable." Before the words fell, Mu Chuyan's cultivation began to plummet. In just the blink of an eye, it fell to the early Jindan stage. At this moment, Mu Chuyan's face was full of panic. She looked at the river god and said incoherently, "What the hell have you done to me? You're not a human being. You're also a demonic cultivator." The river god's complexion turned cold at his words, and he slapped Mu Chuyan's delicate face, saying viciously, "Dry Lyrian, you're the one who's a devil cultivator. Your whole family is a devil cultivator." Just then, the blood river was like a tidal wave, lifting Lin Yuan up and sending him in front of the two. Lin Yuan looked at the river god somewhat weakly and said in surprise, "Sister river god, could it be that the blood river is also a river? What do you know about chicken?" The river god skimmed his mouth, full of profanity. "Holy crap, this is too strong." Lin Yuan was stunned at the same time. What was wrong with the river god? "Mu Chuyan is all yours. Deal with your own," the river god urged. Mu Chuyan's eyes were a bit dull as she looked at the woman in front of her in shock. "Sister river god? You're actually a god? This can't be possible. How could a god be so weak?" When the river god heard this, her willow eyebrows went up, and she slapped Mu Chuyan's face again, cursing, "*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He turned his head to Lin Yuan and said angrily, "Hurry up and get rid of her. Looking at her makes people angry." "Good." Lin Yuan shrunk his neck, wanting to stay away from the river god. "Slap your mouth at the drop of a hat." It was the first time he had seen such a ferocious river god. Seeing this, the river god pinched the back of Lin Yuan's neck stem. A delicate face came to Lin Yuan's face and exhaled. "Are you afraid of me?" Lin Yuan gulped and covered his face weakly. "As long as you don't slap my mouth. I'm not afraid of you." River god sniffed and punched Lin Yuan in the chest. "You hurry up. If you don't stop dawdling, I'll cut off your dick and throw it into the river of blood to refine it." Lin Yuan covered his chest and did not dare to say anything. It was really ferocious. Could it be that the blood river had affected the river god? But now is not the time to ponder over this. He turned his head to Mu Chuyen and said, Mu Chuyen, I gave you a chance in the beginning. Mu Chuyen's face was full of panic. She looked at Lin Yuan and begged bitterly, Lin Yuan, I know I'm wrong, will you let me go? I really know it's wrong. Now that my cultivation is all gone and my blood chi is gone, will you just let me go like a dog? Spare you? Lin Yuan laughed. Have you ever thought of sparing us? Grass asterisk asterisk. River God's angry voice suddenly came out, followed by a kick on Lin Yuan's ass, angrily cursing, what's the point of grinding? Hurry up and stab her to death with your sword. Lin Yuan rubbed his buttocks and turned his head, his expression somewhat grudging as he looked at the river god. You hurry up, or I'll finish you off if you don't finish her off. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. His long sword instantly swung out, and the sword light directly swept over Mu Chuyen's white and tender neck. Mu Chuyen covered her neck with both hands. Blood continuously flowed out from between her fingers. She stared at Lin Yuan dead in the face, her mouth opened, wanting to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, a mouthful of blood foam gushed out. A few moments later, she collapsed into the river of blood with a slightly resigned look in her eyes. The river god snorted coldly, and the river of blood began to devour Mu Chuyen's body. In the blink of an eye, Mu Chuyen's body disappeared into the river of blood. Lin Yuan sighed at the sight. Mu Chuyen had been calculating for so long and probably wouldn't have thought that in the end she would lose to the blood chi that she was so proud of. After doing this, the river god tugged on Lin Yuan's collar and whispered, Kid, I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, the river god said with a slightly threatening tone, You won't expose my identity, will you? Lin Yuan looked at the river god's leering eyes, gulped, covered his vital parts and shook his head. Sister river god, don't worry, I'll never make this kind of low-level mistake. Let's see how you do. As soon as the words fell, the river god's shawl-length hair and soulful eyes once again turned black, leaving only the blood-colored robe on her body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly, Sister river god, can you change these clothes? Fight for a change of clothes? How do you want me to explain? The river god's beautiful eyes rolled and she coldly grunted, I can't, and I still like this blood-red robe of mine. It fits my temperament. Lin Yuan skimmed his lips at this, suddenly remembering the paintings in the back hall of the river god temple. He couldn't help but nod his head in deep thought. The flirty and sultry river god does go better with the color fire red. Just then, the river god spoke again. Why don't I just extract this memory of theirs directly? It's too much trouble to explain. Nothing really works anymore. Lin Yuan spread his hands somewhat helplessly and said, Back when you broke the maze when you first entered the secret realm, I guess Cicada E was already suspecting your identity. There's no use explaining that much now. The river god pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. How about I kill her? Lin Yuan was almost not scared to death by the river god's words. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Sister river god, can you leave this to me? I can definitely solve it perfectly. The river god slowly collapsed into the river of blood, his voice lazily saying, I'm just teasing you. Look how scared you are. Chapter 97, Night Talks. After the river god withdrew the barrier, the two figures also reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at the corpses all over the ground in front of him, Lin Yuan felt a little guilty. All of this was because of him. If it wasn't for his indecisiveness at the beginning, so many people wouldn't be dead today. Suddenly, behind Lin Yuan came the shocked voice of Shangshi Su. Mu Chuyen was killed by you guys? Lin Yuan hurriedly turned around and explained. Of course not. Mu Chuyen almost killed me just now, but it was countered by something in the Qingyu Immortal Mansion. Shangshi Su nodded and said to himself, So that's how it is. I told you that with the strength of the two of you, how could you possibly finish off Mu Chuyen? The river god sniffed and immediately raised her willow eyebrows. She had looked at this dog before, and it was really a dog's mouth that couldn't spit out ivory. She really wanted to slap him to death. Sensing the expression on the river god's face, Lin Yuan hurriedly walked over to the river god's side and held her arm tightly, pretending to be concerned. Sister Envy Fish, you're badly injured. Hurry up and take a rest. Nowadays, the river god was affected by the blood river and seemed to be unusually short-tempered, and Lin Yuan was really afraid that the river god would castrate Shangshi Su if he was unhappy. The river god let out a cold snort and twisted his body, then was reluctantly pulled into the river god temple by Lin Yuan. Shangshi Su, on the other hand, tilted his head back to look at the sky and murmured, God bless, God bless. I almost thought I was going to die here. Just then, Lu Cicada E, who had been fainting, also woke up leisurely, and seeing Lin Yuan assisting a long red dress of the river god suddenly felt a little trance. She rubbed her neck, which was still a little sore, and looked at Lin Yuan and asked, What happened? Where's Mu Chuyen? Soon, Lin Yuan told Lu Cicada E the wording he had thought of. Lu Cicada was silent for a long time after hearing this, then gently hammered Lin Yuan and complained. At first, you shouldn't have been so indecisive and directly killed Mu Chuyen, which still has so many things to follow. Lin Yuan's voice was low and he said guiltily, "It's indeed my fault. I promise I will never be indecisive again." It's night. After arranging all the people, Lin Yuan and the river god came to the river god's back hall. The river god slowly sat on top of the bed and looked at Lin Yuan. Now that Mu Chuyen's matter has been settled, it's time to settle my matter as well. Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled. When the river god said something, didn't he get his hands on it after entering the secret realm? What else was going on now? The river god sighed and said helplessly, "Originally, when I entered the secret realm of the remnants, I wanted to restore my cultivation, but I didn't realize that in order to deal with that array the Taiyin Chalcedony shattered. Later on, in order to deal with Mu Chuyen, he consumed all the origin power in his body. What a loss." Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly at his words. This all seemed to be because of himself. However, Lin Yuan thought of another question. The river god had gone out of his way to do so much for himself. Why exactly? Is it because he's handsome and figures his body? But it doesn't look like much. Is it possible that you are the reincarnation of someone? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan once again remembered the painting in the river god's backyard, and that man's back did resemble himself. Could it be because of this? Aha! Yeah, it must be. From a young age, Lin Yuan had felt pretentious, and now it seemed like that should be the case. He had probably been some big shot in his last life, and then died for some reason, and the river god came running to help himself in order to renew his relationship. It all seems very reasonable. After brainstorming a picture book on his own, Lin Yuan's eyes instantly lit up, and he came over to the river god and asked, "Sister River God, are you helping me so much because I'm the reincarnation of that man?" In that painting, the river god sniffed as if looking at a little cutie, like looking at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately shook his tiger's body and said incredulously, "Did I guess it?" He said with some impatience, "Quickly tell me which great man I am reincarnated from, and whether I was great in my last life." The river god rolled his eyes, then slapped Lin Yuan on the head and said in a cold voice, "Lin Yuan, I realized that you seem like a stupid times." After receiving a slap, Lin Yuan immediately cleared his head, and after learning that he had guessed wrong, the smug look on his face instantly disappeared. He rubbed his head and said resentfully, "Sister River God, you're swearing again." The river god took a deep breath and said in an unkind tone, "Do you have any brains? I told you all about it in the first place. That man's ashes were raised by me. Think with your pig's head. If you were the reincarnation of that man, would you still be alive and standing in front of me?" Lin Yuan nodded as if this was the case, but he was still a bit puzzled and continued to ask, "Then what are you helping me so much for?" The river god's willow eyebrows rose up and she said in a murderous manner, "You don't have to care about this. You can just take it as a deal made between the two of us. The more I lose now, the more I'll get in return later. If you don't fight in the future and dare to make me lose money, I'll kill you and raise your ashes too." Lin Yuan shrunk his neck at the sight and laughed dryly. "Don't worry, Sister River Goddess. I definitely won't let you lose money." "Well, let's not talk about it." The river god slowed his mind and spoke. "I've suffered too many losses this time in the remnant wall mysteries, so you still need to do me a favor and help me recover." Lin Yuan immediately said respectfully, "Sister River God, just tell me what you need." The river god nodded and said, "Find me another piece of Taiyin Chalcedony. Today I'm hurting badly in need." Lin Yuan recalled the imposing appearance of the river god just now, and was somewhat incredulous that this irascible woman, this woman who would kill at the drop of a hat, was saying that she was seriously injured. Judging from the state of the two, it seemed as if he was the one who was hurt a bit more. Noticing Lin Yuan's skeptical look, the river god coldly hummed, "The reason why I can't see it is because I absorbed Mu Chuyen's cultivation, but her cultivation relies on blood qi to raise her level, so before I go out, I'll dissipate that blood qi, or else after I go out, I'm sure I'll be hunted down as a demonic cultivator by those from the prestigious sects, and once after dispersing all this blood qi, my injuries will definitely explode completely. At that time, I will fall into a deep sleep again. So, you get it." When Lin Yuan heard this, he suddenly realized that this was the case. After a pause, the river god continued, "After you go back this time, you'd better go directly to the far north to look for the Taiyin Chalcedony. The longer you delay, the more unfavorable it will be for my recovery." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said with some embarrassment, "Sister River God, this land in the extreme north seems to be one of the 4 fierce lands of the Liuzhou continent. Will I go and not come back?" The river god immediately raised her willow eyebrows and reprimanded, "Are you stupid? You seek help from Lu Cicada. Her master is an expert of the harmonization stage." "Okay, I'll try." Lin Yuan was a bit helpless. Xia Lingyun was Lu Cicada Yi's master, not his master. How could she say she would help him? Chapter 98, The Suffocating Li Chengfeng. You try my ass. The river god snorted coldly and then came up with an idea for Lin Yuan. Back then, didn't I give you a copy of the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong? That's a heavenly ranked technique. Even a strong harmonization stage person has a strong desire for heavenly ranked techniques. Just take that gongfu and make a deal with her, won't you? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and spoke. That's not very good. The river god's willow brows frowned slightly as she said unhappily, do you have another way? Lin Yuan honestly shook his head and helplessly said, no, that's not it. The river god then slowly reclined on top of the bed and lazily said, this matter is settled. After you go back, you'll organize it as soon as possible. Good. Just do as you say. Lin Yuan hurriedly responded. All right, everything's settled. I'm going to rest. Get lost. Lin Yuan immediately smiled fawningly and hurriedly rolled out. After Lin Yuan left, the river god lay on top of the bed with misty eyes, looking at the empty back hall, thoughts like a tidal wave surging to his heart. After a long time, a ghostly sigh came from the empty back hall, and I don't know if this is right or wrong. After returning to the river god temple, Lu Cicada Yi, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, gave Lin Yuan a wink after seeing him, then slowly walked towards the outside of the temple. Seeing this, Lin Yuan sighed somewhat helplessly. It's true that sooner or later, what should be faced must be faced. After the two of them arrived outside the temple, Lu Cicada Yi's voice was cold. Regarding Lin Xianyu, can you give me a reasonable explanation? Lin Yuan looked at Lu Cicada Yi's back, playfully hugged Lu Cicada Yi's soft and delicate body from behind and played dumb. What happened to Sister Envy Fish? Lu Cicada Yi snorted coldly and turned around with a cold face. Lin Xianyu isn't your cousin at all, right? Lin Yuan let out a sound and solemnly looked at Lu Cicada Yi and softly said, Cicada Yi, in fact, you don't need to care about how Sister Envy Fish's identity is. You just need to know that she won't harm you. Lu Cicada Yi nodded. She naturally knew that not only had Lin Xianyu never harmed herself, but she had also been helping herself. But this was not even the point. Immediately afterward, Lu Cicada Yi's words changed, grabbing Lin Yuan's collar and asking fiercely, did you have an affair with her? Regarding the aspect of face value, Lu Cicada Yi had never been afraid of anyone, but ever since she met Lin Xianyu, she felt a little bit threatened. And now, since she knew that Lin Xianyu was not Lin Yuan's cousin, of course, she had to ask for clarification. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was crying and laughing a little, so it turned out that what Lu Cicada Yi cared about wasn't the same issue as what he thought. He gently hugged Lu Cicada Yi's delicate body and came to his ear to assure, don't worry, absolutely not. Really? Lu Cicada Yi felt sorry for Lin Xianyu when he saw him, let alone a normal man. How could he not be moved? Unless he's a eunuch. Lin Yuan rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head and said somewhat helplessly, what about the relationship between me and Sister Envy Fish? I can't say it clearly for a while, but you put your heart in your stomach. I'm absolutely innocent with her. That'll do. I believe you. Lu Cicada Yi nodded and turned around. Since he knew the answer he wanted, there was no need to dilly-dally. No matter what Lin Xianyu's identity was, as long as she didn't snatch a man from herself, even if she continued to stay in the Acacia sect, so what? Looking at Lu Cicada Yi's back, Lin Yuan said somewhat dumbfounded, you called me out just for this? And what else? Lin Yuan suddenly pulled Lu Cicada Yi and said with a hefty bad smile, tonight the moonlight is tantalizing, and in this environment, Fairy Lu would just want to ask some boring questions. Feeling the pair of big hands on her chest, Lu Cicada Yi's pretty face immediately flew up with a touch of red, and softly said, you still have injuries on your body. That's why I want you to heal me. When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, she suddenly remembered the scene of healing Lin Yuan's injuries that night again, and her pretty face suddenly turned red as if it was about to drip blood. She lightly punched Lin Yuan's chest and said daintily, then I'll help you. I knew Cicada was the best. Lu Cicada Yi slowly lifted the hem of her skirt, her eyes mesmerized. Then hurry up. Don't get caught. Okay, I'll try to finish the fight in half an hour. 5 days later, the winds and clouds in the sky of the ruined secret realm changed, and the sky that had been clear and bright just a moment ago suddenly began to flicker with electricity and thunder. An inexplicable aura rose immediately afterward. The river god looked at the sky and said quietly, the trip to the secret realm is coming to an end. Before the river god's words fell, the inexplicable aura in the sky suddenly swept toward the crowd. The crowd only felt a trance in front of their eyes, and when they could see clearly again, they realized that they had already come to the square above the secret realm, and above this square, there is both joy and sorrow. After all, there were clans that had reaped a good harvest, and the disciples had all come out of the remnant secret realm peacefully. What could be happier than that? On the contrary, the two major clans of the Liuzhou continent, the Qingyun sect and the Xiantian sect, were in a state of sadness. The Qingyun sect, the number one ranked of the four major sects in the Liuzhou continent, only had 2 disciples walk out of the secret realm of the debris, and the rest of the disciples all died tragically in the secret realm. Li Chengfeng was similarly gray at this time. When he was in the secret realm, that special sound transmission talisman of Shang Shixian's was transmitted out of the ruined secret realm after it burned out. Shang Shisu's master burst into a rage after learning the news. In a fit of anger, he directly held down Li Chengfeng and beat him severely. It was a good thing that Li Chengfeng didn't have the aura of a demonic cultivator in his body, or else Shang Shisu's master would have been ready to act on behalf of heaven. In the past few days, Shang Shixian's master had been drinking away his sorrows, and every time he thought of the Dao sect's disciples who had died tragically at the hands of Mu Chuyan, he began to use his alcohol to go on a drunken rampage, and subsequently beat up Li Chengfeng. Even though Li Chengfeng tried his best to argue that Mu Chuyan's demonization had nothing to do with him in the slightest, but where did Shang Shisu's master listen to him? Whenever he was in a bad mood, he ran over to clean up Li Chengfeng for a while. As for Li Chengfeng, for the sake of the heavenly ranking technique in Lin Yuan's hands, he had been holding his tongue, thinking that as long as he waited for Mu Chuxian to come out, he would immediately take Mu Chuxian far away. As long as there is a heavenly ranking technique in his hands, what with being a demon or not, he is confident that with the heavenly ranking technique, the patriarch will surely try to do everything he can to keep Mu Chuyan. But when the disciples of the Green Cloud sect came out, Li Chengfeng was dumbfounded. Not only did he not get his hands on the gongfa, even the disciples he had trained with all his might died tragically in the secret realm. Thinking back to the encounters of the past few days, Li Chengfeng's heart was suffocated for a while, but he was no match for that old pipsqueak of the Dao Zone, so he could only swallow all the grievances into his stomach in pieces. As for the Xiantian sect, it was even worse. Surprisingly, only Qin Xian had walked out of the secret realm. After seeing this scene, the Xiantian sect elder directly spat out blood from his mouth, and then fainted when his eyes went black. Chapter 99. And when Chu Qingyue and his group saw Lu Cicada-yi and the others, a hanging heart was completely released. After learning that Mu Chuyan had become a demon, Chu Qingyue had been worried that Lu Cicada-yi and the others would be in danger. Although Lu Cicada-yi's cultivation was good, but truly speaking, the strength of the Acacia sect still had a certain gap compared to the 4 great sects, and the group from the Dao sect under the leadership of Shang Shisu could have been completely wiped out, not to mention the Acacia sect. It's good that the group came out peacefully. Although there were also casualties among the disciples, it was still too much better compared to the Xiantian sect situation. As for Jiang Qingli's group, they left directly after leaving the stumpy secret realm. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada-yi and the 2 of them didn't even have a chance to say goodbye to Jiang Qingli. 3 days later, Lin Yuan and his group finally returned to the Harmony sect, and before the crowd reached the mountain gate, they met Xia Lingyun, who had been waiting for a long time. The encounters of the crowd in the secret realm, Chu Qingyue had also long since reported to Xia Lingyun through the sound transmission note. So after meeting at the mountain gate, Xia Lingyun didn't say much, just praised the crowd and called Lu Cicada-yi away alone. After the crowd had left, the river god, who had dispersed all his blood qi, could no longer hold on and fainted on the way to the Holy Maiden Hall. Lin Yuan followed the river god's instructions and brought her to the river in the back of the mountain after she fell into a deep sleep. Watching the river god's petite body slowly disappear into the surface of the calm Dao River, Lin Yuan sighed softly. Sister River God, don't worry, I will definitely find the Taiyin Chalcedony as soon as possible and wake you up. Back to the temple of the Holy Virgin again. Lin Yuan had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago, but for now, he still wanted to find a way to get Xia Lingyun to help him find a piece of Taiyin Chalcedony. After all, the river god was also considered to be a card to save his life. Moreover, the river god had said before that this matter could not be delayed, and if she fell into a deep sleep for too long, it might have an impact on her cultivation in the future as well. As for getting Xia Lingyun to help, Lin Yuan felt that it wasn't very difficult. After all, the secret Yin Yang Xin Gong, a heavenly ranked technique, seemed to fit in well with the tenets of the Acacia sect. The most important thing now was how to meet with Xia Lingyun alone to finalize this deal. However, just as Lin Yuan was pondering, Xia Lingyun's voice suddenly came from his ears. Xia Lingyun actually wanted to see him. When Xia Lingyun's words fell, Lin Yuan wanted to laugh to the heavens. He seemed to be a son of Qi luck nowadays. When sleep came, someone immediately sent a pillow. When Lin Yuan came to Xia Lingyun's bedchamber, Xia Lingyun still had the same lazy look from earlier. Dressed in a fiery red robe, she lazily reclined on the bed. Lu Cicada-yi obediently sat on the side, rubbing Xia Lingyun's shoulders. Lin Yuan wondered in his heart, could it be that the Acacia sect didn't have any affairs to deal with? Xia Lingyun seemed to be very laid back and slept in her bedchamber every day. In fact, What Lin Yuan didn't know was that Xia Lingyun was due to the effects of an old disease in her body, and she had to spend a great deal of time every day to suppress that evil qi in her body. Over the years, Xia Lingyun has also handed over all the affairs of the Acacia sect to several elders, and apart from some major events, Xia Lingyun almost never meddles in the affairs of the sect too much. After Lin Yuan stood still, Xia Lingyun closed her eyes and her mature and charming voice said with a hint of lethargy, "It's Lin Yuan who's here." Lin Yuan was just about to reply when a chair suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of him. After the chair landed firmly on the ground, Xia Lingyun softly said, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Patriarch." After Lin Yuan sat down on the stool, he opened his mouth and asked, "I don't know what the Patriarch called the disciple here for?" After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun opened her eyes and slowly said, "I heard that you guys obtained some spirit medicines on this trip to the secret realm. As for me, I need a spirit medicine to get rid of the old disease in my body, and I called out to you just to see if the spirit medicine you obtained in the secret realm has any effect on my old disease. Just now, I searched at Cicada Yi's place and realized that there were no suitable spirit medicines, so I wanted to see if you had any there. Don't worry, I'll exchange equivalent treasures with you, whether you need feats or magic treasures, just ask." Lin Yuan heard this, and without hesitation, he took out the white jade box from his storage ring, and said boldly, "Since it is the Patriarch who needs it, you can just open your mouth, and disciple will naturally give it with both hands. Where else would I need the Patriarch to break the bank and exchange it for something?" Originally there was a request for Xia Lingyun. Now Xia Lingyun sent himself to the door. Lin Yuan naturally happy to see it. A spirit medicine is just, compared to the river god, which is more important. Lin Yuan can still weigh clearly. Seeing Lin Yuan's performance, Xia Lingyun, on the other hand, nodded without moving. As far as he could see, Cicada's vision was still good, but when Xia Lingyun looked at it, he was greatly disappointed in his heart. There was no Xian Yang immortal grass in the white jade box, and there wasn't even a spirit medicine that could replace it. Lu Cicada Yi, who was sitting on the side, naturally saw Xia Lingyun's expression and hurriedly said anxiously, "No, master?" Xia Lingyun waved her hand and the white jade box slowly flew back into Lin Yuan's hands. Then she sighed softly, "The time is also destiny. It's just a matter of slowly searching for it in the future." Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and tried. "Master, should we not let?" Hearing Lu Cicada Yi's words, Xia Lingyun slapped Lu Cicada Yi's buttocks and transmitted, "No big deal. Any more nonsense, I'll tear your mouth off for you." Lu Cicada Yi grunted, covered his buttocks and sat aside in aggravation. Obviously people are for the good of the master, and he had let her have his man, and she beat himself. "Alright, since there aren't any, you guys should go back. Now that you have these elixirs, seize the time to cultivate and strive to step into the cave void stage as soon as possible." Xia Lingyun waved her hand, signaling that the two could leave. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and summoned up the courage to say, "Patriarch, disciple has a favor to ask." Xia Lingyun heard this and looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "What is it? Say it and see." After Lu Cicada Yi expressed his feelings at the beginning, Xia Lingyun was prepared to focus on cultivating Lin Yuan, so that after Lu Cicada Yi took over the Acacia sect, Lin Yuan could also become a great help to Lu Cicada Yi. So for Lin Yuan's request, she still had to listen. If this were to be put on someone else, Xia Lingyun wouldn't even bother. Lin Yuan nodded, then took out the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong from his storage ring and respectfully said, "I need a piece of Taiyin Chalcedony, so I would like to ask Patriarch to take me on a trip to the extreme north. As for this heaven stage technique, the secret Yin and Yang Xian Gong, consider it as a reward for the Patriarch's hard work this time." When Xia Lingyun heard this, her body directly sat up and exclaimed, "What did you say? The heavenly ranked technique of the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong? Right, heavenly ranked feats. Where did you get that?" Xia Lingyun was breathing a little hard. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice, "My master gifted me." Chapter 100, The Pain of Parting. Hearing this, Xia Lingyun's figure flashed and instantly came in front of Lin Yuan. She pulled Lin Yuan's arm and said excitedly, "What's your master's name, male or female?" Lin Yuan was instantly taken aback. He never expected Xia Lingyun's reaction to be so great. Xia Lingyun also realized at this moment that her behavior was a bit out of character and hurriedly let go of Lin Yuan's arm, saying in a deep voice, "Describe your master's appearance to me." Lin Yuan thought in his heart, could it be that there was some sort of connection between the river god and the Acacia sect? But back then, the river god had once said that he couldn't reveal her identity. So even if there was any relationship between them, this was still between them. With this in mind, Lin Yuan spoke, "Back to Sovereign. I have also never seen my master her old man's true appearance, because every time she taught me the techniques, she was shrouded in a black robe. But, by the sound of her voice she should be a woman." When Xia Lingyun heard this, She frowned and said, should? Seeing this, Lin Yuan immediately spoke. Definitely. Looking at my master's figure, I'm sure it's a woman. Xia Lingyun frowned, then said, a woman? Lin Yuan nodded, somewhat unsure. After Xia Lingyun said that, she slowly walked back to the bed beside the couch, muttering and whispering all the time. It's a woman? How can it be a woman? It shouldn't be? When Lin Yuan heard this, he naturally knew that there must be another story in this, but even if he asked, it was expected that Xia Lingyun wouldn't tell him. After a moment of silence, Xia Lingyun waved her hand in the gongfu and Lin Yuan's hand flew over uncontrollably as she said in a deep voice, I'll take this gongfu. Don't you need to make a trip to the far north? Wait for me to get ready. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. When Lin Yuan heard this, he froze and stuttered. I'm going to? Xia Lingyun's complexion was cold as she said in a deep voice, take you to experience. In the future, Lin Yuan was going to assist Lu Cicada E, so how could he not have some training? Okay. Lin Yuan nodded helplessly. After Lin Yuan and the two of them walked out of Xia Lingyun's chambers, Lu Cicada E hugged Lin Yuan's arm and beamed. I also want to go to the extreme north. Lin Yuan laughed and softly said, the far north land is one of the 4 fierce lands of the Liuzhou continent. So if you go there, you will definitely encounter all kinds of dangers. So you'd better obediently stay in the Acacia sect. Lu Cicada E leaned her head on Lin Yuan's shoulder and said discontentedly, I don't want to be separated from you. Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly rubbed Lu Cicada E's head and doted. Be obedient. Be good and wait for me to come back in the Acacia sect. Okay. Humph. Lu Cicada E said with some displeasure. Didn't you get a piece of Taiyin chalcedony last time? Why do you still want it? Speaking here, Lu Cicada E suddenly grabbed the soft flesh around Lin Yuan's waist and said fiercely, you said that gongfu was passed on to you by your master? What's the problem? Lin Yuan's body tightened, looked around, tugged on Lu Cicada E's small hand, and nervously said, Lu Cicada E, you're the holy maiden of the Acacia sect, can you pay attention to your image? Lu Cicada E let out a cold snort, suddenly thinking of a very frightening fact. After a moment's reprieve, she hesitantly said, Lin Xianyu wouldn't be your master. Lin Yuan immediately felt his heart skip a beat, but then he giggled to cover it up. How could that be? She's so weak. How could she be my master? Really? Lu Cicada E questioned. Actually, Lin Xianyu is my senior sister. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before he returned. Regarding the identity of the river god, Lu Cicada E had long suspected this for a long time, and Lin Yuan naturally knew this. So in order to cover up the past, Lin Yuan had to come up with this plan. Your senior sister? Lu Cicada E pondered for a moment and said fiercely. Then have you practiced that technique with her? Lin Yuan naturally knew what Lu Cicada E was referring to, and said with a bad smile, whether or not you've practiced, go back to the Holy Maiden Hall and you won't know if you try it yourself. Yeah. Lu Cicada E nodded, her face calm as she said, before you leave the Harmony sect, you have to help me cultivate until I am satisfied. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately said with a bitter face, Lu Cicada E, if you want my life you should just say it, don't beat around the bush. Lu Cicada E used her small hand with force and said fiercely, if you don't serve me well, you won't be able to leave the Acacia sect. You want me dead? Lu Cicada E innocently said, it's just male love. Your husband is overstating it. Demonis, I'll fight you. Soon, the two arrived in the Holy Maiden Hall. Lu Cicada E looked at the Holy Maiden Hall for a moment of silence and suddenly said with a shy face, this table is nice. Lin Yuan was instantly filled with shock, looking at Lu Cicada E in surprise. Are you crazy? Lu Cicada E was full of shyness and said, it's fine. No one dares to casually enter the Holy Maiden Hall. But, Lin Yuan was still a bit hesitant. Nothing. Early the next morning, when the first rays of morning sunlight slowly sprinkled on the two of them, Lu Cicada E also woke up from her sleep. Looking at Lin Yuan beside her, Lu Cicada E smiled faintly and printed her red lips on it. A moment later, Lin Yuan gasped, Lu Cicada E, you want to murder your own husband? There is? Lu Cicada E said innocently. Lin Yuan sniffed and grunted. Almost suffocated me, don't you think? Lu Cicada E's small mouth pouted and said with some displeasure, you're about to go to the far north. This trip could be a month or two. You want to leave without making any effort? Another night passed. When the first rays of the morning sun slowly appeared, Lin Yuan climbed up with dark circles under his eyes. The Lu Cicada E of the past was crazy, while the Lu Cicada E of the past 2 days wanted him dead, thanks to the cultivation of the heavenly ranking technique, or else Lin Yuan would have died under Lu Cicada E's garnet skirt. And Lin Yuan, who was getting dressed, woke up the sleeping Lu Cicada E, who looked at Lin Yuan with a sweet voice and said, husband, you're leaving. Lin Yuan nodded and slowly bent down to give Lu Cicada E a gentle kiss on her forehead. softly saying, "Baby good boy, you wait for me to come back." Oh, Lu Cicada nodded, and suddenly her eyes turned and smiled evilly and said, "Sagittarius, I want a parting." Lin Yuan's face turned bitter as he hurriedly ran out of the Holy Maiden Hall in a panic. Looking at Lin Yuan's back, Lu Cicada smiled sweetly and said in her heart, "My husband, I'll wait for you to come back." Chapter 101, The Far North. After Lin Yuan arrived at the Acacia Sex Mountain Gate, Xia Lingyun had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Lin Yuan's dark circles under his eyes, Xia Lingyun said with some seriousness, "Young people, you should pay attention to moderation." Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly as he heard this. He wanted to say, he's already paying close attention, but what can he do if her disciple doesn't abstain? Since I can't resist, I'll just close my eyes and enjoy it. Seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Xia Lingyun knew that it was probably Lu Cicada's problem, but since the two of them were Dao couples, she didn't bother with that much. Xia Lingyun waved his sleeve. Lin Yuan only felt a trance in front of his eyes, as if he was going to faint, and when he looked around, all of them were little stars spinning and jumping in front of his eyes. After Lin Yuan looked around, the two of them had already arrived at the Thousand-Star City at the foot of the Harmony Sex Mountain. Xia Lingyun brought to the side of the teleportation array, then slowly sat down in front of a large crowd and began to meditate and regulate. And the crowd of people coming and going seemed as if they couldn't see Xia Lingyun, except for some passing pedestrians who looked at Lin Yuan twice. No one ever noticed Xia Lingyun beside him. When Lin Yuan saw this, he naturally knew that Xia Lingyun had already hidden her figure, but he was still a little shocked in his heart. This was the means of a strong person at the stage of merging. For the next few days, the two had been traveling between various teleportation formations, so much so that Lin Yuan couldn't even count the number of days that had passed after the two of them had arrived in the far north. He had been in a groggy state for the past few days, only knowing that his surroundings were getting colder and colder. And then he followed closely in Xia Lingyun's footsteps and stepped into the next teleportation array. It was only when all that met their eyes was a white world that the two stopped. This was a city closest to the far north, and if the two went further north, it was a barren place, with no one in sight for thousands of miles. Xia Lingyun brought Lin Yuan to an inn and instructed in a deep voice, "Take a rest first. We'll talk about anything tomorrow." Lin Yuan had long been itching to take a break, and he suspected that if he continued like this, he would die in the teleportation array sooner or later. Early the next morning, the sky was unrelentingly gloomy, and goosefeather snow had already drifted outside the inn. Lin Yuan had wanted to lounge around in the warmth of the blanket for a while, but just as the sky was dawning, Xia Lingyun's voice transmission rang in his ears. The two of them found a table in the corner of the inn, and Xia Lingyun looked out the window and said softly, "We're 500 miles further north to the far north. Are you ready?" Speaking here, Xia Lingyun's words changed. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Lin Yuan and said, "In fact, with your heavenly rank technique in front of you, and since you're Cicada Yi's Taoist partner, you can wait here without worrying about anything and wait for me to bring back the Taiyin Chalcedony. So, my advice is that you stay here and I'll just go on alone." Lin Yuan actually didn't really want to go to the extreme north. After all, it was a place that was known as one of the four evil places by the Liuzhou continent, and with his cultivation he probably wouldn't be able to do much to help if he went there. And there was also the possibility that he could become a burden to Xia Lingyun. However, looking at Xia Lingyun's eyes, it seemed as if she was testing herself, and after slowing down his mind, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke. "Having come, there's no reason to shrink here. Besides, I want to see the fierce land." When Xia Lingyun heard this, a trace of approval flashed in her eyes as she softly said, "Vigor. Don't worry, I've been to this far north land a few times. With me here, I can keep you safe and sound." "Alright, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and get going." This land of the far north is different from other places. In the middle of the day, only 3 hours are day, and the rest of the time is night. And in the darkness of the night is the world of the demonic beasts. So let's try to make our way during the day. "No problem." Lin Yuan nodded. After the two of them walked into the piercing cold wind, Lin Yuan had some regrets. Before they even arrived at the extreme north, Lin Yuan felt that his body was freezing cold, as if he was going to be frozen numb. Xia Lingyun, on the other hand, chose to fly on the wind all the way in order to catch up. This was bitter for Lin Yuan. After only flying for less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Yuan felt as if his limbs had lost their senses. Even if he activated his spiritual qi, he couldn't resist the cold. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun casually waved her hand and a milky white barrier appeared in front of the two of them, directly isolating all of the cold wind outside. Lin Yuan was immediately a little embarrassed, not realizing that he, a Yuaning stage cultivator, couldn't even resist the cold wind of the far north. Noticing Lin Yuan's expression, Xia Lingyun softly consoled, "One of the reasons why the land of the extreme north is known as the Four Fierce Lands is because of the temperature here. With the cold wind blowing from here, it's hard for an average cave void stage cultivator to resist, let alone a little cultivator like you who has just stepped into the yuaning stage. It's only normal that you can't resist it. Lin Yuan shivered and nodded. So that's how it was. No wonder he couldn't resist the cold even when he urged his aura just now. He didn't know how long he had been flying, and only when the sky darkened did Xia Lingyun stop. Returning to the ground once more, Xia Lingyun casually waved her hand, directly smashing a large hole in the ice beneath her feet. Then she led Lin Yuan inside. After the two of them drilled into the ice cave, Xia Lingyun waved her hand again, and a spiritual chi directly blocked the cave entrance, hiding even the two's breath. It's getting late. It's time for the demonic beasts to come out. So for safety's sake, let's take a rest and leave after dawn. Xia Lingyun spoke. When Lin Yuan heard this, he asked with some surprise, the demonic beasts in the extreme north are terrifying? Xia Lingyun's eyes were grave as she said, the most terrifying thing about the far north land is the demonic beasts here. Due to the extreme weather here, the demonic beasts that are able to survive here are all high-level demonic beasts, and most of them live in groups. Once encountered, even I would take a long time to resolve it. Lin Yuan nodded and said softly, better be careful then. And before Lin Yuan's words fell, a deafening ringing sound suddenly appeared overhead, and even the ice above the two of them began to show tiny cracks. With a wave of Xia Lingyun's hand, a milky white barrier reappeared, directly supporting the ice cave. It's a one-horned musk ox from the extreme north, a fifth-order demonic beast. In this far north, so many demonic beasts feed on the one-horned musk ox. And just as soon as Xia Lingyun's words fell, Lin Yuan could vaguely see a huge figure through the ice, which flickered and chased after the one-horned musk ox. Chapter 102 Treasure Hunting Rats. After a few moments, the deafening stomping of the one-horned musk ox gradually faded away. Seeing this, Lin Yuan took out two beast skins from his storage ring, handed one to Xia Lingyun, and said softly, Patriarch. Xia Lingyun shook her head, then her body unexpectedly slowly suspended in midair. She looked at Lin Yuan and said, in this kind of environment, it's best for you to meditate and cultivate. If you sleep, you might freeze to death. Lin Yuan sniffed a little awkwardly. In the past in the Acacia sect, he had cultivated with Lu Cicada E, and he had never had the habit of meditating all night long, and the effect of practicing with Lu Cicada E was much better than meditating. Once Xia Lingyun's words fell, she stopped speaking. Seeing this, Lin Yuan spread the animal skin on the ground and began to meditate and cultivate as well. When he had hastily condensed his yuaning in the middle of the remnant secret realm, he really needed to come and stabilize his realm now. Moreover, back then within the Qingyu Palace, burning the essence blood in Yuan Ying in his body, Lin Yuan was able to injure Mu Chuyen with a sword, so the Yuan Ying in his body had not been solid enough, and there was even an illusory feeling. It's like a candle before the wind. Although the two of them, Lu Cicada E, had been cultivating day and night for the past few days, their bodies still hadn't been able to completely recover. Since there was plenty of time now, it would be better to take this time to consolidate the realm. With this thought, Lin Yuan took out a purple spirit condensation from his storage ring, took a small piece of the leaf, and began to cultivate. Early the next morning, outside the ice cave is still cold wind whistling snow. In this far north, as if the sun does not see the general day, overnight, a layer of snow half a man high had accumulated at the entrance of the ice cave. After coming out of the ice cave, Lin Yuan immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness and hurriedly wrapped the clothes around his body, exhaling cold air. It seems to be colder than yesterday. On the contrary, Xia Lingyun, as if she was not affected by the outside world, her body was still the same moon-white robe before she left the sect. Vaguely, Lin Yuan could even see in the robe Xia Lingyun's white calves, worthy of being a powerhouse at the harmonization stage. Lin Yuan couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. Get a grip on the road. Xia Lingyun murmured and began to take Lin Yuan north again. In fact, Lin Yuan was a bit puzzled in his heart. Since Xia Lingyun was a harmonization stage powerhouse, why didn't he use the power of space to catch up? Instead, he had to fly on the wind. As if she knew what was on Lin Yuan's mind, Xia Lingyun said softly, the land of the extreme north is full of dangers, and the amount of spiritual chi used to use the power of space once is too much, so I have to stay in the strongest state at all times, just in case of any mishaps. Oh, so that's it. Under Xia Lingyun's leadership, the two of them had been flying for nearly 1,000 miles until they entered the hinterland of the extreme northland before stopping. Although there was a barrier released by Xia Lingyun that shielded Lin Yuan from the cold winds of the far north, the temperature here was still too low, and by the time the two of them stopped, Lin Yuan felt his body freeze and go numb. Looking at the thick snow under her feet, Xia Lingyun casually waved her hand and an inexplicable gale suddenly appeared, directly clearing the two of their feet cleanly. Underneath the feet of the two, A deep and mysterious layer of ghostly blue ice appeared. This ice layer seemed to have no end, and everywhere one looked was that palpitating ghostly blue color, causing one to feel a chill. Beneath the ice, there was also a huge crack hidden, which were so deep that there was a cold wind blowing out of them, bringing out wisps of cold air. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said with some curiosity, "Patriarch, could it be that this Taiyin chalcedony is hidden within this ice layer?" Xia Lingyun seemed to be pondering something, only nodding casually and not replying. Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a bit of a headache, searching for Taiyin chalcedony in the middle of this endless layer of ice. What was the difference between this and finding a needle in a haystack? Originally, he had thought that he would be able to return to the Acacia sect in at most 2 months, but it seems that he had thought too simply. After a moment of silence, Xia Lingyun's hand flickered and a mouse with light golden fur suddenly appeared in her hand. "Is this a treasure-hunting mouse?" Lin Yuan said with some hesitation. Xia Lingyun nodded and spoke. "Relying on the two of us to search for the Taiyin chalcedony, I don't know how many years or months we'll find it, whereas with this gadget, it's estimated that we'll be able to find it in a month or 2. Lin Yuan sniffed and said with some surprise, "Having treasure-hunting rats will still take a month or 2? Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled as she said unhappily, "You think the Taiyin chalcedony is a cabbage on the side of the road? Can you get it at will?" Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. The tone of Xia Lingyun's speech was really too similar to Lucicada. No wonder the two were master and disciple. Xia Lingyun on the side casually pointed her hand. A milky white shroud of light enveloped the body of the treasure-hunting mouse, and her red lips lightly opened. "Go!" As soon as the words fell, the treasure hunter mouse flew away from Xia Lingyun's palm, lying on the ice and huffing. The treasure hunter mouse immediately ran in one direction. "Go!" Xia Lingyun said, leading Lin Yuan to chase after him. The treasure-hunting mouse hadn't been running on top of the ice beneath its feet for very long before it waved its little paws and started digging holes in the ice. "The!" Seeing this, Lin Yuan exclaimed, "It's smelling the scent of the Taiyin chalcedony?" Xia Lingyun shook her head and said in a deep voice, "This treasure-seeking mouse of the Acacia sect's grade is too low. It can only search for treasures. As for distinguishing what the treasures are, it can't do that yet. That is to say, we have to follow the treasure-hunting mouse and dig down one by one until we find the Taiyin chalcedony?" Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly. Xia Lingyun nodded and said in a deep voice, "What did you expect? If it wasn't for that heavenly ranked technique of yours, even if you and Lucicada were Dao couples, I wouldn't have agreed to bring you here to search for the Taiyin jade chalcedony. Alright, hurry up and follow me." After Xia Lingyun said that, a milky white palm print appeared in front of him out of thin air, and then with a gentle grab, the ghostly blue ice layer was as if it was tofu, and was directly grabbed out. Because they were afraid of hurting the treasure hunter mouse, the two of them had been following the treasure hunter mouse's silhouette unhurriedly. Time flew by until the sky grew dim, and the treasure hunting mouse didn't stop waving its little paw. During this period of time, the treasure hunting rats had been digging down, and Lin Yuan felt that if he walked up for a while longer, he would probably be able to see the dusty, 1,000-year-old ground of the far north. Sure enough, a few moments further down, dark rock formations appeared before the two men's eyes, while the ice gradually disappeared. The ice now appeared above the heads of the two men. Looking at the ghostly blue ice shelf suspended above his head, Lin Yuan felt a wave of depression and couldn't help but speak. "This ice won't fall down." Xia Lingyun sniffed and said unhappily, "Shut your crow's mouth. If the ice falls, we'll both be waiting to die. Even with your strength you can't top it?" Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Crap! Before Xia Lingyun's words fell, a deafening roar suddenly came over, followed by a huge figure lunging over with a fishy wind. Lin Yuan let out a cry of surprise and hurriedly ducked behind Xia Lingyun. Chapter 103, Fire Flint Crystals. Surprisingly, it's a 6th-ranked demonic beast, the extreme north savage bear. Lin Yuan poked his head out from behind Xia Lingyun and exclaimed, "It seems like we've run into its lair." Xia Lingyun, on the other hand, was calm. Her slender jade hand gently waved, and a sword she as thin as a hair flew out in a hurry like a shooting star, swiftly cutting through the body of the extreme northern savage bear and crashing on top of the rock wall at the back. The extreme north savage bear still maintained its forward posture, but its body instantly split in two from the center, and the two halves of its body lunged forward for some distance before falling down softly. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was immediately stunned. Was this the strength of a strong harmonization stage person? Taking out a 6th stage demonic beast with a casual strike. This was too strong. Xia Lingyun's willow brows slightly knitted, somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Yuan's actions just now, and spoke out to reprimand. "Lin Yuan, I still want you to experience something here, but you shrink behind me when you see danger? With such a heart, how will you be able to stand alone in the future?" Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and stumbled. "Patriarch, you're asking me, a Yuaning stage cultivator, To deal with a 6th stage demonic beast, isn't that asking for my life? Xia Lingyun pondered for a moment and said softly, what you said seems reasonable. Then the next time you encounter a demonic beast below the 5th rank, you'll make your move. When Lin Yuan heard this, his face immediately turned bitter. With his current cultivation, dealing with a 4th order demonic beast was more or less the same. If he really encountered a 5th order demonic beast, he would probably have to fight for his life. Just then, the voice of the treasure hunter mouse came back, and its sharp little claws began to swing at the ground, and the rock layer was suddenly cut down piece by piece like tofu. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun sighed and said, it's not the Taiyin chalcedony. Lin Yuan asked curiously, how did you see it? Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled over as she helplessly said, the Taiyin chalcedony will only appear in the 10,000-year-old ice layer. Now that the treasure hunting rats are heading underground to make holes, how could there still be Taiyin chalcedony? So it is. Lin Yuan suddenly came to a realization. He really hadn't understood the Taiyin chalcedony. He only knew that it was useful to the river god. So what now? Xia Lingyun stared at the figure of the treasure hunting mouse and said softly, come what may. Let's go down and see what kind of treasure it is. 1 hour later. Wow. The treasure hunter mouse's tiny paw poked a hole in the rock formation, and through the tiny hole, Lin Yuan actually saw a glimmer of light. Looking back at the narrow cave, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The treasure hunting mouse gadget was quite useful. Through such a thick layer of ice, he was still able to find treasures. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you must cultivate a treasure-seeking mouse, so that in the future, you can go out and search for treasures, where you will still be worried about all kinds of treasures and elixirs. In fact, what Lin Yuan didn't know was that Xia Lingyun and the two of them had only coincidentally landed on top of the treasure, and the ability of the treasure-hunting mouse wasn't that counterintuitive. Moreover, the treasure-hunting mouse can only look for treasures buried in the ground, and it has no perception of items such as elixirs. Seeing the light appear in front of her, Xia Lingyun directly grabbed the treasure-hunting mouse back with a grab of her jade hand before breaking open the stone wall in front of her. What met his eyes was a huge cave, and at the top of the cave, it was as if a dazzling gemstone was inlaid, and those rays of light were emitted by the crystals at the top of the cave. Fluorescent stones? Xia Lingyun frowned, her tone quite a bit dissatisfied. I didn't expect to find only some fluorescent stones after a few hours of hard work. Lin Yuan sniffed and suddenly spoke. I remember that this fluorescent stone should be a material for forging magic treasures. Why don't I gather some to take back with me? Xia Lingyun shook her head and spoke. It's just fluorescent stones. It's not an overly precious material. The Hahuan sect has plenty of them. If you want to use them, wait until you return to the Hahuan sect to fetch them from the storehouse yourself. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingyun directly released his powerful divine sense and quickly spread out into the distance. She wanted to explore the cave, and she was still a bit upset that she only found these fluorescent stones. Suddenly, just as Lin Yuan was observing the cave, Xia Lingyun grabbed Lin Yuan and then disappeared in a flash. When Lin Yuan looked around again, the two of them had already arrived in a much larger cave. In the middle of the cave, there is a round table-sized pool. The pool on the fog. A pool of hot springs is gulp bubbling hot, and at the bottom of the pool, there was also a dazzling fiery red light that was accompanying the swirling of the spring water. Xia Lingyun's eyes lit up when she saw this, and her divine sense hurriedly probed to the bottom of the pool. I can't believe it's a hot spring. Lin Yuan on the side couldn't help but feel a little joyful, not realizing that there were hot springs in this far north. Now that he was cold, it was the perfect time to take a dip. With this thought, Lin Yuan sat down and started to take off his shoes, wanting to soak his feet first to soothe his cold body. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun frowned. What are you doing? Lin Yuan scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It's a bit cold. I want to soak my feet now. Xia Lingyun waved her hand helplessly and said in a deep voice. You can soak it later. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingyun waved her hand and the clear spring in the pool suddenly slowly levitated, and at the spring at the bottom of the pool, a ring of crystal clear fire-red crystals was attached to the stone next to the spring. Sure enough there is. Xia Lingyun let out a cry of surprise, her figure instantly coming to the side of the spring, holding a dagger and carefully digging down the fiery red crystals. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said with some curiosity, Patriarch, what kind of stone is this? Xia Lingyun said without looking back. This is a fire flint crystal stone. Only places with both a spiritual spring as well as a fire attribute spirit vein under the ground will give birth to this kind of crystal stone. After Xia Lingyun took out all of the fire flint crystals, the hot spring also automatically fell back into the pool. Xia Lingyun's eyes were fiery as she looked at those fire flint crystals in her hand and said softly, Alright, you can soak your feet now. After saying that, Xia Lingyun directly sat down on her knees, her internal aura quickly wrapping around her hands as she began to refine the fire flint crystals in her hands. This fire flint crystal stone was a fire attribute spirit stone. Although it was not as effective as the Xian Yang immortal herb, it still had a certain effect on the evil qi in Xia Lingyun's body, and these fire flint crystals in her hand were estimated to be able to drive out 1 or 2/10 of the evil qi in her body. So after getting her hands on it, Xia Lingyun couldn't wait to refine the fire flint crystal stone. After all, she had already been tormented by that evil qi in her body for many years. Lin Yuan was a little unsure, but he didn't dare to disturb Xia Lingyun, carefully arranging a soundproof barrier before he began to comfortably soak his feet. Xia Lingyun, who was on the side, was boiling hot at this time, and at the top of her head, there was still hot air constantly rising, and it seemed as if her entire body was being steamed. When Lin Yuan saw this, he exclaimed in his heart, "Patriarch won't have gone off the deep end." Chapter 104, Strange Yuaning. Just as Lin Yuan sighed, a cold force suddenly erupted from Xia Lingyun's body. Xia Lingyun stifled a grunt and hurriedly urged the power of that fire flint crystal stone in her body to meet the cold evil qi in her belly. In an instant, Lin Yuan was stunned by the scene before him, only to see Xia Lingyun's petite body gently trembling. Her breathing was rapid, and her expression was painfully incomparable. A pretty face as if she was performing a face change. A moment full of sweat. A moment hung with frost. This state had lasted for nearly a tea time. The two forces seemed to maintain a state of equilibrium, and Xia Lingyun's breathing gradually stabilized. Ice and fire? After pondering for a long time, Lin Yuan marveled. Isn't this exactly the sign of going off the rails? Just as Lin Yuan was considering whether or not to awaken Xia Lingyun, a strong and incomparable force erupted out once again, and Lin Yuan only felt his body lighten up, and then he ruthlessly slammed into the stone wall of the cave behind him. Whoa! The cry! Xia Lingyun suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, and after the blood landed on the ground, it made a zip, zip, zip sound and soon burned out. Lin Yuan was lying on the ground when he saw this scene, and his mouth screamed, "Not good! It seems that the patriarch has really gone off the deep end." As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure instantly rushed towards Xia Lingyun, wanting to forcefully awaken her even at the risk of being shocked by Xia Lingyun. But just as Lin Yuan had just rushed to Xia Lingyun's body, Xia Lingyun's eyes snapped open, one red and one blue eye staring at Lin Yuan in death, her voice calmly saying, "What do you want?" Those eyes seemed to have some sort of magical power. Just by looking at them, Lin Yuan felt dizzy, as if he was going to faint. After shaking his head and waiting for his mind to clear, Lin Yuan then anxiously said, "Patriarch, have you gone off the deep end?" Bull **********. I'm healing. Xia Lingyun immediately raised her willow eyebrows and coldly said, "Stay away from me. Don't disturb me." Lin Yuan sniffed and was a bit embarrassed. Is this healing? But Xia Lingyun's current condition looked to be the same as the conditions of those masters who went off the deep end in the picture books he had read. Another hour of waiting. Xia Lingyun once again spat out a mouthful of blood before the two forces, one cold and one hot, slowly disappeared from his body. When Xia Lingyun opened her eyes, she saw Lin Yuan squatting next to her, his eyes staring at her dead on. After a long silence, Xia Lingyun touched her cheeks and said somewhat unnaturally, "Is there something on my face?" Lin Yuan carefully asked, "Patriarch, you really haven't gone off the deep end?" Xia Lingyun instantly cried and laughed a little. "No, I'm feeling great right now." The evil qi in his body was dispelled 1/12, and even the remaining evil qi in his body was suppressed by the power of the fire flint crystal stone. Xia Lingyun felt that he was now in an unprecedentedly good state. "Oh," Lin Yuan responded and scratched his head. "So ice and fire are not signs of going into fire? Fire and ice?" When Xia Lingyun heard this, she asked with an odd expression, "Who taught you this, cicada?" "I saw it in a drawing book." Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's good that you're fine. Looking at your state just now scared me." Xia Lingyun nodded and said in a deep voice, "Alright, let's rest here for the night. Wait until tomorrow to go out again." "Yes." Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly answered. He couldn't wait to stay here for a while longer. After all, this far north land was really too cold. Finding a place this warm was really not easy. Finding a more gentle place next to the hot springs, Lin Yuan took out the purple spirit condensed dew from his storage ring and stuffed a mouthful into his mouth as he continued to consolidate the yuaning in his body. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun softly said, "Lin Yuan, let go of your mind. I'll give you a few pointers." "Yes." As soon as Lin Yuan's words left his mouth, he felt an inexplicable aura surge over and then bore into his body. This should be the sovereign's divine sense. Xia Lingyun's mind was immersed in it, but when she saw Lin Yuan's yuaning, she instantly froze on the spot. Inside Lin Yuan's body, the yuaning was quietly floating in the middle of the dantian, only the size of a palm, but the yuaning was crystal clear all over, as if it was a flawless gemstone. How come? Xia Lingyun let out a dark sigh and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be because of the celestial spirit root? Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun's eyes flashed with a hint of envy as she looked at Lin Yuan. No wonder it was said that heavenly spiritual roots were the favorites of heaven. Just then, Lin Yuan spoke. Sovereign, how is it? What do I need to pay attention to when I cultivate? Xia Lingyun was a bit dumbfounded at his words. Now that he hadn't even seen this situation himself, how should he point it out? After struggling for a long time, Xia Lingyun then said, your foundation is solid. Just cultivate step by step. You don't need me to instruct you on anything. Okay. Lin Yuan smiled inwardly as he heard the words. It seemed that he really was a one-in-a-million supreme genius. The next day, the two of them once again released the treasure hunting rats and continued to search for the tie-in chalcedony. But the two people have bad luck today. Following the treasure hunter mouse in the far north land ran for a whole day. The treasure hunter mouse also has no other action. For the next 2 days, it remained the same. Although he had already prepared himself mentally for a protracted battle, Lin Yuan was still a bit downhearted. Xia Lingyun didn't have much of a change of heart. Every day during the day she took Lin Yuan out to look for the tie-in chalcedony, and then at night she cultivated the secret yin-yang xiangong, the one from the acacia sect. The secret yin-yang xiangong was a local ranked technique. Since the initial establishment of the acacia sect, all of the disciples of the acacia sect cultivated that local order technique. Even though the earth rank technique was also very rare in the Liuzhou continent, that technique was obviously crippled and was only suitable for women to cultivate. If a man cultivated that technique, he would have almost no combat power, and his body would be turned into a container for storing spiritual qi. This was also the reason why there were cauldrons in the Harmony sect, and the side effects of that local order technique were also very great. Once a woman practiced the kung fu over time, her body would be silted up with obscene poisons. People with a lot of self-control can still control themselves, and at most, when they can't take it anymore, they just find a man to let it out on. However, if the self-control is poor, it will become like the demon girl rumored to be in Liuzhou, and be completely controlled by the obscene poison thinking. And in order to get rid of the obscene poison, one would need to reach a cultivation level of at least the transformation of God stage. Now that Lin Yuan had given this heavenly ranked technique, it completely solved this kind of problem. The effect of cultivation is doubled and there are no side effects. If all the disciples of the inner courtyard were allowed to cultivate this technique, it was estimated that it wouldn't take many years for the Acacia sect to leap to become the #1 sect in the Liuzhou continent. But this is still up for discussion. When we get back later. Chapter 105, A Sudden Change of Heart. The treasure hunter mouse has made a move. Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock at the sight. I don't know how many days passed, maybe 10 days, or maybe half a month. The treasure hunting rats finally started digging downwards, and during this time, Lin Yuan was a little numb. Xia Lingyun nodded and hurriedly led Lin Yuan to follow in the footsteps of the treasure hunting mouse. Although it had been running around for a long time, the treasure hunting mouse seemed to be tireless, still waving its small paws vigorously and digging downwards. Lin Yuan looked at the deepening cave and couldn't stop murmuring under his breath. God bless. I hope that what I find this time is tie-in chalcedony. Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled. If God's blessing worked, her Xian Yang immortal herb could be a meal. After a long time, when the deep rock formation appeared in front of his eyes again, Lin Yuan somewhat helplessly wailed. The long, long sky. Why is it so thin on me? Xia Lingyun sniffed and said with some displeasure. Brat, with such an uncertain heart. I didn't even get tired of running around with you every day. But you're getting tired of it. Lin Yuan sighed powerlessly and said in aggravation. Patriarch, I'm not too annoyed. I'm just complaining a little. At that moment, the treasure hunting mouse suddenly squeaked. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. This little thing can even scream. I always thought it was a little mute. Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled as she casually recalled the treasure-seeking mouse and said in a deep voice, Let's go in and take a look. Before the words fell, Xia Lingyun scratched the rock formation in front of him to pieces, then flew in with Lin Yuan. This time, the rock formation was very shallow, and Xia Lingyun only made one strike before the two of them arrived in a cave. After arriving at the cave, Lin Yuan had just moved his body when he heard a crunch from under his feet. What a sound! Just then, a milky white aura rose up as if it were a bright light, reaching the top of the cave before slowing to a stop. And then, Lin Yuan also got a good look at the situation in the cave. Under the feet of the two men, covered with densely packed corpses do not know how long they have existed, has rotted like dead wood. Gently stepped on it, it will break open. The stone walls not far away all took on a blood-red color, as if they had been poured out by blood. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel some numbness in his scalp. What kind of place had this treasure-hunting mouse brought the two of them to? Xia Lingyun also frowned slightly. This place looked just like a slaughterhouse. Where were there any treasures? The two of them were silent for a long time as they looked at the scene in front of them. and Lin Yuan gulped and whispered, "Patriarch, this place is a bit off. Should we leave first?" Xia Lingyun did not reply back, but only gently shook her head, then maneuvered the overhead aura to slowly move through the cave. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also hurriedly followed. This place was a bit scary. It was safer to follow Xia Lingyun. As the two men moved, the sound of their feet crunching never stopped. Soon, the two of them turned the cave around, but they still found nothing. There was nothing else in this cave except for the corpses that filled the ground. Xia Lingyun frowned and muttered to herself, "It shouldn't be. Could it be that the treasure-hunting mouse smelled it wrong?" To say that the treasure-hunting mouse had found the wrong location, Xia Lingyun was still a bit incredulous. After all, she had also utilized the treasure-hunting mouse to explore quite a few treasures, and there had never been a situation like the one in front of her. However, just as Xia Lingyun was contemplating, a burst of invisible power suddenly appeared underneath the two of them, directly wrapping their figures. Lin Yuan struggled for a moment, and immediately exclaimed, "Patriarch, I can't seem to move." As Lin Yuan's words fell, dazzling rays of light instantly rose from the ground all around him. In an instant, Lin Yuan sensed that a palpitating force had suddenly surfaced around him, as if he was about to launch an attack the next moment. "It's a formation." After Xia Lingyun said that, he grabbed Lin Yuan's body and directly activated the power of space, wanting to instantly move out. However, the silhouettes of the two disappeared for just a moment before reappearing in the formation. Moreover, due to their speed, the two's bodies directly crashed on top of the formation's light shield. Bang! In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt that his body had ruthlessly crashed onto an iron plate in general, and all his bones were about to break apart. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly, her slender jade hand directly slapping at the formation. Boom! A terrifying shockwave appeared in front of the two of them and then spread out. Not yet slowed down to Lin Yuan was once again impacted. Directly a mouthful of blood was sprayed out, and his expression suddenly withered. Xia Lingyun's cultivation level was too high. Just now it was just a casual strike from her. But Lin Yuan could not stand it a bit. Xia Lingyun's energy was focused on the formation at the moment and she didn't notice Lin Yuan's situation. Seeing that the formation hadn't been broken after one strike, she let out a light snort and then slapped her palm out again. "I'll see how many moves you can block me." As soon as the words fell, the light in Xia Lingyun's hand flashed again. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly spoke, "Patriarch, even if you're not affected, you still have to take care of me. A few more strikes at this power and I reckon Lu Cicada-e will be widowed." Xia Lingyun froze at his words and hurriedly withdrew his aura. Looking at the withering Lin Yuan, he said with some embarrassment, "I had forgotten that you were still around." Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. "I'm being carried on your hand and you're still ignoring me." Cough. Xia Lingyun coughed lightly and hurriedly released a milky white barrier, wrapping the two of them up before she spoke out. "Alright, there's absolutely no problem this time." The words fell. A long sword suddenly appeared in Xia Lingyun's hand, followed by a thick sword chi that smashed into the formation with an unstoppable momentum. In an instant, the cavern seemed to appear as if an earthly cow had rolled over, shaking Lin Yuan's form so much that he couldn't even stand up. Above the heads of the two, the rock layer, which was already only a thin layer, also began to break under the impact wave, and huge rocks smashed into the two like rain. Fortunately, overhead, there was a barrier arranged by Xia Lingyun, and the boulders fell to the side after hitting the barrier. But the barrier could protect against boulders, but not against invisible attacks. Beside Lin Yuan's ears, a deafening roar also came one after another, directly shocking Lin Yuan to the point that he was bleeding from all his 7 orifices, and coupled with the injuries he had received earlier, caused Lin Yuan to falter at this moment, and he was about to be unable to hold on any longer. However, Lin Yuan only supported himself for a few moments before his body fell straight forward. Fortunately there was Xia Lingyun in front of him. Lin Yuan didn't fall to the ground but instead flung himself on Xia Lingyun's back. Xia Lingyun, who had been attacking the formation, felt Lin Yuan's aura on her back, and her petite body trembled as she hurriedly said, "Lin Yuan, what are you doing?" Lin Yuan's consciousness was a bit blurred. He tightened his hands to prevent himself from falling, before he vaguely said, "Patriarch, I can't hold on a bit longer." After saying that, he unexpectedly fainted. Xia Lingyun's face instantly flew a bright red, looking at the hands on her chest with anger and urgency. Chapter 106 Coffin. But right now, the situation was critical, and it wasn't the time to count on that. Xia Lingyun let out a light hump as she grabbed Lin Yuan's arm and threw him out, followed by a milky white aura appearing out of thin air between the spaces, firmly shielding him. After confirming that Lin Yuan would not be harmed, Xia Lingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as the long sword in her hand slowly chopped at the formation in front of her. The long sword was extremely slow, but it managed to drag out a trail of residual shadows. Put! The moment the long sword touched the formation, The formation's light shield, which was like a sheet of iron, was unexpectedly pierced by the longsword like tofu. In an instant, the formation shattered, and the palpitating power disappeared without a trace. However, before Xiaolingyun could catch her breath, her feet suddenly became empty. A dark hole appeared in the ground at some point. In the mouth of the cave, a huge vortex was spinning crazily, as if a giant beast had opened the mouth of the abyss, and those corpses and bones on the ground were sucked in by this powerful suction in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xiaolingyun hurriedly stabilized her body and forcefully flew off the ground. The cave's powerful suction force was certainly terrifying, but Xiaolingyun was at least a harmonization stage powerhouse, so it wasn't that difficult to cope with it. But Lin Yuan, who was on the side, suffered. The moment the hole appeared, Lin Yuan's body quickly floated over. By the time Xiaolingyun remembered Lin Yuan was only one step away from the black hole. Xiaolingyun let out a cry of alarm. Her figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of Lin Yuan, wanting to grab him, but it was too late. Just when Xiaolingyun was about to touch the corner of Lin Yuan's clothes, Lin Yuan's body suddenly turned with the vortex, directly causing Xiaolingyun's hands to fall through. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan disappeared into the vortex. Xiaolingyun cursed and hurriedly followed. It was she who had suggested that Lin Yuan should come to the far north to train. If she let him die here, how would she face Lu Cicada when she returned? In the vortex, the unconscious Lin Yuan only felt a heavenly rotation, spinning so fast that it seemed as if it was about to tear his apart. The intense pain caused him to instantly wake up, but his eyes were black and his body was spinning uncontrollably. What the hell? Lin Yuan let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly urged his body's aura, trying to control his figure. But the power of the vortex was too strong, and even though Lin Yuan used all his strength, he could only go with the flow. Where's the sovereign? How did he disappear? Where am I again? I'm not going to die. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to give up, a fragrant breeze suddenly came from behind, and immediately afterward, Lin Yuan felt that he entered a warm and soft embrace. Lin Yuan, how are you doing? Xiaolingyun helped Lin Yuan stabilize his body and asked anxiously. Hearing Xiaolingyun's voice, Lin Yuan wanted to cry tears of joy. He almost thought that he had been abandoned by the patriarch. Lin Yuan backhandedly hugged Xiaolingyun's body tightly and hurriedly said, "Patriarch, where is this? Now is not the time to talk about it. I'll take you out first." As soon as the words fell, Xiaolingyun directly exerted the power of space, but after 3 times in a row of urging, the two of them remained stuck in the vortex, and the spatial power that was once like an arm's length was surprisingly unresponsive. How come? Xiaolingyun's willow brows frowned slightly. This place was just too weird to be able to exert spatial power. Noticing Xiaolingyun's expression, Lin Yuan also guessed and weakly said, "Patriarch, we won't be unable to get out. I'll try again," Xiaolingyun said, and was about to cast the power of space again. Just then, the two of them only felt a blackness before their eyes, and the power around them suddenly disappeared. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan landed on the ground, followed by Xiaolingyun's soft body landing on top of his own, gusts of fragrant wind drilling straight into his nostrils. Where is this? Looking at the darkness in front of him, Lin Yuan let out a cry of shock and tried to struggle to get up, but just as she raised her body a little, she heard Xiaolingyun suddenly let out an ouch, followed by Xiaolingyun's slightly angry voice. "Brat, don't move." When Lin Yuan heard this, he hurriedly stopped his movements and said anxiously, "Patriarch, what's wrong with you? It's touching my head." Xiaolingyun spoke. "My back is pressed against a wall." After a pause, Xiaolingyun continued, "Where we are staying now seems like a coffin." "What?" Lin Yuan immediately had some scalp numbness. "What the hell is this place?" After the vortex disappeared, the two of them even appeared in a coffin. "This is too bizarre. If you don't believe me, you can reach out and touch it," Xiaolingyun whispered. Sure enough, Lin Yuan had just raised his hand when he touched a cold stone wall, and on the side of the two, the same was true. "Patriarch, then you should hurry up and open the coffin. Don't be afraid of hurting me. I can hold up." Xiaolingyun snorted coldly. "You think I don't want to? There's something odd about this broken coffin. I can't catalyze the aura." Lin Yuan hurriedly tried to catalyze the dantian, and it was just as Xiaolingyun had said. There was no response in the dantian. Lin Yuan then pushed the coffin board with more force, and it didn't move. At this moment, Xiaolingyun said in a cold voice, "Can you be quiet for a moment and let me think of something?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he hurriedly stopped all movements and peacefully acted as a meat cushion. In the darkness, the two were silent. Xiaolingyun's soft petite body was just like that, quietly lying on Lin Yuan's body, her head leaning on his shoulder, gusts of fragrant wind drilling straight into Lin Yuan's nostrils, so that Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a little apathetic. After a long period of silence, Lin Yuan felt like he was on the verge of reacting and weakly said, "Patriarch, my body is numb from your pressure." When Xia Lingyun heard this, she remembered that she was still lying on top of Lin Yuan and hurriedly said, "Then I'll come down. Okay, I'll make room for you." After a few moments, the two of them turned to lie on their sides in the coffin. With Xia Lingyun's back resting on Lin Yuan's arms, he thought that changing the position would be better. But after he changed over, Lin Yuan regretted it. Xia Lingyun's luscious curves were simply too exaggerated, causing the two to be even more crowded than they were just a moment ago. Lin Yuan was incredibly embarrassed. That, patriarch. Lin Yuan was a little embarrassed and hurriedly stumbled around trying to explain, lest he be slapped to death by Xia Lingyun when he went out. Xia Lingyun also noticed the reaction behind her, and her delicate body trembled. She is not an untouched little girl. Naturally she knows what Lin Yuan means. Her pretty face reddened and she said with slight anger, "What time is it? You're still thinking about these have-nots. Want to die?" Lin Yuan said helplessly. "I don't want to either. But, can you control it a little bit then? How else am I going to figure it out this way?" "I'll try." Lin Yuan took a deep breath, then recited the clear heart mantra in his mind. Chapter 107, The Scroll. After a long time, Xia Lingyun, also helpless, listening to Lin Yuan, has been constantly murmuring murmurs. Behind the white tender neck is coming from a burst of Lin Yuan exhaled hot air, so that Xia Lingyun, immersed in 100 years of the heart of the lake, began to appear in a ripple. Add to that the touch on the roundness of the back and it's really hard to stay still. Moreover, in this coffin, it wasn't possible to use aura, and even the storage ring couldn't be opened, which also made Xia Lingyun have a heart. Even if he could open the storage ring, those treasures in the storage ring would similarly require aura to catalyze them. Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun couldn't help but sigh, as if there was really no way out. Lin Yuan, who was at the side, sniffed and asked in a low voice, "Patriarch, you can't do anything about it either?" Xia Lingyun coughed lightly and said in a deep voice, "I'm a strong harmonization stage person. How can a small coffin trap me? It's just that I haven't thought of a good way to do it yet. You allow me to think about it some more." "Okay," Lin Yuan responded, and then another silence fell in the coffin. Even though Xia Lingyun was already trying her best to hide it, Lin Yuan wasn't a little cutie. Now that he was in this coffin and couldn't use his aura. So what if Xia Lingyun was a harmonization stage powerhouse? A harmonization stage that couldn't use aura didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary person. After a long time, Lin Yuan weakly said, "Patriarch, is there nothing you can do?" After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun nodded helplessly and said softly, "There's really nothing I can do. Just wait for death." Lin Yuan sighed and said with some emotion, "I've thought of many ways to die, but I never thought that I would die in such a suffocating way. But it's good that you can still have a coffin when you die this way. At least you didn't expose your body to the wilderness." Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "I've died such a shabby death as a strong harmonization stage person. I didn't even say that I was suffocating, and you have the face to say that you're suffocating too. What's the difference?" Lin Yuan said helplessly. "It's not like we can use our aura now. We're no different from ordinary people. Right, we're all about to die, so put away your masterful demeanor. It's not like others can see it." Xia Lingyun grunted. Her elbow slammed into Lin Yuan's waist. Annoyed, "It's all because of you, brat. If you didn't want some Taiyin chalcedony, how would I have died here?" Lin Yuan let out a cry of pain and held his tongue. "You've taken that heavenly ranked technique, so why should you blame me?" In the darkness, Xia Lingyun also completely put down her expert stance, as if she were a brutally unreasonable little woman, pouting, "It's you who's to blame. It's you who are to blame." Lin Yuan sniffed. His expression couldn't help but lose a bit. Xia Lingyun's tone of voice really seemed like Lucicada-y. It seemed like she was still waiting for her return at the Acacia sect. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan picked up Xia Lingyun and then fought to turn his body around. Lin Yuan's action directly startled Xia Lingyun. This brat wouldn't be infuriated in thinking of humiliating himself a bit more on the verge of death. Well, once she was on top of Lin Yuan again, Lin Yuan loosened his grip on her waist. Xia Lingyun was instantly relieved. If Lin Yuan really wanted to do something, she really couldn't resist. Immediately after that, Lin Yuan raised both his hands and feet together and pushed hard against the coffin board. But the coffin board seemed to be sealed on the outside. And despite Lin Yuan's exhaustive efforts, the coffin board did not move at all. Noticing Lin Yuan's movements, Xia Lingyun gently patted Lin Yuan's chest and spoke, "Kid, don't waste your efforts. The material of this coffin must be extraordinary. Otherwise how could it isolate the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and not even be able to mobilize the spiritual chi in his body?" Lin Yuan was also a bit downcast as he muttered and whispered, "Lucicada-e is still waiting for me in the Acacia sect." Xia Lingyun sniffed and twisted her body somewhat unnaturally. It seemed a bit uncharacteristic for her to be lying on top of Lin Yuan in such a position. But then thinking of today's situation, Xia Lingyun's body relaxed again. If she couldn't break this broken coffin, she would be dead soon. So what's the point of thinking so much? Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun's petite body suddenly stiffened, her voice slightly trembling as she said, Lin Yuan, can you control yourself? This is his own apprentice's man. Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun hastily twisted her body and anxiously said, Lin Yuan, put me down. This coffin is this big. Where do I put you? Lin Yuan was also embarrassed at this time, but a voluptuous and delicate body lying on his own body. This is the Saint Kame. Cannot guarantee that sitting on the body is not chaotic, right? The fact that he's still able to keep his sanity right now is proof that he's a decent human being. After all, Xia Lingyun age I do not know hundreds of years old, but also looks like the early 30s with the general beauty of the woman. And the posture is not worse than Lu Cicada E. Compared to Lu Cicada E, Xia Lingyun is more than a few points of young girls do not have the maturity of the flirtatious. Xia Lingyun was instantly speechless. Lin Yuan was right. This broken coffin was just a little bit bigger. Wherever she was put wasn't the same. But this position is just too embarrassing. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun changed the topic and said, Lin Yuan, what do you want the tie-in chalcedony for? Since there was no way to alleviate the embarrassment, she'd figure it out on her own. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was a bit puzzled. How did the patriarch speak in a somewhat erratic manner? A bit east and a bit west. That tie-in chalcedony. Of course my master used it. Can you tell me about your master? Lin Yuan let out an sound. Suddenly remembering what the river god had said earlier, it seemed like he was going to miss his appointment, and he was going to fail two women at once. Seeing that Lin Yuan didn't reply for half a day, Xia Lingyun said, What? Can't say? Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. Now that he was about to die, what was the point of thinking so much? With this in mind, Lin Yuan slowly said, Actually, my master is a river. However, just as Lin Yuan was about to utter the words river god, his storage ring suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. What's going on? Xia Lingyun looked at Lin Yuan's storage ring in surprise. Lin Yuan was equally puzzled. And just as he wanted to take the storage ring off his finger, a scroll suddenly flew out in his storage ring. Bang! The moment the scroll appeared, it unexpectedly directly knocked the coffin boards above the two men's heads, and then flew out. When Lin Yuan saw this, he immediately recognized the origin of that scroll. It was actually one of the 4 paintings in the river god's backyard at the beginning. Chapter 108, Getting Out of the Trap. The moment the coffin board flew out, Xia Lingyun once again felt the majestic aura in his body, and with a flash of his body, he grabbed Lin Yuan and flew out. And after the two of them left that coffin, the scroll that had helped the two of them get out of the trap, dripped around in the air for a few times, and then rushed towards Lin Yuan again. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun couldn't help but be a little curious, wanting to grab the scroll and see just what was so magical about it. With this thought, she immediately blocked in front of Lin Yuan, but before her hands could touch the scroll, they were bounced off by an inexplicable force. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be dumbstruck. The power of a scroll was so strong that even a harmonized stage powerhouse couldn't grab it. Could it be that the river god was already this strong? But think carefully, seems to be a little wrong. After all, when the river god in order to deal with Li Changfeng have used the power of the origin, now just a scroll how can be so strong? Xia Lingyun let out an eep and wanted to strike again. Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped her and spoke out, Patriarch, what are you doing? This scroll has saved us. Xia Lingyun was instantly a bit embarrassed. I'm just a bit curious. Lin Yuan sniffed some speechless. Women's curiosity are so heavy. However, just as the two of them were talking, the scroll had already arrived in front of Lin Yuan and rushed to knock his head 3 times before drilling into the storage ring once again. Lin Yuan let out a cry of pain and hurriedly covered his head. But the doubts in his heart were mostly solved. Presumably the river god had sensed that Lin Yuan was going to reveal her identity, so he used the scroll to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect the scroll to save the two by mistake. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more it made sense that this should be the case. At this time, Xia Lingyun, who had been standing on the sidelines, spoke up and asked, What exactly is the origin of this scroll? Lin Yuan rubbed his head and explained, It's from my master. I guess he sensed that I was in trouble and came out to save me. When Xia Lingyun heard this, the doubt in his eyes deepened. This coffin was able to isolate the aura of heaven and earth. How did Lin Yuan's master sense that he was in trouble through the scroll? Is it because of some secret method? But this was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, if Lin Yuan's master was so strong, why would she need to bring Lin Yuan here to the far north by herself? Wouldn't it be better for her to come by herself? Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun inquired, Lin Yuan, what exactly is your master's realm? Noticing Xia Lingyun's expression, Lin Yuan said vaguely, I don't know, but I think it should be inferior to you. Regarding the river god's cultivation, Lin Yuan really wasn't too sure, but according to the river god's currently revealed strength, it was estimated that she really wasn't as strong as Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun hummed lightly. Looking at Lin Yuan's appearance, she knew that he didn't want to tell her. Then she switched her thoughts and continued to ask, then why didn't she come by herself? Patriarch, my master was injured some time ago, and it's the life-threatening kind, so she needs a piece of Taiyin chalcedony to save her life. I see. Xia Lingyun nodded, suddenly coming to a realization. No wonder Lin Yuan was willing to take out a heaven-rank technique to trade with himself. Seeing Xia Lingyun nod her head, Lin Yuan then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had muddled through. However, those paintings were obviously odd, as if they were spying on them, so after returning to the Acacia sect, it would be better to ask the river god for clarification. The river god, who was far away in the back of the Acacia sect's mountains, had been in a deep slumber after his return. However, right after that scroll appeared to have changed in a strange way, she was abruptly awakened. The river god slowly floated out of the water, a pair of deep eyes staring deathly into the far north, his mouth muttering and whispering, that dog man even wanted to reveal my identity? Did he go off to die again? Thinking of this, the river god couldn't help but flash a trace of worry in his heart and complained a little. Xia Lingyun is also too wasted. A strong harmonization stage person, but he can't even protect Lin Yuan, and he has to use the things I left behind. What a waste! The river god cursed under his breath before sinking to the bottom of the river once again. The other side, once Lin Yuan and the two of them were out of their predicament, they began to survey their surroundings. Xia Lingyun waved her hand and a milky white aura slowly rose up, illuminating the entire cave. The two of them seemed to be on an altar. The ground was carved with weird runes, and right in the middle was the coffin that trapped the two of them. Around the altar, there were 9 huge pillars surrounding the altar, each of which had a dragon carved on it, and the 9 huge dragons opened their bloody mouths in unison, roaring as they rushed towards the coffin in the altar. Xia Lingyun had returned to the coffin at the moment and was banging on it. Strange, how come I've never seen this material before? Xia Lingyun looked at the coffin with slightly furrowed willow brows and murmured in a low voice. The coffin's entire body was a kind of ink-black stone. The light from the head reflected on it, but there was not even the slightest reaction, as if it had all been absorbed by this mysterious stone. Lin Yuan wasn't interested in this coffin because beyond the altar, he actually saw a bed of ice to be exact. The ice bed was all blue, and from a long distance away, Lin Yuan could feel the eerie coldness emanating from the ice bed. Lin Yuan gulped, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. The material of that one ice bed was really too similar to Taiyin chalcedony. He pointed at the ice bed and stuttered, Patriarch, is that ice bed a piece of Taiyin chalcedony? Xia Lingyun snorted lightly and said without looking back, it's just a large chunk of 10,000-year-old cold ice. Lin Yuan hesitated. Patriarch, you won't confirm it again. Xia Lingyun sighed and said impatiently, confirmation my ass. Be quiet and leave me alone. Lin Yuan responded, his heart unavoidably disappointed. If this bed of ice was a piece of Taiyin chalcedony, if the river god was able to refine such a large piece of Taiyin chalcedony, just what kind of strength would he recover to? Just then, Lin Yuan saw Xia Lingyun take out her longsword and slash at the pitch-black coffin. The longsword slashed across the coffin, and there was a series of ear-piercing sounds as fire splashed out. However, the coffin proper left no scars. So sturdy! Xia Lingyun exclaimed in shock. Then she was ready to use her storage ring to put the coffin away. The material of this coffin was so special. After going out and finding a famous craftsman to build a few weapons, wouldn't it be invincible? When Lin Yuan saw this, then he was a bit puzzled. Patriarch, what do you want this coffin for? Do you want to save it for your own use later? However, Lin Yuan didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that Xia Lingyun would slap himself to death. Xia Lingyun spoke. This coffin is made of special material. I guess it's a treasure. I'm going to get it out and build a few weapons. As soon as the words fell, a ray of light flew out from the storage ring, directly enveloping the coffin, but the coffin did not move, as if it was fixed there. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun viciously kicked the coffin. Move it for me. Chapter 109, The Stone Gate. Boom! Xia Lingyun's kick carried a thunderous momentum and kicked at the coffin on top of the altar, but the coffin did not move as if it was fixed there. Xia Lingyun sighed and said somewhat helplessly, it seems that it can't be brought out. What a pity to have such a good material. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pointed to the coffin lid lying on the ground aside and said, that, Sovereign, why don't you take that coffin lid out? The lid of the coffin isn't too small, and it looks like it could build a few weapons too. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she was a little embarrassed. How could she have forgotten about this? It was all Lin Yuan's fault for not reminding him earlier, causing him to waste his efforts. Blaring at Lin Yuan, Xia Lingyun reluctantly said, "In that case, taking away this coffin lid is fine." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and muttered, "Why are you glaring at me when you're not paying attention yourself?" As if she hadn't heard Lin Yuan's words, Xia Lingyun walked straight over and put away the coffin lid, then looked in the direction of the ice bed and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. Let's take a look inside." Lin Yuan nodded, then quickly walked towards the ice bed. After circling around the ice bed a few more times, Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and said, "Patriarch, are you sure that the material of this ice bed is not Taiyin chalcedony?" To Lin Yuan, this ice bed looked generally the same as the Taiyin chalcedony. "How dare you question me?" Xia Lingyun snorted lightly and directly drew out her longsword and chopped over. Ka-ching! A click. The ice bed split right in two. "See?" Xia Lingyun blankly glanced at Lin Yuan and spoke. "Taiyin chalcedony is incredibly hard." However, before Xia Lingyun could finish speaking, there was a sudden click-click behind the two of them. The two hurriedly turned their heads, only to see the coffin in the center of the altar slowly turning. As the coffin rotated, the statues of the true dragons above the 9 pillars seemed to come to life and actually began to swim around the pillars. Lin Yuan gulped, carefully retreated behind Xia Lingyun, and spoke, "Patriarch, could it be that the true dragon statue here came to life because you split this ice bed?" When Xia Lingyun heard this, her eyes were puzzled and she said, "It can't be. I've just checked with my divine sense a long time ago, and this ice bed doesn't have any aura fluctuations. Is it because of the coffin?" Lin Yuan shrunk his neck and looked at the still swimming statue of the true dragon and said softly, "You can handle it, right? If not, let's just run away." "Humph, it's just a pile of broken rocks." Xia Lingyun smiled contemptuously, then stepped forward and waited quietly. Soon, after the coffin stopped rotating, the 9 true dragon statues also appeared above the altar in unison. One of the true dragon statues roared up to the sky, surprisingly spitting out human words and roaring at Lin Yuan and the two of them. "Invaders, die!" Xia Lingyun let out a cold snort, and her figure immediately turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Above the altar, there was a flash of fire and a roaring sound. As Xia Lingyun fought the 9 dragons alone, Lin Yuan on the side wasn't idle either, hurriedly taking out a spirit medicine from his storage ring and stuffing it into his mouth. He was injured just now in the formation, so he took advantage of this to hurry up and recover, or else the situation would be bad in a while, and he wouldn't be dragging Xia Lingyun's feet when he ran away. However, the elixir had just entered his stomach, and just as Lin Yuan was about to refine the medicinal power, Xia Lingyun suddenly dashed out of the battle, grabbing Lin Yuan's collar and rushing out. "Sovereign, what's going on?" Xia Lingyun spoke quickly. "These 9 true dragons are made of the same material as that coffin. They can't be cut." Roar! The statue roared and rushed at the backs of the two. "Intruder, drop the coffin lid. It's really because of the coffin," Xia Lingyun said softly. Lin Yuan tried. "Patriarch, why don't you not ask for that coffin lid? And that thing isn't very auspicious." Xia Lingyun shook her head and looked ahead. "No, Cicada E, and you are nearing the cave void stage, so it's just right that you can use this kind of material to forge an intrinsic treasure for the two of you." Lin Yuan sniffed. His heart couldn't help but be a bit touched. So Xia Lingyun had done all this for the sake of the two of them. Just then, the 9 true dragon statues also caught up. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly drew out his longsword and swung it out, and a thick sword chi suddenly smashed into the 3 true dragon statues that rushed at the very front. Boom boom boom. A few sounds. These few true dragons were actually repelled by Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. "So weak." "Nonsense." Xia Lingyun spoke up at this time. "If it wasn't for their special material, I would have chopped them up earlier." At that moment, a stone door suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, with all sorts of bizarre runes carved on it, similar to the runes on the altar. Seeing the stone door, Xia Lingyun said with some hesitation, "I have a bad feeling that..." After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan proposed, "Why don't we go back and look for the entrance? This place is too weird. It's better to leave as soon as possible." Xia Lingyun nodded, and then the two of their figures immediately turned back. The longsword in Xia Lingyun's hand swung endlessly, and the 9 true dragon statues were instantly chopped aside by the sword chi. But when the two of them returned to the altar again, they realized that the vortex had long since disappeared. "What now?" Lin Yuan saw this and said somewhat helplessly. Xia Lingyun pondered for a moment, and as if she had made up her mind, she said in a deep voice, "Go take a look inside the stone door." As soon as the words fell, the two rushed back again, and the 9 true dragon statues had just caught up when they saw the 2 intruders rushing back. True dragon statue. "Intruder. How noisy." Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and chopped out a few more swords. Looking at the huge stone door in front of him, Xia Lingyun used his divine sense to check it out. and after confirming that there were no array fluctuations, he directly pushed his hands towards the door. With all the breath he could muster, the stone door still didn't budge. What's going on? Lin Yuan said anxiously. Xia Lingyun shook her head and was just about to reply when she saw the 9 stones charging up again and hastily swung out a sword to repel them. This stone door seems to have a mechanism. I'll stop these stones. See if there's a way to crack it. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, then looked at the stone door. These runes were bizarre to the extreme, and after pondering for a long time, Lin Yuan didn't think that they had been recorded in that ancient book. However, just as Lin Yuan was looking at the stone door, a statue of a true dragon suddenly roared up to the sky and stormed out. Intruder! You've managed to provoke me. As the roar ended, the 9 true dragons unexpectedly entwined together. The sound of boulders rubbing together was unceasing, followed by Xia Lingyun's shocked gaze. The 9 true dragons had actually synthesized into a giant dragon statue. Chapter 110, The Method of Breaking. With the sound of boulders rubbing together, the 9 true dragon statues slowly fused together, and their aura began to climb. A moment later, a giant dragon about 10 feet long appeared in front of Xia Lingyun. The giant dragon roared in anger, its huge figure prancing through the air, overlooking Xia Lingyun's tiny figure, and said in a cold voice, Intruder, you've succeeded in angering me. Prepare to die. Xia Lingyun's eyes instantly glazed over. This was the first time she had seen something so odd. Moreover, after the giant dragon merged, its cultivation level was actually able to rival that of a divine separation stage cultivator, although it was still one step behind himself. But the giant dragon's body was incomparably hard, and it didn't need to consume spiritual chi. If they couldn't open the stone door in a hurry, I'm afraid that the two would be dragged to their deaths here alive by the giant dragon. Lin Yuan also noticed the situation behind him at this time, swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, Patriarch, can you withstand it? Xia Lingyun nodded and said gruffly, dragging is possible, but you still need to hurry up and think of a way. After all, this giant dragon doesn't need to consume aura. Figure it out? Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. The runes on this stone door hadn't even been seen before, and there wasn't any pattern to it. What could he think of? In fact, this matter of cracking the stone door should be left to Xia Lingyun. After all, she had lived for a long time and had seen a bit more, but the strength of the giant dragon after merging was just too heaven-defying, and having Lin Yuan go and drag it down was no different from sending it to its death. In order to prevent the fight from interfering with Lin Yuan, Xia Lingyun's attack was swift and fierce. The roiling sword chi directly suppressed the dragon back to the altar, although the gargoyle was stronger. But truly speaking, when facing Xia Lingyun at the stage of merging, the gargoyle could only take a beating. However, the giant dragon wasn't in a hurry at all. Xia Lingyun's attack needed aura support. It didn't need it. Moreover, its body was incredibly hard, and Xia Lingyun's incomparably powerful sword chi couldn't even leave a white mark on its body. The current one only needed to wait for Xia Lingyun's aura to run out before it could easily take down the two. Intruder, let you be arrogant for a moment longer. The giant dragon sneered with contemptuous eyes. Xia Lingyun gulped softly, and the attack in his hands did not stop. The other side, Lin Yuan had already fumbled over the stone door. Other than those weird runes, there was nothing else on the stone door, not even a keyhole. Open the door! Open the door! How the hell do you open the door? Listening to the sounds of fighting behind him, Lin Yuan was incomparably anxious inwardly, but at the moment, apart from the weird runes on the stone door, there seemed to be no other clues. Runes? Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly had a flash of light. There seemed to be runes on the altar as well. Could it be that these runes were related to the altar's runes? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly ran towards the altar. At this moment, Xia Lingyun was fighting the giant dragon in a frenzy, and the roar here at the altar was constant. Seeing Lin Yuan come over, Xia Lingyun hurriedly asked, "How's it going?" Lin Yuan shouted, "I suspect that the runes on the stone door are somehow related to the runes of the altar. You take the trouble to get the dragon aside while I study it." "Yes." As soon as Xia Lingyun's words fell, the long sword in her hand swung out violently, and a thick sword chi directly smashed the giant dragon's body to the side. "You're faster." After doing so, Xia Lingyun urged and chased after them once again. Lin Yuan responded and hurriedly rode the wind to the sky above the altar, overlooking the entire altar. As Lin Yuan thought, the runes of the altar were generally the same as the runes above the stone door, only the distribution was a little different. Could it be that the stone door was opened by adjusting its position according to the runes on the altar? With this in mind, Lin Yuan corresponded to the location of the altar, first memorizing a few more simple runes, and then quickly flew towards the stone door. But after coming in front of the stone door again, Lin Yuan was a bit dumbfounded. These weird runes were carved on top of the stone door. It was impossible to be moved out of position. How about digging down and trying? Lin Yuan murmured under his breath. Lin Yuan said, drawing his longsword and stabbing at the bizarre runes on the stone door. Wow! The longsword brought out a series of sparks all of a sudden, while there wasn't even a trace on the stone door. It won't work. Lin Yuan immediately scratched his ears anxiously, pointing at the runes and wondering, what on earth should we do? Right at this moment, at the location where Lin Yuan pointed, the rune unexpectedly emitted a bit of bright light. Lin Yuan thought, and with his other hand, he pointed to the corresponding position of the altar. In an instant, the two runes emitted golden light at the same time, and then unexpectedly exchanged positions. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was immediately delighted. I really am a genius. After saying that and exchanging the positions of the few runes he had mentally memorized, Lin Yuan once again rushed towards the altar. Looking at Xia Lingyun, who was still in the middle of the battle, Lin Yuan excitedly shouted, Patriarch, hold on a little longer. I've found a way to open the stone door. Soon, after 6 or 7 times of reciprocation, all the runes on the stone door became positioned in relation to the altar. After Lin Yuan exchanged the last rune, the runes on the stone door lit up at the same time, emitting a blinding light, and the sound of clack, 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 clack came out from both sides of the stone door at the same time. Ha ha, it's done! Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but shout excitedly, Patriarch, prepare to run, the stone gate is about to open. Right at this moment, the giant dragon that had been in a passive fight suddenly roared in anger when it saw the scene, and then defiantly rushed towards the stone door location. Intruder! Seek death! Xia Lingyun snorted coldly. Her figure flickered and instantly blocked in front of the giant dragon, saying in a cold voice, if you want to leave, have you asked me? After saying that, Xia Lingyun's aura instantly rose to its peak as she slashed her sword at the giant dragon. Boom! The huge figure of the dragon was then sent flying by Xia Lingyun, and was then set into the stone wall behind it. However, just as Lin Yuan was immersed in excitement, all the bright lights on the stone door unexpectedly converged together. Then in Lin Yuan's shocked gaze, the bright light unexpectedly condensed into a palm print and quickly slapped on Lin Yuan's chest. Put! Lin Yuan immediately sprayed a mouthful of blood on top of the stone door. However, the power of the palm print wasn't great, and after it solidly imprinted on Lin Yuan's chest, it only caused him to retreat a few steps. What the hell? At this moment, Xia Lingyun also rushed to Lin Yuan's side. She had also seen the scene just now. Lin Yuan was likewise full of doubts. After the mechanism was cracked, the stone door didn't open but even gave himself a slap. Just then, a deafening laughter suddenly came from behind the two. Ha! Intruder! Do you think this stone door is so easy to crack? This rune is merely confusing you. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and angrily cursed. Then what was your hurry just now? The giant dragon figure slowly flew over, then said with a smile on his face, just kidding. I can't believe I'm being taunted by a rock. Xia Lingyun's eyes sank as she whispered, it's fine, come again. I'll help you stall it. Chapter 11, Serious Injury. As soon as Xia Lingyun's words fell, he slashed his sword at the giant dragon. The giant dragon that had just been complacent instantly wailed and once again embedded itself in the stone wall from earlier. Think of another way, Xia Lingyun instructed, her figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Lin Yuan let out a light sigh, then looked at the stone door once again, his heart depressed. I heard the ringing just now, so how could it be unresponsive? Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that the blood he had just spat on top of the stone door had strangely dried up. What's going on? Muttering, Lin Yuan cautiously walked towards the stone door. Only after getting closer did he realize that the original location covered in blood was a rune, and at the moment the groove of the rune was already filled with blood. Do we have to fill these runes with blood and the stone door will open? Want to try again? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan slapped his palm on his own chest and a mouthful of blood was once again spat out, directly towards another rune. And the runes once again emitted a faint bright light after coming into contact with the blood. But this time the light was different and flickered. Between one light and one dark, blood began to flow slowly, then soaked the entire rune. I hope I'm right this time, Lin Yuan whispered, then ruthlessly cut his palm to cover the next rune. The moment he touched the rune, Lin Yuan felt an inexplicable suction force suddenly appear, and the rate of blood loss steeply accelerated. A moment later, the rune groove was filled up, and Lin Yuan hurriedly turned to the next rune. It was a good thing that Lin Yuan had taken an elixir before this, or else he would have had to lose a lot of blood after filling up only one stone door. Just then, Xia Lingyun, who had been tangling with the giant dragon, asked in an urgent voice, how's it going? Now that she had also been entangled with the giant dragon for almost half an hour, the aura in her body had also been depleted for the most part, and if she still couldn't open the gate, she might be on the verge of not being able to withstand it. Lin Yuan weakly said, Hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon. When all the runes are filled with blood, the clack 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 sound that just disappeared on both sides of the stone door resounded again. Lin Yuan hurriedly retreated to the side. He didn't want to be slapped again. A moment later, under Lin Yuan's incomparably expectant gaze, the stone door suddenly moved slowly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan excitedly shouted, "Patriarch, the door is open." The giant dragon sniffed and saw the stone door that was about to open, roared angrily, and its huge dragon tail slammed into Xiaolingyun. However, just as the dragon's tail was about to collide with Xiaolingyun's longsword, the huge body of the dragon suddenly disappeared in front of Xiaolingyun without warning. Xiaolingyun was creeped out. It was actually the power of space, but there was no time for her to think about it now, because the giant dragon's form had already appeared in front of Lin Yuan's body. "Invaders, die!" Before the giant dragon's words fell, the dragon claw in front of his body instantly grabbed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who was standing in front of the stone door, didn't even react to what was going on before he saw that the huge dragon's claws had already arrived in front of him. Due to the disparity in strength being too great, after being locked by the dragon's aura, Lin Yuan couldn't even escape, and just watched the dragon's claws grabbing at his head in a fixed manner. That was a sloppy death. Lin Yuan wailed in his heart, then slowly closed his eyes and waited for death to come. However, just as Lin Yuan was waiting to die, a loud bang suddenly came from in front of him. Immediately afterward, a fragrant breeze hit him, and a soft body slammed into his arms. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and saw Xiaolingyun, whose pretty face was pale in his arms. It turned out that after the giant dragon disappeared, Xiaolingyun also hurriedly cast the power of space to catch up, but in the haste, Xiaolingyun was unable to counterattack and could only use her body to block the dragon's claws for Lin Yuan. Roar! The dragon roared and swung another claw. Xiaolingyun hurriedly left Lin Yuan's arms, and then the long sword in her hand swiftly swung out a dozen or so sword chi with a powerful and incomparable aura. Boom boom! The giant dragon's huge figure was instantly smashed away by the sword chi. After repelling the giant dragon, Xiaolingyun's figure flickered and rushed directly in front of Lin Yuan, grabbing him and rushing into the stone door. And behind the two of them, after the giant dragon once again pursued to the entrance of the stone door, it saw that the two of them had already entered the stone door. It let out a roar and then slowly stopped its body. "Invaders, you will surely die." The giant dragon's eyes roared grimly, and then its huge body shook rapidly, and within moments, the 9 true dragon statues reappeared, and then flew back to the pillars next to the altar. Seeing the giant dragon return to the altar, Lin Yuan was relieved. He could finally get rid of this broken rock. At this moment, Xiaolingyun suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound, and her delicate body softly fell to the ground. "Patriarch, how are you?" Lin Yuan let out a cry of shock and hurriedly stepped forward to embrace Xiaolingyun's delicate body. Xiaolingyun's face was incomparably pale at this time, with a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth, making her look poignant. She coughed softly and said weakly, "I seem to have been hurt very badly. My chest hurts so much." Although the giant dragon's cultivation was not as good as Xiaolingyun's, the full force of a transformation spirit stage cultivator's strike was not that easy to take, and it was still without any defense. Xiaolingyun only felt as if his internal organs were being shattered at the moment. Lin Yuan first surveyed the surroundings, and after confirming that there was no danger, he hurriedly took out the white jade box from his storage ring. In the white jade box, there was also the 1,000-year-old purple lingji that had been obtained in the remnant secret realm, and it was estimated that this was the only elixir that could save Xiaolingyun now. "Patriarch, this is the 1,000-year-old purple Ganoderma, rumored to be able to live the dead and give birth to white bones. You should hurry up and eat it." Lin Yuan handed the purple lingji to Xiaolingyun's mouth and said softly. Xiaolingyun nodded, but just as he opened his mouth another mouthful of blood spewed out, directly staining the purple lingji in Lin Yuan's hand red. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly shook off the blood on the purple lingji, but when he wanted to feed it to Xiaolingyun again, he suddenly realized that the purple lingji had actually started to wither rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into nothing more than a withered grass. "How did this happen?" Lin Yuan exclaimed. Xiaolingyun stifled a grunt, her voice breaking, "Because there's a cold, evil chi in my body that I used to suppress with my cultivation, but just now when I was injured, it completely exploded." When Lin Yuan heard this, he hurriedly held the white jade box in front of Xiaolingyun and anxiously said, "Patriarch, take a look at these spirit medicines. Which one can cure the injuries in your body?" Xiaolingyun glanced at the white jade box, shook her head and smiled bitterly. "Apart from that purple lingji, the others don't seem to have much effect. It's fine. It's fine." Lin Yuan casually took out a spirit medicine and trembled. "You eat it first. I'll think of something else." Chapter 112, Ice. Xiaolingyun's beautiful eyes rolled over and she said with some tears and laughter, "Actually, You don't need to be so nervous. Although I'm badly injured, I can't die yet. At most, after I recover, my cultivation will be greatly damaged. Lin Yuan sniffed. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. If Xia Lingyun really died because of this incident, he would be the sinner of the Acacia sect. Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun's body lurched and spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, after the spit-out blood landed on the ground, it unexpectedly condensed into ice instantly, and Lin Yuan even saw a sun-ran cold air above the blood. Patriarch, don't you have any elixir that restrains the evil qi in your body? Lin Yuan looked at the weak Xia Lingyun in his arms and hurriedly asked. Xia Lingyun shook her head, her voice weak. Help me up first. I'll hurry up and meditate to regulate myself. Good. You wait a moment. After saying that, Lin Yuan hurriedly took out the beast skin from his storage ring and spread it on the ground before picking up Xia Lingyun's body and carefully placing her on the beast skin. After doing this, Xia Lingyun began to meditate to heal her wounds. And only then did Lin Yuan have the time to survey his surroundings. The position the two were in now seemed to be a tunnel. The stone walls on both sides were neat and tidy, and those weird runes similar to altars were also carved on top of them. Beyond that, it was still a dark tunnel. Nowadays, Lin Yuan already had a shadow over these weird runes, so after seeing the runes, he immediately retreated back to Xia Lingyun's side. Now that Xia Lingyun had not yet recovered from his serious injuries, if he touched any more weird organs, it was estimated that the two of them would be directly accounted for here. I don't know how long it had been, but Lin Yuan, who had been immersed in cultivation, seemed to vaguely hear an intermittent cry of pain. When he recovered his mind, he saw that Xia Lingyun had already collapsed on top of the beast's skin, and at this time, her body was curled up together, trembling all over. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly carried Xia Lingyun, who had fallen to the ground, into his arms. But when Lin Yuan had just hugged Xia Lingyun's body, he felt as if he was holding a piece of ice in his arms, and his hands were cold and prickly. Lin Yuan asked with some anxiety, Patriarch, how are you doing? Only Xia Lingyun's eyes were tightly closed. Her face was pained, and she couldn't stop murmuring and whispering, cold, so cold. Cold? Lin Yuan sniffed and hugged Xia Lingyun's delicate body tightly, then pulled the animal skin next to him over and covered Xia Lingyun's body. Sovereign, how are you doing? Feeling better? Feeling the warmth of Lin Yuan's body, Xia Lingyun clenched her silver teeth, forcefully opened her eyes, and trembled. Lin Yuan, I'm so cold. It hurts. What about that? Lin Yuan was immediately anxious, but at this moment he was at his wit's end. After all, that evil qi in Xia Lingyun's body couldn't even be dispelled by herself. How could he, a small Yuaning stage cultivator, be able to do it? Suddenly, in Xia Lingyun's mind, the words of Lu Cicada once rang out. Does it really have to be that way? Xia Lingyun was incomparably torn inside. Without the cultivation suppression, that evil qi was rampaging through his body. If he didn't expel that evil qi, I'm afraid that even after he recovered in the future, it would be very difficult for his cultivation to reach the harmonization stage again. Without the harmonization stage cultivation, what should the harmonization sect do in the future? With that method available, how would one face Cicada later? Just then, Xia Lingyun let out another cry of pain, and that evil qi actually began to slowly spread into the dantian. That's just it. I'm thinking about the greater good. Xia Lingyun sighed darkly and found a very lame excuse. With this thought, Xia Lingyun bit her lips tightly, her eyes staring at Lin Yuan in death. Lin Yuan was instantly stared at by Xia Lingyun. His body was hairy. The patriarch wouldn't have gone off the deep end because of that evil qi. This look was obviously not right. With this thought in his heart, Lin Yuan laughed dryly and spoke. Patriarch, are you feeling better? After a long time, Xia Lingyun sighed, slowly closed her eyes, and softly said, I've already cultivated all of that heavenly ranking technique. This is the only way now. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He naturally knew what Xia Lingyun meant. However, he felt that he should have misheard, and hurriedly rubbed his ears and stuttered. Patriarch, you said. What? Xia Lingyun closed her eyes tightly and said in a deep voice, can't you understand? I've practiced all of the heavenly ranking techniques. That's not good. Lin Yuan was hesitant. After all, this beautiful woman in her arms wasn't some ordinary person. She was the Acacia sect patriarch, a strong person of the harmonization stage. And the most important point, she is still Lu Cicada's master. If she lets Lu Cicada know that she gave her master, will she castrate herself in a rage? You're healing my wounds. No need to think too much, Xia Lingyun said slowly. But, don't worry, this matter is known to the heavens and the earth, and Cicada will definitely not know about it. Lin Yuan also naturally knew in his heart that there really wasn't any good way to heal Xia Lingyun's injuries right now, and it wasn't known when Xia Lingyun would recover from this injury. so if he waited for her to recover on her own, he would probably have to wait until the year of the monkey in the month of the monkey. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan nodded, then lifted the animal skin in front of the two of them and carefully flattened Xiaolingyun. Looking at the delicate body lying on the ground, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, I'm offended." At this time, Xiaolingyun let out another cry of pain. The evil qi was rushing through her dantian again. She clenched her silver teeth and urged, "Can you hurry up? I won't be able to hold on if you keep on dawdling." "Yes," Lin Yuan responded and carefully removed Xiaolingyun's clothing. With her delicate body exposed to the air, it seemed as if Xiaolingyun had suddenly forgotten about the pain in her body. Her hands gripping the animal skin underneath her with a bit of inattention, and a layer of tiny goosebumps floated up on her fair skin. And at this moment, Lin Yuan was frozen in place, because after seeing Xiaolingyun's petite body, he suddenly remembered an old saying, "An ass bigger than a shoulder is better than a living god." Xiaolingyun also noticed Lin Yuan's burning gaze, but she wasn't an untouched little girl, and although she was a little shy, she still had business on her mind. Coughing lightly, Xiaolingyun met Lin Yuan's burning gaze and urged once again, "Can you stop looking? I'm dying and you still have the heart to wander off?" Lin Yuan sniffed, obviously froze for a moment, and said with some embarrassment, "Okay, I'll be right there." After a few moments, the two finally came clean. "Patriarch, I'm offended." However, the moment Lin Yuan had just touched Xiaolingyun's body, his body trembled and retreated back. "So cold," Lin Yuan exclaimed. "Patriarch, your body seems like ice." Xiaolingyun's beautiful eyes rolled over as she helplessly said, "You'll get over it if you endure it." "Okay." A few moments later, Lin Yuan's body also began to shiver from the cold. Xiaolingyun's body was just too cold, making Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of the Taiyin chalcedony, which was now in this state. Just then, Xiaolingyun twisted her body and said somewhat unnaturally, "And?" Lin Yuan looked down. "There's a little more." "Are you an animal?" Xiaolingyun exclaimed. Chapter 113, Restoration of Cultivation. Lin Yuan sniffed and smiled heatedly. "The thing I'm most proud of in my life besides my heavenly spirit root is this." Xiaolingyun nodded, and then fell silent. No wonder Lu Cicada would fall deeply into it. Apart from the fact that cultivation could make the cultivation level increase by leaps and bounds, I'm afraid there was also this reason. A moment later, Lin Yuan softly said, "Patriarch, I'm going to start. Hurry up." Half an hour later, Xiaolingyun suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and then his body lurched as he rushed aside and sprayed out a mouthful of blood arrows. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly asked, "Patriarch, is it possible that that evil qi in your body has been dispelled?" "Not even close. You think it's that easy?" Xiaolingyun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and panted back. At this moment, Xiaolingyun's injuries had recovered a bit. A hint of blood color slowly surfaced on her face, and the temperature inside her body gradually rose. "Okay," Lin Yuan responded. 1 hour later, Lin Yuan sat on the side and looked at Xiaolingyun and asked with concern, "Patriarch, how is it going?" Xiaolingyun closed her eyes tightly and lay down on the animal skin, only opening her eyes after a long time, looking at Lin Yuan and saying, "It's not bad. At least that evil qi in the body has been repressed again." In fact, she was just now reminiscing. This feeling seemed like it hadn't been experienced for hundreds of years. No wonder Cicada didn't even listen to her own words after her dual cultivation with Lin Yuan. It seems that even she is a bit of a tastemaker these days. A moment of silence. Xiaolingyun slowly stood up and moved her body on the animal skin with her little bare feet. Just now the body suffered from the evil ravages. The hands and feet have long been frozen numb, although just now the double cultivation has also recovered some, but still need to move around for good. Lin Yuan, who was on the side, looked at the scene in front of him and was dumbfounded. The patriarch had not been too bold. And naturally, Xiaolingyun also noticed Lin Yuan's gaze, and inwardly let out a light laugh, then stood still and slowly stretched her waist, directly exposing her exquisite curves unreservedly in front of Lin Yuan. Anyway, just now also said that after Lin Yuan helped himself to recover, let him, and two people already have the reality of husband and wife. But still twisting for what? Lin Yuan only felt his nose getting hot and almost about to go bloodless. Mentally reciting the clear heart mantra a few times, Lin Yuan began to put clothes on his body with his hands and feet. Seeing this, Xiaolingyun surreptitiously licked her rosy lips, then surprisingly laid back on top of the beast's skin. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva and inquired, "Patriarch, could it be that you want to expel the evil qi from your body in one breath?" Xiaolingyun shook her head and said softly, "Although dual cultivation is indeed effective, it is impossible to really drive out all the evil qi in one breath. It will take at least a month or two." Lin Yuan couldn't help but stare at what he heard. "It takes a month or two, doesn't that mean? So the next few months are going to be hard on you?" After saying that, Xia Lingyun slowly closed her eyes. Another hour later, Lin Yuan was panting and lying on his side. Xia Lingyun's face was like a peach blossom. One hand propped up her chin as she looked at Lin Yuan and exhaled. Tough on you. Lin Yuan lazily waved his hand and said, I should. After all, Patriarch was also injured to save me. Count on your kid's conscience. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan looked toward the darkened tunnel and asked, Patriarch, should we go in and take a look now? Now that the two of them were right next to the stone door, Lin Yuan always felt strange. Xia Lingyun shook her head and mused. Let's wait before going. After all, I haven't recovered yet, so how will I cope if I encounter danger? Lin Yuan nodded and opened his mouth to ask, then how long will it take for you to completely restore your cultivation? Xia Lingyun did some calculations in her heart and extended her slender jade finger. If I double cultivate, it will probably take 3 to 4 days. If I let myself recover, it will probably take around 20 days to a month. Lin Yuan was dumbstruck when he heard this. This is the strength of a strong person at the stage of merging. He still remembered when Lu Cicada E had healed his wounds, and all the essence and blood in his body had been restored in one night, and he had also broken through to the Yuaning stage. But Xia Lingyun had to use as long as 3 or 4 days just to restore her cultivation. A merged stage powerhouse was truly as terrifying as it was. However, dual cultivation with Xia Lingyun was also rewarding for Lin Yuan. After all, Xia Lingyun's cultivation level was too much higher than his, and after the two of them had cultivated together just twice, Lin Yuan had a vague feeling that he was going to break through to the second level of the Yuaning stage. After resting for a moment, Lin Yuan looked at Xia Lingyun and said, Patriarch, I'm rested. Xia Lingyun sniffed and looked surprised, then exclaimed, no wonder he can charm Cicada E. 5 days later, when Lin Yuan woke up from his sleep, he saw Xia Lingyun, who was standing to the side surveying the bizarre runes. At this time Xia Lingyun has once again returned to the previous appearance, wearing a white dress, a head of hair pulled up high. Although the makeup is very simple, but it shows the graceful and luxurious atmosphere. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes, all a bit in disbelief that it was the woman in front of him who had been lingering with him for days. Noticing the movement behind her, Xia Lingyun turned back and spoke. Awake! Lin Yuan nodded somewhat woodenly, then realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes and hurriedly covered his body with the animal skin. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun spat in her mouth and teased, is there any use in covering or not covering? Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. He always felt that so much of Lu Cicada Yi's behavior was influenced by Xia Lingyun, but he had no proof. In these few days, whenever Lin Yuan thought of Lu Cicada E, there was always a sense of guilt in his heart. He always felt that he had failed Lu Cicada E. But when Xia Lingyun told Lin Yuan that the idea was still Lu Cicada's, Lin Yuan felt like the sky had collapsed. However, in order to be on the safe side, Lin Yuan decided to keep the secret in his heart. It didn't matter if it was Lu Cicada Yi's idea or not. He wouldn't take the initiative to ask anyway. As for these few days, as well as the next 2 to 3 months to exorcise Xia Lingyun's evil aura, consider it as one's repayment for Xia Lingyun's saving grace. Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun suddenly spoke up. Alright, now that my cultivation has been restored, it's time for us to take a look inside. It's better to leave this haunted place before it's too late. Yes. A moment later, Lin Yuan, who was fully dressed, looked at the bizarre runes in front of him and asked, Patriarch, do you know the origin of these runes? Never seen it at all. Xia Lingyun shook her head and said, it's not even recorded in the ancient books of the Acacia sect. Chapter 114, Mural. As soon as Xia Lingyun's words fell, she immediately released her divine sense to spread deeper into the tunnel. But just as Xia Lingyun's divine sense had just come into contact with the darkness of the tunnel, an invisible barrier seemed to appear out of thin air in the void, unexpectedly blocking Xia Lingyun's divine sense out directly. Could it be a ban? Xia Lingyun muttered secretly and casually took out a longsword from his storage ring and threw it out. The longsword was so fast that in the blink of an eye, it pierced through the invisible barrier in the darkness and disappeared before the eyes of the two. The barrier that had prevented Xia Lingyun's divine sense just now also seemed to have ceased to exist, and did not stop the longsword from advancing. After a few moments, the tunnel suddenly came bam sound. The longsword seems to be nailed to the stone. In a flash, Xia Lingyun's willow eyebrows slightly frowned as she looked at the pitch-black tunnel and said to Lin Yuan, this tunnel is really strange. Let's go in and take a look. Remember to walk behind me and not forward, he said, taking the lead. Lin Yuan nodded at his words and carefully followed behind Xia Lingyun. Soon, the two arrived at the location of the barrier from earlier. Xia Lingyun paused, then a milky white aura slowly floated out from within her body. The aura emitted a soft white light, instantly dispelling the darkness in front of her. A new tunnel appeared in the darkness. The tunnel in front of them was extremely different in style from the one under the two men's feet, as if it had been spliced together later. The tunnel in front of them was obviously more refined than the one under the two of them. Both the walls and the floor under their feet were carefully carved out of alabaster stone. The walls of the tunnel were no longer filled with those weird runes, but had turned into a colorful mural. Lin Yuan roughly swept a glance. These murals had simple and smooth lines, as if they were meant to record something. Xia Lingyun frowned, then released his divine sense again. However, this time, the divine sense released was unexpectedly unimpeded all the way to the end of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was a large stone room. Go over there. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingyun slowly took a step and stepped on top of the white jade stone tunnel. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also hurriedly followed. After arriving at the alabaster stone tunnel, the two did not rush to leave, but began to survey the murals on the walls. After all, the two of them didn't know where they were now, and if they could figure out what these murals recorded, they might also know the origin of this mysterious cave. Along with the mural, the two men slowly walked towards the stone room, but as the two men got closer to the stone room, the more alarmed they were about the content on the mural. A story is recorded above the mural. The story begins with a man and a woman who live happily ever after, living a life without shame. However, this peaceful life didn't last long when a demon with horns appeared. The two went to war with the demon. The battle was grueling, and in the end, it took a grueling defeat of the demon at the cost of serious injuries to the men and death to the women. The man is devastated when the woman dies, but he remembers that it is written in ancient texts that people have been brought back from the dead. So men have been on the road to resurrecting women ever since. Time flew by, and I don't know how long it took. At last the Emperor's god has found a way to be able to resurrect the woman. The man then led the woman's body to a black altar, which was surrounded by 9 pillars and a coffin on top of it. As weird as it all was, the man didn't care. He would do anything to resurrect the woman. Seeing this, Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva and moved in Xia Lingyun's direction. The picture in the mural was not the altar behind himself. After this, the man expends a tremendous amount of power to bring the woman back to life. The mural also ends here. After looking at the mural, Lin Yuan quietly looked back behind him and said with some incredulity, "Patriarch, you said that there is really a way to bring people back from the dead in this world?" Xia Lingyun's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, "Are you sure that woman is still human after being revived?" Lin Yuan sniffed and shivered, feeling a chill run down his back. "What is it if it's not a human?" "I don't know." Xia Lingyun shook her head, then turned around and walked towards the stone room. "Now that I've seen the mural, it's probably clear where the two are. This is where the man from the mural was resurrected in the first place." Walking into the stone room, what met his eyes was a road paved with jade, and on both sides of the road, 10 giant statues were neatly placed. These statues were dressed in armor, holding spears, looking mighty and domineering. At the end of the road, there was a throne with a blue body, which was carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes. Exquisite and incomparable. Xia Lingyun looked at the throne and said with some incredulity, "What a large piece of Taiyin chalcedony." "What?" Lin Yuan instantly exclaimed in shock, pointing at the throne not far away and trembling. "You're saying that that throne was carved out of an entire piece of Taiyin chalcedony?" Xia Lingyun nodded, then took a step out. However, Xia Lingyun just took a step forward. The stone room suddenly buzzed, and then an invisible shock wave appeared out of nowhere, instantly sweeping across the entire stone room. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun hurriedly released her aura to protect the two, but after waiting for a few moments, the surroundings were silent, with only the sound of the two breathing. Lin Yuan carefully said, "Patriarch, aren't we being a bit hasty?" Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled over as she said in a deep voice, "There's no harm in being careful in everything." With that said, the two slowly walked towards the throne, but just as the two of them were just halfway there, a small cracking sound suddenly came from the statues on both sides. Then, cracks began to appear on the surface of the statue, quickly spreading to the entire statue. Immediately afterward, in the two people's shocked gaze, the statue's empty eye sockets, suddenly there were 2 more points of blue light in, as if the statue came to life. Seeing this, Lin Yuan subconsciously took a step back and swallowed hard. "Patriarch, these ghostly things won't be as difficult to deal with as that giant dragon statue outside." Xia Lingyun's divine sense sensed a bit before he spoke. "It's different. It can be chopped." Lin Yuan sniffed, which was a relief. As long as it could be hacked, it was fine, but the statue this time is very strong, so it's better for you to stay away, Xia Lingyun said in a deep voice. "Strong?" Xia Lingyun nodded and said in a serious manner, "Very strong for you." "Okay." Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. Xia Lingyun's words were also too heartbreaking. A moment later, all the fragments on the surface of the statue shattered, revealing the crystal and jade inside, and at that moment, a majestic aura revealed itself from the statue's body. 10 separation stage statues. Xia Lingyun grunted lightly and rushed out. In an instant, Sword Chi rolled inside the stone room, and the sound of gold and stone was unceasing. Patriarch, be careful, Lin Yuan warned as he looked at the roiling Sword Chi. When Xia Lingyun heard this, her heart warmed and she was just about to say that she was relieved. But then she heard Lin Yuan continue to shout, "Don't break the Tai-in Chalcedony, you asshole!" Xia Lingyun cursed under his breath, waiting to finish off these 10 statues. "Then I will settle the score with you, kid." Chapter 115 The Throne. A quarter of an hour later. Those originally majestic 10 statues had all died a horrible death under Xia Lingyun's sword. As she swung her final sword, the statue instantly crumbled apart, countless bursts of jade fragments splattering everywhere. After doing all this, Xia Lingyun's face was as calm as water as she slowly sheathed the long sword in her hand. She then turned her head, her eyes looking playfully at Lin Yuan, who was hiding in the tunnel, and said softly, "All right, come back." Hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly walked over to Xia Lingyun and clapped his hands in praise. "Patriarch, you are truly majestic and domineering. I really didn't expect that these statues that looked so powerful would become so unbeatable under you. Patriarch, that it would be as easy and effortless as chopping up melons and cutting vegetables. My admiration for you, Patriarch, is simply like a torrent of continuous water, and like a river overflowing, out of control." In fact, after returning to his senses just now, Lin Yuan knew that he had said the wrong thing, so now he wanted to say a few good words to remedy the situation. Xia Lingyun snorted lightly and ignored Lin Yuan as she walked straight towards the throne made of Tai-in Chalcedony. Seeing that Xia Lingyun didn't pursue what had just happened, Lin Yuan heatedly smiled and hurriedly followed him as well. As a result, when Lin Yuan had just run next to the throne, Xia Lingyun suddenly slapped Lin Yuan on the head. In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt his brain buzzing, and he threw himself headfirst onto the throne. Xia Lingyun hummed, then moved her lotus steps lightly and slowly sat on Lin Yuan's back. "Bastard, do you know you're wrong?" The moment he came into contact with the Tai-in Chalcedony, Lin Yuan felt his chest go numb from the cold and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. "Patriarch, I know I'm wrong." "Really know it's wrong?" Xia Lingyun deliberately twisted her body and opened her mouth to ask. Lin Yuan nodded with difficulty. "I really know it's wrong. I definitely won't do it again next time. Humph, I'll let you off this time." Only after saying this did Xia Lingyun slowly stand up. After Xia Lingyun left, Lin Yuan jumped up with a bounce and rubbed his chest. "It's so cold." Xia Lingyun sniffed and hummed lightly as she continued to survey the throne in front of her. After living for so many years, Xia Lingyun was self-conscious that she had seen a lot, but this was the first time she had seen such a large piece of Tai-in Chalcedony. Moreover, this was the Tai-in Chalcedony that had been carved into a throne, and if it hadn't been carved before, one wouldn't dare to imagine how big this piece of Tai-in Chalcedony was. As for Lin Yuan, who was on the side, looking at Xia Lingyun's exquisite back, he couldn't help but murmur and whisper in his mouth, "If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I'd have to press you onto this throne." Thinking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly became angry and evil. Although this was a bit excessive, the two of them also knew each other well, so I thought that Xia Lingyun wouldn't do anything to herself. Afterward, he pretended to take 2 steps towards Xia Lingyun's body without realizing it. Xia Lingyun's mind was all over the throne at the moment, plus she had no defense against Lin Yuan, so she was directly attacked by Lin Yuan. After receiving 2 slaps on her buttock petals, Xia Lingyun immediately let out a cry of pain and hurriedly turned around. But as a result, just as she turned around, she saw Lin Yuan pouncing over. Immediately afterward, her body lurched and she was pressed down on top of the throne by Lin Yuan. "Hurry up and apologize to me, or else you'll wait to be frozen into an ice sculpture." Unfortunately, Lin Yuan did not wait for Xia Lingyun's pleas for mercy, because he had overlooked one point. He had forgotten that Xia Lingyun was a strong person of the harmonization stage. Although the Tai-in Chalcedony was extremely cold, it was still bearable for Xia Lingyun, and at this moment, Xia Lingyun, who was lying on the Tai-in Chalcedony, was also looking at her like a little cutie, like looking at Lin Yuan. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan queried, "You're not cold?" Xia Lingyun laughed, her eyes narrowing slightly as she said, "It's not cold." Seeing the look in Xia Lingyun's eyes, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a wave of cool air rush straight to the top of his head. "It's over." Xia Lingyun seems to be really angry. "What now?" Just then, Lin Yuan felt a small hand suddenly take hold of the soft flesh around his waist. The corner of Xia Lingyun's mouth grinned. The force in his hand increased, and he said softly, "Dare to tease the patriarch? Are you kid tired of living?" Lin Yuan immediately smiled awkwardly and hurriedly explained, "This is not a joke with you." After saying that, Lin Yuan wanted to get up, but Xia Lingyun's small hand tightly twisted the soft flesh around Lin Yuan's waist, not showing the slightest sign of letting go. "Patriarch, stop it. It's better to get down to business." Lin Yuan immediately grimaced in pain. Now you know that business is important? Xia Lingyun laughed coldly. Looking at Xia Lingyun's rosy lips, Lin Yuan suddenly had a plan in mind. It seemed that if you wanted to calm a woman's anger, you couldn't convince her just by relying on your mouth. Just die. With this thought, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and met Xia Lingyun's cherry mouth. Xia Lingyun instantly let out a kirooing sound, her eyes wide open as she stared at Lin Yuan. She never expected Lin Yuan to be so bold. 1 hour later, Xia Lingyun couldn't stop complaining out of her mouth. You brat. You don't even look at what kind of place this is. You just know how to fool around. Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said, who made you angry? I'm not afraid that you'll clean me up after you get up. That's why I came up with this plan. Xia Lingyun sniffed and grabbed the soft flesh around Lin Yuan's waist. Brat, I'm going to clean you up now too. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly begged for mercy. Patriarch, business is important. When we get out, you can clean me up however you want. Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled as she glared at Lin Yuan and spoke. Then why don't you get up? However, just as Lin Yuan was about to get up, in the middle of the stone room, a gust of wind suddenly and inexplicably blew up. Immediately afterward, all the broken pieces of jade on the ground unexpectedly converged together. What's going on? Xia Lingyun exclaimed, immediately pushing Lin Yuan away and sitting up. Then, in the eyes of the two people who were shocked to the point of shock, an illusory figure appeared out of nowhere in front of the two people. The figure was a man, dressed in a long black robe, floating in the air. He looked at the two on the throne and clapped his hands, his voice deafening. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene just after awakening. Lin Yuan let out a cry of shock, hurriedly took his clothes and blocked them over Xia Lingyun as he opened his mouth. Who are you? The man let out a light laugh. The two of you appeared in my cave, and you're even asking me who I am? Chapter 116, Temperamental. Your cave? Are you a man or a ghost? Lin Yuan was instantly stunned. Just now, on top of the mural, the origin of this cave has been recorded. If this illusory man in front of us is the master of this cave, then does it mean that it is this man who has mastered the art of bringing the dead back to life? And an old monster that had existed for an unknown number of years? Xia Lingyun's reaction wasn't that surprised. She slowly and methodically put her robe back on and straightened her shoulder-length hair before she spoke. It's just a wisp of residual soul. The man let out a light laugh, his eyes looking at Xia Lingyun with a playful look. Little girl, could it be that you think that just because I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul, you can leave me out of your eyes? Little girl? Xia Lingyun's complexion instantly turned cold upon hearing this, as if it had been many years since anyone dared to belittle themselves like this. However, on second thought, she thought that this man was nothing more than a wisp of a remnant soul, and then laughed contemptuously and said, He, a little girl is just a little girl. I won't be able to count with a wisp of residual soul or anything. Oh, yes? The man's voice trailed off and he snapped his fingers lightly with his right hand. Immediately after that, the pile of jade fragments at the man's feet clattered and surprisingly floated up. Then, in the shocked gazes of Lin Yuan and the two of them, a giant with a height of 3 feet and full of cracks appeared in the stone room. Seeing this, Lin Yuan looked at the giant with surprise in his eyes and said, No way. Here comes this again. The giant dragon at the altar was the one whose cultivation had skyrocketed after merging, and who had almost died under the dragon's claws himself. Now that this giant's strength is far above that of the dragon, I really don't know what level of strength it will reach after merging. I'm afraid that it won't be a few points stronger than Xia Lingyun. Once the giant appeared, the man's form flickered and appeared on the giant's shoulder. Instantly, a terrifying aura appeared in the stone room. Mahayana? Feeling that terrifying aura, Xia Lingyun's eyes stared and she let out a cry of alarm. Just the Mahayana stage? The man mentally laughed a cold laugh and said with a slight sneer, How about now, little girl? Xia Lingyun coldly snorted to move. Before the battle first cowardly. Never is her style. Mahayana stage and how? Do it is also dead. Do not do it is also dead. Then it is better to fight. Fight said there is a chance of survival. When Lin Yuan saw this, he then hurriedly pulled Xia Lingyun and said curtly, Senior, the two of us merely intruded into Senior's cave by mistake, and have no malicious intent. I just didn't think I'd be disturbing Senior's resting. Rest. Senior, you are generous. I'm sure you won't be bothered with anything from us latecomers. It was still unknown what this man who had suddenly appeared wanted to do now, but this merged giant was too powerful, so it was better to stay out of the way. As for Xia Lingyun, Lin Yuan are a little helpless. This is not a living Lu Cicada replica. Master apprentice of virtue. Always do not care after the head. The man laughed and looked at Lin Yuan. You kid is good. At least you know how to judge the situation. Much better than that little girl. When Xia Lingyun heard this, a strong aura erupted within her body, almost bouncing Lin Yuan out. Lin Yuan stifled a grunt and endured the pain in his chest, quietly pinching Xia Lingyun's weak point with one hand. He moved to her ear and whispered, "Patriarch, calm down." Xia Lingyun's body instantly softened, gently leaning on Lin Yuan, coldly grunting, "Brat, let go of me." Lin Yuan lowered his voice and dissuaded, "Patriarch, calm down. Now that the situation is not as good as others, there's no shame in us giving in." Xia Lingyun had a strong attitude and looked at the man and said in a cold voice, "He's just a wisp of a remnant soul. Even if he's strong, he won't last long. I don't believe that I won't be able to drag him to his death." The man laughed and continued to stimulate Xia Lingyun. "Little girl, you could have given it a try." "Lin Yuan, let go of me," Xia Lingyun said in a deep voice. When Lin Yuan heard this, he chose to ignore Xia Lingyun and said to the man, "Elder, the little girl is still young and doesn't know much, so don't talk to her. You're a funny kid." The man looked at the two with interest, and suddenly changed his mind. "Kid, do you like this woman in your arms?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before he spoke. "Like it." In fact, for Xia Lingyun, Lin Yuan has not thought that much, although the two have been married, but Xia Lingyun for Lin Yuan is the Acacia Sect's patriarch as well as Lu Cicada Yi's master. As for other feelings, it seems like they are not there yet. Very hesitant. "Looks like you don't like it." The man laughed softly. When Xia Lingyun heard this, an inexplicable emotion suddenly rose in her heart as she twisted her body and said in a cold voice, "Let go of me. Can you be quiet? If you annoy Senior in a moment, we'll both die." Lin Yuan hurriedly said. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "Just die. What are you afraid of?" Lin Yuan sniffed a little speechless. If only it was Lu Cicada Yi in his arms right now, she would definitely listen to himself. The man's expression changed and he spoke. "Fine, then let you all die together." As soon as the words left his mouth, the man's figure slowly disappeared over the giant's shoulder. The giant that had been frozen in place also raised its huge head after the man disappeared. Looking at the two people in front of him, the giant roared up to the sky and his huge figure flickered away, instantly appearing in front of the two Lin Yuan people. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun instantly sheathed the long sword in her hand. Bang! The sound. The two men's figures instantly flew backwards, ruthlessly hitting the stone wall behind them. Lin Yuan let out a wow sound and spat a mouthful of blood directly onto Xia Lingyun's shoulder. Feeling the warmth on her shoulder, Xia Lingyun lightly grunted and said unhappily, "I've told you, just do it directly. You have to be so droll with him. You think he'll let us go?" After saying that, Xia Lingyun's figure flashed and rushed straight towards the giant. In an instant, the stone room was filled with sword chi. In front of Xia Lingyun's body, a thick sword chi wrapped in an overwhelming aura smashed into the giant. The giant tilted his head, and his figure did not dodge, but actually rushed straight towards the sword chi. Boom boom! A deafening ringing noise passed. The giant's body was intact, and the Dao sword chi sent out by Xia Lingyun seemed like it had hit an iron plate, and the moment it hit the giant's body, it turned into pieces and dissipated between heaven and earth. And at this moment, Xia Lingyun's figure suddenly appeared in front of the giant after the sword chi. After getting close, the giant's movements became incomparably clumsy, and for the nimble Xia Lingyun it was careless of the front, unable to block Xia Lingyun's attacks at all. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun immediately did her best to take advantage of the giant's weakness and quickly finish it off. And after Xia Lingyun poured out his sword, the long sword also left a gully about a finger deep on the giant's body, and the giant's figure began to stagger back. When Xia Lingyun saw this, her heart couldn't help but feel happy. It was just as she thought. This wisp of a remnant soul had performed the means, but it just looked like a bluff. As long as she held on long enough, she would definitely be able to drag him to death alive. However, just as the thoughts in Xia Lingyun's mind fell, the man's voice suddenly sounded out of thin air. "Let's let you try the power of the Mahayana stage." As the man's words fell, the giant's figure instantly disappeared in front of Xia Lingyun. The power of space. Xia Lingyun let out a cry of alarm and also simultaneously exerted her spatial power, wanting to move away from the battle circle. But just after Xia Lingyun's figure reappeared, the giant's massive figure also appeared behind Xia Lingyun out of thin air. Bang! The sound. The giant extended his fist and slammed it into Xia Lingyun's back. Put! Xia Lingyun spewed out a mouthful of blood as her body fell out like a kite with broken strings. In midair, Xia Lingyun's eyes turned cold, and then her figure disappeared once again. However, the instant Xia Lingyun's figure disappeared, the giant's figure similarly disappeared in place. When Xia Lingyun appeared, the giant's figure once again appeared behind her. Lin Yuan, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, was incomparably anxious inwardly, and seeing that Xia Lingyun had been struck by the giant once again, he hurriedly said, "Patriarch, I'll help you." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan began to frantically push the aura in his body, and an ancient aura suddenly appeared in the stone room. "I'll fight you." Lin Yuan shouted violently and charged up with his sword. Although he was weak, Even if he couldn't hurt the giant, he still had to create some trouble for the giant, or at least make Xia Lingyun less passive. Xia Lingyun sniffed and said anxiously, "Don't come over, have you come to die?" Lin Yuan swung out a sword chi to smash the giant, before he took the time to say, "It's still death if you don't move your hand. Isn't it the same if you die early or late?" As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan also joined the fray. Chapter 117, Stupidity? However, just moments after Lin Yuan had joined the fray, he was piggybacked by the giant. Dry Ryu. This is too strong. Lin Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed in his heart. With just a casual strike, Lin Yuan felt as if his internal organs had been shifted by the impact, instantly losing his fighting strength. And at this moment, Xia Lingyun was also completely suppressed by the giant. No matter how much her figure flashed and moved, the giant's huge body always appeared behind her. Xia Lingyun couldn't even detect a single spatial fluctuation. This is the strength of the Mahayana stage. With a dark sigh, Xia Lingyun continued to clench her teeth and dodge the giant's attacks. Although she had been in a passive position, she had always believed that as long as she held on long enough, she would definitely be able to drag her feet until the time when the energy of that wisp of residual soul was exhausted. However, just at this moment, the man's voice suddenly rang out in the void as he faintly said, "It's really too weak. I've played enough. You go to hell." As soon as the words fell, the giant's huge fist that smashed into Xia Lingyun instantly transformed into a sharp sword. Put. In mid-air, Xia Lingyun's figure suddenly lurched, and the long sword suddenly penetrated his body. Xia Lingyun's eyes were wide open. The majestic aura on her body instantly disappeared without a trace, and she stared dead at the half-cut tip of the sword in front of her chest, somewhat in disbelief. It turned out that the gap between the conjunction stage and the Mahayana stage was that big. "Sovereign!" Lin Yuan roared, bracing his body to climb up, his body's essence blood burning crazily. "A sword breaks the sky." The giant sniffed and merely cocked his head, then casually flung his hand as Xia Lingyun's petite body slammed directly into Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the oncoming Xia Lingyun and hurriedly retracted his sword stance, lest the sword stance hurt Xia Lingyun again. Bang! As Xia Lingyun's delicate body landed in Lin Yuan's arms, the two of their bodies fell hard to the ground. Not caring about the pain on his body, Lin Yuan hurriedly rolled over and pounced on Xia Lingyun, hugging his delicate body and anxiously said, "Patriarch, how are you?" At this moment, Xia Lingyun's face was pale, and her head full of hair was also messy, with a trace of blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth, making her look poignant. She coughed lightly and said brokenly, "The Mahayana stage is really strong. This sword directly shattered my dantian." After saying that, Xia Lingyun once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes turned red, and he said somewhat at a loss for words, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't had to search for the Tai-in Chalcedony, Patriarch wouldn't have died here." Xia Lingyun smiled suddenly and miserably as she said with difficulty, "I don't blame you. This is a deal between us." Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile, then said, "Whether it's a deal or not, I can't beat this person anyway. You walk slower on the Yellow Springs Road. Wait for me. Two people together. At least they won't be lonely." "Good." Xia Lingyun nodded. Just then, the mysterious man's figure also suddenly appeared in front of the two. He clapped his hands and said to the two, "What a touching scene." When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes were suddenly enraged as he shouted violently and slashed his sword at the man's illusory figure. "Go to hell." But before the sword chi flew out far, it clattered and shattered in mid-air. "Young man, don't be so angry." The man glanced at Xia Lingyun in Lin Yuan's arms and said lightly, "You can still find another woman when she dies." After saying that, the man pointed with his hand and a stone door suddenly appeared in the middle of the stone room. "Look, that's the door to leave the cave. And now you're free." Lin Yuan sniffed and froze. This mysterious man would be so kind as to let himself go? And at this moment, the breathless Xia Lingyun suddenly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand tightly and said with great difficulty, "Lin Yuan, don't mind me. Hurry up and go." Regardless of whether what this mysterious man said was true or not. Anyway, it was better to have a ray of hope than to die in this hellish place. Looking at Xia Lingyun's eyes, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered Lu Cicada E, who was far away in the Acacia sect. From that stone door to leave, may really be able to survive. After he really can face Lu Cicada E with a clear conscience? Moreover, Xia Lingyun had saved his life. After only a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan shook his head and said in a deep voice, "You died for me. There's no way I can leave you behind. Big deal. We'll die together." The mysterious man sniffed and sneered a bit. "Just for a woman? What a stupidity." Lin Yuan. Xia Lingyun still wanted to say something, while Lin Yuan had long since rushed out defiantly. "What do you know?" Lin Yuan shouted angrily as the long sword in his hand chopped at the mysterious man. Boom! However, before Lin Yuan's long sword could touch the man, It was shattered by a punch from the giant that suddenly appeared. Chapter 118, Entering the Illusionary Realm Again. Suddenly, Lin Yuan only felt a trance before his eyes. Immediately after, he realized that Xia Lingyun was still in his arms, and one of his hands was still holding Xia Lingyun's weak point. What's going on? I'm not dead, am I? Lin Yuan immediately exclaimed in shock. Just then, Xia Lingyun and Lin Yuan's arms struggled for a moment, then slowly left Lin Yuan's embrace, looked at the man floating in midair, and coldly said, surprisingly, it's soul power. Although you have the strength of the Mahayana stage, but that was before you were born, wasn't it? When Lin Yuan heard this, he exclaimed, it was just an illusion just now? Xia Lingyun nodded and explained, at the moment the giant came out just now. He then took the opportunity to utilize his soul power to mimic the aura of a Mahayana stage and suddenly exerted pressure on us, subsequently pulling us into the illusion. Oh, Lin Yuan suddenly realized. So that's how it is. Actually, Lin Yuan didn't understand a single thing that Xia Lingyun said, but it sounded awesome. And kissing the patriarch's ass wasn't a bad thing. The man sighed at the words, his eyes staring deep into the disembodied hands, looking slightly dazed. There had been silence for a long time before he spoke quietly. In fact, this illusion is not my specialty, and I only have soul power left nowadays, so this illusion can easily be broken by the two of you. It's a pity that I'm just a wisp of a remnant soul, otherwise I could have trapped the two of you for a year and a half by arranging a formation with my hands. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly, a majestic aura instantly appearing. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she said with a murderous aura, where in this world is there so much pity? Since you can't trap us, why don't you hurry up and open the stone room and let us out? Considering that you are a wisp of a remnant soul, I can spare you that much, or don't blame me for being ruthless. For Xia Lingyun's threat, the man ignored it and looked at the two of them and laughed softly. You two don't need to be so nervous. In fact, I don't have any malice towards you. Besides, I'm the owner of this cave. You guys want to take this throne from my cave? It's not too much for me to make things a little difficult for you guys. You have to know that I had to go through countless efforts to find such a large piece of Taiyin chalcedony in the first place. As the man spoke, his voice slowly lowered. His eyes looked deeply at the throne behind Lin Yuan and the two of them, as if he had remembered the past again. His expression looked incomparably despondent. After a long period of silence, the man suddenly smiled sagely and continued, anyway, I'm dead and this wisp of residual soul is about to dissipate. So what's the point of thinking so much about it? It's just adding to the worries. Don't you guys need the Taiyin chalcedony? As long as you guys are going to help me fulfill a wish, this throne is yours to take. Heart's desire? Lin Yuan heard this and hurriedly opened his mouth to inquire. Then what is your heart's desire? There's no harm in speaking up, and I will definitely do my best to help you fulfill it. Upon hearing the man's words, Xia Lingyun then frowned, her eyes looking towards the man with some gravity as she quietly sheathed the long sword in her hand. A wisp of residual soul is just a remnant soul. It is estimated that there are not many means. Rather than talking more nonsense, it is better to directly finish him off, and then take Lin Yuan and the Taiyin chalcedony to leave this hellish place. However, just as Xia Lingyun was about to strike, the man suddenly laughed, and a majestic soul force instantly enveloped Lin Yuan and the two of them. Lin Yuan. Xia Lingyun let out a cry of surprise and then lost consciousness. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly wrapped his arms around Xia Lingyun's delicate body to prevent her from falling to the ground. Senior, why are you doing this to the two of us? The man waved his hand and interrupted Lin Yuan. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. As the man's words fell, a majestic soul force instantly surged towards Lin Yuan. In a flash, Lin Yuan's consciousness also gradually blurred. He then hugged Xia Lingyun and collapsed softly to the ground. It was not known exactly how much time had passed before Lin Yuan slowly opened his heavy eyelids and his consciousness gradually awakened. When he was finally able to see the scene in front of him, but was surprised to find himself lying quietly on a bed. And this bed couch around actually also shrouded a layer of smoke like fog like a thin big red veil. What the hell is going on here? Lin Yuan muttered with a face full of doubt. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he gave a jolt and rolled over into a sitting position. Just then, a cool sensation instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to shiver. Looking down, Lin Yuan was shocked to realize that he was actually naked at this moment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the bed in front of him, which was also a large red brocade quilt, as well as those gowns that were haphazardly discarded on top of the bed and couch, appearing a bit messy. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind like a flash of lightning. Could it be that this is the legendary place of the cave and candle night? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan only felt his head buzzing, his heartbeat rapidly accelerating, and a layer of fine sweat beads involuntarily appeared on his forehead. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Lin Yuan's body side suddenly came out a delicate wooing sound. That sound is like a yellow warbler out of the valley, like a gentle and pleasing to the ear. People cannot help but heartstrings for a tremor. Immediately afterward, he only felt a pair of jade arms that were as soft as lamb's fat white jade tightly embracing his thighs. Lin Yuan's heart was startled, and he hurriedly lowered his head to check what had happened. Without looking, he was staggered only to see that beside himself, there was a wonderful young girl sprawled across his body. At the moment, the young girl was apparently still deep in a sweet dream, unaware of what was happening around her. Her hair that fell like a waterfall was slightly messy, like a light veil gently covering the young girl's exquisite and stunning face. However, due to Lin Yuan's sudden rise just now, the quilt that was originally covering the young girl's body actually slipped down, instantly exposing a large area of flawless, crystal clear skin like snow. The delicate skin texture seems to be breakable. In the light of the moonlight is exuding a charming luster, so that people cannot help but want to reach out and gently touch it. Although it was only a cursory sweep, Lin Yuan also saw that the young girl's delicate figure seemed to be hidden and regal. Lin Yuan rubbed his head, his face full of doubts. What had that mysterious man done to him? Was this place still an illusion? But didn't he say he wanted to fulfill a wish for him? Is it that this wish is to help him have a wedding night? It's impossible. This is also too much of a stretch. Lin Yuan felt that unless the man was crazy, he was either a eunuch or not very good in that area. But it wasn't impossible. After all, he had just been hemming and hawing with Xia Lingyun for an hour. It was estimated that a man would be ashamed of himself when he saw the scene of Lin Yuan's majestic display. And the man, after seeing that he is gifted, so he wants to let himself help him to fulfill the regret of the caveman. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But what about the patriarch? With this in mind, Lin Yuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no one else in the room except for the young girl beside him. No way. Could it be that in another vision, the patriarch was taken away by a man to be a bride? Just as Lin Yuan was rambling, the young girl beside him suddenly let out a soft hum, then slowly opened her eyes. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was nervous inside. According to his own mind, this woman in front of him was the bride of that mysterious man, and he didn't know if his appearance had changed in this illusion. If not, what if this bride suddenly cries out for help later? Did he knock her out and then help the man fulfill his last wish? Or did he just bully his way out of the situation? Life is so full of choices. Just then, the young girl gathered her long hair and slowly sat up as well. The young girl, as if she had also just noticed the gaze of the man beside her, let out a pout and hurriedly pulled the quilt up and blocked it in front of her. Who are you? Lin Yuan also came back to his senses at the sound of his voice and hurriedly covered his eyes and explained. I didn't see it. I really didn't see anything. However, after hearing Lin Yuan's voice, the girl froze for a moment, and then giggled and slapped Lin Yuan on the shoulder, pouting. So it's you. We all know each other. What are you pretending to be here? Lin Yuan sniffed and had the surprise to look at the young girl beside him. Then the whole person immediately stayed on the spot. He shivered and looked at the young girl. Patriarch. Patriarch? The young girl let out a hem and then looked around the room and said, Where are we? It's probably another illusion created by that man. Lin Yuan still stumbled over his words as he looked at the young girl and said, That patriarch. Would you like to take a look at yourself first? Xia Lingyun touched her pretty face somewhat puzzled. What happened to me? You can see it first. Xia Lingyun nodded at his words, then quickly walked towards the bronze mirror in the room. Looking at the slightly green and pretty face in the mirror, Xia Lingyun immediately exclaimed, What's going on here? And at this moment, Lin Yuan is also carefully measuring the young girl, the body and Xia Lingyun general, but this pretty face is slightly childish, and graceful and luxurious. With the young woman general Xia Lingyun is simply a different person. This illusion is too amazing. Lin Yuan immediately exclaimed in shock. Chapter 119, The Night of the Candlelight Ceremony. After Xia Lingyun came back to her senses from her daze, she hurriedly scrutinized her physical condition. When everything was probed, Xia Lingyun's face revealed a look of surprise that was hard to hide, only to see her eyes widen in disbelief as she muttered, Bone age 18? How is this possible? Lin Yuan, who was on the side, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw how shocked Xia Lingyun looked. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and with a few hints of flirtation, he said, Congratulations, patriarch, for being able to return to such youthfulness as 18 years old. However, just as Lin Yuan spoke, his line of sight couldn't help but slowly move downward along Xia Lingyun's form. The concave and convex, delicate and incomparable curves seemed to have an invisible magic power, tightly attracting his gaze, especially the slender waist and long legs, which made the heart yearn for it and linger. At this time, Xia Lingyun also noticed Lin Yuan's somewhat dumbfounded eyes from the mirror. Then she smiled charmingly and spoke, Is it pretty? Lin Yuan nodded dully and wiped the harumph at the corner of his mouth. Good looking. Xia Lingyun smiled like a flower when she heard this. but the smile was only maintained for a moment. She then turned her words around and said, "It's better to hurry up and figure out the current situation of the illusion. Ghosts are obsessed. Be careful of dying without knowing how to die." After saying that, Xia Lingyun slowly walked towards the bed, casually draped the bride's robe over her body, and spoke, "Go, follow me out to take a look." Lin Yuan looked at the night outside the window and also hurriedly put on his robes, preparing to follow him out. But just after the two had touched the door of the room, they were bounced back by an invisible force. After the two of them tried a few more times, they still couldn't break the room door's prohibition. Xia Lingyun couldn't help but be a bit grumpy. What the hell is this asshole up to? Seeing this, Lin Yuan stumbled over the idea he had just had, although it was a strange one. But the situation that suddenly appeared in front of him seemed to confirm Lin Yuan's suspicions even more. Maybe that mysterious man really thought so. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she was a bit dumbfounded. This man had used up his last ounce of soul power. Did he just want to do such a boring thing? With this thought in mind, Xia Lingyun suddenly pressed Lin Yuan to the edge of the bed with a serious face and said in a cold voice, "How did you come to the Acacia sect in the first place?" Lin Yuan was instantly a bit puzzled. He was a bit confused as to what Xia Lingyun wanted. "Answer me." Xia Lingyun suddenly spoke out again. "It was captured by you. Why are you being arrested? Be a tripod. There's a mole on Cicada's chest, on the left or on the right." Lin Yuan thought for a moment and returned, "Right." Xia Lingyun sniffed, then sighed in relief. "Well, it's confirmed that you're the real Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. Xia Lingyun was actually testing himself. So what now? Lin Yuan straightened his lapel and said helplessly. Xia Lingyun pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "Why don't we try what you want?" Lin Yuan sniffed and pretended to be shy. "Really? That's not good." Xia Lingyun slapped Lin Yuan on the back and pouted. "We both know each other well. What are you pretending with me?" After a long time, Xia Lingyun suddenly cried out in pain, her face pale. Lin Yuan hurriedly stopped his movements and said in surprise, "This illusion is too real." Not only did the illusion allow Xia Lingyun to return to the age of 18, it even restored her perfect body. After a moment's reprieve, Xia Lingyun's body began to be a little restless again, and she twisted her body restlessly. Xia Lingyun's expression was pained and slightly sweet. She took a deep breath. Her face was like peach blossoms as she looked at Lin Yuan and said, "I didn't give it to you the first time before. I'll give it to you this time." Beyond the illusion, the mysterious man leisurely floated in the air, listening to the voices coming from his ears, and laughed softly. "Love now. Wait until later to see if you still love. Just think of that image." Chapter 120, Mysterious Mist. The next day, when the first ray of morning sunlight shone in the middle of the room, Xia Lingyun, who had turned the dragon and phoenix upside down overnight, also woke up leisurely from her sleep. She first surveyed the surroundings, and only after confirming that the two of them had not left the illusionary realm did she call Lin Yuan awake. And after waking up, Lin Yuan saw this scene. He was equally puzzled. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? But what did the mysterious man want? And if things weren't what he thought they were, then why did he throw the two of them into the middle of a wedding room? Xia Lingyun was also frowning, but there were no eyebrows at all. Looking at the bright sunlight outside the window, Xia Lingyun was ready to try again to see if she could open the door to the room. However, just as Xia Lingyun got up, she let out a cry and then fell on Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly reached out and wrapped his hand around Xia Lingyun, saying softly, "Yuner, how are you?" Xia Lingyun let out a cry of pain and slapped Lin Yuan on the chest, her pretty face slightly reddening as she said. Immediately afterward, Xia Lingyun suddenly turned her words around and lightly hummed, "Call me patriarch." Lin Yuan instantly froze on the spot. Is this a flip-flop? Noticing Lin Yuan's look, Xia Lingyun turned her face away and softly explained, "If you get used to shouting, what if you reveal yourself in front of Cicada E in the future?" Lin Yuan sniffed, tightly wrapped his arms around Xia Lingyun's well-gripped waist, and said with a bad smile, "Then master and disciple will serve one husband together. Why aren't you beautiful?" Xia Lingyun snapped, and gently punched Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan teased, "Didn't you say you couldn't leave me last night, but now you want to turn your back on me?" When Xia Lingyun heard this, her expression stagnated, and with some despondency in her eyes, she said, "Being away from you is only for the sake of cultivation. It's impossible for me to be with you. As for last night, just keep it in your heart forever." After saying that, Xia Lingyun struggled a bit, wanting to leave Lin Yuan's embrace. Lin Yuan gave a light humph and hugged Xia Lingyun once again, domineeringly saying, "Xia Lingyun, you're my woman now." Xia Lingyun twisted her body, and after noticing that she couldn't break free from Lin Yuan's embrace, she then gave up struggling. She sighed, rested her head on Lin Yuan's chest, and whispered, "You and I will just have a dual cultivation relationship." We're just mutually beneficial for the sake of our cultivation. As for the rest, you'd better not think about it. And your cicadas, man. Lin Yuan let out a light laugh at his words and softly said, so you care about this? Xia Lingyun shook her head and said against her will, no, and I don't seem to have any feelings for you either. In fact, just last night, the moment Xia Lingyun hugged Lin Yuan tightly, an inexplicable emotion surged in her heart, but Lin Yuan was ultimately his disciple's man. It's not a tripod, it's a man. Then last night? Asked Lin Yuan. Last night? Xia Lingyun continued. After all, it was a wedding night, so it was just a feeling. Don't think too much. Lin Yuan sniffed and slapped Xia Lingyun's buttock petals as he said in a deep voice, I will conquer you sooner or later. Xia Lingyun let out a cry of pain and pouted. Okay, I'll wait for you, but can we stop staying in bed and go out to find out what's going on now, please? After saying that, Xia Lingyun slowly left Lin Yuan's embrace and soon found the clothes that the two of them usually wore in the closet on the side. After dressing up, Xia Lingyun looked at the door of her room and took a deep breath as she began to activate her aura. But just after urging her aura, she realized that the situation in her body wasn't quite right, and at this moment, the aura in her body was unexpectedly more than 10 times more majestic than before. What is this situation? Xia Lingyun suddenly exclaimed. Just last night, she was still at the 6th level of the harmonization stage. But how did she become so strong once she woke up? It was estimated that her strength had steadily reached the Mahayana stage by now. Lin Yuan, who was on the side, also laughed twice at this time, and then his body erupted with an even more terrifying aura. And his cultivation was even stronger than Xia Lingyun's. Yuner, have I reached the 9th level of the harmonization stage now? Lin Yuan waved his fist and said excitedly. Xia Lingyun shook her head and said softly, our current cultivation level is at least at the Mahayana stage. As for the rest, I don't know anymore. After all, it's a landscape I haven't gotten to enjoy. Lin Yuan heatedly smiled. Yuner, it's my turn to protect you now. After saying that, Lin Yuan swept Xia Lingyun aside and looked at the door of the room. I'll do it. As soon as the words fell, a majestic aura erupted from Lin Yuan's body, followed by a fist slamming into the door of the room. However, before Lin Yuan's fist even touched the door of the room, it instantly turned into pieces. Immediately afterward, right in front of Xia Lingyun's shocked gaze, Lin Yuan's figure didn't pause in the slightest and rushed straight out. Boom! By the time Xia Lingyun stepped out, Lin Yuan had also burrowed out from amongst the rubble with a gray head. Blah blah blah. Lin Yuan patted the dust on his body and said with some embarrassment, still not adapting to the cultivation within his body. Xia Lingyun laughed softly. Having the time to hurry up and experience the cultivation of the Mahayana stage will also help you in your future cultivation path. Yes, after a long time, the two of them had also explored the surroundings clearly. Now the two were in a small courtyard. Although the small courtyard was small, it was exceptionally exquisite, and it looked like the owner of the small courtyard had spent a lot of effort in creating it. And around the small courtyard, a layer of gray mist surrounded the small courtyard. The mist was like a barrier, trapping Lin Yuan and the two of them in the small courtyard. Even though the two of them had used all their methods, they were unable to break open the surrounding mist. It seems like that man doesn't want us to leave this courtyard, Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly. Xia Lingyun was also clueless at this time. She sighed lightly and said, forget it, let the soldiers come and the water come to cover the earth. After all, this illusion was created by that man. And what he wants to do isn't a matter of his whim. Lin Yuan nodded and said, good, I can take this time to familiarize myself with the cultivation within my body. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the two had been living in the illusionary realm for a month. In the month of January, there was not the slightest change in the surrounding area. The scope of the two's activities was still within this small compound. It was a good thing that it was the two of them who were trapped here together. Otherwise Lin Yuan felt like he was going to go crazy. And during this January, Lin Yuan also thoroughly familiarized himself with the cultivation within his body, but after becoming familiar with it, Lin Yuan's heart became a bit annoyed. After all, having an empty Mahayana stage cultivation, but having no use for it, was really irritating. Fortunately, in the small courtyard, there is Xia Lingyun accompanied by him. Leisure time, Xia Lingyun will also be with Lin Yuan sparring a little, so that he vented out. Chapter 121, Time Flies. 3 years later, Lin Yuan, it's time to eat. In the room, Xia Lingyun softly shouted. Lin Yuan, who was meditating in the courtyard, answered, then organized himself and slowly walked towards the execution ground. It had been 3 years since the two had entered the illusionary realm. After 3 years together, the two are becoming more and more like a couple. 2 years ago, the fog around the compound suddenly receded, and the two then realized that the compound was situated on top of a mountain peak. But just as the two of them were rejoicing, they suddenly realized that the fog had also stopped just after retreating to the foot of the mountain. It's not bad though, at least there's a greater range of movement. Later, Lin Yuan became obsessed with fishing. After all, this was an illusionary realm. No amount of cultivation would be of much use, so Lin Yuan only cultivated at night. And as for the daytime, Lin Yuan would do things he loved to do. In his spare time, he would take his fishing rod and go fishing in the backcountry. Then later, the bored Lin Yuan even reclaimed a vegetable field on the mountain. And after sowing the seeds he found in the small courtyard, Lin Yuan transformed into a diligent vegetable farmer. Every day fishing, planting vegetables, and hugging Xiaolingyun at night to cultivate a little. This little life is quite nourishing. As for Xiaolingyun, she was also getting more and more adapted to this kind of life. At first she would accompany Lin Yuan to go fishing, but when she hadn't been able to catch any fish, she simply gave up. After staying bored for a long time, Xiaolingyun suddenly had a whim to try her hand at being a good wife and mother, so she started learning how to cook. When Lin Yuan learned of this news, he was still full of anticipation. After all, this was the personal chef of the titular Acacia sect patriarch Xiaolingyun. However, after eating the meal that Xiaolingyun had personally made, Lin Yuan was a bit scared. This was a meal that even his Mahayana stage powerhouse couldn't afford. And even if the food was hard to eat, Xiaolingyun still made him finish it every time or she wouldn't allow him to go to bed. After returning to her room, Xiaolingyun had already set up the bowls and chopsticks. She gathered the hair in front of her forehead and looked at Lin Yuan with anticipation. Taste it. Yes. Looking at the still somewhat blackened rice in front of him, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and tremblingly clamped a chopstick of bok choy into his mouth, casually chewing it a few times before swallowing it. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt as if he had eaten a large chunk of salt, salty and bitter. How's it going? Isn't the progress very great? Xiaolingyun hurriedly spoke. Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly and whispered, "Yuner, we're all Mahayana stage cultivators now. It's fine if we don't eat." When Xiaolingyun heard this, her brows furrowed slightly, and with some curiosity, she tasted a mouthful of greens before spitting it out with a startled cry. After a long period of silence, Xiaolingyun said with some loss, "It seems like I can't do anything but cultivate." Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly took Xiaolingyun into his arms and softly consoled. No one is all-powerful. At least in the matter of managing the Acacia sect, no one can compare to you. Hearing the words Acacia sect, Xiaolingyun's heart trembled. It seemed like the two of them hadn't mentioned the Acacia sect for a long time. Now that she had lived here for so long, she seemed to have forgotten the outside world. Here, Xiaolingyun could give up her tough exterior and be herself as she pleased, and she gradually grew to love her life here. There were even times when she thought it would be nice to keep living her life in peace and quiet like this. After a long silence, Xiaolingyun suddenly hugged Lin Yuan and murmured in a low voice, "Lin Yuan, what if I fall in love with you?" Lin Yuan nodded, smelling the fragrance of Xiaolingyun's hair, and softly said, "I'll marry you, and I seem to have married once already in the middle of the illusion. But, you still have cicada clothes." Xiaolingyun hesitated. Lin Yuan sniffed, coughed lightly, and said in a serious manner, "That's not simple, master and disciple all." By the time, Lin Yuan paused for a moment and teased, "By the time you do small, get out." Xiaolingyun let out a cold snort, punched Lin Yuan, and said angrily, "Tonight you sleep in the courtyard." "I'm just kidding. Yuna, it's night." Xiaolingyun's face carried a strange flush as she looked at the sleeping Lin Yuan and sighed softly. It's not bad to just live in an illusion for the rest of your life. After a long silence, Xiaolingyun sighed again. "I'm still a bit greedy, but it's nice to be a couple for a while in a fantasy world. At least I had it." After saying that, Xiaolingyun gently leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, when Xiaolingyun sagely changed Lin Yuan's clothes, Lin Yuan's brain was about to go down. Looking at the gentle and watery Xiaolingyun in front of him, Lin Yuan opened his mouth and asked, "I've completely conquered you?" Xiaolingyun nodded and gently hugged Lin Yuan. Being a husband and wife for a while isn't bad. Lin Yuan sniffed and hugged Xiaolingyun tightly with both hands and said, "It's only for a moment, but I won't agree to it. You have to agree even if you don't." Xiaolingyun pouted. Lin Yuan grunted and pressed Xiaolingyun onto the dresser in front of him as he said in a deep voice, "If I'm your man, then I'll always be." Xiaolingyun looked at herself in the mirror, then turned back and licked her lips, smiling flirtatiously. "What are you doing this early in the morning?" When Lin Yuan saw this, he breathed heavily and shouted, "Demoness, suffer death." With that, he greeted them. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. The fog remained at the foot of the mountain without the slightest movement. On this day, Lin Yuan leisurely sat in the courtyard basking in the sun. Xiaolingyun twisted her waist and came to Lin Yuan's side in a graceful manner, then skillfully sat beside Lin Yuan. wrapped her arms around Lin Yuan's neck, and softly said, "Not going fishing today?" Lin Yuan shook his head inside. "Don't want to go." After saying that, Lin Yuan turned his words around and said, "What exactly do you think that man's heart's desire is?" "I don't know," Xia Lingyun said. The two had been guessing at what was in the man's mind for over a decade, but it was only a guess. "Forget it. What's the use of thinking so much? Just wait. There will always be a day when the mystery is revealed." Saying that, Lin Yuan wrapped Xia Lingyun's waist and queried, "It's been 10 or so years. Why hasn't there been any movement in this belly of yours?" When Xia Lingyun heard this, her pretty face turned slightly red and she whispered, "How would I know? It might have something to do with the illusion, or I would have given you a litter a long time ago." Lin Yuan smiled and said with a hefty smile, "Why don't you help me give birth to one after we go out?" Xia Lingyun instantly spat and snapped, "Stop it. I've been living for hundreds of years out there. You're asking a several hundred-year-old woman to help you give birth to a child. Thank you for thinking of it. What's wrong with that? In my opinion, you're only in your early 20s, no different from a young woman." Lin Yuan lightly laughed. "No." Chapter 122 Troll War General. Another long time passed. Lin Yuan had forgotten how long he had been in the illusion. Early one morning, Lin Yuan looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and suddenly said softly to Xia Lingyun beside him, "Yuner, we haven't been down the mountain for some days. Today the weather is good. Let's go for a spin." "Yeah," Xia Lingyun softly answered, then naturally took Lin Yuan's arm and walked down the mountain with him. Along the way, the two men talked and laughed, occasionally bringing up the parents of the town below the mountain. It all seemed particularly natural. It was as if the two had forgotten that they were in an illusion, as if this was a real world where they had always lived. And after arriving at the bottom of the mountain, the gray mist had long since disappeared, and a small town appeared quite abruptly at the foot of the mountain. At the moment the town was full of people coming and going, and there was an endless stream of shouting and selling. After arriving in the town, Lin Yuan was even more familiar with the town vendors, as if the two had known each other for a long time. "Uncle Wang, the food is quite fresh today. Yo, isn't this Mr. Lin? If you want some food, I'll make it cheaper for you." Lin Yuan let out a light laugh and said, "Yes." With that, he skillfully took out a money pouch from his waist and pulled out a spirit stone and handed it over. Just then, Xia Lingyun, who was on the side, pulled Lin Yuan's sleeve and said softly, "I'll go to the cloth store to take a look." Lin Yuan sniffed and softly said, "You go first, I'll find you in a while." The two of them strolled around until midday, and only then did they return to the mountain with a full harvest. However, right after the two of them had just stepped through the courtyard gate, Xia Lingyun suddenly paused and queried, "Lin Yuan, why do I feel like I've forgotten something?" Lin Yuan sniffed and pondered for a moment. "I also have this feeling today, but I just can't remember." After a moment of silence, Xia Lingyun suddenly spread a smile, followed by coming up to Lin Yuan's face and darting in for a kiss, playfully saying, "Forgot about this." Lin Yuan laughed and tried to grab Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun twisted her body, dodging Lin Yuan's hands, and giggled, "Take a rest. I'll go cook, okay? I'll let you off the hook this time." Lin Yuan looked at Xia Lingyun Dao's back, his eyes filled with love, beyond the illusion. The mysterious man looked at Lin Yuan and the two of them with ghostly eyes and said, "Cherish the time in front of you." This went on for another year. On a certain night, Lin Yuan was meditating and practicing when a deafening roar suddenly came from just below the mountain. Immediately afterward, Lin Yuan, who was far away in the mountains, sensed a raging demonic aura surging into the town. Xia Lingyun, who was on the side, also noticed the situation under the mountain at this time and said with an anxious face, "Lin Yuan, what's going on?" Lin Yuan's face was grave as he hurriedly removed the long sword hanging over his bed and said in a deep voice, "Just wait for me at home. I'll go take a look." "Okay, then you be careful." Xia Lingyun nodded and softly said. As soon as the words fell, Lin Yuan's figure flickered and disappeared before Xia Lingyun Dao's eyes. When Lin Yuan arrived at the town below the mountain, the town was already in a sea of fire, and the streets were filled with cries of pain and cries for help. And in the streets of the town, a giant that was about a dozen feet tall with a double-horned head was wreaking havoc in the streets. It was fast, grabbing pedestrians on the street and stuffing them into its mouth, chewing hastily for a few moments before chasing after its next target once again. Seeing this, Lin Yuan looked at the huge figure and said in shock, "Surprisingly, it's the demon realm's troll war general. How in the world did this damn thing come to the human realm?" Just then, the troll war general also noticed Lin Yuan floating in the air, and it immediately stopped, licked the blood from the corner of its mouth, and said with a deafening voice, "Surprisingly, it's a cultivator from the human realm, so I guess your flesh and blood should be a bit more delicious." As soon as the words fell, the troll war general's feet violently stepped out, and his huge figure appeared in front of Lin Yuan in an instant as if it was a cannonball. The huge palm carried a gust of wind and grabbed at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan lightly hummed as his figure flickered and instantly disappeared. It then suddenly appeared above the Troll War General's head. Sting! The longsword brought out a series of dazzling sparks and cut across the bare head of the Troll War General. But Lin Yuan then froze for a moment. He didn't expect this Troll War General's defense to be so strong. Just now he had poured out his own sword, but he had only left a white mark on the top of the Troll War General's head. The Troll War General scratched his head and roared up to the sky, followed by a slap. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly cast the power of space to dodge it, but before he could stabilize his figure, the Troll War General's other large hand instantly came before him. How could it be so fast? Lin Yuan cursed, and the long sword in his hand hurriedly met him. The moment he came into contact with the Troll War General's large hand, Lin Yuan felt a huge force crashing down on top of the sword. The Troll War General's large hand then smashed directly into Lin Yuan's shoulder without a single stop. Bang! The sound. Lin Yuan's figure instantly flew backwards. In mid-air, Lin Yuan rubbed his tiger's mouth that had been numbed by the shock, and his eyes turned gloomy. Previously, I heard that the demons of the demon world were incomparably strong and powerful, and today I saw that it was indeed true to its name. And I am a cultivator of the Mahayana stage, and I would be in such a sorry state to deal with a Troll War General. The Troll War General grunted and said contemptuously, "Human cultivators are nothing more than that. You'd better go into my mouth obediently." As the Troll War General's words fell, its figure charged forward once again, instantly appearing in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately urged his Dantian aura and lightly shouted, "White rainbow shocking sky!" In an instant, a dazzling bright light emanated from above Lin Yuan's long sword. The bright light was like a great sun, instantly illuminating half of the town as if it were daytime. And just after the bright light appeared, the Troll War General's figure also suddenly stopped. Mouth issued a deafening sound of pain. A pair of big hands hastily covered the eyes, body crackling with black gas. Amidst the dazzling light, a sword chi suddenly appeared and chopped at the Troll War General. Boom! The huge body of the Troll War General was directly chopped out tens of feet by Lin Yuan's sword, and then fell hard onto the ground. And on the chest of the Troll War General, a huge wound appeared. The wound was hideous and was trickling green blood. Lin Yuan snorted lightly. His body quickly moved forward, and a powerful sword chi appeared out of thin air in front of the Troll War General's body. At this moment, the light in the sky that was as bright as day had disappeared, and the Troll War General could see Lin Yuan's figure clearly. It roared with rage and slammed its fists hard into the ground. His body then used the momentum to charge forward, and his pair of fists rushed to meet the sword chi released by Lin Yuan. Whoa! 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 After the sword chi came into contact with the Troll War General's fist, it turned into a fragment and dissipated between heaven and earth. When Lin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. This Troll War General is so strong. Chapter 123, Death. After the Troll War General shattered the thick sword chi, both of his fists continued forward, smashing into Lin Yuan's head. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and with his sword, he met them. In an instant, heaven and earth were filled with swordlight, directly wrapping the Troll War General in it. The Troll War General roared in anger, ignoring the sword chi around him and letting it slice through his body. He then rushed towards Lin Yuan with big strides. Above the summit, after Lin Yuan left, Xia Lingyun seemed to have transformed into a watchful stone, leaning against the doorframe, worriedly waiting for Lin Yuan to return. But after waiting and waiting, she still did not see Lin Yuan return. And when she saw the dazzling light at the bottom of the mountain, she couldn't wait any longer to get down, and her figure flashed and rushed down the mountain, beyond the illusion. After the mysterious man saw Xia Lingyun leave the compound, he smiled faintly and said, "The good show is about to begin." The town at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yuan had already exchanged hundreds of moves with the Troll War General. At this moment, the Troll War General's body was covered with tiny wounds, all caused by Lin Yuan's sword chi. Although the Troll War General looked in a sorry state, his aura remained unabated, and his moves were wide open and powerful. As for Lin Yuan, he had been entangled with the Troll War General for a long time, and he was also somewhat exhausted. Even though he was already a Mahayana stage powerhouse, this Troll War General was simply too strong, and he alone was no match for the Troll War General. Looking at the Troll War General who rushed forward again, Lin Yuan's thoughts turned sharply, but after thinking for a long time he didn't think of any good ways, unless he gave up the people in the town and escaped from here with Xia Lingyun. Just as Lin Yuan was pondering, a figure suddenly surfaced beside him. Xia Lingyun looked at the Troll War General in front of her and complained, "You still have to fight alone against such a strong enemy." Lin Yuan sniffed and said with some concern, "It's very strong." "So what?" Xia Lingyun snorted lightly. "I don't believe that the two of us are still no match for it. After saying that, Xia Lingyun took the lead and rushed out. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also hurriedly followed Xia Lingyun Dao's figure, although Xia Lingyun's cultivation level was a bit lower than Lin Yuan's. With Xia Lingyun holding him back from the sidelines, Lin Yuan's pressure was a bit less. The Troll War General also gradually fell into the wind, being beaten back by the two's unparalleled tacit cooperation. Beyond the illusion, the mysterious man looked at the scene in front of him, gave a startled cry, and muttered in a low voice, "The situation isn't quite right. Looks like there's going to be a little more difficulty for you guys." After saying that, he casually waved his hand and an invisible force descended into the illusion. Immediately after that, the Troll War General, who had been in a passive combat situation, changed his aura violently and started to counterattack when he met Lin Yuan's sword chi. "What's going on?" Noticing that the Troll War General had suddenly become stronger, Xia Lingyun exclaimed in shock, "Retreat first." After saying that, Lin Yuan forcefully urged his body's spiritual chi, and the thick sword chi suppressed the Troll War General once again. After seeing Xia Lingyun withdraw from the battle circle, Lin Yuan similarly flashed his body and hurriedly retreated backwards. Looking at the Troll War General not far away, Xia Lingyun suggested in a low voice, "Lin Yuan, why don't we run? This Troll War General is too strong." Lin Yuan's eyes were a bit hesitant. If the two of them left, what about these people in the town? But it seemed like staying couldn't do much. After all, this Troll Warlord was too strong. However, just as Lin Yuan hesitated, the Troll War General suddenly roared up to the sky, and then his figure unexpectedly disappeared in an instant before the eyes of the two. The power of space. In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt his scalp go numb, and behind him, there came a rather terrifying aura. The Troll War General had actually utilized the power of space to instantly move behind him. In his haste, Lin Yuan couldn't even turn around in time and could only release his internal aura to protect his body. A moment later, there was a dull crash behind him. Immediately after, a fragrant breeze hit his face. Xia Lingyun's petite body slammed into Lin Yuan's back, which was simultaneously drenched in a stream of warm blood. In an instant, Lin Yuan realized that it was Xia Lingyun who had blocked the Troll War General's sneak attack for him. However, before Lin Yuan could counterattack, a terrifyingly huge force appeared behind him once again. Immediately afterward, the two men's bodies flew out as fiercely as cannonballs, and only after smashing into a patch of houses did their figures slowly come to a stop. Ignoring the severe pain on his body, Lin Yuan hurriedly pounced to Xia Lingyun's side. At this moment, Xia Lingyun's face was pale, and after seeing Lin Yuan, she let out a bitter smile and said with difficulty, "Lin Yuan, I saved your life again." Immediately afterward, Xia Lingyun was somewhat puzzled. Strange, why did I say again? However, right after Xia Lingyun's words fell, she suddenly began to spit out blood in large gulps, and amongst that blood, there were actually broken pieces of internal organs. Lin Yuan carefully held Xia Lingyun in his arms and said in a trembling voice, "Yuner, don't talk." Lin Yuan said, sending a steady stream of aura into Xia Lingyun's Dao, wanting to protect Xia Lingyun's heart chakra. Xia Lingyun coughed lightly, her mouth slurred. "No. If I don't say it, I'm afraid it will be too late." "Yuner, stop saying that. You'll be fine. You trust me." Lin Yuan's eyes instantly turned red and his lips trembled as he looked at Xia Lingyun. The teardrops at the corner of Xia Lingyun's eyes slipped silently as her eyes gradually dimmed. In a trance, Xia Lingyun weakly raised her right hand, wanting to touch Lin Yuan's face. "What a shame I can't grow old with you." After saying this last sentence, Xia Lingyun's arm dropped, and then she was completely lifeless. In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt dizzy. His body's strength seemed to have been drained in an instant, and all the scenes in front of him began to become blurred. His lips quivered slightly and his throat tightened. He has something to say that he hasn't said yet. He still had a lot to say to Xia Lingyun, beyond the illusion. When the mysterious man saw this, he couldn't help but clap his hands, just the right amount of force. After saying that, the man casually waved his hand, withdrawing all the power that he had just bestowed on the Troll War General. Then he looked at Lin Yuan expectantly. "Hurry up and finish off the Troll Warlord. It's time for me to make my appearance." 3 days later, after killing the Troll War General, Lin Yuan returned to the mountain with Xia Lingyun Dao's corpse. Xia Lingyun's body was placed on the bed. Lin Yuan didn't say a word, just staring at Xia Lingyun's corpse silently like that. This look was for 3 whole days and 3 nights, and the day after Xia Lingyun's death, Lin Yuan turned into a head full of gray hair. It was said that there was no greater sorrow than the death of the heart, and perhaps after Xia Lingyun's death, Lin Yuan's heart died with him. Chapter 124, Gambling. Beyond the illusion. After Xia Lingyun died, he broke away from the illusion. After she came to her senses, she looked at the familiar everything around her and Lin Yuan, whose eyes were tightly closed beside her. As if she was dreaming, and she was even a bit confused as to where was the reality and where was the illusion. Recalling everything in the illusion, Xia Lingyun seemed to know what the man was going to do. However, she still didn't understand why this mysterious man was doing this. Right at this moment, the mysterious man's voice also sounded from the side. The corner of his mouth grinned as he opened his mouth. "Little girl, is your heart filled with doubts?" Xia Lingyun nodded at his words. The mysterious man laughed, his eyes rather smug as he said, "The time is right for you to solve your puzzle." It turned out that the illusion created by the mysterious man was to let the two Lin Yuan experience what he experienced back then once again. When Xia Lingyun heard the man's explanation, she was a bit surprised and said, "You went through all the trouble just for this?" The mysterious man shook his head and said, "Of course not." Then, the man's words changed and he sneered, "I want to know, in front of the beloved woman and the lives of a city, what will this brat choose?" Xia Lingyun's eyes flinched at his words and she said in a deep voice, "What exactly do you mean by that?" Xia Lingyun didn't care about what happened in the illusionary realm, but this mysterious man's purpose was clearly not as simple as just the surface. "You've seen the murals outside, and you know that I used a secret technique to bring my beloved woman back to life back then," the mysterious man explained. "Then do you know the cost of performing this heaven-defying secret art? At what cost?" Just now, when she heard that Lin Yuan needed to face a choice, Xia Lingyun had actually vaguely guessed something in her heart, but she couldn't believe it somehow. The mysterious man smiled and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. "Cost? The price is the lives of that city." The man's eyes were maniacal as he hysterically blurted out, "I slaughtered a city in order to save the woman I love." You must not have seen that scene before. Blood flowing into rivers of corpses everywhere, and from 10 miles away, you can smell a heavy odor of blood. Xia Lingyun's eyes were shocked, her red lips slightly open. This man in front of her was a madman who had slaughtered an entire city for the sake of one person, but she still didn't understand. Even if the mysterious man had killed too many people in his life, what was the use of letting the two of them experience his experience again? Is it possible to wash away the sins of the killers in his body, to free his remaining soul? Just then, the mysterious man continued, "Little girl, have you ever heard of karma?" "Karma?" Xia Lingyun was puzzled. "What does that mean?" "Right, I forgot. You only have a Mahayana stage cultivation in the illusion, so you don't understand it yet. Karma is a marvelous thing," the mysterious man said in a cold voice. "The reason why I've turned into a person who isn't a ghost is because of the heavenly Tao of karma." Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and sneered, "That's because you kill too much." The mysterious man spread his hands and smiled sinisterly. "That's why I went through the trouble of creating this illusion. When Lin Yuan chooses to slaughter the city for your sake, all my karma will be transferred to him. In time, he'll be a ghost like me, and I," the man said, looking at Lin Yuan's body with fiery eyes. "This is something I've been thinking about for 1,000 years before I came up with it. I really am a genius." When Xia Lingyun heard this, her eyes looked at the mysterious man grimly and threatened, "As long as you dare to take over Lin Yuan, I'll dare to kill you." "Kill me?" the mysterious man scornfully said. "That's his own choice. What has it got to do with me? He actually has a chance to live. If he gives up on slaughtering the city and resurrecting you, there's no way for me to take over, and I'll also go up in smoke as the illusion breaks down." Xia Lingyun pondered for a moment, immediately sheathing her long sword. She said in a murderous manner, "If I kill you now, won't the illusion disappear?" The man spread his hands, looking like he was at the mercy of the others, and laughed softly, "Come on, kill me, but you have to think carefully. If you kill me now, your little lover will also sleep in the illusion forever. You have to think carefully before you do it." When Xia Lingyun heard this, she was suddenly stagnant. No matter if what the mysterious man said was true or false, she didn't dare to gamble. Moreover, right now Lin Yuan still had a chance of survival. As long as he didn't choose to slaughter the city, then everything would be fine. But this illusion was created by a man. Would he really stand by and let Lin Yuan make his own choice? The mysterious man looked at Xia Lingyun and smiled. "Wait patiently." "Yeah." Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and stood beside Lin Yuan in a tight formation. As long as Lin Yuan chose to slaughter the city, she would immediately strike to finish off this mysterious man in front of her, as well as Lin Yuan. Instead of letting Lin Yuan become inhuman, it would be better to let him die at his own hands. As if he had insight into Xia Lingyun's mind, the mysterious man laughed grimly. "Little girl, don't think so much. I've been planning this plan for 1,000 years. How could I possibly miss anything? As long as Lin Yuan chooses to slaughter the city, you will also be instantly yanked back into the illusionary realm. How could I possibly keep you, a scourge, by my side?" When Xia Lingyun heard this, she was suddenly stagnant, and it seemed that now, apart from burning the jade with a stone, she could only continue to wait. "Live, I live alone. Death, you two die together." The man continued confidently. This is a big gamble, and you don't have the right to quit in the middle. The other side. Lin Yuan was disheveled for a long time, even forgetting about day and night, forgetting about everything in the world. Just like that, his eyes were empty as he guarded beside Xia Lingyun's corpse. Occasionally, he would break up a conversation with Xia Lingyun, counting down the bits and pieces of their relationship for her. This went on for a long time. It wasn't until one day, when the spirit elixir in Lin Yuan's body that maintained Xia Lingyun's flesh from decaying was used up, that he left the stool that he had been sitting on for an unknown amount of time. I heard that there is a treasure in the far north of the Liuzhou continent called Taiyin Chalcedony, which can make a person's flesh uncorruptible, so he went to the far north. Then later on, he inadvertently heard of a heaven-defying secret art that could bring people back from the dead. Lin Yuan then took Xia Lingyun's corpse and set out on the path to find the secret art. After searching the ends of the earth and not knowing how far he had traveled or how long had passed, just when Lin Yuan was ready to give up, in the middle of a bizarre cave, Lin Yuan finally saw the secret art that his heart had been longing for. Sacrifice the blood of hundreds of thousands of people and resurrect one person. Upon seeing this secret art, Lin Yuan fell into a state of entanglement and agony. Chapter 125, Human Purgatory. Lin Yuan wanted to resurrect Xia Lingyun, but when he saw the secret art, he hesitated. Looking into his heart, Lin Yuan felt that he wasn't really a good person, but that didn't mean that he was a murderous, unforgiving villain. Although Xia Lingyun's death was difficult for him to accept even now, but to kill 100,000 people for one person, he had not been so ruthless. However, after Lin Yuan held the secret technique in his hand and saw Xia Lingyun's corpse, Lin Yuan's heart was somewhat shaken again. So what if we slaughter a city? He was now a Mahayana stage powerhouse, and those mortals in the city were no more than mere ants in front of his eyes. Moreover, those mole crickets only had a lifespan of a few decades, so even if they weren't killed, they could hardly escape death. One was merely allowing them to die a few years earlier. What's wrong with killing 100,000 mole crickets to resurrect the woman you love? After struggling for a long time, Lin Yuan seemed to have convinced himself that it wasn't just killing a bunch of ants. It wasn't like he hadn't stepped on ants back then. Thus, Lin Yuan rode the wind to the nearest city. This large city is called Streamside City, beyond the illusion. After the mysterious man saw Lin Yuan's movements, he immediately laughed rampantly and couldn't stop urging with his mouth. Do it, hurry up and do it, just do it, and the woman you love will come back to life. What are you holding back? When Xia Lingyun saw this, then her heart tightened, but there was nothing she could do. All she could do now was to wait quietly. After Lin Yuan came above Shizhai City on the royal wind, his firm heart began to waver again, and the long sword in his hand was already sheathed, but he was slow to strike. These people were just ordinary people, but they were living, breathing people just like themselves. Back then, I was not also from the ordinary people step by step, beyond the illusion. Looking at the hesitant Lin Yuan, the mysterious man silently shot out an invisible force in his hand, merging into the illusion. Since you can't make a decision, I'll make it for you, he sneered in his heart. He had planned this plan for 1,000 years and waited for 1,000 years, and now that it was not easy for someone to take the bait, how could he possibly give up this good opportunity? And after that power was integrated into Lin Yuan's body, Lin Yuan's eyes immediately changed. Looking at the crowd of Shizhai City as if they were looking at a bunch of livestock, the long sword in his hand buzzed as he prepared to strike. As long as Xia Lingyun could be resurrected, he would let him do anything. Just then, Xia Lingyun also saw the change in Lin Yuan's eyes and immediately said angrily, "It was you who made a move to influence Lin Yuan's choice." The mysterious man sneered, "So what if it is? I'll kill you." Xia Lingyun droned, her figure instantly appearing in front of the mysterious man. Since Lin Yuan had chosen to make a move, there was no need to wait. Instead of letting Lin Yuan become inhuman and lost in the illusion, it would be better for him to take matters into his own hands and give him a hard time. The mysterious man looked at the long sword that chopped at him head-on without any panic. He smiled smugly and said, "It's already too late." As the man's words fell, Xia Lingyun's figure suddenly lurched, and she instantly froze in place. Immediately afterward, Xia Lingyun noticed a force inexplicably appearing within her body, pulling at her soul, and even with Xia Lingyun's desperate resistance, she failed to stop her soul from being ripped out of her body. "Ha ha, this is the power of karma. You're already tainted with my karma. You can't escape." The mysterious man laughed wildly. "Go to the illusionary realm and be bitter lovebirds with your little lover for the rest of your life." In an instant, Xia Lingyun only felt a trance in front of her eyes, and then she appeared in the sky above Shizhai City. Beside him was the calm-faced Lin Yuan, and Lin Yuan didn't notice the sudden appearance of Xia Lingyun, and he couldn't see Xia Lingyun. At this moment, Lin Yuan only had one thought in his heart, and that was to kill everyone in Shizhai City and resurrect Xia Lingyun. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun hurriedly stretched out her hands, trying to stop Lin Yuan. But the moment her hands touched Lin Yuan, they unexpectedly went straight through. Just then, the mysterious man who had been outside the illusion also appeared beside Xia Lingyun. He smiled cruelly and spoke. You're just a spectator. If you want Lin Yuan to see you, you'll have to wait for him to kill everyone in the city. Enjoy it all. After saying that, the man changed his words and said, you should feel lucky to meet a man who can do everything for you now. Xia Lingyun's eyes were pained as she looked at the man and said hysterically, it's all because you're influencing Lin Yuan. This isn't what's really going on inside Lin Yuan's heart. The man spread his hands and said innocently, I admit I made a little move, but that's also because Lin Yuan had such an idea in his mind, and I merely played a role in pushing it. It's even possible that Lin Yuan would have made this choice without my influence, but I've been waiting for thousands of years, and I really don't have much patience to wait any longer. So, I just moved the needle a little bit to speed up the process a little bit. I just want a body now. Your bull ****** ting me. Xia Lingyun's eyes turned red as she angrily said, without you, how could Lin Yuan become like this? Xia Lingyun looked at Lin Yuan who was killing his way into Shizhai City. Her eyes were pained. Even though she loved Lin Yuan deeply, she was unwilling to let Lin Yuan turn into a murderous demon for her own sake. And after Lin Yuan rushed into the city, his longsword swung out without hesitation. In an instant, the pedestrians on the street were directly cut off. There was a rush of blood in the streets. There were also quite a few people who didn't die on the spot after being cut off at the waist, their eyes pained and confused as they looked at Lin Yuan. They didn't understand why this man had fallen from the sky and why he had set out to kill them. Where would Lin Yuan, who had long been affected by his obsession, notice the eyes of these mole crickets, and after swinging out his sword, his figure flashed and reappeared on another street. In the sky, Xia Lingyun looked at Lin Yuan, who was like a god of killing, and cried with pear blossoms, her mouth pleading uncontrollably, Lin Yuan, stop it, stop it. But where could Lin Yuan see Xia Lingyun? A city is huge, capable of holding hundreds of thousands of people, but a Mahayana stage expert was also strong. Lin Yuan just casually swung his sword, and hundreds of people were killed on the spot, falling into a pool of blood. The city of Shizai soon became a hell on earth. The smell of blood went straight to the sky, until the very end. Xia Lingyun's voice was hoarse from crying, and Lin Yuan killed his hand. In just 1 hour, there was not a single living thing left in Shizai City. Even the livestock in the city all died horribly under Lin Yuan's sword. When the mysterious man saw this, he let out a cold smile and then his figure was hidden. He couldn't wait to enter Lin Yuan's body. Chapter 126, Heavenly Thunder Rolling. In the city of Shizai, Lin Yuan was like an immortal who suddenly appeared in the earthly world. A white robe without wind, so ethereal and dusty, but around him was a sea of blood, with debris and broken limbs everywhere. And at this moment, Lin Yuan's mindset had suddenly changed radically. The trace of compassion that he had felt before he made his move had disappeared without a trace at this moment. What replaced it was a surprisingly hearty feeling. The smell of blood rushing through the sky was not stomach-churning, and Lin Yuan was even somewhat intoxicated by it. Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun, who had been in the sky, sensed an inexplicable force suddenly surging into his body. She looked at her hands dumbfounded, still in her soul body, but she always felt different from before. If Xia Lingyun was just a wisp of a remnant soul before Lin Yuan slaughtered the city, then the Xia Lingyun floating in the sky now was a complete soul body. Xia Lingyun smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that the two of them now have completely taken over all kinds of karma from the mysterious man. And this illusory realm is just like a heaven and earth cage, completely trapping the two of them here. And Lin Yuan also detected Xia Lingyun's presence at this moment. He slowly turned around with cold eyes, wanting to purge the last life of Shizhai City. But when he saw Xia Lingyun in the sky, he was frozen to the spot in a split second. Lin Yuan's lips trembled as he tried to say something, but his throat tightened as he looked at Xia Lingyun and opened his mouth several times, but he still couldn't make a sound. The two of them glanced at each other, and Xia Lingyun, with tears in her eyes, defiantly rushed towards Lin Yuan. In Lin Yuan's arms, Xia Lingyun cried loudly, and Lin Yuan looked at Xia Lingyun in his arms also finally made a move. He first hugged Xia Lingyun tightly and then said with excitement to the point of incoherence, Is it you? Yun'er, is it really you? Xia Lingyun sniffed and raised her head to look at Lin Yuan, gently caressing Lin Yuan's face as she cried, It's me! Yun'er is back! Ha ha! Lin Yuan laughed incomparably. I've succeeded. I've actually succeeded. After saying that, Lin Yuan picked up Xia Lingyun and spun around quickly, a happy smile on his face. As he spun around quickly, all that could be seen around him was a sea of blood. Lin Yuan's face turned red from excitement, and after putting down Xia Lingyun, he said anxiously, Yun'er, let's quickly go to the altar. I've already made all the arrangements afterward. You'll be resurrected in no time. Lin Yuan said that he was about to leave with Xia Lingyun. Xia Lingyun at the moment but stood in place, did not leave. She bitterly smiled. Resurrection, what is the use? But also, can only this illusion in the painful life? Who's to blame for all this? Blame Lin Yuan? But everything Lin Yuan did wasn't for her. She wasn't qualified to blame Lin Yuan. He could only blame himself for being merciful and not killing that strand of residual soul in the first place. Beyond the illusion, the mysterious man's figure once again appeared before Lin Yuan's body. His eyes were on fire as he looked at Lin Yuan's fleshly body. He hadn't remembered how many years he had waited. But none of that mattered, because he'll be alive again in no time. Taking a deep breath, the mysterious man couldn't wait to turn into a stream of light and drill into Lin Yuan's Dantian location. Only needing to completely refine the Yuaning in Lin Yuan's body, he would be able to take its place. The moment the aura surged into the soul body, the mysterious man only felt the warmth on his body, and his whole body was incomparably comfortable. Ha ha, I, Du Yunshan, am coming to life. In the illusionary realm, just at the moment Du Yunshan began to refine Lin Yuan's Yuaning, Lin Yuan, who had been immersed in the illusionary realm, only felt a trance. Immediately afterward, he remembered what had happened outside the illusion, and in his ears still echoed a voice like thunder rolling from the sky. Kid, remember, the old man's name is Du Yunshan. If you have a next life, you can also seek revenge from old me. Ha ha. After Lin Yuan came back to his senses and looked at the sea of corpses and blood around him, he suddenly let out a, "Oh, wow," and started to dry heave. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun also knew that all of Lin Yuan's memories had returned, and softly said, "Remembered?" Lin Yuan's face turned blue as he held back the dry heaves and inquired, "Yuner, do you know who Du Yunshan is?" Xia Lingyun thought carefully, but after thinking for a long time, she had never heard of the name Du Yunshan. Never heard of it. She shook her head and asked, "The mystery man's name?" Lin Yuan nodded and covered his mouth and nose and muttered, "Let's just get out of here. I really can't stand the smell anymore. You've slaughtered the city. These can be unarmed mortals. You just want to walk away like this?" Xia Lingyun was surprised. Lin Yuan sniffed and looked at Xia Lingyun with some strange eyes. "This is an illusionary realm, so killing is killing. Is it possible that I have to pay for the lives of the people in the illusionary realm?" Xia Lingyun was instantly somewhat speechless. However, what Lin Yuan said seemed to make sense. This place was nothing but an illusion, so what impact could it have if he killed it? Thinking of the scene earlier when she saw Lin Yuan slaughtering the city and crying her heart out, as well as her still somewhat hoarse voice, Xia Lingyun was so embarrassed that she really wanted to find a crack in the ground. "I didn't realize that I had lived for hundreds of years, but I was not as open-minded as a brat living, and even a bit of a deadhead." After slowing down her mind, Xia Lingyun said in a deep voice, "Then let's leave this place first." After the two of them left Shizhai City, Xia Lingyun also told Lin Yuan about Du Yunshan's true purpose. "It's all my fault for being so stupid." Lin Yuan blamed himself after hearing this. Xia Lingyun sighed softly, "There's no use blaming anyone, and I don't know if there's a way to leave this illusionary realm." However, just as the two of them were talking, in the sky, suddenly black clouds overwhelmed the area, and a thick thunderbolt flashed in the clouds. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun's eyes were grave as she said, "Heavenly thunder is coming." Looking at the astonishingly powerful thunderbolt, Lin Yuan gulped and said with a slightly trembling voice, "This heavenly thunder is here to split me?" "Nonsense," Xia Lingyun teased and comforted. "But don't worry, according to Du Yunshan's arrangement in the illusion, the heavenly thunder won't strike you to death this time, and at most you'll turn into that inhuman and ghostly appearance of his, Gan Li Liang." Lin Yuan cursed angrily and hurriedly hugged Xia Lingyun. "I didn't slaughter the city for your sake. If I were to be struck by lightning, it should be the two of us together." Seeing this, Xia Lingyun struggled. "Stop it. I'm a soul body. A single bolt of heavenly lightning can make me go up in smoke." Okay. When Lin Yuan heard this, he hurriedly let go of Xia Lingyun, turned around to look at the upcoming heavenly thunder, and softly said, "Then stay away." Xia Lingyun nodded and softly said, "Be careful. It's best if you don't turn into that ghostly form of Du Yunshan. Otherwise I'll be a widow." Lin Yuan burst into tears. After Xia Lingyun left, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and looked at the black pressurized thunderclouds with a spontaneous smile. "It's just a mere heavenly thunder. Let's see me break it with a sword." Chapter 127, Carrying the Heavenly Thunder. Black clouds. After only a moment, Lin Yuan felt a terrifying pressure. Within the black clouds, the sound of thunder rolled deafeningly, and a heavenly thunderbolt swept over with a heaven-destroying aura. Xia Lingyun, who was not far away, was worried in her heart when she saw this. She was really afraid that Lin Yuan wouldn't be able to hold out and would be struck by heavenly thunder and be destroyed. Boom! The moment the thundercloud arrived above Lin Yuan's head, A water-cylinder-thick heavenly thunderbolt instantly shot out from the rolling black clouds and smashed into Lin Yuan's head. It was thought that the thunderclouds would still have to build up momentum before descending the heavenly thunder. So as the first heavenly thunder fell, Lin Yuan didn't have much time to react at all. In his haste, Lin Yuan swung out a sword chi, but the sword chi had just left the top of his head when it collided with the heavenly thunder. In a flash, Lin Yuan in midair was instantly smashed hard into the ground by the heavenly thunder. Luckily, the power of the first heavenly thunderbolt wasn't too strong, and Lin Yuan only looked a bit more lousy on the outside. As for Xialingyun, after seeing this scene, she only felt a tug at her heart and almost rushed over. But fortunately, after only a few moments, she saw Lin Yuan waving his hand at her from afar, and only then did she stop in her tracks. After having the lesson of the first heavenly thunder, Lin Yuan immediately put away his mind, and his mind was all attentive to the thunderclouds above his head. But after waiting for a long time, only a rolling thunder could be heard, and the second heavenly thunder was slow to fall. Seeing this, Xialingyun was afraid that Lin Yuan would let his guard down and hurriedly transmitted a voice to remind him, "Don't be careless, there are a total of 9 heavenly thunderbolts, and the longer the pause in the middle, the more powerful it will be." Lin Yuan nodded and continued to gaze at the thunderclouds, while the long sword in his hand had long since raised its aura to its peak, just waiting for the heavenly thunder to fall. After waiting for a few more moments, the thunderclouds suddenly surged rapidly, and then the second one smashed down with lightning speed. After seeing Tianlei, Lin Yuan lightly grunted. "Been waiting for you for a long time," said. The long sword in his hand that had long been poised to strike was instantly swung out. In mid-air, the sword chi chopped at heavenly thunder with an overpowering and incomparable momentum. Boom! At the moment of impact, an invisible shockwave steeply appeared in the sky. After the impact ended, the heavenly thunder, although much weakened, still slammed into Lin Yuan with a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's figure flickered, and he slashed another sword at the heavenly thunder. The moment the long sword touched the heavenly thunder, a tingling sensation immediately came from Lin Yuan's right hand that was holding the sword, and then the second heavenly thunder was completely shattered by Lin Yuan and dissipated between the heavens and the earth, successfully shattering the second heavenly thunder. Lin Yuan only felt his confidence doubled, and with a grandiose air, he tilted his head to the sky and said aloud, "Again!" However, the moment Lin Yuan tilted his head, the third heavenly thunderbolt came one after the other. Lin Yuan didn't even have time to react before he was struck in the head by heavenly lightning. Boom boom! The sound of explosions resounded through heaven and earth. Then, with Lin Yuan as the center, a large pit with a circumference of 10 feet directly appeared. There was a scorched earth in the large pit. Lin Yuan was covered in scorched blackness, and a trace of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. No martial arts. Lin Yuan cursed angrily and quickly flew out of the big pit. However, this time, the heavenly thunder seemed to want to directly finish Lin Yuan off, and the fourth heavenly thunder instantly fell after Lin Yuan's figure left just after leaving the big pit. Boom! The big pit is much bigger again. Dense small wounds also appeared on top of Lin Yuan's body, and from time to time, there were flashes of electricity, followed by a fifth and a sixth. By the time the seventh heavenly thunder smashed into Lin Yuan, his flesh was close to collapsing, his body was charred and blackened, and Lin Yuan even smelled the aroma of roasted meat. All of this happened in a mere flash of lightning, and when Xialingyun from afar reacted, Lin Yuan was already lying in a large pit, dying. "Lin Yuan!" Xialingyun exclaimed in shock and was about to rush over, but when she had just gotten within the range of the thundercloud, she felt a sharp pain all over her body, and a tiny arc of electricity suddenly surfaced around her. Lightning was originally the nemesis of evil spirits as well as soul bodies, and nowadays, not to mention this heavenly wrath of thunder. If Xialingyun forced his way into the range of the thunderbolt, I'm afraid that he would completely go up in smoke before he even reached Lin Yuan's side. Right at this moment, Lin Yuan, who was in the middle of the large pit, strongly supported his broken body and floated into midair once again. Looking up at the thunderclouds in the sky, Lin Yuan slowly exhaled a breath and said in a deep voice to Xialingyun, "Trust me, okay?" Xialingyun clenched her silver teeth, then once again moved away from the thundercloud. Lin Yuan let out a light humph. Then he looked towards the thunderclouds with his sword in both hands. An ancient power suddenly surfaced, and the power of the heaven and earth and the surroundings crazily surged towards Lin Yuan. Thelon sword in his hand buzzed, and a thick shadow appeared outside of the sword. Feeling the chi in his body climbing up, Lin Yuan closed his eyes and said intoxicatedly, "This is a strong person of the Mahayana stage. Sure is strong." And right at that moment, amidst the black pressurized thunderclouds, the eighth heavenly thunder swept with a heaven-destroying aura and rolled in. A sword breaks the sky. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, and a tiny sword chi slowly detached from the sword and drifted towards Tianlei. The heavenly thunder was raging. The sword chi was flat, one strong and one weak. The gap was obvious. However, the moment that the mediocre sword chi touched the heavenly thunder, it unexpectedly blocked the heavenly thunder in midair. After the two came into contact, they didn't erupt into a terrifying commotion, but instead, they just stood there in a quiet stalemate. If there were any other Mahayana stage powerhouses seeing this scene at this moment, they would probably be stunned. That there could be a technique in this world that could resist or even suppress the lightning of heavenly wrath. And at this moment, Lin Yuan had long been exhausted, and after swinging the last sword, his body fell softly towards the big pit. A moment later, a dazzling light suddenly erupted in the sky, and along with the light, there was a roaring sound that resounded through the clouds. Xia Lingyun, who was not far away, hurriedly covered her ears. However, just as the light disappeared, Xia Lingyun was surprised to see that in midair, that sword chi had not been consumed by the heavenly thunder. After the eighth heavenly thunder disappeared, that sword chi unexpectedly went upwards once again, charging straight into the thunderclouds. Beyond the illusion, when Du Yunshan saw the transparent yuaning inside Lin Yuan's body, his heart was also filled with doubts. Having lived for thousands of years, he had seen a lot of gifted geniuses, and had heard of a lot of various feats, but it was the first time he had seen a yuaning like Lin Yuan. It's a little strange, but it's more important to get your life back today. Soul power slowly wrapped around Lin Yuan's yuaning. Du Yunshan began to slowly eat away at Lin Yuan's body. However, just as Du Yunshan's movements had just begun, inside Lin Yuan's body, a black aura suddenly came out and rushed straight towards Du Yunshan's brow. Chapter 128 Reappearance of the River God. The mutation is sudden. I can't believe there's still a backhand. Du Yunshan let out a cold snort and hurriedly urged the remaining soul power in his body to set up a barrier to prevent the black aura from drilling into his brow. Lin Yuan's cultivation was only at the yuaning stage. It was impossible for him to keep a backhand inside his body, and it was expected that he wouldn't either. So in Du Yunshan's opinion, this black aura should be a backhand arranged by Xia Lingyun inside Lin Yuan's body, and how he himself, a Mahayana stage powerhouse, could easily block this black aura. However, just after the black aura came into contact with the barrier, it unexpectedly passed through the barrier without any hindrance and shot straight into Du Yunshan's brow. How is that possible? Du Yunshan let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly collected his mind, wanting to drive out that black aura in his body. But before he could strike, a silhouette suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. A charming and enchanting woman dressed in a black robe was floating lazily in his sea of consciousness. Du Yunshan was immediately startled, and hurriedly said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The river god gathered her waist-length hair and said slowly, "I don't care who you are. Get out of Lin Yuan's body now. Immediately. Right now. Or don't blame me for being rude." Du Yunshan frowned as his sea of consciousness secretly swept over the river god's body. Surprisingly, it's a soul body too? Could it be that she has the same purpose as me? Du Yunshan muttered darkly, "It's very likely. Otherwise why would a soul body with such a strong strength be hidden in Lin Yuan's body? Presumably waiting for him to grow, and when the time comes to directly take over his body." With this in mind, Du Yunshan eased his mind and tried, "Could it be that your excellency's purpose is the same as mine?" The river god smiled and looked at Du Yunshan without saying a word. Feeling that he had guessed the mind of the woman in front of him, Du Yunshan hurriedly said, "Your excellency's strength is very strong, but just committing yourself to this tiny yuaning body, I'm afraid it's a bit of an aggravation. And this body is a man. I think it's better like this." Du Yunshan pointed to Xia Lingyun's torso with a wave of his big hand and said generously, "If your excellency doesn't mind, you can consider this torso. It's also both a woman, and it's much stronger. What does the girl think?" Du Yunshan felt that the advice he had given was very tempting. After all, Xia Lingyun was a harmonization stage 6th layer cultivator. It was difficult for ordinary souls to take her down, and now that she was giving it to the woman in front of her for nothing, he thought that she shouldn't refuse it. But after Du Yunshan finished speaking, the river god's eyes narrowed slightly and he simply asked coldly, "Finished?" Du Yunshan nodded and was just about to continue speaking. As a result, I heard the river god continue, "Get the hell out of here when you're done." Du Yunshan was stunned at his words. Then he looked at the river god in the sea of consciousness and said in a cold voice, "Your excellency really thinks that if you are a bit stronger than Lao Fu, you can be so arrogant that you have no one else in your sight. Aren't you afraid that I'm going to burn with you with my jade and stone? What a noisy old thing." The river god cursed angrily and swung out with a slap. In a flash of lightning, before Du Yunshan could put up any resistance, he was slapped out of Lin Yuan's body by the river god. After being hooted out with a slap, Du Yunshan was still a bit dazed. What just happened? Right at this moment, the silhouette of the river god also slowly appeared in front of Du Yunshan's eyes, but But when she saw Lin Yuan and Xia Lingyun, she froze in place. How did the souls in these two people's bodies all disappear? Lin Yuan was just a matter of time. Xia Lingyun was a harmonization stage cultivator. So how could the soul in his body be drawn out so easily? Originally, he thought that the two were just put into a deep sleep by the means of this person in front of him, but now it seemed that the situation in front of him was a bit serious. This aura of the river god wouldn't last long. She still wanted to use her remaining aura to forcefully awaken Xia Lingyun after expelling this person from Lin Yuan's body. She would leave the rest to her. But now it seemed as if he had thought too simply. What about the souls of the two of them? The river god looked at Du Yunshan and asked. Du Yunshan also roughly guessed the identity of the river god at this moment. This woman was estimated to be similar to Lin Yuan's Tao protector, and her purpose was different from his own. She was protecting Lin Yuan. However, appearing in this state, it was assumed that the woman's original body was not here. So as long as he dragged himself out long enough, then this body of Lin Yuan would still be his own. Thinking of this, Du Yunshan laughed rampantly. I won't tell you. If you have the ability, kill me. When the river god heard this, he looked at Du Yunshan with cold eyes and said, not going to say anything, are you? As soon as the words fell, a black and gloomy flame abruptly appeared in the void, instantly wrapping Du Yunshan's remnant soul in it. In a flash, Du Yunshan wailed, and the black flames were like maggots attached to his bones, slowly eating away at Du Yunshan's remnant soul. Say no. Du Yunshan's eyes were grim as he endured the pain and grinned coldly. You're nothing more than a strange force left in Lin Yuan's body. When your power runs out, his body will still be mine. Even if you're strong, are you sure you can kill me before your power runs out? The river god's eyes flashed as he sniffed, unexpectedly being seen by this old bastard. Du Yunshan took a deep breath and continued. I'll tell you one more thing. Lin Yuan and that woman's souls have already been dragged into the illusion by me. So if you want to save them, you'll have to rely on me. If you kill me, the two of them will also be buried with me. After saying that, Du Yunshan smiled cruelly and said in a cold voice, come on, kill me. When the river god heard this, she casually waved her hand and grabbed Du Yunshan in her hand, biting her silver teeth and said angrily, you think I wouldn't dare? The other side, Lin Yuan weakly lay in the middle of the big pit. His vision had long been blurred. Looking at the thunderclouds above the sky, he lightly sighed. I really can't hold out anymore. Right at this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky rolled and tumbled once again, and the ninth heavenly thunderbolt descended. Looking at the ninth heavenly thunderbolt carrying thunderous momentum above his head, Lin Yuan let out a bitter smile. If the physical body is destroyed, it's destroyed. At least the soul won't go up in smoke. However, just as the heavenly thunder fell, in the middle of the thunderclouds, the sword she flickered and unexpectedly broke right through the barrier of the illusion and appeared in front of the river god's eyes. Immediately afterward, a huge gap appeared above the illusion's canopy. Asterisk. Where did this come from? Seeing this sword chi in front of him, the river god immediately let out a cry of shock. The moment the sword chi appeared, the river god recognized the root of the sword chi, and it was actually Lin Yuan's one sword breaks the vault of heaven. And just then the sword chi turned around in the air and rushed towards Du Yunshan in the midst of the black flames. When Du Yunshan saw this, his pupils shrank. The illusionary realm was created by him, and he naturally knew exactly what would occur in the illusionary realm. And this sword chi unexpectedly appeared in the real world from the illusion. Even if he had lived for almost 10,000 years, this sword chi was beyond his knowledge. Chapter 129 Death. The sword chi dripped and spun in mid-air, then chopped straight at Du Yunshan. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Du Yunshan couldn't care about resisting the black flames beside him anymore, and his hands violently swung out a soul force, smashing at the sword chi, wanting to smash it into pieces. However, after the soul power touched the sword chi's, it was instantly split in two. Immediately after that, the sword chi quickly cut through Du Yunshan's remnant soul, and then impacted on top of the stone wall behind him. As a roaring sound rang out, Du Yunshan's right arm as well as his shoulder slipped off his body. Ah! Du Yunshan wailed and roared with some disbelief. Impossible! How could this happen? Right at that moment, the illusionary realm that had trapped Lin Yuan and the two of them also began to gradually collapse with the appearance of the gap. At this time, Lin Yuan still closed his eyes tightly and waited for death to come, but after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for the heavenly thunder to fall. When he opened his eyes again, he saw that the thunderclouds had dispersed in the sky, and a huge gap had appeared where the original thunderclouds had been. Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun's figure also appeared in front of her. She grabbed Lin Yuan's body and spoke rapidly. Quickly go! The illusionary realm was chopped out of a gap by you. Now is the right time for us to get out of the trap. As soon as the words fell, the two figures quickly flew in the direction of the gap. Lin Yuan looked at the gap in the sky and said with some surprise, this is really the gap I chopped out. I'm not sure. Xia Lingyun said in a deep voice. It's better to go out first. As the two of them got closer and closer to the huge gap, an inexplicable pulling force also suddenly surfaced. Even the two of their soul bodies were pulled into distortion. Lin Yuan let out a cry of pain and wondered, what's going on here? Xia Lingyun clenched her silver teeth, and while trying to fly forward, she mused, it's possible that this illusionary realm has created its own heaven and earth, and has already generated the power of heaven and earth? You're kidding. Lin Yuan was a bit incredulous. Although a strong person who had cultivated to the Mahayana stage could also create a small world by himself, he would also be affected by the power of the outside world. If this illusory realm was truly as Xia Lingyun had said, forming a heaven and earth of its own, then Du Yunshan's methods were too heaven-defying. How would I know that much? It's better to get out first. Xia Lingyun grunted, and with that, the two of their figures also burrowed into the gap. In the cave, seeing the two souls get out of the trap, the river god finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to return to Lin Yuan's body, a black bead once again flew out of Du Yunshan's soul body, and there was a tiny gaping hole on the surface of the bead. Could this be the illusion that trapped the two of them? The river god frowned slightly. It was the first time she had seen something so strange. After saying that, she casually waved her hand, and the beads automatically flew into her hand, and then disappeared within Lin Yuan's body along with her figure. A few moments later, Lin Yuan and Xia Lingyun's consciousness gradually came to their senses. Looking at the scene in front of him as well as Du Yunshan's familiar old face, Lin Yuan snorted coldly and sneered. Old thing, at the expense of me treating you as a good person. I didn't think that you'd dare to scheme against me. Kill this dog. Xia Lingyun also had a murderous look on her face, and without waiting for Lin Yuan to finish his sentence, the long sword in her hand was already sheathed. Du Yunshan was weak at the moment, even his appearance had aged by dozens of years, turning from a middle-aged man into an old man with white hair. He looked at the two figures with a shriveled expression and did not kneel down to beg for forgiveness, but only said in a cold voice, to think that I, Du Yunshan, once roamed across the continent for thousands of years, who was my opponent, and if not for the heavenly tribulation back then, how would I have ended up in such a miserable state? But I didn't expect to fall into the hands of two juniors today. It's truly the time and the place. He sighed, then stretched out his head and said to Xia Lingyun, since I can't take over my body, I don't want to keep this broken body to continue living. Come on, do it. As Lin Yuan looked at Du Yunshan, who was resolutely seeking death, his heart couldn't help but think of a word, a one-time lord. Regardless of the fact that Du Yunshan's methods were so insidious and poisonous, at least he was a man of iron bones, much stronger than those who, when faced with death, fell to their knees and begged for mercy. Xia Lingyun, on the other hand, snorted coldly and directly swung out his sword, and in the blink of an eye, the remnants of Du Yunshan's soul were reduced to pieces, completely dissipating in smoke. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It's only fitting that a Mahayana stage powerhouse should end up like this. He deserves it. At that moment, the ground suddenly roared, followed by a huge rock falling from the sky. This place is going to collapse. Xia Lingyun let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly released a barrier to protect the two of them. The next day, when the two of them reappeared on the ground of the far north land, Lin Yuan shivered and exclaimed, finally out. Xia Lingyun threw the storage ring in his hand to Lin Yuan and said, here, the tie-in chalcedony is inside. Do you need the tie-in chalcedony? Such a big piece I guess my master can't use it all. It's fine to share a piece with you. Xia Lingyun shook her head and said, forget it, this thing is not useful to me at all. It's better to leave it to your master. Time flies. It was only after 2 months that Xia Lingyun and Lin Yuan returned to the Acacia sect. In fact, it would only take the two of them about 10 days to return to the Acacia sect. However, Xia Lingyun wanted to get rid of the evil chi in his body before returning to the Harmony sect, and if he was in the Harmony sect, Xia Lingyun always felt something strange. During this period, not only was the evil chi in Xia Lingyun's body driven clean, even the bottleneck at the 6th level of the harmonization stage had loosened a bit, and it was believed that before long, Xia Lingyun would be able to break through. And Lin Yuan was also full of rewards, his cultivation directly stepping into the 3rd level of the Yuanying stage. After returning to the mountain gate, Xia Lingyun went to the main hall. Now that she had been away from the sect for a few months, there must be a bunch of affairs waiting for her to handle. As for Lin Yuan, after Xia Lingyun left, he first went to the Holy Maiden Hall and warmed up with Lucicada E for a while before going to the back of the mountain. Backcountry. The river god floated above the river, following the waves as she looked at Lin Yuan in front of her. She lazily asked, how was it? Did it go well this time? Not bad, Lin Yuan said, pulling the throne out of his storage ring. Sister River Goddess, look at this throne. Are you satisfied? Looking at the throne in front of him, which was carved from Taiyin chalcedony. The river god's eyes were instantly filled with little stars. Her red lips parted slightly as she exclaimed, asterisk asterisk, where did you get such a handsome throne? After saying that, the river god's silhouette could not wait to land on top of the throne. Ha ha, not bad, I'm satisfied. Holding on to the armrests of the throne, the river god laughed in a flamboyant manner. At this moment, the river god's mind had already thought of the image of her later appearing like a queen, seated on a throne. Chapter 130, The Weapon of the Essence. Looking at the unusually excited river god, Lin Yuan was also happy from the bottom of his heart. Although this trip to the far north was dangerous, it was still worth it. After the river god refined this piece of Taiyin chalcedony, it was estimated that his strength would be able to rise another step. And if the river god's strength was raised, wasn't that the equivalent of raising his own strength in disguise? After the river god returned to her senses, she suddenly noticed the black bead in Lin Yuan's dantian, and on that bead, there was still her residual breath. The river god that appeared in the far north was merely a wisp of her bilocation that she had left in Lin Yuan's body. So what happened in the far north was unknown to the river god far away in the back of the mountains. After seeing a black orb fly out of his body, Lin Yuan was a bit surprised and said, "What is this thing? How come I didn't realize there was this thing inside me?" The river god looked at the black beads in his palm and pondered for a moment. "I'm not too sure. Wait for me to study it first." "Alright," Lin Yuan nodded and said, "then you hurry up and refine the Taiyin chalcedony. I'll go back first." The river god looked at the beads and waved his hand somewhat absent-mindedly. "Hurry up and leave. You can come back in a few days." Early the next morning, the sunlight was shining into the Holy Maiden Hall, but Lin Yuan and the two of them were still immersed in their sleep. If it wasn't for Xia Lingyun's voice transmission waking the two of them up, it was estimated that the two of them would be able to sleep until noon. When the two of them arrived at the main hall of the Acacia sect fully dressed, Xia Lingyun was the only one sitting behind the table with her eyes closed. After noticing the arrival of the two, Xia Lingyun coughed lightly in a somewhat unnatural manner. This was still the first time she had seen Lin Yuan in front of Lu Cicada after returning from the land of the extreme north, and it always felt strange. However, Xia Lingyun had been the Acacia sect patriarch for so many years that she had long been joyful, and after a moment of silence, she softly said, "It's coming." Lu Cicada walked quickly to Xia Lingyun's side, gently rubbing Xia Lingyun's head and saying with concern, "Master, what troubles have you encountered again? It's not even Lin Yuan's heavenly ranked technique." Xia Lingyun replied back without any good humor. Lin Yuan sniffed a little confused. How could he send a heaven-ranked technique and still send trouble? Xia Lingyun sighed lightly and continued, "Ever since the last patriarch, my master, our Acacia sect's ranking in the Liuzhou continent has always been fifth." Her old man's dying words were that he wanted the Acacia sect to be among the four great sects of the Liuzhou continent. Although I've been trying for hundreds of years, ultimately the Acacia sect's heritage is not comparable to the other four sects, so this wish has not been accomplished. But now that the opportunity is right in front of us, I'm a little unsure of what to do, so I called the two of you to come here just to hear what your team thinks. When Lu Cicada heard this, she was a bit puzzled. "Master, you should discuss this matter with the elders of the sect. What's the point of discussing it with the two of us?" Xia Lingyun shook her head and said with a bit of a headache, "This is something I have yet to tell them." "Why is that?" At this time, Lin Yuan, who had been standing on the sidelines, said, "Yun, Patriarch is afraid that many people will reveal the matter of the merit law." The two of them had been living in the illusionary realm for several decades, and Lin Yuan almost blurted out the word Yuner due to his habit, but fortunately he reacted in time. And Xia Lingyun also obviously heard that word Yun, and instantly her willow eyebrows went up as she fiercely glared at Lin Yuan. After a moment's reprieve, Xia Lingyun said quietly, "My initial idea was to have all the disciples of the inner court cultivate this technique, so that by then our Acacia sect's strength as a whole would increase, and being among the four great sects would still be within our reach. But if there are spies planted by other sects amongst the disciples of the inner courtyard, then wouldn't the Gong method leak out? So, I chose a compromise, which is to let all the elders and their shut-in disciples cultivate this technique. As for the disciples of the inner courtyard, forget it. Even though these people are trustworthy, I'm still a little uneasy." Lu Cicada frowned. This matter was indeed quite troublesome, and right at this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Just let them cultivate only the first half of this technique." Xia Lingyun was a bit hesitant. "Is this even possible?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Of course, in the past, I only practiced the first half of it. It's okay if it's powerful. It's not as good as a heavenly ranked technique, but it's similar. In that case, there's no need to be afraid of the feats leaking out." Xia Lingyun sniffed and fell into deep thought. This method seemed feasible. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun nodded and said, "For the time being, Let's settle it like this. After saying that, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed before him, and the coffin board that he had obtained in Du Yunshan's cave suddenly appeared in midair. Xia Lingyun spoke. I had the clan's refiner take a look at this coffin board, and he said that the material of this coffin board is very special, but with his current strength, he can't forge such special materials, so the two of you will still have to make a trip to the Great Yin Dynasty. What's the point of going to the Great Yin Dynasty? Lin Yuan was curious. Xia Lingyun sighed and said helplessly, luckily you're still a native of the Dian Dynasty, and you don't even know that the first sword-casting master of the Liuzhou continent is in the capital city of your Dian Dynasty. Ah, the Great Yin Dynasty still has such a powerful sword maker? Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled. She was really too lazy to explain anything to Lin Yuan, so he said to himself, nowadays, Cicada E has already reached the 6th level of the Yuaning stage, and it is estimated that it won't take more than a few years before she can step into the Cave Void stage. After stepping into the Cave Void stage, one can refine one's own innate weapon. As Xia Lingyun spoke, a spiritual light flashed in her hand, and a long sword emitting an eerie cold light suddenly appeared in her hand. This is my original weapon. After years of my nourishment, it has already reached the level of a top-grade spirit weapon, but it's a pity that when it was first forged, it wasn't made of too good a material, affecting its upper limit. That's why the goodness of an innate weapon can actually, to a certain extent, determine the strength of a cultivator's combat power. Lin Yuan then curiously said, aren't there still several years left? Why are you starting your preparations so early? Xia Lingyun's beautiful eyes rolled over and she helplessly said, Master Ji is the #1 sword maker in Liuzhou. Do you think that people will keep waiting for you to go over there and cast swords? After you go, I don't know how long it will take before it's the turn of the two of you. How can you do it without preparing in advance? Alright, Lin Yuan nodded somewhat awkwardly, but in the past, he had never really heard of this Master Ji. Just then, Lu Cicada E said with some concern, Master, I heard that this Master Ji has an extremely misbehaved personality. If you don't go, will he help us cast the sword? When Xia Lingyun heard this, she sighed and said, back then, Master Ji was a figure who even dared to reject the great Yin Emperor. You think he would give me face? You guys go ahead and take your chances. If it doesn't work, I'll think of something else. Okay. Chapter 131, Divine Emperor City. 1000-Star City. Lin Yuan pulled Lu Cicada Yi's hand, slowly walking in the crowded street. The man's sword eyebrow and starry eyes. God handsome. The woman's sinking fish and wild geese. Closed the moon and shy flowers. As if a pair of fairy couples. Attracted passers-by have sideways glances. Lu Cicada Yi's body gently leaned on Lin Yuan's side, and said with a little bit of leap, I can finally go out to play with you again. These months have suffocated me. Lin Yuan sniffed, dotingly rubbed Lu Cicada Yi's head, and softly said, if you're bored of staying in the Acacia sect, you'll just go down to the mountains and take a look around on your own. Don't want to go. Lu Cicada Yi pouted. It's not fun without you. Lin Yuan flicked Lu Cicada Yi's glossy brain and teased. You are the holy daughter of the Acacia sect, the future lord of the one sect. You just know how to play all day long. In the future, how can your master still rest assured that the Acacia sect will be handed over to you? Lu Cicada Yi skimmed her mouth and said with some displeasure. Having you is enough. I don't want to be any Acacia sect patriarch. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. The two of them talked and laughed the whole way, slowly walking towards the 1000-Star City ferry. And neither of these two people noticed that in the middle of the alley behind them, a pair of eyes were always staring at the backs of the two people, and then slowly disappeared into the crowd. Green Cloud Sect. Li Chengfeng, who was the Grand Elder of the Qingyin sect, was currently standing respectfully in front of a young man. The young man's eyes were playful, playing with a teacup in his hand. His voice faint. You're saying that the Acacia sect's brat named Lin Yuan has a heavenly ranked technique in his hands? Li Chengfeng nodded and respectfully said, yes, Patriarch. Can you be sure? The Green Cloud sect patriarch frowned slightly, somewhat less convinced. After all, the Acacia sect that had been passed down for 1,000 years didn't have a single heavenly ranked technique, and it was hard to believe that a turd that had run out from a small place like Fengzhou City had a heavenly ranked technique in his hands. Absolutely no problem, Li Chengfeng said with certainty. When he was fighting with my disciple, I was watching the battle from the side, and the sword that brat executed was definitely a heavenly ranked technique. The Green Cloud sect patriarch said in a deep voice. Can you see the path? After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengfeng shook his head and hesitantly said, although I can't see the path, I'm sure it's definitely not a harmonious sect technique. I suspect that this technique was given to him by his master. When I had fought with his master in Fengzhou City, how strong is his master? The Green Cloud sect patriarch asked. Very strong. Li Chengfeng's eyes were heavy as he said, when I fought with his master, I was barely able to resist. So it's at least a harmonization stage cultivator. After a moment of silence, the Green Cloud sect patriarch said. Let's put it this way. Aren't the two of them preparing to go to the Great Yin Dynasty's imperial capital? We definitely can't move on the ferry. So let's do it in the Great Yin Dynasty's imperial capital. When Li Changfeng heard this, he was a bit hesitant. Patriarch, Lin Yuan has a good friendship with Princess Taiping of the Dian Dynasty. I'm afraid it won't work. The Green Cloud sect patriarch laughed, his eyes grim. It's not a frontal battle. Send out dead soldiers to wait for the opportunity. As long as we can get Lin Yuan's head, we're still afraid that we won't be able to get the heavenly ranking technique. When Li Changfeng heard this, he hurriedly said, Patriarch, why don't I personally lead the operation this time? The last time in the 100 Clans War, all of the disciples of the Qingyan sect were wiped out, although it was not directly related to Li Changfeng, but after all, Mu Chuyen was his disciple. Now is not the right time to take credit for your sins. The Green Cloud sect patriarch shook his head and said indifferently, No, there's a chance that you'll expose your identity if you go. It's best to let the clan's dead soldiers go. After all, the dead soldiers within the clan haven't shown their faces. Even if they were caught, they wouldn't be able to find out about the Green Cloud sect. After we get our hands on it, we can also frame the matter on the Great Yin Dynasty. Not only can we save ourselves a lot of trouble, but we can also watch the dog eat the dog when the time comes. When Li Changfeng heard this, he was a bit puzzled and said, Patriarch, is our Qingyan sect still afraid of his Acacia sect? The Green Cloud sect patriarch snorted coldly, his eyes deep. You know, if you've ever dealt with that crazy woman Xialing Yun, you'd know how scary she is. Li Changfeng nodded silently. He really didn't understand the Acacia sect patriarch, but he had seen her a few times before. She looked graceful and elegant. How could she not look like a crazy woman? However, since the patriarch had decided on it, he didn't dare say anything else. All right, you go down first. I'm going to practice. Li Changfeng bowed respectfully and then slowly retreated. Right at this moment, the Green Cloud sect patriarch said once again, Remember to tell the Li family that they are not allowed to intervene in this matter, so as not to add to it. Yes, time flies. 10 days later, Lin Yuan and the two of them also finally got off the ferry at the imperial capital's ferry port, God Emperor City. Looking at the majestic and spectacular city wall, as well as the three big characters flying above the city gate, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being the imperial capital of the Great Yin Dynasty, it's really grand enough. Nonsense. Lu Cicada spoke from the sidelines. This imperial capital is the face of the Great Yin Dynasty. If it's built like that little ragged city of yours, Fengzhou City, the Great Yin Dynasty won't become the laughingstock of the Liuzhou continent. Hey, can you talk? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes and continued. As the old saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. You are my Lin Yuan's daughter-in-law. How can you be considered half of Fengzhou City's people? The dog still doesn't mind the family's poverty. How dare you dislike the brokenness of Fengzhou City? Lu Cicada immediately blushed red and said vaguely, I haven't even passed the door yet. That counts. Right at this moment, a sudden clamor and commotion came from the gates of Divine Emperor City. Immediately after that, a carriage slowly drove out of the city gates. The carriage was wrapped in gold silk and satin on all sides, and its body was carefully carved from mahogany, with gold and jade hanging on it, making it look luxurious and incomparable. And beside the carriage, there were also two teams of Great Yin soldiers following closely to clear the way for the carriage. Yo, that's a big enough row, Lin Yuan softly exclaimed. Lu Cicada looked at the carriage and said teasingly, No, she is the Taiping princess of the Dian dynasty, and it is not a disgrace to the royal family to have a small traveling party. Lin Yuan suddenly realized, so it was Jiang Qingli. No wonder the row was so big. Before Lu Cicada's words fell, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the carriage. Lu Cicada, do you think I'm deaf? When Lu Cicada heard this, she let out a delicate laugh and walked towards the carriage with light lotus steps, teasingly saying, Sister Qingli, don't be angry. Hurry up and enter the city. I have to meet with father later. Otherwise you think I want to put on such a big show. Chapter 132. Inside the carriage, the floor was covered with a soft carpet with gorgeous flowers embroidered on it, and it was so soft to step on that every step was like stepping on a sea of flowers. On the top of the carriage, there were also quite a few precious stones inlaid, even some of which even Lu Cicada couldn't name. Lu Cicada and Jiang Qingli sat face to face on the ground inside the carriage. Looking at the rich and luxurious carriage, Lu Cicada couldn't help but snicker. Worthy of being the Taiping princess of the Dian dynasty, even the carriage is. As a result, before Lu Cicada could finish, she was interrupted by Jiang Qingli, who said in a cold voice, You like it? I'll give it to you. Lu Cicada let out a delicate laugh and said helplessly, still so unable to take a joke. Just then, Lin Yuan, who was outside the carriage, spoke up, Two sisters, where are we going? Jiang Qingli said indifferently. Go to the princess residence first and settle down. And when tomorrow I will accompany you to Master G's store. After saying that, Jiang Qingli turned her head to Lu Cicada-e and said, you guys are lucky. I just inquired yesterday that Master G was preparing to open his furnace last month. This time he's preparing to forge 10 swords. And I've heard that the 5 that have already been finalized are from the Dao sect, the Xian Tian sect, and the Yellow Springs sword sect, and the remaining 2 seem to be from members of our royal family. As for the remaining 5 spots, it's up to you to fight for them. Lu Cicada-e was a bit curious. If we let Master G forge the sword, what kind of payment do we need to pay him? When Jiang Qingli heard this, her eyes looked at Lu Cicada-e strangely for a long time before she said, you don't know? Lu Cicada-e was furtively looked at by Jiang Qingli and hugged her arms. I don't know. My master didn't tell me. Fine. Jiang Qingli sighed and helplessly explained. Actually, when it comes to Master G's position, he doesn't care about any payment or not anymore. He's now looking at all kinds of precious or rare materials, whether they're challenging or not, whether they're worth it or not. Take for example that sword of the Dao sect. The Dao sect obtained a piece of 10,000-year-old meteorite iron from somewhere. And I heard that after seeing the material, Grandmaster G directly answered with a single mouthful. So, this time it depends on how your materials are. If they're too ordinary, I'm sure Master G won't agree to you. Lin Yuan, who was outside the carriage, heard this and said confidently, don't worry, the materials we've brought this time are very rare, so I'm sure Master G will be able to agree. Hopefully. After the group arrived at the princess's residence, Jiang Qingli personally arranged a place for the 2 to stay before moving to the palace. Lu Cicada-e played with the fruits on the stone table and laughed softly. Jiang Qingli is still quite righteous. After I sent her a message, she actually did run back from Weiyan Palace. Lin Yuan sniffed and said in tears and laughter, we didn't come here specifically to look for her. If she's not here then she's not here. Why did you call her back? What do you know? Lu Cicada-e said with a light snort. Jiang Qingli is the Taiping princess of the Great Yan dynasty. With her around, it will be much easier for us to act in Divine Imperial City. Early the next morning, at dawn, the 3 of them left the princess's residence. The 3 came very early, so at this time the door of the sword casting store was empty. Only a dark-faced fellow, leaning on the door frame to doze off. The sword casting store looks simple and unimaginable. A pile of waste material that can't be seen what material it is thrown at the door. Next to it is a furnace made of adobe. It seems like there is no difference with an ordinary blacksmith store. When Lin Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but marvel. This is the store of the No. 1 sword casting master of the Liuzhou continent. It's too broken. Lu Cicada-e sniffed, quietly twisted Lin Yuan and whispered, wine is not afraid of deep alleys. Do you understand this? Also, I've heard that Master G's cultivation is also very high. Can you keep your voice down? What if he hears you bad-mouthing him and directly turns us away? Lin Yuan said somewhat innocently. It was already broken. Does that count as a bad word? Just then, the 3 men also came to the door of the store. Lin Yuan was just about to open his mouth to greet him when the fellow took the lead. He looked at the 3 and said, several people. Master G is not seeing any guests today. Please return. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she frowned and said, please inform me. Just say that the holy daughter of the Weiyang Palace and the holy daughter of the Acacia sect have come together. Can Master G give a thin face? Buddy shook his head. A change in demeanor rushed aside angrily. Lousy today is in a bad mood. Even if it is the Green Cloud sect patriarch himself. Let him get lost. Listen. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. After the fellow finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the 3 again. These are the original words of our Master G. So, it's better for the 3 of you to return. The 3 of them were speechless. They all said that Grandmaster G was good-natured. But they didn't expect that good-naturedness had reached such a level that they dared to tell the Flowing Continent Green Cloud sect patriarch to get lost. What now? Lu Cicada-e looked at Jiang Qingli and asked. Jiang Qingli said helplessly, come back tomorrow. What else can I do? Seeing this, Lin Yuan said somewhat undeterred. Little brother, the materials we brought this time are very rare and guaranteed to arouse Master G's interest. Why don't you go in and inform us? For Jiang Qingli and the 2 of them, the fellow still had a good face. But for Lin Yuan, he directly rolled his eyes and said, this month, there have been 13 people who said this. Do you know what happened to them? Lin Yuan shook his head, somewhat puzzled. The fellow pointed to his feet and said, from here, he was kicked to the city gates by our Master G. Kid, if you don't want to die, wait a little longer. Lu Cicada-e pulled Lin Yuan at this time and said, forget it, let's come back tomorrow. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. Anyway, he was confident in the materials he brought. It didn't matter if it was a day early or a day late. He believed that as long as Grandmaster Ji was able to see his materials, he would definitely be able to agree to forge swords for the two of them. After returning to the princess's residence, the three of them sat together on a stone bench and chatted. Just then, a large eunuch dressed in a large red python robe suddenly ran in hurriedly, rushing towards Jiang Qingli and saying in a sharp, thin voice, "Your Highness, His Majesty the Emperor is seriously ill." When Jiang Qingli heard this, her face instantly turned white, and she couldn't be bothered to greet Lin Yuan and the two of them, so she directly followed the Grand Eunuch to leave. Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada both looked at each other at once. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Isn't His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Yin Dynasty a very high cultivator? How could he be seriously ill? Lu Cicada shook her head and said, "Who knows? It could also be a recurrence of an old injury. Or it could be." Lu Cicada said and sighed. "These things in the dynasty are most incomprehensible." Lin Yuan sniffed and whispered, "It can't be because of the fight for the throne. It's possible." Lu Cicada nodded and speculated. After all, the great Yin Emperor has been sitting in that seat for almost 100 years. There will definitely be someone who can't wait any longer. 100 years? Lin Yuan was curious. Then how old is Jiang Qingli? About the same as us. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. His Majesty the Emperor is really old and strong. Chapter 133, 5 Elements Shan Iron. The two of them waited until late at night before Jiang Qingli returned from the palace with a tired face. After seeing Jiang Qingli, Lu Cicada hurriedly asked, "How's it going?" Jiang Qingli's face was a bit unsightly as she shook her head and said softly, "The situation is not very good. Wait until tomorrow when my third and sixth imperial brothers return." Lin Yuan sniffed and was surprised. "Your third and sixth imperial brothers aren't in Divine Imperial City? There's also your eldest imperial brother." Right at this moment, Lu Cicada hurriedly and secretly touched Lin Yuan with her elbow and changed the topic. "Is your father a recurrence of an old injury or is he sick? Do you need any help? I still have some spirit medicine in my hand." Jiang Qingli was obviously lost in thought until Lu Cicada repeated it again. Then she sighed and said, "Forget it. I'll go back and rest first." After walking to the door, Jiang Qingli suddenly said, "I won't accompany you to Master Ji's place tomorrow. You guys figure it out yourselves." Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly said, "You're busy with you. Don't worry about us." What a joke. Jiang Qingli's father is almost gone. And then let people accompany him to Master Ji's sword casting store, like what words? Even if Lin Yuan was heartless, he couldn't do such a thing. After Jiang Qingli left in a state of disorientation, Lin Yuan curiously said, "Why did you interrupt me just now? Could it be that Jiang Qingli's eldest royal brother is dead?" Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled at the words and she said without any good humor, "I really doubt that you are someone from the Great Yin Dynasty. You haven't heard of the Divine Emperor City rebellion back then?" Lin Yuan was a bit embarrassed and said with a thick skin, "No, I was so dedicated to cultivation back then that I didn't hear anything outside the window, so how would I know about these things? Have some face." Lu Cicada let out a light hum, and only then did she relate the events of that year. Back then, the eldest prince joined forces with the fourth prince, also taking advantage of the great Yin Emperor's serious injuries to rise up in rebellion. The rebels were even more powerful all the way to the imperial city. At that time, the situation was particularly critical. So many powerful people in the Great Yin Dynasty took one look at the situation and felt that the Great Prince might be succeeding in his rebellion, and immediately turned their heads and switched to the Great Prince's command. But no one would have thought that Emperor Dian had a backhand. Right after they attacked the imperial city, the Great Yin Emperor didn't hesitate to activate the City Protector formation, which, coupled with the Great Yin Dynasty's many years of accumulating the imperial palace's dragon chi, directly hardened the cultivation of the eunuchs by his side to the peak of the harmonization stage. And then the rebels were gone. The Grand Prince and the Fourth Prince were executed, and all the powerful and noble people who were on the verge of turning against the government were all put to death. And it was said that the people executed that year had to be at least more than 100,000 people. After a pause, Lu Cicada continued. After this, Emperor Dian divided all the imperial sons. Even if they toss and turn within the fiefdom, and their soldiers and horses are strong, it's impossible for them to break through Divine Emperor City. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yuan suddenly came to a realization. He had only focused on eating and drinking before. He really hadn't understood this. Afterward, Lin Yuan broke his fingers and counted. Great Prince, Third Prince, Fourth Prince, Sixth Prince. How come there are still two less? The Second Prince and the Fifth Prince were killed by the Grand Prince during the Divine Emperor City's rebellion. TSK. Lin Yuan sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. It's said that the royal family has no affection. It's really the most sensible thing to say. Just then, Lu Cicada said with some concern, "Let's hope nothing goes wrong this time. Otherwise, We'll have to run away too when the time comes. It should be fine. Lin Yuan hesitated. Even if Emperor Dian really can't hold out, a posthumous edict will solve the problem. Who among them would dare to rise up in rebellion? I hope so. Early the next morning, after Lin Yuan and the two of them got up, they went straight to Master G's store. But after arriving at the store, he realized that the entrance was already overcrowded, and all these people were lined up in a regular manner, quietly waiting for the store to open. What's going on? Why are there so many people today? Lin Yuan frowned and spoke. How should I know? Let's just wait. Lu Cicada shook her head and said, but if their material is good enough, it's not like we're out of business. Lu Cicada waved her hand and comforted. How could that be? According to Master G's nature, it would be good to have one person's material in this group that Master G sees. 5 appearing at once. I am not quite convinced. After waiting for a short while, the door to the sword store opened with a squeak. The dark-faced fellow from yesterday who carried a chaise longue was the first to come out. After he placed the recliner in the doorway, a middle-aged man with a big belly appeared in front of the crowd. He first stretched lazily, and then lay straight down on the recliner. Seeing this, the fellow immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Old rules. Follow the order of precedence. Those who dare to cut in line are immediately disqualified. Also, if you're not chosen by Master G, just walk away, and if you dare to spill your guts, beware of Master G's anger." As soon as the words fell, the person at the front of the line hurriedly jogged to Master G, and after respectfully saluting, he was just about to take out the materials from his storage ring. Who knew that Master G, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. Next, the man sniffed and hurriedly said, "Master G, you haven't seen my materials yet." Master G snorted coldly and rushed the black material fellow beside him. Waste of old man's time. Mark him down and don't do his business for 10 years. Master G. The man still wanted to struggle a bit. Just then, the black-faced fellow also took an aggressive step forward and said in a deep voice, "You've been given a chance. Don't be ungrateful." The man immediately had a bitter look on his face and could only leave in disgrace. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan also couldn't help but sigh. Before, he had only heard that Master G's character was well behaved, but today, he really did live up to his name. What's the difference between that character and a lunatic? With a precedent, the rest of them were all careful, not even daring to breathe. Fearing that an accident would make Master G unhappy, the group methodically moved forward, and just when there were still 5 or 6 people left in front of Lin Yuan, Master G still hadn't chosen a single person. It seemed that what Jiang Qingli had said was true. If the materials weren't too precious or rare, Master G wouldn't even bother to make a move. Soon it was the turn of an old man with a white beard. He slowly stepped forward and surprisingly pulled out 5 storage rings at once. A few moments later, 5 pieces of material of different colors similar to stones appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Just then, Master G, who had been resting his eyes on the recliner, also suddenly sat up straight. He looked at the 5 stones in front of him and said, "Surprisingly, it's the 5 elements of Xian iron. This thing has to have been unseen for a few decades." Chapter 134 5 Elements Sword Formation. The white-bearded old man couldn't help but feel happy after seeing Master G's reaction, and then slowly said, "Master G, I wonder if this 5 elements Xian iron is worth your bid." Master G sniffed and stroked his beard in contemplation for a long time before he opened his mouth and asked, "How many swords do you want to cast?" 5 handles, 1 for each of the 5 elements of Xian iron. The crowd was in an uproar. This old man actually asked for the remaining 5 spots in one breath. When Lin Yuan and the two of them heard this, their faces immediately collapsed. If Master G really agreed to this old man, then the two of them hadn't made a trip for nothing. Well, just as the crowd was worried, Master G also changed his face, directly splitting his head and angrily rebuking the white-bearded old man. A material as precious as the 5 elements of Xian iron should be 5 and 1 to cast a sword, so that the power is the greatest. If it's as you say, it's a waste of material. I'm done with your business. When the crowd heard this, their faces were happy again. It seemed that they still had a chance, and the white-bearded old man wasn't in a hurry even after seeing Master G's anger. He took out a yellowish ancient book from his storage ring in an old-fashioned manner and said in a deep voice, "Master G, you can take a look at this ancient book first." After Master G received the ancient book, the white-bearded old man slowly said, "The 5 elements Xian iron sword coupled with a special formation can bring out more than 5 times the battle power, and for the casting of the sword, the requirements are also extremely strict. The size of the sword body and the carving requirements, and finally, the attachment of the spirit of the formation. Each sword has a corresponding formation. You really want to refuse such a special 5 elements sword formation?" And after receiving the ancient book, Grandmaster G only casually flipped through a few pages before becoming completely engrossed in it. Seeing this, The white-bearded old man smiled bashfully and continued, as long as you agree to my request, not only the remaining materials of this 5 elements Xian iron, but I will even give you this ancient book together. And this remaining material is also enough for you to build another set of 5 elements sword formation. Master Ji coughed lightly and withdrew his mind to look at the white-bearded old man. Very good. This is the first time I've seen this particular sword formation. Okay, just do as you say. After saying that, Master Ji turned around and left. At this time, the black-faced fellow looked at the remaining group of people and said, the 10 quotas for this opening of the furnace have all been set, so please return. If you want to ask Master Ji to forge a sword, come back next year. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This ing works? Lu Cicada sighed and said somewhat helplessly, 1,000 times. I didn't calculate that this situation would occur. Just then, a man shouted indignantly, it's not fair. This white-bearded old man alone takes up 5 slots. It's not fair. However, just as the man's words had just fallen, Master Ji, who had entered the sword casting store, suddenly went and returned, and he looked at the remaining crowd and said with a cold face, what's fair or not? If you can come up with a material that's even better than the 5 elemental Xian iron, I can make an exception and cast a sword for you, or even be the first to forge a sword for you. But have you? The passerby armor immediately wilted at his words. His materials were far too poor compared to the 5 elements Xian iron. I did break the rules on this one, but my rules are rules. Plus, you guys don't have any good materials. So what's the big deal here? Master Ji snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, his eyes lit up as he shouted, Senior, stay back. Is it true that as long as the material is better than the 5 elements Xian iron, Senior will make an exception for sword casting? As Lin Yuan's words fell, the gazes of the crowd also fell on Lin Yuan, somewhat gloating. Although there are a lot of precious materials in this world, but really there are not many materials that are more precious than the 5 elements Xian iron. This kid even dared to speak out of his mouth. It is estimated that in a moment, he will be kicked off by Grandmaster Ji. When Master Ji heard this, he turned around once again and looked at Lin Yuan. Kid, were you the one who shouted just now? Lin Yuan nodded and spoke. Senior, my materials are definitely more precious than the 5 elements Xian iron. After saying that, Lin Yuan directly pulled out the coffin board from his storage ring. Bam! A bang! The moment the coffin board hit the ground, it directly smashed the stone slabs on the ground. The crowd was a little confused looking at the black coffin board. The material was black and couldn't be seen, but it looked like this shape was familiar. This seems like a coffin board. What seems to be? It is. This kid can't be a madman. Couldn't find good sword forging materials and dug up his own ancestral grave? Most likely. When Lu Cicada heard the words, her eyes suddenly showed fierce light and looked at the crowd and said in a murderous manner, get lost. I'll tear your mouths apart if you talk nonsense again. Goo. This kid even has such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Probably also a lack of heart. Otherwise he could have let his man dig up his ancestors' graves. Lin Yuan also cried and laughed a little. The imagination of this group of people was also too rich. But now was not the time to care about this. He patted the coffin board beside him and said to Master Ji, Senior, see if this material is worth it for you to bid on it. Just when the crowd thought Lin Yuan was going to be kicked off by Master Ji looked at the coffin board suddenly walked over quickly. What kind of material do you have here? Why haven't I seen it before? Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed and said, how about it? Is it rare enough to be worth your while? Master Ji rubbed the coffin board with a puzzled face and pondered for a long time before he said, I still need to study it. After saying that, Master Ji picked up the black coffin board as he walked towards the sword casting store. Kid, you're coming with me. Lin Yuan sniffed and took Lu Cicada's hand, giving the crowd a rather smug look before walking into the sword casting store. Asterisk. That works too. The remaining people at the entrance of the sword casting store were filled with shock. Just then, a man was about to leave in a hurry. What are you doing? Plan the ancestral graves. I'll see if the coffin boards of our family's old ancestors are good material. Passerby said. Ah, yes, I'll check it out too. Saying so, the other man chased after him. I'm going too. Passerby B said. Just don't go. I was there when your family moved the ancestral grave. And that coffin board is carved with a peachwood sword at most. Several of our ancestral graves are close to each other. And I'm afraid those two bastards will dig up the wrong one and dig up our family's ancestral graves. In the sword casting store, Master Ji had been silent ever since he came in holding the black coffin board. Occasionally, he would take an ancient book from his storage ring and flip through it for a while before sighing. And then he would continue to stare at the coffin board. Seeing this, Lin Yuan looked at the black-faced fellow with some concern and said, What's wrong with Master Ji? The black-faced fellow hugged his bladder and said with a disinterested face, It's okay, when it comes to strange and weird materials, you just wait patiently. Lin Yuan. Chapter 135, The Sixth Prince. Master Ji stayed in this state until dusk. During this time, Master Ji didn't say a word, looking at the coffin boards with sighs and excitement at times, occasionally getting up and taking a hammer to it, then continuing to fret. This series of perverse actions made Lin Yuan think for a moment that Master Ji had gone mad. Luckily, the black-faced fellow had always had a clouded look on his face, which allowed Lin Yuan to put his heart down. After a long time, Lin Yuan moved his stiff body and said to the black-faced fellow, "It's getting late. Why don't we come back tomorrow?" The black-faced fellow yawned and lazily said, "Alright, you guys are gone. I'm going to rest too." Seeing this, Lu Cicada was a bit worried. Will something happen to Master Ji in this state? It's fine. The black-faced fellow waved his hand and said, "It's not like we haven't encountered this kind of situation before. No one will die. Don't worry." When they returned to the princess mansion, Zhang Changli was unexpectedly not in the palace for the first time. When Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada arrived at the small courtyard, Zhang Changli was sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard with one hand propped up on her chin. It was only when the two came closer that Zhang Changli came back to her senses. She forced a smile at the two and opened her mouth to ask, "How is it going?" Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Not bad. Everything went well." "That's good," Zhang Qingli answered, once again looking at the front of her eyes in a daze. Lu Cicada walked quickly to Zhang Qingli's side and said with concern, "How is your father?" Zhang Qingli sniffed as if she had remembered something else, shook her head in a daze, and lamented, "The situation is very bad. The Dr. Chen who was invited said that father is at the point of running out of gas, and I'm afraid he won't last much longer." Lin Yuan was surprised. "Then why are you still returning to the princess's residence? You should be guarding your father's side at this time." "I wish." Zhang Qingli smiled bitterly and continued, "I had thought that the two royal brothers would try to do everything they could to heal father after learning of father's condition, but they seem to care more about that position of father. After coming back, they began to ask the people around Father Emperor side by side whether they had prepared the posthumous edict in advance or not, and even had their close ministers run to beg Father Emperor to issue a decree to set up the position of the crown prince as early as possible. Originally, father's condition had already improved today, but after hearing these things, father was then so enraged by the two of them that he directly fainted to death. Seeing that the two had been bickering non-stop, mother was afraid of disturbing father's rest, so she blew us all out of the room, saying that she would wait for father to wake up before letting us go over. I don't understand. We are all family. Do we have to fight to the death for that one position?" Lu Cicada sighed, took Zhang Qingli's shoulders and softly said, "You're still too kind. It is said that the royal family has no relatives. You grew up in the palace. Don't you understand this?" Lin Yuan spoke. "If you still maintain this mentality now, I advise you to leave Divine Imperial City earlier, or you're liable to die in this rolling turbulence." Seeing this, Lu Cicada kicked Lin Yuan's calf and huffed, "Would it kill you to say less? I'm doing this for her." Seeing Zhang Qingli's eyes red, Lin Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly, "Forget it. I'd better shut up." Zhang Qingli's pretty face was filled with misery as two lines of clear tears slowly slid down. Having been born in the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty and having experienced the Divine Imperial City rebellion back then, how could she not understand this? However, she still didn't understand why that year, that kind-hearted and loved by all the ministers, the eldest brother would rise up and rebel, and that impression of the simple and honest fourth brother also followed without any hesitation. There was also that sixth imperial brother who used to bring her along to play with him when she was a child, but now he had also changed. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qingli slowly said, "Today, when I left the palace, the sixth imperial brother even asked me directly if I supported him or the third imperial brother. Furthermore, sixth imperial brother also told me that the Xian heavenly sect is going to prepare to openly support third imperial brother, and that Chen Xian will be able to arrive at Divine Imperial City tomorrow, and the sixth imperial brother still lacks a sect power behind him that can rival the Xian heavenly sect, so he wants me to support him as the sacred daughter of the Weiyang Palace." Lin Yuan frowned, puzzled. The Xian heavenly clan personally came down? What are they trying to do? The merit of being a slave to the dragon? They don't seem to need that. Lu Cicada mused. What if the imperial family and Xian Tian sect work together to suppress the Dao sect? This Xian heavenly sect is also insidious enough. Not being able to defeat the Dao sect even found another way. Lin Yuan sighed. Lu Cicada sighed and looked at Zhang Qingli and softly said, "So what do you think?" Zhang Qingli shook her head and said sadly, "I don't want to support anyone. I just want father to get well quickly." Lin Yuan rolled his eyes when he heard Zhang Qingli's words. Now that the situation is clear, Emperor Dian is terminally ill, and the only remaining third and sixth emperors are ready to fight to the death for the throne? But Zhang Qingli is still daydreaming here. I really don't understand how she thinks. Lu Cicada sniffed and said helplessly. You'd better hurry up and think of a solution. Otherwise. Or else I'll die in God Emperor City, right? Jiang Qingli smiled miserably. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and slowly said, what happens if you remain neutral? Even if they are fighting over the throne, they shouldn't make things difficult for a princess. Hard to say. Lu Cicada frowned. Jiang Qingli isn't just a princess of the great Yin dynasty. She's also the holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace. Just then, a mellow voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Remain neutral and she will be given to Chen Xian as a concubine. As the voice slowly sounded, a brocade-clad, handsome-looking young man walked in from outside the courtyard. He first nodded at Lin Yuan and the two of them, then took out a jade slip from his pocket and threw it in front of Jiang Qingli, saying softly, the secret spies I've placed by the side of my third imperial brother have just sent me news. The Xian Tian sect helped third imperial brother ascend to the throne. Then the Xian heavenly sect used the power of the great Yin dynasty to suppress the Dao sect. As for you, little sister, marrying Chen Xian is only an additional condition, and it was still brought up by Chen Xian. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she picked up the jade sketch in a bit of a trance and read it. Lu Cicada frowned and said, you were able to obtain such confidential information with just a secret spy? The sixth prince spread his hands and said, I have no way back now. If I can't take the throne, it's a dead end. Do you think I have to lie to you? Chapter 136 Seeking Cooperation. It's possible. Thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan murmured, you've said that you have no way back, using a false message to gain Jiang Qingli's support. This is a good deal for you. Lu Cicada nodded, also deeply impressed. When the sixth prince heard this, he let out a bitter smile and said helplessly, whether you believe it or not. In fact, this throne is not very important to me. But that third imperial brother of mine is a ruthless man. As long as he takes the throne, I definitely won't be able to survive. So I'm only doing this for self-preservation. It's not even possible to be an idle prince? Lin Yuan was surprised. Idle prince? The sixth prince smiled to himself and said, you don't know that third imperial brother of mine. You don't know how ruthless he is. Is little sister a threat to the throne? Not really, but he still graciously promised his little sister to Chen Xian. You think he'll agree to be an idle prince? Lin Yuan nodded at his words, but he always felt that something was wrong, and after the sixth prince finished speaking, his eyes looked towards Jiang Qingli with some hope. No matter what, he hoped to get Jiang Qingli's support. In fact, the clan's support did not require them to make much effort. It only required them to show their attitude as well as their stance. If the two parties really came to the point of making a move, they could at least deter some immortal cultivation families, which would also save them a lot of trouble. Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada looked at each other. Also chose to shut up. After all, this belongs to Jiang Qingli's family matters, or let her choose for herself as well, although the two of them with Jiang Qingli is a good friend, but say too much is not good. The four of them remained silent for a long time until Jiang Qingli finished reading the jade slip's information. She looked at the sixth prince with tearful eyes and said, sixth imperial brother. Seeing this, the sixth prince knew that Jiang Qingli was still hesitant and hurriedly waved his hand, saying softly, little sister, you can think about it first. There's no need to rush to give me an answer. Even though father has run out of gas, he should have no problem holding out for a while. As for the news in this jade slip, whether you believe it or not, we'll see for ourselves tomorrow when Chen Xian arrives. But you have to be more careful. When the Xian Tian sect's people come, you might not even be able to leave Divine Emperor City. After saying that, the sixth prince did not drag his feet and left. After the sixth prince left, Lin Yuan looked at Jiang Qingli and frowned. Is your third imperial brother really a ruthless man capable of killing his brother and father, as the sixth prince said? Jiang Qingli shook her head with a blank expression. I don't know. Lin Yuan nodded. Don't be too hasty to jump to conclusions now. After all, we've only heard the sixth prince's side of the story, so perhaps we can wait and see. Lu Cicada said softly. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, but if what the sixth prince said is true, then what's the difference between remaining in Divine Emperor City and tying your hands? What then? Lu Cicada sighed. We can't just let her go back to the Weiyang Palace now. Lin Yuan said with a twinkle in his eye. It's not impossible to save for a rainy day. How is it a rainy day? Lu Cicada was curious. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said, it's simple. Call out to someone. If you call out a few of your master, and those elders from the Weiyang Palace, I don't believe that the Xian Heavenly Clan will still dare to make things difficult for you. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she said with some hesitation, my master can do it. But I'm afraid it won't work out too well for the others. What? Lin Yuan was surprised. You're the holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace. To think that you can't even call out to an elder, that's too much of a drop. Lu Cicada's beautiful eyes rolled over and she slapped Lin Yuan on the head, helplessly saying, Can you move your dog brain? The Xian Heavenly Sect supports the third prince because it's profitable, and when the time comes, they can cooperate with the Great Yin Imperial family to suppress the Dao sect. What benefit can the Unseen Palace gain by coming down in favor of the sixth prince? Could the Weiyang Palace still unite with the Great Yin Imperial family to suppress the Qingyan sect? Unless the Weiyang Palace wants to be exterminated. Lin Yuan suddenly came to a realization. It seems right. After all, the Weiyang Palace is not a sect of the Great Yin dynasty. Then in that case, our Acacia sect can't do it either. The Acacia sect is even more impossible. Lu Cicada E sighed. Plus the Acacia sect is already inferior to the Xian Heavenly Sect, so how could they possibly choose to be enemies with the Xian Heavenly Sect? Right at this moment, Jiang Qingli suddenly got up and said, "Don't think about it so much. I still don't believe that third imperial brother would do that. Alright, get some early rest. I'm going to rest too." Looking at Jiang Qingli's departing back, Lin Yuan wondered. I remembered that in the past, she did things in a thunderous manner and always thought that she was just an ice cube, but I didn't think that she would also be emotional. Nonsense. Lu Cicada blankly glanced at Lin Yuan and said, "The palm of your hand is all meat. It's difficult for you to let you choose." It shouldn't be. Lin Yuan wondered. Could it be that the three of them were born from the same mother? Lu Cicada shook her head and said, "I'm not too sure about that, but looking at the situation it shouldn't be." Right. Lin Yuan suddenly tapped his head and said, "Doesn't the royal family always have a saying of establishing the first son but not the eldest? Could it be that this third prince is a concubine?" It's possible. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he continued to analyze. If he's the firstborn son, then he's the first heir to the throne. Why would he go through all the trouble of cooperating with the Xin Tian sect? So he should be the concubine. There's also this sixth prince, who is probably the empress mother's firstborn, and the third prince feels threatened by him. So as long as the third prince is on the throne, he'll definitely have to kill him. Lu Cicada nodded and mused. What you said is somewhat reasonable, but it doesn't seem to be of much use. Forget it, let's take a step and see what happens. Lin Yuan sighed and said, now that Jiang Qingli hasn't even made a decision, why are we thinking so much? Alright, take an early rest. Lu Cicada said and smiled charmingly. Demonis. Early the next morning, Lin Yuan and the two of them had just gotten up when they saw the little eunuchs coming from the palace. And after Jiang Qingli hurriedly greeted the two of them, she went to the palace. It seems like it should be the great Yan Emperor waking up, Lin Yuan speculated. Lu Cicada nodded and said, since the great Yan Emperor has woken up, then the great Yan dynasty can't be in chaos yet. Alright, let's not think blindly. Let's hurry to the sword casting shop. When the two of them arrived at the sword casting store, the store's door was closed, and even the black-faced fellow from yesterday was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yuan was a bit depressed. Could it be that Master Ji took our materials and ran away? It shouldn't be. Master Ji is the #1 sword maker in Liuzhou. It's impossible for him to do something so classless. At this moment, the door of the room was kicked open with a bang, and immediately Lin Yuan and the two of them saw Master Ji's hair disheveled and running out with a black eye. He looked at Lin Yuan and the two of them and greeted. Hurry up and come. I've already studied it. Chapter 137, Quarry Blade. After the three of them came to the sword casting store, Master Ji was full of excitement as he patted the dark coffin board and said, I thought about it all night last night. I probably know what kind of material this is. It's just that I still need to verify it. Okay, you can verify it however you want. Lin Yuan spread his hands and said generously, anyway, this material has already been handed over to you. In the end, you only need to cast 2 swords for us. If you say so. Grandmaster Ji nodded and said as he directly took out a brightly shining mountain opening blade from his storage ring, introducing it with a proud face. Although this mountain opening blade looks ordinary, it is made from 10,000 years of meteorite iron, and its sharpness can be comparable to that of a top-grade spiritual artifact. In the past, when I was forging swords, many precious materials I used to cut with this mountain opening blade. After saying that, Master Ji held his breath and concentrated. A ghostly cold light suddenly glowed on the mountain opening blade in his hand, and a sharp astral wind rotated and flew out from the blade, rushing straight towards the coffin board. Stay away from me. You too, so I don't hurt you. Because of his excitement, Grandmaster Ji's face was red. It seemed like a long time since he had encountered such a challenging sword casting material. Seeing this, Lin Yuan seemed to guess what Grandmaster Ji wanted to do, and he wanted to voice out a reminder because back then, in the middle of Du Yunshan's cave, Xia Lingyun had done the same thing, but as a result, none of Xia Lingyun's innate weapons had left any traces on the coffin. However, after seeing Master Ji's movements, Lin Yuan knew that it was already too late. Drive me! Grandmaster Ji shouted violently, and the mountain opening blade in his hand chopped upwards with a stern and incomparable aura. As Master Ji's words fell, The mountain opening sword and the coffin board ruthlessly collided together, and fire splashed all over the sword casting store as a deafening sound of gold and stone resounded through the clouds. Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada-e both hurriedly plugged their ears, but they were still shaken to the point of numbness. Master Ji let out an eep and looked at the coffin board that didn't even leave a white mark, and wondered. It shouldn't be. At this moment, Master Ji's side suddenly issued a bam sound, and then that was his reputation as comparable to the top-grade spirit weapon of the mountain knife broken into two. The broken head of the knife also bounced on the ground 2 times, which completely returned to calm. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment, and there was no other sound in the sword casting store except for the breathing of the 3 people. There was a long silence before Master Ji came back to his senses, and he looked at the half-broken blade in his hand with a face of flesh pain, incredulously saying, "How could this be? Could it be that I thought wrong?" Seeing this, Lin Yuan gulped and spoke. "Master Ji, I forgot to tell you just now that our patriarch had also split this coffin board with a top-grade spirit weapon in the past, but it left no traces whatsoever. And it's also our patriarch's original weapon." Master Ji asked, "Who is your patriarch? Is the strength as strong as mine?" "The 2 of us are from the Acacia sect," Lin Yuan returned. After a moment of contemplation, Grandmaster Ji said in a deep voice, "Your patriarch is Xiaolingyun." Yes." When Grandmaster Ji heard this, he immediately looked incomparably excited, and his obese body instantly appeared in front of Lin Yuan. He grabbed Lin Yuan's collar with one hand. Half of the mountain opening sword crossed in front of Lin Yuan's neck, and roared, "Kid, why didn't you tell me earlier? Do you know how many years this mountain opening sword has been with me? Do you believe I'll make you die for my Kaishan blade?" Lin Yuan was full of innocence. "You didn't ask either." Seeing this, Lu Cicada-e hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. "Senior, calm down. Impulsiveness won't solve the problem." "No." Master Ji was so excited that he spat. Lu Cicada-e anxiously said, "Senior, we'll pay for it. Can't we pay for you a mountain opening sword? What are you going to compensate with? This mountain opening sword of mine was forged with 10,000 years of meteorite iron." Lin Yuan wiped a handful of saliva from his face and held back his nausea as he said, "Elder, look at it this way. After you help us finish casting the sword, we'll give you all the remaining materials we have, and I estimate that the remaining materials will be enough for you to build another mountain opening sword. What do you think of this?" Master Ji's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he pretended to think for a moment before he let go of Lin Yuan's collar and slowly retreated back to the coffin board. He coughed lightly and spoke, "Ahem, since you've opened your mouth, it would seem like I'm being petty if I don't agree. You don't have to pay for the mountain opening sword. Just do what you said. All the remaining materials after casting the sword belong to me." Grandmaster Ji said this with his hands behind his back, and resumed his previous cloudy appearance, as if nothing had happened just now. Lu Cicada-e was instantly stunned by Master Ji's reaction as she stuttered and pointed at the broken knife. "Then this broken knife?" Master Ji coughed lightly and casually threw the mountain opening knife far away, and also kicked the head of the knife on the ground with his foot, before saying, "Broken knife? What broken knife?" Lin Yuan was also dumbfounded at the sight. He always felt that he had been tricked by this Master Ji. "Well, since we can't separate this strange material, let's just forge the sword." 1 hour later, after determining the size of the long sword as well as the style, Master Ji officially opened the furnace. However, this time it was the sword forging for the 2 Lin Yuan first. Master Ji stood guard next to the furnace, controlling this black coffin plate suspended above the roaring flames with one hand, while the palm of his other hand rushed towards the flames, and a steady stream of fiery red aura surged into the furnace in his hand. The heat in the sword casting store was so intense that it was like a steamer. After staying for just a few moments, Lu Cicada-e couldn't take it anymore. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered to Lin Yuan, "We can't help with the sword casting. Why don't we just go back to the princess's mansion?" Looking at Lu Cicada-e, whose pretty face was red and dripping with fragrant sweat, Lin Yuan nodded and asked aloud, "Master Ji, how long will it take to cast these 2 swords?" Master Ji sniffed and took the time to glance at the 2 before saying, "It'll probably take about half a month." "Half a month?" Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. "So soon?" Lin Yuan had always thought that casting a spiritual weapon would take several months without a year. He didn't expect that it would only take half a month. Grandmaster Ji hummed softly and said with a smug expression, "Why else would I be the #1 sword maker in the Liuzhou continent?" Right at this moment, Lu Cicada-e suddenly took out a transmission note from her bosom, and at this moment, on the transmission note, there was still a bright light flashing. "It's Jiang Qingli. Let's go back to the princess mansion," Lu Cicada-e said in a deep voice. When Lin Yuan heard this, his face sank as he said, "Something won't have happened." She didn't say, "Better go back and check first." Chapter 138, The First Queen? Just as the 2 of them were about to leave, the door to the room of the sword casting shop suddenly rang. Master Ji sniffed his head and said, "Kid, go open the door for me." Lin Yuan nodded and then opened the door to the room. Outside the door of the room was a middle-aged man, who was dressed in a brocade suit and was quite handsome. After seeing Lin Yuan, a flash of surprise clearly appeared in the man's eyes, but it was quickly covered up by him. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, didn't notice this, and after he opened the door to his room, he shouted to Master Ji, "Master Ji, we'll go back first. We'll come back tomorrow." The middle-aged man sniffed and immediately slightly sidestepped, waiting for Lin Yuan and the two of them to leave before stepping into the sword casting store. "What brings you here?" After seeing the visitor, Master Ji was obviously a bit surprised. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "I heard that you opened the furnace today, so I came to see when those swords of mine can be handed over to me." "Yours?" Master Ji was a bit puzzled. The middle-aged man nodded and spoke, "Those 5 swords of the 5 elements sword formation are mine." "Oh, so it's yours." Grandmaster Ji came to a realization, but then said, "Even if that 5 elements sword formation is yours, you'll have to wait a little longer. This furnace can only cast these 2 swords." Master Ji said, shaking the black material in his hand. The middle-aged man calmly said, "I don't have much time left, so help me out." Master Ji wondered, "You're in a hurry to return to your fiefdom?" The middle-aged man shook his head, his eyes deep. "If I win this time, I won't have to return to the fiefdom." Master Ji shivered at his words. The black coffin board in his hand almost fell into the furnace. He stabilized the board with his hands and feet and said with some surprise, "You want to rebel? Don't be ridiculous." The middle-aged man cried and laughed, "With my father's presence, if you give me 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to rebel. Could it be that the emperor can't do it anymore?" Master Ji was filled with curiosity. The third prince nodded and said in a deep voice, "Pretty much, that's why I need to prepare in advance, even though I already have the Xian Tian sect to help me. That 6th brother of mine isn't a savior." Master Ji sighed and said, "The world is going to be in chaos again. It has nothing to do with you. Just stay in your sword forging store in peace. I guarantee no one will dare to disturb you." The third prince returned. "Okay, then I'll give you a hand." It was night, and the curved moon was like a hook, quietly hanging in the branches of the treetops. Under the moonlight, a carriage slowly drove away from the princess's residence, and Lin Yuan, who took the initiative to act as a horseman, skillfully drove the carriage in the direction of Cloud Dream House. In the carriage, Jiang Qingli was dressed in a green court dress, and her already cool temperament appeared even colder at this moment. Opposite her was Lu Cicada in a fire-red robe, with a slightly powdered face, making the already stunning woman even more attractive. The two were sitting together, but their temperaments were diametrically opposed, one cold and elegant, the other charming and moving. Tonight, the two of them, Lin Yuan, were going to accompany Jiang Qingli to a banquet at Cloud Dream House, and the invitee was the third prince. The Cloud Dream building was not far away, and the carriage only traveled for a quarter of an hour before stopping in front of a restaurant building. At the doorway, Lin Yuan suddenly froze, because he saw the middle-aged man he had met at the sword casting store during the day again. Just as Lin Yuan was surprised, the third prince laughed and said, "Young man, we meet again. Introduce yourself." "Jiang Li Hong, Qing Li's third imperial brother." Lin Yuan sniffed and hurriedly said politely, "My name is Lin Yuan. I have met the third prince." The third prince waved his hand and said, "They're all Qing Li's friends. There's no need to be so polite." Just then, Jiang Qingli and Lu Cicada also walked down from the carriage. After Jiang Li Hong saw Jiang Qingli, he smiled and said, "Little sister, you're late. Old Six has been here for quite some time." Jiang Qingli made a graceful bow and said, "I've kept imperial brother waiting. No harm, no foul. They're all family members." Jiang Li Hong said, turning his head to Lu Cicada and asked, "Who is this? Little sister won't introduce you?" Jiang Qingli sniffed and took Lu Cicada's hand to introduce herself. "Imperial brother, this is the Acacia Sect's holy maiden, Lu Cicada, who is also my good sister." "So it's the Acacia Sect's holy maiden Lu. I've long heard that holy maiden Lu has a sinking fish and falling geese, and today, when I see it, it really lives up to its name," Jiang Li Hong said, revealing a touch of gravity in his eyes as he looked at Lu Cicada. "Sisters?" Lu Cicada nodded slightly and said faintly, "Third prince is flattering." Jiang Li Hong laughed and said, "All right, we're also standing at the door. Hurry up and go in. Sixth brother is probably getting tired of waiting." The few people picked up the steps and soon arrived at the top floor of the Cloud Dream building. In the hall on the top floor, there are 9 tables arranged in a zigzag pattern, 3 by 3, not divided into priority. The sixth prince had long since taken his seat, and beside him were 2 others, one of whom was an old man with a white beard and hair, while the other was a charming and attractive woman. And at the third prince's position, Chen Xian was drinking alone. and after seeing Jiang Qingli, he only nodded slightly before continuing to drink in a stifled manner. After everyone was seated, Zhang Lihong first clapped his hands, and then a dozen or so beautiful women dressed in light veils came in and placed all kinds of wines and delicacies on the table. The reception has officially begun. Zhang Lihong coughed lightly and raised his wine cup. Sixth brother, little sister, it's rare for several of us to get together. Come, my brother toasts the two of you. After saying that, Zhang Lihong directly drank the wine in his cup. Jiang Qingli frowned, frowning as she drank down the wine in her cup even though she didn't want to. Sixth Prince Jiang Lichuan's figure, however, did not move at all, looking at the wine cup in front of him in silence. Seeing this, Zhang Lihong laughed lightly. Why doesn't sixth brother drink? Afraid I'll poison the wine? As soon as Zhang Lihong's words left his mouth, the arena was silent and a pin could be heard. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly sneaked a voice to Lu Cicada. This is going to happen? It can't be. Lu Cicada was surprised. This would be the old emperor is still alive. He chose to make a move. It's not too bold. At this time, Jiang Lichuan, who had been silent all this time, shook his head and directly opened the door. Third imperial brother, calling me and little sister to come here today isn't just about drinking and catching up, is it? It's better to say what's going on directly. Jiang Lihong sniffed and laughed. After so many years, you're still so indolent. Hurry up and say it. What are you selling? Jiang Lichuan said impatiently. Fine. In that case, I'll grant you your wish. Jiang Lihong cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. Now that father's deathbed is approaching, I don't think he'll be able to hold on for much longer. As for this throne, I'm sure sixth brother has coveted it for a long time. Jiang Lichuan snorted coldly and said. What? Doesn't third imperial brother want it? Want to? Of course I want to. Jiang Lihong spoke frankly and admitted it directly. However, Jiang Lihong said with a twist of words, in fact, for this battle for the throne, father has long had a decision to make. It's just that it hasn't been announced yet. When Jiang Lichuan heard this, he frowned and said, settled? That's impossible. How could father tell you such a thing? I've been told that you're indolent. Jiang Lihong laughed and said, what father said in stone was not who he passed the throne to. Don't you misunderstand? The battle for the throne lies in the word fight. In fact, father has already thought of how he wants us to fight for the throne. It's just that the time hasn't come yet, so father hasn't announced it yet. As for who the deer will die in the future, it depends on who is more capable. When Jiang Lihong finished speaking, his eyes fell on Jiang Qingli's body. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli was a bit puzzled. Third imperial brother, what are you looking at me for? Jiang Lihong said softly. What? Little sister doesn't want to be the first empress in the history of this great Yin dynasty or even the Liuzhou continent? Chapter 139, Deadly Battle in the Imperial City. As Jiang Lihong's words fell, the arena was once again silent, but everyone's eyes shifted to Jiang Qingli's body. Kong Lichun's eyes were obscure, not knowing what he was thinking. Jiang Qingli, on the other hand, was a bit stunned and stayed for a long time before she waved her hand and said, Third imperial brother, don't joke around. It's better for you to fight with sixth imperial brother for this position. I'm not interested. It's not up to you. Jiang Lihong said in a deep voice. This is the rule set by father. You want to disobey the decree? Rules? What rules? Jiang Lichuan frowned and asked in a cold voice. Imperial City Deathmatch. Jiang Lihong explained. You, me, and my little sister represent the three forces, and whoever survives in the end will inherit the throne. Lin Yuan sniffed and his heart jumped. This scene seemed like raising parasites. Put a group of parasites in a place to kill each other, and the one that survives at the end will become the king of parasites. This great Yan's emperor is also too ruthless, using his own children as parasites. Jiang Qingli had a bit of a headache and said, but I'm really not interested, and I'm a weak woman. How can I possibly convince the public? Whether or not you're convinced is your business, but if you still look like this now, I guess you'll definitely be the first to die after the deathmatch starts. At this moment, Jiang Lichuan suddenly spoke up. Third imperial brother. You can't be afraid that little sister will join forces with me, so you're putting out a false message to separate the two of us. Jiang Lihong smiled at his words and said, think what you want, but let's say it's ugly. Even though we're both the closest thing to flesh and blood, I won't be merciful in front of the throne. Yes. Jiang Lichuan nodded and said, let's see the real thing under our hands when the time comes. Until the banquet dispersed, Jiang Qingli was somewhat unable to return to her senses. On the way back to the princess's residence, Lin Yuan drove the carriage and lamented. The first empress of the Liuzhou continent. Just thinking about it is awesome. Lu Cicada frowned slightly. I don't know if this news is true or not, but the third prince's purpose was sort of accomplished. When he left just now, I saw the sixth prince's eyes change when he looked at Jiang Qingli. Lin Yuan snorted lightly at his words and sneered. Luckily, I used to think that this sixth prince was not bad, but now it seems like he's just a little cutie. Not a bit of towny. Lusakeda shook her head and said, maybe this is just something that sixth prince is purposely displaying, just to make his competitors let their guard down. After Lusakeda said that, she turned her head to look at Jiang Qingli and asked, what do you think? Jiang Qingli's face was full of sorrow as she said, I don't know. My mind is so messed up right now. AI. Lusakeda sighed and said, if what the third prince said is true, then this father of yours is too cruel to force you to kill each other. Lin Yuan sniffed and just wanted to speak. In the midst of the night, there was a sudden sound of breaking air, followed by a man in black rushing to the vicinity of the carriage in the blink of an eye. Who? Lin Yuan let out a cry of surprise. The long sword in his hand swung out in a hurry, a sword she instantly chopping at the black-clothed man in front of him. Bang! As the sword she rushed in front of the man in black, it was casually slapped into pieces by the man in black and disappeared between heaven and earth. Afterwards, the black-clothed man's figure charged forward once again, rushing towards Lin Yuan with a stern and incomparable killing aura. Right at this moment, Lusakeda in the carriage also drilled out, and after seeing the man in black, Lusakeda swung her long sword in her hand repeatedly, and a sword chi was like a meteor, chopping at the man in black. However, just at the moment when the sword chi was about to touch the black-clothed man, the black-clothed man's figure in front of him suddenly became distorted, and then the sword chi unexpectedly grazed the black-clothed man's side and smashed on top of the ground behind him. When Lin Yuan saw this, his pupils instantly shrank. What kind of stance was this? Lusakeda was equally shocked in her heart, but the black-clothed man had rushed closer at the moment, so she let out a cold snort and hurriedly crossed her sword across her chest. Bang! The sound. Lusakeda figure was kicked back into the carriage by the man in black. Lin Yuan shouted angrily. His long sword swept out horizontally, wanting to cut the man in black off at the waist, but at that moment, the black-clothed man's figure twisted once again, and Lin Yuan's sword unexpectedly went straight through the black-clothed man's body. Dry Ryu. What kind of weird stance is this? Lin Yuan cursed and was about to strike again, but at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! The sound. Before Lin Yuan could see how this person in front of him struck, he saw that the figure of the man in black had already fallen out viciously. After the man in black fell, he rolled on the ground, then his figure flickered and disappeared into the dark night. The figure that suddenly appeared did not chase out, and respectfully said to the carriage, the old slave was late to save the carriage, please forgive the princess. At this time, Jiang Qingli and Lusakeda also walked out from the carriage. Looking at the black-clothed old man in front of them, Jiang Qingli's voice was faint as she said, tough on Elder Fong. Where is that man in black? Run. Forget it. Jiang Qingli sighed softly. I didn't expect someone to be unable to hold back so soon. Lin Yuan stepped forward and carried Lusakeda down from the carriage, softly saying, is there any injury? Lusakeda rubbed her arm and said, it's fine. Just got kicked. Seeing this scene, Jiang Qingli apologized a bit. Sorry for getting you guys involved. After saying that, Jiang Qingli's face became a bit gloomy, looking at the blank night color and said, I really don't care about that seat. Why do you have to force me? In a private residence in the south of the city, the black-robed man spat out blood and knelt on the ground in a state of distress, saying, there is an expert beside that Princess Taiping, at least at the cultivation level of the god realization stage, or I'll get it. On the main seat, the man said grimly, this time is just a test. God Emperor City will soon be in chaos. I'll personally strike then. I don't believe that brat can still be so lucky. Chapter 140, Driving Tigers and Swallowing Wolves. After a long silence, Jiang Qingli sighed and said, let's go. Go back to the princess mansion first. Let's talk about anything when we get back. Fong Lao sniffed and said in a deep voice, Your Highness, this matter may as well be handed over to the old slaves, who will investigate the matter to find out the truth. This matter still needs to be investigated. Jiang Qingli grunted coldly, I'm afraid my sixth imperial brother is the only one who's so indolent. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and mused. It shouldn't be. Even if the sixth prince was more indolent, he couldn't strike just after leaving Cloud Dream House. It's also possible that the third prince sent someone to do it. Lusakeda analyzed. He was originally unwilling to see the sixth prince join forces with Jiang Qingli. Nowadays, sending someone to intercept Jiang Qingli, if it really succeeds, there will directly be one less competitor. And even if it fails, it doesn't matter. It will also aggravate the suspicion between Jiang Qingli and the sixth prince. And after this incident, even if the sixth prince has a good attitude, I guess Jiang Qingli won't choose to cooperate with him. Lin Yuan sniffed and couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of the outcome, at least the third prince saw the situation he wanted. Jiang Qingli and the sixth prince began to be suspicious of each other, and what was originally a very strong rivalry instantly became disintegrated. Jiang Qingli let out a bitter smile and said, "What strong opponent? On paper, the third imperial brother has always been stronger. And even if I teamed up with the sixth imperial brother, he would still have a solid chance of winning. As for now, he's even more high and dry. Basically the throne is already in his pocket." Lin Yuan sniffed and thought deeply, not to mention a few of their minders or the experts they had secretly cultivated. On the bright side, it was really the third prince who was the strongest. One Shen Tian sect alone was enough for Jiang Qingli and the sixth prince to drink a pot of water. As for Jiang Qingli and the two of them, Jiang Qingli's situation might be a bit better than the sixth prince. After all, Jiang Qingli was still the holy daughter of the Weiyang Palace. The sixth prince was different. There was not a single super clan behind him, and he had wanted to pull in Jiang Qingli, but his plans had fallen through. The current sixth prince was truly a loner apart from the forces he had cultivated. After a moment of silence, Lu Cicada Yi looked at Jiang Qingli with some concern and asked, "Then what are your plans now? After this, shouldn't you make a little change? Are you just going to sit around and wait for it to happen?" Jiang Qingli shook her head and said, "Forget it, it's better to go back and talk about it." The other side. After sixth prince Jiang Lichuan and his group left Cloud Dream House, they went straight back to their own residence. On this journey, the atmosphere was incredibly dull, and Jiang Lichuan's face was even more gloomy. "Like a week, do you think father is senile?" The sixth prince slapped his hand on the desk and said angrily, "How dare he let his little sister take part in the seizing of the first wife? She's a weak woman and doesn't have any power of her own in the imperial court. So what right does she have to take part in the seizing of the first wife? Just because she's the holy maiden of the unseen palace?" Qin Bianwei smiled softly and slowly stepped forward to pound the shoulders for the sixth prince and comforted, "Your sixth highness doesn't have to be in a hurry. It's not yet known whether the news the third prince said is true or not. If you are really anxious, then wouldn't you just fall into the third prince's trap?" Hearing the three words third prince, Jiang Lichuan's expression became even more hideous as he let out a furious cry and directly swept all the things on the desk down as he said in a murderous manner, "Jiang Lichuan, what a good tactic. In 3 words letting all of my previous plans all fall through. Jiang Lihong, wait for me. Your highness, don't be in a hurry." Qin Banruo helped Jiang Lichuan onto the seat and softly said, "We can wait and see. If the third prince's news is false, we can still work with Princess Taiping." Continued cooperation? Jiang Lichuan shook his head and spoke, "Even if Jiang Lihong's information is false, a seed of suspicion has already been planted. If there is also a wavering in my little sister's heart at this time, then even if Jiang Lihong's news is false, I won't dare to cooperate with my little sister anymore. I'm afraid of being stabbed in the back." Qin Bianwei let out a light laugh and said, "Cooperation is possible, but we need to think differently? What thought? Tell me." Jiang Lichuan sniffed. "Curious, does your highness remember the purpose of our choosing to work with Princess Taiping?" "Purpose?" Jiang Lichuan pondered for a moment and said, "Firstly, I value the Weiyang Palace behind her, and secondly, I want to get in touch with the Dao sect through my little sister." "Right. In fact, the most important thing is not the Weiyang Palace, but to get acquainted with the Dao sect through Princess Taiping." Qin Bianwei nodded and continued, "So what if Princess Taiping is the holy maiden of the Weiyang Palace? In the end, the Weiyang Palace is a sect of the Great Yu dynasty, and is not a sect of our Great Yin dynasty. And if we are able to make acquaintance with the Great Yin dynasty's #1 sect, the Dao sect, after that, then it will be different again. So your relationship with Princess Taiping must be maintained next, at least until after it is confirmed that the news about the third prince is true or false. If the news is false, you must think of a way to get acquainted with Daozong through Princess Taiping, and then kick her out of the way, so that the threat is gone and the throne is secure for you." Jiang Lichuan sniffed and nodded, then asked, "Then what if the news is true?" Qin Bianwei laughed softly, "If the news is true, then let's think of another way." Jiang Lichuan let out a bitter smile and said, "Over the years, I've been working hard for a long time, but all those connections are in the temple, and those immortal cultivation clans that I've befriended are all small clans. Compared to the Xian Heavenly Sect, it's like fluorescent light and the white moon. There's no comparison at all. If we can't befriend the Dao sect, I'm afraid it'll be hard to win this time." As Kong Lichun's words fell, the room fell silent. Only after a long period of silence did Qin Fangwei slowly open his mouth. "Your Highness, there is actually another way. It depends on whether or not your Highness dares to take the risk." After Qin Banwei finished speaking, his eyes burned at Jiang Lichuan. When Jiang Lichuan heard this, he looked a little agitated and said, "I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of taking risks? You tell me." Qin Bianwei nodded and said, "Actually, this method is very simple. Drive the tiger to swallow the wolf." Kong Lichun frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Qin Bingwei let out a light laugh and spoke, "Your Highness, don't forget that although Xin Tian sect is strong, there are other sects that are stronger than Xin Tian sect. We don't know anyone from the Dao sect, but the Qingyan sect does. Nowadays, Qingyan sect's grand elder Li Chengfeng is none other than an old friend of mine. So if the third prince's news is true by then, we might as well cooperate with Qingyan sect a little. Green Cloud sect? When Jiang Lichuan heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought. He actually didn't really want to cooperate with sects outside of the Great Yin dynasty in his heart. When he first thought of cooperating with the Weiyang Palace, it was also because of Jiang Qingli's relationship. But the Qingyun sect was different. It was the veritable number one sect in the Liuzhou continent. If they cooperated with the Qingyun sect, would it turn out to be leading the wolf into the house? Chapter 141, Seeking the Skin of the Tiger. Noticing Jiang Lichuan's expression, Qin Bangwei naturally knew what he was worrying about, and then opened his mouth. Your Highness actually doesn't have to worry about that much, but the Qingyun sect is not a sect of my Dian dynasty after all. I am worried. Jiang Lichuan hesitated. Qin Bianwei smiled charmingly and slowly explained. Your Highness has not forgotten about the Imperial Palace Dragon's Qi. As long as you seize that 9-5 position, that Palace Dragon Qi will still not be added to your Highness as much as possible. And then even if the Qingyun sect has any ideas, they will only go down the drain. That's right, too. When Jiang Lichuan heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. How could he have forgotten this? As long as he could successfully ascend to the throne, his strength would immediately take a qualitative leap. At that time, even if Qingyun sect was the number one sect in Liuzhou, so what? With this in mind, Jiang Lichuan said with some concern, it's really good to cooperate with the Qingyun sect, but what conditions are there to talk about? It's not that simple. Qin Bianwei said faintly. Since the Xian heavenly sect supports the third prince, they are our enemies. As long as you directly join forces with the Qingyun sect to wage war against the Xin Tian sect after you ascend to the throne, and promise to split all the profits 50-50, I won't believe that the Qingyun sect won't fall in line. If they still don't agree, we can even promise the Qingyun sect that after destroying the Xin Tian sect, they can open a lower sect on top of the Xin Tian sect's old site. No. Hearing this, Jiang Lichuan hurriedly shook his head and refused. Cooperating with the Qingyun sect was to seek the skin of a tiger. If he then allowed the Qingyun sect to open a lower sect in the territory of the Great Yin dynasty, it would really be leading a wolf into the house. Your Highness is not anxious. Listen to my explanation. Qin Pingwei pouted and continued. Even after the Xin Tian sect is destroyed, there will be a next sect that will replace the Xin Tian sect's position. And the most likely of these is the Yellow Spring Sword sect. But it's different if it's a lower sect opened by the Green Cloud sect. Qin Rongwei's eyes were ice cold as he softly said, the Qingyun sect isn't a sect of the Great Yin dynasty anyway. So we just need to wait for the Qingyun sect to develop under it for a period of time, and then we'll directly take its place. Your Highness will not only be able to solve the aftermath at that time, but you will even be able to obtain a clan power that is completely in your hands. Wouldn't that be two birds with one stone? After listening to the explanation of Qin Fangwei, Jiang Lichuan's eyes lit up and praised without mincing words. Fangwei is really far-sighted. With you by my side, you are better than 1,000 armies. Qin Bianwei smiled shyly and said, relieving your Highness' worries is originally my duty. Alright, you don't have to humble yourself. Jiang Lichuan laughed softly. Just do as you say. You make time to contact the Qingyun sect. Yes, your Highness. Slave girl will do it now. Hey, right. Since I can cooperate with the Green Cloud sect, is it possible for me to, on my little sister's side? Qin Bianwei shook his head and said, your Highness should continue to maintain your relationship with Princess Taiping. Your Highness will make a decision after the partnership with the Qingyun sect is finalized. Just as well. Jiang Lichuan snorted coldly and said contemptuously, then I'll endure for a few more days. The other side. Lin Yuan's trio also sat around to discuss their strategies after returning to the princess's residence. Lu Cicada Yi looked at the frosty-faced Jiang Qingli and said, you should also hurry up and think of a countermeasure. Otherwise, when the time comes and it's really as the third prince said, you don't even have a preparation. So I guess it will end badly. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and fiercely got up and said boldly, instead of sitting and waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative. Lu Cicada Yi was startled by Lin Yuan's action and turned back to slap Lin Yuan on the chest. Complaining. Just talk. Why are you shouting so loudly? Lin Yuan sat back down on the stone bench and said with some embarrassment, I'm not just trying to make a statement. It's not like we're going to war. You're making a lot of noise, so just say what you have to say. Coughing lightly, Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, regardless of whether or not the third prince's news is true, let's call out directly. Anyway, the throne is fought for. As long as our fists are big enough, what's the point of hesitating? Directly take out the third prince and the sixth prince, and Jiang Qingli will not be fine as the empress. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm really not interested in this throne, so don't talk nonsense. Lu Cicada Yi sighed softly and said helplessly, Is this something you feel uninterested in? You're not prepared at all now. And if the third prince's news is true, you will die for sure. Lin Yuan interjected at this time. This kind of certain death bureau. Our two families will definitely not accompany you to your death. You don't say that the two of us are not righteous. Lu Cicada blankly glanced at Lin Yuan and punched him in the chest again. I'm talking. Don't interrupt me. You're murdering your own husband. Lin Yuan grimaced in pain. Lu Cicada sniffed and raised her fist up again. Speak again. Lin Yuan hurriedly covered his mouth and signaled Lu Cicada to continue. Lu Cicada hummed lightly before continuing. If the news is true, you will die a certain death. And if the news is false, you will be given to Qin Xian as a concubine. Now two paths are before you. Which one do you choose? After a long period of silence, Jiang Qingli looked at the two men entangled. Is there no other road to choose from? Lin Yuan thought for a moment and said, it seems like there is. If you leave Divine Emperor's city now and return to Weiyang Palace, I don't believe that the third prince and Qin Xian will still dare to go to Weiyang Palace to capture you back. No, I must give my father one last ride. Jiang Qingli sniffed and decisively rejected Lin Yuan's proposal. Then it seems like this is the only way you can go. Lu Cicada spoke. After agonizing for a long time, Jiang Qingli suddenly got up and said, in that case, let's put up a fight, but I can only call out to my master on the unseen palace side. Jiang Qingli is a little bitter. The people of the Weiyang Palace have always been puritanical, never ask about worldly matters, even if her master personally, but only one person. Lin Yuan frowned and said, actually, we can still call out one more person. Who? Lu Cicada and Jiang Qingli hurriedly asked. Lin Yuan smiled sinisterly and said, Shangshi Sua. You guys forgot about that jade slip from the sixth prince back then. Why did the Xian Heavenly Sect cooperate with the third prince? Wasn't it to deal with the Dao Sect? We just need to tell this news to Shang Timothy, and when the time comes, we can make the situation a bit more serious. For example, as long as the third prince succeeds in taking the throne, he is prepared to cooperate with the Xian Heavenly Sect to exterminate the Dao Sect. The situation is this serious. Will the Dao Sect still stand idly by? Lu Cicada nodded and couldn't help but praise. What you said makes sense. I really didn't think that your dog brain could come up with such a good idea. Get out. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she was a bit hesitant. Is it really good for us to be like this? Lin Yuan heatedly smiled and said in a good way. Why is it bad? We are doing this for the good of the Dao Sect. But, Jiang Qingli still wanted to say something. Lu Cicada directly waved his hand and said, alright, I'll contact Shangshi Su for you, and ask him to come to Divine Emperor City to talk about it in detail in person. So let's talk about it when we see each other. Chapter 142, The Arrival of the Business Chronology. 3 days later, the dusty Shangshi Xian finally arrived at the Divine Emperor City, and Jiang Qingli specially ordered a banquet at Yunmeng Building to welcome Shangshi Xian. Since Shangshi Su came in through the gates of Divine Emperor City openly, it didn't take long for the news of the Dao Sect's Saint Sun's personal visit to Divine Emperor City to reach the ears of the third and sixth emperors. The third prince was not surprised after receiving this news, as he had more or less understood Jiang Qingli's encounter in the Remnant Wall mysterious realm back then. The two had a lifelong friendship, and with the Xian Tian sect as a life and death enemy here, it was not surprising that Shangshi Su could come. It's getting more and more interesting. Zhang Lihong laughed, waved away all his subordinates, and muttered to himself, now that the Dao sect, the Xian Tian sect, the Weiyang Palace, and another Heping sect have been added, basically all of the great sects of the Liuzhou continent have arrived. And the people who came are not small in weight, either holy sons or holy daughters. Such a grand scene hasn't been seen in many years, and I don't know who will die by then. Chen Xian, who was on the side, laughed coldly and said, you'd better take care of that stupid brother of yours first. Without weighing how many kilograms you have, you dare to rashly cooperate with the Qingyan sect. I guess you can be eaten without any bone dregs left at that time. When Jian Lihong heard this, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, and his eyes were grim as he said, what a waste of time who can't make things happen. If it wasn't in the middle of Divine Emperor City, I really wanted to finish him off ahead of time. The reason why he cooperated with Xian Tian sect in the first place. Zhang Lihong valued the fact that Xian Tian sect didn't care about the world and didn't crave for power. And after it was accomplished, he only needed to use the power of the royal family to help Xian Tian sect suppress the Dao sect. But the Qingyun sect of the Great Yu dynasty was different. Over the years, the Qingyun sect had always been in close contact with the royal family of the Great Yu dynasty. And even the shadow of the Qingyun sect had appeared more or less in the original dynasty war. And Zhang Lichuan, this idiot even with the Qingyun sect, what difference is there between this and inviting the wolf into the house? If we really let Zhang Lichuan win, it is estimated that in a few years, he will become a puppet emperor. After a long period of silence, Zhang Lihong said in a deep voice, against the Qingyun sect, What are your chances of winning? Chen Xian pondered for a moment and said cautiously. Between 50-50. Jiang Liheng frowned slightly and said, so low? Chen Xuanzong spread his hands and said helplessly, don't forget, there's still a Dao sect Saint Sun in Divine Emperor City. He and I are in a situation of immortality. Once we meet we will have to make a move. At that time we may be attacked from the back. 50% chance of winning, I think it's too high. When Jiang Liheng heard this, he fell into a moment of silence. After a long time, Chen Xian smiled sinisterly and spoke. Actually, there's no need to worry so much right now. Back in the Remnant Wall mysterious realm, Lu Cicada E and the few others had teamed up to kill all of the disciples of the Qingyan sect. I don't believe that the people of the Green Cloud sect don't hold grudges. If the people from the Green Cloud sect go after a few of them first when the time comes, we can also go along with it and take out the people from the Dao sect first. Jiang Liheng sighed and said, but there are too many uncertainties in this. Chen Xian said helplessly, this is supposed to be a gamble. If it was a sure thing, it would be impossible for our two parties to work together. After Lin Yuan and the others met, Shang Shisu was all murderous and inquired to the trio, what's going on? How did that son of a Chen Xian hook up with the third prince? Seeing this, Lin Yuan instantly gave Lu Cicada E and the two girls a look of triumph, as if to say, see, I told you that shouting for Shang Shisu to come is accurate, right? Jiang Qingli sighed and smiled bitterly. I've booked a table in the Cloud Dream building to receive Brother Shang, so we might as well sit down and chat while we eat. After a few people were seated, Shang Shisu first drank a few glasses of wine to himself and calmed down a little before asking, what is going on? Lin Yuan spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, can't Brother Shang see? The Xin Tian sect helped the third prince ascend to the throne, and then the royal family of the Great Yin dynasty joined forces with the Xin Tian sect to suppress your Dao sect. After the time is ripe and your Dao sect doesn't have much power to resist, they will annex the Dao sect in one fell swoop. Ascend to the throne? Shang Shisu looked at Jiang Qingli with some surprise and asked, what is the situation of the Great Yin dynasty now? Jiang Qingli sighed softly and then told him the current situation. Shang Shisu heard this and pondered for a long time before he spoke. That means you're also participating in seizing the throne now? Jiang Qingli nodded and said, I was also forced to do so. So what you all mean by calling me here is that you want me, the Dao clan, to help Her Highness take over the throne? Shang Shisu looked at the three with strange eyes. Lin Yuan coughed lightly and said, Brother Shang, you're wrong to interpret it that way. We're doing this for the good of your Dao sect. You can think about it, if Jiang Qingli really becomes the empress, who is she most grateful to? That must be you and the Dao sect behind you. When the time comes for you to join forces with the Great Yin dynasty, the Xian Tian sect will still be a handful. Shang Shisu lightly grunted and said unhappily, don't you give me any more psychedelic soup here. This isn't a trivial matter. Even if you say it nicely, I can't give you guys an answer right now. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she also said softly, actually, Brother Shang doesn't need to give me an answer right now. After all, it's still unclear whether Third Imperial Brother's news is true or false. Brother Shang can stay in Divine Emperor City and rest for a few days, and when the news is confirmed, Brother Shang can make a decision. Shang Shisu sniffed and mused. That's fine too. Early the next morning, only the second day after Shang Shisu arrived at Divine Imperial City, the imperial decree from the palace arrived at the princess's residence. But the news was very different from what the third prince said. In addition to the holy decree to force Jiang Qingli to participate in the first wife, there was nothing else, not even a bit of useful news. After the python-robed grand eunuch finished reading the holy decree, he said to Jiang Qingli with a fawning face, Your Highness is truly blessed to have met such a saintly emperor, His Majesty, and to be able to agree to the princess taking part in seizing the throne. Your Highness must prepare well. It's impossible to say that in the future there will really be the first Queen Majesty in Liuzhou. Jiang Qingli respectfully took the imperial decree, then faintly said, It was not my intention to participate in the seizing of the first wife. I was just forced to do so. After the big eunuch left, Lin Yuan suddenly rubbed his chin and mused. What exactly does this old emperor mean? Could it be that he sees Jiang Qingli as unfavorable? So he wants to make her a target. Jiang Qingli was likewise full of doubts, and she said with some hesitation, Why don't I go into the palace to meet father now? Ask him face to face? Lu Cicada shook her head and said, I guess it's useless. I'll try. Jiang Qingli gritted her teeth and got up to leave. Chapter 143 Interception outside the palace. At the same time that Jiang Qingli received the imperial decree, the third prince and the sixth prince similarly received the exact same imperial decree. After receiving the holy decree, Zhang Lichuan's face was gloomy, his 10 fingers like hooks grasping the holy decree fiercely and coldly said, Father is really old and confused, even enacting a separate holy decree for the sake of his little sister. Speaking here, Zhang Lichuan suddenly changed his face and said in disbelief, Could it be that father has always wanted his little sister to inherit the throne? Qin Bianwei, on the other hand, had a calm face and softly said, "Actually, this is not a good thing. It's said that if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it, and now that this holy decree has come out, it has directly pushed Princess Taiping above the wind and waves, so perhaps the third prince's sights will shift to her as well. Plus now that the Dao sect saint's son is also staying at the princess's residence, I believe the Xian Tian sect should be more than happy to deal with the Dao sect's people first." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lichuan frowned slightly and asked, "When will the people from the Qin Yin sect side arrive?" "Around 5 days. Qin Bianwei smiled charmingly. "Your Highness only needs to endure for a few more days. As long as you wait until the Qin Yin sect's people come, then you can make a big show of it." "Good. Then I'll hold back a little longer." On the other hand, the third prince's residence. After receiving the holy decree, Zhang Lihong smiled bashfully and stretched his back as he said to Chen Xian, "It's time to move your muscles." Chen Xian was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Would it be too early to make a move now? Strike first and suffer later. Zhang Lihong hummed lightly and said confidently, "In terms of trying to figure out the Sacred Heart, 10 old sixes are no match for me. This holy decree is a signal from father to a few of us, a signal that we can make our move." Chen Xian nodded, then inquired, "Then who should we start with first?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Lihong let out a long breath and lightly said, "Old six, I guess. Now that the Qin Yin sect's people haven't arrived yet, it's a good time to strike." "Okay, I'll make the arrangements." Zhang Lihong sniffed and instructed, "Remember to call on Elder Chen. It's still prudent. Even if we can't kill old six, we still need to consume some of the power in his mansion." "No problem." When Chen Xian was well on his way, Zhang Lihong looked at the night outside the window and said quietly, "Old six, don't blame being a brother for being ruthless. Blame it on your lack of brains for finding a great Yu dynasty clan to work with. I can tolerate everything, even my little sister becoming the first empress of the great Yin dynasty. But the great Yin dynasty is the world of the Zhang family, and it can only be the world of the Zhang family." The night is hazy, accompanied by a burst of cicadas. A round of curved moon also quietly hung on the branch. At the entrance of the palace, a carriage slowly pulled out. Seeing this, the three Lin Yuan, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted them. Zhang Qingli slowly lifted the curtain after hearing the movement outside the car and looked at the three men. "Come up and say it. How's it going?" Lu Cicada asked hurriedly after she got into the car. Zhang Qingli shook her head, her face full of sorrow. "After entering the palace today, I didn't see father at all. I waited outside the palace for a day, and in the end, only Lu Companion came out to see me, and he said that my father had said that after today, I would not be allowed to enter the palace again, and that it would be only after the three of us had decided on the heir to the throne that we would be allowed to enter the palace to meet the saint." The three of them were filled with doubt when they heard this. What does it mean to decide the heir to the throne and then go to the palace to face the saint? Could it be that the battle for the throne has already begun now? Zhang Qingli was equally puzzled as she softly said, "It might really be as third imperial brother said. That father will only allow to enter the palace to face the saint after only one of the three of us is dead." Lin Yuan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Since the seizing of the throne has already begun, when will your master arrive?" "Probably soon." Suddenly, while several people were still talking, the alarming voice of Fan Lao suddenly rang out from outside the carriage. What kind of person dares to commit murder outside the palace? As soon as Elder Fan's words fell, his figure rushed out with a flash. Last time, the man in black ran away under his nose. This time, he must catch this man in black, to see who is so bold as to dare to assassinate Her Highness 3 times. After Elder Fong chased him out, Lin Yuan's 4 men also got out of the carriage. Shang Su was a bit surprised. "No way. This has only just begun and your 2 royal brothers are ready to go after you?" Lin Yuan spread his hands helplessly and said, "This is already the second time." However, before Lin Yuan's words fell, a dozen or so figures once again burrowed out from all directions. Upon seeing the 4, the black-robed man in the lead hissed in his voice, "Go, leave no one alive." Lin Yuan was surprised. "This is a tiger transfer?" Lu Cicada Yi's face was grave as she said, "Jiang Qingli, hurry up and call back that Elder Fong by your side." Jiang Qingli nodded, and after quickly transmitting his voice to Elder Fong, his face was icy cold as he said, "This time, it really is blood money, and I don't know which royal brother is being so generous." Saying that, Jiang Qingli took the lead in welcoming them out. In an instant, a light green-colored sword she swept out, rushing towards the black-clothed man with a stern and incomparable aura. Shang Su sighed somewhat helplessly and said, "I can kind of see that you guys are using me as a free hitter." Lin Yuan gave a shy smile. "What are you talking about, Brother Shang? When you asked Jiang Qingli for the payment afterwards?" After Shang Su also rushed over, Lu Cicada said with a grave expression. These black-clothed men are not bad. Your cultivation is too weak. Follow me later. Lin Yuan patted his chest and said, don't worry. I definitely won't cause you any trouble. But when the two of them finished speaking and were about to rush up, Lin Yuan suddenly realized that there were already 6 or 7 black-clothed men who had already quickly surrounded them. And even the leading black-clothed man was among them. What's going on here? Lin Yuan was a bit confused at the sight. The target of these black-clothed people shouldn't be Jiang Qingli. How did they surround the two of them in the blink of an eye? Lu Cicada softly shouted and directly rushed towards the leading black-robed man. Lin Yuan also followed Lu Cicada's footsteps to catch up. However, the black-clothed man in the lead seemed to be unmotivated to fight. And after Lu Cicada rushed closer, he performed the same weird stance he had earlier. There was then a distortion of space around them, and the leading man in black appeared behind Lu Cicada. Looking at the black-robed man who suddenly appeared in front of him, Lin Yuan let out a cry of alarm and swung out his long sword in his hand hastily. But Lin Yuan were a match for the man in black in front of him. The man in black coldly grunted and just casually waved his hand. The long sword in Lin Yuan's hand broke into two. Afterwards, Lin Yuan sprayed out a mouthful of blood as his body flew out viciously backwards and fell to the ground. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada shouted delicately and was about to rush over, but she was immediately stopped by a few black-clothed men. Chapter 144, Xiaolin sudden appearance. I didn't think it would be so easy. The leading man in black smiled coldly. Then the space around him distorted, and his figure instantly appeared next to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan instantly stared at the black-robed man in front of him with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief, and said intermittently, "Why did you kill me first?" He didn't understand why this group of people were running towards himself when their aim should be to assassinate Jiang Qingli. Even if they wanted to weaken the Four's fighting strength, their first target shouldn't be themselves. The leading man in black said eerily, "You'll know when you're dead." As soon as the words fell, the long sword in the black-clothed man's hand flashed with a cold light and instantly chopped at Lin Yuan's head. As long as he got this kid's head, the mission would be completed. Once he thought of the benefits promised by the patriarch, the black-clothed man was a little overjoyed, not realizing that this mission would be so simple. When Lin Yuan saw this, his heart burst with despair. Dry Lyrian, so confused to die here. Well, Lin Yuan, not far away. When Lu Cicada saw this scene, her eyes turned red and she let the long sword in the hands of the black-robed man fall on her body, and then rushed out of the encirclement defiantly. But no matter how fast Lu Cicada was, he couldn't possibly be faster than the long sword of the man in black. After she had rushed out of the encirclement, she watched as the black-clothed man's long sword landed on top of Lin Yuan's neck. However, just as Lu Cicada was about to despair, a burst of strong light suddenly erupted above Lin Yuan's chest. Ding! The black-clothed man's long sword seemed to chop on top of a piece of iron plate, and his entire arm was numbed by the shock. He let out a surprised eep and then retreated violently. Lying on the ground, Lin Yuan was also irradiated by the strong light and could not open his eyes. At this time his mind turned sharply. Could it be the mark left on him by the river god again? As Lin Yuan's thoughts had just fallen, a delicate silhouette with an incomparably holy and soft light slowly rose from Lin Yuan's chest. Master! Lu Cicada looked at the figure and couldn't help but freeze on the spot. The silhouette that appeared from Lin Yuan's chest was actually Xiaolin, and it was different from the current Xiaolin. This Xiaolin silhouette looked even more youthful and tender, and her body was not as plump as it is now. And after Lin Yuan saw Xiaolin, he instantly recognized that this was the Xiaolin from Du Yunshan's illusion. After that silhouette of Xiaolin appeared, a pair of eyes coldly scanned the surroundings, and after confirming the current situation, the silhouette instantly rushed towards the leading black-clothed man. All of this happened in just a flash of lightning, and when the black-robed man in the lead discerned Xiaolin's identity, he suddenly retreated violently once again, exclaiming under his breath, "It's the Acacia sect leader! Quickly retreat!" However, it was too late. As the black-robed man's words had just fallen, his rapidly retreating figure suddenly stopped in place, and then a blood-drenched delicate jade hand pierced through his chest. Xiaolin let out a cold snort and crushed the still-alive heart in his hand. Then his figure flickered once again and rushed towards the remaining black-robed men. It's the power of space. The group of black-clothed men let out a cry of alarm and instantly scattered in all directions. Lu Cicada also rushed to Lin Yuan's side at this moment, taking Lin Yuan's body into her arms, her eyes reddening as she said, "Lin Yuan, how are you?" Lin Yuan had just walked around outside the ghost gate. His body had long been scared out of his wits. He weakly said, "The injury is quite serious, but for the time being, he can't die. You're scaring me to death." Seeing that Lin Yuan was fine, Lu Cicada's tears immediately trickled down and she sobbed in a low voice, "It's all my fault for not protecting you." Seeing this, Lin Yuan wiped away the tears on Lu Cicada's face, crying and laughing, "You make me sound like a soft eater. What soft eating? What an ugly thing to say. Lu Cicada snorted lightly and said with some displeasure. Your cultivation is weaker than mine. So what's wrong with me protecting you? Besides, you're my man. If I don't protect you, who will? Lin Yuan heatedly smiled and said, it's fine. With you here, I guarantee that after a day, I'll be a living, breathing man again. When Lu Cicada heard this, her pretty face instantly blushed and she snapped. What time is it? You still have the heart to joke. At this time, Jiang Qingli and Shang Shixian, who had been tangling with the man in black, also came over. Jiang Qingli looked at Lin Yuan with a shameful expression on her face and said, I'm sorry Lin Yuan. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. As much as I want you to owe me a favor, the group of black-clothed men just now were clearly aiming at me. When Jiang Qingli heard this, she said with some disbelief, it can't be. Have you offended anyone in Divine Emperor City? It's someone from the Green Cloud sect. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingyun's figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone's eyes, and she looked at Lin Yuan with a cold face and said, that group of black-robed men just now are the dead soldiers of the Qingyun sect. Think back carefully. Where exactly did you offend the Qingyun sect? Lin Yuan shook his head and laughed bitterly. Other than taking out Mu Chuyen in the middle of the secret realm of the ruins, he didn't do anything else. Xia Lingyun frowned. Could it be that the news of the heavenly rank technique had leaked out? However, just now, they were all dead soldiers of the Qingyun sect, so they couldn't catch any living souls at all. So it seemed that this matter still needed to be investigated by her personally. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun nodded and said, all right, let's talk about this matter later. After saying that, Xia Lingyun looked at Lu Cicada and said, Cicada, how are you doing? Just now, in order to rush out to save Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada was slashed by the man in black with several swords, and the clothes beside her were soaked with blood. Lu Cicada shook her head and said, it's fine master, it's all just superficial wounds. Xia Lingyun snorted lightly and said in a nonchalant manner, it's fortunate that this group of dead soldiers are targeting Lin Yuan, otherwise if they were to put poison on their weapons, you would have died long ago. After saying that, a spiritual chi flew out from Xia Lingyun's hand, slowly treating the wounds on Lu Cicada's body. Lu Cicada heatedly smiled at the situation and said, I knew master loved me the most. You just remember to eat but not to fight. Xia Lingyun snapped, then looked at Lin Yuan and said, I still have some aura left in this doppelganger. Use it to help you heal. Lin Yuan wanted to refuse when he heard this. After all, he had Lu Cicada by his side, so it would be fine without Xia Lingyun using up her aura. But after seeing Xia Lingyun's cryptic look, he knew that she had something to say to herself. Hastily nodding his head, he said, then I'll trouble the patriarch. Xia Lingyun nodded and said to Jiang Qingli indifferently, borrow your carriage for a while. Jiang Qingli said respectfully, Senior, please go ahead. Cicada after healing Lin Yuan's wounds in a moment, this doppelganger will completely disappear. So remember to contact me with the transmission note when you're safe. Before getting into the carriage, Xia Lingyun said to Lu Cicada Lu Cicada sniffed and nodded obediently. I'll contact you after I return to the princess mansion. Chapter 145, The Secret Talk in the Chariot. After the two entered the carriage, Xia Lingyun first set up a soundproof barrier before asking with a cold face, tell us, what's going on? Why is the Green Cloud sect after you? Lin Yuan spread his hands and said with an innocent face, I don't know. The last time I encountered an assassination, I thought that the group of people were targeting Jiang Qingli, and it wasn't until today that I realized that they were targeting me. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she immediately furrowed her willow brows and muttered in a low voice, could it be because of the matter of the heavenly rank technique? Thinking of this, a murderous intent suddenly surfaced on Xia Lingyun's face. Could it be that someone from the Acacia sect had leaked the information? However, after Xia Lingyun carefully thought about it, it seemed too impossible. After all, only yesterday, Xia Lingyun had handed over the first half of the heavenly ranking technique to a group of elders from the Acacia sect. Even if there was a mole within the Acacia sect who informed the Qingyun sect of this matter, it would be impossible for the Qingyun sect to send out assassins to hunt down the Divine Emperor city within a day, right? Is there something else going on? After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lingyun said in a deep voice, you and Cicada hurry back to the Harmony sect, and as for the sword forging matter, I'll send the elders within the sect to keep an eye on it. Regardless of whether or not there was anything else, Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada were safe as long as they stayed in the Acacia sect and stayed under their own eyes. Lin Yuan sniffed and said with some uncertainty, can we still go back at this time? Leaving Divine Emperor City rashly. It doesn't seem to be much different from a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Xia Lingyun also frowned. Now that the two of them had been targeted by the Qingyun sex people, it seemed like they really couldn't escape with their strength. Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun sighed and said. Then the two of you stay honestly in the princess mansion for the next few days. When I'm done with the affairs of the Acacia sect, I'll personally come to take you two back. He. Lin Yuan immediately smiled awkwardly and said, Yuner, if you really want to come, can you hurry up a little bit? These days the two emperors of the Great Yin dynasty are taking over the throne with the princess, and the princess residence doesn't seem to be too safe either. What? Xia Lingyun exclaimed. So just now that Princess Taiping said that she was implicating you because she was participating in the seizure of the throne? Right. Lin Yuan slowly said. Cicada E and I are Jiang Chang Li's good friends. Well, it just so happened that I came across this matter, so I thought of helping her. Xia Lingyun sniffed and couldn't hold back any longer, squatting down and slapping Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Huffing, are you looking for death? This kind of thing is something that can be helped casually. This matter happened to come across us. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Lin Yuan said awkwardly, and I didn't know earlier that the Qingyun sect would be after me. What a way to get me in trouble. As Xia Lingyun spoke, a milky white aura slowly surged into Lin Yuan's body and began to heal his injuries. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Xia Lingyun naturally knew what Lin Yuan meant, and immediately her pretty face blushed and said, You're hurt like this, can you be honest? Besides, I'm only a doppelganger, so healing isn't too effective. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes and said with a face full of innocence, Yuner, what are you thinking? What I'm saying is that when I go back, I can let Cicada E help me heal my wounds. When Xia Lingyun heard this, her pretty face, which had just been covered in blush, suddenly changed, and her pink fist pounded on Lin Yuan's chest. Huffing, how come that man in black didn't beat you to death just now? Lin Yuan stifled a grunt and covered his chest. What are you doing? You're going to murder your own husband. Xia Lingyun spat and said unhappily, You fart. Who's your wife now? Lin Yuan hemmed and hawed, his hands gently wrapped around Xia Lingyun's soft waist, and softly said, Of course it's my Yuner. When we were in the illusionary realm we had paid our respects and entered the cave. Xia Lingyun was swept into Lin Yuan's arms, but still tensed her pretty face and said, That's also in the illusionary realm. It doesn't have anything to do with the real world. Yeah? Lin Yuan said, handing Xia Lingyun the copper mirror on the side and said, See for yourself if there's any relation. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she picked up the bronze mirror with some doubt, and after seeing herself in the bronze mirror, she suddenly said in surprise, How could this be? This doppelganger was something that Xia Lingyun had left in Lin Yuan's body after the two of them had left the land of the extreme north in the first place, in order to prevent Lin Yuan from suffering any mishaps in the future. But why did this doppelganger look the way it did in the illusion? Lin Yuan smiled smugly and wrapped his arms around Xia Lingyun. Why? Now you're still saying that it has nothing to do with me. Xia Lingyun hummed lightly, then leaned in Lin Yuan's arms and snapped, Then you can't let me save my mind. Do you know how much I paid to leave this doppelganger in your body? This was left for you to save your life. But you've only left the harmonious sect for a few days and you've used up this doppelganger. What if you encounter danger again in the future? Isn't this also used up to save my life? If I didn't have this doppelganger of yours, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Lin Yuan said back. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she sighed and said somewhat helplessly, Now that you don't have the means to save your life, just be honest and obediently wait for me to come, okay? Lin Yuan tightly hugged Xia Lingyun's soft body and solemnly said, Don't worry, I'm a lifesaver, and I promise to stay in the princess's mansion peacefully in these days. That's more like it, Xia Lingyun said, squeezing her petite body into Lin Yuan's arms, her voice somewhat lowered. Also, remember to keep an eye on Cicada E. This girl's character is fiery. Once she gets impulsive and does something, she won't care. Good, Lin Yuan softly said, I will definitely take care of you master and disciple. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she immediately thought that Lu Cicada E was still waiting outside, and a strange emotion surprisingly surged up in her heart. She licked her red lips, her eyes flirtatious and said, Do you still want me to help you heal your injuries? Looking at the misty-eyed Xia Lingyun in his arms, Lin Yuan's heart was also stirred, but thinking that a few people might still enter the carriage later, he immediately shook his head and said, Let's forget about it. With the power your apprentice has now, I guess I'll come up here and know what I've done. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she gave Lin Yuan a flavorful blank look. It's not all because of you. This stinking man, who brought our Cicada E down. Injustice. Lin Yuan lightly grunted. I always felt that it was you master and disciple duo who brought me down. Gotcha. Xia Lingyun let out a rant, then slowly sat up straight and said, Alright, I don't have much time left, so I'll just help you heal. After saying that, a milky white aura slowly surged into Lin Yuan's body. The moment the aura surged into his body, Lin Yuan felt a tingling in his body. It should be those auras repairing his body. After a long time, Xia Lingyuan's doppelganger was still only an illusory shadow. She looked at Ling Yuan and smiled charmingly, then opened her mouth and her silhouette completely disappeared into the carriage. Chapter 146, The Mysterious Woman. Not bad for a master and disciple. Both goblins. Looking at Xia Lingyuan's disappearing figure, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. After Lin Yuan stepped out of the carriage, he realized that the carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the princess's residence. And at the moment, Lu Cicada-yi and the three of them were standing at the side quietly waiting, afraid of disturbing Xia Lingyuan and the two of them. Seeing Lin Yuan step out of the carriage, Lu Cicada-yi's eyes flew to the carriage behind him and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask, "Lin Yuan, how are you? Where's master?" Thinking of the exquisite scenery in the carriage just now, Lin Yuan unnaturally coughed lightly and said, "Your master's doppelganger's aura is exhausted and has disappeared. What about you? How are you doing?" Lu Cicada-yi said with concern, "I'm okay, pretty much recovered." Lin Yuan had probed his body before getting out of the carriage and estimated that he would be able to recover in another day. Just then, Shang Shixian sighed and said with a sad face, "A Shen Tian sect is difficult enough, and now there's a Qingyan sect. I really doubt that you guys are shouting for me to play with my life." Having said that, the several people had long been friends in life and death after experiencing the secret realm of the ruins, and even if the current situation was even more dangerous, there was no way that Shang Shixian would leave. When Lin Yuan heard this, he then hemmed and hawed and said, "You'd better hurry up and shout for someone. Otherwise, when Shen Tian sect wins, your Dao sect probably won't be able to bounce around for a few years before you'll have to be screwed over by the Shen Tian sect and the Great Yan Imperial family joining forces." "How dare he?" Shang Shixian snorted coldly, then took out a sound transmission note and said, "It's not just shouting for people. When has my Dao sect ever been afraid of his Shen Tian sect?" Looking at Shang Shisu's departing back, Lin Yuan lightly laughed and said to the two girls, "Our saint's son of Shang is still very righteous." When Jiang Qingli heard this, she said with some embarrassment, "Isn't this not a good idea?" In the matter of seizing the first wife, Jiang Qingli actually did not put in much effort. It has always been Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada-yi who gave her ideas, and even Shang Shisu was shouted by Lu Cicada-yi. Moreover, she always felt that Shang Shisu was snubbed to come. After all, even if this matter had something to do with Dao Zong, it was also after the third prince seized the throne, and now that she had been treating Dao Zong and Shang Shisu as a free hitter, she always felt a little embarrassed. When Lin Yuan heard this, he patted Jiang Qingli's shoulder in a serious tone and said in a deep voice, "Little Jiang, for the sake of your throne, Brother Shang is prepared to put down blood money. When you become queen, don't treat the Dao sect poorly." But, when Lu Cicada-yi saw Jiang Qingli's tangled look, she couldn't help but sigh. "It's come to this, and you're still hesitating. I really doubt that you're a different person. The previous Jiang Qingli wasn't such a person." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qingli smiled bitterly and said, "All right." After saying that, Jiang Qingli also left with a heavy heart. Only Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada-yi were left standing at the entrance of the princess's mansion. Lin Yuan stretched and said softly, "The patriarch said that in a few more days, she will personally come to Divine Emperor City." When Lu Cicada-yi heard this, she was a bit surprised. "Master wants to come personally?" "Right." Lin Yuan laughed bitterly. "Although I don't know why the Qingyan sect is inexplicably chasing me. I don't think it has anything to do with the heavenly ranking technique, and the patriarch feels the same way. So for the safety of the two of us, she's going to personally rush to Divine Emperor City." Lu Cicada-yi nodded, as if she thought of something, and suddenly grabbed Lin Yuan's collar and said fiercely, "What happened to the doppelganger that master left in your body?" Lin Yuan's heart jumped when he heard this. Could it be that Lu Cicada-yi had discovered it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly covered up. "When I went to the far north, the patriarch was afraid that I would be in danger, so he left that alter ego inside me to protect me." "Really?" Lu Cicada-yi's eyes kept wandering over Lin Yuan's body as if she wanted to see something broken. Seeing Lu Cicada-yi's expression, Lin Yuan knew that she was also suddenly suspicious and nodded his head in certainty. "Of course it's true. Did the patriarch not leave you any means to save your life?" Lu Cicada-yi skimmed her mouth and hummed softly. "There is, but it's not the one that master left." "All right, let's hurry back." Lin Yuan was afraid that Lu Cicada-yi would continue to think wildly, and hurriedly wrapped his arm around her waist and softly said, "The injuries from just now have not yet fully recovered, and it is estimated that it will take one more day to completely recover, and you will still have to give me a favor." When Lu Cicada-yi heard this, her pretty face instantly flew up with a touch of red, and she skimmed her small mouth and said, "Can you be more serious?" Lin Yuan wrapped Lu Cicada-yi in his arms and said with a bad smile, "We're all old married couples." Still blushing, "It's night." A dead soldier of the Green Cloud sect carefully walked in the darkness of the night, heading to the temporary stronghold set up by the Green Cloud sect. This time, they had suffered heavy losses. and even that God transformation stage leader had been taken out. If he hadn't seen the opportunity just now and ran earlier, he probably would have died a horrible death at the hands of Xielingyun as well. However, just as the black-clothed men were about to reach the stronghold, two blurry figures suddenly swept through the sky. The black-clothed man was tightened, hurriedly held his breath and stopped in place. Good thing he was originally a dead soldier trained by the Qingyun sect, especially good at hiding his figure. The two figures in the sky did not find him. Just after the man in black thought he was safe, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. The visitor was a woman, dressed in a black robe, with a fiery figure, a pair of peach blossom eyes with autumn water in them, flirtatious and seductive to the extreme, enough to make the man who saw her think about it. However, the man in black was not in the mood to enjoy the scenery in front of him, because what this mysterious woman had just executed was actually the power of space. He cursed and his figure was about to retreat violently, not expecting that he had just escaped from Xielingyun's henchmen and had run into another harmonization stage powerhouse. Trying to run, the woman smiled charmingly, and with a sway of her delicate body, she suddenly appeared behind the man in black. At this moment, the black-clothed man's attention was all focused on his front, and he only felt a blur before his eyes, and the mysterious woman's figure disappeared before his eyes. By the time he reacted, the mysterious woman's delicate jade hand had already gently patted on his back. This palm seemed soft and feeble, but after hitting the man in black, he only felt that his back had been pounded hard by a sledgehammer, and his internal organs seemed to have shattered in that instant. A moment later, the black-clothed man's body floated helplessly in midair, and the mysterious woman's voice softly said, I'm really sorry, I used too much force." The man in black knew that it was hard to escape, and with the tip of his tongue, he bit through the poison sac in his mouth, and in an instant, he bled from all 7 orifices and lost all life. The mysterious woman laughed. "Do you really think I can't find out anything if you're dead?" As soon as the woman's words fell, a burly figure suddenly stepped out from the shadows. The lanky figure took over the black-clothed man's body and twisted off the black-clothed man's head. Then his hands tightly gripped the bloody head, and a thread of blood quickly wrapped around the head. Chapter 147, Strong Man of Liuzhou. The threads of blood were as if they were being extracted from a cocoon, and after only a few moments, the black-clothed man's head was reduced to pieces and disappeared into the lanky man's hands. "Well, Night Show." Seeing this scene, the mysterious woman opened her mouth and asked. The man named Night Cultivator retrieved the blood filaments in his hand and answered back in an urn, reporting back to Sect Master. "These black-clothed men are the dead soldiers of the Qingyun sect, and they're chasing after an Acacia sect disciple named Lin Yuan. They had just conducted an interception outside the palace gates, only to encounter Xielingyun's doppelganger and almost get killed altogether." "Green Cloud sect?" The mysterious woman frowned and asked again. "Any idea what they're up to?" Nightshade shook his head. "I don't know. However, this assassination mission was ordered by the Green Cloud sect patriarch himself." "Oh, surprisingly, it's someone that the Green Cloud sect patriarch wants. Shall we?" After a moment of contemplation, the mysterious woman raised her eyebrows and shook her head. "Forget it. Our purpose this time has nothing to do with the Qingyun sect. As long as the Qingyun sect doesn't look for trouble from me, I naturally won't mess with them either." After saying that, the mysterious woman pointed her toes and her body was like a willow, lightly landing on top of Night Show's shoulders. "I heard that Zhang Lihan will make a big move tonight. Let's go and give him some trouble." "Yes." As soon as the mysterious woman's words fell, Night Show's lanky body bent slightly, and then his feet lashed out. Boom! A lanky and a slender two figures instantly disappeared into the alley, leaving only a headless body on the ground and the stone slabs that were trampled by night cultivation. Early the next morning, the Divine Emperor city was completely abuzz, and Lin Yuan's few people deep in the princess's mansion heard the clamor on the streets. "Elder Fong, go poke around and find out what's going on." Elder Fong responded, then left with quick steps. Seeing this scene, Shang Su murmured, "Are we still lacking something in this team?" Lin Yuan was puzzled. "What's missing?" Looking at Fong Lao's back, Shang Xian slapped his thigh and said, "Lack of spy organizations. You guys see it's all bustling like this out there, and we don't even know what's going on. Furthermore, now that all the open and secret battles have begun, we don't even know what the enemy's strength is. Aside from the fact that the third prince is working with the Xian Heavenly Sect, we don't know anything else." After a pause, Shang Su continued, "It is said that if you know yourself and your enemy, you will win 100 battles, but we don't know anything about the enemy's whereabouts or strength. How should we fight?" When several people heard this, they all nodded their heads in agreement. What Shang Su said seemed to make sense. However, Jiang Qingli had always cultivated in the Weiyang Palace and did not think that she would participate in seizing the throne in the future. So she had never cultivated her own forces in Divine Emperor City. Aside from the servants and the princess's residence, plus Elder Fang, who had been sent over by her mother. There seemed to be no one else available. As for the other few people, not to mention the fact that the Tao sect had been ignoring the secular world, so Shangshi Su didn't know anything about this. As for Lin Yuan and Lu Cicada, both of their clans were not of the Dian dynasty, and even if the Hahuan sect had its own espionage organization, it couldn't be used right now. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan murmured, "Actually, it doesn't matter if we can get the news or not. Anyway, His Majesty the Emperor has said that only one of the three forces will survive in the end. Just be strong enough. At that time, we just need to wait for them to kill the door." After saying that, Lin Yuan looked at Zhang Chengli and the two of them and said, "Where exactly will your masters arrive? I think they might make a move on us tonight. If Elder Fong is the only expert, he might not be able to withstand it." Zhang Qingli returned, "Don't worry, my master will arrive at Divine Emperor City at noon at the latest. The earliest my master can arrive is 2 days from now." Lu Cicada also softly said at this time, "My master will probably be able to arrive 5 days later as well." When Shangshi Shui heard this, he was surprised. "Patriarch Xie came personally?" Lu Cicada nodded. "Now that the Qingyun sect is after Lin Yuan, master is worried about the safety of the two of us, so he's prepared to come over personally." Shangshi Xian clapped his hands and said excitedly, "Thank you for Patriarch's personal presence. This doesn't even need to be fought. We're sure to win." Lin Yuan sniffed and said with some doubt, "Our Patriarch is so strong?" In fact, Lin Yuan hadn't really known much about these high and mighty harmonization stage powerhouses, but looking at Shangshi Su's excited appearance, it seemed as if Xie Lingyun was really strong. "You don't even know this?" Shangshi Su was surprised. Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly, "Do I need to know? Alright, then today, I'll give you a review of the strongest people in Liuzhou." Shangshi Xian coughed lightly and spoke. "To say the number one strongest person in the Liuzhou continent, that naturally can't be bypassed by the Green Cloud sect Patriarch. The reason why the Green Cloud sect has been the number one sect in the Liuzhou continent for so many years is due to the factor of this sect leader, the number one powerhouse of the Liuzhou continent, the Green Cloud sect Patriarch, peak of the 7th level of the harmonization stage." As for the second one, Shangshi Xian glanced at Lu Cicada, and only after confirming that Lu Cicada didn't have any reaction did he say, "The second strongest person in the Liuzhou continent is our Dao sect Patriarch, cultivation at the 6th level of the harmonization stage." After a pause, Shangshi Su heatedly said, "In fact, the second strongest person in the Liuzhou continent used to be your Patriarch Xie, but then after she was injured, her cultivation was damaged, and only then was she surpassed by our Patriarch. ****. So strong." Lin Yuan directly exploded at his words. In the past he knew that Xie Lingyun was strong, but he didn't think that Xie Lingyun would be this strong. Lu Cicada lightly hummed and said, "If it wasn't for Master's injury back then, it is estimated that he would have already reached the 7th layer of the harmonization stage, and even if he couldn't surpass the Green Cloud sect Patriarch, it is estimated that the two of them are about the same strength." "What about fourth?" Shangshi Su continued. "The fourth strongest person is the Patriarch of the Xian Tian sect. I heard that he also stepped into the 6th level of the harmonization stage not too long ago. I don't know if it's true or not." Just then, Elder Fong, who had gone to the street to spy on the news, also returned, reporting back to the princess, "I have already inquired clearly." Several people sniffed and hurriedly looked at Elder Fong. A total of 3 major events occurred during last night, the first of which was the Qingyun sect assassins intercepting us outside the palace gates. The second incident was in the latter half of the night. A group of unidentified men in black assassinated the 6th prince, making quite a commotion, and I heard that the 6th prince was injured. The third incident happened in the 3rd prince's residence, at the same time in the latter part of the night, and the commotion was quite large, but the specifics were not inquired about. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sneer at his words. "A dog bites a dog with a mouthful of hair." Shangshi Xian was equally delighted and spoke. "In the end we won't be the fishers of men, will we?" "It shouldn't be." Lu Cicada hesitated. "The 3rd prince doesn't look like such a brainless person." Lin Yuan nodded and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter. If you want to win anyway, you definitely need to take out both of them." Chapter 148. The 3rd prince's residence. The traces of last night's battle had all been cleaned up, and the fence that had been broken by Nightshow's lanky body was being repaired by a few underlings. Zhang Lihong sat in the middle of the main hall, his face full of gravity. The ones who struck last night were the Demon Sect Master and the Demon Sect's right guardian, Nightshow. Although it had already been a night, Zhang Lihong still had palpitations when he recalled last night's experience. "I didn't expect that at this critical juncture, the devil cult would intervene, and if he didn't still have a backhand, it was estimated that he would have lost his life last night at the hands of the devil cult sect leader." "The devil cult is here as well?" Chen Xian was surprised. Jiang Lihong sighed lightly and said in a cold voice. It seems that the devil cult has gotten the news and has come to God Emperor City to fish in troubled waters. Father's heirs were already few, and now there are only 3 of us left. If we all die in this seizing of the throne, I guess the great Yan dynasty is not far from extinction. Chen Xian's brows furrowed as he heard this. This was the last situation he was willing to see. It would be fine if there was only one Dao Zone. However, if we really want to say that dealing with the demon sect is not that easy, the demon sect from the beginning of its creation to now, there are several hundred years of time. To be able to exist for several hundred years of the clan, is not something that can be easily dealt with in a few words. Coupled with the fact that the demon sect master was not much weaker than the Xian heavenly sect master. If they really had to face the demon sect master, it was estimated that they would have to move the Xian heavenly sect master out of the way or else they wouldn't be able to deal with the demon sect. Jiang Lihong was naturally aware of Chen Xian's concerns, and said in a deep voice, the situation is becoming more and more chaotic, and if it drags on, I don't know what it will develop into. Nowadays, I am the strongest in the open as well as in the dark, so we might as well be quick about it. Just for tonight, all the men and horses will directly pour out and take out little sister and old six in one breath, so as to save the night from being long and dreamy. Chen Xian frowned. The current situation was indeed complicated, but what if the enemy still had a backhand if they really wanted to throw their weight around? After pondering for a moment, he hesitantly said, I have a feeling that Zhang Qingli's princess house isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Should we deal with the 6th prince first? Jiang Lihong sniffed and also fell into deep thought. Chen Xian's words were not without reason. After all, nowadays, the strength of Zhang Qingli's side on the surface. There were 2 saint daughters and 1 saint son. It was just that if they were a few, their strength was indeed very weak. But the power behind these people is not to be underestimated. If they are a few people's clan support has arrived, then the person they sent is estimated to be a meatbag that will not return. On the contrary, in Lao Lu's residence, the Qingyan sect who had cooperated with him had yet to arrive, so taking the lead in taking out Lao Lu at this time would be the wisest choice. But the road to taking over the first wife was originally a big gamble. It's straight up once and for all if you win, and it doesn't seem like a big loss if you lose. Weighing his options, Jiang Lihong slammed the table and said in a deep voice, take a gamble. I'll bet that the support from my little sister's side hasn't arrived at Divine Emperor City yet. With that, Jiang Lihong looked at Chen Xian and said, go and make arrangements. Split the army in 2 this evening, and you personally lead a team of men to Old Sixth's residence. Elder Chen is leading a team to the Princess Mansion. Chen Xian sniffed and said in a deep voice, fine, then let's gamble. After saying that, Chen Xian hurriedly left. Just as Chen Xian was about to cross the doorway, Jiang Lihong said in a deep voice, let Elder Chen bring that harmonization stage elder from your clan with him. Chen Xian was stunned and surprised. If you really want to come out in full force, aren't you afraid that the demon sect will come back? It's okay, I know what I'm doing. 6th Prince's Mansion. Compared to Jiang Lihong's royal residence, the 6th Prince's residence was even more tragic. Many buildings within the royal residence were smashed to pieces. If not for the 6th Prince's fast running, it was estimated that Chen Xian had gotten their hands on them. Just last night, Zhang Lichuan was chopped by Chen Xian's sword, and if it wasn't for the dead soldiers of the mansion desperately trying to stop them, it was expected that Zhang Lichuan would have cooled off long ago. At this moment, Zhang Lichuan's face was pale as he leaned on top of the bed and said in a cold voice, what did the side of the Qingyan sect say? How many more days will it take to arrive? Qin Fangwei said in a low voice, the Qingyan sect side has already given a reply, but it will take 3 days at the earliest before they can arrive. 3 days? Zhang Lichuan's face was incomparably ugly when he heard this. After last night's battle, the mansion's dead soldiers had already died, and the remaining 3 strong men at the god transformation stage had all been injured. So if someone else came to attack at night tonight, it was estimated that he would be the first one to be taken out in the midst of seizing the throne. Qin Bianwei nodded and said in a deep voice, this is already the fastest. After all, Qingyan sect is not a sect of the great Yan dynasty. What about the 3 days? A hint of panic had appeared in Kong Lichun's tone of voice. Just then, the door of the closed room was violently pushed open, and then a bizarre figure appeared in front of the two in a trance. Kong Lichun was now like a scared bird, and after hearing the commotion, he desperately leaned into the bed. As for Qin Pingwei, after seeing the black-clothed man, he let out a sigh of relief and looked at the black-clothed man in front of him and opened his mouth to ask, you are the dead soldier of the Qingyan sect? The man in black nodded, his voice hoarse as the rubbing of gold and stone. Right, nowadays, there are still 16 dead soldiers left in Divine Emperor City by the Green Cloud sect. Among them, there are 2 at the God Transformation stage, 4 at the Cave Void stage, and the rest are all Yuaning stage cultivators. After agreeing to work with the 6th Prince, The Grand Elder was the first to send me a message asking us to come and help the sixth prince. Jiang Lichuan's eyes instantly lit up, and he hurriedly probed over to the black-robed man. All transfer to the king's residence. Now that my royal family has suffered heavy losses, it's the right time to use people. The man in black sniffed and nodded, saying respectfully to the sixth prince, please rest assured. Sixth prince, all of the dead soldiers of the Green Cloud sect will come to the royal residence tonight while it's still night. While the elders of my clan are not here, the security of the royal residence will be guarded by us. After the black-clothed man left, Qin Rongwei smiled and said, now your highness should feel relieved. At this moment, Jiang Lichuan was also finally relieved as he lay on top of the bed and said in a cold voice, which specific elder was sent from the Qin Yin sect side, and what is their strength? Qin Bianwei smiled charmingly and spoke, it's the Grand Elder and the second elder of the Green Cloud sect, and I heard that both of them are strong at the harmonization stage. Your highness only needs to wait patiently. When the strong men from the Qin Yin sect arrive, that's when we will counterattack. When Jiang Lichuan heard this, he smiled cruelly and said, fine, I'll kill Jiang Lihong with my own hands when the time comes. And that Chen Xian, I've been looking at the Xian heavenly sect with displeasure for a long time now. It's night. It was quiet and peaceful within the Divine Emperor City. The demon sect master and night cultivator stood silently at the southern city gate of Divine Emperor City. In the night breeze, the two were silent for a long time, and night cultivator suddenly ended. Sect master, where are we going to make trouble? When the demon sect master heard this, she smiled charmingly and looked at the direction of the city. You pick a direction. Well, night cultivator scratched his head clumsily and casually pointed his finger in a direction. Sect leader, here, the princess's house? The demon sect master let out a light laugh and said, then set off. Chapter 149, Fighting the Princess Mansion at Night. The Princess Mansion. The night is like water slowly enveloping the earth. In the middle of the main hall, Lin Yuan and the others gathered together, waiting for the enemy to come to their door. The atmosphere before the big battle was quite tense. A few people were sitting quietly in the middle of the main hall. Even the most cynical Shang Shixian in the past had a rare straight face. Time flew by, and until the stroke of midnight the princess's residence remained motionless. Shang Shi got up and moved his body, lazily saying, why haven't they come yet? Will they not come tonight? Lin Yuan shook his head and analyzed in a serious manner. Nowadays, the only strength we have on the surface is Elder Feng, a strong person. If we really want to make a move based on strength on paper, it's estimated that the third prince alone can eat both of our parties. Last night, the third prince already sent people to attack the sixth prince's royal residence at night, so I guess it's us tonight. Just then, Elder Feng, who had been guarding the doorway, suddenly said in a deep voice, it's coming. As soon as Feng Lao's words fell, a shocking bang suddenly came from the entrance of the princess's residence, followed by a dozen figures rushing straight in, led by Chen Lao from the third prince's residence. Seeing that there were only 5 people on the other side, Elder Chen didn't show any sign of being gullible and commanded in a cold voice, quickly, fight quickly, aside from her highness, kill all the rest. As soon as the words fell, those figures flashed away, instantly rushing towards the main hall. Feng Lao looked at the crowd in front of him and spoke quickly. 1 person at the Transformation of God stage, 5 at the Cave Void stage, and the rest are all at the Yuanying stage. Your highness, be careful. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately said with a grave expression on his face, your third imperial brother really thinks highly of you, even sending so many people. Jiang Qingli nodded, his aura rising as he spoke. My third elder brother has always acted in such a style. Even if he is 10% sure, he still has to make sufficient preparations. Seeing this, Lu Cicada quietly took 2 steps towards Lin Yuan's side and said in a deep voice, don't stay too far away from me later, or else a few killers from the Qingyan sect will suddenly appear, and I won't be able to save you. Don't worry. Lin Yuan patted his chest. I'm a lifesaver. Before the words of a few people, Feng Lao has rushed straight up. His purpose is very simple. As long as the old man can be dragged Chun, the two are the old man of the palace. The cultivation level is not far apart. He is confident that he will be able to. As for the others, someone else will naturally deal with them. After seeing Elder Feng and Elder Chen entangled together, the 5 cave void stage cultivators led the remaining people straight towards Lin Yuan's crowd in the middle of the main hall. However, before these people could approach the entrance of the main hall, in the sky, snowflakes suddenly slowly drifted up, and an inexplicable coldness instantly surged towards the crowd. And after the snowflakes fell to the ground, an old man with white hair and beard appeared out of thin air. He put his hands behind his back and blandly said, Ning Jiro, show yourself when you're here. Hiding your head and showing your tail won't be much fun. The old man was as calm as water, but his voice was like heavenly thunder rolling, directly shocking the ears of a group of Yuaning stage cultivators. When the old man's voice fell, there was a sudden distortion in the void in front of him, and immediately afterward, a woman wearing a long green dress and holding a long sword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The woman looked similar to Jiang Qingli's age, and her temperament was even more similar, as if she was like a snow lotus blooming on top of a snowy mountain. After seeing the woman's figure, the old man grinned and said, "It's really you. I've long heard that Elder Ning's Tai Qin Xiangong has been cultivated to the perfect realm, so let me discuss it today." When Ning Jiro heard this, she didn't even blink her eyelids as she blandly said, "I've heard that the Xian Heavenly Sect has always stayed out of worldly affairs, taking the cultivation of the Heavenly Tao as their own responsibility. If we get to see it today, how come it seems to be different from the rumors? Even the second elder of the Xian Tian sect is going to be a traitor to the great Yin dynasty?" When Zhong Jing heard this, his face turned cold and he said in a deep voice, "What's the use of showing off your tongue? Let's see the real thing underhand." Ning Jiro coldly said, "Fine." However, before Ning Jiro's words had even fallen, her body slightly sidestepped. A large ghostly blue hand then appeared out of thin air in front of Chen Lao's eyes, and with a gentle grip of the hand, Chen Lao, who was at the god transformation stage, was grasped in his hand as if he were a small chicken. Seeing this, Zhong Jing's face became even more gloomy as he angrily said, "Ning Jiro, you have not been too disrespectful to the old man." As if she hadn't heard Zhong Jing's words, Ning Jiro pulled Elder Chen aside, then instructed the other party elder in a deep voice, "The remaining 5 cave void stage cultivators will be in your hands." Elder Fong nodded and respectfully said, "Please rest assured, senior." As Elder Fong's words fell, Zhong Jing's body suddenly appeared in front of Ning Jiro's eyes like a ghost. Ning Jiro gave a light humph, and a green-colored shadow as high as tens of feet suddenly appeared behind her. The shadow was exactly the same as Ning Jiro's hands, and the long sword in her hand chopped at Zhong Jing at the same time. The other side. After Ning Jiro grabbed Elder Chen away, Elder Fong's figure also rushed straight towards those 5 cave void stage cultivators. In order to help Jiang Qingli and the others reduce the pressure, Fong Lao's moves were wide open, only to deaden these 5 cave void stage cultivators. On the other hand, the remaining 8 Yuaning stage cultivators in the field instantly rushed towards Lin Yuan's 4. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli spoke quickly and instructed, "Stall them as long as possible. As long as you wait for my master to return, everything will be solved. Don't take any chances." Lu Cicada on the other hand, was still uneasy as she looked at Lin Yuan and admonished, "You follow me back. Don't run far away." Soon, the princess residence was in chaos, with sounds of fighting everywhere and sword chi flying all over the sky. However, no one noticed that on top of the fence on one side of the princess residence, 2 figures, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, suddenly appeared. Nightshio looked at the fighting crowd. A bloody aura emanated from him, then slowly filled the fighting crowd. With a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes, he said with some impatience, "Sect leader, let's go straight to it." The demon sect master looked up at the dark sky and said in a soft voice, "Don't be in a hurry. Wait a little longer." Due to the suppression of their numbers, Lin Yuan's 4 were beaten back. When Elder Fong saw the scene, his heart was also incomparably anxious. But now in front of him, there were 5 other cave void stage cultivators, and these 5 people were very well coordinated, and their moves were like a sword formation, so that Fong Lao couldn't easily take down these 5 people for a while. And the demon sect master on the fence to the side slowly withdrew his eyes from looking at the sky, and said to the night cultist beside him, "I'll leave the people on the ground to you. I'll sneak up on the 2 in the sky." Yes, as soon as Nightshio's words fell, his feet snapped, and his lanky figure rushed into the crowd like a cannonball. Chapter 150, The Terrifying Night Cultivator. A few moments later, the crowd that was still fighting only heard a sound of breaking wind coming from them, and then they saw a burly figure rushing over like a tiger. In just a single glance, several Yuaning stage cultivators were smashed into a cloud of blood mist by Night Cultivator. The crowd was also stunned by this sudden scene, hastily withdrawing from the battle circle and cautiously sizing up the sudden appearance of the lanky man in front of them. Looking at the man in front of him, who was like a god of murder descending from the earth, Lin Yuan gulped and carefully said, "Jiang Qingli, is this here to help you?" Jiang Qingli looked confused and shook her head. "I don't recognize him either." Seeing this, Lu Cicada looked at the man in front of her and said hesitantly, "It seems to be someone from the devil cult." After Nightshio paused, he licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression incomparably intoxicated, as if he was savoring mountain delicacies. He then scanned the surroundings with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes and grinned. "Come on, you guys go together." Fong Lao also retreated back at this time, blocking in front of Jiang Qingli and said in a deep voice, "Princess, if you find an opportunity, hurry up and escape. This person is the left protector of the demon cult, Night Cultivator, a demon cultivator of the god transformation stage." Night Show also noticed Fong Lao at this time. He slowly turned his neck and said to Fong Lao, "It seems like you have the highest cultivation here, so I'll kill you first." Before the words fell, Night Cultivator's figure flickered and instantly rushed towards Fong Lao. So fast! Elder Fong exclaimed in shock and also met him. Night Show's lanky body was very clumsy, and other than being faster, he was simply no match for Fong Lao between moves. However, Night Cultivator's physical body was too powerful, and the Dao sword chi wielded by Fong Lao landed on Night Cultivator's body, only leaving a shallow white mark on Night Cultivator's body. Between the two of them fighting, Night Cultivator even only attacked and did not defend. His moves were wide open, not caring about Fong Lao's Dao sword chi. What now? Lin Yuan hesitated. Why don't we run away first? The strength of the four people today was too weak for them to intervene in a fight of this level, and the group affiliated with the third prince was still standing not far away, eyeing the few of them intently. So the best option now was to run away, or else a few people would absolutely have to die here today. However, before Lu Cicada and the others could reply, a cry of pain came from Fong Lao, who was entangled with Night Cultivation, and was immediately sent flying by Night Cultivation's punch. Fong Lao's body was like a ragdoll, directly crashing through the wall behind a few people and falling into the room. Night Show stood still, swung his fist, and said in a jarring voice, "Unbearable." Then his eyes went back to the four Lin Yuan and he sneered, "Your turn." Not far away, a group of the third prince's men who had been watching the show from the side whispered after seeing this scene, "What do we do?" After saying this, the eyes of all the people were focused on a cultivator of the cave void stage. After Chen Lao was captured by Ning Jiro, it was this person in front of him who had the strongest strength, so the people would take this person as the new leader by default. Knife Chase coughed lightly, looking at the incomparably powerful Night Cultivator, hesitantly said, "Why don't we withdraw first? This stupid big guy just finished killing all these people. It seems like there's nothing for us to do." Just then, Night Cultivator let out an angry cry, turned his head to look fiercely at Knife Datong, and said in a cold voice, "Who are you calling a stupid big man?" The thing that Night Show loathed the most in his life was when someone called him a stupid big man. In an instant, it was as if Knife Datong was being stared at by a bloodthirsty beast, and the murderous aura that was as if it was substantial instantly surged over. Knife Datong swallowed his saliva. His feet quietly took 2 steps backward, wanting to escape from here, but he was only at the cave void stage cultivation. Where was he a match for a devil cultivator at the god transformation stage? The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, and Night Cultivator rushed closer. Knife Chase didn't even come to react before he was grabbed by Night Cultivator's large hand. "I'll tear you up." Night Cultivation's voice was furious to the extreme as he grabbed Knife Datong's body with both hands and roared up to the sky. Then, Knife Datong's body was ripped in half alive. Sticky, warm blood mixed with crushed internal organs spilled onto Night Show's body, setting him off as if he were a monster that had crawled out of hell. Seeing this, Lin Yuan carefully said, "It's now. Hurry up and run away." After saying that, several people quickly rushed in the direction of Fong Lao, and Shangshi Su threw Fong Lao on his back as he scattered his legs and ran. But before he could run far, there was the sound of Night Cultivator's angry roar from behind him. ****. It's coming again so soon, Lin Yuan exclaimed, his speed increasing once again. Fong Lao lay on Shangshi Su's back, his voice hoarse, "Put me down. I'll stall him." Shangshi Su shook his head and said hurriedly, "No, you're just sending yourself to death if you go. If I don't go and hold him off, all of us will die." Fong Lao said with a light tap on Shangshi Su's shoulder. Shangshi Su let go of his hands when he stumbled. Fong Lao said in a deep voice, "Quickly take Her Highness away." After saying that, his figure flickered and rushed towards Night Cultivation once again. "Elder Fong!" Jiang Qingli let out a cry of alarm and wanted to rush up with Elder Fong. Seeing this, Lu Cicada hurriedly pulled Jiang Qingli and said, "Hurry up and go. If you stay here now, you'll only add to Elder Fong's chaos." But before the words of the two of them could fall, Fong Lao's body was once again sent flying out by Night Cultivator. "This is too strong," Lin Yuan exclaimed, pulling Lu Cicada to turn around and run. Night Fix coldly said, "Want to run?" With that said, his feet powered up and he rushed forward with great strides. Shangshi Su gritted his teeth and swung out heavily with his sword in both hands, followed by a sword chi that descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into Night Show's head. When he was smashed by the sword chi, Night Show just tilted his head and continued to charge forward. Rushing close to the four, Night Cultivator merely waved his palm, and the four spat blood from their mouths and fell out. And at that moment, Ning Jiro, who had been fighting in the sky, also noticed this scene and instantly retreated in a violent manner, wanting to go over to support Jiang Qingli and the others. However, in the split second when Ning Jiro retreated violently, there was a sudden distortion in the darkness behind her. followed by the figure of the demon sect master appearing out of thin air on top of Ning Jiro's retreating route. The demon sect master smiled coldly as the long sword in his hand stabbed straight towards Ning Jiro's back. "It's you!" Ning Jiro let out a cry of alarm, then forcefully exerted her spatial power, trying to dodge the sword. Seeing this, the demon sect master slowly closed his eyes, and the power of space instantly spread around. "Found you!" She let out a delicate laugh, and her figure disappeared into thin air. When she reappeared, she appeared in front of Ning Jiro. In her haste, Ning Jiro didn't even have time to react before she was stabbed through the shoulder by the demon sect master's sword. Ning Jiro stifled a grunt, and the long sword in her hand stabbed out at great speed. However, the demon sect master had long anticipated Ning Jiro's movements, and after scoring a hit, his figure retreated violently, directly causing Ning Jiro's attack to fall short. The demon sect master looked at the pale Ning Jiro and said in a soft voice, "What? Want to save them? Do you think you can go?" After saying that, the demon sect master also said to Night Cultivator on the ground, "Night Cultivator, move faster, leave no one behind." Chapter 151, White Rainbow Surprises the Sky. After hearing the voice coming from the night sky, Night Cultivator smiled cruelly and looked at Lin Yuan's 4 people and said in a jarring voice, "There was no intention to let them go." As Night Shio's words fell, his lanky figure flickered and instantly rushed in front of Shang Shirsu. Night Shio's huge fist instantly smashed in front of Shang Shirsu's body, and Shang Shirsu let out a soft cry and hurriedly crossed his sword across his chest, trying to block Night Shio's unstoppable punch. However, he had underestimated Night Cultivator's power. When Night Shio's fist touched the longsword with the Shang timing sequence enhancement was even like tofu, instantly snapping apart, turning into pieces and splattering in all directions. Shang Shirsu let out a muffled grunt, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood arrows, his body fell hard onto the ground. When Jiang Qingli saw this, she let out a cry of alarm, and she rushed upwards without a second thought. Lin Yuan and the few others could have avoided getting involved in this fight. It was all because of her. And after seeing that Shang Shixian was injured, where else could Jiang Qingli shrink back? However, Jiang Qingli's resistance was futile, because Nightshade was too strong. In just a single glance, Jiang Qingli was smashed out by Night Shio's punch. Night Shio looked at Jiang Qingli's figure as she flew out backwards and he sneered. "Fine-skinned little girl, your blood must be very tasty." Saying that, Night Shio took a big step forward, and his big hand was about to grab Jiang Qingli who had fallen to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Cicada clenched her silver teeth and said to Lin Yuan in a cold voice, "Lin Yuan, you take the 2 of them away." Lin Yuan was shocked when he heard this, knowing that Lu Cicada was going to fight for his life again. He hurriedly said, "What are you farting about? If you want to go, go together. It's okay, I still have the means to save my life." Lu Cicada didn't even look back. Her figure instantly appeared in front of Night Shio's body, and the long sword in her hand chopped at Night Shio with a powerful and incomparable aura. If it was a Yuaning stage cultivator, or even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Yuaning stage, it might have been difficult to resist Lu Cicada's sword, but the enemy in front of him was a devil cultivator at the god transformation stage. Night Shio just casually raised his arm, and Lu Cicada's sword was like a moth to a flame, instantly turning into pieces and disappearing from sight. Bang! The sound. Lu Cicada's petite body also instantly fell beside Jiang Qingli's body. "Cicada!" Lin Yuan shouted angrily. His aura began to climb up. The long sword in his hand suddenly seemed to be covered with a divine light. The light was soft, but in the eyes of Night Cultivator, it was piercingly blinding. White Rainbow Shocker. Perhaps it was because his heart was moving freely, or perhaps the illusion was too real in the first place. Lin Yuan unexpectedly released the moves from the illusion. In an instant, the dazzling light directly illuminated the princess mansion as bright as day. Afterward, a sword chi was like a tornado as it swept towards Night Shio. Night Shio let out a cry of pain, his hands hastily clasping his head, trying to block the blinding light in front of him. A moment later, the light gradually disappeared, while a tiny wound unexpectedly appeared on Night Shio's body. At the moment, those wounds were actually nourishing black smoke. When Lin Yuan saw this, he immediately exclaimed, "You're not human." When he was in the illusionary realm, the scene of the battle with the Troll War General was still fresh in his mind. The power of this move, White Rainbow Shocker, wasn't amazing, but it had a special power for some of the creatures of the demon realm. And Night Shio's reaction was clearly the same as that of a Troll War General in general. Curled up, Night Cultivator slowly stood up straight, not in the least bothered by the injuries on his body, and looked at Lin Yuan with a cold smile. "I can't believe you found out." After saying that, Night Shio's lanky body flickered as he slammed his fist fiercely into Lin Yuan's chest. "Now that you know the secret, go to hell." Looking at Night Shio's blurred figure, Lin Yuan also knew that he couldn't avoid it, and grinned at Lu Cicada. wanting to make a final farewell. Lin Yuan, seeing this, Lusakeda let out a delicate cry and dragged her injured and delicate body to rush up. Just then, the demon sect master who had succeeded in her sneak attack also noticed the movement of the princess's mansion on the ground, and at the same time, she also heard Lusakeda's voice, and with a twitch of her mind, she murmured and whispered, Lin Yuan? It should be someone the Green Cloud sect wants, and by the looks of that move just now it seems like it's a heaven stage technique. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes rolled and she hurriedly transmitted her voice to Night Cultivator. Cultivator, this brat needs to be alive. When Night Cultivator heard this, he forced himself to stop and said in a jarring voice, Sect Master, this kid knows my secret. The Demon Sect Master grunted coldly. We are originally a demon sect. What are you afraid of? Just know it. What's the point of spreading the word? Nightshio scratched his head and hesitated for a moment before he said, Alright, then catch them alive. Saying that, Nightshio once again stretched out his large hand and grabbed Lin Yuan. However, just as Lin Yuan was despairing, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a white-bearded old man with white hair and a smell of alcohol suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. After the old man's figure appeared, Shang Shixian immediately said excitedly, Master, why did you come so early? The white-bearded old man muttered and said vaguely, Apprentice, is there any good wine here? Master's wine pot is out of wine. Speaking out of his mouth, the white-bearded old man didn't care about Night Cultivator's oncoming poem, and even patted the wine gourd in front of his eyes in a self-conscious manner. In mid-air, after the demon sect master sensed the white-bearded old man, he let out a dark curse from his mouth and hurriedly exerted the power of space and rushed down. And in front of him, Nightshio's large hand's movements came to an abrupt halt the moment it was about to touch the white-bearded old man. His bushy hand seemed to be deep in the mud, and he couldn't even pull it out if he wanted to. Seeing that Nightshio was under control, Lin Yuan rolled and crawled to Lusakeda's side, panting, Scared me to death. I thought I was about to be slapped to death by him. Lusakeda's face turned pale. Her small hand gently pounded on Lin Yuan's chest and snapped, Are you stupid? Why didn't you run just now? I told you. I still have the means to save my life. Lin Yuan said with palpitations. Just now, when I saw that you were injured, where could I think of so much in my head? I directly rushed up. It's so scary to think about it now. Lusakeda smiled heatedly at his words, and a warm current immediately surged up, leaning her body into Lin Yuan's arms and pouting. Next time, don't take any chances like this. Before the eyes of the crowd, the white-bearded old man dawdled over a mouthful of wine before looking at Night Cultivation, his mouth slurring. Surprisingly, it's from the demon realm, and I don't know how long it's been since I've seen a monster from the demon world. Right at this moment, the demon sect master's figure suddenly appeared behind Nightshio, and with a cold snort, she slapped her palm at the white-bearded old man and exerted force with her other hand, instantly flinging Nightshio's lanky body out of the way. The white-bearded old man looked at the demon sect master and grinned. It's not bad to leave you behind. Chapter 152, Kong Li Chun. Dead? When the demon sect master heard this, her eyes contained autumn water, and she delicately said, What? What do you want to leave people behind? Is Gramps going to talk to people all night long? When Yan Xingyun heard this, he was immediately choked by the wine and coughed, and after a moment's reprieve, he said unhappily, Demonis, who are you calling old grandpa? I think that back in the day, I was reading Countless Women, the Jianghu called the jade-faced little white dragon. Unfortunately, Yan Xingyun's words became lower and lower until finally, even Lin Yuan and the others behind him could not hear them. Seeing this, the demon sect master gave Yan Xingyun a flavorful blank look, her red lips lightly opening. Sorry, slaves don't like older ones. Yan Xingyun immediately blew his beard and eyes out, putting away the wine pot in his hand and saying angrily, Demonis, suffer death. As soon as the words fell, Yan Xingyun left a residual shadow in place before slapping his palm at the demon sect master's chest. Enough playing, it's time to go too. The demon sect master let out a delicate laugh, and the moment Yan Xingyun touched her, her figure suddenly disappeared out of sight. Yan Xingyun hurriedly halted his stance and said coldly into the void, I'll let you off the hook today. Seeing this, Shang Shixian, who was on the side, couldn't help but complain out loud. Master, you're still taking pity on her at this time. That's the demon sect master. And just now her men almost took me out. How dare you not avenge your disciple? Yan Xingyun snorted lightly, somewhat displeased. Kid, you also know that she is the demon sect master. If she wants to leave, there are really not many people who can keep her in this part of Liuzhou. When Shang Shi heard this, he was stumped for a moment, as if master was right. Right at this moment, Ning Jiro's figure also appeared in the main hall. At this moment, her face was pale, and there was still blood on her shoulder that was continuously penetrating her clothes. Seeing this, Jiang Qingli hurried forward with concern. Master, How are you? Ning Jiro shook her head and said softly, "It's fine. These are minor injuries. How are you guys doing?" "Fortunately, all minor injuries." Yan Xingyan frowned slightly as he looked at Ning Jiro and asked, "Where is Zhongjing? After sensing your scent, it ran away." Yan Xingyan said in a cold voice, "Let him go first today." When Shangshi Su heard this, he immediately turned dark and muttered, "Master, are you from Divine Imperial City to set the horses free?" Off. When Lin Yuan's crowd saw this, they couldn't help but cry and laugh. This master and disciple really acted like they were carved out of the same mold. However, it was fortunate that Yan Xingyun had arrived in time, or else the crowd would really have been wiped out. The other side, the sixth prince was not so lucky. Even though there were a dozen or so dead soldiers from the Green Cloud sect who came to support them, it was not possible for the people sent by the third prince to be even stronger. And even though they resisted to their deaths, they failed to preserve the sixth prince, Jiang Lichuan. And after seeing the deaths of the dead soldiers of the Qinyan sect, Qin Fangwei took the lead in leaving Jiang Lichuan behind and ran away. She was not sincere in assisting Jiang Lichuan, and now that Jiang Lichuan is also going to die on the road to take over the throne, there is no need for her to stay here to accompany him to his death. The third prince's royal residence. Tonight's Zhang Liheng had been sitting in the middle of the main hall waiting until he saw Chen Xian return, and only then did half of his hanging heart fall. "How's it going?" Zhang Liheng asked impatiently. Chen Xian said with an odd expression on his face, "Just now, I had clearly decapitated Jiang Lichuan's head, but just as I was about to put it away, his body and head suddenly disappeared right in front of me." "What?" Zhang Liheng was filled with surprise. Could it be that old Six still has a backhand? And at that moment, the people who had acted with Chen Xian this night chimed in. "Third prince, this matter is truly strange. A group of us clearly saw Jiang Lichuan's corpse separated and dead beyond death, but he just disappeared in front of us." Right at this moment, the Xian Heavenly Sect elder in the team at the harmonization stage murmured, "Third prince, do you think that this matter could be the hand of His Majesty the Emperor? Because right at the moment when Jiang Lichuan's corpse disappeared, I surprisingly didn't detect the slightest fluctuation of spatial power." When Jiang Liheng heard this, he immediately frowned. This elder was a harmonization stage powerhouse. If someone had made a move in front of him, it would be impossible to do so silently, or even without even the slightest fluctuation. Although there were a few people who could do this in Liuzhou, these few people were not in Divine Emperor City at this time. And right now, there was only one person who could do this within the Divine Imperial City, and that was His Majesty, the current Emperor. But His Majesty today is terminally ill, so how can he still have such strength? After a long period of silence, Zhang Liheng didn't come up with a solution. He waved his hand and said, "You guys are tired for the night. Hurry up and go rest. Where are Elder Zhong and the others? Still not back yet?" Chen Xian opened his mouth and asked. Zhang Liheng nodded and said with a grave expression on his face, "It could be that my little sister's master has arrived, so some time will be wasted." However, before Jiang Liheng's words fell, Zhongjing's figure appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the main hall, and he looked at all the people in the hall with an ugly face and said, "Except for me, the whole army was wiped out." "What?" Within the main hall, there was a gasp of surprise. When Jiang Liheng heard this, he only felt a trance before his eyes, and then he sat down on the stool behind him. "This time it's really costly." When Chen Xian heard this, he anxiously asked, "Elder Zhong, how did this happen?" Zhongjing sighed and spoke. At first, there was only one harmonization stage expert, Ning Jiro, on the princess side. But right after the battle started, the demon sect master came with his left protector, Night Cultivator. Originally, that madman Night Shio wanted to deal with those people from the princess's residence first, but that loser, Dagger Datong, even angered Night Shio, resulting in the tragic deaths of all the people, except for me, in Night Shio's hands. Then later, Yan Xingyun also arrived at the princess's mansion, and as soon as I saw that the tide had turned, I hastily withdrew. When Jiang Liheng heard this, his face was incomparably grave as he said, "In other words, there are also two harmonization stage powerhouses in the current princess's residence?" Chen Xian's face was also turning blue at this moment, and he said in a deep voice, "Just in terms of merging stage powerhouses, the princess house is even stronger than us." As Chen Xian's words fell, there was silence in the main hall. After a long period of silence, Zhongjing hesitantly said, "Should we call the patriarch here?" Chapter 153 Escalation. Hearing Zhongjing's words, there was silence within the main hall. When Chen Xian and the others heard this, their eyes were hesitant, not knowing what to do. Zhang Liheng's eyes were then filled with anticipation after hearing Zhongjing's words. He had worked hard for more than 10 years and had given up too much for this throne. Now that he was just a foot away from the door, he naturally wanted to be more stable. After a long period of silence, Chen Xian tentatively said, "Why don't we notify the patriarch and see how he reacts?" Zhong Jing nodded and said, "That's fine. It's best if the patriarch can personally arrive at Divine Emperor City. If not, it's fine to send us some additional manpower." Right at this moment, a soft and charming voice suddenly sounded in mid-air. "How about cooperating with us?" As the words fell, two silhouettes appeared out of thin air outside the main hall. Zhong Jing immediately frowned. The incoming person had already arrived above their heads and he hadn't even noticed. Could it be that the demon sect master had come again? But something didn't seem right about the voice. And Jiang Liheng had long since heard who the owner of the voice was, the schemer behind Jiang Lichuan, Qin Bangwei. And after getting a good look at the two figures, Chen Xian frowned and said, "Great elder of the Qinyin sect. Surprisingly, it's the power of space." When Zhong Jing saw this, he was a bit puzzled. "You made a breakthrough?" Li Changfeng laughed and said in a rather self-satisfied tone, "It was just a fluke. In a month just broke through to the first layer of the harmonization stage. Only the first level of the harmonization stage. It's useless to cooperate with you. It's estimated that you'll be killed by Yin Xingyun in a single glance." Zhong Jing sneered and directly poured a pot of cold water over him. Li Changfeng heard the words. Immediately an old face suffocated red, raised his right hand and pointed at Zhong Jing, would like to retort a few words, but Zhong Jing is the truth. He was there you half a day, did not say a reason. Qin Bianwei smiled charmingly. Her sight crossed over the crowd to Jiang Liheng, who was still sitting on top of the main seat, and said, "Third Prince, let's talk about it?" "Talk?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Liheng laughed softly at Qin Rongwei. "What can there be to talk about between us?" Despite the fact that Qingyun sect was the #1 sect in the Liuzhou continent, Jiang Liheng did not have any good feelings towards Qingyun sect, and most importantly, he did not want to cooperate with sects outside of the Great Yan dynasty. "Does your highness the third prince think that you have already won?" Qin Fanwei asked rhetorically. "It might be a bit arrogant to say that victory is assured," Jiang Liheng said with a twist of words, "but with the Xian Tian sect around, I don't think I'll lose. So there seems to be no need for cooperation between us. Don't be so hasty to reject it first, third prince." Qin Bianwei smiled charmingly and continued, "As we speak here, Xia Lingyun has already crossed the border between the Great Yu dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty. Within 2 days, Xia Lingyun will arrive at Divine Emperor City." Hearing this, do you still feel there is no need to talk about it? In the middle of the main hall, there was a gasp of surprise. Xia Lingyun is coming? It can't be. The head of a clan is going to come down personally. When Zhong Jing heard this, he immediately frowned. If Xia Lingyun personally went down, this matter would become tricky. Qin Bianwei coughed lightly and continued, "The third prince should consider it clearly. It will be too late to regret at that time." Right at this moment, Chen Xian suddenly looked at Li Changfeng and questioned, "Since you've already arrived at Divine Emperor City, why didn't you show up during the great battle tonight?" Now that Jiang Lichuan is dead, the two of you suddenly came over to seek cooperation from the third prince. What exactly is your purpose? When Jiang Liheng heard this, his heart was suddenly startled. Could it be that this Qin Pingwei is the secret spy left by the Great Yu dynasty in Divine Emperor City? Now wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to cause the Great Yin dynasty to completely implode. Hearing Chen Xian's skepticism, Li Changfeng explained in a deep voice, "Our original plan was to arrive tomorrow, and after hearing about your sudden move, we have already accelerated our pace. It's a pity that I came one step too late. By the time I arrived at the gates of Divine Emperor City, Jiang Lichuan was already dead. Since Jiang Lichuan is already dead, there is no need for you to stay in Divine Emperor City. What purpose do you have in returning to work with us now?" When Jiang Liheng heard this, he asked with sharp words. Qin Pingwei laughed and said, "Elder Li is not good with words. It's better for me to explain." After a pause, Qin Fangwei said, "It is true that we have other objectives in cooperating with you, but there is no conflict whatsoever with the third prince's goals. Our target is those 2 disciples of the Acacia sect." "What do you mean?" Jiang Liheng frowned. Qin Pingwei slowly said, "Elder Li's beloved disciple died tragically in the hands of these 2. So Elder Li wants to personally avenge his beloved disciple. It's as simple as that. But the other side has many experts. That's why we're thinking of cooperating with the third prince." "The beloved disciple? That Mu Chuxian who has become a demon?" Chen Xian asked in an icy tone. When they were in the Stumpy Wall mysterious realm, a bunch of disciples from the Xian Tian sect had all died at the hands of Mu Chuyen. Li Chengfeng's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly said, "Besides Mu Chuyen, I have 2 other disciples who died in the secret realm of the wreckage. As for that sinful disciple Mu Chuyen, I expelled her from the division long ago." At this time, Jiang Liheng coughed lightly, pulling back the crowd's thoughts, then slowly said, "How about this? I'll think about it and give you 2 an answer first thing in the morning. What do you 2 think?" "Yeah." After the 2 left, Jiang Liheng looked at Chen Xian and Zhong Jing and inquired, What to do? Should we cooperate with them? Zhong Jing frowned and said, I guess the Dao sect still has follow-up support. If they really want to add another Xiaolingyun, I'm afraid that it's not too good for the patriarch to win even if he comes in person. I also don't know what the strength of the people coming from the Qingyan sect is like. If it's only a waste like Li Chengfeng who's at the first layer of the harmonization stage, there doesn't seem to be much of a difference whether they cooperate or not. In Xiaolingyun's eyes, it's just a few more deaths. The Acacia sect patriarch is so strong? Jiang Lihong was surprised. Zhong Jing's eyes were heavy as he said, before Xiaolingyun was injured, in the entire continent of Liuzhou, only the patriarch of the Qingyun sect had steadily suppressed her. So do you think she's strong? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Xian slowly said, as long as someone is able to stall Xiaolingyun, we still have a good chance of winning. How about this? The trio dispersed from late at night until the faintest hint of dawn. Time flies. 2 days later, Xiaolingyun's figure also appeared dusty at the Divine Emperor City's teleportation array. Master. After seeing Xiaolingyun, Lu Cicada Yi couldn't wait to rush over. Xiaolingyun laughed, dotingly rubbing Lu Cicada Yi's head, softly saying, are there any injuries? Lu Cicada Yi let out a delicate laugh, then spun around in front of Xiaolingyun and playfully said, of course there isn't any. Your disciple is so powerful that he can hurt me. You. Xiaolingyun nodded Lu Cicada Yi's head and said helplessly, can't you let Master save his mind? Lu Cicada Yi sniffed and spread his hands innocently. Master. This time it wasn't me who caused the trouble. The one the Qingyan sect is after is Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who was on the side, said with some embarrassment, I don't know why the Qingyan sect is after me. It might really be because. Xiaolingyun hurriedly interrupted Lin Yuan and said in a deep voice, go back and talk about it. Chapter 154 Conditions. After returning to the princess residence, the three of them specifically looked for a separate courtyard before Xiaolingyun said in a deep voice, I'm already looking into it on the clan side, and it may take a while before I can find out the results. Lu Cicada Yi was surprised. Could it be that the heavenly rank technique has leaked out? It shouldn't be. Xiaolingyun shook her head. Back when you guys were being chased by the Green Cloud sect, I had only just handed over the remnants of the heavenly rank technique to a group of elders within the sect, so even if the Green Cloud sect had gotten wind of it, it wouldn't have been possible for them to send someone to Divine Emperor City so quickly. Lin Yuan, who was at the side, said with some hesitation, do you guys think it could be because of Mu Chuxian? The Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect is Mu Qian's master. Unless Li Changfeng is tired of living, it's impossible for him to avenge a disciple who has become a demon. Xiaolingyun shook his head, dismissing Lin Yuan's idea. And why exactly is that? Lin Yuan fell into deep thought when he heard this. Other than this matter, he really couldn't think of any grudges with the Qingyan sect. Could it be Li Mubai? If there was anyone else in the Qingyan sect who wanted to kill him, it would probably be Li Mubai. After all, the three of them had taken out his own brother, but it was the three of them who moved together in the first place. Why those dead soldiers only killed him alone? Lin Yuan was a bit confused. At this time, Xiaolingyun waved her hand and said, alright, don't think so much. Since I'm here, there's no way I'll let the Green Cloud sect win. After saying that, Xiaolingyun turned her head to look at Lu Cicada Yi and said, how is it on Master Ji's side? When will the sword forged for the two of you be ready? It should take a few more days. Lu Cicada Yi returned. Okay. Xiaolingyun nodded and slowly got up from the stone bench, stretched and said lazily, Cicada Yi, find me a room to take a rest. For the sake of the two of you, I didn't stop all the way. Okay, master. After arranging a place for Xiaolingyun to stay, Lu Cicada Yi calculated the time and said in a deep voice, the casting of the swords out of the furnace is estimated to be about the same time as the end of the seizing of the first lineage. It's just that I don't know if master is willing to step in and help Jiang Qingli. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, it should be unwilling. Helping Jiang Qingli to seize the throne doesn't seem like the harmonious sect would gain anything, and it's not wise to offend the Xian sect for an unrelated person. Lin Yuan suddenly turned his words around and said, however, after Jiang Qingli seizes the throne, he can deal with the Xian sect together with the Dao sect, and by that time, the Xian sect will have no time to worry about themselves. So where will they still look for trouble from our Acacia sect? Why don't you go persuade master? Lu Cicada Yi tried. I'm going? Lin Yuan felt that he should have misheard. Lu Cicada Yi nodded and continued to look at him. It's not appropriate, is it? The sovereign is your master. Lu Cicada Yi patted Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, that's you. I'm the future patriarch of the Acacia sect. If I do this kind of money-losing deal, master will definitely say that I don't have a big picture view or something like that. But it's different if you go. Master will definitely think that you're coveting Jiang Qingli's beauty. So at most he'll just scold you. Lin Yuan. Right at this moment, Jiang Qingli's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the small courtyard, her face grave as she said, I just received news that the 6th Imperial brother was killed by Qin Xian last night. Lin Yuan sniffed and said in surprise, died just like that? Jiang Qingli nodded and said, 6th Imperial brother's original intention should have been to cooperate with me, but after Cloud Dream House, he gave up on that idea. So he doesn't have many strong people around him. Lu Cicada-e smiled contemptuously and spoke, he just deserved it. When just because of a few words from the third prince, he started to make wild guesses, even without that holy decree in the first place, I guess he wouldn't have cooperated with you. After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingli sighed and said, I have no way back now. I know Patriarch Xia doesn't want to wade through this mess, so I've come over to talk about cooperation. Cooperation? Lu Cicada asked. Jiang Qingli nodded and said, after I ascend to the throne, your Acacia sect can come and set up a lower sect in the Dian dynasty. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and pondered. Setting up the lower sect will also cost manpower and resources, so it doesn't seem like much of a benefit. Don't worry, Jiang Qingli said, all of this will be paid for by the Great Yan dynasty. You only need to send someone over to take over when the time comes. What do you think? Lin Yuan sniffed and turned his head to look at Lu Cicada-e. That sounds great. It's okay to go talk to the master. Lu Cicada-e said, patting Lin Yuan's shoulder and said, you go ahead and poke around to find out what master is saying. You really want me to go? Lin Yuan was a bit reluctant. That's right. Lu Cicada-e nodded and said in a serious tone, you're my man. If you don't stand up for me in this kind of scolding, who will stand up for me? Fine. Lin Yuan nodded somewhat helplessly. A few moments later, under the watching eyes of the two Lu Cicada-e, Lin Yuan carefully knocked on the door of Xia Lingyun's room. Sovereign? You are asleep. Who? As soon as Lin Yuan's words fell, Xia Lingyun's lazy voice came from the room. Patriarch, I'm Lin Yuan. I have something I want to discuss with you. Oh, it's Lin Yuan. Come in. As soon as the words fell, the door to the room unexpectedly opened automatically. Seeing this, Lu Cicada-e waved her hand and said softly, remember to get to the point. Chapter 155, Convincing Xia Lingyun. After Lin Yuan entered the room, he smelled a unique body fragrance from Xia Lingyun's body. At this moment, Xia Lingyun was half leaning on the head of the bed, her dress slipping slightly from her shoulders, revealing a small half of her crystal jade-like shoulders, as if emitting a halo that dazzled people. Lin Yuan swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. Patriarch, I'm disturbing you. Xia Lingyun naturally knew that Lu Cicada-e and Jiang Qingli were still outside the door, nodded and lazily said, say what you have to say directly, don't disturb my rest. It's about Jiang Qingli. Jiang Qingli? As Lin Yuan's words fell, Xia Lingyun's speaking voice suddenly raised an octave as she said with a cold face, you brat wouldn't be coveting someone else's beauty. You can't afford to do this to Cicada-e. As Xia Lingyun spoke, the door to the room suddenly closed with a bang. Lu Cicada-e and Jiang Qingli, who were guarding the door, were also startled. Jiang Qingli said with some concern, your master won't do anything. Lu Cicada-e shook her head. She wasn't sure, but her master was very fond of her and might actually teach Lin Yuan a slight lesson. In the middle of the room, Lin Yuan looked at the suddenly furious Xia Lingyun and hurriedly explained, Patriarch, I didn't see color. I just, seeing Lin Yuan's appearance, Xia Lingyun, who had been keeping a taut face, suddenly laughed with a pfft. Now Lin Yuan was even more puzzled. Xia Lingyun cleared her throat and teased, just kidding. When Lin Yuan saw Xia Lingyun's appearance, he suddenly had a heartbeat and walked towards Xia Lingyun with a bad smile. You're being naughty again. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun hurriedly arranged a soundproof barrier before she softly said, I heard your words just now a long time ago. Anyway, Cicada-e also needs some experience. If this matter can be accomplished, you and Cicada-e will come over here to exercise and work out, and you will be able to take over the Acacia sect in the future as well. Lin Yuan slowly sat on the edge of the bed and said in surprise, you're agreeing to this? I thought that I had to waste some words before Xia Lingyun could agree, but I didn't expect Xia Lingyun to agree so painfully. What? Still want me to make things difficult for Jiang Qingli? Xia Lingyun raised her eyebrows and said with some displeasure, you brat wouldn't really fancy someone else, would you? How could I? Lin Yuan scratched his head and laughed, she might be the future empress. I can't afford it. Xia Lingyun snorted lightly, muttering and whispering under her breath, what's wrong with the empress? I'm still the patriarch of the Acacia sect, and I'm still conquered by you. With this thought in mind, Xia Lingyun suddenly probed over to lie on Lin Yuan's shoulder and softly said, you go and take her down, and in the future, the Great Yan dynasty will still not be under your control. The man behind the queen is awesome to think about. Lin Yuan wrapped his arm around Xia Lingyun's soft waist and laughed lightly. Pull back. It's enough for me to have you and Cicada-e. Xia Lingyun sniffed and said with some curiosity, "You really aren't moved? Should I make a move on her?" Xia Lingyun nodded and said softly, "I heard that men are particularly fond of that kind of ice beauty because it's more conquering." Lin Yuan laughed at his words, one hand picking up Xia Lingyun's chin and laughing lightly. "I've already conquered the queen of the Acacia sect, and the future queen was conquered by me." Xia Lingyun slapped Lin Yuan's hand away and said with a serious face, "This is a rare opportunity. As long as we take her down, after the next 100 years, it's hard to tell if the great Yan dynasty will be surnamed Lin. Think about it, if that's what you want to do, I'll help you." Lin Yuan sniffed. His face was a bit ugly. After all, when he first helped Jiang Qingli, it was because a few people were just friends in life and death. How come now when Xia Lingyun came, the flavor had changed? From the initial deal, to now actually wanting to control the Dian dynasty, this change was a bit too big. When Xia Lingyun saw Lin Yuan's expression, she knew that Lin Yuan didn't want to do this and hurriedly said, "Alright, I'm just mentioning it casually. If you don't want to, forget it. I'll do whatever you want." Seeing this, Lin Yuan coughed lightly and said, "Don't be like this, although we have an affair. You still have the final say regarding the decisions of the Acacia sect." Xia Lingyun spat. Her pink fist gently pounded on Lin Yuan's chest, and snapped. "What an ugly thing to say. What do you mean by having a leg?" Lin Yuan's eyes rolled and he said with a bad smile, "Patriarch, after finishing the business just now, it's time to talk about what's going on between us." When Xia Lingyun saw this, she was still a bit unable to react. What kind of show was Lin Yuan coming up with again? Lin Yuan grinned and looked at Xia Lingyun, whose breasts were half exposed, and said wickedly, "Patriarch, you don't want our relationship to be known by Cicada E either." Xia Lingyun hummed lightly and gave Lin Yuan a flavorful blank look, then slowly pulled up her hair. A quarter of an hour later, Xia Lingyun leaned into Lin Yuan's arms and softly said, "You should go out." Lin Yuan hugged Xia Lingyun's petite body and said, "How about I tell Cicada E about our relationship?" "No." Before Lin Yuan could finish his sentence, he was directly overruled by Xia Lingyun. "But doesn't that aggravate you?" "No aggravation." Xia Lingyun faintly said, "This is also quite good, and I'm hundreds of years old. Age is not a problem, and as the old saying goes, it's a good thing that women are older." Xia Lingyun sniffed and pouted. "What about the female great 300? I can even be your ancestor." Lin Yuan said with a face full of indifference, "It's okay, I don't mind, and you look like you're only 27 or 18. That won't work either." At the thought of the scene of master and disciple sharing the same husband, Xia Lingyun's pretty face flew up with a touch of red. This was too embarrassing. Xia Lingyun said helplessly, "It's better to talk about this matter back at the sect." "Alright." Seeing that Xia Lingyun's attitude was so resolute, Lin Yuan no longer forced himself, and the two of them warmed up for a few more moments before Lin Yuan left. After Lin Yuan left, Xia Lingyun lay straight on the bed and looked at the ceiling in a daze. It was impossible to talk about regret. After all, he had already spent an unknown amount of time with Lin Yuan in the illusionary realm in the first place. But after returning to the real world, and then letting Xia Lingyun face up to this relationship, Xia Lingyun's heart will always have a hurdle that can't be passed. "Hey!" After a long time, Xia Lingyun sighed quietly, followed by silence in the room once again. After returning to the courtyard, Lu Cicada E and Jiang Changli were still waiting at the same spot with nervous faces. After seeing Lin Yuan come out, Lu Cicada E hurriedly asked, "How's it going?" Lin Yuan patted his chest with a smug face and said, "Of course I convinced the patriarch with my 3-inch tongue." When Jiang Qingli heard this, she said with concern, "Patriarch Xia didn't do anything, did he?" "Hands off?" Lin Yuan recalled the scene just now and shook his head. "This kind of thing can be solved with a few words. What's the point of doing it?" "That's good." Only then did Jiang Qingli put her heart down. Chapter 156 Autumn Wudao. It's night. The entire God Emperor city was plunged into silence. In the night sky, a full moon hidden in the dark clouds appeared and disappeared, and a gust of evening wind blew, making people feel a sense of coolness. The third prince's royal residence. Zhang Liheng stood on the steps. On his right-hand side were Qin Xian and Zhong Jing, and on his left-hand side Qin Banwei and Li Chengfeng. After a long period of silence, Zhang Liheng took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, "Do it." Chen Xian's men responded and disappeared behind them, leaving only that schemer of Jiang Lichuan and Zhang Liheng still standing in place. "The third prince isn't going to take a look?" Qin Fangwei asked softly. When Jiang Liheng heard this, he suddenly threw back his head and laughed a few times, then said triumphantly, "How can such a thrilling and great scene be without me?" Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had once heard of his father's Tao experience. His father back then had followed the path of his eldest brother, the biggest difference being that his eldest brother had failed and his father had succeeded. Zhang Liheng felt that his father might also be the same as he is now. Both of them were this spirited and springy. The top 5 clans of Liuzhou were more or less involved in this battle to seize the throne, regardless of success or failure. But this great battle was a picture that Liuzhou had not seen for hundreds of years, and it was all with his participation and planning. I really don't know how future generations will talk about this unprecedented battle. Sighing, Jiang Lihan left with a big stride. The princess mansion. The disciples from the Dao sect's support had been scattered all over the princess residence. Xia Lingyun's 3 harmonized stage powerhouses sat in the main hall, waiting for the enemy to come to their door. The atmosphere in the main hall was incomparably tense, and Lin Yuan's few people stood guard, not even daring to breathe. I don't know how long it took, but Xia Lingyun, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the top of her head. It's coming. Yan Xingyun retrieved the wine gourd and asked in a deep voice, "We're going out?" Xia Lingyun nodded and turned back to Lin Yuan and the others and instructed, "You guys be careful." After saying that, he exchanged a glance with Ning Zhiro, and then the 3 of them disappeared into the main hall. After arriving in midair, Xia Lingyun's trio happened to be in front of Zhong Jing's crowd. After seeing Xia Lingyun's trio, Zhong Jing instructed Chen Xian behind him, "We'll stop them, you guys go to the mansion." "Good," Chen Xian responded, followed by a group of people behind him turning their heads and flying towards the princess mansion. At this moment, there were only 7 people left in the sky, and the weakest was a strong person at the first level of the harmonization stage. Seeing Chen Xian's crowd leave, Xia Lingyun didn't make a move to stop them, but only looked at Zhong Jing's few people and said contemptuously, "Just the 4 of you? It's too much to look down on me." Zhong Jing sneered and said contemptuously, "Xia Lingyun, it's not true that you used to be the second person in the Liuzhou continent, but it seems like your strength has regressed quite a bit since you were injured." "What?" Xia Lingyun sneered. "Think I'm injured? That you can beat me? If you can beat it or not, just try it." As Zhong Jing's words fell, his figure instantly disappeared in place. Xia Lingyun snorted coldly and her figure disappeared together. Seeing this, Yan Xingyun said to Ning Zhiro, "The remaining 3 together." Or, Ning Zhiro coldly said, "Leave those 2 from the Qing sect to me. Can you do it?" Before Yan Xingyun could finish his words, Ning Zhiro had already rushed up. A few moments later, the pitch-black void suddenly became abnormally distorted, and immediately afterward, Zhong Jing's figure appeared in the same place, his divine sense outwardly released as he nervously watched the surroundings. Just a moment ago, Xia Lingyun had used the power of space together with him, but he had not detected any trace of Xia Lingyun, not even a hint of spatial fluctuation. However, just as Zhong Jing felt puzzled, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Are you looking for me?" Zhong Jing's pupils instantly shrank, and a coldness instantly surged through his heart. Although he had fear in his heart, Zhong Jing was not a fledgling brat, and before Xia Lingyun's voice could fall, he slashed his sword behind him. Afterward, Zhong Jing's figure flickered away once again, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared a dozen feet away. But when Zhong Jing looked back at his original position, he realized that Xia Lingyun's shadow was long gone there. Just then, Xia Lingyun's voice once again sounded from behind him. "I'm here." Zhong Jing shivered and once again exerted the power of space. This time, after he had stabilized his stance, he finally saw Xia Lingyun himself. Xia Lingyun laughed and looked at Zhong Jing contemptuously and said, "Quite a big mouth. But strength, average. You're not injured. Why are you still so strong?" Zhong Jing's voice was trembling a little. In the moments of the exchange just now, Xia Lingyun had at least 3 chances to seriously injure him. He didn't understand that Xia Lingyun was at the 6th level of the harmonization stage and was only 1 level higher than himself. So why was the gap so large? Xia Lingyun smiled contemptuously. She naturally wouldn't tell Zhong Jing that the injuries on her body had long since recovered. Moreover, back then, in the illusionary realm, she had already navigated the landscape of the Mahayana stage. Her understanding of the power of space had long since been beyond the ability of an ordinary harmonization stage cultivator to match. Xia Lingyun even felt that even if she were to face the Green Cloud sect patriarch right now, she would still be able to keep her head above water. She smiled contemptuously and looked at Zhong Jing. "Still fighting?" Zhong Jing looked at Xia Lingyun with obscure eyes and was silent for a long time before he sighed. "Patriarch, it's better for you to take action yourself. Know the gap. The sound comes before the person arrives." A moment later, a figure slowly appeared beside Zhong Jing. The visitor was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 40s, with slightly graying temples and eyes full of vicissitudes. Upon seeing the visitor, Xia Lingyun's eyes instantly became grave as she said in a cold voice, "Autumn Wudo, you're here too." Now that the other party's harmonization stage cultivators were as many as 5, Ning Zhiro and Yan Xingyun could only deal with 3 at most, and with Qiu Wu Dao being able to hold himself back, then Zhong Jing would be left unattended. Thinking of this, Xia Lingyun couldn't help but regret a little. Had she known that she shouldn't have teased Zhong Jing just now? But it was too late for regrets, so he could only think of a way to resolve the battle over here as soon as possible. If it was before, Xia Lingyun really wasn't sure, but it was different now. Qiu Wu Dao smiled faintly and said blandly, "If Patriarch Xia can come, why can't I come? It looks as if Patriarch Xia has recovered from his injuries. I believe that before long, the position of the second person in the Liuzhou continent will change hands." Xia Lingyun snorted lightly. "If you want to fight, then fight. Where's all the nonsense?" When Qiu Wu Dao heard this, his eyes flashed with a flash of thick battle intent. "Then I'll come and ask for some lessons." As soon as the words fell, Qiu Wu Dao's figure instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 157, The Troublemakers Are Here Again. After Xia Lingyun's trio stopped Zhong Jing and his group, Chen Xian rushed straight in the direction of the princess's mansion with his remaining people, but as a result, before they could rush close, they were stopped by the Dao sect disciples who came out from all directions. Chen Xian scanned the circle, and after not seeing Jiang Qingli's few people, he said aloud, "Shang Shixian, it's time for you to hide at the back as a shrunken head turtle. Are you scared out of your wits? If you're scared, get out and kowtow to Grandpa 3 times, and Grandpa will let you go." For a time, the sound rolled like heavenly thunder, as if the entire Divine Emperor city could hear it. In the main hall, finally, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." After Chen Xian's voice fell, Shang Shixian also immediately counterattacked, and then his figure quickly arrived in the courtyard, looking at Chen Xian in the sky and angrily saying, "Chen Xian, roll down and suffer death. Saw you." In mid-air, after seeing Shang Shixian's figure, the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a thick sword she rapidly approached along with Chen Xian's figure. Seeing this, Shang Shisu lightly grunted and immediately greeted him as well. The relationship between the Dao sect and the Xian heavenly sect was like water and fire, while Chen Xian's relationship with Shang Shixian was similarly the same, and the two of them would have to fight to the death the moment they met. Behind Chen Xian, there were 6 or 7 other figures that rushed down right behind him. Lu Cicada said to Jiang Qingli beside her, "Half for each." "Yes." Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Then what am I doing? At least leave me one." Among those people, the lowest cultivation level is at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage. "Can you deal with it?" Lu Cicada returned. "Why not? When I was in the Remnant Secret Realm I crossed over and took out a Yuanying stage cultivator when I was still at the Jindan stage." "Okay, then I'll leave the weakest one for you." As soon as the words fell, the two women rushed up together. Soon, that weakest cultivator at the 4th level of the Yuanying stage was separated. "Kid, take your life." Lin Yuan shouted violently and stepped on the 7 nebula steps, also quickly joining the fray. In the night, Zhang Liheng's figure also slowly appeared on the outskirts of the princess's mansion. He picked the tallest building in the neighborhood and then sat on the roof, quietly watching the good show, and beside him, Qin Fangwei had been inseparable. Tonight had reached a critical moment, and now that the experts around Zhang Liheng had joined the battle, that burden of protecting Zhang Liheng fell on her. Although her cultivation level wasn't too high, the average cultivator of the God realization stage wouldn't really be able to do much good in her hands. At this moment, Qin Pingwei is equally springy, borrowing other people's hands to accomplish her own work from the dragon. This is her brilliant place. It could be said that she hadn't contributed at all in this battle, but the Green Cloud sect was the one he had called out to. With only one Xian Tian sect, it was really hard to make a judgment on how successful or unsuccessful it would be. Looking at Jiang Qingli, who was fighting hard not far away, Zhang Liheng leisurely said, "Little sister, if you want to fight with me, you're still a bit too young." After saying that, Zhang Liheng took out a jug of wine from his storage ring and took a sip for himself, then laughed out loud. "Painful. What a pain in the ass." Immediately afterward, Zhang Liheng also turned his head to look at Qin Rongwei and said, "Does Miss Qin drink?" Qin Bianwei shook her head and directly splashed a pot of cool water over as she softly said, "Third prince, drinking celebratory wine now?" Zhang Liheng smiled and said, "This is not a celebratory drink. Seeing such a stirring great battle, how can one lack wine as a companion? But it's a pity that I'm not strong enough to participate in it myself." "What a pity." Right at this moment, a soft voice suddenly came from Zhang Liheng's side. "Shall I fulfill the third prince's request?" As soon as the words fell, the flirtatious figure of the demon sect master slowly surfaced beside Zhang Liheng, and at the feet of a few of them, Night Cultivator's eyes radiated a bloodthirsty light as he looked at the princess's mansion and leapt into action. The demon sect master did not make a move, but instead looked at the Night Cultivator at his feet and commanded, "Cultivator, Princess Taiping is in your hands." "Yes," Night Xiu answered in a jarred voice. Then as if he were a fierce beast, he directly crashed through the wall of the princess's residence and rushed into the crowd. As for Zhang Liheng, after seeing the demon sect master, he was instantly scared out of his wits. and his magnificent aura from earlier instantly vanished. Qin Bingwei's pupils also shrank, and he hurriedly pulled Zhang Liheng's body to his side, then slapped his palm over. The demon sect master let out a light laugh and sneered. A cultivator at the god transformation stage wants to block me. Zhang Liheng was pulled by Qin Bangwei and also instantly came to his senses, and when Qin Bangwei rushed towards the demon sect master, he directly rolled off the roof with a donkey punch. Then he shouted at the sky, "Elder Zhong, save me!" In mid-air, Zhong Jing had just broken away from the battle circle when he heard Zhang Lihengdao's voice, and after his divine sense enveloped him, he was also startled, and rushed over in a fiery hurry. This meddling in the Great Yan dynasty's seizure of the throne was to rely on the third prince to suppress the Dao sect together with the Shin Tian sect after he ascended the throne. If the third prince died now, then the previous efforts would be in vain. The demon sect master naturally also detected Zhong Jing's aura, and then coldly grunted, "You're able to outrun me?" After saying that, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Zhong Jing only felt his scalp tingle as he hurriedly exerted his spatial power and rushed towards Zhang Liheng, who had just rolled down to the ground. However, before Zhong Jing's figure could appear again, the devil sect master's silhouette then instantly appeared beside Zhang Liheng. Put! A brightly shining long sword came out through his body, directly nailing Zhang Liheng to the ground. And at that moment, Zhong Jing also appeared beside Zhang Liheng. He shouted angrily and the long sword in his hand instantly chopped at the demon sect master. A thick sword chi swept out, wanting to cut the demon sect master off at the waist, but unfortunately, as he struck, the demon sect master's figure disappeared once again. After seeing the demon sect master retreat, Zhong Jing hurriedly pulled out the long sword that was stuck in Zhang Liheng's chest, and then took out an elixir from his storage ring and fed it to Zhang Liheng. "Third prince, how are you doing?" With a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, Zhang Liheng gasped. "Fortunately, this sword is not fatal." Zhong Jing sniffed, and then he put his heart down. In a deep voice, he said to Qin Fangwei, "Take care of the third prince. I'm going to kill this demon girl." Right at this moment, the figure of the demon sect master was once again revealed in mid-air. She smiled coldly and spoke. "What a big mouth." Earlier, when he was teased by Xiaolingyun, Zhong Jing had held a belly full of fire, and now that this demon sect master had nearly undone his work, how could he not be angry? Before the words of the demon sect master even fell, Zhong Jing roared and charged straight up. At this time, most of the people in the princess's mansion are the cave emptiness stage as well as the yuaning stage of the cultivators. Night repair after breaking in, it is as if entering the no man's land, as long as the cultivators with him to encounter. Basically it is a photo. It was Night repair broken into pieces. Though Night Xiu was addicted to killing, he still remembered his mission. After he got a good look at Zhang Changli's figure, his feet snapped into action, and his entire body, like a cannonball, slammed straight into Zhang Changli. In mid-air, as long as the cultivators blocked Night Cultivator's path, they were all smashed into a mass of blood mist by him. Chapter 158 The Chase. A gust of harsh wind wrapped in blood chi and headed straight for Zhang Qingli. When Night Xiu was still some distance away from Zhang Qingli felt a murderous aura as if it was substantial surging up from below. Still entangled in the fight, Zhang Qingli only felt a chill all over her body, and when she looked down, she saw that Night Xiu, who was like a god of killing, was about to rush right in front of her eyes. Tai Ching Xian Gong. Seeing this, Zhang Qingli once again activated her Tai Ching Xian Gong, and the light green colored shadow behind her, which was originally only 3 zhang, was hardened by her and pulled up another 2 zhang. Zhang Qingli gave a petulant cry, and the 2 long swords of one person and one shadow chopped at the oncoming Night Cultivator together. Looking at the sword chi that was getting closer and closer to his head, Night Cultivator did not flash or evade. He just gently tilted his huge head to the side, and then the longsword chopped solidly on top of Night Cultivator's shoulder. For a moment, Nightshade's body seemed to pause in mid-air. However, such a scene lasted only a few breaths. In mid-air, Night Cultivator lightly drank. His right hand instantly grabbed the green-colored shadow's longsword, and then fiercely exerted force. Wow! A bang! The longsword was like tofu, instantly crumbling, along with the shadow behind Zhang Qingli, which also turned into fragments and disappeared between heaven and earth at this moment. With the disappearance of the shadow behind her, Zhang Qingli was also as if she had been struck by a heavy blow, immediately spewing out a mouthful of blood, and then her pretty face became incomparably pale. Zhang Qingli. Seeing this, Lu Cicada let out a cry of alarm and tried to rush over. The 3 Shin Tian sect disciples in front of her naturally knew that the current situation was in their favor. As long as Princess Taiping was finished off by that lanky man, then their Shin Tian sect would win. Therefore, after seeing Lu Cicada make a move, these 3 people didn't care about their own safety, and desperately stopped in front of Lu Cicada, not allowing her to take a step closer to Zhang Changli. Lin Yuan, who was on the side, also noticed the scene at that moment, and after he fought to swing his sword and repelled the enemy in front of him, he quickly rushed towards Night Xiao. White Rainbow Shocker! Lin Yuan shouted angrily, and his entire body's aura quickly infused into the long sword in his hand. Then he heavily swung it out towards Night Xiao. As the sword chi detached from the long sword, the dazzling light began to slowly rise, and in the end the glow was like a sun hanging in mid-air. In an instant, the princess mansion seemed to be as bright as day. Originally, Night Repair's speed had slowed down a lot, and after the bright light appeared, he came to a complete stop. The blinding light shook his eyes, and black smoke began to rise from his body. This time it seemed to be even more powerful, because from a long distance away, Lin Yuan could smell a roasted meat aroma. However, now was not the time to ponder over this. The moment the sword chi smashed into Night Cultivator, Lin Yuan hurriedly flew towards Jiang Qingli. At this moment, Jiang Qingli's body was also staggering, and if she hadn't been holding on strongly, she was afraid that she would have fallen from mid-air. And right at this moment, the three people that Jiang Qingli had previously fought against also scrambled to rush over. If Jiang Qingli could die at the hands of the three of them, it would be a great credit. It is expected that the patriarch will reward them personally. When they looked at Jiang Qingli, it was as if they had seen a high-grade technique as well as a magic weapon, and their eyes immediately became incomparably fervent. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's feet once again exerted force, and his speed increased a bit more. But in the end, they were not faster than those three disciples from the Xian Tian sect, and Jiang Qingli could only helplessly swing her last sword when she was at the end of her strength. The long swords of the three of them then slashed at Jiang Qingli in unison. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan's heart was in his throat. However, just in the nick of time, a golden light suddenly erupted from her body, directly shaking back the three people in front of her. Afterward, Jiang Qingli's body went limp and she planted herself straight down. But below her, there was a leering nightshade. At this moment, Night Xiao also saw Jiang Qingli. He grinned and slammed his fist fiercely at Jiang Qingli. However, just at the moment when Night Cultivation was about to smash Jiang Qingli, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly came out from behind Night Cultivation. After catching Jiang Qingli, Lin Yuan stomped his foot hard on Night Xiao's head. Using the force to exert himself, the two of them instantly drew themselves up, getting farther and farther away from Night Xiao. Kid, it's you again. A sudden stomp on the brain, plus the fact that this was the same kid who had shined himself all over the place by performing that strange stance 3 times. Night Xiao instantly became furious, and with a furious roar to the sky, he immediately chased after them. In mid-air, Xia Lingyun also noticed this scene, and her mind moved as her figure flew back, wanting to go over to support Lin Yuan. However, Xiao Wudao had long since sensed Xia Lingyun's intentions, and his entire body firmly blocked in front of Xia Lingyun. Autumn Wudao laughed lightly. Patriarch Xia wants to leave now? It seems like you and I haven't even split the victory yet. When Xia Lingyun heard this, her complexion immediately turned cold, and the long sword in her hand slashed down on her head before she exerted her spatial power and flew in the direction of Lin Yuan. Xiao Wudao slightly sidestepped his body, lightly dodging the sword and similarly casting the power of space to chase after him. At this moment, Xia Lingyun's heart was burning with anxiety. If Jiang Qingli was the only one, dead was dead. The big deal was that the cooperation between the two sides was nullified. But good grief, Lin Yuan was also being chased by the Night Cultivator, and it looked like the two were about to be caught up by Night Shift. Just then, Xiao Wudao also chased after him. He naturally knew what Xia Lingyun was up to and hurriedly grabbed at Xia Lingyun's shoulder with one hand. As long as he could hold off Xia Lingyun for this moment and Jiang Qingli was killed by Night Cultivator, he would win. Seeing this, Xia Lingyun's figure hurriedly drifted to the side before she once again executed the power of space to rush towards Lin Yuan. Xiao Wudao snorted coldly and hurriedly followed suit as well. And just then, Night Fix caught up with the two. He grinned and looked at Lin Yuan cruelly. Kid, go die. A hard punch slammed into Lin Yuan's back. The speed of Night Cultivation was simply not something Lin Yuan could react to. Bang! Lin Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood arrows, and then the two of their figures smashed into the ground like cannonballs. Night Xiao couldn't help but stare at the situation, looking at his hands and wondering, this kid was not even punched by me. It shouldn't be. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada E, who was in the middle of the entanglement, also saw the scene, and was immediately distracted, and his arm was hit by a sword. At this time, Xia Lingyun also rushed over. She said to Lu Cicada E in a deep voice, don't be distracted. Leave it to me. Only after seeing Xia Lingyun did Lu Cicada E put her heart down. As for Xia Lingyun, after seeing Lin Yuan's miserable condition, she was instantly enraged. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Night Cultivator and gritted her silver teeth. Devil Cultivator, right. Chapter 159, Zhang Liheng, die. Before Xia Lingyun's words even fell, her figure instantly appeared in front of Night Shio's body. Night Shio shouted angrily, his huge fist directly bombarding Xia Lingyun's head. The wind of the fist gusted, blowing Xia Lingyun's hair in disarray. Looking at the fist that was getting closer and closer, Xia Lingyun's face was calm as she lightly stretched out her right hand to block in front of her body. Splat! The casserole-sized fist was surprisingly blocked by a delicate hand as white as jade. Seeing this, Night Shio stifled a grunt and wanted to add another punch, but his right hand seemed to be sucked in by Xia Lingyun Dao's jade hand, and he couldn't even draw it back. Xia Lingyun slightly inclined her body and looked up at the stout night cultivator, her eyes icy cold as she said, "You're very strong, aren't you?" After saying that, Xia Lingyun's jade hand slightly raised, and then the arm that was grasping Night Shio's body violently exerted force, and Night Shio's sturdy body seemed like a rag, and was ruthlessly dropped to the ground by Xia Lingyun. Afterward, Xia Lingyun stood in place like that, waving Night Shio's body in her hands and smashing it on the ground over and over again. For a while, the roaring sound was endless. A moment later, Xia Lingyun gasped slightly and looked at Night Cultivator in amazement. "Your body strength is very strong. I was about to use all my strength, but I'm surprised I didn't drop you." Night Shio's body was already a bloody mess. His rough face was covered in blood. After hearing Xia Lingyun's words, he struggled to open his eyes and said weakly, "With that little strength of yours, you still want to drop me to my death?" Right at this moment, Xiao Wudao also slowly rushed over. Looking at the dying Night Cultivator, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It's a pity. Night Cultivator was so close to winning. When Xia Lingyun heard this, she immediately looked at Xiao Wudao with icy cold eyes. Just now, if it wasn't for Xiao Wudao blocking the way, Lin Yuan shouldn't have needed to be injured. The culprit of all this was Autumn Wudao. With this thought, Xia Lingyun casually flung his hand, and Night Cultivator's lanky body swiftly slammed into Autumn Wudao. Seeing this, Xiao Wudao hurriedly slapped his palm out. At this time, Xia Lingyun also caught up, only to see her grabbing Night Shio's body once again. As if she was holding a weapon in her hand, she swung it with a tiger-like grip, and her moves were wide open as she rushed towards Autumn Wudao. Several times, Xiao Wudao tried to bypass Night Shio's body and attack Xia Lingyun, but all of them were blocked by Xia Lingyun taking Night Shio's body. In the end, all of his moves hit Nightshade's body. On the other side, after seeing this scene, the demon sect master, who was entangled with Zhong Jing, shouted angrily, "Xia Lingyun, put down Night Cultivator for me." Put it down? When Xia Lingyun heard this, he took the time to probe Night Cultivator's body with his divine sense, and only after confirming that his tendons and veins had been severed and his bones shattered all over his body did he let out a cold laugh and casually threw Night Cultivator out of the room. After doing this, Xia Lingyun looked at Xiao Wudao expressionlessly and said in a cold voice, "Alright, now it's time to settle the score with you." After saying that, a bizarre black longsword suddenly appeared in Xia Lingyun's hand. Just this morning, Xia Lingyun had forcibly taken a longsword from Master Ji's sword forging store, and even though the longsword still lacked an enchantment formation, its material was so special that it was a top-grade spirit weapon that couldn't even be compared to it. It was just right to deal with a strong person of the conformity stage like Autumn Wudao. The moment the black longsword appeared, Xiao Wudao sensed that in the vicinity of Xia Lingyun, the aura was starting to become sticky, and even had a feeling of stagnation. And right at this moment, Xia Lingyun also rushed up. The black longsword in her hand was flat and unimpressive, but right at the moment she swung her sword to slash, Xiao Wudao unexpectedly felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Looking at the oncoming sword, Xiao Wudao unprecedentedly felt as if he couldn't dodge the sword. In just a trance, the black longsword was about to chop at his body, and Xiao Wudao let out a furious cry as he hurriedly exerted the power of space. However, it was at this moment that Xiao Wudao realized that the spatial power had also become incomparably sticky. If it wasn't for the spatial power being activated in time, it was estimated that this sword would have landed solidly on him. But even if he dodged the sword, the skirt of his robe was slashed by Xia Lingyun. After restabilizing his stance, Xiao Wudao's eyes also became incomparably grave. All of this change was because of the strange black long sword in Xia Lingyun's hand. How could there be such an odd weapon in this world? Could it be that the black long sword in your hand is an extreme magic weapon? Xiao Wudao exclaimed. Xia Lingyun let out a cold smile and did not reply to Xiao Wudao's words, but only raised the long sword in his hand before charging up again. Now that he hadn't thought of a way to restrain the long sword in Xia Lingyun's hand, he would only lose out if he fought her hard. Therefore, after seeing Xia Lingyun charging up again, Xiao Wudao hurriedly executed the power of space and flashed his body into the distance. The demon sect master on the side, after seeing Night Cultivator's body fall to the ground, his figure flickered as he hurriedly crossed over Zhong Jing and tried to rush over. Seeing this, Zhong Jing was unwilling to let go of such a perfect opportunity and slapped his palm at the demon sect master's back. Put! The demon sect master spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his body stumbled as he planted himself on the ground towards night cultivation. Seeing the demon sect master who had no desire to fight, Zhong Jing immediately laughed out loud. What a stupidity! I will kill you demonic girl today and do justice for heaven. At this moment, the demon sect master followed the direction of night cultivation to surprisingly see Jiang Lihong and Qin Fangwei. The two of them were hiding in the corner of a thatched hut at the moment, and although Jiang Lihong was still severely injured, he was still probing and looking out, wanting to see what was going on in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that night cultivation had fallen into this alley just now, it would have been really hard to spot them, and the moment the demon sect master's line of sight looked over, Qin Fangwei also noticed her gaze and only felt his scalp tingle as he hurriedly pulled Jiang Lihong to break through the roof of the thatched hut and flew off into the distance. The demon sect master sneered, then kill Jiang Lihong first. As soon as the words fell, the demon sect master's figure flickered away. Zhong Jing saw this scene and was immediately infuriated and trembled. He had said that he would let Qin Fangwei protect Jiang Lihong, but he didn't expect that these two would make a fool of themselves and hide here. Demon girl, don't go. Zhong Jing's figure rushed down in an instant, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, the devil sect master's silhouette appeared beside Jiang Lihong. Put! Jiang Lihong's head tumbled down, and blood instantly gushed out, wetting Qin Fangwei's lapel. Demoness! I'll kill you! All of his plans were instantly ruined, which made Zhong Jing lose all of his senses at once. He let out a violent shout, and between a few flashes of his figure, he rushed towards the demon sect master. Trying to kill me? The demon sect master sneered, and then a thick blood aura wrapped around her body. The blood transportation. As the words fell, a blood-red residual shadow was suddenly traced above the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the demon sect master's figure disappeared from its original location. Chapter 160, Emperor Dian. As the figure of the demon sect master disappeared in front of his eyes, Zhong Jing's movements also stopped immediately. Looking at the dead Jiang Lihong, Zhong Jing looked at Qin Bingwei with a face full of anger and roared, "What a waste! What's the use of having you?" Zhong Jing said, wanting to slap Qin Fangwei to death. Seeing this, Qin Pingwei was also not the least bit afraid. She pulled her voice and said defiantly, "The demon sect master is a strong person of the harmonization stage. I am only a mere cultivator of the transformation of God stage, so how can I possibly escape from her? Furthermore, you were the one who had been tangling with the demon sect master, and she suddenly ran over. The responsibility should be on your head. Who is to blame me? You." Zhong Jing's face was red with anger. Suddenly, just as the two men were arguing, Jiang Lihong's corpse on the ground suddenly transformed into bits of starlight, and then it disappeared into thin air in front of the two men. "What's going on here?" Qin Fangwei exclaimed. Zhong Jing is also full of consternation. When Chen Xian had said, Jiang Lichuan in the death, the body is also inexplicably disappeared. Is it true that the Emperor of Dian moved the hands and feet? At this moment, Qiu Wu Dao, who had been entangled with Xia Lingyun in the sky, also noticed the scene and hurriedly broke away from the battle circle to rush over. After Zhong Jing saw Qiu Wu Dao, he looked bleak and said, "Patriarch, this is all my fault. It's me who didn't hold back the demon sect leader, so you can chastise me." Qiu Wu Dao's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was silent for a long time before he spoke. "Forget it, gather the disciples within the sect. This battle to seize the throne is over." In fact, what Qiu Wu Dao had just thought about was going to kill Zhang Chengli. They've already lost anyway, so the big deal is that we'll all lose together when the time comes. But Jiang Lihong's corpse suddenly disappeared without a sound in front of his eyes, making him suspect that it was Emperor Dian behind this. If it was really as he thought, then after he impulsively killed Zhang Chengli, it would probably be very difficult for him to leave this God Emperor city. And even if there was no great Yan Emperor behind this matter, then it wasn't a wise move for him to go out and kill Zhang Chengli. After all, after the death of the old emperor of the great Yan dynasty, there always had to be someone to stand out and stabilize the situation. Now that Jiang Lichuan and Jiang Lihong were both dead, if they killed Zhang Chengli again, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the great Yan dynasty to fall into endless civil unrest, which wouldn't be a good thing for Xin Tian sect. The deal was a total loss. A moment later, Xia Lingyun then flew over leisurely, looking at the gloomy-faced Qiu Wu Dao and softly inquiring, "No more fighting?" Autumn Woodao shook his head inside. "You guys won this time, but this can only be counted as your luck. If there was no demon sect master to mess up, it's not certain who the deer would have died." After Qiu Wu Dao said that, he turned to Zhong Jing and commanded, "Issue an order for the Xian Tian sect to hunt down and kill anyone who can provide the location of the demon sect's master will be rewarded with 10,000 spirit stones." After doing this, Qiu Wu Dao said with some curiosity, "This sword of yours is very odd. What kind of material is it made of? Or is this sword an extremely high-quality magic weapon?" Xia Lingyun's face was full of sarcasm. "You think I'll tell you?" Autumn Wudao sniffed and smiled to himself. You're right. The other side. After the Xiantian sect's disciples withdrew from the battle, Lu Cicada then dragged her bruised and battered body to Lin Yuan's side. At this moment, Jiang Qingli was holding Lin Yuan, carefully feeding the elixir in her hand into his mouth bit by bit. How's it going? Lu Cicada came forward and asked anxiously. Jiang Qingli shook her head and said in a low voice, I've stabilized his injuries with spirit medicine, so I'll leave the rest to you. That's good. Lu Cicada nodded, then sat down beside Lin Yuan without any image, panting heavily. Anyway, with the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong in place, as long as Lin Yuan still had a breath in him, Lu Cicada would be able to bring him back. After a long period of silence, Lu Cicada said with a tired voice, It's finally over. Congratulations. You'll soon become the first empress of the Liuzhou continent. Jiang Qingli smiled bitterly at his words. Empress, can I really fulfill this position? Lu Cicada patted Jiang Qingli's shoulder with a big grin and encouraged. You have to believe in yourself. You can definitely do it. Right at this moment, a flash of blood-colored light suddenly appeared in the middle of the night, so fast that even Xia Lingyun's few people who were not far away had not reacted. When the blood-colored light rushed closer, before Jiang Qingli had time to react, she saw that a long sword with a bright and cold light had already rushed towards her neck and chopped over. The speed was so fast that a tiny wound had already appeared before it even touched the skin. However, just as the demon sect master thought he had gotten his hands on him, a dark golden light suddenly blocked in front of Jiang Qingli. With a shocking roar, a middle-aged man wearing a bright yellow dragon robe slowly appeared. He coughed lightly and looked at the demon sect master and said in a cold voice, It's you again. Now that you're here, don't leave. After saying that, Emperor Dian casually grabbed his hand, and a golden-colored dragon claw suddenly appeared from the void and grabbed at the demon sect master. Right at this moment, Xia Lingyun and Xiaodao also detected the aura of the demon sect master and hurriedly exerted their spatial power and rushed over. The demon sect master looked at Emperor Dian's figure and sneered. You're just a doppelganger, and you still want to stop me? And if I want to leave, there's no one in this Liuzhou who can stop me. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the demon sect master suddenly fell on Lin Yuan and Jiang Qingli's arms. The Qingyan sect is not chasing this kid, then capture him to make a deal with the Qingyan sect. Moreover, night cultivation also knew the soul regeneration technique, so after night cultivation recovered, he could see what secrets this kid's body had. With this in mind, the demon sect master once again activated the blood escape. A blood-colored residual shadow directly bypassed the Emperor of Dian, and then grabbed Lin Yuan and disappeared far away. Lin Yuan, Lu Cicada let out a cry of alarm and tried to chase out, but just as she stood up straight, she stumbled and fell to the ground again. Just then, Xia Lingyun and the others rushed over. Lu Cicada's face was filled with anxiety and her voice trembled. Master, the demon sect master has captured Lin Yuan. What? Xia Lingyun's pupils instantly shrank. The great Yen Emperor apologized slightly. I'm just an alter ego. That demon sect master is too fast. I simply couldn't stop her. Xia Lingyun instructed Lu Cicada, You stay in Divine Emperor City and recuperate at ease. I'll go save Lin Yuan. As soon as the words fell, Xia Lingyun's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. After Autumn Wudao heard that Xia Lingyun had gone after the demon sect master, he was also filled with murderous anger and said, Go, let's go together. If it wasn't for the demonic sect master, it was impossible for the Xiantian sect to lose money on this deal, and he was originally thinking of issuing the Xiantian sect's hunting order, but it seems that there is no need to do so now. Chapter 161, Torture. The night is like water, lonely and cold. In the darkness, Lin Yuan only felt like a lonely boat, aimlessly rolling and undulating with the waves, and even in the ears there were gusts of cold wind whistling past. I don't know how long it took, but that strange feeling finally disappeared. Lin Yuan detected a cool and sweet juice entering his mouth, but with the action of swallowing, a tearing pain immediately came from his back. Lin Yuan let out a cry of pain and gradually came to his senses. The pain behind him then became clearer, and in just a moment, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A moment later, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What came into his eyes was a demonic and absolutely beautiful face, and the woman was sitting on her knees, curiously sizing herself up. Seeing Lin Yuan waking up, the demon sect master patted his trembling chest and spoke. Luckily, it's alive. I thought it was upside down and dead by me. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, took the time to survey his surroundings. Now he was in a cave, dim candlelight illuminating the entire cave. Then, he was surprised to see Night Xiao. Although Night Xiao was already a bloody mess, Lin Yuan still recognized his lanky body at once. Lin Yuan gulped. Night cultivation was here. Then this woman in front of him wasn't the demon sect master. In an instant, Lin Yuan was in deep thought. Before he passed out, He clearly remembered that he was in the middle of the princess's mansion. Could it be that he was captured by Night Xiu? The demon sect master also noticed Lin Yuan's expression at this time. She smiled charmingly and said softly, "Kid, don't think so much. I'm the one who captured you." Lin Yuan frowned at his words and said weakly, "We have no grudges in the past. What are you arresting me for?" "We don't have any grudges. But you have a grudge against the Qingyan sect." The demon sect master laughed. "When I'm almost recovered, I'll take you to make a deal with the Qingyan sect, to be able to make the Green Cloud sect patriarch think about you. There should be quite a lot of secrets on you, kid." As the demon sect master spoke, he suddenly changed his words and said, "Why don't you tell me the secret you're carrying? And if I think it's useful, I can even consider letting you live." Lin Yuan suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder the Qingyan sect would send dead soldiers after him. But what secrets did he have on him that could be missed by the Qingyan sect's patriarch? A heavenly ranked technique? Or the secret of the river god? Well, have you considered it clearly? The demon sect master asked in a deep voice. Lin Yuan smiled sarcastically and played dumb. "You're joking. How could the Green Cloud sect's patriarch possibly miss this unknown brat like me? You must be mistaken." The demon sect master sniffed and smiled coldly. "Kid, not telling the truth." "Right. I captured a dead soldier of the Qingyan sect in Divine Emperor City back then, and Night Cultivator can perform the soul regeneration technique, so there's no need for me to say more about the rest." Lin Yuan frowned and was just about to continue to cover it up when he heard Night Xiu beside him suddenly cough a few times. At the sound of the devil sect master's voice, he hurriedly ran over and came over to Night Xiu's side and said with concern, "Xiu, how are you doing?" A moment later, Lin Yuan heard Night Cultivator's broken voice, "Sect leader, send me back. This place is not suitable for me to recover, and I'll be a burden to you." The demon sect master was surprised. "Even the blood pool in the sect can't help you recover? I've been injured too badly this time, and the blood pool's effect is limited. It can't even allow me to fully recover. And if I use the blood pool to recover, the time is too long. It could take decades. How can I wait?" After a moment of contemplation, the demon sect master nodded with a gloomy face and said, "Fine, I'll send you back." As the words fell, the demon sect master casually threw Lin Yuan aside and began to bury his head in his hands. Lin Yuan was viciously thrown to the ground and immediately grimaced in pain, unable to stop sucking in cold air. But he didn't dare to complain about anything. What if this female devil started to go crazy and killed himself? A quarter of an hour later, a gale suddenly and inexplicably appeared in the cave, and along with the gale, Lin Yuan seemed to hear countless evil ghosts howling, as well as an unusually evil force. Lin Yuan instantly also understood the meaning of the conversation between the two night cultivators, the one who sent Nightshade back to the demon world. Immediately afterward, an ink-black circular formation rose up around night cultivation. In the middle of the formation, a black viscous liquid slowly gushed out from the ground, and after those viscous liquids appeared, they flew and wrapped around Night Xiu's body. A moment later, Night Cultivator, whose entire body was covered in black liquid, slowly plunged into the ground and finally disappeared without a trace along with the formation, sending Night Cultivator away. The demon sect master coldly came to Lin Yuan's side and looked at him condescendingly. "Have you considered it yet? Do you want to tell me the secret you're carrying?" Lin Yuan looked like a dead pig, still shaking his head and pretending to be stupid. "Where is there any secret on me? I think you've got the wrong guy." "Not a word." The demon sect master smiled coldly and kicked Lin Yuan in the abdomen. In an instant, Lin Yuan sensed a sudden surge of raging aura in his body, which flowed through his body at a rapid pace, causing the already shattered meridians in his body to become even more fragmented, while his body also became more painful. After the aura entered his body, Lin Yuan only felt as if his body was pierced by millions of steel needles. The pain made him dizzy as if he was going to faint at any moment. And at that moment, the demon sect master pressed one hand on his head again, and a cool sensation surged into his body again. It made Lin Yuan's pain worse than death, but made sure that he couldn't pass out. Saying is still not saying. The demon sect master sneered and continued to ask. Lin Yuan sniffed and asked forcefully, "What do you want me to say? I don't even know what secret you're asking about." The demon sect master pondered for a moment, then said, "Think about the location of, say, a merit law, a magic weapon, or a secret realm, an ancient relic, or something like that. I don't know." Lin Yuan felt like he was going to be killed by the living pain. He gritted his teeth and looked viciously at the demon sect master and said, "I don't know any secrets. If you have the ability, you can kill me." "Not going to say it, huh?" The demon sect master smiled cruelly, then withdrew that aura from Lin Yuan's body. "Then you'll continue to endure it, but I have plenty of ways to torment you. Sooner or later, you'll reveal your secret." After a pause, the demon sect master followed the temptation. "You can think about it, as long as you tell me the secret." I'll immediately release you, and I definitely won't hand you over to the Qinyan sect. Think for yourself. In my hands, you still have a chance of survival. If you fall into the hands of the Qinyan sect, do you still have a way to live? After a long time, Lin Yuan was able to slow down from the pain, and after a moment of silence, he said in a deep voice, "You let me think about it." Yes. Chapter 162. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Yuan woke up from his sleep, and since he was in a pitch-black cave, he couldn't tell if it was now day or night. Last night, Lin Yuan realized that the aura in his body had all disappeared. Even the meridians in his body were broken. If he didn't have Lucicada E to help him, if he only relied on himself, he estimated that half a year wouldn't be able to repair all the broken meridians in his body. But now, even if he had repaired his cultivation, it would be impossible for him to escape from the demon sect master's hands. When he thought of this, Lin Yuan remembered the condition mentioned by the demon sect master, that as long as he told her the secret, she would not hand himself over to the Qinyan sect. But what was the secret she was talking about? And what was the Green Cloud sect interested in themselves for? However, the one thing that could be clarified now was that the demon sect master didn't know why the Qinyan sect was chasing him. If we can make good use of this, we might actually be able to get away with it. After all, in Lin Yuan's hands, there were still 2 more heavenly ranked techniques, so the big deal was to tell the demon sect master the first half of the secret Yin Yang Xiangong. But people in the devil's cult act without scruples. Will the devil's cult master really keep his word? What if she told the demon sect master about the technique, and then she didn't keep her promise and handed herself over to the Qinyan sect in exchange for favors? Thinking about it, Lin Yuan couldn't think of a way to break the situation. Right at this moment, the demon sect master suddenly burrowed out from a place of darkness, and after seeing Lin Yuan waking up, she softly said, "How's it going? How's the consideration going?" Lin Yuan sniffed. His mind thought rapidly. Nowadays it was estimated that it wouldn't be too far away from Divine Emperor City. Should he delay for a while? Maybe Xia Lingyun would also find the 2 of them by then. As if he had read Lin Yuan's mind, the demon sect master sneered. "Don't think about waiting for Xia Lingyun to come and save you. She chased after you last night, and is probably several hundred miles away from us now." Lin Yuan immediately had a condensed expression and pretended to be deep. "I'll reconsider." The demon sect master's expression turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "You want to stall for time?" "Absolutely not." Lin Yuan hurriedly returned. The demon sect master looked at Lin Yuan and spoke. "It's fine. Just stall for time." After saying that, the demon sect master again pointed his foot at Lin Yuan's abdomen, came up to Lin Yuan and said with a cruel smile, "Didn't you want to stall for time? Every day in the future. I'll let you enjoy this pain process. Not much. Once a day in the morning. Once in the evening. I'll let you enjoy it once in a while if you drag it out for a day. And it'll definitely be something you'll remember for the rest of your life." Looking at the stunningly beautiful face close at hand, Lin Yuan seemed to have seen the devil. And after that berserk aura invaded his body, Lin Yuan instantly trembled, and that familiar feeling of pain instantly swept through his entire body. After a moment, Lin Yuan hurriedly said, "Stop, stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll talk." The demon sect master sniffed and withdrew that aura, sneering. "What? Thinking about it?" Lin Yuan panted heavily, and after a long time, he then said in a deep voice, "I can tell you, but you have to promise me a few conditions." The demon sect master's expression was cold again. "Can you figure out what's going on right now? And you're worthy of making conditions with me? Then you'll kill me," Lin Yuan said viciously. When the demon sect master looked at Lin Yuan's appearance, he really wanted to kick him to death. If only night cultivation was around, he would have directly cast a dementor technique on him, and he would have known all the secrets. Thinking of this, a nameless anger rose from his heart again. If it wasn't for Xia Lingyun, night cultivation wouldn't have returned to the demon realm again. And all of this was still because of this brat. "Dare to make conditions with me. I'll let you make a deal with me." The demon sect master's emotions suddenly went out of control, and with a foot pointing at Lin Yuan's abdomen, that raging aura once again surged into Lin Yuan's body. "Dry Ryu, you crazy woman. You shall not die." Lin Yuan was instantly torn apart by the pain, but he didn't beg for mercy, and directly broke into curses, cursing whatever was hard to hear. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yuan was passed out from the living pain, and only then did the demon sect master withdraw his aura. Right at this moment, the demon sect master was suddenly surprised. This kid even has a soul mark on him. No wonder Xia Lingyun was able to chase after him. If it wasn't for the fact that my divine soul is a bit stronger than an ordinary harmonization stage cultivator, I really wouldn't have been able to discover the soul imprint. After saying that, the demon sect master directly forcefully withdrew the soul imprint from Lin Yuan's body, without the slightest fear that her actions would hurt Lin Yuan's soul. The other side. Xia Lingyun's heart was burning with anxiety, and she didn't dare to stop for a moment, but after chasing out nearly 100 miles following the Devil Sect Master's scent, she still didn't see any trace of the two. How? Xia Lingyun looked at the soul jade slip in her hand that was emitting a faint glow with some disbelief. Obviously, the soul jade slip had guided him to this place, but after arriving here, the aura of the Demon Sect Master and Lin Yuan had unexpectedly disappeared cleanly in an instant. When he was in the extreme north, Xia Lingyun had secretly made this soul jade slip for Lin Yuan, firstly to check on Lin Yuan's situation, and secondly to cope with this current situation. But now the soul jade slip had unexpectedly failed to work. Is it a trick? Just then, the soul jade slip lying in Xia Lingyun's hand suddenly snapped and broke into pieces. In an instant, Xia Lingyun's face turned white as a mouthful of heart blood was directly spat out, and her expression immediately wilted. The soul jade simplification is shattered. Doesn't that prove that Lin Yuan is dead? God Emperor City. Lu Cicada sat by the window, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His face was as pale as frost, and his eyes were staring blankly into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. And after seeing Lin Yuan being captured by the Demon Sect Master, Zhang Qingli's heart was equally agonized. In the past, Zhang Qingli only treated Lin Yuan as a friend, but after Lin Yuan saved herself from Night Cultivator and blocked that slap from Night Cultivator for herself, her cold heart seemed to be hit by a warm force at the same time. At first, her heart was torn. She did not know what her feelings for Lin Yuan actually is. Is it gratitude, dependence, or love? But after Lin Yuan was captured by the Demon Sect Master, after Lin Yuan left her arms, her heart was suddenly empty, as if the most important thing within her heart was lost. She didn't know when this feeling for Lin Yuan had sprouted, but such things as feelings were not something that could be controlled by reason. But now, it seems that everything is too late. In the hands of the Demon Sect Master, Lin Yuan still have the possibility of survival? Just then, Xia Lingyun's figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the room. Lu Cicada came back to her senses after seeing Xia Lingyun. She looked at her master and anxiously said, "Master, where is Lin Yuan?" Xia Lingyun's face was calm, unable to see the slightest bit of joy or anger as she spoke. Dead. When Lu Cicada heard this, it was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, and she immediately froze on the spot. What did you say? Zhang Qingli also felt that she had misheard and asked hurriedly. Xia Lingyun repeated, "Lin Yuan is dead." After saying that, she directly threw the soul jade slip belonging to Lin Yuan in her hand onto the table and said in a cold voice, "Cicada you go back to the Harmony sect first. I'm going to avenge Lin Yuan." Lu Cicada finally came back to her senses at this moment, as she cried with tears hanging on her face, "Master, what you said is false, right? You're lying to me, aren't you? How can he die? How can he die?" Chapter 163, Crazy Woman. The night descended silently, the moonlight spilling onto the earth, casting a faint silvery light. The breeze gently ruffled the leaves of the trees, making a faint rustling sound. That night, after Lin Yuan had enjoyed the pain of being shattered once more, the Demon Sect Master looked at Lin Yuan, who was lying on the ground dying, with a playful smile and said, "Kid, how's the consideration going?" Ever since that day when he let slip his harsh words, Lin Yuan knew one thing, and that was that this Demon Sect Master in front of him was a crazy woman, and it was useless to reason with her. Instead of being tortured to death alive by her, it would be better to take a gamble. After weighing his options, Lin Yuan gasped and said, "As long as you promise to let me go, I'll tell you what I know about the Heavenly Rank Technique." Heavenly Rank Technique? The Devil Sect Master's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder the Green Cloud Sect would be interested in this kid. So it turned out that this kid actually had a Heavenly Rank Technique in his possession. After a moment of contemplation, the Devil Sect Master's delicate face revealed a smile of treacherous success as she softly said, "All right, I promise you that I will let you go as long as you hand over the Heavenly Ranking Technique to me. When the time comes, not only will I release you, I will also help you heal the injuries in your body." Lin Yuan's expression was stunned when he heard this. When did this crazy woman become so kind? However, since he decided to take a gamble, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and directly spoke the first half of the secret Yin Yang Xian Gong to the Demon Sect Master. After the Demon Sect Master recorded the feat, he just casually scanned it, then suddenly his expression turned cold and said, "Kid, you tricked me." Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat, but he still forced himself to calm down and said, "Where did I trick you? Isn't this the Heavenly Rank Technique you wanted? You fart." The Demon Sect Master angrily came up to Lin Yuan and tugged at his collar angrily. "This isn't just your Acacia Sect's harvesting technique. Where is it some Heavenly Rank Technique?" Lin Yuan sniffed and said with an innocent face, "I'm a disciple of the Acacia Sect. What else can I practice if I don't practice the art of harvesting? And if you take a closer look, this Gongfu is indeed a Heaven Rank Gongfu." The demon sect master sniffed and his mind immersed itself once again. After a long time, the demon sect master came back to her senses. She looked at Lin Yuan and said in a cold voice, "It is indeed a heavenly rank technique, but why is it only half?" Lin Yuan let out a hum and calmly said, "What if I tell you all the techniques in one breath and you don't let me go?" The demon sect master smiled wryly as he looked at Lin Yuan and said, "Kid, when did the choice fall into your hands?" Lin Yuan instantly realized that he seemed to have been fooled. It seemed that this demon sect master had no intention of letting himself go from the beginning to the end. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan slowly closed his eyes, put on an appearance of a dead pig, and said in a cold voice, "In that case, you might as well kill me." "Kill you?" The corner of the devil cult master's mouth raised inadvertently, and with a bit of self-satisfaction and teasing, he said, "Since I know that you have a heavenly rank technique in your body, it would be even more difficult to kill you. I guess that move you used against Night Cultivator back then should have come from a heavenly rank technique as well." Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, the demon sect master sneered, "It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. When Night Cultivator comes back, he will directly cast a soul regeneration spell on you, and by then all of your secrets will be known to me." Lin Yuan snorted coldly, still keeping his mouth shut. Since handing over the technique wouldn't work, he would have to think of something else, but now he is just a wasted man. What can he do? I also wonder how well River God is recovering, if he can be reached. However, just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, the demon sect master suddenly grabbed Lin Yuan and then walked towards the outside of the cave. "Where is this going?" Lin Yuan said in a cold voice when he saw this. "Noisy." The demon sect master snorted coldly and directly knocked Lin Yuan out with a slap before he flew towards the border of the Dian dynasty on the wind. Since she already knew that Lin Yuan possessed a heavenly ranked technique, she wouldn't consider doing business with the Qin Yun sect. Nowadays, the best way was to bring Lin Yuan back to the hidden stronghold of the demon sect, and at that time, he only needed to wait for night cultivation to come back at ease. Early the next morning, when Lin Yuan woke up, he realized that the place he was in had changed to another cave. The demon sect master was currently dressed as a man and was sitting on the side resting. After seeing Lin Yuan wake up, the demon sect master laughed softly. "I knew that your brat had more secrets than just a heavenly ranked technique." Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was in a daze. What the hell was this crazy woman talking about? "I went to the nearest town just now," the demon sect master continued. "The Great Yan dynasty and the Dao sect have actually issued an order to hunt me down and kill me in a joint effort. I've also heard that Xia Lingyun actually didn't even return to the clan, and has been tracking down my whereabouts all these days. It seems that the weight of your brat in Xia Lingyun's heart is still quite sufficient." Hearing that Xia Lingyun had been tracking down the whereabouts of the two of them, Lin Yuan only felt warmth in his heart. He just didn't know what Cicada Yi's situation was now. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's expression couldn't help but be a bit gloomy. The look that the demon sect master saw, an unbelievable look suddenly appeared in her beautiful eyes, covering her small mouth in surprise. "Kid, you won't have a leg up with Xia Lingyun. You're not a picky eater either. You've got your hands on women hundreds of years old." Lin Yuan sniffed and snorted coldly. "Aren't you a few hundred years old? Old hag, you're just an ugly monster compared to Xia Lingyun. You can't even compare to a single hair on her head." The devil sect master's expression gradually turned cold as he heard this. "How dare you call yourself an old woman, and call yourself ugly?" Taking a deep breath, the demon sect master suddenly smiled charmingly, and then he pointed a foot at Lin Yuan's abdomen. In an instant, that familiar feeling struck again, and Lin Yuan was in cold sweat from the pain, and a muffled grunt came out of his mouth. "You crazy, kill me if you can." The demon sect master looked at Lin Yuan. Her face was filled with madness and triumph. She licked her scarlet lips and laughed. "It hurts. The more you hurt, the happier I'll be." When Lin Yuan saw this, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Gan Li Liang, you're a pervert, aren't you? You better not fall into my hands." Grass. Listening to Lin Yuan's filthy words, the demon sect master laughed even more crazily. Suddenly, the demon sect master had a flash of light and looked at Lin Yuan and smiled fiercely. "Don't you want me to help you heal? I'll grant you your wish." As soon as the demon sect master's words fell, a channel of blood chi suddenly surged out madly from her body and then drilled into Lin Yuan's body. Seeing this, Lin Yuan angrily cursed. "Crazy woman, what are you going to do to me?" A flash of madness flashed in the eyes of the demon sect master. "Of course it's for your treatment." As the blood chi surged into his body, Lin Yuan could notice that the broken meridians in his body were being repaired rapidly, but his dantian was also being eroded by the blood chi little by little. Chapter 164, Thorough Metamorphosis. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Yuan only felt that his body was swollen, as if it was going to burst at any moment by that majestic blood chi, and the dantian in his body had long since been completely filled with blood chi. If Lin Yuan was able to release his aura right now, he would definitely be killed by the cultivators as a demonic cultivator. Kid, I didn't expect your body to be so tough. This body strength is almost catching up with night cultivation. The demon sect master on the side was laughing even more crazily after seeing Lin Yuan's performance. However, in order to prevent Lin Yuan from being burst by the blood qi, she stopped her movements after Lin Yuan let out a pained cry. After the demon sect master stopped moving, Lin Yuan struggled a little and actually sat up from the ground. Although there was still pain in his body, it seemed like there was nothing much to prevent him from daily activities. You want to turn me into a demonic cultivator? Lin Yuan looked at the demon cult master with red eyes and gritted his teeth. The demon sect master smiled triumphantly and teased. That's right, after all the meridians in your body are repaired, the blood qi will become one with your body, and at that time, you will completely turn into a demonic cultivator. Lin Yuan shouted angrily and forced himself to endure the pain in his body to rush towards the demon sect master. I'll kill you. When the demon sect master saw this, he just casually waved his hand, and Lin Yuan instantly flew out backwards, ruthlessly hitting the stone wall of the cave. Afterwards, the demon sect master lightly moved with her lotus steps to Lin Yuan's side, ruthlessly stepped on his chest, and uttered a sneer. You're nothing more than a mole cricket in my eyes. Even if all of your strength is restored, I can crush you with a single finger. Lin Yuan looked viciously at the demon sect master who was looking down at him, swallowed the blood in his mouth, and said in a deep voice, You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands. The demon sect master clutched his shoulders and teased. Oops, I'm really scared, the demon sect master said, and the force under his feet became a bit heavier. Time flies. 5 days later, the figures of the demon sect master and Lin Yuan had also finally arrived at the border of the Great Yin dynasty. For the past 5 days, the two had been traveling at night. During the daytime, the demon sect master would look for a cave and inject the blood qi from his own body into Lin Yuan's body, helping him repair his meridians while also eroding his body. Nowadays, even though Lin Yuan hadn't completely recovered, he had also completely and utterly turned into a demonic cultivator, and the blood qi had fused with his body while repairing his meridians. Right now, as long as he released his aura, a hauntingly bloody aura would emanate from his body. Even the crystal clear yuaning inside his body had now turned a bloody color. It can be considered leaving the Great Yin dynasty. The demon sect master sighed, then stretched lazily. In a flash, the roundness of the chest and the slender waist outlined a perfect curve, making people feel an unspeakable temptation and desire. Lin Yuan just swept a glance at the situation and withdrew his eyes. With Lu Cicada Yi and Xia Lingyun in front of her, plus a stunningly beautiful river god, even the most beautiful women nowadays looked a bit pale in front of Lin Yuan. At this moment, Lin Yuan's attention was all put into the scenery in front of him because he felt that the scenery in front of him was particularly familiar. This seemed to be the place where he had summoned the river god in the first place, but now the small river in front of him had completely dried up, and weeds had long since grown on the dry riverbed. I don't know how well the river god has recovered. After coming out for such a long time, the river god should have completely recovered. Now that Xia Lingyun couldn't find any trace of himself, Lin Yuan could only pin all his hopes on the river god. However, on this journey, the two had not passed by a river, so Lin Yuan did not have the chance to summon the river god. Thinking about this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be worried. Now that he had turned into a demonic cultivator, he didn't know if the river god would still be able to receive his call. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the 4 paintings that the river god had left for him, and he didn't know if these paintings still had aura. When he was in the extreme north, one of the paintings had saved him and Xia Lingyun. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan suddenly asked the demon sect master, Hey, is my storage ring in your hands? The demon sect master sniffed and casually took off the storage ring he wore on his hand and threw it over. What? Trying to send a message to Xia Lingyun, Lin Yuan snorted coldly. I don't want to die yet. After saying that, Lin Yuan opened his storage ring. He directly threw out the transmission notes in the storage ring with his hand. Nowadays, he had completely turned into a demonic cultivator. Returning to the Harmony sect would only bring trouble to Xia Lingyun and the girls, so Lin Yuan would not choose to return to the Harmony sect without coming up with a way to dispel the blood qi in his body. Moreover, he was still in the hands of the demon sect master. The most urgent thing at the moment should be how to escape from this crazy woman's hands. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan muttered darkly, Blessed by the river god's sister. The river god's sister must show her spirit. Saying that, Lin Yuan carefully took out the 4 paintings in his storage ring. Unfortunately, the scroll was as dead as a dead thing, and it didn't even respond at all. Am I overthinking this? Thinking so, Lin Yuan opened a scroll in his hand. When Lin Yuan opened the scroll, he was frozen to the spot. If he remembered correctly, the painting in front of him should be the 4th painting of the river god. and it was also the most tantalizing one among these 4 paintings. But now the river god in this painting hadn't changed her movements, but her clothes were neatly dressed in that familiar long black dress, and even the vague outline of the man in the painting had disappeared. What's going on? Just when Lin Yuan was puzzled, the demon sect master also probed and came over. After seeing the woman in the painting, the demon sect master was surprised. Who is this woman in the painting? Her appearance is still above me. Could it be your daughter-in-law? You're a lucky guy. Not my daughter-in-law. I'm not married. Lin Yuan hummed lightly and directly put away the scroll in his hand before opening the second painting. There is no change in this painting. The river goddess is still the same one clad in a light veil, and her eyes are still flirtatious to the extreme. Seeing such a fragrant picture, the demon sect master was immediately surprised. This can't be a spring palace picture. Are you going to live off of this in the acacia sect? However, before the demon sect master's words fell, the woman in the painting suddenly moved, and then in the demon sect master's shocked gaze, the woman's body even slowly turned around. Immediately afterward, the demon sect master only felt a chill run through her body, as an inexplicable aura of terror suddenly permeated out from the scroll, locking her firmly in place. Kid, you even have a backhand. After saying that, the demon sect master let out a cold snort and slapped his hand hard at Lin Yuan. Chapter 165, Soul Power. Since the two of them were too close, Lin Yuan couldn't dodge in time, and that slap landed solidly on Lin Yuan's chest. Bang! The sound. Lin Yuan was like a kite that had broken its strings, falling hard onto the dry riverbed and instantly losing his fighting strength. The demon sect master's figure then instantly retreated violently, wanting to get rid of that terrifying aura. However, right after the two of them left that scroll, the scroll didn't fall to the ground. It was just strangely suspended in mid-air like that. For a while, Lin Yuan, who was lying on the ground, was a bit confused. He didn't understand why the scroll didn't launch an attack on the demon sect master, and the demon sect master was also a bit puzzled. It was clear that just now the scroll had released a rather terrifying aura, even comparable to that of a Mahayana stage powerhouse, but why did it do nothing? The scene was at an impasse. The demon sect master was tense, and his terrifying aura was instantly released, staring at the scroll, waiting in anticipation. Seeing that the demon sect master was not staring at him, Lin Yuan forced himself to endure the pain in his body and hurriedly took out all the other 2 scrolls. The demon sect master had long since noticed Lin Yuan's movements, but just as she was hesitating whether or not to make a move against Lin Yuan, the 3 paintings suddenly came together, and the scrolls that had been silent in the air began to move. The 3 paintings dripped around in the air a few times and slowly rose. Subsequently, in the shocked gaze of the demon sect master, the woman in the painting with the most beautiful posture unexpectedly walked out from within the scroll. Her bare feet stepped on top of the void, her stance as light as the wind, as if she was a fairy descending from the clouds. A faint haze surrounded her, like a mysterious aura that shimmered with radiant light. The light veil swayed with the wind like flowing colored clouds, revealing a hint of mysterious color in its plainness. After seeing Lin Yuan, who was lying on the side as if he were a dead dog, the river god smiled faintly and teased, "Little Lindsay, abused again." Hearing the familiar voice of the river god, Lin Yuan only felt hot tears in his eyes as he hurriedly complained to the river god. "Sister river god, she's just a crazy woman. I was almost tortured to death by her." Ensemble stage split? After the river god appeared, the demon sect master could see the root of the river god. Although she didn't know where the terrifying aura came from, the woman in front of her wasn't at a very high level of cultivation, and it was just a doppelganger. When the river god heard this, her beautiful eyes looked at the demon sect master and lightly laughed. What happened to the split? At this time, Lin Yuan reminded from the side, "Sister river god, this crazy woman is the demon sect master, and also a powerhouse at the conjugation stage, so be careful." The demon sect master smiled coldly and sneered, "It's just a doppelganger, and you want to save someone from me? You're looking down on me too much." Before the words fell, the demon sect master's figure flickered and instantly appeared beside the river god, and a blood-colored palm seal instantly slapped out. The river god grunted lightly and just stood there without dodging, his right hand lightly kneading it. Boom! A bang! An invisible shockwave instantly appeared, directly lifting aside Lin Yuan. After repelling the demon sect master, the river god shook off his hands and turned his head to look at Lin Yuan and asked, "How is it? Can't die, can you?" Lin Yuan spat out the sand in his mouth and said vaguely, "It's fine. This crazy woman used her blood chi to turn me into a demonic cultivator. Although my cultivation didn't improve much, my body strength improved a lot." What? When the river god heard this, her expression immediately turned cold, and a black aura suddenly surged into Lin Yuan's body. After she saw that Lin Yuan's yuaning had all turned the color of blood, her expression turned completely cold. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt that the temperature around him had dropped so much that his body couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, the demon sect master laughed in an incomparably maniacal manner. Want to kill me? You're afraid you don't have that ability. The river god's eyes stared icily at the demon sect master. Her silver teeth clenched as she said, "Do you know how much effort I've expended? Kill you? That would be too cheap." Before the words fell, the river god slapped his palm out, and the black palm print made a cracking sound as it whistled and smashed into the demon sect master. The demon sect master let out a light hum and met him straight on. However, the moment she touched the palm print, the black palm print unexpectedly burrowed into her hand. When the demon sect master saw this, his pupils instantly shrank and he exclaimed, "It's even the power of the soul." It was not until this moment that the demon sect master realized where that terrifying aura in the scroll came from, but it was too late. Before her words fell, there was a violent shock in her sea of consciousness, as if she had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. The demon sect master clutched her head and let out a cry of pain. Her delicate body instantly paralyzed on the ground. The river god moved gently with lotus steps to the side of the demon sect master and said in a deep voice, "How about now? Can I kill you?" After a long slowdown, the demon sect master came back to her senses, and at this moment, her face was incredibly pale as she said in a trembling voice, "You are actually a Mahayana stage powerhouse. It's impossible. The Liuzhou continent hasn't seen a Mahayana stage powerhouse for thousands of years. It's absolutely impossible." Frog at the bottom of the well. The river god laughed contemptuously before slapping the demon sect master on the head once again. In an instant, the demon sect master felt countless steel needles surging into her sea of consciousness as if they were sharp sword tips, and a sharp pain struck her as if it was going to pierce through her skull. Her body kept rolling on the ground, and her moans of pain echoed in the air. At this moment, Lin Yuan also struggled to stand up. He slowly walked over to the river god and weakly said, "Sister River God, this is how this crazy woman tortured me in the first place." The river god, on the other hand, was silent, quietly watching the demon sect master roll on the ground. After a long time, the demon sect master finally fainted. It was only then that the river god softly inquired, "What exactly has happened in the meantime?" Lin Yuan rationalized his thoughts and told the river god everything that had happened in the recent period of time one by one. When Lin Yuan finished speaking, the river god suddenly burst into a rage and said in a cold voice, "Is Xiaolingyun a waste of space? The second strongest person in the Liuzhou continent has even let you be captured by the demon sect master." Lin Yuan's face was a bit embarrassed and said, "Sister River God, this doesn't have much to do with the patriarch. It's mainly because my strength is too weak." When the river god heard this, he also kicked Lin Yuan with some hatred and said angrily, "When you're done with this woman, you hurry up and get your ass back to the Acacia sect. It's really a disgrace." But, Lin Yuan scratched his head, a little worried. "I'm still a devil cultivator now. I guess I won't be able to run to the Acacia sect, and I'll be besieged to death by those righteous people. Don't worry, I have my own way." Chapter 166. The contrast is too great. As soon as the river god's words fell, a black aura suddenly emerged from her body and surged straight into the demon sect master's body. In her stupor, the delicate body of the demon sect master suddenly trembled, and her pale and pretty face was then distorted for a while. The river god hummed lightly and spoke, "The aura in these paintings will only be able to support me for so much, so I'll deal with anything after I return to the Harmony sect." After saying that, the river god casually clicked his hand, and the demon sect master unexpectedly woke up in a leisurely manner. But after she woke up, the look in her eyes turned into one of confusion. "I've sealed all her memories. She's just like a little cutie now. There's no difference. Just tell her what to do. With a strong harmonization stage person by your side to protect you, you should be able to return to the harmonization sect in peace. But my spiritual power is limited. This state will last for about half a month at most. If you can't return to the harmonious sect within that half a month, then you're on your own." As soon as the river god's words fell, a pretty face coldly came up to the demon sect master and said in a gloomy tone, "Listen to his orders for anything in the future. Understand? If you dare disobey me, I'll sell you to a greenhouse." And the demon sect master turned out to be generally the same as what the river god had said, and after seeing the river god who pretended to be vicious, the demon sect master turned out to be like a new daughter-in-law seeing an evil mother-in-law, with a touch of heartfelt fear spreading across his face. Strongly bracing himself to stand up, the demon sect master carefully hid behind Lin Yuan, not daring to look directly into the river god's eyes. Lin Yuan had originally thought that after the river god subdued the demon sect master, he would take revenge on her, but after seeing her in this state, Lin Yuan didn't even know how to go about it. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan said with some embarrassment, "Sister River God, why don't you just take her away?" Lin Yuan said, picking up the sound transmission note that he had just thrown aside and waved his hand. "I'll just contact Xiaolingyun directly. With Xia Lingyun protecting me, I'll definitely be able to return to the Harmony sect in peace. Right at this moment, the demon sect master, who was like a little birdie, even sobbed in a low voice, and in a turn of the eye, she cried with pearly blossoms and begged Lin Yuan, "My dear husband, you don't want people anymore. I'll do whatever you say. Don't you abandon people." Seeing this, Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. "Sister River God, is this the aftermath of you sealing her memories?" The river god was also a bit dumbfounded at his words. After a moment of silence, she looked at the demon sect master and said viciously through clenched silver teeth, "This little tie hoof is quite good at seducing men." After saying that, the river god said in a cold voice, "You can try the transmission note. Now that you've become a demonic cultivator, I guess this transmission note can't be used anymore." Lin Yuan heard, endured the pain of the body to force the aura, but when the blood-colored aura injected into the note even bang sound, directly broken. "What's going on here?" Lin Yuan was surprised. The river god explained, "Devil cultivators are already rejected by heaven and earth, and the sound transmission notes those refiners produce will naturally reject devil cultivators as well. Now that you've turned into a demonic cultivator, you naturally can't use a sound transmission," the river god said as her body had begun to slowly become illusory. "Alright, the aura will soon be depleted." The river god sighed and said, "You hurry back to the Harmony sect. The backhanders I left on you this time are really all used up. If you're unlucky, I'll just have to burn more paper money for you." Lin Yuan sniffed and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Sister River God. I'll definitely return to the Harmony sect in peace." Right at this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Sister River God, can your main body know what happened over here?" The river god shook his head and spoke, "On my main body side, I only know that the backhand left on you has been used up. As for what happened, my main body isn't clear." Lin Yuan regretfully said, "I also wanted you to help me bring peace to Lusakeda-e. I'm a bit worried about her now." When the river god heard this, he said somewhat unkindly, "You'd better worry about yourself. Be careful of dying halfway." Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. "This doppelganger of yours is so strong that you don't even know what happened." The river god mused, "This is the soul power that used to remain on top of the portrait. My current body is only at the 5th level of the harmonization stage, and it's not even as strong as Xia Lingyun's." "Oh," Lin Yuan suddenly realized. "Well, I'm off. The rest is up to you." Before the words fell, the river god's already illusory figure completely disappeared between heaven and earth. After the river god's doppelganger disappeared, the demon sect master, who had completely changed her personality, clasped her hands tightly around Lin Yuan's arm and said cautiously, "Sagittarius, where are we going now?" Instantly, Lin Yuan noticed the soft touch on his arm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan somewhat unnaturally pushed the demon sect master away and spoke, "Don't shop blindly. I'm not your male friend." When the demon sect master heard this, she immediately turned into a look of watering eyes and said pitifully, "Sagittarius, do you really not want me anymore?" When Lin Yuan saw this, he only felt that he had two big heads. With the devil sect master's current bird-like personality, not to mention needing her protection along the way, Lin Yuan felt that he had to protect her. Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, the demon sect master's tears immediately flowed. "Sunga, say something." In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt that his head was huge. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan spoke, "I'm injured now. Let's wait until tomorrow when we can set off again." Lin Yuan then began to take steps towards the mountain range not far away, wanting to find a cave to rest in. After all, both of them were demonic cultivators, so it was better to hide their tracks. At this moment, the demon sect master on the side softly said, "Sunga, where are we going?" Lin Yuan was silent. "Sagittarius, you seem to be injured. How about I carry you on my back?" "Sagittarius, are you hungry? I just saw a wild rabbit. Why don't I catch it for you to eat? I'm very good with my hands." Lin Yuan stayed silent. Subsequently, the demon sect master began to cry again. "My dear husband, are you disliking me? What exactly did I do wrong? Tell me." People can change what they do wrong. Hearing the demon sect master's sobbing, Lin Yuan sighed, then said in a cold voice, "Shut up. If you keep crying and sniveling, I really don't want you anymore." Saying that, Lin Yuan continued to bury his head in his hands, and at that moment, the demon sect master had a pitiful look on his face, holding his shoulders and staying where he was, looking at Lin Yuan's back and wiping tears straight from his eyes. "Ah, God, you're killing me." Lin Yuan wailed and braced his severely injured body back to the demon sect master's side, softly saying, "I was just teasing you. Hurry up and go. In a while when it gets dark, there will be wild beasts in the mountains. It will be dangerous. If you don't need the protection of the demon sect master, Lin Yuan really wants to leave her alone. What revenge or not? All go to hell. Now that Lin Yuan saw her periodically wiping her tears, he felt an incomparable headache. She had cried at least 5 times since her memory was sealed. Chapter 167, The Birdie's Demon Sect Master. As the sun was setting, the sky gradually glowed with a touch of orange-red, like a piece of soft silk gently spread out. Night is about to fall, the breeze blowing the leaves, with a hint of coolness. Just like that, dragging their seriously injured bodies, the two of them walked for more than an hour, which led them to the foot of the mountain. Along the way, the demon sect master was just like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law, tightly hugging Lin Yuan's arm, not daring to let go for a moment for fear that Lin Yuan would leave her behind. The two walked along the foot of the mountain for a long time more, until night fell, when they found a cave suitable for shelter. After entering the cave, Lin Yuan began to meditate and regulate. Although the time was very tight at the moment, just half a month, Lin Yuan still decided to recuperate his injuries before he set off. Otherwise, if he met danger halfway, he wouldn't even have the ability to defend himself. But the demon sect master seemed to be very insecure in general. Even if Lin Yuan was cultivating, she still had to stand guard and her entire body had to lean on Lin Yuan. A fragrant breeze drilled into his nostrils, coupled with that soft touch, made Lin Yuan unable to settle down at all at ease. After a few moments, Lin Yuan said helplessly, "If you have nothing to do, go to bed. What are you doing guarding me all the time?" The demon sect master flickered her big watery eyes and timidly said, "Sagittarius, I can't sleep if you don't stay with me." Watching the innocent-faced demon sect master say such tantalizing words, even though Lin Yuan knew that she didn't mean what she said, he still unconsciously swallowed his saliva. However, Lin Yuan was not a man dominated by his lower body. He immediately and righteously rejected the demon sect master. "No, I have to practice. Go to sleep by yourself." The demon sect master shook her head and softly said, "Just cultivate, Sagittarius. Don't worry about me, but with you like this, there's no way I can concentrate on my cultivation." Lin Yuan twisted his body, trying to pull his arm out of the demon sect master's arms. The demon sect master, on the other hand, was full of innocence as she tightened her arms and spoke with her pretty face pressed against Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Don't worry, Sagittarius. I definitely won't disturb you." When Lin Yuan saw this, he was dumbfounded. The current him actually started to miss the previous demon sect master. He really couldn't figure out why the previous murderous and decisive demon sect master had transformed into such a gentle and delicate little woman after having her memories sealed. It's a dramatic general shift that's really unbelievable. After a long period of silence, Lin Yuan forced himself to endure the charming scenery around him, and his mind finally sank into cultivation. After that, the cave fell into silence as well. Only the faint breathing of the two echoed in the cave. It's night. Acacia's sect back mountain. The river, originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly rippled without warning. Immediately afterward, a huge vortex formed at an astonishing speed and began to spin wildly. Right at the center of that vortex, a mysterious and dazzling light suddenly lit up, and then a woman in a long black dress slowly flew out like a fairy. This woman's posture was graceful and her face was absolutely beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting. At this moment, the river god's eyes were heavy as he said in a deep voice, "What the hell is that dog man up to again? It actually used up all the aura I left behind." Before the words fell, she fiercely closed her eyes, and an incomparably powerful divine sense instantly surged out from within her body, spreading rapidly in all directions like a tidal wave. Upon realizing that Xia Lingyun's figure was not within the Acacia sect, the woman let out a light snort. Her figure shifted, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared in place. A few moments later, the river god's figure appeared as abruptly as a ghost at the entrance of the Holy Maiden Hall. She then gently knocked on Lu Cicada Yi's room door. After returning to the Acacia sect, Lu Cicada Yi completely closed herself off from the world in this Holy Maiden Hall. The once charming and attractive face had long since become haggard, and after learning of Lin Yuan's death, Lu Cicada Yi's world had long since completely fallen apart with Lin Yuan. And after knocking on the door a few times, the river god, sensing that Lu Cicada Yi didn't seem to be making any movements, pushed the door straight open and walked in. As a result, she was shocked when she saw Lu Cicada Yi. Looking at Lu Cicada Yi's pale and pretty face, the river god was surprised. "Cicada Yi, what are you doing? Pretending to be a ghost in the middle of the night to scare people?" Lu Cicada Yi came back to her senses after hearing the river god's voice. After she saw that the person coming was the river god, she immediately burst into sobs and jumped into the river god's arms, crying bitterly, "Sister Envy." Seeing this, the river god hurriedly hugged Lu Cicada Yi and said, "What's wrong with Cicada Yi? Did Lin Yuan bully you? Don't cry. When Lin Yuan returns, sister will avenge you." Lu Cicada Yi shook her head in the river god's arms and said intermittently, Sister Envy. Lin Yuan. He can't come back. Lin Yuan is dead. Kawakami was a bit puzzled as to what had happened in the time she had disappeared, but although she didn't know what had happened recently, she could now be sure of one thing, and that was that Lin Yuan definitely wasn't dead, because other than Lin Yuan, no one could have touched the aura in those paintings. After a moment of silence, the river god held Lu Cicada Yi's shoulders with both hands and said, Cicada Yi, don't be sad. Lin Yuan didn't die, alive and well. When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, her eyes immediately widened in some disbelief. But my master said that Lin Yuan is already dead. Back then, after Lin Yuan was captured by the demon sect master in Divine Emperor City, my master went to rescue him, only to have my master tell me the next day that Lin Yuan had been brutally killed by the demon sect master. The river god shook his head and said firmly, You trust me, Lin Yuan is definitely not dead. Suddenly thinking that he couldn't reveal his identity, the river god pondered for a moment before explaining, My master once left an aura beside Lin Yuan, and it was only today that Lin Yuan triggered that aura. If Lin Yuan is dead, how could he trigger that aura? When Lu Cicada Yi heard this, her eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Envy Fish, are you telling the truth? Lin Yuan really isn't dead? Of course it's true. The river god softly consoled. Alright, don't be sad, wait patiently again. I guess Lin Yuan will be back soon. Today, Lin Yuan had directly utilized the aura of 3 paintings, and the river god believed that his doppelganger would be able to handle this matter. However, Lu Cicada Yi shook her head. Looking worried, Lin Yuan was captured by the demon sect master. The demon sect master is a powerhouse at the conjugation stage. If he only relies on himself, he definitely won't be able to escape from the demon sect master. Lu Cicada Yi said, hurriedly taking out the transmission note from her storage ring and anxiously said, I have to hurry up and inform master, so that master can find a way to find the demon sect master. If she knows the news that Lin Yuan is still alive, she must also be very happy. Seeing this, the river god said in a deep voice, Don't worry Cicada Yi, Lin Yuan's master has already gone to save him. Trust me, he'll be back soon. Chapter 168. Early the next morning, when the first rays of sunlight slowly shone into the cave, Lin Yuan then woke up from his cultivation. Suddenly, he felt some soreness in his arm. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the demon sect master was still clinging to his arm, her head resting on his shoulder, and was sleeping soundly. I can't believe she just slept through the night. Lin Yuan even saw a glint of brightly glistening harlotry trickle down onto his shoulder. Wake up! Lin Yuan sighed somewhat helplessly, then shook his shoulders. The demon sect master suddenly gave a sleepy cry and rubbed his sleepy eyes before saying vaguely, It's already dawn. Lin Yuan stood up in silence, and in the process, he also pulled his arm out of the demon sect master's arms. Right at this moment, the demon sect master also saw the bright cloud of watermarks on Lin Yuan's shoulder, and her pretty face instantly blushed as she hurriedly whispered, My dear husband, your clothes are dirty. Let me change them for you. Lin Yuan shook his head carelessly and returned. No need. After a night of cultivation, although the injuries in his body didn't recover much, there was no major obstacle to his actions. That was why Lin Yuan planned to start rushing today. Along the way, as long as the two of them avoided the towns as well as the cultivators, they shouldn't encounter any trouble. After making a decision inwardly, Lin Yuan turned his head to the demon sect master and instructed, Let's set off for the Acacia sect today, and you'll take me flying first on this journey. Remember, your divine sense should always keep an eye on the surroundings. If there are any cultivators, let's hurry up and hide. Don't let them find the two of us. The demon sect master was filled with doubt. Sunga, why are we hiding? Lin Yuan sighed and patiently explained. We are demonic cultivators. If we meet those righteous cultivators, they will hunt us down and kill us. Understand? When the demon sect master heard this, he tilted his head and thought for a long time before he seemed to understand. I know. As long as we encounter people we will hide. Alright, let's go. Lin Yuan said and turned his head to look at the demon sect master. Fortunately, she didn't ask Lin Yuan how to fly this time. Even though her memories had been sealed by the river god, things like cultivation and flight were still stored in her mind as if they were instincts. The demon sect master nodded, then playfully hugged Lin Yuan's arm and said, Sagittarius. Then I'll start. Lin Yuan nodded, then pointed in the direction of the Acacia sect and said, That direction. As Lin Yuan's words fell, the figures of the two of them instantly transformed into a stream of light and instantly disappeared in place. In mid-air, the demon sect master even thoughtfully released a barrier in front of Lin Yuan's body, fearing that Lin Yuan would feel any discomfort. No words on the way. It wasn't until the sun was setting that Lin Yuan had the demon sect master stop at a riverside. After flying for a whole day today, this was the first time Lin Yuan had seen a river. Since there was a river, could one not summon the river god? With this in mind, after the two of them had just landed on the ground, Lin Yuan couldn't wait to come to the riverside and took out a magic treasure from his storage ring and threw it in. 1 second. 2 seconds. I don't know how long it took. Looking at the river that was still as calm as a mirror, Lin Yuan then completely died. It seemed that after he became a demon cultivator, he couldn't even summon the river god at will. On the other hand, the demon sect master had been quietly guarding Lin Yuan's side, and when Lin Yuan returned to his senses, the demon sect master was a bit puzzled and said, "Sagittarius, what were you doing just now?" Lin Yuan waved his hand and lost it. "It's nothing, you're tired today too. Rest early." Oh. Noticing that Lin Yuan didn't want to take care of himself, the demon sect master casually answered and walked straight to the side under a big tree and sat down. After seeing that the demon sect master wasn't pestering him, Lin Yuan was also happy to be quiet and directly sat on the ground and began to meditate and cultivate. However, before Lin Yuan could settle down, he heard the sobbing of the demon sect master, and although she was already deliberately suppressing it, it was still heard by Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache and said, "What's wrong with you again?" Lin Yuan was puzzled as to why a ruthless and murderous demon sect master was so crybaby after having his memory sealed. Were there really any after effects? The demon sect master was already crying like a pear, and after hearing Lin Yuan's words, she looked at him pitifully and said, "My dear husband, do you dislike me?" Lin Yuan was a bit dumbfounded at his words. If he really wanted to say that he disliked it, it would be that he disliked the previous ruthless demon sect master, but as for this tearful crybaby in front of him, Lin Yuan really couldn't afford to have a little bit of nasty feelings. At best, she's just annoying when she cries. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, "I don't dislike you." "Really?" the demon sect master asked as he wiped his tears. Lin Yuan returned with certainty, "Of course it's true. Then why don't you ever hug me?" The demon sect master cried as she looked at Lin Yuan. "And you never call me by my name. I just saw you clearly lost in your emotions, but you don't want to tell me if you have something. Am I too stupid? Or am I just too ugly?" In the face of the demon sect master's questions that were like a barrage of questions, Lin Yuan didn't want to answer any of them, but after seeing her pitiful appearance, Lin Yuan eventually went soft. After all, this is not the demonic sect master who almost tortured him to death, but crybaby without much memory. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan slowly spoke. "I don't dislike you. I'm not hugging you because the two of us aren't husband and wife, so don't call me Sunga from now on." When the demon sect master heard this, he felt that Lin Yuan was just disliking himself, so he suddenly cried even harder. "Stop, stop, stop." Lin Yuan only felt that after living all these years, he had never been so speechless. Seeing that the demon sect master was still crying non-stop, Lin Yuan immediately sank his face and pretended to be ferocious. If you cry again, I really don't want you anymore." But the words didn't seem to have any effect as the demon sect master continued to cry. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and said somewhat helplessly, "Then tell me what I can do so that you won't cry." At this time, the demon sect master sniffed and suddenly opened her arms and said, "I want Sagittarius to sleep in his arms." Cuddling? Lin Yuan instantly froze on the spot. Chapter 169, Do you have a woman outside? Cuddling? What is all this talk of tigers and wolves? Lin Yuan couldn't help but think of the picture books he had read before. Those powerful women, in the weekdays are a high and mighty look, but in private they will also feel lonely and empty, and will also need a warm embrace. Could it be that the demon cultist is short of love? With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan pondered for a long time before he stretched out an arm and reluctantly said, "Tell you what, I'll give you an arm. You'll just cuddle up like you did last night, okay?" That's as far as he'll go. If he hadn't returned to the Harmony sect after the demon sect master's memories were restored, and in the meantime, he had done some strange things to the demon sect master, the demon sect master would definitely slap him to death. So just in case, Lin Yuan felt that it was better to exercise some restraint. Unfortunately, this was just Lin Yuan's wishful thinking. The demonic sect master did not eat this set of words. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, her rosy little mouth pouted again, and she looked at Lin Yuan with 2 tears in her eyes, as if she were a pitiful little female, kitten. Lin Yuan saw this and sighed helplessly. Isn't this forcing himself to make a mistake? Right at this moment, Lin Yuan had a flash of light and coughed lightly. "Look, we're by the river. We don't even have a bed. How am I going to sleep with you in my arms? It's either that or forget it." However, before Lin Yuan's words fell, the storage ring in the demon sect master's hand flashed, and a small yet exquisite painted boat appeared above the calm river. "Sagittarius, there's a bed for that," the demon sect master said and flew up to the painting boat with Lin Yuan in a giddy manner. This boat is a medium-grade spirit weapon, but its flying speed is too slow. Not as fast as a Yuaning stage cultivator's flight, so it's been kept in my storage ring, and I didn't expect it to come in handy today. In the past, when I was still a foundation stage cultivator, my master gave it to me, and I was happy for a long time back then. However, before the demon sect master could finish his words, she suddenly covered her head and crouched on the ground, crying out in pain. Before? What happened to me before? Why don't I remember? Sunga, my head hurts. What happened to me in the past? Why can't I remember all of it? When Lin Yuan saw this, he was so scared that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. This woman wouldn't be trying to remember something. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to help the demon sect master up, rubbing her head while saying, "Don't think if you can't think. Hurry up and sit down and rest for a while." After a moment's reprieve, the demon sect master calmed down, but now her pretty face was pale and incomparably pale, and tiny beads of sweat were appearing on her forehead. "Sage, why can't I remember anything from the past?" The demon sect master looked at Lin Yuan and asked in a soft voice. Actually, you got very sick a while ago, so there are some things I forgot." Lin Yuan stumbled back. "That's so." The demon sect master nodded thoughtfully, then added, "Why don't you tell me about our past?" When Lin Yuan heard this, he hastily shook his head and refused. "It's better to forget it. You've been tired all day. Don't you want to sleep? Hurry up and go to sleep. I'll tell you more when I have time." "Okay." The demon sect master nodded, and then walked towards the bed to the side. In the darkness, Lin Yuan only heard a sizzling sound, and then he heard the soft voice of the demon sect master come through. "Sunga, come here quickly. I want you to sleep in my arms." Looking into the darkness, the demon sect master's bright eyes filled with expectation. Lin Yuan stood in place, his heart incomparably tangled. Judging from the situation just now, the seal left by the river god was not stable, and if he was obsessed at this time, he might wake up one morning and he would be in a different place. However, just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, the demon sect master suddenly spoke up again. "Sagittarius, my head seems to be starting to hurt again." Lin Yuan sniffed, hurriedly came over and spoke. "Don't think if you can't think." As a result, just as he walked to the edge of the bed, the corner of the demon sect master's mouth revealed a trace of a treacherous smile, and with one hand, he pulled him onto the bed. In an instant, the demon sect master darted into Lin Yuan's embrace like a kitten. Lin Yuan felt the soft and delicate body in his arms. His body stiffened beyond measure, and his two arms were at a loss to rest on the demon sect master's shoulders. But the demon sect master didn't care about that and pressed her cheeks tightly on top of Lin Yuan's chest and whispered, "The smell of my husband's body smells so good." Lin Yuan's voice trembled slightly as he said, "It's been many days since I've bathed. You don't mind the stench? I wouldn't dislike Sunga." After the demon sect master finished speaking, she even took the initiative to pull Lin Yuan's arm onto her soft waist, and then burrowed into Lin Yuan's arms. "It's just soothing to have your husband cuddle and sleep." After saying that, the demon sect master gave a dragonfly-like nod to Lin Yuan's face and shyly said, "Sagittarius, take an early rest." Lin Yuan's entire body was numb. What was going on? Early the next morning, Lin Yuan was still asleep when he felt his nose itching a bit. He thought he was in the harmony sect and said in a daze, "Lu cicada if you keep messing around, I'm going to spank you." It was at this moment that he suddenly remembered that he was not in the acacia sect. Sure enough, after he opened his eyes, he saw the demon sect master holding a strand of hair in his hand, staring at him with wide eyes. Seeing this, Lin Yuan hurriedly changed the topic. It's dawn. Hurry up and get up." Lin Yuan said that and tried to push the demon sect master away. The demon sect master let out a light snort and held Lin Yuan down as she said in an aggravated manner, "My dear husband, you have another woman outside." "No, how could I have another woman?" Lin Yuan explained. "Then who is Lu cicada? You heard wrong. I was just yelling at you." "Nonsense. My name is Tantai Mingyue. My name is 4 characters. You clearly said 3 just now." When Lin Yuan heard this, he was stunned. He had thought to muddle through and forget about it, but he didn't realize that the name of the demon sect master was actually a 4-letter word. "Xiang Gong, tell me, which vixen is Lu cicada? Tantai Mingyue hugged Lin Yuan and said unforgivingly. Seeing Tantai Mingyue's appearance, Lin Yuan only felt a pang of distress and said in a deep voice with a frown on his brow, "What's wrong with a manly man having 3 wives and 4 concubines?" I had thought that Tantai Mingyue would definitely cry after a fierce beating. Lin Yuan was all set on how to coax her. Who knows that after Tantai Mingyue heard Lin Yuan's words, her aggrieved look was swept away and she jumped into Lin Yuan's arms, softly saying, "I like this manliness of Shangong." Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. This demon sect master wouldn't have any special fetishes, would he? Chapter 170 Killing makes you excited. Looking at the dainty Tantai Mingyue in front of him, Lin Yuan pondered briefly, then slapped his hand on the upturned roundness behind her. Tantai Mingyue immediately let out a pout. Her pair of beautiful eyes became even more mesmerized, and her arms hugged even tighter. Lin Yuan coughed lightly, hastily suppressing the fire in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "It's dawn. We'd better hurry up and get going." "Okay, Sunga." Tantai Mingyue licked her rosy lips and slowly left Lin Yuan's embrace. However, just after Lin Yuan had stepped out of the boat, he saw 6 or 7 people suddenly coming in on the wind and directly surrounding the boat. These people had a variety of weapons, and they didn't look like they came from a clan. Lin Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. As long as he didn't encounter any clan forces, it was fine. "Big brother, there's a boat here." The bearded man at the head of the group, who had a face full of horizontal meat, looked at the painted boat in front of him and mused. "This seems to be a magic treasure." Just at this time, a side of the little brother came forward and said, "Big brother, this should be a flying magic treasure. Bullock Mountain, that clan has a... I also saw their clan that surname Xuanyuan's little used." When the bearded man sniffed, his eyes immediately revealed a touch of greed, and he laughed. "This painting boat is good. It's mine." Several people spoke loudly, directly ignoring Lin Yuan's presence on the deck. In fact, this was not to blame for these few people's big hearts. After all, the injuries in Lin Yuan's body had not healed, and now he was no different from an ordinary person. And Lin Yuan had heard where a few people came from their conversation. "I can't believe I met bandits in the middle of nowhere." Right at this moment, Tantai Mingyue also got dressed and walked out, and after seeing the several people surrounding the painted boat, she was a bit puzzled and said, "Sagittarius, what are they doing?" "Robbed," Lin Yuan explained. "Didn't you hear it just now? They are ready to rob this boat." And after these few people saw Tantai Mingyue's appearance, their eyes immediately showed lustful colors. The bearded man at the head of the group swallowed his saliva and said to Lin Yuan in a cold voice, "Kid, Grandpa is in a good mood today. If you get off the boat now, I'll let you off the hook." At this time, the side of the little brother fawned, "Big brother, this chick is really a superb. After Big brother is happy, can you also let a few brothers have a good time?" The bearded man laughed out loud. "Don't worry, if there's a bite of food for me, there's a bite of soup for you guys." When Lin Yuan heard the filthy words of these people, he turned his head to Tantai Mingyue and instructed, "I'll leave it to you. Strike hard and don't leave any survivors." Just then, the bearded man saw that this little white boy dared to ignore himself and charged straight over. The long knife in his hand cut out a cold light and slashed at Lin Yuan's head. However, just as the bearded man thought he had gotten it, he only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Tantai Mingyue's silhouette suddenly appeared right behind Lin Yuan. Ding! Then, in the eyes of the bearded man's shocked gaze, Tantai Mingyue stretched out her 2 delicate jade fingers and directly pushed them on top of the blade of the long knife, and the bearded man only felt as if his long knife had cut into a piece of iron plate, and his tiger's mouth was numbed by the shock. Tantai Mingyue's eyes were calm, and with a flick of her 2 jade fingers, the long sword broke with a sound. She then leaned forward and slapped the bearded man on the head. Click! The head of the bearded man seemed like a watermelon as it was instantly split in 4, hot blood splattering in all directions. Even Tantai Mingyue's body was stained with some of it. Point hard. Rip who? The remaining few immediately began to run in all directions after seeing their big brother slapped to death. However, where could they outrun Tantai Mingyue? Tantai Mingyue didn't say anything. She directly exerted the power of space, and between a few flashes of her figure, those people fell to the ground like rotten meat. After resolving these few troubles, Tantai Mingyue returned to Lin Yuan's side with gusto, her eyes full of anticipation as she said, "Sagittarius, how did I do?" Looking at Tantai Mingyue, who had beads of blood hanging on her face, Lin Yuan was surprised. "You're not afraid?" Lin Yuan had thought that Tantai Mingyue, with such a soft character, would definitely not dare to kill, so before he made his move, he had specifically instructed Tantai Mingyue to say a few words. Tantai Mingyue licked the blood at the corner of her mouth and said with a slight tremor in her voice, "There's a little bit of fear, but it's more of an excitement." Lin Yuan unconsciously swallowed his saliva. At this moment he seemed to have seen the previous decisive and ruthless demon sect master again. However, at this moment, Tantai Mingyue's attention wasn't on Lin Yuan as she kicked the body of the bearded man away, followed by wrapping up a ball of river water with her aura and rushing the boat. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but inwardly sigh. Quite virtuous, knowing that the painted boat is dirty, hurriedly clean it up. After cleaning up the painting boat, Tantai Mingyue wiped the beads of blood on her face and softly said to Lin Yuan, "Sagittarius, I want to take a bath before I leave." "Alright," Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Then hurry up." However, right after Lin Yuan's words fell, Tantai Mingyue unexpectedly directly put away the painting boat. Lin Yuan was caught off guard and fell directly into the river. In an instant, the cold river water directly poured into his mouth. Tantai Akatsuki! Lin Yuan exclaimed and tried to climb up from the river. Suddenly, a warm and delicate body suddenly pressed up from behind. And then Lin Yuan's ears heard Tantai Mingyua's clear and playful voice. Hasn't it been a long time since my husband took a bath too? Let's wash together. Green Cloud Sect. After learning that Lin Yuan had been captured by the demon sect master in Divine Emperor City, Li Chengfeng rushed back in a hurry. And the Green Cloud Sect patriarch was also frowning after learning this news. Knowing that the night cultivator beside the demon sect master also knew the soul regeneration technique. Now that several days had passed now, it was estimated that the Gongfuan Lin Yuan had long been obtained by the demon sect master. After pondering for a long time, the Green Cloud Sect patriarch spoke. Think of a way to help me contact the demon sect master. I want to make a deal with her. When Li Chengfeng heard this, his face looked a little ugly and said, Patriarch, I have long thought about this method, but those people from the demon sect don't know the whereabouts of their sect leader either. And that Acacia sect patriarch was as mad as a hatter after Lin Yuan was captured, and has been tracking down the strongholds of the demon sect. Before I returned to the Green Cloud sect, she had already destroyed 4 demon sect strongholds in the Great Yin dynasty, and now we can't contact the demon sect people at all. The Green Cloud sect patriarch frowned and said, Is this Lin Yuan very important? Is it worth Xia Lingyun's efforts? Li Chengfeng replied back, Patriarch doesn't know. This Lin Yuan was originally a heavenly spiritual root, and was captured by the Acacia sect to be used as a cauldron in the first place. I guess a heavenly spirit root's cauldron should be very important. Did Xia Lingyun use it too? The Green Cloud sect patriarch pondered for a moment and sighed. Forget it, it's better for me to take action myself. Immediately send out manpower to spy on the whereabouts of the demon sect master, and as long as there is any news, notify me immediately. Sovereign. Chapter 171, Desperate Measures. After the two of them packed up, Lin Yuan set off on the road once again. Along the way, Lin Yuan also did not idle. Directly in mid-air will be forced to absorb the spiritual qi, to restore the body injuries, although the effect is not very obvious, but it is also better than nothing. That night, the two of them, Lin Yuan, who had been rushing for 2 days, landed near a large city. Although Lin Yuan was also afraid of being discovered by the cultivators in the city as a devil cultivator, he couldn't care less now. For the past 2 days, Lin Yuan had been living in fear. It was because every day at night, Tanyu Akatsuki would have a headache for a period of time, and the headache would get longer and longer. And just this morning, after Tantai Mingyue woke up from her sleep, she actually remembered a period of her experience in the demon sect, and even remembered her master, the previous demon sect master. But it was a good thing that the memories that came back were fragmented. Otherwise Lin Yuan would have wanted to just run away. Seeing that the river god seal was becoming more and more unstable, Lin Yuan also had to take a desperate step, preparing to quickly return to the Harmony sect from the city's teleportation array. Otherwise, if they dragged on for a few more days, it was expected that Tantai Mingyue's memories would really be restored. It was only after dragging his feet until night was approaching that Lin Yuan entered the city with Tantai Mingyue. At this time, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets of the city, and after Lin Yuan brought Tantai Mingyue into the city, he went straight to the center of the city, where the teleportation arrays were usually arranged in large cities. However, when the two arrived, the teleportation array had already been surrounded by a group of soldiers from the Great Yu dynasty. There was not a single person around. Crap, it can't be closed. Lin Yuan cursed, took out a small bag of spirit stones from his storage ring, came forward and asked, This big brother, this teleportation array is not allowed to be used now? That soldier guarding the teleportation array said in a cold voice, The teleportation array will be closed before curfew. Come back tomorrow morning if you want to use it. When Lin Yuan heard this, he hurriedly handed over the spirit stone in his hand quietly and smiled. It's not okay to be accommodating. It's only just the 11th hour. Seeing this, the soldier coughed lightly and put the spirit stone into his arms. Before he smiled with an open brow and said, The cultivator from the city lord's office who presided over the grand formation has already gone back to rest, so I don't have the ability to help you even if I wanted to. I advise you, you'd better hurry up and find an inn to stay in. Otherwise, in a moment, those cultivator lords from the city lord's mansion will come out to patrol the streets and be careful of arresting you. Cultivators from the city lord's mansion patrolling the streets? Lin Yuan sniffed and wondered a little. When did this city lord's house cultivator still do this kind of dirty work? Because of that bag of spirit stones, Lin Yuan asked so many questions. The soldier didn't get angry, still patiently explaining. A few days ago, a gang of roving bandits came to the city. Each one of them is a cultivator in the mountains. Where are we ordinary soldiers their opponents? So naturally, We need the cultivators of the city lord's mansion. So it is. Lin Yuan nodded, suddenly remembering the bandits that Tantai Mingyue had killed 2 days ago. Could those bandits have run through here? And just at that moment, a sound of breaking wind suddenly resounded in the sky. The soldier guarding the teleportation array's face changed as he hurriedly said, "The cultivator adults from the city lord's mansion are going to start patrolling the streets, so you guys should hurry up and leave." Lin Yuan nodded at his words and hurriedly pulled Tantai Mingyue towards the inn on the side. Luckily, the curfew had just started and the inn was just getting ready to close. So Lin Yuan and the two of them arrived at the entrance of the inn the moment the shopkeeper was getting ready to close the door. After entering the inn, Lin Yuan looked for the store assistant and asked for a room, thinking that he would first get through tonight. And just after the two of them stepped into the room, another sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly came from outside. Lin Yuan's heart tightened and he hurriedly walked quickly to the window and looked out through the slightly blurred window paper, only to see a dozen or so city lord's mansion cultivators flying through the air. Looking at those fading figures, Lin Yuan only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He was secretly glad that the two of them had come in just in time, or else they would have collided with those cultivators from the city lord's mansion. However, before Lin Yuan could fully let go of this sigh of relief, a pained cry of alarm suddenly rang out in the room. Tantai Mingyue, who had been sitting quietly on the bed, suddenly covered her head with both hands and let out a mournful scream, and then her entire body collapsed straight onto that big soft bed as if she had lost her support. Seeing this, Lin Yuan rushed to Tantai Mingyue's side with a single arrow step, carefully taking her into his arms and rubbing her distended head for her. At this moment, Tantai Mingyue's face was as pale as paper, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably due to the pain. Her slender jade hands gripped Lin Yuan's arm with a death grip, and due to too much force, her slender nails were actually deeply embedded in Lin Yuan's skin. In an instant, blood slowly flowed out of the wound and dripped down Lin Yuan's arm to the ground. As the bloody aura filled the entire room, Tantai Mingyue's eyes unexpectedly gradually became red, as if they were two rubies emitting a bizarre bloodlight. When Lin Yuan saw this, he was shocked, not understanding what was happening. However, just as Lin Yuan froze, Tantai Mingyue suddenly opened her arms and took Lin Yuan's arm. Immediately after that, her little cherry mouth didn't hesitate to stick to the wound on Lin Yuan's arm and began to frantically suck up his blood. In an instant, Lin Yuan only felt a chill welling up from the bottom of his heart, instantly spreading throughout his body. This was because he clearly felt that the blood in his body was rapidly draining away at an alarming rate. Lin Yuan let out a cry of shock and wanted to push Tantai Mingyue away, but Tantai Mingyue's petite body, which was originally trembling from the pain, actually quieted down after inhaling the blood. I don't know how long it took, but when Lin Yuan was on the verge of fainting, Tantai Mingyue stopped her movements. At this moment, Tantai Mingyue's eyes were slightly closed, and an intoxicated look hung on her face. After a moment's reprieve, Tantai Mingyue came back to her senses, but when she saw the pale Lin Yuan, her expression changed, and her face was filled with a look of self-blame. Tantai Mingyue was filled with guilt. Her eyes reddened as she said, "Sagittarius, how are you doing?" Lin Yuan weakly waved his hand and said, "I'm okay." Then Lin Yuan turned his words around and said, "What have you remembered again?" Tantai Mingyue sniffed and said with some bewilderment, "At first, during the headache, I remembered something, but when I smelled the blood, I forgot everything." Lin Yuan nodded, and only then did he put his heart down. Tanya Akatsuki sucking her own blood or having a headache, as long as her memories don't come back so quickly. And just at this time, the door of the room and suddenly sounded a knocking sound. Lin Yuan suddenly looked cold and tensed. "Who?" At this moment, the store assistant's voice sounded outside the room door. "Guest, here to bring you water. The hot water that the lady guest asked for just now." Tantai Mingyue sniffed and timidly said, "Sagittarius, I want to take a bath." So, Lin Yuan waved his hand feebly, then lay down on the bed and said, "Go ahead. I'll take a rest." Chapter 172 Tantai Mingyue with super possessive desire. The injuries in his body hadn't healed yet, and now with the loss of blood, his entire body became incredibly weak. Lin Yuan lay on the bed for no more than a few moments before he drifted off to sleep. I don't know how long it took, but in a daze, Lin Yuan felt that his body was slowly lifted up, and then a soft lip was printed on his lips. In an instant, a cool liquid gushed into his mouth. Lin Yuan, who was sleeping, was startled, and when he opened his eyes violently, he saw Tantai Mingyue, who was close at hand. Seeing Lin Yuan waking up, Tantai Mingyue's pretty face flushed red as she sat up in a bit of a panic and softly said, "Sire, there's still a spirit medicine in my storage ring, but I saw you were asleep, so I thought I'd chew it up and feed it to you. You don't mind me?" Lin Yuan sniffed and shook his head, after confirming that he was awake. Then he spoke. "Now that there are cultivators patrolling this city, I don't even dare to run my gong method to refine the spirit medicine, so it's better not to waste it. Tantai Mingyue looked at the pale Lin Yuan and said heartily, but Xiang Gong's injuries are very serious. No harm done. Lin Yuan said softly, it won't be too late for me to heal my wounds when we arrive at the Harmony sect. Tantai Mingyue said with tearful eyes, it's all my fault. If it wasn't for my Sangha he wouldn't have become like this. Seeing this, Lin Yuan said somewhat helplessly, don't cry. You couldn't help it at that time. I don't blame you. Really? Tantai Mingyue asked. Of course it's true. Lin Yuan nodded and spoke. Alright, take an early rest. We still have to rush tomorrow. Okay. Tantai Mingyue deflated her mouth before she put the elixir away. A few moments later, the candlelight went out and the room was plunged back into darkness. And then there was a sizzling sound. Immediately afterward, a fragrant breeze hit him, and a soft and warm delicate body burrowed into his arms. Lin Yuan sighed and took the initiative to extend an arm to Tantai Mingyue as a pillow. It was as if this had become a habit for the two. Soon, the only sound left in the dark as ink room was the even breathing of the two. After a long time, Tantai Mingyue suddenly whispered, Sagittarius, are you asleep? Lin Yuan let out a hem and replied, I'm almost asleep. Is something wrong? After a moment of contemplation, Tantai Mingyue took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of decision. Before she spoke, Sagittarius, I always feel that there is a layer of separation between us. I always feel that you're not being sincere with me. And sometimes, I feel as if you're annoyed with me, or even scared of me. Lin Yuan sniffed and frowned. What exactly are you trying to say? Tantai Mingyue carefully said. Based on the fragmented memories in my mind, I seem to be a member of a sect called the Demon Cult. Is my identity causing you a lot of trouble? That's why you don't like me. No. Lin Yuan returned. I'm also a demonic cultivator now. Our identities are the same. Don't think blindly. Go to sleep early. But, Tantai Mingyue continued, in my memory, I don't seem to have seen you in the demon sect. Would you be minding my demon cult status? If you mind, you can tell me. The big deal is that after the injuries in your body are healed, you'll accompany me on a trip to the demon sect, and I'll quit the demon sect. Lin Yuan was instantly speechless. Asking the demon sect master to quit the demon sect? Even if Tantai Mingyue said it, he wouldn't dare to do it. What's wrong? Sajiri, why don't you say anything? Lin Yuan had a bit of a headache. Even if he was tired of running around all day, he still had to go through the trouble of coaxing this ant. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan softly said, recently there have been a bit too many things happening, so I'm in a bit of a bad mood. I don't hate you or dislike you, so don't think blindly. When Tantai Mingyue heard this, her tone suddenly changed, and she complained in a low voice. I told you that there was a gap between us, and you're still unwilling to admit it. A lot has happened. Why didn't you tell me? I'm a harmonization stage cultivator. I'm very powerful. I can share for you. Lin Yuan sighed and said helplessly, I can handle these things, so I don't want to annoy you. Well, Tantai Mingyue nodded, then twisted her body restlessly, and a small hand sneaked into Lin Yuan's clothes. What are you doing? Lin Yuan exclaimed, hurriedly interrupting Tantai Mingyue's movements. In the darkness, Tantai Mingyue's bright eyes stared at Lin Yuan as she said in a shy tone, I can't share your worries, but I can help you ease your mood. Lin Yuan shrunk back and said awkwardly, no need. I'm injured now. It's not suitable. It's okay, Sangha. I can do it myself. Stop it. Lin Yuan hurriedly held down Tantai Mingyue's small hand. If Tantai Mingyue recovered her memories, she wouldn't be able to hunt herself down all the time. Although it was said that food and sex were the same, Lin Yuan didn't want to live in fear in the future. Just then, Lin Yuan heard Tantai Mingyue sobbing again. Her voice lowered as she said, Sangha really does dislike me. I can't believe you won't even touch my body. Lin Yuan's head was suddenly as big as a bucket. Tantai Mingyue's personality nowadays was like a little white flower, but this possessiveness was also too strong. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around Tantai Mingyue's delicate body and said softly, well, I'm injured right now, so when I'm healed, I'll definitely. Tantai Mingyue stubbornly shook her head and asked, then you're like that with Lu Cicada that vixen too? Lin Yuan sniffed and was somewhat speechless, not expecting that Tantai Mingyue would even remember when he had only mentioned it unintentionally. Tantai Mingyue said, her small hand once again gaining an inch, holding such a big beauty like a delicate jade in his arms. Even if a saint came, he couldn't say that he was 100% sitting still, and in the past few days, Lin Yuan felt that he had controlled himself quite well. Even if he wasn't a saint, it wasn't that far off. But now that he was being held by Tantai Mingyue, Lin Yuan immediately broke a little. A moment later, he breathed heavily and said in a deep voice, Tantai Mingyue, don't go too far. Tantai Mingyue let out a pout and said unhappily, "Why am I going overboard? You're my husband. Why can't I touch you?" Tantai Mingyue, "Don't regret it. You're my Sunga. Why should I regret it?" A moment later, Tantai Mingyue let out a cry of pain as 2 teardrops slid down her cheeks and dripped onto Lin Yuan's chest. "Mingyue." Lin Yuan's voice couldn't help but soften when he saw this. "I'm fine," Tantai Mingyue said through clenched silver teeth.